Hello, this is Ashim. What if Naruto Uzumaki was placed on Team 10 instead of Team 7? In this alternate Naruto story, Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru become teammates under Asuma Sarutobi. Three completely different personalities, one team. And together, they begin a journey that changes their bonds, their training, and their future as shinobi. But this Team 10 is far more capable than anyone expected. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening. Video description. What if Naruto became a member of Team 10? In this alternate Naruto story, Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru are placed under Asuma Sarutobi and begin their shinobi journey together. Their unique abilities and personalities create a completely different kind of team, while their training pushes them beyond what they expected. From difficult missions to unexpected bonds, Team 10 slowly becomes something much more than an ordinary genin team. What will happen when Naruto's determination, Ino's instincts, and Shikamaru's intelligence come together? Watch the full story to find out. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment what Naruto What If story you want to see next.
Morning light cut through the tall windows of the Hokage's office. Scrolls lay open across the desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with his pipe unlit, eyes steady as the Jonin stood before him. Kakashi leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, visible eye unreadable. Asuma stood straighter, arms crossed, cigarette unlit out of respect. Kurenai waited quietly, hands folded. Guy bounced once, then froze at a look from Hiruzen. The class is uneven, Hiruzen said at last. Too many extremes. No one argued. Hiruzen lifted the first file. Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi's head tilted slightly. Talented, Hiruzen continued. Driven. Isolated. Kakashi nodded. I'll take him. Hiruzen slid another folder forward. Haruno Sakura. Kakashi hesitated. Just a fraction. Academically strong, Hiruzen said. Emotionally. Untested. I can handle it, Kakashi replied. A pause. Hiruzen picked up a heavier folder. Akamichi Choji. Kakashi straightened now. Asuma glanced sideways. He has power, Hiruzen said calmly. But no confidence. He needs a teacher who understands restraint. Kakashi was silent for a long moment. I'll take him. Asuma's eyebrow lifted, but he didn't object. Hiruzen nodded once. Team 7 is decided. Guy opened his mouth. No, Hiruzen said without looking at him. Guy deflated. Hiruzen reached for the next name. Team 10. Asuma stepped forward slightly. Ino Yamanaka. Shikamaru Nara. Asuma nodded immediately. Makes sense. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he picked up the final file. Naruto Uzumaki. The room shifted. Kurenai's eyes flicked to Kakashi. Guy stilled completely. Asuma didn't speak, just watched. Hiruzen studied the file longer than the others. Loud, he said mildly. Unpolished. Relentless. Asuma exhaled slowly. He trains alone. That earned him a look. I've seen him, Asuma added. Late evenings. Early mornings. He doesn't quit. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. He's impulsive. Yes, Hiruzen agreed. Which is why I don't want him isolated with another prodigy. Silence. Hiruzen placed Naruto's file beside Team 10. Asuma, he said, you value effort. You understand teamwork. And you won't compare him to ghosts. Asuma didn't smile. But he nodded. I'll take him. Hiruzen leaned back, decision settled. Good. Then it's done. The pipe finally lit. Outside, unaware of politics, balance, and careful intent. Naruto Uzumaki laughed too loud at nothing at all. The room buzzed with nerves. Whispers. Shifting seats. Half-formed hopes. Ino Yamanaka sat straighter than usual, chin propped on her knuckles, eyes unfocused. Everyone assumed they knew what she wanted. She'd let them. Across the room, Sasuke Uchiha sat by the window, alone as always. Cool. Silent. Perfectly untouchable. She watched him for a moment. Nothing stirred. No curiosity. No spark. Just distance. He doesn't even notice anyone, she realized. And he never will. Her gaze shifted without thinking. Blonde hair, loud posture, restless energy. Naruto Uzumaki was half-turned in his seat, whisper arguing with Choji about lunch while Shikamaru stared at the ceiling like this was already boring him. Naruto laughed, too loud, too honest. Something in her chest tightened. Not embarrassment. Recognition. She noticed things she'd ignored before. The way Naruto leaned forward when people spoke, even when they mocked him. The bandage half hidden under his sleeve. The fact that he never looked away first. He wants to be seen, she thought. He just doesn't know how to ask. Her fingers curled in her lap. The crush on Sasuke had been easy. Safe. Distant. No risk. No rejection. No truth. Naruto would be none of those things. She inhaled slowly. Fine, she decided. I'll choose someone who actually exists. Naruto glanced her way, caught staring, and grinned. Whatcha lookin' at, Ino? He touched her cheeks, but she didn't look away. Nothing, she said evenly. Then, quieter, almost to herself. Just thinking. Shikamaru's eyes slid open a fraction. He followed her gaze. Then sighed. Troublesome, he muttered. At the front of the room, Uruka cleared his throat. All right, everyone, quiet down. It's time to announce the teams. Ino sat back. Decision made. Whatever name came next. She already knew who she was watching. The room fell quiet. Not because anyone was calm. But because this was it. Uruka stood at the front, clipboard in hand, eyes sweeping the room once before he began. Team 7. Every head turned. Sasuke Uchiha didn't move. Sakura Haruno sat up straighter. Ino Yamanaka didn't look at either of them. Sasuke Uchiha. A murmur. Expected. Sakura Haruno. A breath caught. A quiet smile. Uruka paused. Choji Akamichi. The room blinked. Choji Akamichi nearly dropped his chips. Me. Sasuke's brow furrowed. Sakura looked confused. Ino didn't react. Uruka continued. Your Jonin instructor will be Kakashi Hatake. A masked figure leaned in the doorway, visible eye unreadable. Team 7 was done. Uruka moved on. Team 10. Shikamaru sighed like he already knew his fate. Ino Yamanaka. Her name echoed softly. She lifted her chin. Shikamaru Nara. A lazy wave. Then. Naruto Uzumaki. The room shifted. Gasps. Whispers. A few laughs cut short when no one else joined in. Naruto Uzumaki froze. Wait, what? Ino turned fully this time. Really looked at him. Naruto's eyes were wide, not cocky, not loud. Just surprised. Like he hadn't expected to be chosen at all. Her chest tightened. Good, she thought. You're right where you belong. Uruka finished calmly. Your Jonin instructor will be Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma stepped forward, hands in his pockets, studying them with quiet interest. Naruto broke into a grin. Yes, I mean, thank you. Asuma smirked. Easy, kid. Shikamaru glanced between Naruto and Ino. Then closed his eyes. Troublesome. Ino didn't hear him. She was watching Naruto, watching the moment he realized he wasn't alone this time. Asuma Sarutobi walked ahead of them, hands in his pockets, pace unhurried. He didn't rush. Didn't lecture. That alone threw Naruto off. Naruto Uzumaki bounced along at first, then slowed when he realized no one was yelling at him to keep quiet. So, he said, glancing around. This is the famous Team 10, huh? Shikamaru Nara sighed. Troublesome. Ino Yamanaka smirked. You get used to him. Naruto grinned. Cool. I always wanted teammates who complained. Asuma glanced back, amused. You three always talk this much? He asked. Shikamaru shrugged. Unfortunately. Ino shot him a look. You talk too. Just in your head. Naruto laughed. Loud, sharp, genuine. Asuma watched it carefully. Not the volume. The relief behind it. They turned off the main road, trees thickening, the noise of the village fading until only birds and wind remained. Naruto slowed. Whoa. The training ground opened up ahead, wide dirt circle, worn posts, shadows stretching under old trees. Asuma Sarutobi stopped at the edge. "This is yours," he said. "Team 10 trains here." Naruto's eyes lit up like he'd been handed something sacred. For real. For real. Naruto stepped onto the dirt like it might vanish if he didn't move carefully. Ino noticed. Didn't comment. Shikamaru sat down immediately in the shade. "This place has good clouds," he muttered. Asuma turned, finally facing them fully. "Listen up," he said. "I don't care about academy rankings." Naruto stiffened. "I care about effort," Asuma continued. "Teamwork. And whether you can trust each other when things go bad." He looked at each of them in turn. "Nara, you think. Yamanaka, you observe. Then. Uzumaki, you don't stop." Naruto blinked. Then grinned, smaller this time. "I can do that." Ino folded her arms, smiling faintly. "Yeah," she thought. "You really can." Asuma clapped his hands once. "All right," he said. "Drop your bags. Let's see what you can do." Team 10 stood there together. Asuma reached into his vest and pulled out 3 wooden tags, each marked with a single kanji. He dropped them into the dirt between them. Naruto leaned forward immediately. "Oh, is this like that bell thing Kakashi?" 2 fingers lifted. Naruto stopped. "This isn't Kakashi's test," Asuma said calmly. "And I don't use bells." Ino crouched, studying the tags without touching them. Shikamaru stayed where he was, eyes half-lidded but alert. "There are 3 tags," Asuma continued. "You need all 3. Naruto frowned. "Well, yeah, there's 3 of us." Asuma nodded. "That's the easy answer." He stepped back. "Here's the hard part." The air tightened. "One of you fails today. On purpose." Ino stiffened. "That's not fair." Asuma didn't raise his voice. "Neither are missions." Naruto's fists clenched. "I want to see how you choose," Asuma said. "Not how hard you hit." Shikamaru exhaled slowly. "Troublesome." Asuma smirked. "You have 30 minutes. He tossed the tags into the air. They vanished. "As soon as one of you says, 'I don't need mine,' the test ends." Naruto blinked. "So we just give one up?" Asuma met his eyes. "Or you try to take mine." Then he was gone, melding into the trees. Naruto sucked in a breath. "Okay. Then we rush him." "No," Ino said sharply. Naruto stopped. She stepped closer, voice lower. "This isn't about winning," she said. "It's about trust." Shikamaru finally sat up. "He's watching how we react." Naruto swallowed. "So what do we do?" Ino looked at him. Really looked, at the strain behind the grin, the way he was already bracing to throw himself forward. "You don't go alone," she said. "Not today." Naruto nodded. "Once. Okay." From the trees, Asuma watched, cigarette unlit between his fingers. "Good," he thought. "They're listening." Ino crouched low, fingers brushing the dirt where the tags had been. "He's not hiding them," she said quietly. "He's carrying them." Naruto blinked. "How do you know?" She tapped her temple lightly. "People don't leave something that important behind. Not someone like Asuma." Shikamaru nodded once. "Slow. Certain." "Agreed," he said. "He wants us focused on each other, not him." Naruto scratched his cheek. "So, what's the plan?" Ino straightened, eyes sharp now. "Focused. I distract him," she said. "Not with fighting, with pressure. Talking. Movement. I don't need to touch him." Naruto opened his mouth. Shikamaru cut in. "It works." Naruto paused, looked between them. "Wait, what?" "Asuma's watching reactions," Shikamaru continued. "Not outcomes. If he sees you charging in, that tells him everything he needs to know." Naruto frowned. "Hey. And if he sees you hold back," Shikamaru added, "that tells him more." Naruto exhaled slowly. "Okay." Ino met his eyes. "You're the anchor." Naruto tilted his head. "The what?" "You stay visible," she said. "You don't chase. You don't rush. You wait." That was harder than any punch. Shikamaru nodded again. "I'll shadow him, literally. Force him to keep moving." Naruto's fists clenched. And if he goes for you? Ino smiled faintly. Not teasing. Confident. Then you step in, she said. But only if you're needed. Naruto swallowed. Then nodded. Got it. From the trees, unseen. Asuma shifted his weight. Good, he thought. They're not arguing. A branch snapped. Ino moved first. Not running. Not hiding. She walked forward, voice calm, steady. Sensei, she called. You said one of us had to fail. Silence. Naruto moved first. Not forward. Sideways. He slipped back toward the tree line, breath slowing as he forced himself not to sprint. Knees bent. Weight low. He took the position Ino had pointed out earlier, open ground behind him, cover to his left. Waiting. Don't rush. Don't rush. Shikamaru drifted the opposite direction, lazy steps masking intent. He settled into the shade, back against a trunk, posture loose enough to look careless. But his eyes never left the clearing. Naruto glanced over. Shikamaru gave the smallest nod. Set. The forest went quiet. Too quiet. Naruto's fingers twitched. He's gonna move any second. Leaves rustled. Pressure shifted, subtle, heavy, intentional. Asuma. Naruto locked his feet in place. Didn't chase. Didn't shout. Didn't grin. He waited. A shadow slid across the ground, too fast to follow, too clean to track. Shikamaru's shadow stretched with it, barely noticeable, brushing the edge of movement. Not catching. Just touching. Naruto felt it then, Asuma's attention. On him. Good, Naruto thought, jaw tight. Look at me. He took a breath, slow, measured. Didn't move. Didn't flinch. From the trees, Asuma paused. Just long enough to notice. Naruto Uzumaki. Standing still. Waiting on his teammates. Trusting them. Asuma's mouth curved slightly. Leaves shifted. Not from movement. From presence. Asuma stepped into view a few paces in front of Ino, hands still in his pockets, expression unreadable. You're calm, he said. That's either confidence, or a bluff. Ino didn't flinch. Doesn't matter, she replied. You said the test ends when someone gives up their tag. Asuma tilted his head slightly. And you're volunteering. No, she said immediately. I'm asking why you think one of us has to. A faint smile touched his mouth. Because teams break under pressure, he said. Someone always decides they're the problem. Ino's jaw tightened, but her voice stayed steady. Not today. Asuma studied her, really studied her. You're protecting someone, he said. Ino didn't deny it. I'm trusting them, she corrected. Silence stretched. From the trees, Naruto stayed frozen in position, heart pounding, forcing himself not to move. Shikamaru's shadow crept another inch. Asuma's eyes flicked, not to Naruto's hiding spot, but to the empty space where he expected him to charge from. He exhaled slowly. That restraint, Asuma said, eyes back on Ino, doesn't come naturally to him. Ino allowed herself a small, proud breath. He's learning, she said. Because we're not letting him do this alone. Asuma chuckled under his breath. Troublesome kid, he murmured. Then louder. You've got 1 minute. Ino nodded once. That's enough. She raised her voice, not shouting. Naruto. Naruto's head snapped up, but he didn't move. I don't need mine, Ino said clearly. The forest went still. Shikamaru closed his eyes. Naruto spun toward her. Ino. Asuma lifted a hand. The tags dropped into the dirt at Ino's feet. Test over. Asuma looked at the three of them, really looked. Congratulations, he said quietly. You passed. Naruto stared. Wait, we did. Asuma smirked. Yeah. He turned away, already walking. Because none of you tried to be the hero. Ino let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Asuma looked at the three of them, then at the packed dirt beneath their sandals. No more talking, he said. Today, you learn taijutsu. Naruto's eyes lit up. Yes. Asuma raised a finger. Not the kind you think you know. Naruto froze. Taijutsu isn't punching harder, Asuma continued. It's balance, timing, and staying on your feet when things go wrong. He stepped into the clearing. Show me your stances again. Naruto moved first, feet wide in the dirt, sandals planted too far apart, weight leaning forward. Asuma shook his head. That stance gets you cut, he said. Fix it. He stepped in close, nudged Naruto's ankle inward with his sandal, pressed Naruto's shoulder back with 2 fingers. Feet under you. Center low. Relax. Naruto swallowed and adjusted, toes gripping instinctively through the sandal soles. Again. Naruto did. Asuma nodded once. Better. He turned to Ino. She dropped into a cleaner stance, sandals light on the ground, weight balanced. You think before you move, Asuma said. That's good, but you stop. He stepped in suddenly. Ino reacted, half a beat late. Dead, Asuma said calmly. She reset, jaw tight, sandals shifting softly. He came again, faster. This time she pivoted smoothly, sliding just out of reach. Good, Asuma said. Do not freeze. Then Shikamaru. Shikamaru adjusted his footing lazily, sandals barely scuffing the dirt. Asuma grabbed his sleeve and yanked. Shikamaru stumbled, rolled, came up low, one knee down, balanced. Asuma smirked. So you can move. Only when necessary, Shikamaru muttered. Make it necessary, Asuma replied. He stepped back, arms folding. Today's lesson is simple, he said. Move with purpose. Don't overcommit. Don't hesitate. Naruto clenched his fists, stance steadier now. So, we spar. Asuma smiled faintly. All day, he said. Ino exhaled and settled into position. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. But he didn't sit back down. Team 10 was officially being trained. Asuma stepped into the center of the clearing and planted his sandals into the dirt. Stop, he said. All 3 froze. This, Asuma continued, shifting his weight, is the stance you fall back to when everything else goes wrong. He turned slightly sideways, 1 foot forward, the other angled back. Knees bent, shoulders relaxed, hands up, not tight fists but ready. It covers your vitals, he said. And it lets you hit without winding up. He glanced at Naruto first. Copy it. Naruto mirrored him, too stiff, shoulders locked. Asuma stepped in and pressed 2 fingers into Naruto's shoulder. Relax, he said. Tension makes you slow. Naruto forced himself to breathe out and reset. Better. Asuma moved to Ino. Your guard's too high, he said, nudging her elbow down. You protect your face, not your ribs. She adjusted immediately. Asuma nodded. Then Shikamaru. Shikamaru half copied it, half lounged. Asuma kicked dirt at his sandals. Commit. Shikamaru sighed and settled fully into the stance. Asuma stepped back and circled them. This stance is not about winning, he said. It's about surviving long enough to choose how the fight ends. Naruto swallowed, focused. So I can still punch. Asuma smirked. Harder. Faster. And without falling over. He demonstrated, short step, sharp strike, no wasted motion. The air cracked. Ino's eyes widened. That came from that stance? She asked. Asuma nodded. Every time. He gestured to them. Hold it. Burn it into your muscles. They did. Sweat formed. Legs shook. Shikamaru grimaced. This is already troublesome. Asuma didn't argue. Good, he said. That means you're learning. Asuma clapped once. Good. Now move. Naruto blinked. Move how? Exactly like this, Asuma said. He flowed out of the stance, one smooth sequence. Step, guard, strike, turn, reset. No wasted motion, no pause. It was simple. And deadly. Keita, Asuma said, this stance has a pattern. You repeat it until you don't have to think. He turned to them. Together. They tried. Naruto was fast but rough, steps heavy, strikes wide. Too big, Asuma said immediately. You're advertising. Naruto tightened the motion, breathing hard. Ino moved cleanly but cautious, pausing between transitions. No stopping, Asuma corrected. Flow. She nodded and smoothed it out. Shikamaru went through at half speed. Asuma's sandal scraped the dirt beside him. Speed up. Shikamaru sighed and complied. Again. Step, guard, strike, turn, reset. Again. Sweat darkened their clothes. Sandals scuffed the dirt in rhythm. Naruto's arms burned. His legs shook, but he didn't stop. Again, Asuma said. Ino's breath evened out as the movement settled into her body. Again. Shikamaru stopped thinking. That was the trick. Again. The forest faded. There was only motion and breath. Naruto stumbled on a turn. Asuma's hand caught his shoulder instantly. Center, he said. Don't lean. Naruto adjusted and continued without breaking rhythm. Asuma nodded. Minutes stretched. Then longer. Finally. Freeze. They stopped mid-motion, muscles screaming. Asuma walked in front of them. This kata teaches 3 things, he said. Balance, coverage, control. He looked at Naruto. You stop overcommitting. At Ino. You stop freezing. At Shikamaru. You stop avoiding. He stepped back. Run it again. Shikamaru groaned. Troublesome. Naruto grinned through the burn. Ino inhaled, settled her stance. And together. They moved. An hour later, Asuma lifted a hand. Stop. They froze mid-kata. Sweat ran down Naruto's neck. Ino's breathing was controlled but tight. Shikamaru looked like he'd aged 5 years. Asuma nodded once. Good, he said. You've got the kata. Naruto blinked. Wait, really? Really, Asuma replied. Your bodies know it now. Thinking will just slow you down. He reached into his vest and pulled out a small stack of pale squares. Chakra paper. Naruto leaned in. What's that? Tool, Asuma said. Shows elemental affinity. Ino frowned. We weren't taught that. Asuma snorted softly. No, you were taught theory. He handed a sheet to each of them. Hold it between your fingers, he said. Focus chakra into it. Don't force it. Naruto stared at the paper like it might explode. And if it does something? That's the point. Naruto went first. He pinched the paper, tongue sticking out in concentration, chakra pushing unevenly. Nothing happened. He pushed harder. Still nothing. Is it broken? He asked. Asuma smiled faintly. Relax. Naruto exhaled and tried again, steadier this time. The paper crinkled slightly. Naruto blinked. Hey. Then it stopped. Asuma nodded. Wind, he said. Unrefined, but strong. Naruto's eyes went wide. I have wind. Ino went next. She focused carefully, chakra flowing smooth and controlled. The paper softened at the edges. Not torn. Just damp. Asuma raised a brow. Water, he said. As expected. Ino smiled, pleased but thoughtful. That explains a lot. Shikamaru sighed and took his turn. He barely tried. The paper folded in on itself, creasing sharply down the middle. Asuma chuckled. Earth. Shikamaru glanced at it. Figures. Asuma collected the remaining papers and looked at the 3 of them. You didn't know because no one bothered to show you, he said. That changes now. Naruto clenched his fist, excited. So we start learning elemental jutsu. Asuma shook his head. No, he said. First, you learn control. He gestured back toward the kata circle. You already started. Ino blinked. The stance. The flow, Asuma corrected. Elemental chakra amplifies what your body already does. If your form is sloppy, the element just kills you faster. Naruto swallowed. Shikamaru nodded slowly. Troublesome. Makes sense. Asuma smiled, just a little. Good, he said, because tomorrow, we blend them. Naruto grinned despite the exhaustion. Ino steadied her breath. Shikamaru looked up at the sky. This team is going to be a lot of work. Asuma slid the chakra paper back into his vest. All right, he said. You've stood. You've moved. You've focused. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow. So, break. Asuma pointed toward the tree line. Run. Naruto blinked. Run where? See those posts? Asuma said, nodding toward the rough wooden markers spaced around the clearing and into the trees. Lap them. Full circuit. Shikamaru squinted. How many? Asuma looked at him. Until I'm satisfied. Shikamaru sighed deeply. Troublesome. Ino rolled her shoulders, already stepping forward. Naruto grinned. Hey, running's easy. Asuma's gaze flicked to him. In stance. Naruto stumbled mid-step. What? Base stance, Asuma repeated. Arms relaxed, core tight, feet under you. You don't sprint like a civilian. Naruto adjusted, breath steadying as he pushed off. They ran. At first, Naruto pulled ahead, long strides, raw stamina carrying him forward. In control, Asuma called out. Naruto forced himself to slow, breathing through his nose, legs burning as the kata stance echoed in his posture. Ino kept a steady pace, sandals light against the dirt, focus inward. Every step measured. Shikamaru lagged behind, but not as much as he pretended to. His pace was efficient, minimal bounce, minimal waste. They passed the first marker. Then the second. Sweat dripped, muscles tightened. Naruto's calves screamed. His lungs burned, but he didn't break stride. Don't stop. Don't rush. Ino glanced sideways once, checking Naruto's pace, then refocused. Shikamaru muttered under his breath. I hate endurance. Asuma watched silently, arms folded. No shouting. No encouragement. Just observation. After several laps, Naruto's steps grew heavier. Asuma's voice cut and clean. Posture. Naruto corrected instantly, grit teeth set. Ino's breathing stayed even, but her thighs trembled. Shikamaru's sandals scuffed once. Again, Asuma said. They ran. When Asuma finally raised a hand. Stop. They slowed to a halt. Naruto bent forward, hands on knees, gasping, but smiling. Ino stood upright, chest rising and falling steadily. Shikamaru dropped onto the grass. I'm never running again. Asuma looked at them. This builds muscle, he said. Endurance. And discipline. He met Naruto's eyes. You can hit hard. Now you'll last. He turned to Ino. You stay sharp longer. Then Shikamaru. You don't get to think your way out of exhaustion. Shikamaru groaned. That's cruel. Asuma smirked faintly. Welcome to being a shinobi. Naruto straightened despite the burn. When do we do it again? Asuma's smile widened, just a touch. Tomorrow. Asuma clapped once. All right, he said. Mock spar. Light contact. Control matters. Naruto straightened immediately. I got this. Ino stepped forward at the same time. I'll go, she said. Before he gets any louder. Shikamaru dropped into the shade. Good luck, he muttered. You'll need it. Asuma gestured them into the dirt circle. Begin. Ino moved first, quick, precise. A faint high, then a low sweep meant to knock Naruto off balance. Naruto reacted on instinct. He caught her ankle. Not tight, not rough, just fast enough to stop the sweep. Both of them froze. Ino blinked. Naruto blinked harder. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Ino looked down at her leg in his hands. Then up at his face. A slow, teasing smile spread across her lips. Wow, she said lightly. You must really like grabbing my leg, huh? Naruto's face went red instantly. No, I mean, this is taijutsu. You kicked. I reacted. She laughed, soft and amused, tilting her head. She said, sing-song. Sure you did. She gently twisted her leg free and hopped back, still smiling. Naruto scrambled to reset his stance, flustered. You're distracting on purpose. Ino's eyes sparkled. Is it working? Shikamaru groaned from the sidelines. This is already troublesome. Asuma watched closely. Didn't interrupt. Ino came in again, faster this time. Naruto blocked cleanly, feet planted, stance holding. He didn't grab again, didn't overreach. Better. Ino noticed. Good, she thought. She pressed him, jab, step, pivot. Naruto held, redirected, countered with a short strike that stopped inches from her shoulder. Asuma nodded. Enough, he said. They stepped back, both breathing hard. Naruto scratched his cheek, avoiding her eyes. You fight sneaky. Ino smiled at him, warm, genuine. And you learn fast. Asuma crossed his arms. Good, he said. That's how you do it. No ego. No panic. He looked at Shikamaru. You're up next. Shikamaru sighed as he stood. I knew enjoying this was a mistake. Naruto watched Ino walk back past him. She leaned in just enough to whisper. Nice catch. Then she was gone. Naruto stood there, heart pounding harder than the spar had caused. What just happened? Shikamaru stepped into the circle with a long sigh. This is already a pain. Naruto rolled his shoulders, stance settling automatically now. Feet under him, guard up, breathing steady. Asuma lifted a hand. Begin. Naruto didn't rush. That alone made Shikamaru pause. Oh, he learned. Naruto advanced carefully, short steps, testing distance. No wild swings, no yelling. Shikamaru retreated just enough, shadow stretching with him, always angled, always out of reach. They circled. Naruto lunged, clean, controlled. Shikamaru slipped aside, barely moving, letting momentum pass him by. Hey, Naruto said, stop dodging. Shikamaru didn't answer. He waited. Naruto tried again, feint left, strike right. Shikamaru blocked with his forearm and stepped back, never committing, never giving Naruto the opening he wanted. Minutes passed. Sweat dripped. Neither landed a hit. Naruto's brow furrowed. You're not even attacking. Shikamaru shrugged. Why would I? Naruto growled and charged. Then stopped himself. Reset. Ino watched from the side, arms folded, impressed despite herself. He's thinking now. Shikamaru noticed too. Naruto advanced slower, forcing Shikamaru to keep moving. Forcing him to work. Shadows shifted. Footwork tightened. Neither gained ground. Asuma raised a hand. Enough. Both stopped immediately. Naruto bent forward, hands on his knees, breathing hard. I couldn't get you. Shikamaru wiped sweat from his brow. And I didn't want to. Asuma nodded. That's a stalemate, he said. Which means neither of you made a mistake. He looked at Naruto. You didn't overcommit. Then Shikamaru. You didn't hide. Shikamaru grimaced. That still sounds like work. Asuma smirked. It is. Naruto straightened, grinning despite the exhaustion. Next time, he said, pointing, I'll get you. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. But there was the faintest hint of a smile. Asuma waved a hand. Break. 5 minutes. Naruto dropped to sit on a log, breathing hard but grinning like he'd just won something anyway. Shikamaru collapsed into the shade. I hate all of this. Ino stretched her legs, then winced just a little, on purpose. Naruto noticed immediately. You okay? She looked at him. Really looked. Then she smiled. Bright, mischievous. She said, rolling her shoulders. My legs are really sore. Naruto blinked. Oh, yeah, running does that. She stepped closer, hands clasped behind her back, leaning in just enough. So, she said sweetly, do you want to carry me? Naruto's brain stopped working. Carry you? Ino nodded, utterly serious. Yeah, you're strong. And I just sparred twice. She tilted her head. Unless you're too tired. Naruto shot to his feet. No, I mean, yes, I can. I'm not tired at all. Shikamaru groaned without opening his eyes. This is painful to watch. Ino laughed softly and stepped back, waving a hand. Relax, Naruto. I'm kidding. Naruto deflated. Oh. Then she added, smiling just a little gentler. But points for enthusiasm. Naruto scratched his cheek, face warm. Hey, anytime. She grinned. I'll remember that. Asuma watched from a distance, saying nothing. But he noted two things. Naruto had checked on his teammate without thinking. And Ino had smiled like she'd gotten exactly the reaction she wanted. Asuma checked the time. Then chuckled. The sound alone made all three of them tense. No, Shikamaru muttered, still flat on his back. Don't. Asuma slipped his hands into his pockets, clearly enjoying this far too much. Break's over, he said. We've got a D-rank mission. 3 groans answered him immediately. Naruto flopped backward onto the dirt. What? We just trained. Ino rubbed her thighs with a dramatic sigh. My legs are officially dead. Shikamaru didn't even move. I knew happiness was temporary. Asuma laughed quietly. That, he said, is exactly why we're going. Naruto cracked one eye open. That's not a reason. It is, Asuma replied. Missions don't care if you're tired, or sore, or hungry. He pointed toward the village. You learn to work anyway. Ino pushed herself up with a breath. What kind of D rank? Asuma smirked. Physical. Boring. Time-consuming. Shikamaru groaned louder. This day keeps getting worse. Naruto sat up, stretching his arms despite the ache. Is it at least outside the village? Asuma nodded. Edge of the fields. A farmer with a pest problem. Naruto grinned a little. Okay, that's not too bad. Shikamaru stared at him. You scare me. Asuma turned and started walking. 5 minutes, he said over his shoulder. Get water. Then we move. Naruto jumped to his feet. All right, Team 10, let's go. Ino smiled at his energy, despite herself, and followed. Shikamaru dragged himself upright with a sigh. Troublesome sensei. Asuma didn't deny it. They hadn't gone more than a block from the training grounds when it happened. Naruto was mid-sentence, something loud and optimistic about missions. When a sudden weight hit his back. Wah! Ino had hopped up behind him, arms looping loosely around his shoulders, chin resting near his ear. There, she said cheerfully. Much better. Naruto froze. Like someone had flipped a switch. Ino. She laughed softly, completely unbothered. What? You offered earlier. I was kidding. I mean, you were kidding. I think. I don't. His face was already red. Ino kicked her feet lightly behind him, clearly enjoying herself. Relax. You're doing fine. Shikamaru stopped walking and stared. This is exhausting to witness. Naruto took a careful step forward, wobbling slightly. You're not even tired. Ino hummed. I am. Emotionally. Naruto made a strangled sound and adjusted his grip automatically so she wouldn't slip. Ino noticed. Her smile softened just a fraction. See, she said quietly. You're reliable. That only made him redder. Asuma glanced back, eyebrow lifting. He said nothing. Just chuckled under his breath and kept walking. Naruto trudged forward, trying very hard not to think about the fact that Ino was comfortable back there. Shikamaru shook his head and resumed walking. I'm filing this under things I didn't need to see today. Ino leaned closer and whispered, just to Naruto. Careful, hero. Don't drop me before the mission even starts. Naruto swallowed. Why yes, ma'am. And Asuma, a few steps ahead, smiled like a man who knew exactly how this team was going to turn out. Naruto rounded the corner, adjusting his grip for the 3rd time, when Ino. His spine went rigid. He knew that voice. Too warm. Too amused. Ino peeked over his shoulder. Her mother stood outside the flower shop, arms folded, eyes wide for half a second. Then she smiled. And waved. Ino snickered. Hi, Mom. Naruto turned his head too fast. Gee, good afternoon, ma'am. His footing slipped for half a step. Ino laughed and tightened her hold just enough to steady herself, clearly enjoying every second of this. Her mother's smile widened. Oh my, she said lightly. Busy day. Ino hummed. Training was brutal. He insisted on carrying me. Naruto squeaked. I did not insist. Ino leaned her chin on his shoulder, voice innocent. Didn't you? Naruto's face went nuclear. It was a joke. I mean, she jumped. I'm just helping. Her mother chuckled softly, eyes flicking between them. Well, she said, that's very sweet of you. Naruto swallowed. Thank you. Ino snickered again. We're heading to the Hokage's office, she added. D-rank mission. Of course you are, her mother said, still smiling. Be safe. She gave Naruto a knowing look. And don't overdo it. Naruto nodded so hard it almost counted as a bow. Yes, ma'am. As they walked on, Ino giggled quietly against his back. You're adorable when you panic. I am not panicking, Naruto muttered. I'm being respectful. Shikamaru passed them, hands in his pockets. I hate this team. Asuma, a few steps ahead, laughed openly this time. Naruto kept walking. Carefully. Very carefully. Ino made no move to get down. Instead, she shifted slightly on his back, settling more comfortably, her cheek brushing his. Ino, Naruto said, voice cracking just a little. We're still walking. I know, she replied cheerfully. Then she leaned in again, just a soft nuzzle against his cheek, warm and unhurried. Naruto-kun tilde. His entire body locked up. Ino. She laughed quietly, clearly delighted, arms still loose around his shoulders. You're really warm. Did you know that? Naruto's ears burned. That's probably just because we were running. She hummed, unconvinced. She rested her chin against his shoulder again, close enough that he could feel her breath when she spoke. You're doing great, she added softly. Such a reliable teammate. Naruto swallowed hard and adjusted his grip instinctively so she wouldn't slip. Ino noticed. Her smile softened, just a little. Shikamaru glanced back, deadpan. She's never getting off, is she? Asuma chuckled. Doesn't look like it. Naruto stared straight ahead, face bright red, trying very hard to remember how legs worked. Ino, he whispered urgently, people are staring. She tilted her head, cheek still against his. So, she said lightly, let them. Then, quieter, just for him. You don't mind, do you? Naruto's answer came too fast. No, I mean, I can carry you. It's fine, totally fine. Ino giggled, pleased, and hugged him just a bit tighter. Good, she said sweetly. Then keep going, Naruto-kun. Naruto took another step. Then another. Heart pounding harder than any sparring match that day. Ahead of them, the Hokage's tower came into view. And Asuma was smiling like a man who knew this mission was already a success. They rounded the corner. And nearly walked straight into Team 7. Sakura froze mid-step. Sasuke barely glanced up. Choji paused with a bag of chips halfway to his mouth. Naruto stopped on instinct. Which was a mistake. Because Ino was still on his back. Very visible. Very comfortable. And very smug. Sakura's eyes widened. Ino. Ino lifted her head, cheek still resting against Naruto's, and grinned. Then she stuck her tongue out. Slow. Deliberate. Absolutely victorious. Bleed tilde. Sakura sputtered. What is that? Naruto panicked. I can explain. It's not what it looks like. She just. Ino tightened her arms slightly and cut in, sweet as honey. Mission prep, she said. Team bonding. Sakura's eye twitched. Sasuke didn't react at all. Choji blinked. Huh. Shikamaru walked past without stopping. I warned you this day would be troublesome. Asuma gave Kakashi a casual nod as they passed. Kakashi's visible eye curved slightly. Looks like you've got things under control. As they moved on, Ino leaned in again, clearly pleased. Naruto hissed, Ino, you didn't have to do that. She hummed happily. Yes, I did. Then, softer, just for him. And it worked. Naruto groaned, face red all over again, and kept walking. Behind them, Sakura was still staring. And Ino didn't look back once. They'd barely gone 10 steps past Team 7 when Ino shifted on Naruto's back. Her grip loosened just a little. A very deliberate little sniffle followed. Naruto felt it immediately. Hey, he said, panic creeping in. What's wrong? Ino drew one hand up near her face and made a tiny, wounded sound. Nothing, she said softly. It's just. Another sniffle. Completely fake. Poorly hidden. Absolutely effective. Naruto stiffened. Ino. She tilted her head away slightly, shoulders slumping just enough to sell it. I just thought, she said, voice wobbling, maybe I'm not good enough to be carried. Naruto's brain short-circuited. What? No. That's not. You're totally good enough. You're light. And strong. And you're a great teammate. Ino peeked back at him through her lashes. Really? Yes, Naruto said immediately. I mean, of course. I wouldn't carry you if you weren't. She smiled. Instantly. Bright. Victorious. Good, she said cheerfully, settling back and nuzzling his cheek again. I was hoping you'd say that, Naruto-kun. Naruto froze. You were faking. She giggled. Obviously. Shikamaru didn't even turn around. I can't believe that worked. Naruto groaned, face burning, but adjusted his grip anyway so she was more comfortable. Ino noticed. She always noticed. See, she said happily. You don't mind at all. Naruto muttered, I am never winning against you, am I? She smiled against his cheek. Not today. The doors swung open. Cool air replaced the warmth of the street, footsteps echoing up the tower halls. Naruto did not put Ino down. At this point, he was committed. Heads turned. Clerks blinked. A chunin paused mid-step. Someone coughed to hide a laugh. Naruto stiffened. Ino, we're inside. I know, she said pleasantly, still perched on his back. She shifted just enough to be comfortable again, cheek resting against his shoulder like she belonged there. Good, she thought. Let them see. Naruto whispered urgently, everyone's looking. Ino hummed. Are they? She leaned in closer, voice soft, thoughtful, but her eyes were sharp. This is good, she decided. Casual. Natural. Team-based. No rushing. No claiming too hard. She smiled to herself. Yet. Naruto adjusted his grip again without realizing it. Ino felt it, and filed it away. Reliable. Instinctive. Mine, she added mentally, satisfied. Shikamaru walked ahead without looking back. I'm pretending I don't know either of you. Asuma glanced over his shoulder, eyebrow lifting slightly. Comfortable? He asked mildly. Ino beamed. Very. Naruto squeaked. Sensei. Asuma chuckled and kept walking. They climbed the stairs, Naruto's heart pounding harder with every step, while Ino rested easily against him, already planning. Not loudly. Not forcefully. Just steadily. By the time they reached the Hokage's office door, Ino had made up her mind. This wasn't about showing off. This was about being seen. And Naruto Uzumaki, red-faced and earnest, was carrying her like it was the most natural thing in the world. Exactly how she wanted it. The door opened. Naruto stepped in. Still carrying Ino. Hiruzen looked up from his desk. Paused. Then smiled. Amused. Well, he said mildly, pipe resting between his fingers, this is a new one. Naruto stiffened. JGG. I can explain. Ino didn't move an inch. She smiled sweetly from Naruto's back and gave a polite little wave. Good afternoon. Hiruzen's eyes twinkled. Good afternoon, Ino. Comfortable? Very, she replied cheerfully. Naruto's face went bright red. She jumped on me and then she didn't get off and I didn't wanna drop her in. Asuma laughed openly. We're here for the D-rank assignment. I see, Hiruzen said, clearly entertained. His gaze lingered, not judgmental, just observant, as Naruto instinctively adjusted his grip again to keep Ino steady. Ino noticed. Of course she did. Good, she thought. Everyone sees. Shikamaru stood off to the side, hands in his pockets. This day keeps getting worse. Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the desk once. You know, he said thoughtfully, most teams argue on their first day. He glanced back at Naruto and Ino. This team seems cooperative. Naruto blurted, it's teamwork. Ino nodded eagerly. Exactly. Hiruzen chuckled, warm and genuine. Very well, he said. Let's see if that teamwork holds up on AD rank. Naruto swallowed. Ino smiled, smug and satisfied, cheek resting comfortably against his shoulder. And Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, already certain of one thing. This team was going to be fun to watch. Hiruzen reached for a scroll and unrolled it slowly. D rank, he said. Feed supply delivery. Naruto blinked. Feed. Like food. Livestock, Hiruzen replied. A farm on the east edge of the village. They're short on hands and behind schedule. Naruto brightened. That sounds easy. Shikamaru sighed. That sounds heavy. Ino stayed right where she was, arms still around Naruto's shoulders, cheek resting comfortably against his. She smiled like this was exactly what she wanted. Asuma took the scroll and glanced over it. Multiple crates. Grain, seed, supplements. He looked at Naruto. Good workout. Naruto nodded eagerly. I can carry it. I'm already carrying. He stopped himself, face flushing. Ino smiled wider. Hiruzen's eyes twinkled again. You'll deliver the supplies, help with unloading, and make sure nothing's damaged. He looked at all three of them. No heroics. Just work. Naruto straightened. Got it, Gigi. Shikamaru gave a lazy salute. Wheel. Try not to die under grain bags. Ino finally shifted, just a little, still not getting down. See, she said sweetly to Naruto. You're already useful. Naruto groaned quietly. You planned this. She nuzzled his cheek again, pleased. Maybe. Asuma headed for the door. All right, let's move. Naruto followed, careful and steady, carrying both his teammate and the weight of everyone watching. And somehow doing it like it was the most natural thing in the world. Hiruzen watched them go, smiling into his pipe. Ah, he murmured. Youth. Team 10 stepped back into the sunlight. Off to their first mission. Not glamorous. Not dangerous. The smell hit them first. Grain. Hay. Dust warmed by the sun. Naruto stopped in front of the feed store, shoulders rolling as he finally slowed. Ah, we're here. Ino sighed softly behind him. Then, reluctantly, she slid down off his back. Her feet touched the ground and she straightened, brushing herself off with an exaggerated pout. I was comfortable, she muttered. Naruto glanced back, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry. She shot him a look. Not angry, just mildly put out. HMPH. Guess I'll survive. Shikamaru walked past them toward the stacked crates. A tragedy. Asuma ignored the commentary and nodded toward the wagon parked beside the store. All right, load up duty. Work clean. Don't rush. The shop owner waved gratefully from the doorway. Appreciate the help, kids. Naruto was already moving, squatting down and hoisting a crate up onto his shoulder with a grunt. These aren't so bad. Ino stepped in beside him, gripping the edge of a smaller crate and lifting it with a sharp breath. Her arms trembled, but she didn't stop. Naruto noticed immediately. Hey, you don't gotta. I do, she said firmly, adjusting her grip. Team effort, remember. She carried it to the wagon and set it down carefully, exhaling through her nose. Naruto followed, placing his crate beside hers with a solid thump. Shikamaru took the next one, lifting with practiced efficiency. This is exactly why I hate missions. Ino wiped her hands on her pants, then glanced back at Naruto, just once. The pout was gone. Replaced with a small, satisfied smile. Comfort's nice, she thought. But this is better. Naruto grinned back at her without really knowing why. Asuma watched them load the wagon, arms folded, saying nothing. The last crate hit the wagon with a dull thud. Naruto wiped his brow with his sleeve and straightened. All right, think that's everything. Asuma checked the load, gave a nod. Good work. Naruto turned, stretching his shoulders as he started toward the wagon to wait. And suddenly felt a familiar weight. Ino. She'd hopped up smoothly, arms looping around his shoulders like she'd never left. There, she said, settling in with a satisfied hum. Much better. Naruto wobbled once, then steadied out of pure instinct. Hey, we're done carrying. Exactly, she replied cheerfully, chin resting near his cheek. Which means you're free again. Shikamaru paused mid-step, stared, then kept walking. Of course. Ino shifted just enough to be comfortable, clearly reclaiming her favorite place like it had been reserved the whole time. Naruto sighed, resigned, and a little flustered. You planned that, didn't you? She smiled against his cheek. I planned everything. Asuma glanced back at them, amused, and jerked his thumb toward the wagon. Mount up. Let's get this delivered. Naruto carried Ino to the wagon without another word, careful and steady, like this was just how things were done now. Ino leaned in, pleased, watching the village pass by. Step 1, she thought, content. Establish comfort. Shikamaru stopped beside Asuma, watching Naruto stand there with Ino comfortably settled on his back like it was a permanent arrangement. Naruto shifted his weight carefully. You good back there? Very, Ino said, cheerful and smug. Shikamaru stared for a long second. Then sighed. He's doomed. Asuma took in the scene, the easy way Naruto adjusted his stance, the way Ino looked entirely at home there. He nodded once. Yeah, he said calmly. Absolutely doomed. Shikamaru glanced up at him. You gonna do anything about it? Asuma smirked. Why would I? Naruto laughed at something Ino whispered, face turning red again. Shikamaru looked away. Troublesome. Asuma turned toward the wagon. Load up. Let's move. Behind them, Naruto Uzumaki, strong, earnest, and completely unaware, carried his teammate without complaint. And Ino, perfectly content, rested her chin on his shoulder like she'd already won. The wagon creaked as it rolled out of the village gates, wheels bumping along the dirt road toward the farms beyond. Naruto walked alongside it at first, with Ino still on his back. She was entirely too comfortable. Careful, she said lightly, shifting her weight just enough to make him adjust. You don't want to trip, Naruto-kun. I'm not gonna trip, he protested, immediately slowing his steps anyway. She laughed, soft and victorious. Oh, then why did you just fix your footing? Naruto flushed. That's just good balance. She hummed, unconvinced. Asuma taught you well. Shikamaru rode in the wagon bed, staring at the clouds. This is psychological warfare. Asuma chuckled, walking beside him. Builds resilience. Ino leaned closer to Naruto's ear. You know, she whispered, just loud enough, most people would complain. Naruto swallowed. I'm not complaining. Good, she said sweetly. Because I'm not getting off. She nuzzled his cheek again for emphasis. Naruto nearly walked into the wagon wheel. Eyes forward, Asuma called casually. Naruto snapped upright. Yes, I mean, got it. Ino giggled and kicked her heels lightly behind him, enjoying the steady rhythm of his steps. You're doing great, she added, mock serious. Strong, dependable, very carryable. Naruto groaned. That's not a word. It is now. The fields opened up ahead, rows of crops, low fences, a farmhouse in the distance. Naruto exhaled, relieved. Hey, look, we're almost there. Ino smiled, cheek still against his shoulder. Good, she said. I was worried you might escape. He glanced sideways. Escape what? She didn't answer. The wagon rolled to a stop beside the barn. The farmer came jogging over, took one look at the crates. And then at Naruto carrying Ino. And burst out laughing. Well, I'll be, he said, wiping his hands on his pants. Didn't order that with the feed. Naruto's face went scarlet. It's just. Ino waved cheerfully from his back. Delivery service, she said. Very reliable. The farmer laughed harder. You kids are something else. They unloaded quickly, Naruto setting crates down with practiced care, Ino hopping off only long enough to help stack them neatly. When the last sack was in place, the farmer nodded, still grinning. Thanks. Hokage's got good help these days. Ino dusted off her hands and, without hesitation, hopped right back onto Naruto's back. There, she said happily. Return trip. Naruto didn't even argue anymore. He just sighed and adjusted his grip. As they turned back down the road, the farmers watching from the fence laughed again, shaking their heads at the blondes. Shikamaru stared straight ahead. We're never living this down. Asuma chuckled, hands in his pockets. You did the job. That's what matters. Naruto perked up. So, we're done. Asuma glanced at the sun. Then smirked. Not even close. Naruto froze. Huh. Asuma gestured back toward the village. Days still full. Plenty of D-rank missions left. Ino leaned in close, voice sing-song. Hear that, Naruto-kun? More teamwork. Naruto groaned. I'm never gonna walk normal again, am I? Shikamaru sighed. This is what exhaustion looks like. Asuma laughed quietly as they headed back toward the village. 4 hours later. Naruto's legs were noodles. Not metaphorically. Actually. They stood outside the mission office, dusty, sore, and smelling faintly of grain, mud, and wet rope. D ranks stacked back to back, errands, hauling, cleaning, deliveries. Honest work. Naruto shifted his weight carefully. Ino did not move. She was still on his back, arms loosely around his shoulders like this had become an official position. Just so you know, Naruto said weakly, I can still feel my legs. Ino replied, unbothered. Barely. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, staring at the ground. I've decided exhaustion is my natural state. Asuma chuckled and handed over the completed mission slips to the clerk. Team 10. 4 hours. No complaints. The clerk glanced up, paused at the sight of Ino still writing Naruto, then stamped the papers anyway like this was just another day. Payments approved. Asuma took the small envelopes and turned back to them. Good work, he said, handing one to Shikamaru first. Shikamaru took it without looking. I'm spending this on sleep. Asuma handed the next one up, literally, to Ino. She reached down, took it, and smiled brightly. Thank you. Naruto blinked. Wait, she gets hers before me. Asuma smirked and handed Naruto his envelope last. You're earning hazard pay. Naruto stared at it like it was sacred. We got paid. For today. You did, Asuma said. That's what missions are. Naruto grinned, exhaustion forgotten for half a second. Awesome. Ino leaned her chin on his shoulder, peeking at his envelope. Careful. Don't spend it all on ramen. Naruto huffed. Hey, I budget. Shikamaru snorted. No, you don't. Ino giggled and hugged him just a bit tighter, clearly satisfied. Asuma watched them for a moment. The tired smiles, the easy closeness, the fact that Naruto hadn't once complained about carrying her. All right, he said. That's it for today. Go home. Rest. Naruto exhaled in relief. Finally. Ino didn't get down. He glanced back. Ino. She smiled sweetly. What? Am I allowed to put you down now? She pretended to think about it. Then shook her head. Nope. Shikamaru pushed off the wall. He's never recovering. Naruto stepped out into the street, stretching his neck carefully. Okay, he said, tired but relieved. Home. His feet turned left. Not by choice. Ino, he asked slowly. She shifted on his back, one arm lifting just enough to steer him with casual confidence. Dinner first, she said. Then shopping. Naruto blinked. Shopping. She replied, cheerful and final. To replace your orange. He stopped walking. Dead stop. My orange what? All of it, Ino said sweetly. Jacket, pants, everything. Naruto sputtered. Hey, there's nothing wrong with orange. Shikamaru passed them, already heading the other direction. I'm not getting involved. Asuma paused, eyebrow lifting as he took in the scene. Ino, Naruto protested, I didn't agree to this. She leaned closer, cheek brushing his again. You agreed when you didn't put me down. That felt unfairly accurate. Naruto swallowed. Where are we going? She smiled. Smug. Certain. My house. His brain stalled completely. Your house. Yep, she said. Mom's cooking tonight. Naruto's voice dropped to a whisper. Gigi's gonna yell at me. He won't, Ino replied easily. He likes you. Naruto stared ahead, walking again because his legs apparently listened to her now. I don't even have clean clothes. Exactly, she said brightly. Hence the shopping. Asuma laughed quietly behind them. Enjoy your evening, he said. Don't be late tomorrow. Naruto tried to turn his head. Sensei. Too late. Ino was already guiding him down a familiar street, one Naruto had never dared walk alone. She hummed contentedly. Dinner, she repeated. Then we fix your wardrobe. Naruto's heart pounded harder than it had all day. Ino, he said softly, you're scary. She smiled against his cheek. Good, she said. Eat up first. You'll need the strength. Ino finally slid off Naruto's back at the front door, landing lightly on her feet. Ah, she sighed. Home. Naruto stood there a second, shoulders still tense like he was waiting for her to jump back on. She didn't. Instead, she reached down and slipped off her sandals, lining them neatly by the door. Naruto hesitated, then followed her example, awkwardly towing his own sandals off and setting them beside hers. Ino opened the door and stepped inside without looking back. I'm home, she called out brightly. And I brought a guest for dinner. Naruto froze just inside the doorway. A pause. Then a soft, unmistakably amused snicker floated in from the kitchen. Oh, her mother's voice replied. Did you now? Ino grinned, clearly pleased, and walked farther in. Yep. Naruto shuffled forward, hands hovering uselessly at his sides. Hello, ma'am. Sorry to intrude. Her mother appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on a towel, eyes flicking from Naruto to Ino, and right back again. The look said everything. She smiled. Well, she said warmly, that didn't take long. Ino tilted her head innocently. What? Her mother chuckled. I figured you'd bring him home sooner or later. Naruto's soul attempted to leave his body. I can go if. Nonsense, her mother said immediately. You look half dead. Sit down before you fall over. Ino glanced back at him, smug satisfaction shining in her eyes. Told you, she whispered. Naruto swallowed and nodded, stepping fully inside the house. Behind him, the door slid shut with a soft click. The table was already set. Warm dishes steamed gently, the smell rich and comforting, real food, not something eaten on the run or out of a cup. Naruto stopped just inside the room. Wow. Ino didn't give him time to overthink it. She reached back, grabbed his sleeve, and tugged him firmly toward the table. Sit, she said, pointing to the cushion beside her. Naruto blinked. Oh, okay. He nearly tripped over the cushion in his hurry to obey, sitting a little too stiffly, hands resting awkwardly on his knees. Ino sat beside him immediately, close enough that their shoulders brushed. She didn't move away. Her mother watched the exchange with open amusement, setting the last dish down. Make yourself comfortable, she said lightly. You're not a stranger here. Naruto nodded a bit too fast. Why yes, ma'am. Ino leaned closer, lowering her voice just for him. Relax. You survived 4 hours of D ranks. Dinner's easy. He whispered back, this is scarier than the missions. She smiled, pleased, and reached for her chopsticks. Her mother took her seat across from them, eyes twinkling as she looked between the two blondes sitting side by side. All right, she said. Eat before it gets cold. Naruto hesitated, then Ino nudged his knee gently under the table. Go on, she said. You earned it. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite. And froze. This is really good. Ino grinned. Told you. Her mother laughed softly. I'll take that as a compliment. Naruto ate like someone who hadn't realized how hungry he was until it was too late, careful at first, then faster, eyes lighting up with every bite. Ino watched him from the corner of her eye, satisfied, elbow resting casually against his arm. Dinner first, she thought. Then shopping. Footsteps sounded down the hall. Then a familiar, calm voice. Evening. Ino looked up first. Hi, Dad. Her father stepped into the room, vest loosened, hair a little wind-tousled from work. His eyes swept the table, paused briefly on Naruto sitting beside Ino, then softened with quiet amusement. Good evening, he said, nodding once to Naruto. You must be the guest. Naruto nearly jumped out of his seat. Why yes, sir. I'm Naruto. Ino's dad smiled gently and waved a hand. Relax. Anyone who survives a full day of D ranks with my daughter earns a seat at the table. Ino beamed. He moved around the table and sat beside his wife, settling in comfortably. Smells good, he added. It is, she replied, already pouring him tea. And yes, you were right. He glanced at her, eyebrow lifting just slightly. Oh. She tilted her head toward Naruto and Ino sitting shoulder to shoulder. Brought him home for dinner. A faint chuckle escaped him. Thought so. Naruto's ears went red. I can eat faster if. Don't, Ino said immediately, tugging his sleeve again. You're fine. Her dad watched that small motion, noticed how Naruto stayed right where she pulled him, how he didn't protest. Interesting. Well, he said calmly, picking up his chopsticks, welcome. Eat. Naruto nodded and did exactly that. Across the table, Ino's parents exchanged a look. Not surprised. Not worried. Just quietly, unmistakably aware. Leaned closer, elbow resting lightly on the table. So, she said casually, eyes flicking to the envelope beside Naruto's plate. How much did you get paid today? Naruto paused mid-bite. Oh, this much, he said, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out his wallet. The frog wallet. It hit the table with a soft thump. Ino blinked. Her mother blinked. Her father stopped lifting his teacup halfway to his lips. Naruto opened it. Inside. Neatly folded bills, stacked carefully. Mission slips tucked behind them. Far more Ryo than anyone expected from a loud, orange-clad genin. Silence stretched. Naruto, Ino said slowly, why do you have that much money? He frowned, genuinely confused. Is that a lot? Her mother leaned forward slightly. How long have you been saving? Naruto scratched his cheek. Years. I don't really spend much. Ramen's cheap, and missions add up if you don't blow it. Her father stared at the wallet, then at Naruto. That's impressive, he said honestly. Ino closed the wallet gently and slid it back to Naruto, her teasing grin gone, replaced with something thoughtful. So you're not reckless, she said. You're just loud. Naruto perked up. Hey. Her mother laughed softly. Looks like you're responsible and hardworking. Ino leaned her shoulder against Naruto's, clearly pleased. Good, she said. That means shopping won't bankrupt you. Naruto stiffened. Shopping. Her parents exchanged a look, quiet, amused, approving. Her father picked up his chopsticks again. Eat. You've earned it. Naruto nodded and did, cheeks warm, not from embarrassment this time, but from the unfamiliar feeling of being seen as capable. Ino watched him from the corner of her eye, satisfied. Dinner went well, she thought. Very well. The last plates were cleared. Naruto sat back a little, full in a way that felt unfamiliar, warm food, quiet room, no rush to leave. Ino's mother set the tea kettle back on the warmer, then glanced at Naruto with a curious smile. So, she said gently, have you actually counted it yet? Naruto blinked. Counted what? She nodded toward his pocket. Your savings. Ino perked up instantly, turning toward him. Yeah, have you? Naruto hesitated, then shrugged. Not really. I just add to it when I get paid. Her father leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, clearly interested now. You don't keep track. I mean, I know about how much is in there, Naruto said. I don't like pulling it all out unless I have to. Ino stared at him. You're telling me you've been walking around with that much Ryo and you don't even know the exact number. Naruto scratched his cheek. I didn't think it mattered. Her mother chuckled softly. It matters if you're planning. Planning. The word hung there. Naruto looked down at the table. I guess I never really planned anything. Ino's teasing grin faded just a bit. Her father spoke calmly. That money represents time, work, discipline. You should know what you've earned. Ino nudged Naruto's arm. After dinner. We'll count it. Naruto glanced at her. We. She smiled, bright and certain. Of course. Someone has to make sure you don't undersell yourself. Her parents exchanged another look, this one unmistakably approving. Naruto nodded slowly. Okay. Ino leaned back in her chair, satisfied. Ino slid the table lamp closer. All right, she said, all business now. Wallet. Naruto hesitated, then reached into his pocket and set the frog wallet down between them. Her parents didn't hover. They stayed seated, watching quietly, letting it be their moment. Naruto opened it. Bills came out in neat stacks. Smaller notes folded carefully. A few higher value ones tucked in the back. Mission slips slid aside, lined up like bookmarks. Ino's eyebrows climbed higher with every pile. Naruto, she said slowly, you weren't kidding. He shifted in his seat. I told you it was just savings. They started counting. Ino counted out loud. Naruto followed along, double-checking without being asked. 500, 800, 1,000. The numbers kept climbing. Her mother paused her tea pour. Her father leaned forward slightly. When they finished, the table was covered in tidy stacks, and the total sat written on a scrap of paper between them. Ino stared at it. Then looked at Naruto. Then back at the number. You realize, she said carefully, most genin don't have half of this. Naruto frowned. Really? Her father nodded. Some don't save at all. Her mother smiled softly. You've been very careful. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. I just didn't wanna be caught without anything. Ino looked at him for a long second. Not teasing. Not smug. Proud. Okay, she said finally. Good news. Naruto blinked. There's good news. Yes, she said, tapping the paper. You can afford new clothes. He groaned. I knew it. Her mother laughed quietly. She's right. And you'll still have plenty left. Ino gathered the money back up, hands gentle, and slid it neatly back into the wallet, then pushed it toward Naruto. You did good, she said simply. Naruto picked it up, fingers curling around it a little tighter than before. No one had ever said that about his money. Naruto slid the frog wallet back into his pocket, fingers lingering like he was still counting in his head. There's more, he said quietly. Ino paused. Her parents looked up at the same time. More, Ino echoed. Naruto nodded, eyes dropping to the table. Yeah, I don't keep everything on me. I've got more saved at my apartment. Silence. Not awkward. Just stunned. Her mother set her cup down carefully. How much more? Naruto shrugged, genuinely unsure. I don't know the exact number. I stash it in different places. Just in case. Ino stared at him like she was seeing a completely different person. You're telling me, she said slowly, that this, she gestured to the amount they'd just counted, isn't even all of it. He scratched his cheek. I don't like putting all my eggs in one basket. Her father let out a low breath, something between surprise and approval. That's very adult of you. Naruto blinked. It is. Ino leaned back in her chair, studying him with new eyes. The loud mouth. The orange clothes. The goofy grin. And underneath it. Careful. Prepared. Thinking ahead. Wow, she said finally, then smiled. You're full of surprises, Naruto. Her mother smiled too, softer now. You've been taking care of yourself for a long time, haven't you? Naruto didn't answer right away. Then he nodded. Yeah. Her father was quiet for a moment. Then he spoke, calm and curious, not accusing. Naruto, he said, why don't you put it in a bank? Naruto froze. Not startled. Just still. Ino noticed immediately. He rubbed his thumb along the edge of the table, eyes unfocused. I tried. Once. Her mother's expression softened. And they said I needed a guardian, Naruto said simply. Or a sponsor. Someone to sign. Ino's jaw tightened. Her father didn't interrupt. They said I could come back when I had one, Naruto continued, voice steady like he'd practiced it. So I didn't. Silence settled over the table. Not heavy. Just honest. Her mother reached for her husband's hand without looking. I didn't want anyone else knowing where it was, Naruto added. Money disappears if people think it's not yours. Ino turned toward him fully now. So you hid it. Naruto nodded. Different places. Different amounts. Her father leaned back slowly, absorbing that. That wasn't foolish, he said at last. That was cautious. Naruto blinked. It was. Yes, he said. Banks are safer when you're protected. You weren't. Ino felt something click into place. All the self-reliance. The planning. The quiet preparedness. You shouldn't have had to do that alone, her mother said gently. Naruto shrugged. I managed. Ino reached out and took his wrist, light, grounding. You don't have to anymore, she said, like it was already decided. Naruto looked at her. I don't. Her father smiled faintly. There are ways to fix that. Naruto swallowed. Like what? Her father glanced at his wife, then back at Naruto. We'll talk about it, he said. No rush. After all, planning matters. Ino squeezed Naruto's wrist once, satisfied. Good, she thought. Step 3. Ino pushed her chair back and stood. That's it, she declared, pointing one finger dramatically at Naruto. Shopping time. Naruto blinked. That sounded final. It was, she said cheerfully. Her mother laughed softly as she gathered the last dishes. Give him a moment to breathe, Ino. Nope, Ino replied, already moving toward the hall. If I give him time, he'll run. Naruto sputtered. I will not. She stopped and looked back at him. He stopped talking. Her father shook his head, amused. At least let him put his wallet away. Naruto scrambled to do exactly that, tucking the frog wallet safely into his pocket like it might try to escape. Ino grabbed her jacket and slipped it on, already energized again despite the long day. We're not going crazy, she said, tone reasonable but eyes sharp. Just basics. Neutral colors. Things that actually fit. Naruto stood slowly, suspicious. You say that like it's not dangerous. She smiled sweetly. It's only dangerous for your wardrobe. Her mother waved them toward the door. Don't stay out too late. Ino leaned back just long enough to give her a quick hug. We won't. Naruto bowed quickly. Thank you for dinner. It was really good. Her father smiled at him. Bring him back alive. Ino laughed and tugged Naruto toward the door. I'll try. They slipped their sandals back on, stepping out into the evening air. Naruto glanced sideways at her. So, where are we going? Ino grinned, walking a little closer than necessary. Somewhere that's never seen orange before. Naruto groaned. Naruto had barely taken 3 steps outside the gate. When Ino jumped. Oof. She landed smoothly on his back, arms looping around his shoulders like this was simply how she traveled now. There, she said, satisfied. Navigation engaged. Naruto wobbled, then caught himself out of pure habit. Ino, I thought we were walking. We are, she replied sweetly. You're just doing the walking for us. He sighed, already resigned. Where are we even going? She leaned forward, close to his ear, and gently steered him left with a shift of her weight. To a clan shop, she said. Not some random stall. Somewhere that won't dress you like a traffic cone. Naruto groaned. My orange is iconic. It's loud, she corrected. And not in the good way. They turned down a quieter street, clean storefronts, polished signs, places that catered to clans who cared about appearances and durability. Naruto slowed as a particular shop came into view. That place looks expensive. Ino hummed, pleased. Quality costs. And you can afford it. He muttered, I liked not knowing that. She laughed and rested her chin on his shoulder again, clearly comfortable. You'll thank me later, she said. Neutral colors. Proper fit. Clothes that don't scream before you do. Naruto glanced at the shop sign, then ahead, then sighed. I'm doomed, aren't I? Ino smiled against his cheek. Completely, she said. Now keep going, Naruto-kun. We're almost there. The door slid shut. Silence followed for half a second. Then, Ino's mother laughed. Soft at first. Then not so soft. Well, she said, pouring herself more tea, that didn't take long. Her father leaned back in his chair, folding his arms, a small, satisfied smile tugging at his mouth. How long do you think? She considered it. Before she officially claims him. Before he realizes what's happening, he corrected. She smiled into her cup. 2 weeks. He hummed. Generous. I give it 10 days. She glanced at him. You're optimistic. He shrugged. He's earnest. That kind always falls fast. They shared a look, quiet, relieved. And, her mother added lightly, thank goodness she finally gave up on the Uchiha. Her father snorted. Brooding. Distant. Never would have lasted. Too much drama, she agreed. And not enough warmth. She set her cup down and smiled, softer now. This one, he's different. Her father nodded. He carries her without complaint. That says a lot, she said. They both laughed again, shaking their heads. A small bell chimed as they stepped inside. Naruto barely had time to take in the place. Dark wood shelves, neatly folded clothes, muted colors. Before Ino slid off his back. She landed lightly, stretched once, then immediately stepped into his space and straightened his collar like this was her job now. Okay, she said, all focus. You stand there. I'll fix you. Naruto blinked. I didn't agree to. Yes you did, she replied, already tugging him toward a rack. You just didn't know it. From behind the counter, a woman looked up. Blonde, older than Ino, calm eyes that missed nothing. She smiled. Ino, the clerk said warmly, giving a small wave. Didn't expect to see you tonight. Ino waved back, cheerful. Hi, we need help. The clerk's gaze slid to Naruto, took in the posture, the calloused hands, the faint exhaustion he hadn't bothered hiding. Then she smiled a little more. I see. Naruto stiffened. Hello, ma'am. The clerk chuckled softly. Relax. Anyone Ino drags in looks like that. Ino grinned and tugged Naruto closer. He needs clothes that don't scream. Naruto protested, weakly, orange does not scream. It yells, the clerk said calmly. We'll start neutral. She stepped out from behind the counter and walked a slow circle around him, appraising without judgment. Good shoulders, she noted. Long arms. You move a lot. Naruto scratched his cheek. I guess. Ino nodded along like this was all very serious. Durable. Comfortable. Nothing flashy. The clerk smiled knowingly. Clan cut, then. Naruto swallowed. That sounds expensive. Ino leaned in, voice low and confident. You're worth it. Before he could process that, she was already pulling a folded shirt from the shelf and holding it up against his chest. Try this. Naruto stared at it, dark, simple, nothing like what he wore. I'm gonna look weird. Ino smiled up at him. No, she said softly. You're gonna look right. The clerk watched them with open amusement as Ino guided Naruto toward the fitting area, already reaching for the next item. Ino disappeared between the racks and came back with her arms full. She held the first shirt up against Naruto's chest. Dark green. Naruto tilted his head. That's kinda quiet. That's the point, she said, studying him. Your hair's loud enough. She swapped it for another. Charcoal gray. Naruto blinked. Okay, that one feels different. Ino stepped closer, eyes narrowing in concentration as she adjusted the fabric at his shoulder. That brings your eyes out. He froze. It does. Yes, she said simply, then moved on before he could overthink it. Next came deep blue. Naruto frowned. That's almost as bad as orange. Ino snorted. Not even close. She held it up anyway, cocked her head, then shook it. No, too cold. She traded it for a muted brown. Naruto grimaced. I look like furniture. Agreed, she said immediately, tossing it aside. The clerk leaned against the counter, watching with a smile. She's thorough. Ino grabbed one more and held it up slowly. Black. Simple. Clean. Naruto went still. The mirror caught him at the same time. Oh, he said quietly. Ino didn't tease. Didn't smile smugly. She just nodded, satisfied. There you are. Naruto stared at the reflection. Same face. Same hair. Different presence. I look like a ninja, he murmured. Ino glanced at him, softer now. You are one. She pressed the black shirt into his hands. Try it on. Then we check fit. Naruto swallowed, then nodded. Oh okay. As he headed for the fitting room, Ino gathered the rest of the keepers, green, gray, black, stacking them neatly. The clerk watched her to it and chuckled. You've done this before. Ino smiled without looking up. Yeah. For yourself. For people I care about, she replied. Ino was folding the rejected shirts back onto the rack when the clerk leaned closer, lowering her voice. So, she said, lips twitching, should I assume you're preparing for a wedding? Ino didn't even look up. She paused for half a second. Then snickered. Please, she whispered back. If I were, I'd be way more stressed. The clerk laughed softly. You're very particular for someone not planning one. Ino stacked the chosen shirts neatly. I just don't like sloppy presentation. The clerk murmured. And this presentation comes with carrying privileges. Ino finally glanced toward the fitting room curtain, where Naruto was clearly struggling with a button. Her smile softened. Just a little. He cleans up well, she said lightly. That's all. The clerk followed her gaze, amused. Of course. The curtain shifted. Naruto stepped out, tugging the hem of the black shirt down uncertainly. Is this too tight? Ino turned instantly, all focus snapping back to him. No, she said. That's perfect. Naruto flushed. It is. Yes, she replied without hesitation. Turn. He did, awkward, stiff. Ino circled him once, hands clasped behind her back like a judge inspecting work. The clerk watched the whole thing with a knowing smile. Well, she said pleasantly, whenever you do plan a wedding. Ino shot her a look. The clerk laughed and raised her hands. Kidding, kidding. Naruto glanced between them, confused. Wedding. Ino grabbed another shirt and shoved it gently into his chest. Fitting room, she ordered. We're not done. Naruto yelped as he was pushed back behind the curtain. The clerk chuckled under her breath. Poor boy doesn't stand a chance. Ino smiled to herself, already reaching for the next piece. Not yet, she thought. But he will. The curtain slid open. Naruto stepped out. Not orange. Not loud. Clean lines. Dark shirt. Fitted pants that actually moved when he did. Neutral tones that didn't fight his hair, or his eyes. He stood there awkwardly, hands hovering at his sides. Is this okay? Ino didn't answer right away. She just looked at him. Then nodded once. Firm. Satisfied. Perfect. Naruto let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Really? Yes, she said simply. This stays. The clerk's brow lifted as she took him in properly this time. Well, that's a transformation. Naruto flushed. I didn't do anything. Ino stepped to his side, fingers briefly smoothing the front of the shirt like it belonged there. He listens, she said. That helps. The clerk smiled and gestured toward the folded stack Ino had already set aside. So, she asked lightly, how many outfits are we talking? Naruto blinked. Oh, outfits. Ino didn't hesitate. 10. Naruto choked. 10. She glanced up at him, completely serious. You train. You sweat. You get dirty. You need rotation. That's a lot. It's efficient, she countered. And you can afford it. The clerk laughed softly. She's not wrong. Naruto looked between them, then down at himself again. The fit, the comfort, the way he didn't feel like he was being laughed at. Okay, he said slowly. 10. Ino smiled. Victorious, but gentle. Good, she said. Now turn back around. We're checking the sleeves on the next one. Naruto sighed, already turning. I knew shopping was dangerous. The clerk gathered the approved outfits with practiced ease, still smiling to herself. 10 outfits, she thought. Yeah, that boy's not leaving this phase anytime soon. The clerk stacked the folded outfits neatly on the counter, fingers pausing as she glanced from the pile. To Naruto. To Ino. Then she smiled. All right, she said casually, tapping the ledger. I'll make you an offer. Naruto stiffened. That sounds expensive. Ino narrowed her eyes. Define offer. The clerk chuckled. I'll give you a significant discount. A very significant one. Naruto blinked. Really? She nodded. On one condition. Ino crossed her arms. Which is? The clerk leaned on the counter, eyes on Naruto now. Not teasing. Practical. You buy your clothes here. From now on. Naruto hesitated. Like, always. For uniforms. Casual wear. Replacements, she said. You grow. You come here. You tear something. You come here. She smiled again. Clan loyalty goes both ways. Naruto looked down at the neatly folded outfits. Did the math in his head. His eyes widened. That's a huge discount. Ino's lips curved upward, slow and pleased. He's loyal, she said lightly. Once he picks something, he sticks with it. The clerk nodded. I can see that. Naruto swallowed, then straightened a little. I can do that. I don't really like shopping around anyway. Good, the clerk said, already adjusting the total. The number dropped dramatically. Naruto leaned over the counter, stunned. That's way less. Ino glanced at the new total, then at Naruto. Told you, she said softly. The clerk wrapped the bundles carefully. Consider it an investment. Naruto looked up. In what? She smiled. Good taste. And repeat business. Ino picked up one of the wrapped packages and nudged Naruto's side. See, being respectable pays. Naruto laughed, a little breathless. I guess it does. As they headed for the door, arms full of neatly wrapped clothing, the clerk watched them go, Ino confident, Naruto careful not to drop anything. She shook her head, smiling. 10 outfits, she thought. And a promise. Worth it. The clerk finished tying the last bundle and lifted her pen. All right, she said. Where should these be delivered? Naruto opened his mouth. I can just. Ino answered smoothly. 7th Street. Building C, 3rd floor. Apartment 312. Naruto froze. You know my apartment number. She glanced up at him, unimpressed. Of course I do. The clerk paused, pen hovering. One eyebrow lifted. That's not in the Yamanaka compound. Ino shrugged, completely unbothered. Nope. Naruto rushed in, flustered. It's not bad. I mean, it's clean, and quiet, and. I know the area, the clerk said calmly. Nice apartment buildings. 5-minute walk from the compound. She looked back at Ino, curiosity sharp now. You're thorough. Ino smiled, just a little. My clan's known for information gathering. Naruto stared at her. You investigated me. She tilted her head. Lightly. Define lightly. I know where you live, she said cheerfully. What you eat. That you save your money. And that you don't like crowds. The clerk chuckled under her breath. Naruto ran a hand through his hair, overwhelmed but not upset. That's kinda impressive. Good, Ino said. Means I did my job. The clerk finished writing. I'll have the outfits delivered tonight. Before curfew. Naruto blinked. Tonight? Yes, she replied. You'll want them ready. Ino beamed. Perfect. As they turned to leave, the clerk watched them go, Ino confident and certain, Naruto adjusting to the fact that someone had paid attention long before today. 5 minutes from the compound. 10 outfits. And a Yamanaka who didn't miss details. Naruto sighed quietly. I should probably stop underestimating you. Ino smiled, satisfied. You really should. The shop door slid shut behind them. Naruto barely had time to breathe. Before Ino jumped. Whoa. She landed on his back smoothly, this time settling in closer, her legs wrapping around his waist to lock herself in place like she had every right to be there. Ino. Naruto yelped, instinctively grabbing her thighs so she wouldn't slip. That's different. More secure, she said cheerfully, already shifting her weight to steer him. Less wobble. His face went red instantly. People can see us. Good, she replied without hesitation. She leaned forward, close enough that her chin rested near his shoulder, and nudged him gently to the left. Wrong way, she said. Home's this way. Naruto frowned as his feet followed the pressure without thinking. Wait, which home? Ino smiled against his shoulder. Mine. He nearly tripped. Why your house again? We were just there. She hummed, legs tightening just enough to make the point. Mom'll want to know how shopping went. And the delivery's going to your place, not mine. That doesn't mean. It means, she cut in lightly, you're walking me back. Naruto sighed, resigned, and adjusted his grip again so she was comfortable. You know, he muttered, I'm starting to think this is intentional. She laughed softly. Starting. They passed under the street lamps, evening settling in around them, Ino steering him with easy confidence while Naruto carried her like it was the most natural thing in the world. Ahead, the familiar streets leading toward the Yamanaka home came into view. Ino relaxed fully against him, satisfied. Good, she thought. Secure. Seen. Consistent. They reached the gate just as the last of the daylight softened. Naruto slowed. Okay, here we are. Ino slid off his back smoothly, landing in front of him. Before he could react, she grabbed his sleeve. Come on, she said, already tugging him inside. Ino, I. She kicked off her sandals at the door, neat and practiced. Naruto hesitated for half a second, then followed her lead, slipping off his own sandals and lining them up beside hers. She turned then. Really looked at him. Not orange. Clean lines. Dark, fitted, simple. Ino's smile turned bright and unmistakably proud. There, she said, gesturing at him like a finished project. Much better. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. I still feel weird. She stepped closer, straightened the front of his shirt, smoothed the sleeve like it belonged there. You look like yourself, she said. Just clearer. Voices carried from inside. Ino, her mother called. That you? Ino's grin turned downright smug. Yes, she called back. And Naruto's still here. She tugged him forward another step, positioning him squarely in the entryway, standing straight, new clothes visible, unmistakable. Her parents appeared a moment later. Her mother took one look at Naruto and blinked. Then smiled. Oh, she said. Well, that's an improvement. Her father nodded once, approving. Very. Naruto flushed instantly. I didn't, Ino picked. I did, Ino said proudly, slipping her arm around his. And he listened. Her mother laughed softly. He wears it well. Ino leaned closer to Naruto, voice low and pleased. See, worth it. Naruto swallowed, heart thumping, and nodded. Yeah, it is. Ino gave his arm one more satisfied squeeze before steering him further inside. Come on, she said. You're staying a bit. Mom'll want tea. Naruto didn't argue. The kettle clicked softly as her mother set the tray down. Cups. Steam. A familiar, calming scent. Sit, she said, amused. Both of you. Naruto did immediately, posture straight like he was still on duty. Ino dropped beside him, relaxed, knee brushing his without apology. Her mother poured, eyes flicking between them, then she chuckled. I step away for one afternoon, she said lightly, and you come back with a new outfit and a guest who hasn't escaped yet. Ino grinned into her cup. He's resilient. Naruto sputtered into his tea. I'm right here. Her father hid a smile behind his cup. Her mother handed Naruto his tea last, fingers warm around the porcelain. You clean up well, she said kindly. Ino has good taste. Naruto's ears went red. Thank you. Ino leaned back, satisfied, watching him cradle the cup carefully like it mattered. See, she said. Told you. Her mother laughed again, shaking her head. You didn't even give him a day, did you? Ino shrugged, unapologetic. Why wait? Naruto glanced sideways at her, confused but not unhappy. Is this what normal evenings are like? Her mother smiled, softer now. They can be. Tea steamed between them. Quiet settled in, comfortable, unforced. Ino sipped, eyes bright, already plotting nothing more complicated than keeping him right there. Ino cradled her teacup, eyes half-lidded as she listened to Naruto talk about the farm, his hands moving as he explained something small and earnest. Okay, she thought. Inventory. He was fed. Dressed properly. Paid. Not panicking anymore. Good start. Her gaze flicked to the doorway, delivery tonight. Clothes arrive. That meant tomorrow morning he wouldn't reach for orange out of habit. Step 1. Visibility. People notice what they can see. Next, routine. He trained early. Too early. Alone. She could fix that. Breakfasts. Casual. Not every day, just enough to make it normal. She sipped her tea. Step 2. Consistency. No pressure. No declarations. Just presence. Her parents were relaxed. That mattered. No resistance there. In fact. Her mother's amused chuckle earlier replayed in her head. Good. Supportive environment secured. She glanced at Naruto again. He laughed softly at something her father said, shoulders loosening like he didn't realize he'd been holding them tight for years. Step 3. Belonging. Missions together. Shopping done. Evenings like this, when possible. Make it feel ordinary. Because ordinary was dangerous. Ordinary made people stay. She smiled faintly into her cup. And if Sakura notices? Ino shrugged internally. Too late. Naruto shifted beside her, careful not to bump her elbow. Hey, he said quietly, thanks for today. Really? She looked at him, really looked. Not smug, not teasing. Anytime, she said. And as the tea cooled and the house settled into evening quiet, Ino Yamanaka finished her mental list with a satisfied hum. No rush. No force. Just plans. The cups were empty. Tea finished. Evening settled. Ino stood and tugged lightly at Naruto's sleeve. Come on. He followed her to the door, a little slower now, comfortable in a way he wasn't used to. Outside, the air was cool. She slipped her sandals on, then turned to him, close enough that he had to look down to meet her eyes. Tomorrow, she said. 5 a.m. On the dot. Naruto blinked. F5. Yes, she replied flatly. No excuses. That's really early. She crossed her arms. You already trained that early. Naruto froze. Yeah. She softened just a little. You don't do it alone anymore. He hesitated. I don't want to slow you down. Ino scoffed. You won't. Then, quieter but unmistakably firm. I'll be there, she said. So you will be too. Naruto nodded before he realized he was doing it. Okay. She stepped closer, reaching up to straighten his collar one last time. And, she added casually, if you don't show up. He swallowed. Yeah. She smiled. Not teasing, not smug. I'll miss my favorite spot. Naruto's face went warm instantly. Why your? She tapped his shoulder lightly. My spot. Then she stepped back, already turning toward the house. 5 a.m., she called over her shoulder. Don't be late, Naruto. The door slid shut. Naruto stood there for a moment, heart thumping, staring at the wood like it might explain what just happened. Training partner. Schedule. Someone waiting. He exhaled slowly. Chapter 2. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun. All rights reserved for their original owners. Naruto jogged the last stretch home, breath steady, sandals scuffing softly against the pavement. The apartment building loomed ahead, quiet, clean, unassuming. Inside, the hallway lights hummed low. He slowed at his door and started fumbling with his keys, fingers clumsy from training and fatigue. Come on, where'd you? A door slid open down the hall. Naruto glanced up. A woman stepped out, dark clothes, light armor under a jacket, movements economical and silent. Anbu. Not masked, but unmistakable. She paused when she saw him. Not alarmed. Just surprised. Her eyes flicked from him to the door he was standing in front of. Then back to him. You live here? She asked. Naruto blinked, key halfway into the lock. Yeah. She stared a second longer than polite, then let out a quiet breath through her nose. Huh, she said. I thought an Anbu or a headhunter had that unit. Naruto laughed awkwardly. Guess not. The key finally turned. He pushed the door open and glanced back at her. I'm Naruto. She nodded once. I know. That made him pause. You do. Everyone does, she replied, adjusting her gloves. Didn't expect you to be my neighbor, though. Oh, Naruto said, scratching his cheek. Sorry. A corner of her mouth twitched. Not a complaint. She stepped past him toward the stairwell, then paused. You're out late. Training, he said, as usual. Her gaze sharpened, thoughtful. Be careful. Naruto smiled. Always She didn't comment on that. Just nodded once and continued on, footsteps soundless as she disappeared down the stairs. Naruto stood there a moment, then shut his door behind him. Weird, he muttered. Naruto shut his door. Then stopped. Wait. He turned and jogged back down the hall, the quiet swallowing the sound of his sandals. He stopped in front of the door she'd stepped out of earlier. From his pocket, he pulled out what he hadn't used yet. A coffee coupon. A coffee ticket. And a slightly crumpled lottery ticket. He hesitated, then fished a pen out of his jacket and tore a corner from an old receipt. He scribbled quickly, handwriting uneven but earnest. For night shifts. Thought you might need it. Naruto. He folded the note once, tucked it neatly with the tickets, then crouched and slid the bundle through the mail slot. Naruto stood there for a second, rubbing the back of his neck. Hope that's not weird. Then he turned and headed back to his apartment, slipping inside and closing the door behind him. Her steps were silent as she came back down the hall. 2:50 a.m. Armor loosened, mask tucked under one arm. The building was quiet in that late-night way that meant nothing had gone wrong. She slowed as she passed his door. Didn't stop. But her senses brushed out on habit. Naruto's chakra signature answered immediately. Steady, warm, asleep. No spikes, no gaps, no foreign residue. Logged, she thought, without effort. Years of routine. Satisfied, she moved on and pushed open her own door. Something slid softly against the floor. She paused. Looked down. Paper. Neatly stacked just inside the threshold. She crouched and picked it up. A coffee coupon. A coffee ticket. A lottery ticket. And a folded note. She opened it. For night shifts. Thought you might need it. Naruto. She stared at it for a moment longer than necessary. Huh. The apartment behind her was dark and still. She closed the door and leaned back against it, helmet resting against her thigh. A quiet breath left her. Not a laugh. Not quite a smile. She set the tickets carefully on the small table by the door, straightened them once, then folded the note and placed it on top. Idiot, she murmured, affectionate, not sharp. Her eyes flicked briefly toward the wall that separated their apartments. Then she kicked off her boots, dimmed the lights, and headed inside. Morning crept in slow and pale through the blinds. She stirred, not jolting awake, not relaxed either. Just alert, the kind of waking that came from habit, not rest. Her eyes opened. Quiet apartment. No alarms. No wrongness. Good. She lay there a moment longer, staring at the ceiling, then her gaze shifted to the small table by the door. The coffee coupon. The ticket. The folded note. For night shifts. She exhaled softly. Yeah, she murmured, I owe you. She rolled out of bed and moved through the apartment barefoot, efficient even half awake. Kettle on. Jacket pulled from the chair. Weapons checked without thinking, then deliberately left behind. This wasn't a patrol. She paused at the door, hand on the latch, and extended her senses out of habit. Across the hall. Naruto's chakra was there. Light. Steady. Awake now, just barely, moving around, unfocused, probably hungry. She nodded once to herself. Good timing. Grabbing a small paper bag from the counter, she stepped into the hall and turned toward his door. Time to return the favor. She knocked once. Not loud. Not soft. Just enough. A moment later the door opened, Naruto standing there half awake, hair sticking up worse than usual. Oh, he blinked. Hi. She held up the small paper bag. Warm. The smell alone did most of the talking. Breakfast burritos, she said. Still hot. Naruto's stomach answered before his mouth did. You're an angel. She snorted quietly and stepped inside without ceremony, setting the bag on the small table. 2 burritos. Wrapped tight. Practical. Filling. Eat, she said. You train too much to skip meals. He grabbed one immediately, unwrapping it like it might vanish. Took a bite. His eyes widened. Whoa. Good, she asked. Really good, he said through a mouthful. Like, really good. She leaned back against the counter, arms folded, watching him with that calm, assessing look she always wore. Consider it repayment, she said. For the coffee. And the thought. Naruto swallowed and smiled, sheepish. You didn't have to. I know, she replied. That's why I did. He nodded, accepting that like it made perfect sense. They ate in comfortable quiet for a moment, the kind that didn't press or rush. Naruto said after a bite, glancing at her. I'm Naruto. By the way, I don't think I said that properly last night. She tilted her head. You did. Oh. He scratched his cheek. Still. A beat. I'm Luna, she said. Naruto grinned around his burrito. Nice to meet you, Luna. She almost smiled. They stood there a minute longer, the apartment quiet except for the rustle of foil and Naruto chewing with obvious appreciation. So, Naruto said between bites, glancing at her like he was trying not to sound nosy, when do you usually get home? Luna didn't answer right away. She considered him, not suspicious, just curious, human. Depends, she said. Night shifts usually end around 2:30. Sometimes later if something goes sideways. Naruto nodded slowly. That's really late. It is. He frowned a little. Do you, eat after that? Usually not, she replied. Sleep comes first. Naruto made a face. That sounds bad. She snorted softly. It's functional. He finished the last bite of his burrito and wiped his hands on the wrapper, thinking. Guess that explains why you looked tired. She raised an eyebrow. Careful. He panicked instantly. I mean, not tired. Just, night shift tired. Like normal tired. I'm digging a hole. That, she said dryly, is accurate. He relaxed, laughing a little. Yeah, figures. A brief pause settled between them. Easy now. Thanks again, Naruto added, quieter. For breakfast. And for answering. Luna nodded once. Anytime. Luna watched him a moment, then asked evenly. Why? Naruto paused. Really paused. The easy grin faded, replaced with something more thoughtful. He scratched the back of his neck, eyes drifting to the floor. I heard weird noises last night, he admitted. Luna didn't react outwardly. Not a flinch. Not a shift. Weird how? She asked. Naruto shrugged, uncomfortable. Not loud. Just movement. Like someone walking when they shouldn't be. I figured it was just the building, or pipes, or, he trailed off, then looked back up at her. But then I saw you heading out, and I thought maybe it was, work stuff. A beat. I wasn't freaked out, he added quickly. Just curious. Luna studied him carefully. Not alarmist. Not paranoid. Aware. That's good instincts, she said at last. And good restraint. Naruto blinked. Really? Yes, she replied. You noticed something was off, but you didn't panic or go looking for trouble. He smiled a little at that. I get told I do that a lot. She almost smiled again. The noises were patrol movement, Luna said. Routine checks. Nothing aimed at you. Naruto nodded, visibly relieved. Okay. That makes sense. She added, more firmly, if you ever hear something that feels wrong, not just strange, you tell someone. Don't investigate. Got it, he said immediately. Silence settled again, comfortable. Naruto glanced at the empty wrapper in his hand. Still really good burritos. Luna exhaled softly, a hint of amusement in it. Finish eating, she said. Then get on with your day. Naruto finished the last bite, folded the wrapper, and froze. Oh no. Luna looked up. What? Ino-chan, he said, eyes going wide. I was supposed to meet her for breakfast, she's gonna kill me. He bolted upright like he'd just remembered a mission deadline. I gotta go, now. Luna laughed. Actually laughed. A short, surprised sound, but real. She waved a hand at him, already backing toward the door. Relax, she said. Go. Before you make it worse. Naruto grabbed his jacket, halfway panicking, halfway grinning. You don't know her, she'll be smiling and then I'm dead. That sounds inefficient, Luna replied dryly. He paused at the door, hand on the handle. Thanks. For breakfast. And everything. She gave him a small, easy wave. Anytime, neighbor. Naruto smiled, then darted out into the hall at a jog. Ino-chan, I'm sorry. Echoed faintly down the stairs. Luna watched him go, amusement lingering as she shook her head. Kids, she murmured. Naruto skidded to a stop in front of the gate, sandals scraping hard. Ino. Too late. She tackled him. Full force. Arms around his shoulders, momentum carrying them both down in a messy sprawl on the stone path. You're late, Ino snapped, face inches from his, eyes blazing. I had a reason, Naruto said quickly, already laughing despite the situation. She inhaled. Then froze. Her nose twitched once. Then again. You smell different. Naruto blinked. Huh. Ino leaned closer, sniffing his collar with obvious suspicion. That's not ramen, and it's definitely not your soap. His ears went bright red. It was just breakfast. Her eyes narrowed. With who? My neighbor. Beat. Ino's smile returned, sweet, sharp, and very dangerous. Oh. She grabbed his shirt and hauled him upright, fingers tightening possessively. We're going inside. Now. And you're telling me everything. Naruto swallowed. Am I in trouble? Ino leaned in, voice low and teasing right by his ear. That depends on how good the explanation is. She dragged him through the gate without waiting for an answer. Naruto let himself be pulled along, heart pounding, grin refusing to go away. Because somehow, being tackled before breakfast again felt like exactly where he was supposed to be. The door slid open just in time for Naruto to be dragged inside. Ino, wait, listen. Her parents looked up from the table. Took one look at Naruto half-held, half-dragged by their daughter. And laughed. Oh, this is good, her mother said, already amused. I can explain. Naruto blurted, hands up in surrender. It's not what you think. Ino stopped and turned on him slowly. Then explain why you smell like perfume. Naruto wilted. My neighbor is Anbu, he said weakly. That only made the laughter worse. And, her father prompted, grinning. And she brought me breakfast, Naruto rushed on, words tumbling out. Because I gave her a coffee ticket and a coupon and a lottery ticket last night, just to be nice. I didn't know she was Anbu at first. He looked at Ino desperately. I swear I wasn't trying to. Ino stared at him. Then her mother laughed harder. Oh sweetheart, she said, wiping her eyes. You really are hopeless. Ino crossed her arms. You bribed an Anbu with coffee. I didn't bribe her, Naruto protested. She works nights. And I had extras. Her father leaned back in his chair, clearly enjoying this. So she fed you. Yes. And now my daughter tackled you because you smell like another woman. Naruto nodded miserably. Also yes. Ino stepped closer, poked his chest once, not hard. You're lucky she fed you breakfast and not intelligence. Naruto groaned. I'm gonna die. Ino's parents laughed again, warm and unbothered. Ino, however, grabbed his wrist. Next time, she said sweetly, you tell me before you accept food from a very competent, very pretty Anbu neighbor. Naruto swallowed. Okay. She smirked. Good. Now sit. You're eating again. Again, he squeaked. Yes, her mother said cheerfully. You're too thin. Naruto slumped into a chair, defeated. Behind him, Ino smiled, sharp, possessive, satisfied. Because whatever that perfume was. Naruto was still right where she wanted him. After the laughter died down and Naruto had been firmly seated with another cup in front of him, Ino leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, eyes on him like she'd reached a conclusion. Tomorrow, she said. Naruto looked up. Tomorrow. I'm coming to wake you up, Ino continued. 5 a.m. On the dot. His eyes widened. That's early. No excuses, she said sweetly. Not, I slept in, not, I already trained, not, my Anbu neighbor fed me. Her parents snickered. Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it. You're serious? Very, Ino replied. You don't train alone anymore. He scratched his cheek. What if I'm already awake? I'll check, she said immediately. That earned another laugh from her mother. Ino leaned forward, elbows on the table, smile sharp but not unkind. I like knowing where you are, Naruto. He felt his ears warm. Okay. Good, she said, satisfied. Because I'm not giving up my morning spot. You're what? She grinned. You'll see. Her father shook his head, amused. Poor boy. Naruto wasn't sure whether to be nervous or excited. But as Ino smiled at him like that, he had a feeling tomorrow morning was going to be very loud. Luna walked 2 doors down and stopped. Knocked once. The door opened almost immediately. "You look amused," her friend said, one eyebrow lifting as she stepped aside. Same quiet build, same lived-in readiness. No mask, no armor, off duty. "Had a conversation," Luna replied, stepping inside. The door shut. Her friend leaned back against the counter. "With who?" "The kid across the hall," Luna said. "Naruto." That got a low hum of interest. "Yeah, what about him?" Luna exhaled through her nose, half a sigh, half a huff. "He asked when I usually get home." Her friend stilled, just slightly. And I answered," Luna said. "Then he told me he heard noises last night. Asked if it was work." Her friend's gaze sharpened. "What did you tell him?" Luna paused. "I said it was patrol movement." Silence. Then her friend snorted. "You lied." "Yes. You never lie to civilians." "I know." Her friend studied her for a long moment. "Why this one?" Luna leaned back against the wall, arms folding. "Because he wasn't scared. Just aware. And because telling him the truth would have made him worry about things he doesn't need to carry." A beat. "Also," Luna added, "because he didn't go looking. He noticed something was off and stopped." Her friend's expression softened a fraction. "Good instincts." "That's what I said." Another pause. "So," her friend said lightly, "you fed him, didn't you?" Luna didn't deny it. Her friend laughed. "Knew it." "I'm not adopting him," Luna said flatly. "Didn't say you were," her friend replied. "Just saying, you don't lie for people you don't care about at least a little." Luna looked away. "He's a kid." "He's a shinobi," her friend corrected. "And apparently a polite one." Silence settled, comfortable. "You think it'll matter?" Luna asked. Her friend shrugged. "Probably. He'll remember you didn't panic him." Luna nodded once. "Good." She pushed off the wall and headed for the door. "Thanks for listening," she said. Her friend smirked. "Anytime. And Luna." Luna glanced back. "If he ever asks again," her friend added, "tell him the truth." Luna considered that. "Maybe," she said. Luna's friend leaned back against the counter, arms folding as she thought it over. "All right, because it bothers you so much," she said finally. "Then we do it clean." Luna looked at her. "Do what?" "Set up a sting," her friend replied. "Low-key. Protective. Make it look routine." Luna's eyes narrowed slightly. "Explain." "He already noticed movement. That means someone else might notice him noticing," her friend said. "So we give him a reason to be somewhere safe overnight, under Anbu coverage." "My apartment," Luna said flatly. "Yes," her friend answered. "Controlled space. Reinforced seals. 2 adults on rotation. No improvising." Luna didn't respond immediately. "This isn't about him," her friend added. "It's about seeing who twitches when he's not where he's expected to be." A pause. "You're thinking bait," Luna said. "Exactly," her friend replied. "A harmless one. If someone makes a move, we catch it early. If not, he sleeps somewhere safer than a solo apartment." Luna exhaled slowly. "He's not to be scared." "He won't be," her friend said. "You tell him it's precautionary. Temporary. One night." Silence stretched. "I don't want to add to the lie I already told him," Luna said. Her friend shrugged. "Then don't lie. Just don't tell him everything." That earned a quiet huff from Luna. "I'll think about it," she said. Her friend smiled faintly. "You already are." Luna turned for the door. "And Luna," her friend added. Luna paused. "You're not wrong for protecting him," her friend said. "Just remember, you're the adult. Keep it professional." Luna nodded once. "Always." They didn't make it 10 steps from the compound. Ino. Too late. She hopped up behind him like it was the most natural thing in the world, arms looping around his shoulders, chin settling comfortably near his collar. "There," she said, satisfied. "My spot." Naruto wobbled, then steadied out of instinct. "You didn't even ask." "I never do," Ino replied cheerfully. "You always catch me." She shifted slightly, legs pressing in just enough to be secure, close, unmistakably there. Naruto's ears went pink, but he didn't protest, just adjusted his balance and started walking again toward the training grounds. "You're heavy," he said weakly. She snorted. "Liar." They moved together down the path, morning light filtering through the trees, village waking around them. Ino leaned in a little closer, voice dropping just enough to be private. "You're not training alone anymore." "I know," Naruto said. "You already said." "I'm saying it again," she replied. "Because you don't always listen." He smiled despite himself. "Yeah." She rested her cheek briefly against his shoulder, eyes half-lidded, content. "Good," she murmured. "Then we're clear." They reached the clearing before anyone else. Morning light cut through the trees, dew still clinging to the grass. Quiet. Empty. Ino slid off his back slowly, deliberately, sandals touching down on the grass as she stretched like she'd just woken from a nap instead of being carried halfway across the village. She turned. Looked him up and down. Then smiled. "You've been really gentle today," she said. Naruto blinked. "Huh." She stepped closer, hands clasped behind her back, leaning in just enough to make him uncomfortable. "With your Ino-chan." His brain stalled. I always, what does that even?" She laughed, bright and merciless. "You didn't even complain once. No wobbling, no whining. You adjusted your stride so I wouldn't bounce." Naruto's face went red. "That's just normal." "Uh-huh." She circled him slowly. "So considerate, so careful." "Ino." She poked his chest. "Admit it. You like carrying me." "I do." He stopped. Groaned. "You're impossible." She grinned wider. "And yet you didn't drop me." Naruto looked away, rubbing the back of his neck. "You're not that heavy." Ino gasped theatrically. "Wow. Compliment and denial. You're learning." She stepped back, finally giving him space, eyes bright with victory. "Good," she said. "Because you're gonna keep being gentle." "Why?" She smiled sweetly. Dangerously. "Because I like it." Footsteps echoed faintly in the distance, others starting to arrive. Ino clapped her hands once. "All right. Warm up. No excuses." Naruto sighed, but there was a smile tugging at his mouth as he dropped into stance. Training hadn't even started yet. And he was already losing. Footsteps crunched through the grass. Naruto straightened instinctively as Asuma stepped into the clearing, cigarette unlit between his fingers, eyes already taking everything in. Behind him, Shikamaru shuffled along with his hands in his pockets, squinting at the early sun. "Troublesome," he muttered. "You two are loud." Ino beamed. "Good morning to you too." Asuma stopped a few paces away, gaze flicking between them, stance, posture, distance. "Satisfied?" "Warm-up's done?" he asked. "Yes," Ino said immediately. Naruto opened his mouth. "Mostly." Asuma snorted. "Good enough." He jerked his thumb toward the center of the clearing. "Same as yesterday. Controlled sparring. Focus on balance and follow through. No flashy nonsense." Ino was already stepping forward, sandals whispering over the grass. "You're mine." Naruto sighed and followed, rolling his shoulders. "You say that every time." "And you still lose every time," she shot back. "Begin," Asuma said. They moved. Naruto lunged first, straightforward, powerful. Ino slipped aside smoothly, letting his momentum carry him past as she tapped his shoulder and danced back. "Too stiff," she teased. "Relax." He recovered quickly, pivoting into a low sweep. Ino hopped it easily, landing light and close, fingers brushing his sleeve before she retreated again. Shikamaru watched with half-lidded eyes. "He's better than yesterday." Asuma nodded. "He's listening." Naruto feinted left, then drove in with a shoulder check. Ino met him head-on this time, bracing, redirecting his force instead of avoiding it, both of them skidding back a step in the grass. She grinned. "There you go." He grinned back, breath quickening. "You're not letting me go easy anymore, are you?" "Nope." They circled, trading short bursts, strike, parry, disengage, neither landing anything decisive, both adapting. After a minute, Asuma raised a hand. "Enough." They froze. "Good," he said simply. "Naruto, more control." "Ino, stop baiting him." Ino pouted. That's how I teach. Asuma ignored her. Switch. Naruto, Shikamaru. Shikamaru groaned loudly. Why is it always me? Naruto stepped back, still smiling, adrenaline buzzing. Ino leaned in close as she passed him, voice low and pleased. See, she whispered. Gentle doesn't mean weak. Naruto swallowed, then nodded. Naruto stepped into the circle again, shaking out his arms. Across from him, Shikamaru sighed and rolled his neck. This is already annoying. Hey, Naruto said, grinning. You're the smart one. Go easy on me. That's what makes it troublesome, Shikamaru replied, slipping into stance. You don't do subtle. Asuma flicked his lighter and brought the cigarette to life, eyes half on the two genin, half already drifting somewhere else, calculating, planning. Smoke curled lazily upward as he watched their feet, their spacing. Begin, he said. Naruto moved first again, direct, explosive, trying to close distance fast. Shikamaru didn't retreat far. He shifted, angled his body, let Naruto's momentum skim past instead of meeting it head-on. A hand snapped out, tapping Naruto's shoulder before pulling back. Too predictable, Shikamaru muttered. Still counts. Ino called from the side, pumping a fist. Go, Naruto. Naruto recovered quickly, adjusting his footwork this time, circling instead of charging. He feinted high, then dipped low, forcing Shikamaru to hop back. Huh, Shikamaru said. You're learning. Naruto grinned. Ino doesn't let me be dumb anymore. Hey, she shouted. I let you be dumb. I just make you pay for it. They traded a few more exchanges, Naruto pressing, Shikamaru redirecting, neither gaining a clear edge. Naruto's power forced movement, Shikamaru's timing denied openings. After a moment, Shikamaru disengaged with a lazy step back. Stalemate. Naruto panted, hands on his knees. I'll take that. Asuma exhaled smoke slowly, eyes sharp now. Good, he said. Both of you. He flicked ash aside, already thinking ahead. Too early for shadow extensions. Too risky for clone drills. His gaze lingered on Naruto's hands. Then on Ino. Then back to Shikamaru. Chakra control. Team utility. Something they can all build from. Asuma took another drag, mind made up, or close to it. Catch your breath, he said. We're moving on. Ino clapped loudly. That means jutsu. Naruto straightened instantly. Finally. Shikamaru groaned. Knew it. Asuma smiled faintly through the smoke. Oh yeah, he said. Now the real work starts. Asuma ground the cigarette out under his sandal and straightened. All right, he said. Enough warming up. Naruto snapped to attention instantly. Ino did the same, too eager. Shikamaru barely moved. This isn't about power, Asuma continued. It's about control and usefulness. Team Jutsu. You build from here. He turned to Shikamaru first. Nara. Earth affinity. Simple, reliable. He demonstrated quickly, hands moving with practiced ease. Earth release. Stone skin bind. Not armor. Anchor. You root yourself, harden just enough to take a hit and not get moved. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. So I don't have to dodge. As much, Asuma said. You hold ground. That's your job. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, then nodded, already thinking. Asuma turned next. Ino. Water affinity. Her eyes lit up immediately. Water release, water whip. Control heavy. Flexible. Non-lethal if you're careful. Ino's grin turned sharp the moment the words left his mouth. A whip, she echoed. Oh, I'm going to be so responsible. Asuma sighed. I doubt that. She was already practicing hand signs, eyes sparkling with mischief. Naruto, don't blink. Naruto gulped. I'm scared. Asuma ignored them both and looked at Naruto. Uzumaki. Wind affinity. Naruto froze. Really? Asuma nodded. About time. He stepped closer, voice lowering just a bit. Wind is about sharpness and flow. You don't force it, you shape it. He demonstrated slowly, deliberately. Wind release, gale palm. Short range. Push, cut, disrupt. Simple, but deadly when mastered. Naruto copied the hand signs, breath hitching as he focused. Chakra gathered, uneven at first, then steadied. A burst of air snapped forward, kicking up leaves and dust in a clean line. Naruto stared at his hands. I did it. Ino whooped. Yes, look at you. Shikamaru squinted. That's actually impressive. Asuma allowed himself a small smile. Good. He crossed his arms. You'll drill these. Separately first. Then together. No rushing. Ino cracked her knuckles, water already starting to gather around her hand. Can I test it on Naruto? No, Asuma said flatly. Later. No. Naruto laughed anyway, wind still buzzing faintly around his palms, heart pounding, grin wide. His first wind jutsu. The door closed behind them without a sound. Luna didn't touch the lights. She moved the way she always did, slow, deliberate, eyes tracing the room for what didn't belong. At first glance, everything looked normal. Too normal. Her friend stayed by the door, silent, watching Luna's hands hover near the window frame. Hold, Luna murmured. She leaned in, studying the seal etched along the window. It wasn't broken. It was off. Not enough for a civilian to notice. Not enough for most shinobi either. Her fingers slid down to the latch. She stopped. There it is. Carefully, she reached in and drew out a small piece of metal. A broken kunai tip, wedged deep inside the latch housing, positioned so the window would almost close. Enough to fool the seal. Enough to keep it from fully engaging. Her friend let out a slow breath. That's patient work. Experienced, Luna said. Someone planning ahead. She didn't remove it. Didn't reseal the window. Instead, she slid the kunai tip back into place exactly as it had been. Her friend raised an eyebrow. You're leaving it. Yes, Luna replied calmly. If we fix it, they know we noticed. She straightened and looked around the apartment again, this time with a different lens. We let them think the prep worked, Luna continued. Tonight, Naruto doesn't sleep here. Her friend nodded immediately. Clone. Shadow clone, Luna confirmed. In bed, breathing, chakra steady, routine. And the real one? Elsewhere, covered, quiet. Her friend's mouth curved faintly. So they make their move on the decoy. If they move at all, Luna said. Either way, we learn something. She glanced once more at the window, committing every detail to memory, the angle, the placement, the intention behind it. Most people look for broken seals, her friend said. Not patience. That's why this works, Luna replied. They moved to the door. No alarms raised. No evidence disturbed. From the outside, Naruto Uzumaki's apartment looked exactly the same. And that was the point. Because tonight, someone was going to learn the difference between an unguarded target and a trap. Insane, Asuma said, clapping his hands once. Again. Sweat darkened the grass beneath them. Shikamaru went first this time, hands moving with lazy precision. Chakra sank into the ground beneath his feet, climbed his legs, his torso. Stone skinned over him in a rough, earthen layer. Not pretty. But solid. He planted his feet and took Naruto's follow-up strike head-on. The impact thudded, dirt cracking, but Shikamaru barely slid back an inch. Huh, he muttered. That actually works. Asuma nodded. You're anchoring instead of resisting. Good. Hold it longer next time. Ino was already moving. Water snapped into her grip like it had been waiting for her, chakra clean, controlled. The water whip lashed out in a smooth arc, cracking the air and wrapping around a practice post with pinpoint accuracy. She flicked her wrist. The post yanked sideways. Ino grinned, smug and dangerous. Down pat. Too down pat, Asuma warned. You overextend like that in a real fight, you lose balance. She shrugged. Worth it. Naruto stepped up last. No hesitation. Hands formed the signs smoothly now, no pauses, no stutter. Wind gathered, compressed, shaped. Gale palm. The burst of air slammed forward in a clean line, leaves shredding, dust ripping off the ground in a sharp, controlled wave. The target skidded back hard. Naruto stared at his hands, then laughed. I didn't mess it up. Asuma allowed himself a small smile. You've got it. Controls there. Don't rush for more power yet. Shikamaru glanced sideways at Naruto. You're scary when you actually listen. Ino clapped loudly. My influence. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sure, Ino-chan. Asuma exhaled slowly, watching the three of them reset, earth holding ground, water controlling space, wind driving force. This works, he thought. Again, he said. Same order. Drill it until it's boring. Again. They didn't groan this time. Shikamaru dropped into stance without thinking, chakra flowing on instinct now. Earth rose to meet him, cleaner, smoother than before, forming a tight layer along his arms and torso. Not bulky, not wasteful. He took a full force strike and didn't budge. Yeah, he said quietly. That's stable. Asuma nodded. You've got it. Release. The stone peeled away cleanly, no drag, no backlash. Ino stepped forward next. Water answered her immediately. The whip formed smooth and tight, no excess spray, no wobble. She snapped it out, wrapped a target, and retracted in one fluid motion without losing balance. She smirked over her shoulder. Mastered. Asuma didn't argue. Control's solid. You can adjust length and tension on the fly. That's mastery. Naruto was already moving. No hesitation. No overthinking. Hands formed the signs, breath steady. Gale palm. The wind burst forward, focused, sharp, exactly where he wanted it. No wild spread. No wasted force. Leaves sliced clean, dust lifting in a precise line. Naruto exhaled, slow and controlled. I can do this every time now. Asuma watched him repeat it. Then again. Same result. Same control. Yeah, Asuma said finally. You've got it too. An hour in, all three stood there breathing hard, but steady. Earth held. Water obeyed. Wind answered. Asuma crossed his arms, satisfaction clear on his face. Good, he said. You didn't just learn them, you own them. Ino grinned, hands on her hips. Told you we'd be good. Shikamaru sighed. Great. Now we're competent. That's even more troublesome. Naruto laughed, wind still humming faintly around his hands. This is awesome. Asuma looked at them, really looked this time. Rest, he said. Next time, we start combining. Three heads snapped up at once. Ino's smile sharpened. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed, already calculating. Naruto's grin went feral. Asuma let them catch their breath. Not long. Don't get comfortable, he said. One tool is never enough. All three straightened immediately. This next set complements what you already learned, Asuma continued. Same elements. Different purpose. He turned to Shikamaru first. Earth again, but this time, control over others. He demonstrated, palm pressing down as chakra rippled through the ground. Earth release, earth flow snare. You soften, then lock. Anyone standing in it gets dragged down to the ankles or knees. No damage. Total control. Shikamaru's eyes sharpened. That pairs with holding ground. Exactly, Asuma said. Shikamaru tried it. The ground beneath a practice dummy softened, then clenched like a fist. The dummy sank and stuck fast. Yeah, Shikamaru muttered. That's efficient. Asuma turned to Ino. Water again. Precision this time. He formed the signs smoothly. Water release, binding stream. Less force than the whip. More control. You wrap, restrain, and hold. Ino's grin came back instantly. Oh, I like this one. Water slid from her palm in smooth ribbons, coiling around a post and tightening without splashing, without wasted motion. She gave it a sharp tug. Locked. Mine, she said smugly. Asuma sighed. Don't get creative with teammates. No promises. Finally, he faced Naruto. Wind again, Asuma said. But not a push. Naruto swallowed, focused. Wind release, cutting wind. Short range. Thin blades of air. You shape, don't blast. He demonstrated, air shimmering, slicing cleanly through leaves without disturbing the branch. Naruto copied the signs. Chakra gathered, tight, careful. A thin arc of wind snapped forward. The leaves fell. Clean cuts. Naruto stared, then slowly smiled. That's cool. Controlled, Asuma corrected. Deadly if you're sloppy. Naruto nodded seriously. Got it. They drilled again. And again. Earth locked and trapped. Water bound and restrained. Wind cut clean and precise. By the end, all three were breathing hard, but steady. Asuma crossed his arms, satisfied. Good, he said. You're building depth now, not just power. Ino stretched, clearly pleased. So what's next? Asuma smirked faintly. Next, he said, you learn how to use all of that together. Naruto grinned. Shikamaru sighed. Ino's eyes lit up. Asuma checked the sun, then lifted a hand. That's it, he said. Lunch break. 1 hour. Naruto rolled his shoulders and turned, already starting toward the edge of the clearing. Thank you. He never finished the step. Ino jumped. She landed squarely on his back with a giggle, arms looping around his shoulders like it was the most natural thing in the world. There, she said cheerfully. My spot. Naruto stumbled, caught himself on instinct, and let out a startled laugh. Ino, I was gonna grab food. You can still do that, she replied, chin settling against his shoulder. You've got legs. I'm just enhancing the experience. Shikamaru glanced over, unimpressed. Troublesome timing. Asuma snorted, lighting his cigarette. Eat, hydrate, be back here in 60. Naruto adjusted his grip automatically, hands settling at her legs as he started walking toward the shade and food packs. You know, he muttered, most people walk to lunch. Ino hummed happily. Most people don't have you. They reached the shade and Naruto crouched so she could slide off, slowly, deliberately, sandals brushing the grass as she landed. Ino immediately sat beside him, shoulder bumping his arm as she pulled out her lunch. Don't wander, she said lightly. I'll notice. Naruto laughed, opening his food. You always do. Asuma watched from a distance, smoke curling lazily upward. Yeah, he thought. They're clicking. Lunch settled in, easy chatter, shared food, sunlight filtering through leaves. And Ino, once again, exactly where she wanted to be. Asuma watched them from a distance, cigarette burning down between his fingers. Naruto sat in the grass, laughing at something Ino whispered to him, completely unaware of the way she leaned just a little too close, how naturally she claimed space at his side. How comfortable it already looked. Asuma exhaled slowly. Poor kid, he thought, not unkindly. He took another drag, eyes narrowing with quiet amusement. The blonde didn't even see it. Didn't feel the net tightening. Didn't notice how decisions were already being made around him. Morning routines, shared meals, training schedules that just happened to overlap. Ino wasn't subtle. She didn't need to be. Asuma shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. Future's already being planned right in front of you, he thought. And you're just happy someone packed lunch. He ground the cigarette out beneath his sandal and straightened. 5 minutes, he called out. Ino waved without looking at him. Naruto scrambled to his feet a second later, still smiling, still clueless. Asuma turned away, already resigned. Yeah, he muttered to himself. He's doomed. Shikamaru sat a little off to the side, legs stretched out, chewing slowly as he watched the scene unfold. Naruto laughing. Ino leaning in. Too close. Too natural. Too settled. He chewed. Swallowed. Troublesome, he muttered. His eyes tracked the way Ino claimed space without asking. The way Naruto adjusted without realizing he was doing it. The way this already looked less like coincidence and more like routine. Shikamaru took another bite. He's finished, he thought flatly. Not dead. Worse. Planned. Morning wake-ups. Training schedules. Meals that just happen to line up. Someone always there so Naruto never even notices he's not alone anymore. Shikamaru sighed. He won't fight it, he realized. He'll just go along. Naruto laughed again at something Ino said, oblivious. Shikamaru shook his head, chewing thoughtfully. Yeah, he muttered. No escape. He glanced toward Asuma, who was watching the same thing with the same resigned look. Their eyes met for half a second. Asuma looked away first. Shikamaru finished his food, wiped his hands on his pants, and leaned back. At least she's competent, he thought. Could be worse. Still. Troublesome way to lose your future. Ino leaned in close while they ate, voice low enough that only he could hear. So, she said casually, like she wasn't absolutely enjoying herself, tomorrow we start earlier. I wake you up at 5. No running off alone. Breakfast together. Naruto nodded, still chewing. Yeah, you already said that. And after training, she continued, ticking points off on her fingers, we review jutsu control. Then maybe sparring. Light, you're still learning. I know, he said. I'm listening. She snickered. Just like how you listened when you carried me earlier. His face instantly went red. Ino. She grinned wider. You held my ankle so carefully. Like it was going to break. I was just making sure you didn't fall. Sure you were, she said, clearly unconvinced. Thumb right there, fingers steady. Very gentle. Naruto groaned and looked away. You're exaggerating. I am not, she replied cheerfully. You were being considerate. She leaned back, satisfied, eyes sparkling. I like that. His ears burned. You're impossible. And you're predictable, she shot back, bumping her shoulder lightly against his. Which makes planning easy. Naruto glanced at her, confused. Planning what? Ino smiled sweetly. Dangerously. Our future training schedule, obviously. He sighed, defeated, as she laughed softly. From a distance, Asuma and Shikamaru both noticed the same thing at the same time. Naruto Uzumaki had no idea how deep he was in. And Ino was already 3 steps ahead. Ino leaned back on her hands, listening to Naruto grumble under his breath. And let her mind wander. Morning wake-ups. 5 a.m. sharp. Him half asleep, hair a mess, pretending he's not happy I'm there. She giggled silently. Training together. Meals together. Everyone getting used to seeing us like this until it's just normal. Her eyes flicked to him, cheeks still faintly red, pretending very hard to focus on his food. He doesn't even realize it yet, she thought, amused. That's the best part. Plans stacked neatly in her head, routes, routines, little adjustments that made sure Naruto was never alone, never overlooked, never drifting off on his own again. Gentle, she mused, remembering his hands at her ankle. Careful, always like that. Ino smiled to herself, pleased. Yeah, she thought happily. This is going to work out just fine. Asuma clapped his hands once. Break's over. Naruto groaned but was already on his feet. Ino rose with him just as quickly, stretching, businesslike again the moment training resumed. Shikamaru sighed and followed, wiping his hands on his pants. Same jutsu, Asuma said. More control. Less showing off. Ino shot him an innocent look. I never show off. Asuma didn't respond. They spread out. Shikamaru went first, earth chakra flowing smoother now, faster to answer. The ground beneath a target softened, then locked, trapping it cleanly without cracking or excess movement. That's better, Asuma said. You're not wasting chakra anymore. Good, Shikamaru muttered. That was annoying. Ino stepped up next. Water formed instantly, snapping into a whip with practiced ease. She didn't lash hard this time, she guided it, changing length mid-motion, looping and retracting with precise control. She glanced over at Naruto with a smug smile. See, gentle. Naruto groaned. You're never letting that go. Never. Then it was his turn. Naruto centered himself, hands steady now instead of frantic. Wind gathered, tight, controlled, and burst forward in a clean gale palm that shoved the target back without scattering debris. Again. And again. Each time sharper, cleaner. Asuma nodded slowly. That's it. Consistency. They rotated, earth holding, water binding, wind driving, repeating the sequence until it became muscle memory instead of thought. Sweat built. Breath steadied. Sandals scuffed against packed dirt and grass. Ino laughed when Naruto overcorrected once, then immediately helped him adjust. Shikamaru offered quiet timing advice without looking like he cared. Asuma watched it all, correcting here, pushing there. By the end of the session, all three were breathing hard, but smiling. Good work, Asuma said. You're not just learning jutsu anymore. You're learning how to rely on each other. Naruto wiped his forehead, grinning. This is way better than training alone. Ino smiled at that, pleased, saying nothing. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, but effective. Asuma watched them finish the last drill, all three breathing hard, sweat damp and focused. Then he grinned. That alone was enough to make Naruto uneasy. All right, Asuma said, rolling his shoulders. That was the fun part. Naruto squinted. Uh-oh. Shikamaru sighed in advance. Here it comes. Asuma jerked a thumb toward the village. Time for D-rank missions. Naruto's shoulders slumped. Ah, come on. Ino perked up instead. Paid work. Yes. She smiled brightly. I'm in. Shikamaru groaned. That makes it worse. Asuma laughed. You three did good today. Now you get to earn it. We head to the tower, pull assignments, and knock them out. Naruto scratched his cheek. Please tell me it's not all weeding. Asuma's grin widened. No promises. Ino slipped her arm around Naruto's without asking, already steering him toward the path. See, productive and together. Naruto sighed but didn't resist. I feel like I'm being kidnapped. Shikamaru followed behind them, hands in his pockets. Troublesome group. Asuma watched them start off, still smiling. Yeah, he thought. They're going to be just fine. Naruto staggered the last few steps up to the tower doors. Ino, he puffed, you know. Walking is still an option. She tightened her arms around his shoulders and giggled. But you're doing such a good job. Shikamaru didn't even look surprised. Troublesome. They stepped inside, Ino still perched comfortably on Naruto's back like she belonged there, earning more than a few amused looks from passing shinobi. Asuma walked straight to the mission desk. Team 10, he said casually. The clerk looked up, smiled, and then blinked as Asuma started pulling mission slips. 1, 2, 5. Naruto watched the stack grow. Sensei. Asuma kept going. 10. 14. 18. He slapped the pile down on the counter. 18 D-rank missions, Asuma said pleasantly. Silence. 18, Naruto repeated faintly. Ino peeked over his shoulder, eyes sparkling. That's a lot of pay. Shikamaru stared at the stack. That's not training, that's punishment. Asuma grinned, entirely unapologetic. You wanted experience. You get experience. He turned and started handing them out. Delivery runs, cleanup, farm help, errands. We're clearing them back to back. Naruto groaned. We're gonna die. Ino slid her chin onto his shoulder, clearly pleased. Don't be dramatic. I'll motivate you. That's what I'm afraid of. Shikamaru sighed deeply, already resigned. Long day. Asuma turned toward the exit, already moving. All right, Team 10, let's earn your lunch money. Ino nudged Naruto with her heel. Forward, noble steed. Naruto straightened with a resigned huff and started walking. I should have stayed in bed. The wagon creaked as the last sack of feed thudded into place. Naruto wiped his forehead with his sleeve and bent immediately for another bag without being told. Ino was already there, hands on the opposite end, counting under her breath. On 3, she said. Got it. They lifted together, clean, coordinated, and swung the sack up into the wagon bed. It landed solidly, no spill. Shikamaru adjusted the stack with a practiced shove, using his weight and leverage instead of muscle. If we layer them like this, they won't shift on the road. Ino nodded. Good call. Naruto grabbed the next bag, then paused just long enough for Ino to slide in beside him. They lifted again, same rhythm, same timing. From a few steps back, Asuma watched. Didn't interrupt. Didn't comment. Just observed. Naruto wasn't rushing anymore. He checked footing before lifting. Ino corrected angles without nagging. Shikamaru planned the load so they didn't have to redo anything. Efficient. Quiet. Cooperative. Asuma exhaled smoke slowly. That didn't take long, he thought. A farmer nearby blinked at the speed they were working. You kids done already? Naruto grinned. Almost. Ino tied the last strap down tight, tested it once, then hopped off the wagon bed lightly, sandals hitting dirt. All set, she said. Shikamaru stretched. That was painless. Asuma stepped forward, satisfied. Good. No wasted motion. That's how you survive longer missions. Naruto straightened, proud despite himself. Next one. Asuma smiled faintly. Next one. He turned toward the road, already walking. The smell hit them before the gate even opened. Naruto stopped dead. Oh no. Ino pinched her nose immediately. That's criminal. Shikamaru sighed like he'd already accepted his fate. This is why dogs and I are not compatible. The kennel doors swung open and a chorus of barking erupted. Dozens of dogs, big, small, loud, louder, crowded the fencing, tails wagging violently. Morning. A kennel handler called cheerfully. Cages need cleaning, bedding changed, runs washed. Thanks for the help. Naruto stared at the rows. How many? All of them. Silence. Asuma clapped his hands once. All right, same teamwork as before, don't rush it. The dogs immediately took interest in Naruto. 3 rushed the fence, barking happily. Oh come on, Naruto groaned as one started licking his face through the bars. I didn't even do anything. Ino laughed outright. They like you. I'm being assaulted. Shikamaru had already grabbed a rake and bucket, eyes half-lidded. I'll handle waste removal. Less chaos if I stay moving. Smart. Ino took charge of bedding without being asked, rolling up old mats, shaking them out, replacing them clean and fast. She didn't complain once, even when a dog decided to sit directly on her foot. Naruto handled washing duty, blasting water through the runs, scrubbing where needed. He gagged once, recovered, and kept going. I hate this, he muttered. You're doing great, Ino said brightly. Very heroic. That's not helping. The dogs followed Naruto's every move, barking encouragement like he was performing for them. Asuma leaned against the fence, arms crossed, watching quietly. Naruto didn't quit. Ino didn't slow down. Shikamaru didn't waste motion. Even when Naruto slipped and nearly went down in a puddle, Ino grabbed his arm instantly and hauled him upright without comment. Careful, she said. Thanks. By the time they finished, the kennels were spotless. Fresh bedding, clean runs, happy dogs. One of them sat directly on Naruto's foot and refused to move. I think I've been claimed, Naruto said weakly. Ino smirked. See, even dogs know. Shikamaru wiped his hands. I need a shower. Asuma pushed off the fence, satisfied. Good work, you didn't complain too much. Naruto blinked. I complained constantly. And yet, Asuma said, you didn't stop. He turned toward the road again. Next job. Naruto groaned. Ino laughed. Shikamaru sighed. They were just finishing up, hoses coiled, buckets stacked, when a voice cut across the yard. Wow, Kiba called out. Didn't know they let losers shovel dog crap now. Naruto stiffened. He turned toward the sound, already scowling. Hey. Deserves it, Kiba went on, grinning. Fits you, dog she. Naruto took a step forward, fists clenched. Say that again. A hand caught his wrist. Shish, Ino said softly. Naruto blinked. Ino. She stepped past him. Straightened. Stood up to her full height, posture calm, chin lifted, eyes sharp. Kiba's grin faltered just a little when he realized he wasn't actually talking to Naruto alone. Ino crossed her arms. You done? Kiba scoffed. What, you his guard dog now? She smiled. It wasn't friendly. Funny, she said, coming from someone who didn't notice 3 other people standing here. Naruto glanced sideways, Asuma leaning against the fence, cigarette unlit, watching quietly. Shikamaru a few steps back, eyes half-lidded, already bored. Kiba followed her gaze. His mouth snapped shut. Ino tilted her head. You wanna finish that sentence? Silence stretched. Naruto felt his pulse hammer, words stacked up behind his teeth, but Ino didn't move aside. Didn't look back. She just stood there, solid and unyielding. Kiba clicked his tongue. Whatever. He turned and walked off, muttering under his breath. Ino waited until he was gone. Then she looked back at Naruto, one eyebrow raised. You don't need to answer everyone, she said. Naruto exhaled slowly. He started it. I know, she replied. That's why I ended it. Asuma let out a quiet huff of amusement. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, he muttered, but effective. Ino stepped back into Naruto's space, grip briefly tightening on his sleeve. You good? He nodded. Yeah. She smiled, softer now. Good. Let's go. The smell of paint hit them next. Naruto squinted up at the small house, buckets lined neatly along the fence, rollers already soaking. This one sounds harmless. Ino glanced at the color swatches. It is not harmless if you drip. Shikamaru sighed. I'm going to drip. Asuma handed out rollers and brushes. Exterior first. Even coats. Don't rush. They split naturally without being told. Naruto took the lower wall, rolling carefully, tongue sticking out in concentration as he tried not to splatter. Ino handled trim and edges, movements precise, quick, correcting mistakes before they became noticeable. Shikamaru worked the higher sections with a long roller, pacing himself, using angles instead of effort. Paint went on smooth. Too smooth. Huh, Naruto said after a minute. This is kinda relaxing. Ino snorted. You say that now. A breeze kicked up. Naruto felt it just as his roller caught a little too much paint. Ino. She was already there, catching the drip with her brush before it hit the ground. I saw it. Thanks. She smiled smugly. Pay attention. Shikamaru leaned back to check coverage. If we finish this side now, we won't have to redo anything later. Asuma watched from the shade, arms crossed, quietly impressed. No arguing. No wasted movement. No one trying to outdo the others. When they finished the last section, the homeowner stepped out, eyes widening. That was fast, she said. And, wow, that's really clean. Naruto grinned. Team effort. Ino wiped her hands. Told you. Shikamaru nodded once. Efficient. Asuma clapped his hands. Good work. Clean up and move. Naruto set his roller down carefully this time, making sure it didn't drip. Ino noticed. She smirked. And as they headed off to the next job, speckled with paint, laughing lightly, Asuma decided something quietly. These missions weren't just chores anymore. They were practice for everything that came next. The house looked sad. A half-built stone wall leaned at an angle it absolutely shouldn't, mortar cracked and slumped where it had failed sometime during the night. Naruto stared at it. It looks like it gave up. The homeowner rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. Foundation wasn't set right. I tried to rush it. Asuma crouched, checked the base with a practiced eye. Didn't let it cure. That'll do it. He stood and looked at his team. All right, tear down the bad section. Rebuild it properly. Shikamaru sighed. Of course it's structural. Ino cracked her knuckles. Good. I'm tired of painting. They got to work. Naruto handled the heavy stones, lifting and clearing rubble with steady, careful movements. No rushing. No showing off. He checked his footing before every lift. Ino mixed mortar, measuring by eye but adjusting instinctively when it came out too wet or too dry. She handed tools without being asked, already anticipating what came next. Shikamaru set the alignment, string lines, angles, spacing, making sure every stone went in level and true. Left side needs another finger width, he muttered. Naruto adjusted immediately. Like this. Yeah, that works. Stone by stone, the wall came together. Naruto passed up a block. Ino set the mortar. Shikamaru guided placement. Asuma watched quietly, arms crossed, saying nothing because there was nothing to correct. By the time they finished, the wall stood straight and solid, mortar clean, foundation set right this time. The homeowner stared. That's better than I could have done. Naruto grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. It'll hold. Ino nodded, satisfied. You won't have to redo it. Shikamaru stretched. That was almost not annoying. Asuma stepped forward. Good work. You fixed the mistake instead of covering it up. He turned toward the road again. Let's move. Still plenty left. Naruto groaned softly. Ino smiled. Shikamaru sighed. They all knew the moment Asuma unfolded the slip. Naruto squinted at it. Number. Ino leaned over his shoulder. Oh yes. Shikamaru didn't even look. Troublesome. Asuma's grin was unapologetic. Lost cat. Again. Naruto sagged. Why is it always cats? They reached the neighborhood fast. Quiet street, tiled roofs, and one very frazzled old woman wringing her hands. My precious Tora climbed the fence and never came back, she cried. He hates strangers. Naruto forced a smile. Don't worry. We'll get him back. Shikamaru muttered, statistically unlikely. They split up. Ino took the ground routes, calling softly, checking alleys and gardens, eyes sharp. Shikamaru climbed to a vantage point and scanned rooftops with lazy efficiency. Naruto sighed and did what he always did. He climbed. Here, kitty kitty, ow. A flash of orange fur streaked across the roofline, hissing like it had been personally offended by Naruto's existence. There, Ino called. Roof to the left. Naruto scrambled after it, sandals skidding on tiles. Why do you hate me? The cat launched. Naruto lunged. Missed. Tora rebounded off his head, claws digging in just enough to make a point, then bolted again. Shikamaru watched the chaos from his perch. I'm not helping. Ino laughed despite herself. You've got this. I do not. Naruto finally cornered the cat near a chimney. He slowed, hands up, breathing steady this time. Okay, he said quietly. Easy. I'm not gonna grab you. The cat paused. Ears flicked. Naruto took one careful step forward. And Ino flicked water just enough to splash near the cat's paws. Tora startled, slipped. And Naruto caught him. Barely. The cat hissed. Naruto winced. Then slowly, carefully, adjusted his grip until the cat settled, still angry, but contained. Got him, Naruto said weakly. Ino climbed up beside him, grinning. Teamwork. Shikamaru hopped down moments later, hands in pockets. Statistically improbable success. They returned the cat to its owner, who hugged Naruto so hard he nearly dropped Tora again. My hero. Naruto laughed, scratched his cheek. Yeah, no problem. Asuma watched them walk off afterward, Naruto nursing a few scratches, Ino teasing him mercilessly, Shikamaru already mentally clocked out. Dreaded, he thought. But effective. By the time they hit the next assignment, Naruto was already suspicious. Please tell me nothing bites, he said, adjusting the strap of a mail satchel over his shoulder. Ino peeked into a basket of groceries. Only if you mess it up. Shikamaru sighed, lifting another stack of envelopes. This is going to take forever. Asuma pointed down the street. Split routes. Stay within sight. Regroup at the fountain. They moved. Naruto took the heavier loads without complaint. Boxes of vegetables, bundled mail, dropping them off with a grin and a quick wave. Kids stared. Old folks smiled. Someone pressed a sweet into his hand and told him to eat more. Ino handled fragile deliveries, checking names twice, correcting addresses when she noticed small mistakes. She charmed her way through doors with easy smiles and polite bows, coming back with less weight and more gossip every time. Shikamaru optimized the route without trying, shortcuts, timing, grouping houses so they didn't double back. He didn't rush, he just didn't waste steps. By the time they regrouped, the baskets were empty. That was efficient, Naruto said. Ino smirked. Told you I'd keep you on track. Shikamaru checked the time. We're ahead of schedule. Asuma nodded, satisfied. Good. People remember reliability. They headed out again, finishing the last stretch together, Naruto carrying, Ino directing, Shikamaru adjusting on the fly. By the end, the village had its mail, pantries were stocked, and Team 10 had another mission crossed off the list. Naruto stretched. This is actually kinda nice. Ino leaned in with a grin. Careful, you're starting to like D ranks. Shikamaru sighed. That's the real danger. Asuma smiled faintly and turned them toward the next slip. Still plenty of day left. The building was warm, steamy, and absolutely buried. Naruto stared at the mountain of clothes. This is worse than the cat. Ino picked up a shirt, sniffed it once, and recoiled. This pile is a crime. Shikamaru sighed, already seated on the floor, sleeves rolled up. Sorting is faster than complaining. Asuma leaned against the wall, amused. Colors. Whites. Work gear. Don't mix them. They fell into it. Naruto handled the heavy baskets, hauling loads from room to room without fuss. He folded slower than Ino liked, but carefully, redoing corners when she corrected him. Like this, she said, fixing an edge. Oh, he copied it. Got it. Ino handled sorting with ruthless efficiency, flicking items into the right pile without hesitation. If it smells like oil, it goes there. If it smells like sweat, there. If it smells like regret, Naruto, that's yours. Hey. Shikamaru quietly optimized the flow, washing cycles staggered, dryers never idle, piles shrinking steadily. He didn't say anything until it mattered. Switch loads now, he said. Otherwise we lose time. Asuma watched the rhythm settle, lift, sort, fold, stack, no wasted motion, no arguments. By the time the last basket emptied, the room looked normal. The attendant blinked. You're done already. Naruto wiped his brow. Yep. Ino dusted her hands. Organized. Shikamaru stood, stretching. Exhausting. Asuma nodded. Good work. People underestimate jobs like this. They stepped back out into the sunlight, clean clothes stacked neatly behind them, another mission crossed off. Naruto groaned lightly. How many left? Asuma checked the remaining slips and smiled. Plenty. Ino laughed. Shikamaru sighed. The building was already condemned. Cracked walls. Sagging beams. Windows boarded up and marked with warning seals. Naruto stared up at it. We get to break stuff. Ino smiled. Don't get carried away. Shikamaru sighed. It's never that simple. Asuma checked the perimeter first, tapping a post and scanning the seals. Controlled demolition. Interior supports only. We weaken, not collapse. Clear. Yes, sensei, they answered, Naruto a little too enthusiastic. They went inside. Dust hung thick in the air as Naruto took point on the heavy work, hammering loose old beams, prying rotted boards free, hauling debris out in steady loads. He didn't rush, didn't swing wild, just methodical force. Ino followed behind, marking weak points and pulling smaller supports once Naruto cleared them. She called out constantly. Left beam first. Wait, floorboards unstable. Now. Shikamaru handled placement and sequence, leaning against a wall and thinking while the others moved. If we remove that support last, he said, pointing, the wall comes down clean instead of sideways. Naruto adjusted immediately. Got it. They worked like that, break, clear, reassess. When the final support gave way, the interior wall slumped inward exactly as planned, collapsing into itself with a heavy thud and a cloud of dust. Naruto coughed, grinning. That was awesome. Ino smacked his arm lightly. Controlled. Remember. Shikamaru wiped dust from his pants. Minimal effort, maximum result. Acceptable. Asuma watched the ruined interior, satisfied. Good. No unnecessary damage. That's the difference between brute force and skill. They stepped back out into the sunlight, dusted but intact. Naruto stretched his arms. Okay. That one felt like real ninja work. Ino smirked. See, even D ranks can be fun. Shikamaru sighed. Still tiring. Asuma checked the remaining slips. Keep moving, he said. We're on a roll. They smelled the paper before they saw it. Stacks everywhere. Crates overturned. Envelopes spilling across tables, floors, chairs, some tied, most not. Naruto stopped in the doorway. This is a disaster. The clerk behind the counter looked exhausted. Festival backlog. 3 days worth. Couriers couldn't keep up. Ino whistled softly. Okay. This one's actually hard. Shikamaru took one look and sighed. Troublesome. Asuma didn't smile this time. This is about organization and speed. No shortcuts. They got to it. Naruto handled the muscle, hauling crates back into place, stacking bundles by district, moving with steady efficiency. He didn't open anything, didn't rush. Just cleared space so the others could work. Ino took the center table and went surgical, eyes flicking, fingers flying as she sorted by route, seal color, and urgency. Misfiled letters didn't survive more than a second in her hands. Blue seal, north. Red stamp, priority. Green ink, hospital. Shikamaru stood off to the side for a full minute, just watching. Then he moved. Stop, he said calmly. Both of them froze. If we sort by delivery order instead of district, we cut the work in half, he continued, already rearranging stacks. Short routes first. Clears runners faster. Long routes last. Ino blinked, then smiled. Do it. They shifted instantly. The chaos shrank. Piles became lines. Lines became stacks. Stacks became routes. Naruto passed bundles without being asked. Ino corrected addresses mid-motion. Shikamaru adjusted flow every few minutes, shaving time without raising his voice. Asuma leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching the clock. They didn't talk much after that. They didn't need to. An hour later, the clerk stared at the room, tables clear, routes marked, crates labeled. You did in one morning what we couldn't do in 3 days. Naruto grinned, tired. Team 10. Ino wiped her hands. Told you we'd fix it. Shikamaru stretched. Please don't let this happen again. Asuma nodded, satisfied. That's how you handle pressure without panicking. They stepped back outside into the sunlight, shoulders aching, fingers ink smudged. Naruto exhaled. Okay. That one earned its pay. Ino laughed. Shikamaru sighed. The tone changed the moment Asuma read the slip. He didn't grin this time. Last one before dusk, he said. Theft. Orphanage. Naruto's smile vanished. Someone stole from kids. Ino's eyes hardened instantly. What did they take? Food. Medicine. A little cash, Asuma replied. Low-level thug. Known face. Ran when confronted. Shikamaru exhaled slowly. That's not just annoying. That's stupid. They didn't waste time. The orphanage was quiet when they arrived, too quiet. A caretaker wrung her hands as she explained, pointing out where the supplies had been stored. Naruto knelt, eyes scanning the ground. Dragged crate here. Footprints heavy. Only one person. Ino crouched beside him, fingers brushing the dirt. He limps. Left leg. See the uneven depth. Shikamaru nodded. And he didn't plan ahead. Straight line exit. Asuma didn't interrupt. They followed the trail through back streets and alleys, Naruto tracking, Ino reading the environment, Shikamaru predicting turns before they happened. Dead end, Naruto muttered as they reached a narrow alley. Ino shook her head. Not for him. Shikamaru pointed. Fire escape. Third rung bent. Naruto grinned sharply. Got him. They found the thug holed up in an abandoned storage shed, arguing with himself while trying to pry open a crate. He froze when the door creaked. Crap. Naruto stepped in first, stance solid. You're done. The man bolted. Ino moved without hesitation, water snapped out, binding stream wrapping his ankle and yanking him flat. He hit the ground hard, groaning. Shikamaru stepped forward, earth softening beneath the man's arms, locking them in place. Don't struggle. It makes it worse. The thug looked up at them, panicked. I was desperate. Naruto's voice was steady, not angry. Worse. You stole from kids. Silence. Asuma stepped in then. Mission complete. They escorted him back, supplies recovered, intact. The caretaker cried when the crates were returned. Thank you, she whispered. Naruto scratched his cheek, embarrassed. It's what we're supposed to do. Ino squeezed his arm once. Shikamaru looked away. As they left, Asuma glanced back at the orphanage, then at his team. Good work, he said quietly. That's what being a shinobi is. They stopped just outside the tower, the sun already starting its slow dip. Asuma turned and looked at them, really looked this time. You've got a choice, he said. 3 more D ranks, or we call it and collect pay for the day. Naruto didn't even hesitate. 3 more. Ino laughed softly. I knew you'd say that. Shikamaru sighed, long and tired. Of course he would. Asuma raised an eyebrow. You sure? You've been moving since morning. Naruto rolled his shoulders, sore but steady. I'm tired, but not done. Ino smiled at him, approving. Besides, we're on a roll. Shikamaru glanced between them, then shrugged. Troublesome, but efficient. Might as well finish strong. Asuma grinned, satisfied. All right then. He turned back toward the board. 3 more. Then we eat like civilized people. Naruto pumped a fist. Yes. Ino nudged him with her shoulder. Don't get cocky. Shikamaru muttered, too late. Asuma pinned the next slips to the stack and handed them over. Let's move, he said. They split at the crossroads without fuss. No arguing. No hesitation. Naruto jogged off with a stack of crates under one arm, already waving. See you at the tower. Ino peeled away down the market street, braid bouncing, already calling out instructions to a shopkeeper. I'll be fast, don't miss me. Shikamaru headed the opposite direction, hands in his pockets, route already mapped in his head. Troublesome, but doable. Asuma stayed where he was. He leaned back against the wall, flicked his lighter, and took a long drag as he watched his team scatter, efficient, confident, moving like this wasn't their first rodeo. Smoke curled up as he chuckled to himself. Unbelievable. One day. One team. More D ranks cleared than any rookie team had managed in a single stretch, clean completions, no complaints worth counting, no supervision needed beyond a glance. Asuma exhaled slowly, grin tugging at his mouth. They didn't even realize it, he thought. Just kept going. He glanced toward the tower, already picturing the clerk's face when the stack came back stamped and signed. Yeah, he muttered, amused. Records shattered. Asuma pushed off the wall and started walking, cigarette glowing as he went. A Jonin with a ridiculous team. A ridiculous day. And the quiet certainty that this was only the beginning. They regrouped at the base of the tower as the sun dipped low, shoulders sore, clothes dusty, sandals scuffed beyond caring. Naruto jogged in last, breathless but grinning. Done. Ino was already there, arms folded, smug. Told you we'd finish first. Shikamaru dropped onto the steps with a tired exhale. I don't want to move for a week. Asuma leaned against the railing, cigarette burning low, clearly enjoying the sight of all 3 of them upright and present. Took you long enough, he said mildly. They headed inside together. The clerk at the counter blinked when Asuma slid the completed stack forward, stamped, signed, flawless. All of these? She asked. All of them, Asuma replied. A pause. Then she started counting. The room was quiet except for paper and the scratch of a ledger. Finally, she looked up. 65,000 ryo each. Naruto froze. How much? Ino's eyes widened just a fraction. Shikamaru actually lifted his head. The clerk counted it out cleanly, sliding 3 stacks across the counter. Naruto stared at the money like it might vanish. I've never. Ino grabbed her stack, smiling brightly. Worth it. Shikamaru picked his up with a resigned sigh. Troublesome amount of responsibility. Asuma watched them tuck the money away, amusement clear on his face. One day, he said. And you broke the record. Naruto looked up, stunned. Wait, what? Asuma smirked. Most D ranks cleared by a rookie team in a single day. Ino beamed. Shikamaru groaned softly. Naruto just laughed, loud and disbelieving. We did that. Yeah, Asuma said. You did. They stepped back outside as the sky darkened, money secure, legs aching, spirits high. Asuma flicked his cigarette away and turned to them. Go home, he said. Eat, sleep. Tomorrow starts early. Ino immediately slid closer to Naruto, already plotting. Shikamaru dragged himself upright. Naruto looked down at the weight in his pocket, and smiled. It had been a long day. And somehow, the best one yet. They barely made it out of the tower doors. Ino suddenly jumped, landing on Naruto's back with practiced ease, arms looping around his shoulders. There, she giggled. My ride. Naruto yelped and stumbled, barely catching himself. Ino. We just got paid. That's exactly why, she replied cheerfully, heels bumping against his sides as she steered him down the street. Dinner first. Shikamaru watched them go, deadpan. He didn't even resist. Asuma laughed under his breath, lighting another cigarette. Kid doesn't stand a chance. Naruto's face was on fire as they walked. You know people can see us, right? Good, Ino said sweetly, leaning closer. They should get used to it. He groaned, but his hands came up automatically to keep her steady as she directed him toward familiar streets, toward her house. As they disappeared down the road, Ino laughed again, light and victorious. Naruto, flustered and smiling despite himself, had already given up. And behind them, Asuma shook his head, amused. Doomed, he muttered. Very doomed. Shikamaru watched the two blondes disappear around the corner, Ino's laughter trailing back, Naruto's flustered protests fading with it. He sighed. That was fast. Asuma snorted, taking a drag from his cigarette. Didn't even pretend to fight it. Shikamaru glanced sideways at him as they started walking the opposite direction. You up for shogi? Asuma raised an eyebrow. After a day like that? Shikamaru shrugged. I need something slow to recover. Asuma chuckled, smoke curling as he exhaled. Yeah, all right. They walked on, unhurried now, the village settling into evening around them. Behind them, a doomed blonde being dragged to dinner. Ahead of them, a shogi board, quiet thoughts, and a rare moment of peace. Asuma smiled to himself. Not a bad day at all. Chapter 3. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun. All rights reserved for their original owners. Ino didn't slow down. She steered Naruto straight through the front door, her sandals slipping off her feet mid-step and landing neatly by the entrance like she'd done it 1,000 times. Without ever getting off his back. I'm home, she called brightly. And I brought dinner with me. Naruto flushed so hard it felt like his ears were on fire. Ino, I can walk now. Too late, she said happily, tightening her arms around his shoulders just enough to make the point. You're already here. He took 2 more steps inside on instinct before realizing what was happening, then froze awkwardly in the entryway, hands hovering uselessly. Ino, he hissed, panicking, your parents. They like you, she replied instantly. Relax. Footsteps approached. Her mother peeked around the corner, took in the scene, Ino perched comfortably on Naruto's back, his flustered expression, the sandals abandoned at the door. And laughed. Oh, she said warmly. Good evening, Naruto. Naruto bowed as best he could with Ino still attached. Gee, good evening, ma'am. Ino beamed, chin resting on his shoulder. See, told you. Her mother shook her head, amused. Dinner's almost ready. Go wash up. Ino finally slid off his back, slow, deliberate, feet touching the floor before she gave him a satisfied pat. Good job today, she said softly. You earned this. Naruto exhaled, still red, still smiling despite himself. I think I'm gonna pass out. She laughed and tugged him further inside by the sleeve. After dinner, she said. No excuses. They washed up quickly, Naruto scrubbing his hands a little too hard, still half keyed up from the day, then followed Ino to the table. Dinner was already laid out. Warm food, real food. Her parents sat across from them, relaxed, curious smiles waiting. So, her father said easily, how was your first full day? Ino didn't hesitate. She leaned back in her chair, satisfied. Long, she said. Productive. We broke a record. Naruto blinked. Why you don't have to say it like that? Her mother's eyebrows rose. A record. Most D ranks in one day, Ino replied proudly. 18, plus 3 more at the end. Her parents exchanged a look. That's impressive, her father said, then looked to Naruto. You holding up? Naruto nodded quickly. Yes, sir. It was. Actually kind of great. Ino smirked and continued, casual but honest. We did feed runs, kennels, painting, rebuilding a wall, demolition, laundry, mail sorting, deliveries, even caught a thug who stole from the orphanage. Her mother's expression softened at that last part. Good. Ino's smile dimmed just a fraction. Oh, and Kiba ran his mouth at the kennels, she added, tone flat. Said some ugly things. Naruto stiffened. It wasn't. I handled it, Ino cut in calmly, shooting him a look that said drop it. He backed off. Her father nodded once. Good. Words matter. Ino brightened again instantly and reached into her pouch, setting a neat stack on the table with a soft thump. But this, she said brightly. This also matters. Naruto's eyes went wide all over again. Her parents leaned in. 65,000, her mother said, impressed. Each, Ino added. There was a beat of silence. Then her father laughed. Well, that certainly explains the appetite. Naruto flushed, scratching his cheek. I'm not used to that much. Her mother smiled warmly at him. You earned it. Ino glanced sideways at Naruto, clearly pleased, foot bumping his lightly under the table. See, she said. Worth the sore muscles. Naruto smiled back, shoulders finally relaxing as the food was passed around and the day began to settle into something warm and real. For the first time, it didn't feel like he was just surviving. They ate for a bit, the room settling into easy warmth, plates clinking softly, steam rising from bowls, the kind of quiet that meant everyone was comfortable. Ino, however, was smiling to herself. So, she said casually, far too casually, Naruto was very gentle today. Naruto nearly choked. What? Her mother paused mid-bite, then slowly smiled. Oh. Ino nodded, completely serious. Carrying me. Training. Even during the sparring. Always careful. Like he's afraid of breaking something. Naruto's face went crimson. That's just being normal. Her mother snickered, covering her mouth with her hand. That's not normal, dear. Ino leaned her cheek into her palm, pleased. He even held my ankle carefully when I jumped on his back. Naruto made a strangled noise. You did not need to say that part. Her father set his chopsticks down, studying Naruto for a long moment. Then he nodded. He said thoughtfully. Sounds like he'd make a good son-in-law. Dead silence. Naruto froze completely. Yes, sir. Ino's eyes lit up like fireworks. Her mother laughed openly now. Don't tease him like that. I'm not teasing, her father replied calmly. I'm observing. Naruto's brain short-circuited. I mean. Ino slid her foot against his under the table, grinning like she'd just won something. See, I told you today was productive. Her mother shook her head fondly. Eat your food, Naruto. You're safe here. Naruto nodded weakly, shoveling rice into his mouth just to give himself something to do, ears still burning. Across from him, Ino watched with open satisfaction. Very productive indeed. Dinner finished, dishes cleared, the house settling into its evening quiet. Ino stood first. Come on, she said lightly, already tugging Naruto up by the sleeve. He followed her to the door, still a little stiff, still replaying son-in-law in his head like it might explode if he thought about it too hard. At the threshold, she turned to face him. Good job today, she said softly. Before he could answer, she stepped in, arms slipping around him in a quick, warm hug. Naruto froze for half a heartbeat, then relaxed without realizing it. She leaned up and kissed his cheek. Light, brief. Her lips barely there. She pulled back immediately, giggling at the way his entire face went red. Don't be late tomorrow, she teased. 5 a.m. Naruto nodded automatically, eyes unfocused. Why yeah, 5. She opened the door and gently nudged him outside. Night, Naruto. He took 3 steps down the path before his legs remembered how to work. Behind him, Ino watched for a moment, smiling to herself as he walked off dazed, hand hovering near the cheek she'd kissed like he wasn't sure it was real. Then she closed the door, still giggling. Naruto climbed the stairs in a daze. His legs knew the steps by heart. His head absolutely did not. His fingers brushed his cheek again without him realizing it, the memory still buzzing, warm, light, unreal. She kissed me. Movie night. He stopped so hard he nearly missed a step. Luna was sitting outside his apartment, back against the wall, knees drawn up, dressed comfortably, no gear, no mask, hair loose. A small paper bag rested beside her. She looked up and smiled when she saw his expression. You look like you got hit with a genjutsu, she said mildly. Luna. Naruto blinked. What are you? Movie night, she repeated, patting the step beside her. And I want to talk to you. He sat automatically, keys dangling uselessly from his fingers. The hallway was quiet, peaceful, the building settling for the night. Luna studied him for a second. You're smiling. Naruto flushed. Am I? Yes, she said simply. That's good. She reached into the bag and pulled out 2 drinks in a wrapped bundle. Popcorn, sweet buns. You in? Naruto nodded immediately. Yeah, sure. She stood as he unlocked the door, and they stepped inside together. Naruto kicked his sandals off, still moving like he was half dreaming. They settled on the couch, the movie starting quietly in the background, something light, something easy. A few minutes passed. Then Luna spoke, tone shifting just enough that Naruto noticed. Before you relax too much, she said, eyes still on the screen, there's something you should know. Naruto turned toward her. Okay. We found signs someone was testing your apartment, she continued calmly. Subtle, careful, the kind most people miss. His stomach tightened. Oh. She glanced at him then, expression gentle but firm. You're not in danger right now. But we're not ignoring it either. Naruto swallowed. What do you need me to do? Luna smiled faintly. You listen well. That helps. She leaned back, keeping her voice low and casual, like this was just another part of the movie. Tonight, I want you to use a shadow clone. Same routine you'd normally have. Sleep, breathe, chakra steady. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. As bait. Yes, she said without hesitation. But a safe one. She nudged his shoulder lightly. You won't be here. You'll be with me, watching a movie, eating popcorn. That's weirdly reassuring, Naruto admitted. That's the idea, Luna replied. We watch, we learn. If someone moves, they move on my terms. She paused, then added quietly, I'm not letting anything happen to you. Naruto looked at her, really looked this time. Not Anbu. Not intimidating. Just protective. Thanks, he said. She shrugged lightly. Someone has to make sure you get to keep smiling like that. The movie continued to play softly as Naruto formed the seal and sent a shadow clone down the hall, the familiar tug of chakra settling quickly. He leaned back into the couch, breath evening out. For the first time all day, his thoughts slowed. Outside the apartment, the hallway stayed quiet. The movie played on, light and forgettable, the kind you didn't have to focus on. Naruto shifted on the couch, glancing toward the door, then back at Luna. What if it's late, he asked quietly, and nothing happens? Luna didn't look surprised by the question. She kept her eyes on the screen, calm as ever. Then nothing happens. He hesitated. Do I go back to my place after? She finally looked at him then. No. Naruto blinked. Number. She shook her head once, firm. If it's quiet all night, that's good. But I'm not taking chances with patterns. You don't go back over there tonight. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Oh. You can stay in my guest bedroom, she said simply, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Bed's made. Door locks. I'm a light sleeper. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, flustered but not uncomfortable. I don't wanna be a bother. You're not, Luna replied immediately. And this isn't a favor. It's procedure. She paused, then added, softer, and peace of mind. Naruto nodded slowly. Okay. She relaxed a fraction at that, shoulders easing. Good, she said, reaching for the popcorn again. Then finish the movie. You've had a long day. Naruto leaned back into the couch, the tension he hadn't realized he was carrying finally loosening. Outside, the night stayed quiet. The building slept. Most of it, anyway. In Naruto's apartment, the shadow clone lay exactly where Naruto usually did, breathing steady, chakra calm, routine perfect. Anyone watching would see nothing out of place. Inside the walls, however, 2 presences didn't move. One of Luna's friends was already inside Naruto's apartment, hidden high in the shadows near the ceiling beam, still as dust, chakra sealed down to nothing. Watching the window. Watching the latch. The second lay flat on the roof above, prone against the tiles, cloak blending into the night, eyes never leaving the outer wall. Minutes passed. Then. A disturbance. The rooftop Anbu stiffened first. Movement. Careful. Deliberate. A figure began to climb the exterior wall, slow, controlled, using finger holds that weren't supposed to exist. No rush. No noise. Someone practiced. The rooftop Anbu tapped 2 fingers against the tile once. Signal. Inside Naruto's apartment, the hidden Anbu shifted just enough to adjust their angle. The window seal didn't flare. The latch didn't move. They know exactly where to touch, the rooftop watcher thought. That kunai tip is still doing its job. The climber reached the window. Paused. Tested. Everything looked normal. Inside Luna's apartment, a faint ripple of chakra passed through the network, silent confirmation traveling between trained minds. Luna didn't move from the couch. She didn't even look away from the screen. Naruto felt it anyway. Something's happening, he whispered. Yes, Luna replied calmly. Stay seated. Her tone didn't allow argument. Outside, the stranger began to work the window, slow, patient, confident that tonight would go the same way it always had. They had no idea. This time, the apartment wasn't empty. This time, the target wasn't alone. This time, the net was already closed. The window opened without a sound. The stranger slipped inside like a shadow, bare feet touching the floor with practiced ease. His face was hidden, breath slow, controlled. In his hand, a cloth, darkened and dripping with a clear fluid. He moved straight to the bed. The shadow clone lay there exactly right. Breathing steady. Chakra calm. Perfect. The stranger pressed the cloth down over the clone's mouth and nose. The clone stiffened, just for a moment, then went limp, collapsing back into the mattress like it had fallen asleep. The stranger exhaled, relieved. Got. A hand slammed into the back of his neck. A chakra seal slapped onto his spine with brutal precision. He hit the floor hard, breath knocked out of him as the seal flared and locked his limbs. He struggled weakly, muscles refusing to respond. From above, the ceiling shifted. The second Anbu dropped down silently, landing in a crouch, eyes immediately on the cloth. Confirmed, they said flatly, lifting it with 2 fingers. Sleep agent. Fast acting. The stranger groaned, trying to move, panic finally bleeding through his control. The first Anbu hauled him upright just enough to make eye contact. Dirty, they growled. The rooftop Anbu stepped closer, voice cold. Kidnapping bastard. They didn't hit him again. They didn't need to. The seals held. The agent did its job, his strength draining fast, eyelids fluttering as consciousness slipped away. Outside, the night stayed quiet. Inside Luna's apartment, the movie kept playing softly, its cheerful soundtrack completely at odds with what had just happened 1 floor away. The trap had worked. The threat was caught. They sat him upright in a chair. Bindings tight, chakras sealed, head lolling for a second before one of them tilted it back up, forcing his eyes open. The stranger groaned, still fighting the fog from the sleep agent, breath uneven. The first Anbu stood directly in front of him, arms folded. All right, they said calmly. You can do this the easy way. The second Anbu leaned against the wall, watching without a word. Or the hard way, the first continued, voice flat. Not raised, not angry. Worse, professional. The stranger swallowed. I don't know what you're talking about. The seal on his spine pulsed once. He flinched, sucking in a sharp breath. You broke into a protected apartment, the second Anbu said quietly. Used a chemical agent, targeted a minor. They stepped closer, eyes cold. We already know that much. The first Anbu crouched so they were eye level. What we don't know, they said evenly, is who sent you. Silence stretched. The stranger's jaw clenched. Sweat beaded at his temple. You can talk, the first Anbu said. Answer clean. Cooperate. This stays simple. A pause. Or, the second added, you don't. And this takes longer. No threats followed. They didn't need to say more. The room was quiet except for the stranger's breathing, fast, shallow, afraid. Outside, the building slept. Inside, the night had turned serious. The room stayed quiet. Too quiet. The first Anbu sighed, almost bored, and reached out, quick, precise. There was a sharp crack. The stranger screamed. Not long. Not dramatic. Just raw pain. Okay, okay. He gasped, voice breaking as tears sprang to his eyes. I'll talk. The second Anbu didn't move. Then start. The stranger gulped air, shaking. I was hired. Told to drug the blonde. Make it look clean. No marks. Just make him sleep. Who, the first Anbu said calmly, hired you? A middleman, he babbled. Didn't give a name. Paid in advance. Said the kid was important, worth a lot alive. The second Anbu's voice went cold. Alive for what? I don't know, he cried. I swear. Just told to take him outside the village. There was supposed to be a pickup point past the southern woods. Silence. The first Anbu straightened slowly. Which village? They asked. Cloud, the man whispered. That's what he said. Kumo. The room seemed to drop a few degrees. The second Anbu stepped forward. First attempt. The stranger shook his head violently. No. First time. I was told it'd be easy. Said the target was alone. Unprotected. The first Anbu laughed once. Short. Humorless. They lied. They turned away, already done with him. Bag him, the second Anbu said. Full report to the Hokage. Immediate. As seals were applied and the man slumped in the chair, sobbing, the truth settled in. This wasn't random. This wasn't desperation. Someone had ordered Naruto Uzumaki taken. And thanks to one cautious neighbor, a shadow clone, and a perfectly laid trap. It had failed. Naruto had fallen asleep without realizing it. 1 minute he was fighting a yawn on the couch, eyes heavy, the glow of the screen blurring. The next, his breathing had evened out, head tipped slightly to the side. Luna noticed immediately. She muted the movie, moved quietly, and eased him up with practiced care. He didn't wake as she guided him to the bed in the guest room, just mumbled something incoherent and turned onto his side. She smiled faintly. Sleep, she murmured. She pulled the blanket up, adjusted it at his shoulders, then placed a light ceiling tag beneath the mattress, subtle, layered, protective. Another at the doorframe, a third along the window. Only then did she relax. She stepped into her own room and sealed the door behind her just as softly. A moment later, the air shifted. Her friend appeared inside the room, mask off, expression grim. It's done, they said quietly. Luna leaned back against the desk. Talk to me. He broke, her friend replied. Confirmed hired job. Drug and extract. Target was the blonde. Pick up outside the village. Luna's jaw tightened. Who? Cloud, her friend said flatly. Middleman arrangement, but the direction's clear. Silence. Luna glanced toward the wall separating her room from the guest bedroom, senses brushing lightly against Naruto's chakra, steady, warm, safe. How close? She asked. Minutes, her friend admitted. If you hadn't left the setup as is. I know, Luna said quietly. Her friend watched her for a moment, then softened just a fraction. You did good. Luna exhaled slowly. He had a long day. Broke a record. Got dinner. Fell asleep smiling. Her friend nodded once. He doesn't need to know tonight. No, Luna agreed. Not yet. She crossed her arms, resolve settling in. Double watch until morning, she said. No pattern repeats. No chances. Already in motion, her friend replied. They vanished as quietly as they'd arrived. Luna sat down on the edge of her bed, listening to the building, the village, the night. Then, after one last check of the seals, she allowed herself to rest. Outside, danger had come and failed. The apartment was silent when the door opened again. Two figures entered without haste. Hiruzen stepped in first, cane tapping softly against the floor, eyes sharp despite the hour. Behind him came the unmistakable presence of Ibiki, broad-shouldered, scarred, expression unreadable. The restrained man was slumped in a chair at the center of the room. A medic nin worked quietly, hands glowing green as broken fingers were set and sealed, not out of mercy, but necessity. The man needed to be intact. Hiruzen took in the scene in a single glance. The child, he asked calmly. Safe, an Anbu replied from the shadows. Asleep elsewhere. Never aware. Good. Hiruzen turned his attention back to the captive, who groaned weakly as the healing finished. Ibiki stepped forward, looming. So, he said evenly. You picked the wrong apartment. The man swallowed hard. Hiruzen rested both hands on his cane. You attempted to abduct a leaf shinobi. A minor. Using chemical agents. His voice never rose. You will never see the land of lightning again, Hiruzen continued. Nor the outside world, if what you've said checks out. The man's eyes widened in terror. Ibiki smiled faintly. It did not reach his eyes. I'll take him from here, he said. Full extraction. Names. Routes. Handlers. Hiruzen nodded once. Nothing rushed. I want certainty. Ibiki motioned, and the Anbu moved in, lifting the man from the chair with practiced efficiency. As they were dragged toward the door, the captive tried to speak again, panic breaking through exhaustion. I told you everything. Ibiki leaned in just enough for him to hear. We'll see. They were gone moments later, the door closing softly behind them. Hiruzen remained a moment longer, gaze drifting to the window, the latch, the seal, the place where patience had almost won. So close, he murmured. Then he turned and left as well. The apartment fell quiet again. The door closed softly behind him. Hiruzen stepped into the hallway, cane tapping once as he paused. Luna stood at the far end of the corridor. No armor. No mask. Just straight posture and clear eyes. She brought her fist to her chest and bowed her head in a clean, formal salute. Hiruzen studied her for a long moment. You acted without orders, he said gently. Yes, Hokage-sama, Luna replied. I assessed a threat and moved to contain it. A beat of silence. Hiruzen nodded once. You prevented an international incident. Her jaw tightened slightly. I prevented a child from being taken. A faint smile touched the old man's face. Well done, he said simply. Your judgment was sound. Your restraint. Appreciated. Luna inclined her head again. My duty. Hiruzen turned toward the stairs, then stopped. He's sleeping, he asked. Yes, Luna answered, peacefully. Good, Hiruzen said. He walked on, the weight of the night settling behind him. The building went quiet just after midnight. Seals flared briefly along Naruto's apartment door and window, clean, official, absolute. The space was locked down, frozen in time, evidence preserved. Luna watched it happen from the hallway, then turned and stepped back into her own apartment. She had just finished resetting the outer seals when the air rippled. A scroll appeared in a soft thump on her table, tagged with the Hokage's mark. She didn't open it immediately. She already knew what it would say. Still, she broke the seal. Her eyes moved quickly over the contents. Naruto Uzumaki is to be relocated immediately. Temporary residence, your apartment. Until further notice. She exhaled once. Your assignment is shifted to day shift. Reason, proximity and continuity. That earned a quiet huff. Of course. Her gaze sharpened as she read the final lines. Naruto is not to be informed of the incident. He is to be told only, the Hokage said so. Objective, draw out remaining collaborators. Luna folded the scroll carefully and set it aside. Understood, she murmured to the empty room. She moved to the doorway separating her room from the guest bedroom and checked the seals again, reinforced, layered, invisible to anyone who didn't know where to look. Naruto slept on, completely unaware. Tomorrow, she would tell him his apartment was temporarily unavailable. Tomorrow, she would tell him he was staying here. Tomorrow, she would say nothing more than she was ordered to. Because somewhere out there, someone still thought Naruto Uzumaki was unguarded. And Luna intended to make sure they kept thinking that. Right up until they made their mistake. Naruto stirred to the sound of a pan sizzling. And the smell. Warm eggs. Toasted tortilla. Something savory that cut straight through sleep. He blinked, confused, then cracked one eye open. It was still dark outside. Quiet. Too quiet. He rolled onto his side, groggy. Luna. In the kitchen, her voice came back, calm and awake. You're up early today. Naruto squinted at the clock on the nightstand. 4 a.m. His eyes widened. Why is it 4? Because I'm on day shift now, Luna said evenly, flipping something in the pan. And because you train at 5. He sat up slowly, rubbing his face. You're making breakfast again. Yes. Breakfast burritos. Yes. He stared at the ceiling for a second, processing. I think I'm still dreaming. Luna glanced over her shoulder, a faint smile tugging at her mouth. If you were dreaming, you wouldn't smell it this clearly. Naruto laughed softly, swinging his legs out of bed. Fair. He padded into the kitchen, hair a mess, eyes still heavy, but the knot in his chest from the night before was gone. Safe. Warm. Fed. Luna slid a plate onto the counter. Eat. We've got a schedule. Naruto sat, picked it up, and took a bite. His shoulders dropped immediately. Wow, he mumbled around the food. You're dangerous. She raised an eyebrow. Eat faster. He grinned, white and sleepy. Yes, ma'am. Outside, dawn hadn't even thought about breaking yet. Inside, the day had already begun. Naruto finished the last bite just as Luna wrapped 2 more burritos in cloth and tucked them into a small carrier. Those for later, he asked, already pulling on his shirt. For Ino, Luna replied. Extra. Naruto blinked. You're bringing food for Ino? Yes. She's gonna like you. Luna gave him a sideways look. I'm not competing. He flushed a little and busied himself tying his sandals. Right, yeah. She gave him space to get ready, checked the seals once more, grabbed her jacket, keys, the kind of calm preparation that said this was routine even if the circumstances weren't. When Naruto stepped back out, hair damp, eyes awake now, Luna nodded once. Good, she said. We're heading out. Naruto slung his pouch over his shoulder. Where to? I'm dropping you off at the Yamanaka clan head's house, Luna replied evenly, locking the door behind them. Orders. He paused mid-step. Orders. She glanced at him, already walking. The Hokage said so. That answer stopped any follow-up cold. Oh, Naruto said. Okay. They headed down the stairs together, the building still quiet, village streets just beginning to breathe. Naruto glanced at the wrapped food in her hand, then forward again, smiling faintly. Between early mornings, warm food, and being delivered straight to Ino's doorstep. The knock came soft and precise. Ino's mother opened the door already dressed for the morning, surprised for half a second, then smiling when she saw who it was. Good morning, Luna said quietly. Sorry for the hour. Her mother waved it off immediately. You're right on time, she's been up since before 4. From deeper inside the house came the sound of drawers opening and closing, quick, purposeful. I'm ready, Ino called, voice bright and awake. I told you 5 a.m. meant 5 a.m. Naruto shifted beside Luna, rubbing the back of his neck. She wasn't kidding. Ino appeared a moment later, already dressed for training, hair tied back, eyes sharp. She stopped when she saw Naruto. Then grinned. You're early, she said smugly. Good. Her gaze flicked to the wrapped food in Luna's hand. Is that for me? Luna held it out. Breakfast burritos. Extra. Ino's eyes lit up. She took them with both hands like they were precious. I like you. Naruto laughed. That was fast. Ino leaned in close to him, voice low and teasing. You didn't oversleep. I'm proud. Her mother watched the exchange with quiet amusement, arms folded. Looks like you're in good hands. Luna nodded once. He will be. Ino bounced on her heels, energized. All right, let's go before Asuma decides to surprise us. Naruto straightened automatically. Yes, ma'am. Ino snickered and grabbed his wrist, already pulling him toward the door. See. Trained. Her mother chuckled as they headed out into the early morning light, the day just beginning. Ino tugged Naruto down the path, already talking about drills and timing, their voices fading into the early morning. Luna stayed behind. She raised a hand and gave a small wave as the two rounded the corner, then turned back to the doorway. Ino's parents were waiting, no smiles now, just attentive calm. There was an attempted abduction last night, Luna said plainly. Naruto was the target. It failed. Her mother's hand tightened on the doorframe. Who? Cloud-linked contractor, Luna replied. Middleman job. He's in custody. Interrogation confirmed intent to drug and extract him outside the village. Silence settled. Her father exhaled slowly. And Naruto? Never touched, Luna said. He slept through it. He's staying with me until further notice. Orders from the Hokage. Ino's mother nodded once. He won't hear about this. No, Luna said. We're using routine to draw out anyone else involved. Her father met Luna's eyes. Thank you for watching him. Luna inclined her head. He's not alone. She turned to go, then paused. If anything feels off, patterns, faces, rumors, send word. Immediately. We will, Ino's mother said. The office was quiet in the early light. Smoke curled lazily from Asuma's cigarette as he stood in front of the desk, hands in his pockets, posture loose, but his eyes were sharp. Across from him, Hiruzen rested both hands on his cane. You were briefed, Hiruzen said calmly. Asuma nodded once. Yeah. He exhaled smoke slowly. Attempted abduction. Drug and extract. Cloud-linked middleman. Kid slept through it. Hiruzen watched his son carefully. Your team broke records yesterday. Asuma huffed. Figures it'd happen on a good day. Silence stretched for a moment. Then Asuma's jaw tightened. They went after him because he looked unguarded, he said flatly. Yes, Hiruzen replied. And because someone believed the village wouldn't notice. Asuma snorted. They miscalculated. Hiruzen allowed a faint smile. Severely. Asuma shifted his weight. So Luna keeps him close. Apartment sealed. Routine stays normal. He's told nothing except, the Hokage said so. That is correct, Hiruzen said. We want whoever else is involved to grow impatient. Asuma tapped ash into a tray. In my role. Continue as you were, Hiruzen answered. Train them. Run missions. Keep him visible, but never alone. Asuma's eyes flickered. If someone tries again. They won't reach him, Hiruzen said gently. But if they try, we will learn everything. Asuma was quiet for a long second. Then he nodded. Good. He turned toward the door, then paused. He did well yesterday, Asuma added. All of them did. Hiruzen smiled more openly this time. I know. Asuma glanced back once. I'll keep him moving. Keep him tired. Keep him smiling. Hiruzen inclined his head. That may be the most important part. Asuma stepped out, cigarette already lit again, shoulders relaxed, but his thoughts anything but. Behind him, the Hokage watched the door close and murmured softly to the empty room. The village endures, because its children are protected. The moment they cleared the last street. Ino jumped. She landed on Naruto's back with pure, unapologetic glee, arms locking around his shoulders like she'd been waiting all morning for it. There, she declared happily. My spot. Naruto didn't even flinch this time. He adjusted his grip automatically and kept walking. You're comfortable, right? Ino blinked. Then smiled wider. Oh wow, he's learning. She leaned her chin on his shoulder, humming contentedly as he carried her the rest of the way. They stepped into the training ground just as. Flicker. Asuma appeared in a blur of motion, standing a few paces ahead of them like he'd been there the whole time. You're late, he said casually. Naruto checked the sun. We're early. Asuma smirked. Good. Off to the side, Shikamaru lifted one hand in a lazy wave, already seated in the grass. Morning, he drawled. You look doomed. Naruto sighed. I am. Ino giggled and tightened her hold just a bit. He says that like it's a bad thing. Asuma watched the scene for a moment. Ino settled in, Naruto steady under the weight, Shikamaru unbothered, and shook his head with quiet amusement. All right, he said. Warm up. Same drills as yesterday. We're building from there. Ino slid off Naruto's back at last, landing lightly on the grass. He didn't complain once. Naruto scratched his cheek. I think I'm getting used to it. Shikamaru snorted. That's how it starts. Asuma clapped his hands once. Move it. They spread out, sandals scuffing against dirt and grass, chakra stirring as the morning training began. Warm-ups ended with sweat already clinging to skin. Asuma rolled his shoulders and nodded. Second jutsu. Again. They moved without being told. Shikamaru sank his chakra low, earth flow snare spreading beneath the ground in a controlled ripple. A practice post dipped, locked at the base, held fast. He adjusted pressure, released cleanly, and reset. Stable, he muttered. Less drain. Ino stepped in next, water answering instantly. Binding stream flowed smooth and precise, coiling tight, then loosening at her command without splash or waste. She flicked her wrist and grinned. Still perfect. Naruto followed, breath steady. He shaped the air carefully this time, no blast, just a thin, controlled arc. Cutting wind hissed and sliced leaves clean from a branch without shaking it. He smiled, small and satisfied. Yeah. Asuma watched the sequence once. Then again. Good, he said. You own them. He checked the sun, just past the horizon now. All right, Asuma announced, a grin spreading across his face. Mission time. Naruto groaned reflexively. Ino bounced on her toes. Shikamaru sighed like he'd expected nothing else. Asuma laughed, actually laughed. It's just past 6 a.m. Let's see if we can make the clerk nervous before breakfast. Ino slid right back onto Naruto's back with a delighted giggle. Round 2. Naruto caught her automatically. You're gonna start charging rent. Shikamaru pushed himself to his feet. Troublesome morning. Asuma turned toward the path, already moving. Tower. Now. They followed, sandals scuffing, chakra humming, the day barely begun. The sun had barely cleared the rooftops when they reached the tower. Ino was still riding comfortably on Naruto's back, arms loosely around his shoulders, humming like this was the most natural way to start a morning. Naruto didn't even comment anymore. He just walked. They stepped inside. The mission clerk looked up, and went pale. Number, she said faintly. Asuma strolled up to the counter like he hadn't already traumatized her the day before. Morning. Her eye twitched. It's barely 6. Great start to the day, Asuma replied cheerfully. Naruto waved awkwardly. Ino smiled sweetly. Shikamaru lifted one hand in a lazy half wave. The clerk swallowed. How many? Asuma didn't answer. He reached past the counter. 1 slip. 5. 10. Her shoulders visibly slumped. 20. 30. Instructor, she tried. Asuma kept going. 40. 45. He set the stack down neatly. 45D ranks, he said with a grin. Silence. Naruto stared. Sensei. Ino peeked over his shoulder, eyes sparkling. That's a lot. Shikamaru sighed, already resigned. This is abuse. The clerk rubbed her temples. You can't possibly finish all of those. Asuma smiled wider. We'll see. He gathered the slips and turned away before she could argue, already heading for the doors. All right, Team 10, he said. Let's stretch the record. Ino tightened her grip happily. Forward. Naruto adjusted automatically and followed, heart pounding, half dread, half excitement. Behind them, the clerk watched them leave, hands shaking as she reached for a ledger. I'm transferring, she muttered. First mission, delivery runs. The village was barely awake. Shutters half open, steam rising from kitchens, merchants just starting to set out crates. Naruto jogged along with a loaded pack, Ino still riding comfortably on his back like it was part of the uniform. She pointed ahead, already reading addresses. Left, she said. 2 doors down. Red seal, priority. Naruto adjusted course without slowing. Got it. Shikamaru moved a step ahead, checking route order, eyes half-lidded but sharp. If we clear the market loop first, we won't double back. Asuma watched from behind, cigarette unlit this early, grin already there. They split cleanly. Naruto handled the heavy drops, rice sacks, bundled parcels, tool crates, setting everything down neatly, bowing, smiling. Ino hopped off only when needed, handing over smaller packages, confirming names, correcting mistakes before they happened. Yamanaka delivery, she said once, flashing a smile. You're welcome. Shikamaru timed it all, calling when to move, when to regroup, shaving minutes without ever raising his voice. By the time the sun cleared the rooftops, half the slips were already stamped. Naruto bounced on his heels. That was fast. Ino reclaimed her spot instantly, giggling as she settled back in. Told you. Momentum. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome efficiency. Asuma checked the remaining stack, eyebrows lifting. Good, he said. Don't slow down. They moved again, sandals scuffing, Packs shifting, the village waking up behind them. And Team 10 was already running circles around the morning. Second mission, cattle duty. The smell hit them first. Naruto stopped at the fence, staring at the row of cows chewing lazily. I don't like the way they're looking at me. One cow mooed. Ino slid off his back at last, laughing. Relax, they're cute. Shikamaru eyed the stools and buckets lined up neatly. This is definitely AD rank. The farmer waved them over, cheerful and exhausted. Morning. Glad you're here. Got a full herd today. Asuma clapped his hands once. Same system as yesterday. Efficient. No messing around. They got to work. Naruto took a seat, awkward at first, hands hovering uncertainly. Am I doing this right? The cow shifted. Ino leaned over his shoulder, far too amused. Gentler. You're not arm wrestling it. He flushed. I am being gentle. She demonstrated once, quick, practiced, smooth, then handed the bucket back. Like that. Naruto copied her movements, slower this time. Milk hit the bucket in a steady rhythm. Oh, he said. Okay. That's actually kinda satisfying. Shikamaru handled transport, swapping full buckets for empty ones, keeping things moving so no one stalled. If we rotate every 2 cows, no one's hands cramp. Ino nodded. Good plan. Asuma leaned against the fence, watching Naruto settle into the rhythm, Ino correcting without nagging, Shikamaru optimizing everything without looking like he cared. By the time the last cow was done, the farmer stared at the neatly lined buckets in disbelief. That's fast. Naruto wiped his hands, grinning. Team effort. Ino reclaimed her spot immediately, hopping back onto Naruto's back with a pleased hum. See, productive morning. Shikamaru sighed. I'm never drinking milk again. Asuma checked the slips and smiled. 2 down. They headed off again as the cows resumed chewing like nothing had happened. Third mission, paper flood. They knew it was bad the moment they reached the mail depot. Stacks of paper everywhere, bundles leaning against walls, clerks moving fast, faces tight, ink already smudged on their hands. The same clerk from before looked up. And physically paled. You, she whispered. Ino slid off Naruto's back, cheerful. Good morning again. Naruto waved. We're here to help. Shikamaru sighed. This feels personal. Asuma didn't even slow down. Paper delivery backlog. We clear it. The clerk swallowed. Festival orders. Contracts. Notices. We're drowning. Asuma nodded once. You're not anymore. They moved instantly. Naruto grabbed the heaviest bundles, stacking them by district without being told. Ino took the sorting table, fingers flying as she scanned seals, stamps, and markings. Government seals, priority. Commercial bulk, secondary. Private letters, split by route. Shikamaru stood still for 3 seconds, then stepped in and rearranged the entire flow. Stop sorting by sender, he said calmly. Sort by drop density. Couriers clear faster. Ino blinked, then smiled. Do it. The chaos collapsed into order. Naruto ran bundles to couriers as soon as they were ready, never letting a stack sit idle. Ino corrected mistakes mid-motion, catching misroutes before they left the building. Shikamaru adjusted timing every few minutes, keeping the system tight. Asuma watched from the wall, cigarette unlit, arms crossed. They're not just fast, he thought. They're surgical. An hour later, the depot looked normal. Clean tables, labeled stacks, couriers moving out in steady waves. The clerk stared at the empty floor. You cleared everything. Naruto grinned. All of it. All of it. Ino dusted her hands. Told you we'd fix it. Shikamaru stretched. I hate how effective that was. Asuma checked the slip and stamped it. Good. Let's keep moving. Ino hopped back onto Naruto's back with a delighted laugh. Next. Naruto adjusted automatically. You're enjoying this too much. Shikamaru sighed as they headed out. We're not even warmed up yet. Fourth mission, snake handler recovery. The slip made Naruto squint. Help Anko. Sober up. Ino's grin was immediate. Oh, this I have to see. Shikamaru sighed like his soul was leaving his body. Troublesome on principle. They found Enko Mitarashi sprawled on the steps outside a closed tea house, arms crossed, hair a mess, glaring at the sky like it had personally offended her. "Morning, sunshine," Asuma said pleasantly. Enko cracked one eye open. "If you're here to lecture me, Sarutobi, I'll bite." Naruto blinked. "Sensei. She looks dangerous." "She's always dangerous," Ino replied cheerfully. "That's the charm." Asuma crossed his arms. "Mission's simple. Get her functional. No incidents." Enko snorted and tried to stand. Failed. "Rude," she muttered. They went to work. Naruto offered an arm, Enko shoved him away, then immediately leaned on him anyway. "You're sturdy. You'll do." Ino produced water, salt, and something herbal from her pouch like she'd planned this. "Drink. Slowly." Enko eyed it. "Is this poison?" "Only if you keep talking," Ino said sweetly. Shikamaru took one look at the sun angle, the shade, and Enko's posture. She needs shade, hydration, and 30 minutes without stimulation. Also food. Naruto perked up. "I've got rice balls." Enko squinted at him. "You're my hero." They sat her in the shade. Naruto held the water steady. Ino monitored. Shikamaru timed it. Asuma watched, amused. 10 minutes later, Enko's scowl softened into something resembling clarity. "Okay," she admitted. "That helped." Ino smiled. "You're welcome." Naruto nodded. "Yes, ma'am." She snorted. "You carried that blonde the whole way here, didn't you?" Naruto turned red. Ino laughed. Asuma clapped his hands. "You good enough to not cause an incident." Enko stood, this time successfully, and stretched. "Yeah, I'll survive." She looked at Team 10, eyes sharp now. "You kids work fast." Shikamaru shrugged. "Efficient suffering." Enko smirked. "I like you." Asuma stamped the slip. "Mission complete." As they walked off, Ino hopped back onto Naruto's back with a giggle. "See, we're heroes." Naruto sighed, resigned. "I'm never questioning the mission board again." Behind them, Enko watched them go, then laughed to herself. "Huh," she said. "Not bad, Sarutobi. Not bad at all." Fifth mission, hospital cleanup. The hospital smelled like antiseptic and exhaustion. Naruto eyed the stacked ledgers and old beds lining the service hall. "That's a lot of paper." Ino peered at the piles. "And a lot of germs." Shikamaru sighed. "Of course." A tired medic waved them over. "Old records cleared for archiving, damaged beds to disposal. Please don't mix the piles." Asuma nodded once. "You heard them. Same rhythm." They split clean. Naruto took the beds, lifting frames, wheels squeaking as he maneuvered them down the corridor to disposal. He moved carefully, checking corners, yielding to stretchers without being asked. Ino handled the paperwork, sorting stacks with ruthless efficiency, archive, shred, burn, hands moving fast, eyes faster. "Red stamp goes here. Anything with patient names stays sealed." Shikamaru organized flow, paths in, paths out, timing the cart rotations so nothing jammed. "If we stagger by wing, we don't bottleneck." It worked. Beds rolled out in steady waves. Paper vanished into labeled bins. The hall cleared faster than the staff expected. A nurse blinked at the empty space. "You're already done." Naruto wiped his hands. "All set." Ino dusted off her palms. "Clean and compliant." Shikamaru stretched. "Acceptable." Asuma stamped the slip. "Good work. You kept it quiet." Ino hopped back onto Naruto's back with a pleased hum. "Next." Naruto adjusted automatically. "You're never getting off, are you?" She grinned. "Why start now?" Sixth mission, elder care assist. The nursing home was quiet in a different way than the hospital. Softer voices. Slow steps. The smell of tea and old paper. A matron at the desk looked up, relief washing over her face. "Thank goodness. We're short-staffed today." Asuma nodded. "Tell us what needs doing." They were given a list, and it wasn't small. Naruto handled the physical work first, moving chairs, adjusting beds, carrying laundry, fetching meals from the kitchen. He moved slower than usual here, careful with every step, every corner. Ino took to people. She knelt to eye level, chatted while she worked, fixed blankets and hair with gentle hands. Laughter followed her down the hall like she'd brought sunshine with her. "Oh my," one woman said, patting Ino's arm. "Aren't you a darling?" Ino smiled warmly. "I know." Shikamaru organized the chaos quietly, meal times aligned, medicine carts routed efficiently, volunteers reassigned so no one doubled back. He barely spoke, but the place started running smoother within minutes. Naruto paused when an old man waved him over. "You're strong," the man said, studying him. "But you walk like you're afraid to break things." Naruto scratched his cheek. "I don't wanna hurt anyone." The man smiled. "Good boy." They finished quicker than expected. Beds made, meals served, laundry cleared, staff caught up. The matron clasped her hands. "You've saved us hours." Asuma stamped the slip. "Glad to help." Ino hopped back onto Naruto's back as they stepped outside, humming contentedly. "That one felt good." Naruto nodded. "Yeah." Shikamaru sighed. "Emotionally exhausting." Asuma smiled faintly as they headed off again. Seventh mission, main gate repairs. The main gates loomed over them, massive wooden panels reinforced with iron bands, scarred from years of weather, traffic, and the occasional overenthusiastic return patrol. A gate guard waved them over, relief obvious. Hinges are sticking, support beams cracked, and the lock jams if you breathe wrong. Naruto looked up. "Those are big." Ino slid off his back at last and stretched. "Good. I'm tired of paper." Shikamaru eyed the hinge alignment and sighed. "Structural again." Asuma nodded. "Careful work. This isn't cosmetic." They got to it. Naruto handled the heavy lifting, bracing the gate with his shoulder while guards and workers reset the beam. He didn't strain, he positioned, grounded, and held. When the beam slid into place, it stayed. "Hold it," Ino called. "I've got it." She worked the fittings, bolts cleaned, iron bands reseated, hands quick and precise. When something resisted, she adjusted instead of forcing it. Shikamaru coordinated timing and sequence. Hinge first, then beam, then lock. If we rush the order, it'll warp. No one argued. The lock came apart under Naruto's careful hands, grit and rust cleared out. Ino oiled it lightly, tested it twice. Shikamaru adjusted the strike plate by a finger width. They closed the gate. It moved smooth, quiet, solid. The guard blinked. "That's the best it's moved in years." Naruto grinned. "Try it again." The gate opened and shut like it was new. Asuma stamped the slip. "Good. You fixed it right." Ino hopped back onto Naruto's back with a pleased laugh. "Public works and heroics." Shikamaru sighed. "We're doing infrastructure before breakfast." Asuma checked the remaining slips and smiled like this was exactly how he wanted to spend the morning. "Keep moving," he said. Eighth mission, burn after reading. They found Luna waiting in a sealed side room near records. No armor, no mask, calm as ever. Asuma raised an eyebrow. "Didn't expect to see you on the board." Luna handed over the slip. "Declassified documents. Disposal authorization granted. Full destruction required." Naruto blinked. "That sounds serious." "It is," Luna replied evenly. "And boring, which is why I asked for you." Ino grinned immediately. "I like her already." Shikamaru sighed. "Troublesome paperwork." "Of course." They were led into a stone-lined chamber with burn pits, ceiling arrays etched into the floor. Stacks of scrolls and ledgers sat neatly organized, old reports, outdated intel, closed cases. Asuma nodded once. "All right, do it clean." They split roles instantly. Naruto handled transport, carrying sealed stacks to the pits, setting them down carefully. He didn't open anything, didn't peek, just followed procedure. Ino checked seals and stamps before destruction, eyes sharp. "This one's cleared. This one too. That one, no, hold. Secondary tag." Shikamaru managed flow and timing. "Burn order matters. We stagger to keep the seals stable." Luna watched from the side, arms folded, approving. Each stack went into the pit. Seals flared. Paper curled, blackened, vanished to ash. Nothing escaped. Nothing lingered. Quiet work. Final work. An hour later, the room was empty save for cooling stone and faint traces of chakra. Luna nodded once. Complete. Asuma stamped the slip. Efficient. Ino hopped back onto Naruto's back with a satisfied hum. See, even secrets burn fast with teamwork. Naruto adjusted automatically. I'm not asking questions. Shikamaru sighed. Best choice today. Luna met Naruto's eyes briefly, just a fraction longer than necessary, then stepped aside. Good work, she said. That mattered. Ninth mission, Market Plaza cleanup. The market plaza was a mess. Crates left out, wrappings everywhere, food scraps, broken baskets, paper blown into corners. The garbage collectors were already there, sleeves rolled up, clearly behind schedule. Naruto took one look and cracked his knuckles. All right, we got this. Ino slid off his back, hands on her hips. I hate litter. Shikamaru sighed, surveying the layout. If we don't organize first, this'll take forever. Asuma nodded. You know the drill. They moved. Naruto took the heavy work, dragging bins, lifting crates, hauling full bags onto carts without slowing down. He checked for broken glass before grabbing anything, kicked debris into piles with careful steps. Ino handled detail, sweeping corners, separating recyclables, tying bags tight so nothing spilled. Vendors smiled when she returned lost items with a polite nod. Shikamaru directed traffic with minimal effort. Trash to the east cart. Compost there. Don't cross paths. The garbage crew blinked as the chaos shrunk. Within minutes, the plaza started to look like a plaza again, stone visible, paths clear, stalls reset. The collectors kept pace easily now, carts filling and rolling out smoothly. A vendor wiped his brow. You kids just saved us an hour. Naruto grinned, happy to help. Ino reclaimed her spot the second the last bag was loaded, hopping back onto Naruto's back with a pleased laugh. Productive and clean. Shikamaru stretched. I smell like work. Asuma stamped the slip, satisfied. Good. Let's keep the momentum. They headed off as the plaza reopened. Vendors setting up. Customers returning. And the village moving easier for the help they'd given. Team 10 didn't slow. They just went to the next problem and fixed that too. 10th mission, Hokage office overflow. The Hokage's office annex was stacked to the ceiling. Crates of scrolls, sealed boxes, labels half faded, dates written in 3 different hands. Naruto stared. This is worse than the mail depot. Ino peeked into one box, eyes widening. These are heavy. Shikamaru sighed, already scanning labels. And misfiled. Asuma nodded toward the rows. Sorting and relocation. Archives downstairs. No mixing eras. No breaking seals. They went to work. Naruto handled the muscle, lifting crates 2 at a time, careful not to jostle seals as he carried them to the archive lift. He set each box down gently, checked the tag, then moved again without being told. Ino took inventory, reading seals, correcting labels, flagging anything that needed review. This one's misstated. This one goes to civil records, not missions. Shikamaru mapped the flow. Oldest first. Stack by department. We move the green seals last so the clerks can keep working. It clicked. Boxes moved in clean waves. The lift never sat idle. Nothing got mixed. Nothing broke. A clerk blinked at the suddenly cleared wall. How did you? Teamwork, Naruto said, grinning. Ino hopped back onto his back the moment the last crate slid into place, satisfied. See, easy. Shikamaru stretched. Efficient suffering. Asuma stamped the slip, pleased. Good. You didn't slow the office down. They stepped back into the hallway, shoulders sore, rhythm unbroken. Another backlog gone. Another system breathing easier. And Team 10 already turning toward whatever problem came next. 11th mission, sewer detail. The smell hit them before the ladder. Naruto leaned over the opening, took one breath, and immediately regretted every life choice that led here. Why? Ino pinched her nose, eyes watering. This is a war crime. Shikamaru stared down into the darkness. I hate everything. Asuma clapped his hands once, far too cheerful. Blockages cleared, runoff channels flushed, debris removed. Standard procedure. Naruto groaned. Sensei, this is not standard for humans. Down you go, Asuma said, already pointing. They descended. The tunnels were cramped, damp, and echoing, water trickling, muck clinging to boots. Naruto took point with a rake and shovel, jaw set, determination winning over disgust as he cleared the worst of it. Got a clog, he called. Big one. Ino swallowed, then stepped in anyway, using tools instead of hands, breaking up compacted debris and guiding it toward the flow channels. I am never wearing these clothes again. Shikamaru handled routing, opening side channels, closing others, controlling the water so cleared sections stayed clear. If we redirect here, it'll flush itself. They worked in short bursts, clear, flush, move, trying not to breathe too deep. Naruto gagged once, recovered, kept going. Ino cursed quietly, then laughed hysterically for half a second before snapping back to work. If anyone asks, we died heroes. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome way to go. An hour later, the water ran clean. Channels flowed. The stench eased just enough to be survivable. They climbed back up, soaked, filthy, exhausted. Naruto collapsed onto the pavement. I did not sign up for this. Ino immediately hopped onto his back anyway, despite everything. Still my spot. Naruto didn't argue. I can't feel my soul anymore. Shikamaru wiped his hands on his pants. I'm burning these clothes. Asuma stamped the slip, grinning like he'd just won something. Good work. That was the worst one. Naruto stared up at him. You promise? Asuma smiled wider. No. 12th mission, hot springs duty. Steam rolled over the stone pools like a taunt. Naruto stopped at the gate, stared at the clear water, the wooden decks, the fresh air, and almost cried. This feels like a trick. Ino sniffed the air and sighed in relief. Clean smells. I could kiss it. Shikamaru eyed the posted list. Drains scrubbed. Filters cleared. Stones reset. Slippery algae removal. Asuma nodded, amused. After the sewers. This is mercy. They split up fast. Naruto handled the heavy work, lifting grates, pulling filter baskets, hauling buckets of debris to disposal. The warm water helped unknot his shoulders as he worked, movements steady and careful. Ino took detail duty, scrubbing algae from the stone edges, checking footing, resetting signs and benches. She moved efficiently, humming, clearly enjoying not gagging for once. Shikamaru managed flow, drains opened in sequence, water levels lowered and refilled without flooding anything. If we stagger the pools, we won't stall. Steam thinned. Water ran clear. Stones gleamed. A bath attendant blinked at the finished pools. You're already done. Naruto wiped his hands and grinned. All clear. Ino hopped right back onto his back with a pleased laugh. See, clean work. Shikamaru sighed. I still smell like sewer in my head. Asuma stamped the slip, smiling. Good recovery. 13th mission, orphanage duty. The orphanage was loud. Not chaotic, alive. Laughter echoed through the halls, small feet pounding across wooden floors, voices overlapping in excited bursts. The caretaker looked up the moment Team 10 stepped inside and nearly sagged with relief. Oh thank goodness, she said. We're short today. Naruto's expression softened immediately. We can help. Ino smiled, real, warm. What do you need? Everything, the caretaker replied. Playtime, cleanup, keeping them out of trouble. Shikamaru sighed. This is worse than the sewers. He was wrong. Naruto dropped to a knee almost instantly as a little boy skidded to a stop in front of him. Are you a ninja? The kid demanded. Naruto grinned. Yep. Instant dogpile. Within seconds, he had 3 kids clinging to his arms and one hanging off his back. He laughed, steadying them without ever shaking one loose. Ino took over the room like she was born for it, organizing games, braiding hair, settling arguments with a look and a soft word. Kids followed her without question. No running inside, she said gently. They stopped. Shikamaru leaned against the wall for exactly 10 seconds before a girl shoved a book into his hands. Read. He stared at it. Troublesome. He read anyway. Asuma watched from the doorway, arms crossed, cigarette unlit. Naruto helped with homework, kneeling beside tables, explaining patiently. When a child spilled juice, he cleaned it up without comment. When one cried, he sat quietly until it passed. Ino noticed everything, who was shy, who needed reassurance, who just wanted attention. She moved between them smoothly, smiling, steady. Shikamaru quietly reorganized the chaos, snack times staggered, activities grouped, noise dropping without anyone realizing why. By the end of the hour, the place was calmer. Happier. The caretaker wiped her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. "They needed this." Naruto scratched his cheek, embarrassed. "Anytime." Ino hopped back onto his back as they headed out, resting her chin on his shoulder. "You're good at this." Naruto flushed. "They're just kids." Shikamaru sighed behind them. "You'd be dangerous as a dad." Naruto nearly tripped. Asuma stamped the slip, smiling quietly. 14th mission, Hokage's Mansion Cleanup. The Hokage's mansion was deceptively peaceful. Wide halls, polished wood, sunlight filtering through tall windows. Naruto squinted. "This doesn't look bad." Ino slid off his back, suspicious. "That's what makes it dangerous." Shikamaru glanced at the posted task list and sighed. Multiple floors, storage rooms, offices, and the attic. Asuma smiled like he'd just been handed a gift. "You heard him. Full clean. Respect the space." They moved carefully here, different rhythm than sewers or markets. Naruto handled the heavy lifting again, moving furniture just enough to clean underneath, carrying old boxes down from storage, hauling trash discreetly out the back. He treated everything like it mattered. Because it did. Ino took detail work, dusting shelves lined with scrolls and photos, straightening frames, cleaning windows until they caught the light just right. She corrected Naruto once when he moved something an inch too far. "Put it back," she said quietly. "Sorry," he whispered, and did. Shikamaru handled organization, sorting old documents into labeled piles for clerks to review later, stacking items so nothing went missing. "If we don't log this, it'll be blamed on us." They worked in near silence. Even Asuma didn't joke. By the time they finished, the mansion felt refreshed. Clean lines, clear floors, the kind of order that made the space breathe again. A caretaker walked through, stunned. "It hasn't looked this good in years." Naruto smiled, tired but proud. "All set." Ino hopped back onto his back automatically as they stepped outside, voice softer than usual. "That one felt important." Shikamaru nodded. "Yeah." Asuma stamped the slip and glanced up at the sky. "Good work," he said. "That's 14. 15th mission, Hokage office, again." They barely stepped back into the tower before a familiar voice stopped them. "Asuma." They turned. Hiruzen stood in the doorway to his office, pipe in hand, looking, very deliberately, at the state of the corridors behind him. "I require assistance," he said mildly. Asuma grinned. "Sir." "My office," Hiruzen continued, calm and unapologetic, "is overrun. Boxes, scrolls, clutter accumulated over years." Naruto leaned forward, already spotting stacks through the open door. "That's a lot." Ino slid off his back, hands on her hips. "We just did this." "Yes," Hiruzen replied pleasantly. "Which is why I am hiring you again." Shikamaru sighed like this was fate. Troublesome inevitability. Hiruzen gestured them in. The office was controlled chaos, crates of documents stacked near the walls, scrolls piled on low tables, outdated reports mixed with current ones. "Sort," Hiruzen said. "Relocate what can be archived. Dispose of what is cleared. Do not mix eras." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Naruto said immediately. They went to work. Naruto handled the heavy crates, lifting, carrying, stacking with care, always checking seals twice before moving anything. He worked quietly, focused, respectful of the space. Ino took point on detail, reading tags, correcting labels, flagging anything sensitive. "This stays. This archives. This is obsolete." Shikamaru optimized without ceremony, reorganizing flow so nothing bottlenecked, grouping by department and date. "If we clear this corner first, the rest collapses faster." Asuma leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching his team dismantle years of clutter in minutes. Hiruzen observed from behind his desk, pipe forgotten. "Impressive," he murmured. Within an hour, the office looked livable. Clear floors, organized stacks, boxes labeled and ready for transport. Naruto wiped his brow. All done, sir. Ino reclaimed her spot immediately, hopping back onto Naruto's back with a satisfied hum. You really needed this. Hiruzen chuckled softly. Indeed. He stamped the slip himself and handed it to Asuma. Well earned. As Team 10 turned to leave, Hiruzen added gently, you served the village well. Naruto glanced back, smiling. Thank you. 16th mission, the library. The library was silent in the way that pressed against your ears. Rows of shelves stretched high, scrolls and books packed tight, carts stacked with returns clogging the aisles. A librarian peeked out from behind a desk, relief obvious the moment she saw them. Oh thank goodness, she whispered. We're drowning. Naruto instinctively lowered his voice. We can help. Ino slid off his back, instantly serious. What needs doing? Returns sorted. Shelves reorganized. Old volumes moved to storage, the librarian said. Please, careful with the older texts. Asuma nodded once. You heard her. Precision work. They shifted gears immediately. Naruto handled transport, lifting heavy crates of books and scrolls, moving them carefully to storage, always checking labels twice before setting anything down. He walked slower here, steps quiet, movements controlled. Ino took sorting duty, reading titles, dates, categories with sharp focus. History left. Medical right. Anything sealed stays sealed. Shikamaru barely spoke, he didn't need to. He mapped the entire layout in minutes, redirecting carts, spacing work so no aisle clogged. If we clear returns first, shelving goes faster. It did. The chaos melted away. Books slid back into place. Scrolls stacked neatly. Aisles opened up, clean and navigable. A librarian stared at the cleared desk. You're already done. Naruto smiled softly. All sorted. Ino hopped back onto his back the second they stepped outside, giggling under her breath like she'd held it in the whole time. Quiet work is hard. Shikamaru sighed. I hate how satisfying that was. Asuma stamped the slip, amused. Good. That's 16. 17th mission, bill collection. Naruto read the slip twice. Bill collection. Ino slid off his back, eyes narrowing. People hate that. Shikamaru sighed like he already knew how this would go. Troublesome social pressure. Asuma nodded. Late payments. Civil work. No intimidation. Just reminders and receipts. They split roles immediately. Naruto took the lead, knocking, polite, straight posture, calm smile. Hi. We're here about the overdue notice. Doors opened cautiously. Ino stood just behind him, pleasant but firm, ledger in hand. Nothing scary. Just confirming balances and setting dates. Shikamaru handled logistics, tracking who paid, who needed extensions, who had already filed disputes. If they can't pay now, reschedule. Saves time. It worked. Grumbling turned into signatures. Coins clinked into bags. IOUs were logged properly instead of argued over. No raised voices. No threats. One shopkeeper scratched his head. Huh, that was reasonable. Naruto grinned. We try. Ino reclaimed her spot the moment they stepped away, arms looping around his shoulders. See, gentle works. Shikamaru rubbed his temple. I hate that this is effective. Asuma stamped the slip, satisfied. Good. Clean work. 18th mission, Academy records. The academy was already buzzing when they arrived, students moving between classrooms, voices echoing down familiar halls. Naruto slowed without meaning to. Feels weird being back here, he muttered. Ino squeezed his shoulders from behind. In a good way. They stepped into the records room, and immediately saw the problem. Stacks of folders everywhere, cabinets pulled open, scroll tubes piled on desks. A familiar figure looked up from behind a mountain of paperwork and froze. Then smiled. Uruka raised a hand and waved. Hey, perfect timing. Naruto lit up. Uruka-sensei. Uruka laughed. I was hoping it'd be you. We're reorganizing student records, graduation files, team assignments, archived exams. We're very behind. Shikamaru sighed. Of course. Asuma nodded. Same rules. Accurate. Quiet. They slipped into a rhythm fast. Naruto handled the cabinets, pulling drawers, carrying heavy stacks to sorting tables, careful not to bend anything. He paused once, staring at a file with his name on it. Uruka noticed and smiled gently. "You've come a long way." Naruto flushed and nodded, then got back to work. Ino took detail sorting, fixing misfiled records, correcting dates, reorganizing by year and class. These were all mixed. "No wonder you were drowning." Shikamaru optimized flow, separating active records from archives, staging completed stacks so Uruka could file them immediately. This cuts the work in half. By the time the bell rang, the room looked normal. Clean desks, labeled cabinets, stacks ready for storage. Uruka stared in disbelief. "You cleared everything." Naruto grinned. "Team effort." Ino hopped back onto his back with a happy hum. "Next time we'll charge extra." Shikamaru sighed. "Please don't." Asuma stamped the slip. "Good work." Uruka watched them head out, smile lingering. "They're doing good," he murmured. 19th mission, Shinobi Armor Factory. The armor factory rang with metal on metal and the hiss of steam. Plates lined the walls. Half-finished vests rested on racks. Workers moved fast, but the backlog was obvious. A foreman wiped sweat from his brow when Team 10 arrived. "Thank the stars. We're behind on fittings, packing, and scrap cleanup." Asuma nodded. "You'll have help." They split smoothly. Naruto handled the heavy work, lifting crates of plates, carrying finished vests to packing, stacking scrap without bending edges. He moved carefully, respecting the gear like it mattered. Because it did. Ino took inspection and sorting, checking straps, clasps, sizing tags. "This one's misaligned. Reseat the rivet. These go to medium. Those to repair." Shikamaru optimized the floor, rerouting carts, spacing stations so nothing bottlenecked. "If we clear scrap first, everything else speeds up." It did. The clangor settled into rhythm. Finished armor rolled out. Scrap vanished. Packing stations caught up. The foreman stared at the cleared lane. "We're back on schedule." Naruto grinned. "Nice." Ino hopped back onto his back the moment they stepped aside, satisfied. "Productive and shiny." Shikamaru sighed. "I smell like iron." Asuma stamped the slip. "Good work. Keep moving." They left the factory humming behind them. Armor ready for shinobi who needed it. A backlog erased. And Team 10 still pressing on like the day was theirs to conquer. 20th mission, River Cleanup. The river cut clean through the village, wide, fast, and today cluttered. Branches snagged on rocks. Old nets tangled near the banks. Trash caught in eddies where the water slowed. Naruto rolled his shoulders. "Okay. This one I like." Ino slid off his back and stretched. Fresh air. No paper. No smells. Shikamaru scanned the flow. "Current's strong. We work upstream to downstream or we redo work." Asuma nodded. "You're learning." They moved in with care. Naruto waded in first, planting his feet, hauling debris free with controlled strength, lifting soaked wood, tugging nets loose without ripping them apart. He handed things back to the bank where they were sorted. Ino worked the edges, pulling trash from reeds, cutting tangled line free, making sure nothing sharp stayed hidden. She moved lightly, balanced, focused. Shikamaru managed the flow, directing where to clear first so the current carried loosened debris toward collection points instead of back upstream. "Open that channel. Let the river help." It worked beautifully. The water cleared section by section, sunlight flashing on the surface as the debris vanished. Fish darted back into open space almost immediately. A fisherman downriver blinked. "Hey, thanks." Naruto waved, smiling. "No problem." Ino reclaimed her spot once they stepped back onto dry ground, hopping onto Naruto's back with a satisfied sigh. That one felt good. Shikamaru stretched. "I could nap here." Asuma stamped the slip, pleased. 20. They stood for a moment, listening to the river flow clean and uninterrupted again. Midday, 1 hour. Asuma checked the stack, checked the sun, then waved them off. "Hour break," he said. "Eat. Be back in 1 hour." Naruto sagged in relief. "Yes, sensei." Ino didn't even pretend she wasn't tired. She slid back onto Naruto's back and this time stayed there, cheek resting against his shoulder, arms loose around his chest. Not playful now, comfortable. Carry me, she murmured. Naruto adjusted his grip without a word and started walking. You good? She said, eyes half-lidded. Just tired. Shikamaru trudged alongside them, hands in his pockets. This is what happens when you do 20 missions before noon. Naruto laughed softly. Worth it. They headed toward Ino's house at an easy pace, village calmer now, heat starting to settle in. Ino shifted once, then relaxed fully, trusting his balance without thinking about it. Shikamaru glanced at them sideways. You know this looks permanent, right? Ino didn't even open her eyes. Good. Naruto's ears went red, but he didn't slow down. The walk felt different, quieter. Less rush. The kind of tired that came from work done right. Lunch waited. The house smelled warm when they stepped inside. Real food. Not rations. Not whatever passed for, quick. Ino slid off Naruto's back at the door at last, stretching as her mother appeared from the kitchen with a knowing smile. Perfect timing, she said. Wash up. Food's ready. Naruto kicked off his sandals, following Ino and Shikamaru inside, shoulders finally loosening. Shikamaru barely spoke, just shuffled to the sink, splashed his face, and sat. They gathered around the table, plates already set. Rice, grilled fish, vegetables, soup still steaming. Naruto stared for half a second. Wow. Ino's mother laughed softly. Eat. They did. Conversation stayed easy, light. Ino talked about missions in quick bursts, glossing over the gross parts, lingering on the funny ones. Naruto chimed in when prompted, grinning more than he realized. Shikamaru ate steadily, posture relaxing by degrees. Ino leaned against Naruto's side once she'd finished, head resting against his shoulder like it was the most natural thing in the world. Told you lunch would fix everything, she murmured. Naruto nodded, full and warm. Yeah. Her mother watched them with quiet amusement, saying nothing, just refilling bowls, letting the moment be what it was. For 1 hour, there were no missions. No running. No pressure. Afternoon, back to work. The hour barely had time to settle. A shadow flickered at the doorway and Asuma stepped in, checking his watch. Break's over, he said mildly. Administration building's drowning. Shikamaru didn't even lift his head from the table. Of course it is. Ino straightened, already energized again. How bad? Asuma smirked. Bad enough they bundled 5 jobs together. Naruto stood, stretching his arms. All at once. All at once, Asuma confirmed. Paper overflow. Supply sorting. File relocation. Couriers backed up. Storage rooms jammed. Ino grinned and hopped right back onto Naruto's back, resting her chin on his shoulder. Guess lunch worked. Naruto laughed softly. Yeah, it did. They moved fast. Administration building, 5 in 1. The building was chaos. Clerks rushing. Boxes stacked too high. Paper spilling out of rooms that should have been empty. Asuma pointed once. Same rhythm. Clear it. They split like clockwork. Naruto handled the heavy lifting, moving boxes, hauling stacks to storage, clearing hallways so people could breathe again. He didn't rush, he didn't need to. Ino took command of the paperwork flow, sorting, redirecting, correcting mistakes before they multiplied. No, that goes upstairs. These go to dispatch. Shikamaru stood still for 10 seconds, then everything changed. Couriers first, he said. If they move, the rest unclogs. It worked. 5 missions blurred into one continuous push, rooms emptied, desks cleared, supply carts rolling again. Clerks stopped panicking and started working. An administrator stared at the cleared corridor. You finished all 5. Asuma checked the slips and nodded. All stamped. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow. Nice. Ino hopped higher on his back, pleased. Told you. Shikamaru exhaled. This day is unreal. Asuma glanced at the sun, then at his team, dirty, tired, smiling anyway. Good work, he said. That's 25. They stepped back outside, the administration building humming smoothly behind them. Late afternoon, elder homes, all 6. Asuma barely finished reading the slips before Shikamaru sighed. All 6. All 6, Asuma confirmed, almost impressed. Short-staffed across the board. Ino didn't complain. She was already back on Naruto's shoulders, arms loose, voice softer than earlier. At least it's not paperwork. Naruto nodded. I don't mind this one. They split the work by location, moving fast between homes instead of camping in one place. The first home needed lifting and rearranging, beds adjusted, chairs moved, walkways cleared. Naruto handled it without being asked, moving slow and careful, always checking before he lifted. Ino talked. Not rushed, not loud, just present. She listened to stories she'd already heard once today like they were brand new, fixed blankets, brushed hair back gently. You remind me of my granddaughter, one woman told her. Ino smiled and squeezed her hand. She must be pretty. The second and third homes needed meals served and laundry caught up. Shikamaru organized routes so carts never crossed, timing things so staff could breathe again. If we stagger portions, nobody waits, he muttered. It worked. At the fourth home, a man refused help from anyone but Naruto. You're steady, he said. Don't rush. Naruto nodded seriously. I won't. He didn't. By the fifth, Ino was quieter, resting her cheek against Naruto's shoulder between rooms, but she still lit up the moment someone needed her. The sixth was small, almost empty. They finished fast, but stayed anyway. Just sat, talked, let the silence be kind. The matron bowed deeply. You came back. Asuma stamped the slips one by one. That's all 6. Outside, the sun dipped lower. Ino slid down slowly this time, legs a little shaky. Naruto caught her elbow automatically. You okay? He asked. She smiled tiredly. Yeah, just good tired. Shikamaru stretched, joints popping. I hate to admit it, but that mattered. Asuma watched his team, dusty, exhausted, still gentle, and nodded to himself. All right, he said. Let's head back. Evening, called again. They hadn't made it 3 streets. A familiar chakra brushed the edge of the road, calm and unmistakable. Asuma. They turned. Hiruzen stood beneath the eaves of a quiet side building, pipe in hand, watching them with that unreadable, gentle focus. Ino slid back onto Naruto's shoulders without thinking, chin resting there like she belonged. Naruto adjusted automatically. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome timing. Hiruzen smiled faintly. You've already completed more work today than most teams manage in a week. Asuma tilted his head. So why do I feel like there's a but coming? There is, Hiruzen admitted calmly. Another request. Naruto straightened. What do you need, Gigi? Hiruzen's eyes softened at the word. Several departments are still struggling to recover from backlog. Nothing dangerous. Nothing urgent. He paused. But if left overnight, tomorrow will be worse. Ino grinned tiredly. So, help again. Yes, Hiruzen said. I am formally hiring Team 10 once more. Shikamaru rubbed his face. Of course you are. Asuma glanced at his team, Ino half asleep but smiling, Naruto steady despite the wait, Shikamaru already calculating routes. You still good? He asked them. Naruto nodded immediately. Yeah. Ino hummed. As long as he keeps carrying me. Shikamaru sighed. I'll manage. Hiruzen inclined his head. Thank you. The village notices. Asuma clapped once. All right. One more push. They turned back toward the tower, footsteps slower now, but still steady. Above them, the lights of the village came on one by one. Nightfall, 45. The last box slid into place. The last form was stamped. The last exhausted clerk leaned back in their chair and stared at the cleared room like it might vanish if they blinked. Asuma gathered the slips, all of them, and tapped them into a neat stack. All right, he said cheerfully. Let's go traumatize the tower. Naruto swallowed. I almost feel bad. Ino tightened her hold from his back, eyes half lidded but sharp. Don't. This is history. Shikamaru sighed. I want a medal and a nap. They stepped into the mission office. The clerk looked up. Her smile froze. Then died. Asuma walked to the counter and set the stack down. Thump. All 45 mission slips. Completed. Stamped. Clean. Silence. The clerk stared. Counted once. Counted again. Number, she whispered. Asuma leaned on the counter, grin splitting his face. All done. Her eye twitched. A small, strangled sound escaped her throat. That's not possible. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. We didn't rush. Ino beamed. We were very thorough. Shikamaru added flatly, painfully so. The clerk's shoulders slumped as she stamped the final ledger entry with shaking hands. You broke the record, she said faintly. Asuma laughed, cackled. Actually, head thrown back, cigarette forgotten. In one day. The clerk whimpered. Naruto blinked. I think we broke her. Ino patted Naruto's head. Worth it. Shikamaru sighed, already walking away. I'm going to sleep for a week. Asuma scooped up the receipt and turned toward the exit, still chuckling. Good work, Team 10, he said. That's a day you don't forget. Behind them, the clerk stared at the ledger like it had personally betrayed her. Final tally, end of day. The clerk slid 3 envelopes across the counter with hands that still shook. 95,000, she said weakly. Each. Naruto blinked. Each. Ino snatched one, peeked inside, then laughed, bright and satisfied. Oh wow. Worth it. Shikamaru opened his just enough to confirm the number, then closed it again. I officially retract every complaint. Asuma tucked his own copy of the ledger away, still grinning. 45 missions. Clean work. No incidents. Naruto stared at the envelope like it might bite. I've never had this much. Ino slipped back onto his back, chin resting on his shoulder, smug as anything. Good thing you've got help budgeting. He flushed. Ino. She giggled. Relax. I'll be gentle. Shikamaru sighed, already turning away. The blonde was doomed before breakfast. Asuma clapped Naruto on the shoulder. Get some rest. All of you. They stepped out into the night. Pockets heavy. Legs exhausted. Records broken. Evening, winding down. Naruto carried Ino the rest of the way home. Pace easy now, the village bathed in late gold. At her door she slid off his back slowly, hands lingering on his shoulders. She stood on her toes and kissed his cheek. Good night, she said softly, smiling like she'd already planned tomorrow. Naruto froze for half a second, then laughed, embarrassed and happy all at once. Gee, good night. She slipped inside, door closing with a gentle click. Naruto turned and trotted home, energy finding him again despite the long day, heart light, pockets heavy. As the sun dipped low, he reached his building. Across the hall, a door opened. Luna stood there, out of gear, watching him with that calm, protective focus of hers. Long day? She asked. Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his neck. You could say that. She nodded once, satisfied, and stepped aside to let him pass. Get some rest. Tomorrow comes early. Yes, ma'am, he said, still smiling as he headed inside. Luna closed her door quietly after him. Outside, the last light faded. Early morning, 4 a.m. Naruto woke to the quiet clink of plates and the smell of food. He shuffled into the kitchen, hair a mess, eyes half open, and sat where Luna had already set breakfast in front of him. Warm, real, steady. Morning, he mumbled. Morning, Luna replied. He took a bite, and noticed her watching him. Not sharply. Just waiting. She set a small bundle on the table and unwrapped it enough for stacks of Ryu to show. Why? She asked evenly, do you have multiple caches hidden in your apartment? Naruto froze, then sighed. I don't use a bank. She tilted her head. Why not? He poked at his food, embarrassed. I was told I needed a guardian to sign. So I just kept it myself. Luna stared at him for a long beat. Number 1 breaks into your apartment, she said flatly. It's monitored. It's safe. Naruto blinked. It is. Yes. Oh, he said quietly. She exhaled, more a huff than a sigh, then folded her arms. That information you were given is outdated. And even if it weren't. Her gaze settled on him, firm and protective. You have one now. He looked up. A guardian. Yes, she said. Me. Naruto's brain stalled. Oh. She slid the plate closer. Eat. After this, we're picking up Ino. Then we're going to the bank. His eyes widened. Today. Today, Luna confirmed. You're depositing all of it. Proper account. Shielded. Discreet. All sign. He swallowed, then nodded, relief creeping into his shoulders. Okay. Good, she said, already reaching for her jacket. Finish up. We're on a schedule. Naruto took another bite, warmth spreading through him that had nothing to do with breakfast. Morning, putting it where it belongs. They stopped at the Yamanaka compound first. Ino was already outside, stretching, hair tied back. She spotted Naruto and smiled, then flicked a look at the small pouch at his side. Bank day, she asked casually. Naruto blinked. How did you? Ino smirked. You've been carrying stupid amounts of money since yesterday. I noticed. Luna inclined her head. He was never taught how banking works. Ino's smile softened. Yeah, I figured. She turned immediately, decisive. We're using the Yamanaka clan banking office. Luna considered that for half a heartbeat. Explain. Private, Ino said. Layered seals. Mental wards on the records. If anyone tries to pry, they won't get past the first door. Acceptable, Luna replied. Naruto looked between them. I'm being escorted, aren't I? Ino grinned and grabbed his wrist. Obviously. Yamanaka clan banking office. The office was quiet and discreet, no public counters, no raised voices. A clerk looked up, recognized Ino, and bowed. Good morning. We're opening an account, Ino said. The clerk glanced at Naruto. Guardian authorization. Luna stepped forward without pause. All sign. The clerk nodded and slid the forms across. As Naruto filled in what he could, Ino leaned closer, voice low and practical. I know you've been carrying cash. I'm not mad, just, let's not do that anymore. He nodded, embarrassed. Okay. I want secondary access, Ino added to the clerk. Emergency only. Luna watched Naruto's reaction, then nodded once. Approved. Naruto hesitated. You're not. Ino cut in gently. Not touching it without you knowing. This is about safety. He swallowed. Thanks. Seals were pressed. Signatures completed. The ledger updated with a soft thump. The clerk slid the final document forward. Account active. Naruto stared at it, then let out a slow breath. It's done. It's done, Ino echoed, satisfied. Luna rested a brief, steadying hand on his shoulder. Your funds are secure, monitored, protected. Naruto nodded, a small smile breaking through. For the first time, the money wasn't something he had to carry or hide. It was just another problem solved. With help he didn't have to earn alone. Yamanaka clan banking office, the deposit. The clerk had been calm. Professional. Unflappable. Right up until Luna placed the first scroll on the counter. She broke the seal with a practiced flick. Ryu spilled out. Neatly bundled. Tight stacks. Clean edges. The clerk blinked. Luna placed the second scroll down. Unsealed it. More Ryu. A third. A fourth. Each one opened the same way, near perfect stacks of 100 Ryu bundles, counted, wrapped, disciplined. The clerk's eye twitched. Naruto stood there, hands clasped behind his back, suddenly very interested in the floor. Ino leaned against the counter, arms folded, entirely unsurprised. I told you, Ino said lightly. He's been carrying it responsibly. Luna didn't slow. Scroll after scroll was unsealed. The counter filled. Then the secondary table. Then the tray meant for large deposits. The soft thump of money landing became rhythmic. The clerk swallowed. How long, she asked carefully, has he been doing this? Luna didn't look up. Years. Another scroll opened. The clerk's smile strained, professional, but strained. And, all of this is being deposited today. Yes, Luna said calmly. All of it. The clerk nodded too fast. Of course. Her hands moved automatically now, counting, sealing, recording, while her eyes kept darting back to the still growing stacks. Naruto shifted. Is this bad? Ino snorted. No, this is impressive. Luna sealed the final scroll and slid it aside. That's the last cash. The room went very quiet. The clerk looked at the ledger. Looked at the money. Looked back at Naruto, really looked at him this time. Your account will have enhanced privacy flags, she said faintly. And, congratulations. Naruto scratched his cheek. Ah, thanks. Ino smiled, satisfied, and bumped his shoulder. See, all safe now. Luna met the clerk's eyes. Full deposit. No holds. Yes, ma'am, the clerk said immediately. As the seals closed and the money vanished into secured storage, Naruto felt something unfamiliar settle in his chest. Not relief. Stability. For the first time, the weight he'd been carrying for years wasn't in his pockets. It was gone. And the clerk. She was absolutely going to talk about this later. Luna closed the last ledger and looked up. How much? She asked calmly. The clerk swallowed, eyes flicking once more to the sealed trays, then back to the numbers in front of her. 250,000 ryu, she replied. The room went quiet. Naruto blinked. That's all of it. Yes, the clerk said, nodding, professionalism barely holding. Every deposit accounted for. Ino smiled, satisfied, like the answer confirmed something she'd already known. Told you. Luna inclined her head once. Good. She turned to Naruto. It's secure now. Fully. Naruto exhaled, shoulders dropping as the number finally settled. Okay, he said softly. The clerk finished sealing the final document and slid it across. Your balance is live. Privacy wards active. Luna gathered the paperwork. We're done here. As they turned to leave, the clerk watched Naruto go, still a little stunned. Chapter 4. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun. All rights reserved for their original owners. Asuma was practically vibrating. Hands in his pockets, cigarette unlit for once, grin already set like he knew something good was coming. Late, he said cheerfully to no one in particular. A moment later. Luna stepped into the clearing with Naruto and Ino. She stopped just inside the boundary, eyes scanning once, satisfied, then looked at Asuma. He's yours, she said evenly. Naruto straightened automatically. Morning, sensei. Ino was already halfway onto his back again, settling in like she'd never left. Hi, Asuma. Asuma's grin widened. You two look productive. Before Naruto could answer, another shadow stretched across the ground. Yo. Shikamaru wandered in from the side path, hands in his pockets, eyes half-lidded. He lifted one hand in a lazy wave. Morning. Ino smiled brightly. You miss us. Number, he replied without hesitation. But I figured something ridiculous happened. Asuma laughed. Oh, it did. Luna gave Naruto one last assessing look. I'll be nearby. He nodded. Thanks. She turned and left without another word, presence fading but not gone. Asuma clapped his hands once, eyes gleaming. All right, Team 10. Ino tightened her hold. Naruto braced. Shikamaru sighed. Let's see, Asuma continued, clearly enjoying himself, what kind of trouble we can get into today. Shikamaru muttered, troublesome already. Ino leaned forward from her spot on Naruto's back, clearly pleased with herself. Oh, by the way, she said casually, he's got a bank account now. Asuma paused mid-motion. Then nodded once, satisfied. Good. About time. Naruto blinked. You're not mad. Asuma snorted. Kid, I'm relieved. Less cash floating around means less paperwork for me. That seemed to give Naruto a strange burst of confidence. Hey, sensei, he asked, glancing at the cigarette tucked behind Asuma's ear. Can I try one? Ino stiffened instantly. No. Asuma looked at Naruto, looked at Ino, then grinned. Sure. Ino's head snapped around. Asuma. He ignored her and handed Naruto a cigarette. Once. Don't make a habit of it. Naruto took it carefully, like it might explode, lit it the way he'd seen 100 times. And took a drag. Immediate regret. He coughed hard, shoulders shaking, eyes watering. Gah. Asuma laughed. That's normal. Naruto tried again, smaller this time. The cough faded. His eyes widened. Whoa, he muttered. My head feels fuzzy. Ino stared at him in horror. Oh no. No no no. Naruto exhaled slowly, a grin creeping onto his face despite himself. I kinda like it. Ino slid off his back so fast she nearly tripped. She jabbed a finger at Asuma. You gave him nicotine. Asuma shrugged, amused. He asked. She turned on Naruto next. Give it here. Naruto hesitated, then obediently handed it back, still riding the afterglow. That was interesting. Ino crossed her arms, scowling. You are not becoming a smoker. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. I wasn't planning on it. Asuma chuckled, crushing the cigarette under his sandal. Relax. Curiosity satisfied. Shikamaru finally spoke, deadpan. This is why supervision exists. Ino glared at both boys. Naruto, meanwhile, was still smiling faintly. Head light, nerves humming. Having just discovered two new things in one morning. Banks existed. And nicotine was dangerous. Training grounds, quiet corruption. Ino was still muttering under her breath, arms crossed, clearly preparing a lecture that could last hours. Asuma waited. Patient. Experienced. When Ino turned away, already dragging Shikamaru into agreeing with her, Asuma stepped closer to Naruto like nothing was happening. Hey, he murmured. Naruto looked up. Asuma slipped something into his palm. A pack. Their eyes met for half a second. Don't be stupid with it, Asuma Sarutobi said quietly. And don't let her catch you. Naruto's eyes widened. Sensei. Asuma straightened like nothing had happened. Warm-ups. Now. Naruto slowly closed his fingers around the pack, heart pounding, cheeks warm, not from the nicotine this time. He slipped it into his pouch just as Ino turned back around. Why are you smiling? She demanded. Naruto coughed, suddenly innocent. What? I'm not smiling. Shikamaru glanced at him, then at Asuma. Troublesome, he muttered, already knowing exactly what had happened. Asuma lit his own cigarette, completely unbothered. Ino narrowed her eyes. You two are plotting something. Naruto shook his head too fast. Nope. Asuma exhaled smoke, amused. Training. Training grounds, petty victory. Asuma took a long drag, eyes half-lidded, watching Naruto fumble through warm-ups with a little too much confidence for someone who'd just discovered nicotine. A slow, satisfied grin spread across his face. Hey. He glanced toward the trees at the edge of the clearing, toward where a certain silver-haired Jonin usually lurked. Asuma chuckled, low and pleased. Making a mini-me, he muttered to himself. He flicked ash, shoulders relaxing. One up on you again. The laugh that followed was quiet, but unmistakably smug. Somewhere in the village, Kakashi Hatake probably sneezed for no reason. Naruto glanced back, confused. Sensei. Why are you laughing? Asuma waved it off, still grinning. Nothing, kid. Just enjoying the day. Shikamaru side-eyed him. You're being creepy. Ino narrowed her eyes. You're definitely being creepy. Asuma just cackled again under his breath, utterly unrepentant. Asuma clapped his hands once, sharp and loud. All right, stop. Naruto froze mid-stretch. Ino paused, suspicious. Shikamaru opened one eye. Asuma grinned. No missions today. A beat. Naruto blinked. Sensei. Ino straightened. You're joking. Shikamaru frowned slightly. That's unusual. Asuma planted his feet, hands in his pockets, clearly proud of himself. You broke records. Cleared half the village backlog. Administration's still thanking me. He jabbed a thumb at his chest. So today, we train. Naruto's face lit up instantly. New stuff. Asuma's grin widened. New jutsu. Ino's eyes sparkled. Finally. Shikamaru sighed, but there was interest there now. What kind? Asuma looked between them, savoring it. Team-based application. Individually tailored. Stuff you'll actually use. Naruto bounced once on his heels. Yes. Ino slid back onto Naruto's shoulders, satisfied. Told you yesterday was worth it. Asuma chuckled. Warm up properly. This isn't academy level. He took a step back, cigarette unlit, full attention on them now. Today, he said proudly. We make you dangerous. Training grounds, power, not tricks. Asuma stepped into the center of the clearing, expression serious now. Listen up, he said. This isn't flashy academy nonsense. This is offense. The kind that ends fights. Naruto straightened instantly. Ino slid off his back, focused. Shikamaru's eyes actually opened. Asuma rolled his shoulders once. Same principle. Different execution. Tailored to you. He looked at Naruto first. Naruto. Wind, Asuma said. You don't need bigger explosions. You need cutting force. He demonstrated with a short motion, chakra compressed, then released. The air shrieked. A practice post split clean through, top half sliding off like it had been sliced by a blade. This is wind style, pressure cutter, Asuma said. Short range, instant. You don't throw it, you release it. Naruto's eyes were huge. That's awesome. It'll shred guards and armor, Asuma added. But only if you control it. You swing wild, you'll hurt allies. Naruto nodded hard. I'll control it. Ino. Asuma turned to her next. Water, he said. You already know how to bind. Now you learn how to break. He formed the signs again, water coiling, tightening, then snapping forward. The whip didn't just wrap the target. It crushed it. The post cracked inward before shattering. Water style, crushing lash, Asuma said. It binds, then compresses. Bones don't like it. Ino swallowed, then smiled, sharp and excited. I like this one. You should, Asuma replied. It rewards precision. Shikamaru. Finally, he faced Shikamaru. Earth, Asuma said. You don't rush, you trap. He stomped once. The ground surged up around a target dummy, then collapsed inward, grinding it apart. Earth style, crushing coffin, Asuma said. You pin, then finish. No escape. Shikamaru stared at the wreckage. That's brutal. Asuma smirked. War is. He stepped back, looking at all three of them. These aren't jutsu you spam, he said. They're finishers. You land them once, the fight's over. Naruto clenched his fists, wind stirring unconsciously. Ino rolled her shoulders, already imagining angles. Shikamaru exhaled slowly, mind racing. Asuma nodded, satisfied. Today, he said proudly. You stop being promising. A grin spread across his face. You start being dangerous. Hokage Tower, recognition. Word had spread. Fast. Jonin filtered into the tower in ones and twos, low voices, raised brows, quiet disbelief. At the front of the mission hall, Kakashi Hatake paused. Huh. Mounted high on the wall was a fresh plaque, polished wood inset with proud gold lettering that caught the light. Team of the Month. Team 10. Outstanding service to the village. Naruto. Ino. Shikamaru. Jonin Commander, Asuma Sarutobi. Kakashi tilted his head, visible eye narrowing in amusement. That's new. A Jonin beside him whistled softly. 45D ranks. One day. Another muttered, administration's still recovering. Kakashi chuckled behind his mask. Figures. Asuma stepped into the hall a moment later, hands in his pockets, grin already there. The mission secretary looked up. Saw him. And whimpered. Not loud, just a small, defeated sound of recognition. Sarutobi, she breathed. Asuma waved cheerfully. Morning. Her shoulders slumped like she'd just seen a storm cloud with legs. Kakashi glanced between the plaque, the secretary, and Asuma's far too pleased expression. You're enjoying this, he said. Asuma didn't even deny it. Immensely. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head. You turn your team loose for one day and break the system. Asuma grinned wider. That's leadership. The secretary stared at the plaque again, then at Asuma. Please don't do that again, she begged quietly. Asuma laughed. No promises. And above them all, the plaque gleamed. Proof that Team 10 hadn't just worked hard. They'd made the entire tower remember. Asuma leaned back against the counter, arms folded, grin wide and completely unashamed. Oh, by the way, he said casually to Kakashi, I'm making a mini-me. Kakashi paused mid-page turn. I'm afraid to ask. Asuma jerked a thumb toward the windows facing the training grounds. Naruto. Real discipline. Real work ethic. Even tried a cigarette. Kakashi's visible eye widened a fraction. You did what? Asuma laughed, loud and proud. Relax. Kid coughed like a rookie. But the spark's there. You're corrupting him, Kakashi said flatly. I'm refining him, Asuma replied. There's a difference. From above them. A mini you. Both Jonin looked up. Hiruzen leaned out of his office doorway, pipe forgotten, eyebrow raised with open curiosity. Asuma straightened just a touch. Proudly. Hiruzen's gaze drifted to the plaque on the wall, Team of the Month, then back to Asuma. He's been through enough already, Hiruzen said calmly. Asuma nodded, the grin softening just a little. Exactly why I'm teaching him right. Kakashi snorted. If he picks up your habits, that's on you. Asuma smirked. Worth it. Hiruzen watched him for a long moment, then smiled faintly. Just make sure, he said gently, that he learns when to stop. Asuma met his father's eyes and nodded once. I will. Kakashi shook his head, already turning away. This generation's going to be troublesome. Asuma lit his cigarette, satisfied. Hokage office, amused silence. Hiruzen shook his head once, a quiet chuckle escaping him as he turned back toward his office. Troublesome, he murmured, to no one at all. The door slid shut behind him. He crossed to his desk, pipe resting nearby, eyes drifting to the window that looked out over the village. Somewhere out there, Naruto was training, working harder than most, carrying more responsibility than anyone realized. And now? Hiruzen smiled to himself. So he's discovered tobacco. He didn't approve of it. He would never encourage it. And he certainly wouldn't say a word out loud. But there was something oddly human about it, Naruto finding a small, flawed pleasure, a reminder that he was still just a boy growing into himself. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, didn't light it, just turned it thoughtfully in his hand. Asuma, he muttered fondly. Training grounds, sneaking away. Naruto waited until Ino was distracted, talking animatedly with Shikamaru, then slipped off to the side, just far enough to be out of her line of sight. Behind a tree, he pulled the pack out. Lit up. One drag. Slow. Careful. The buzz settled in almost instantly. Okay, he murmured. Yeah, I get it. Do you? He jumped. Luna stood a few steps away, arms folded, expression openly amused. Naruto started, then stopped. Hi. She didn't scold him. Didn't sigh. She reached out, plucked a cigarette straight from his pack like it was nothing, and lit it with a quiet spark of chakra. Naruto stared. You smoke. She inhaled once, smooth, practiced, and exhaled, eyes glinting. On occasion. She leaned against the tree beside him, glancing sideways. Relax. You're not in trouble. That's worse, he admitted. She chuckled softly, taking another drag. Asuma gave you the pack. Naruto winced. Yeah. Of course he did, she said dryly. Predictable. She studied him for a moment. You're not inhaling too deep. That's good. He blinked. It is. For someone who doesn't want to feel awful, or get hooked, she replied. Curious is fine, reckless isn't. She handed the cigarette back to him. Rule. You don't use this to cope. And you don't let Ino smell it on you. Naruto nodded fast. Deal. Luna took one last inhale, crushed her cigarette against the bark, and pushed off the tree. Air yourself out, she said, already turning away. And don't make me regret finding this funny. She paused, glanced back with a smirk. You're very Asuma-coded right now. Naruto groaned softly. That's not a compliment. She laughed and walked off. Naruto took one final drag, tucked the pack away, and stepped back into the clearing. Heart lighter, secret shared. And absolutely hoping Ino didn't hug him too closely. Training grounds, almost caught. Naruto slipped back into the clearing like nothing had happened. He rolled his shoulders, focused, and stepped into position, hands coming up as he shaped chakra the way Asuma had shown him. Wind gathered. Not loud, not wild. Controlled. Again, Asuma called. Naruto exhaled and released it. The air cut, clean, sharp, shearing leaves off a low branch without touching the trunk. He adjusted his stance, already correcting the angle. Better. Ino watched him for a second longer than usual. Then her nose wrinkled. She sniffed the air once. Paused. Sniffed again. Naruto's spine went rigid for half a heartbeat. Ino's eyes slid to him, slow, assessing, then away just as smoothly. She didn't say anything, didn't accuse, didn't tease. Yet. Huh, she murmured to herself. Naruto pretended very hard to be fascinated by his hands. What? Nothing, Ino said lightly, already turning back toward the field. Just thought I smelled something. She smiled, too sweet. Naruto swallowed and reset his stance. Wind gathered again. Focus. Train. Don't think about it. Asuma watched from the side, amused. Shikamaru sighed like he already knew where this was going. And Ino? She said nothing. But she remembered. Naruto finished the sequence and stepped back, wind chakra settling cleanly instead of tearing loose. Asuma walked up behind him and gave him a solid pat on the back. Good control, Asuma said, voice loud enough to carry. I'm proud of you. Naruto blinked. Are really? Asuma grinned. Yeah, you're shaping up just like me. He leaned in a little, clearly enjoying himself. Mini-me. Naruto flushed from ears to collarbone. Sensei. Across the clearing, Ino narrowed her eyes. She smiled. Sweet, bright, perfectly pleasant. The kind of smile that promised consequences. Oh, she said lightly. Mini-you. Asuma laughed, oblivious, or pretending to be. That's right. Ino clasped her hands behind her back and tilted her head. That's interesting. Naruto felt a chill crawl up his spine. Shikamaru didn't even look up. You're doomed. Asuma gave Naruto one more approving pat and walked off, still chuckling to himself. Ino stepped closer to Naruto, smile never fading. Training's going well, she said softly. Naruto nodded too fast. Yeah, great, super great. She sniffed the air again, just once, eyes flicking to him, then away. She hummed. We'll talk later. She walked past him, sandals whispering against the dirt. Naruto stood there, wind chakra forgotten, heart pounding. By the time the sun crept higher, all three of them had it. Naruto's wind cut clean and precise. Ino's water struck hard and exact. Shikamaru's earth locked and crushed without waste. Asuma nodded, satisfied. Good. You've got them. Break was called. Naruto drifted toward the stream at the edge of the grounds, thinking he was subtle. He wasn't. He lit up, took one careful drag. And froze. Inhale what, exactly? Ino was already moving. Naruto turned just in time to see her launch. Ino. Too late. She tackled him cleanly, both of them splashing straight into the stream. Water exploded outward as they hit, current tugging at them. Naruto went under for half a second, came back up sputtering. Still holding the cigarettes above the water. Arm locked, victory intact. Ino blinked at that, then glared. You. He coughed, grinning helplessly. Didn't get him wet. She shoved him back under once for emphasis. Idiot. Across the clearing, Asuma watched the entire thing. He laughed so hard he nearly dropped his cigarette. That's my boy, he said proudly. Half the village away, Kurenai paused mid-step. She felt it. That deep, instinctive urge. I should hit him, she muttered. Back at the stream, Ino climbed out first, soaked and furious, grabbed Naruto by the collar, and dragged him upright. You are done smoking, she hissed. Naruto, dripping wet, still smiling, held up the now slightly crumpled pack. Worth it. She dunked him again. Asuma cackled. Shikamaru, not looking up, sighed. Every day is a mistake. Ino yanked the pack from Naruto's hand at last, water dripping from her sleeves, eyes sharp. That's enough. She didn't hesitate. She dunked the pack straight into the stream and held it there until the paper went soft and useless, tobacco bleeding dark into the water. Then she flung it onto the rocks. Ruined. She turned on Naruto, soaked hair plastered to her face, arms crossed tight. You're impossible, she said with a huff. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, dripping, sheepish but still alive. I was being careful. Her glare could have stripped paint. You were being stupid. Across the clearing, Asuma watched with open approval, grin wide. Strong follow-through. Ino shot him a look that promised future violence. Naruto sighed, resigned. Am I grounded? She stepped closer, jabbed a finger into his chest. You're watched. Then, just to make the point stick, she shoved him back into the stream one more time. He went under with a splash. Asuma laughed. Shikamaru didn't look up. Ino stood there dripping, glaring down at the water, satisfied. Good, she muttered. That's settled. Naruto resurfaced a second later, sputtering, hair plastered to his face. And very, very aware that being a mini Asuma had limits. Ino stood there dripping, arms crossed, glare still sharp, but it softened. She exhaled, slow. I'm not mad, she said at last. Naruto blinked. You're not. She shook her head once. I was worried. About your health. Her nose wrinkled. And the smell. He rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. Sorry. She stepped closer and flicked water off his collar. I don't want you wrecking your lungs because a Jonin thinks it's funny. Across the clearing, Asuma opened his mouth. Ino didn't even look at him. Not a word. He wisely shut it. Naruto nodded, earnest. I won't. Promise. Ino studied him for a second, then nodded. Okay. A small smile crept in. Just tell me next time. He smiled back. Deal. She bumped his shoulder lightly and turned away, the tension gone. Now come on. You're soaked. Ino raised one hand, expression focused. Hold still. Naruto froze where he stood, water dripping off his sleeves and hair. She shaped chakra smoothly and snapped her wrist. Water peeled away from their clothes in a clean spiral, rushing out, wringing fabric without tugging or tearing. It streamed off in a controlled arc and splashed harmlessly back into the creek. Naruto blinked as his jacket went from soaked to merely damp, then dry. That's awesome, he said. Ino dropped her hand, satisfied. There. No chill. No smell. She glanced at him once more, softer now. See. Easy fix. He smiled, relieved. Thanks. She turned away with a small huff, but there was a hint of a smile there. Don't make me do that again. Across the clearing, Asuma watched with clear approval. Good control, he said. Both of you. Naruto squared his shoulders, dry, steady. And very aware that being looked after sometimes came with rules he was happy to follow. Hokage office, quiet update. The door slid open without ceremony. Luna stepped in and took the seat opposite the desk, posture straight, eyes calm. Hiruzen looked up from his paperwork, pipe resting unlit beside his hand. You're early, he said mildly. Routine, Luna replied. She folded her hands once she was seated. Any updates on the attempted kidnapper's allies? Hiruzen exhaled slowly. Interrogation continues. No immediate contacts inside the village. The contractor was exactly that, hired muscle, limited knowledge. Border intermediaries? Luna asked. Yes, Hiruzen said. 2 names surfaced, both operating through shell routes. We're watching them. And Cloud. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened just a fraction. They've denied involvement. Publicly indignant. Privately cautious. Luna nodded. Meaning they know they were sloppy. Meaning, Hiruzen corrected gently, that someone thought Naruto was unguarded. Silence settled for a moment. Luna's voice stayed even. He isn't. No, Hiruzen agreed. And that impression will be maintained. We're letting the net tighten on its own. She inclined her head. If there's movement. You'll know first, Hiruzen said. Luna stood. Then I'll continue as assigned. Hiruzen watched her pause at the door. You've done well. She didn't turn. It's my job. The door slid shut behind her. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, eyes drifting toward the window, toward the village, toward a blond boy training hard and laughing louder than he used to. Yes, he murmured. It is. Hiruzen sat back in his chair after Luna left, pipe still unlit in his hand. For a moment, his eyes unfocused. He remembered the ink. The weight of the brush as it moved across the paper, slow, deliberate. No flourish, no anger allowed to show. Only certainty. The leaf will not bend a second time. He could still see the line clearly in his mind, written to the Raikage himself. Not a threat screamed. A promise delivered calmly. Any further attempts to abduct our shinobi will be treated as hostile state action. And should that occur, the leaf will have no reason to remain discreet about Cloud's historical policies regarding acquisition. Hirazen's mouth had curved then, not in a smile, but in something colder. He had listed names. Dates. Incidents quietly buried by time and politics. Information other nations would find enlightening. The implication had been clear. The leaf had endured once. It would not do so again. And this time, the cost would not be paid quietly. Hirazen set the pipe down and folded his hands atop the desk. They understood, he murmured. Not because they apologized. Not because they admitted guilt. But because they had gone silent. Outside the window, the village moved, children training, teams laughing, a blond boy discovering both discipline and trouble in equal measure. Hirazen allowed himself a thin, satisfied breath. Let them remember, he thought. The leaf does not forget. Asuma stepped back into the clearing, rolling his shoulders once, expression sharpening. All right, he said. Enough refinement. Time to add another weapon. Naruto snapped to attention. Ino straightened, teasing gone. Shikamaru sighed, but his eyes stayed open. This one's about offense in tight spaces, Asuma continued. No wide swings. No wasted motion. He drew a short chakra blade along his forearm, not igniting it fully, just enough for them to feel the pressure in the air. Watch. He took one step forward. No hand signs. No shout. A sharp burst of compressed wind snapped outward from his palm, not thrown, but released, like air detonating sideways. The wooden marker didn't explode. It sheared. Cut cleanly in half at waist height. This is wind style, razor burst, Asuma said. Directional, short range, meant for alleys, rooms, crowds. Naruto's eyes widened. It's like a punch, but sharper. Exactly, Asuma replied. You don't chase targets. You punish proximity. He looked at Naruto first. You'll adapt this easiest. Naruto nodded immediately. Asuma turned to Ino. You'll use it as a follow-up. Control first. Break second. Ino smiled, already imagining it. Got it. Then Shikamaru. You won't use it often, Asuma said. But you need to understand how fast fights end up close. Shikamaru frowned slightly. Positioning again. Asuma grinned. Always. He stepped back and clapped once. Now for the test. Naruto bounced on his heels. What kind? Asuma's grin turned sharp. Urban combat drill. Limited visibility. Moving targets. Ino's eyes gleamed. Team rotation. Yep, Asuma said. Offense. Control. Support. He held up a finger. No talking once it starts. Shikamaru groaned. Troublesome. Asuma laughed. Good. He flicked Ash aside, eyes proud as he looked at them. Today, he said. We see how you fight when things get cramped and messy. Wind stirred across the clearing. Team 10 squared up. And Asuma Sarutobi looked like a man who couldn't wait to see what they'd become. 2 hours passed in sweat and breath. Again. 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 Razor burst snapped through the air, short, sharp, controlled. Naruto learned to stop the wind instead of letting it run wild. Ino practiced timing, bind, then strike. Shikamaru didn't spam anything, he watched, adjusted, positioned. Asuma finally raised a hand. That's enough. All three froze, chests heaving. Asuma rolled his neck once, calm as ever. You've got the basics. Naruto wiped his brow. So, what's next? Asuma smiled. Now you come at me. All three stiffened. Ninjutsu allowed, he added casually. Anything you've learned, anything you can chain. Ino's eyes narrowed. All at once. Yep. Naruto swallowed. Sensei. Asuma raised a finger. If you catch me. That grin returned. The one that meant trouble. I'll teach you weapons. That landed. Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks. Ino's smile turned sharp and eager. Shikamaru sighed, but his shadow shifted as he started planning. Define, catch, Shikamaru said. As in, Asuma replied, stepping back and lighting a cigarette, you pin me, bind me, or force me to concede. He exhaled smoke and looked at them over it. You've got 10 minutes. Naruto clenched his fists. We can do this. Ino stepped closer, voice low. Naruto, don't rush. Shikamaru closed his eyes briefly. He's baiting us. Asuma chuckled. Good. You noticed. He dropped into a relaxed stance, hands loose, chakra calm but dense. Whenever you're ready, he said. Naruto felt the wind stir around his hands. Ino's chakra coiled like a drawn wire. Shikamaru mapped angles, timing, escape routes. They exchanged a single look. Then, they moved. And Asuma Sarutobi smiled like a man about to enjoy himself. Ino didn't hesitate. The instant Asuma relaxed into that infuriatingly casual stance, she grabbed both of them by the wrists and yanked. Trees. Now. Naruto barely had time to nod before she dragged them into the cover of the branches, leaves swallowing them up. They crouched low, breath quiet, chakra pulled in tight. Ino leaned in, voice low and fast. He wants us to rush. Naruto nodded. Yeah, he always does that. Shikamaru sighed softly. And he's better when we do. Ino pointed between them. So we don't. Naruto, you're bait, but not obvious bait. Short bursts. Make him move, not chase. Naruto frowned, then it clicked. Cut off his angles. Exactly, Ino said. Force him where we want him. She turned to Shikamaru. You don't go for the bind first. He raised an eyebrow. Then what am I doing? Blocking exits, Ino replied. Subtle. Earth rises, uneven ground, just enough to slow him. Shikamaru smirked faintly. Troublesome, but smart. Ino's eyes sharpened. When he dodges Naruto, I bind. Not full strength, just long enough. Naruto swallowed. And then? She smiled. Sharp, confident. Then you hit him with everything you've got. A beat. And if that doesn't work? Naruto asked. Ino shrugged. Then we adapt. Shikamaru exhaled slowly. He's going to enjoy this. Ino glanced through the leaves, tracking Asuma's position. Let him. She squeezed Naruto's wrist once, quick, grounding. Remember. Control. Naruto nodded, jaw set. Got it. Ino released them and slipped backward through the branches, already moving into position. Shikamaru followed, mind racing. Naruto took a breath, wind chakra stirring at his palms. Out in the clearing, Asuma waited. Relaxed, confident. Completely unaware that for the first time. Naruto moved first. Not charging. Not shouting. He stepped out just enough for Asuma to see him and snapped his arm forward. Wind screamed. A long-range wind blade tore through the clearing, not aimed at Asuma himself, but at the ground just ahead of him, forcing movement instead of damage. Asuma's eyes lit up. Good. He shifted sideways, sandals skimming dirt as another wind slice followed, then another, each one hurting instead of chasing. Naruto adjusted on instinct, remembering Ino's words. Make him move. Asuma flowed through it easily, but he was moving now, angles changing, footing adjusting. That's when Shikamaru slipped into position. No rush. No wasted motion. Earth chakra pulsed low and quiet as the ground behind Asuma subtly rose and cracked. Nothing dramatic, just enough to ruin a clean step back. Asuma felt it. He smiled wider. There you are. At the edge of his awareness, something shifted. Ino. She slid along the treeline like a ghost, water chakra wrapped tight, staying just outside his effective range. She didn't strike yet, didn't rush. She waited. Naruto launched another wind cut, slightly higher this time. Asuma ducked under it. And stepped exactly where Shikamaru wanted him. The ground dipped. His foot skidded half an inch. That was all Ino needed. Water snapped out in a tight, precise arc, not a full bind, just enough to catch his ankle and wrist for a heartbeat. Asuma's eyes widened, not in panic. In approval. Naruto felt it. Now. He surged forward, wind chakra compressed tight, control sharp instead of wild. And Asuma vanished in a blur of motion just as the strike landed, breaking free with a laugh. The clearing stilled. Asuma reappeared on a branch above them, crouched, cigarette forgotten, eyes bright. He clapped once. Good, he said honestly. Very good. Naruto panted, half grinning. Ino straightened, annoyed but satisfied. Shikamaru sighed, already replaying the timing. Asuma hopped down, grin wide. You didn't catch me, he said. Then his grin turned sharp. But you almost did. He pointed at them one by one. That was coordination, control, adaptation. Naruto swallowed. So, weapons. Asuma laughed. Next time, he said. You've earned the lesson, but you'll earn the win. Asuma shifted to disengage. And the ground locked. Shikamaru's chakra surged up through the soil in a tight, controlled snap. Earth hardened around Asuma's leading foot and ankle, not flashy, not bulky, just enough. Asuma felt it. Ah. That half-second was all Ino needed. She dropped from the branches behind him, sandals barely whispering as she landed. Water lashed out in a clean arc, not wide, precise, the whip snapping around Asuma's wrists and yanking them back before he could cut free. Bind. Solid. Asuma tested it once. Didn't break. Naruto was already moving, wind chakra compressed and ready, but he stopped when Asuma laughed. A real laugh. Well, Asuma said, hands bound, foot trapped, look at that. Ino tightened the whip slightly, smirking. Caught. Shikamaru exhaled, shoulders dropping. Troublesome, but effective. Naruto stared for a second, then grinned wide. We did it. Asuma looked between them, pride clear in his eyes. Yeah, he said. You did. He nodded once. All right. Deal's a deal. Ino's eyes lit up. Weapons. Weapons, Asuma confirmed. Next session. He flexed once more, then waited, patient, amused, for them to release him. As the binds fell away, Asuma straightened, brushing dirt from his pants. Remember this, he said, serious now. You didn't win because you were stronger. He pointed at each of them in turn. You won because you worked together. Naruto nodded, chest tight with pride. Ino smiled, sharp and satisfied. Shikamaru was already thinking about how to do it faster next time. Once the binds were released, Asuma rolled his shoulders and reached into his vest. Good, he said. Then we move on. He pulled out a long scroll, old and well used, and bit his thumb. With a smooth motion, he slammed it onto the ground. Phoom. Smoke rolled out, and when it cleared, weapons lay spread across the grass. Steel gleamed in the light. Tantos of different lengths and balances. Katanas, some plain, some curved just enough to matter. A solid bow staff, worn smooth from use. A wicked-looking sickle with a weighted chain coiled neatly beside it. Short blades, hooked knives, practice weights. Asuma straightened. Pick. Naruto's eyes went wide. All of them. Asuma snorted. No. One to start. Shikamaru stepped forward first, gaze drifting past the blades. He crouched, lifted the bow staff, tested its weight, spun it once, slow, thoughtful. Reach. Control. Non-lethal options, he muttered. Then nodded. This works. Asuma smiled. Good eye. Ino moved next. She stopped in front of the sickle and chain, fingers brushing the handle before lifting it. She gave the chain a light flick, just enough to feel the pull, the balance. Her smile turned sharp. Mid-range control. Bind or cut. Asuma raised a brow. It'll punish mistakes. Ino's eyes gleamed. Then I won't make them. Naruto lingered. He picked up a tanto first, tested the grip, the weight, then set it down and lifted a katana, holding it carefully, almost reverently. He didn't swing it, just felt it. I like both, he admitted. Asuma watched him closely. Then you'll learn why. Naruto nodded and chose the tanto, slipping it into his hand like it belonged there. He glanced once more at the katana before setting it back down. For later, he said quietly. Asuma's grin was proud, smart. He looked at all three of them, hands on his hips. These aren't toys, he said. They're extensions of your thinking. You don't master the weapon, you master when to use it. Naruto tightened his grip, excited and serious all at once. Ino rolled the chain once more, already imagining angles. Shikamaru rested the staff across his shoulders, mind working. Asuma nodded. Tomorrow, he said, we see how well your choices treat you. Asuma clapped his hands once, sharp and final. That's it for today. All three of them looked up. You earned it, he said, pride clear in his voice. Good work. Real work. Naruto grinned, exhausted and buzzing. Ino looked pleased. Shikamaru let out a long breath like he'd been holding it all afternoon. Asuma waved them off. Go. Eat. Rest. Don't break anything important. He turned away before any of them could respond, already lighting a cigarette, shoulders relaxed in the way of a man very satisfied with his team. The second his back was turned, Ino jumped. Naruto barely had time to yelp before she latched onto his back, legs locking around his waist, arms looping comfortably around his shoulders like it was the most natural thing in the world. Ino. He laughed, instinctively steadying her. She leaned in close, chin on his shoulder, eyes bright with mischief. Home, she declared. Then, softer, right by his ear. Then a date. Naruto's face went red instantly. What? She grinned wider, squeezing him just a little. You heard me. Shikamaru walked past them, staff resting on his shoulder, not even slowing. You're doomed, he said lazily. Naruto sighed, but he was smiling as he started walking anyway, adjusting his grip so she was comfortable. The sun was still up. The day wasn't over. And judging by the look in Ino's eyes, it was about to get interesting. Shikamaru trotted ahead of them, the bow staff resting across his shoulder. He rolled it once in his hand, testing the balance as he walked. Huh, he muttered. Wheat's good. He looked quietly pleased. Behind him, Naruto adjusted his grip as Ino settled more comfortably on his back. His hands slid, careful, instinctive, back to her ankles to keep her steady. She noticed immediately. Oh, Ino teased, leaning closer, her voice light and amused. You always hold my ankles like that. Naruto's face warmed. I'm just making sure you don't fall. She laughed softly and leaned her cheek against his, playful and warm. Such a gentleman. He swallowed, trying very hard to look forward and not think about how close she was. Ino. She smiled against his cheek, clearly enjoying how flustered he was. Relax. You're doing great. Shikamaru glanced back once, took in the scene, and shook his head. Troublesome, he said, but there was no bite to it. Ino didn't get off his back. If anything, she settled in more comfortably as Naruto turned toward her house, arms tightening just enough to keep her steady. Oh, she hummed smugly. Look at you, carrying me all the way home. Naruto groaned quietly. Ino, I can walk you. But why would I? She replied sweetly, cheek brushing his again, when you're doing such a good job. His ears burned. You're enjoying this way too much. She smiled, slow, victorious. Absolutely. Every few steps she shifted on purpose, just enough to make him readjust his grip. Every time his hands slid back to her ankles, she made a pleased little sound. You know, she said lightly, most boys get flustered just holding hands. I'm not. Naruto started, then stopped. Okay, I am. She laughed, bright and delighted, nuzzling his cheek. Good. Means you care. He muttered something unintelligible and kept walking, stubborn and determined despite everything. Ino rested her chin on his shoulder, eyes half-lidded, perfectly content. Today was productive, she said. Training, weapons, teamwork. And you embarrassing me, Naruto added. That too, she agreed happily. By the time her house came into view, Naruto was tired, red-faced, and smiling despite himself. And Ino looked smug enough to rule the village. The evening wasn't over yet. Not even close. They reached the front door just as the evening light softened. Naruto stopped, careful, and Ino finally loosened her grip, still not getting off right away. She tilted her head, sweet as anything. Could you take my sandals off for me? Naruto blinked. Huh. Please, she added politely, eyes bright. His face went warm, but he nodded and crouched, fingers careful as he slipped the sandals off one at a time. He set them neatly by the door without even thinking about it. Ino watched him with open satisfaction. From the kitchen doorway, her mother paused, arms folded, taking in the whole scene. Ino smirked and glanced back at her. See? She pointed lightly at Naruto. Look how gentle he is. Naruto froze. I'm just. He can do my nails too, Ino added with a giggle, clearly enjoying herself far too much. Naruto's ears went red. I don't know how to. Her mother laughed softly, shaking her head. Dinner's almost ready, she said, amused. You two come in. Ino finally slid off Naruto's back, satisfied, and gave him a quick, teasing look. See? Perfect. Naruto straightened, flustered but smiling, and followed her inside. Naruto stepped inside after her, easing the door shut behind them. Before he could say anything, Ino turned and caught his hand. She squeezed it, firm, warm, certain. I'll teach you, she said, giggling softly. He blinked. Teach me. What? Nail polish, she replied like it was the most natural thing in the world. Colors. Care. How not to smudge. His thumb twitched in her grasp. I'm not very artistic. That's okay, Ino said brightly, tugging him along. You're gentle. That's the important part. She glanced back at him, eyes sparkling with mischief and something softer underneath. And it means you'll pay attention. Naruto swallowed, then nodded. Okay. She laughed, clearly pleased, and gave his hand another squeeze before leading him further inside. In the kitchen, her mother smiled to herself as she stirred the pot. The laughter came quietly, fond, knowing. She remembered another evening. Another boy at the door. Another pair of careful hands and flushed ears. Gentle, she murmured, amused. Every time. She shook her head, smiling wider as she went back to cooking. Some things, it seemed, ran in the family. Ino tugged Naruto over to the couch and gently pushed him down beside her. Sit. He did, obediently, hands folded in his lap. She disappeared for a moment, then came back with a small box and plopped down next to him. Bottles of nail polish clinked softly as she opened it, pinks, whites, clear coats, a few bold colors tucked underneath. Naruto stared. That's a lot. Ino grinned. Options matter. She set the box between them, then reached for his hands, turning them palm up, inspecting his nails with mock seriousness. Okay, she said thoughtfully. Which do you want to do first? He blinked. Hands or feet? She giggled, clearly pleased he even asked. See, you're already learning. She held up his right hand, squeezing it gently. Hands first, she decided. They're easier. And I want to see how careful you are. Naruto nodded, a little nervous but smiling. Okay, you'll tell me what to do. Of course, Ino said warmly. I've got you. She popped open a bottle of clear polish and slid a small towel over his knee, already settling in like this was exactly where she wanted to be. Ino lined the bottles up in front of him like it was the most serious decision of the day. All right, she said, chin in her palm. Pick your favorite color. Naruto leaned forward, studying them with exaggerated focus. Reds, pinks, whites. His hand hovered. Then he tapped one bottle. Purple. Ino froze. Then her face lit up. Oh, she said, delighted. You have taste. Naruto scratched his cheek, a little shy. I dunno. It just feels calm, but strong too. Her smile softened instantly. I love that, she said honestly. Deep purple it is. She slid the bottle closer to him and placed her hand back in his, guiding his fingers around the brush. Slow strokes, she instructed gently. One side, then the other. Don't rush. Naruto nodded, concentrating hard, tongue peeking out just a bit as he carefully painted the first nail. Ino watched him with open satisfaction, eyes warm. See, she murmured. Gentle. I told you. Naruto relaxed a little, shoulders easing as he focused on not smudging anything. From the kitchen, her mother glanced in, saw the scene, and smiled to herself. Some lessons were being taught exactly the way they were meant to be. Naruto finished the last nail with intense focus, then leaned back a little and blew gently across her fingers. Ino laughed, soft and delighted. Careful, she teased. You're very serious about this. He smiled, relieved. I just don't want to mess it up. She admired her hands for a moment, then, very deliberately, shifted. Before he could react, she placed one bare foot lightly on the edge of the cushion near his knee. Naruto froze. Ino. She grinned, utterly unrepentant. What? You asked hands or feet? I thought that was later. She giggled and wiggled her toes just slightly, clearly enjoying how red his face was getting. Relax. Same rules. Gentle. Naruto swallowed, nodded, and carefully took her foot, holding it like it was something fragile. Purple again? He asked, voice a little strained. Of course, she said brightly. It's your favorite color. He blew on the nails again once he finished, extra careful this time, and Ino laughed, warm and pleased. You're adorable when you're flustered, she said lightly. Naruto muttered, this is harder than training. She smiled at him, soft beneath the teasing. You're doing great. Ino, dinners. Her mother stopped in the doorway. Naruto was sitting stiffly on the couch, cheeks red, one hand carefully supporting Ino's foot while the other hovered with the Polish brush. Ino lounged back comfortably, watching him with obvious delight. There was a beat. Then her mother laughed. Oh my, she said, amused and entirely unbothered. I see lessons are progressing nicely. Naruto nearly dropped the brush. I was just instructing, Ino finished sweetly, grinning. He's very gentle. Her mother smiled wider. I can see that. She waved a hand toward the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Let those dry. Ino lowered her foot at last, satisfied, and leaned closer to Naruto. See, you're doing great. Naruto nodded, still flustered, as they stood. Very aware that he had just passed another quiet, unspoken test. Ino hopped off the couch once the polish was safely drying, spun back around, and before Naruto could react, leaned in and kissed his cheek. A quick, warm peck. She giggled, loud and unapologetic. This counts as a date. Naruto froze. It does. Yes, she said brightly, looping her arm through his. Absolutely. From the kitchen, her mother laughed as she set plates on the table. Well then, she said, clearly entertained, I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Naruto's face went crimson. I did. I mean, yes. Ino beamed, pleased beyond words, and tugged him toward the table. See. Successful date. Her mother chuckled again, shaking her head fondly as she finished setting dinner, thoroughly enjoying every second of Naruto's flustered, earnest panic. And Naruto, sitting down to eat with his cheek still warm, realized something important. If this was what dates were like, he might actually like them. The door slid open and her father stepped in, loosening his jacket as he headed for the table. Smells good, he said, sitting down and reaching for his chopsticks. He took one bite. Then noticed. Ino was sitting very close to the blonde boy, shoulder pressed in, knee angled just enough to touch, her body language relaxed and territorial in a way that needed no explanation. His eyes shifted slowly from Ino to Naruto, then to his wife. She was doing an excellent job of not laughing. Her lips were pressed together. Her shoulders shook just a little as she busied herself with serving. He hummed thoughtfully. So. Naruto straightened instantly. Yes, sir. Ino leaned in closer, utterly unbothered. It was a date. Her father paused mid-bite. Was it? Her mother finally lost the battle and let out a soft laugh, turning away under the excuse of fixing a bowl. He looked back at Naruto, studying him, not harshly, just curious. You eat enough today? He asked. Naruto nodded quickly. Why yes, sir. Ino smiled, pleased. He worked hard. Her father nodded once, satisfied, and went back to eating like this was perfectly normal. Good, he said calmly. Across the table, her mother met Ino's eyes and smiled, warm, approving, and far too amused. Her father lifted his cup, eyes drifting down to Ino's hands as she reached for her food. He paused. Purple. Clean. Even. Nice color, he said casually. Ino brightened immediately. Naruto did them. She giggled. Naruto choked. Full on, startled, sputtering choke as his shoulders jerked and he slapped the table once, eyes wide. "I." Her father burst out laughing. Not polite, not restrained. A deep, booming laugh that filled the room as he leaned back in his chair. "Didn't expect that one, did you, son?" Naruto coughed hard, face burning red as Ino patted his back, far too pleased with herself. "I told you he was gentle," she said smugly. Her mother laughed along, shaking her head as she reached for more food. "You should have seen his face when she asked." Naruto finally caught his breath, mortified. "I just didn't want to mess them up." Her father nodded, still smiling. "Shows care." He took another bite, completely unbothered. Good trait to have. Ino leaned closer to Naruto, whispering with a grin, "Told you this was a date." Naruto groaned softly. But he didn't pull away. The teasing didn't stop right away. Her parents snickered now and then as dinner wound down. Little looks, quiet laughs, the kind that made Naruto's ears stay red the entire time. Not mean, just amused, warm. An hour later, Ino walked him to the door. She leaned against the frame, arms behind her back, smiling like she already knew how the night would end. "Tomorrow," she said lightly. "Training, and you don't get out of nail duty." Naruto nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, tomorrow." He hesitated. Then, before she could say anything else, he leaned in and kissed her cheek. Quick, soft, certain. Ino froze. Naruto pulled back, grinning, eyes bright. "Good night." And then he trotted off down the path, hands in his pockets, walking a little faster than necessary. Ino stood there for a moment, fingers touching her cheek. "Wow," she murmured. From inside, her mother peeked out just in time to see Ino's stunned expression, and laughed. Ino closed the door slowly, smiling to herself. Across the village, Naruto jogged the familiar route toward Luna's apartment, heart racing, not from training this time, but from the quiet thrill of doing something bold. For once, he'd surprised her. Luna's apartment, quiet skills. Naruto reached Luna's door still riding the high from the evening. Inside, the lights were low and calm. A small dinner was already set on the table, simple, warm, real. Luna sat in her chair, legs crossed, posture relaxed. "Sit," she said, without looking up. Naruto did, then froze. Threads of chakra danced between her fingers, thin as spider silk, bouncing and weaving with impossible precision. They hummed softly, responding to tiny movements of her hands. "Whoa," he breathed. "How are you doing that?" Luna glanced at him, amused. "Control." The threads snapped together, then dispersed like mist. She set her hands in her lap and nodded toward the table. "Eat." He picked up his chopsticks, still staring. "That's incredible." She smirked faintly. "It's useful." As he took his first bite, she added, casually but firm, "Also, no smoking in the apartment." Naruto nearly choked. I wasn't." She raised an eyebrow. "Okay," he said quickly. "Deal." She leaned back, satisfied. "Good." Naruto ate, shoulders easing, the quiet settling around them. After a moment, he looked up again. "You saw everything, didn't you?" Luna smiled, small, knowing. "Enough." He nodded, accepting that answer. Outside, the village wound down. Inside, Naruto felt something unfamiliar but welcome. Safe, watched. And oddly impressed by just how much there was still to learn. Naruto was already asleep. The apartment had settled into that deep, steady quiet, breathing even, lights dimmed, the city outside muted. Luna stood at the small table, checking seals one last time. A soft tap came at the window. She didn't startle. The window slid open just enough for a masked Anbu to slip inside, silent as a thought. He straightened and handed her a folded sheet of paper. "Names," he said quietly. "People acting, spooky." Luna took it and scanned the list, eyes sharpening as she read. "Patterns," she asked. "Watching routes. Asking questions they shouldn't." Two tried to access apartment records. One near the training grounds. Her jaw set. "Good work," she said. "Any direct moves?" "Not yet," he replied. "But they're circling." Luna folded the paper once and tucked it away. Then we let them. The Anbu glanced toward the closed bedroom door. The kid. He sleeps, Luna said simply. And he stays that way. A pause. He's protected, the Anbu said. I know, Luna replied. The Anbu gave a short nod and slipped back out the window, gone as quietly as he'd arrived. Luna moved to the doorway and checked the seal again, layers overlapping, humming softly. She looked once at Naruto, sleeping peacefully. Circling, she murmured. And smiled, just a little. Let them. The smell hit him before the light. Naruto shuffled out of the bedroom rubbing his eyes, and stopped dead when he saw the plate. Breakfast burritos. Still warm. His face lit up instantly. Yes. Luna didn't look up from where she was leaning against the counter, arms folded. Good morning. He was already sitting, unwrapping one and taking a huge bite. This is amazing. She watched him for a second, amused, then spoke casually, like she wasn't asking something important. What's your chakra nature? Naruto paused mid-chew. Wind. She nodded once. I thought so. He swallowed. Sensei said it fits me. Cutting. Control. It does, Luna agreed. Wind rewards precision. She pushed off the counter and grabbed a cloth-wrapped bundle from the chair, setting it near him. The outline of a tanto was unmistakable. And, she added, I'll help you with that. Naruto's eyes widened. Really? Yes, she said simply. Grip, draw, footwork. How to move without announcing yourself. He grinned around another bite. That'd be awesome. She raised an eyebrow. After training. Not before. He laughed. Worth asking. Luna poured herself some tea and sat, watching him eat like he hadn't seen food in days. You learn fast, she said. But you need structure. Naruto nodded, suddenly more serious. I wanna get better. Not just strong. A small smile tugged at her mouth. Good answer. Outside, the village was waking up. Inside, Naruto ate happily. Already thinking about wind, steel, and the strange comfort of a routine that felt solid. And for the first time in a long while. Morning felt like something to look forward to. They left the apartment together once breakfast was finished, the air still cool and quiet. Naruto slipped a cigarette from the pack as they walked, hesitating just a little. Is this okay? Luna glanced sideways at him, then shrugged. Outside's fine. He lit it, took a small drag, shoulders easing. A moment later she held out 2 fingers. Let me see. He blinked. You want one? Yes. He handed the pack over and watched as she took one, lit it with a brief spark of chakra, and inhaled like it was nothing new. Naruto stared. You're really casual about this. She exhaled slowly. I don't make habits out of it. That's the difference. They walked in silence for a bit, smoke curling up and fading into the morning air. Your wind, she said again, more thoughtfully now. That explains the way you move. Naruto nodded. Sensei says it fits. He's right, Luna replied. But discipline matters more than affinity. She took one last drag, then stubbed the cigarette out against a stone wall and flicked it into a disposal seal. All right. Naruto followed suit quickly, crushing his own and airing himself out like she'd taught him. By the time they reached Ino's parents' house, the smell was gone and the street was waking up properly. Luna stopped at the gate. I'll see you later. Naruto smiled. Yeah, thanks. She nodded once and turned away, already blending back into the village flow. Naruto squared his shoulders and headed for the door. Ready for training, teasing. And whatever Ino had planned next. Naruto barely made it 3 steps down the path before. Incoming. Ino launched herself at him from the side. Oof, Ino. Naruto laughed, barely catching her as she wrapped around his back like she'd practiced it. Good morning, she said sweetly, chin on his shoulder. Miss me. He adjusted his grip automatically. You were gone for, 10 minutes. Too long, she replied smugly. They moved together down the street, Ino happily riding along while she filled the air with commentary, about breakfast, about his technique yesterday, about how purple still looked amazing on her nails. Naruto listened, smiling, pretending his heart wasn't racing. By the time the training ground came into view, 2 figures were already waiting. Asuma stood near the center, arms folded, cigarette unlit but ready. Shikamaru lounged nearby, bow staff resting against his shoulder, hands in his pockets. "You're late," Shikamaru called lazily. Ino tightened her hold just a little. "We're right on time." Asuma's eyes flicked from Naruto to Ino, still very much attached, then he grinned. "Looks like morale's high." Naruto sighed. "Sensei." Asuma waved it off. "If you can fight like that, I don't care how you arrive." Ino slid off at last, satisfied, smoothing her hair and flashing Naruto a grin. "Ready." He nodded, squaring his shoulders. Asuma clapped his hands together once, rubbing them like he was about to announce something dangerous. "So," he said casually, eyes moving between them, "how do you all feel about money?" Naruto blinked. "Ah, I like it." Ino snorted. "Everyone likes it." Shikamaru sighed. "This already sounds troublesome." Asuma grinned wider. "Good. Means you're paying attention." He paced once in front of them. "You've been doing D ranks. A lot of them. You've seen what steady work actually does." Naruto nodded slowly. "Pays for stuff. Food. Gear. And stability," Ino added. "Freedom." Asuma pointed at her. "Exactly." He stopped in front of Naruto. "You're learning something most shinobi don't until it's too late. Power's great, but money keeps you independent." Naruto scratched his cheek. "Guess I never thought about it like that." Shikamaru glanced up. "You're planning something." Asuma laughed. "Always." He folded his arms, satisfied. "Soon, you won't just be taking missions you're given." Ino's eyes sharpened. "You mean?" "I mean," Asuma cut in, "you'll start choosing." The clearing went quiet for a moment. Naruto felt something click, same feeling he'd had at the bank. Control. Options. Asuma nodded, proud. "Get used to thinking long-term. Skill. Teamwork. Money." He smirked. "All three keep you alive." Shikamaru muttered, "Knew it." Ino smiled, already calculating. Asuma didn't explain on the walk. That alone told them everything. They entered the tower together, footsteps echoing as the mission hall came into view. The clerks straightened a little when they saw Team 10, recognition replacing dread this time. Asuma walked straight to the board. Past the D ranks. Past the easy money. He reached up and pulled a single slip free. "C rank," he said, holding it up so they could see. Naruto's grin faded into focus. Ino straightened. Shikamaru's eyes sharpened just a bit. Asuma read aloud. "Locate and apprehend a rogue genin. Fled the village 3 days ago. Last seen near the Eastern Trade Road." Naruto swallowed. "So not a drill?" "No," Asuma replied calmly. "But not a kill mission either." Ino crossed her arms. "Why now?" Asuma glanced at them, really glanced. "Because you've learned discipline, control, and how money changes your options." He tapped the slip. "This pays better. And it matters." Shikamaru exhaled slowly. "Rogue genin means desperation. And mistakes," Asuma said. "Which is why you go as a team." Naruto nodded, jaw set. "We bring them back." "As cleanly as possible," Asuma agreed. The clerk slid the confirmation across, hands steady this time. "Mission assigned." Asuma took the slip and turned toward the exit. "Gear check. We leave in 30. Ino smiled, sharp, ready. Finally. Shikamaru adjusted his staff. Troublesome, but fair. Naruto felt the familiar spark in his chest, not nerves, not fear. Purpose. This wasn't about grinding missions anymore. This was about proving they were ready for what came next. Outskirts, what they didn't expect. They passed through the gates without ceremony and headed east, the road thinning into dirt and scrub. The village noise faded behind them, replaced by wind through grass and distant birds. Asuma stayed a few paces back. Not disengaged. Watching. "Stay alert," he said quietly. "This area attracts scavengers." Naruto nodded, eyes scanning. Ino's senses were stretched outward, subtle but constant. Shikamaru moved a little wider, staff loose in his hand, counting sightlines without meaning to. They crested a low ridge. And stopped. Below them, tucked into a shallow ravine, smoke curled from rough tents and lean-tos. Too organized for drifters. Too dirty for merchants. Cages. Wooden. Reinforced. People inside. Naruto's stomach dropped. That's a bandit camp. Ino's jaw tightened. Slavers. Shikamaru exhaled slowly. In not small time. Asuma stepped up beside them now, eyes hard. Good eyes. Naruto clenched his fists. The rogue genin could be mixed in with them. Or hiding behind them, Ino said, voice cool but angry. Either way, those people don't walk out on their own. Asuma nodded once. Mission parameters just changed. He looked at each of them in turn. No humor now, no teasing. This is still AC rank, he said. But it's real. We observe first, then we act. Naruto swallowed. We free them. Yes, Asuma said calmly. Cleanly. Quietly. No hero charges. Ino rolled her shoulders, water chakra steady. I can bind guards near the cages. Shikamaru's eyes were already mapping paths. If I collapse the ground behind the camp, they won't scatter. Naruto felt the wind stir at his palms, sharp, controlled. I can cut locks. Fast. Asuma's gaze lingered on him a second longer. Good, he said. You're thinking. He crouched and gestured them down. We watch for 5 minutes. Learn patterns. Then we move. Below them, a bandit laughed. Naruto's grip tightened, but he didn't move. Not yet. Team 10 settled into position, breath steady, minds sharp. Outskirts, silent work. Ino moved first. She slipped into cover, breath slow, eyes locked on a lone bandit pacing near the cages. Her chakra pulsed once, clean, focused. The man stiffened. His body went slack a heartbeat later as she stepped in and finished it without hesitation. No noise. No spectacle. Asuma watched from the ridge, eyes hard. He lifted a hand and signed once. Kill. Circle. Silent work. They split. Shikamaru ghosted through the shadows, bow staff held low. He came up behind a guard and locked the staff across the man's throat, weight and leverage perfect. The bandit went down without a sound. Shikamaru didn't stop. 2 more turned, too late. Their shadows stretched, caught, pinned. He moved through them efficiently, no wasted motion, ending the threat before either could shout. Naruto slipped in on the opposite side. Heart steady. Breath controlled. The sentry near the supply tent never saw him. Naruto closed the distance, brought the tanto up once, quick, precise, and the guard crumpled. First blood drawn, clean and quiet. Naruto exhaled slowly, grounding himself. Asuma nodded from above, satisfied. No shouting. No chaos. No unnecessary cruelty. Team 10 flowed inward, tightening the circle. Silent, coordinated, and terrifyingly effective. This wasn't a rush. It was a lesson learned. The camp went quiet. No shouting. No alarms. Just the crackle of dying fires and the soft, frightened breaths of people who hadn't dared believe it would end. They found her near the back, mud-streaked, eyes wild, chakra flickering wrong. The missing ninja didn't fight once the seal slapped home. She sagged. Naruto cut the locks clean. Ino steadied shaking hands. Shikamaru worked fast, methodical, keeping watch while people were freed. Quiet reassurances, water passed, chains dropped into the dirt. When it was done, Asuma waved them back. They sat in the grass, the night cooling around them. Asuma didn't light a cigarette. That was your first, he said simply. Silence. Naruto stared at his hands. They didn't shake, but he could still feel the memory of resistance the moment it ended. I didn't hesitate. Asuma nodded. You shouldn't have. You chose when and why. That matters. Ino's jaw was tight. I did what had to be done. You did, Asuma agreed. And you didn't enjoy it. That also matters. Shikamaru exhaled, slow. I don't feel proud. Asuma looked at him. Good. Pride is for victories. This was a responsibility. He leaned forward, voice low. Listen to me. What you did doesn't make you monsters. It makes you shinobi who protected people who couldn't protect themselves. He let that sit. If this ever starts to feel easy, Asuma continued, you talk. You slow down. You don't carry it alone. Naruto nodded, eyes up now. We did it together. Asuma smiled, small, real. Exactly. They stood and moved back to the freed people, helping them walk, sharing food, guiding them toward the road home. Behind them, the camp faded into darkness. Ahead, the path back was quiet, and heavier than before. But they walked it together. Chapter 5. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun. All rights reserved for their original owners. They didn't speak much. Shikamaru sat a little apart, the bow staff resting across his knees as he wiped it down with slow, methodical strokes. Dirt came off, then blood. He didn't rush it. Asuma stood nearby, arms folded, watching without comment. Not supervising, bearing witness. A few steps away, Naruto knelt with his back straight, the tanto laid across his thigh. He cleaned it carefully, just like Luna had shown him. Edge away, cloth steady, no wasted motion. Ino lowered herself beside him. She didn't crowd him, just sat close enough that their shoulders brushed. "You okay?" she asked quietly. Naruto nodded once. "Yeah, just making sure it's done right." She watched his hands for a moment, then glanced at the blade. "You were clean." He looked at her, surprised. "I mean it," she added. "You didn't hesitate, but you didn't lose control either." He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Thanks." Shikamaru finished with the staff and rested it against a rock, eyes distant. "We did what we were supposed to." Asuma nodded. "You did." He met each of their gazes in turn. "And you took care of your tools after. That matters." Ino leaned a little closer, hip against Naruto's side, grounding. He finished cleaning the tanto and slid it back into its sheath, movement steady now. The night was quiet around them, no cheering, no relief speeches. Just the sound of cloth on steel. Breath returning to normal. And a team learning how to carry what they'd done, together. Asuma lowered himself onto a fallen log beside Shikamaru, the space between them easy. Shikamaru kept cleaning the staff, eyes down. "Didn't think my first real fight would be like that." Asuma nodded. "Most aren't." A quiet beat passed. "You moved well," Asuma said. "Didn't rush. Didn't freeze." Shikamaru exhaled. "Still feels heavy." "It should," Asuma replied. "Heavy means you're still you." Shikamaru gave a faint, resigned hum and kept wiping the wood, grounding himself in the motion. A few steps away, Ino sat close to Naruto, one hand rubbing slow circles between his shoulders. He hadn't realized he'd tensed until her touch eased it. "You did good," she said softly. "You protected people." Naruto nodded, eyes on the dirt. "I keep replaying it." "That's normal," Ino replied. "Just don't." They moved before dawn. The rogue, sealed, subdued, silent, was kept between them as they walked back toward the village. The freed people followed close, exhausted but upright now, guided by quiet reassurance and steady pace. By the time they reached the tower, the sun was climbing. Inside the office, Hiruzen listened without interruption. No dramatics, no praise yet, just facts. When it was done, he nodded once. "The slavers are dealt with," he said. "The captives are safe. The rogue is secured." He opened a drawer and set down the ledgers. "For that," Hiruzen continued calmly, "each of you will receive 140,000 ryu." Naruto's eyes widened. Ino blinked. Shikamaru's brows lifted a fraction. "There is also recovered illicit profit," Hiruzen added. 44,000 ryu, divided evenly among the three of you." He slid the confirmation slips forward. "You earned it." Asuma glanced at his team, no grin this time, just quiet approval. Naruto accepted the slip with both hands, breath steady. "Thank you." Ino nodded, sharp and satisfied. "We'll put it to good use." Shikamaru sighed softly. "Troublesome amount." Hiruzen allowed himself a small smile. "See that you rest. And remember, this is what responsibility looks like." They bowed and turned to leave. Outside, the village noise returned, vendors, footsteps, morning life, and Team 10 stepped back into it changed. Heavier by memory, steadier by trust, and paid fairly for work that mattered. Not bad, Naruto thought. Not bad at all. Asuma nodded once and turned on his heel. Back to the grounds. No ceremony. No speeches. Just routine. They walked in a loose line, fatigue in their legs but focus still sharp. When they reached the clearing, Asuma stopped and rolled his shoulders. Today, he said, we make the tools familiar. He pointed to Shikamaru first. Staff. Shikamaru stepped forward, bow staff in hand. Asuma corrected his grip with 2 quick taps, then demonstrated, short movements, leverage, how to keep distance without overcommitting. Control the space, Asuma said. You don't chase. Shikamaru nodded and repeated it, cleaner the second time. Asuma turned to Ino. Chain. She spun the sickle once, chain whispering. Asuma showed her how to keep the weight moving, how to bind without tangling herself, how to recover fast if it missed. Patience, he reminded. The opening comes to you. Ino's smile was sharp. It always does. Then Asuma faced Naruto. Tanto, he said simply. Naruto drew it, smooth, deliberate. Asuma adjusted his stance with a foot nudge and a hand to the shoulder. Short steps. Keep your center. You're not a brawler with this. Naruto nodded, eyes locked, and moved, draw, cut, reset, again and again until the blade felt like an extension of his hand. Ino watched from the side, quiet now. Asuma stepped back, satisfied. Good. Do it until it's boring. They practiced as the sun climbed. No rush, no chatter, just repetition turning skill into habit. Steel flashed. Wood thudded. Chain whispered. The sound came first. Wood on wood, tap, tap, measured, precise. Naruto looked up just as Luna stepped into the clearing, 2 wooden tantos tucked under her arm. She took in the scene in a glance, staff work, chain arcs, Asuma pacing. She met Asuma's eyes. He nodded once. No hesitation. Go ahead. Luna gestured with her chin. You. Come here. Naruto blinked. Me. Yes. He followed as she led him a short distance away from the others, far enough that the sounds dulled, staff thuds and chain whispers becoming background noise. She handed him one of the wooden tantos. It was worn smooth, balanced perfectly. First, she said, we strip away speed. Naruto frowned. But. No, Luna cut in calmly. Speed comes later. Control comes first. She set her stance, angled, relaxed. Mirror me. He did. She corrected him immediately, 2 fingers to his shoulder, a light tap to his hip. Too tense. You're telegraphing. She moved. Slow. Deliberate. Draw. Step. Cut. Reset. No wasted motion, she said. The blade moves because you do, not the other way around. Naruto copied her. Again. And again. She circled him, occasionally knocking his blade aside with her own, testing angles. When he overcommitted, she tapped his wrist. When he hesitated, she stepped into his space until he adjusted. Asuma watched from across the clearing, cigarette unlit, approving. Good call, he muttered. Luna stopped Naruto with a raised hand. Now, defense. She attacked. Light. Fast enough to matter. Naruto blocked on instinct, wood clacking against wood. His breath hitched, but he held. Better, Luna said. You're learning. He exhaled, a grin tugging at his mouth. This is different. It should be, she replied. Steel is loud. Wood teaches honesty. She stepped back, eyes sharp but approving. Again. Naruto nodded, shoulders settling, grip steady. And a few paces away, Team 10 kept training. But here, in this small pocket of focus, Naruto learned how to make the blade an extension of himself. Luna shifted her stance without warning. Watch, she said. She raised the wooden tanto, not high, not dramatic, and snapped it forward in a tight, controlled strike. The motion was compact, brutal in its efficiency. Striking stances, she continued. A tanto isn't just for cutting. It's for ending resistance. Naruto straightened immediately. She demonstrated again. A short forward step, elbow tight, wrist locked. Throat, she said. Another angle. Collarbone. A pivot, blade reversed. Kidney. Low. Quiet. Each strike was economical. No wasted arc. No flourish. Mirror me, Luna ordered. Naruto adjusted his grip and copied her stance. She corrected him instantly, nudging his elbow down, shifting his foot an inch inward. Too wide. You're inviting counters. He fixed it. She moved around him, tapping pressure points with the flat of the wooden blade. A Tanto lives in close quarters. Hallways. Forest. Crowds. She struck again, faster this time. Naruto reacted, raising his blade just in time. Wood cracked sharply against wood. Good, she said. Now chain it. She demonstrated a sequence: strike, step, reverse grip, backhand thrust. Naruto tried again. Slower. Cleaner. She nodded once. Better. From across the clearing, Asuma glanced over, clearly satisfied with the handoff. Luna stepped back and raised her blade. Again. 10 times. Then faster. Naruto reset his stance, breathing steady, focus sharp. Wood met air. Feet shifted. Movement tightened. This wasn't flashy. It was real. And Naruto was learning how to make every inch of space around him dangerous. Asuma moved between them with practiced ease. He stopped behind Ino first, watching the arc of her chain and sickle as it snapped out and recoiled. Too much shoulder, he said, stepping in close. He nudged her elbow down and flicked the chain with 2 fingers. Let the weight do the work. You guide, it finishes. Ino adjusted, spun again. This time the chain sang, smooth, controlled, wrapping a post cleanly before she snapped it back. Asuma grinned. There you go. Bind first. Cut only if you have to. She smiled back, sharp and pleased. I like having options. He moved on to Shikamaru. The bow staff rested across Shikamaru's palms as Asuma circled him. You don't swing, Asuma said. You interrupt. He demonstrated, short jabs, redirections, a sudden hook behind the knee. Balance. Timing. Make them fall where you want. Shikamaru copied the motion, slower, but exact. Troublesome, he muttered. Then repeated it, cleaner the second time. Asuma nodded. That's your strength. Don't rush it. Across the clearing, Luna's wooden tantos cracked together as Naruto practiced striking forms, compact, relentless. Asuma took it all in. Chain whispering. Staff thudding. Wood striking wood. And felt that quiet, rare satisfaction. 3 students. 3 different weapons. 1 team. He lit his cigarette at last and watched them work. This, he murmured to himself, is how it's supposed to look. Asuma leaned against a tree at the edge of the clearing, arms folded, cigarette forgotten between his fingers. He didn't interrupt. He watched. Shikamaru moved through staff drills with quiet precision, redirect, trip, reset, then sparred with a practice post, correcting himself before Asuma ever needed to speak. Ino's chain whispered as she worked, bind, release, step, then she turned, eyes flicking toward Naruto. Careful, she called lightly. You're telegraphing again. Naruto flushed and adjusted his stance, wooden tanto snapping back into guard. She smiled and stepped closer, just to be annoying. Relax, you're cute when you concentrate. He groaned. Ino. She flicked the chain near his feet, not striking, just close enough to make a point. Eyes up. He corrected instantly. Across the clearing, Luna nodded once and gave him a short, approving tap on the wrist. Better. They sparred in short bursts, controlled, deliberate, Naruto moving tighter now, strikes cleaner, defense steadier. Ino circled him, teasing with words while testing his angles with the chain. Still gentle, she said. Good. Asuma smiled to himself. They were drilling. They were sparring. They were laughing, just enough. This was the rhythm he wanted, pressure without panic, trust without complacency. As the sun climbed higher, Team 10 kept moving. Weapons in hand. Minds sharp. And bonds tightening with every pass. Asuma took a drag at last and exhaled slowly. Yeah, he murmured. That'll do. The rhythm of wood on wood faded behind her. Luna wiped the sweat from her hands and turned as a shadow detached itself from the treeline. Anbu. Masked. Still. He stopped a few paces away and inclined his head. We have names. That got her full attention. She stepped aside, just far enough that the training ground noise blurred. All of them. Not all, he replied quietly. But enough. The rest of the network tied to the attempted kidnapping. He handed her a sealed slip. Luna broke the seal with her thumb and scanned the list. Her jaw tightened, just slightly. Middlemen. Watchers. One logistics runner. Two financiers operating through civilian fronts. No direct command from a village, but plenty of deniability stacked on top of intent. They were patient, she said. Yes, the Anbu agreed. Too patient. Luna folded the paper once and tucked it into her vest. Her eyes flicked back toward the clearing, toward a blond boy moving through drills with a wooden tanto, listening, learning, alive. They won't get a second chance, she said calmly. The Anbu nodded. Orders. Observation stays passive, Luna replied. Let them think they're unseen. We pull them one by one. And the kid? Her gaze didn't leave the field. He remains exactly where he is. Surrounded. Protected. Unaware. A pause. Understood. The Anbu vanished as quietly as he'd arrived. Luna stood there a moment longer, wind brushing past her face, eyes sharp. They tried once, she thought. They failed. She turned back toward the training ground, posture relaxed again, mask firmly back in place. For now. Because whatever names were on that list. None of them were getting close to Naruto again. They were tired. That mattered. Asuma felt it in the way Naruto rolled his shoulders, in how Ino stretched her wrists before moving, in the way Shikamaru sighed and still showed up anyway. Perfect time. All right, Asuma said, clapping once. Enough steel for now. We're doing D ranks. 3 reactions, right on cue. Naruto perked up. Money. Yes. Ino smiled. Easy. Never, Asuma replied. Shikamaru groaned. Troublesome. Asuma led them back toward the village, hands in his pockets, eyes sharp. This wasn't busywork. This was conditioning, how you kept moving after hard things. They took whatever was on the board. Hauling supplies. Repairing storm damage. Clearing debris from a collapsed storage shed. Running messages for overworked clerks who looked relieved when Team 10 showed up. Asuma watched closely. Naruto didn't rush anymore. He paced himself. Lifted right. Thought ahead. Ino coordinated without being asked, directing, encouraging, correcting. Shikamaru optimized routes, cut wasted steps, finished early without complaint. No complaints. No shortcuts. No sloppiness. Good. This was the part most teams hated. The part that made shinobi sloppy later in life. Asuma didn't let his team skip it. He lit a cigarette while they worked, not because he needed it, but because watching them like this felt earned. They can fight, he thought. Now they can endure. By the time the sun started to dip, they were dusty, sore, and still standing. Asuma nodded to himself. Yeah. This was how you built a team that lasted. Hokage Tower, again. Asuma hadn't even finished signing the last slip when the door slid open. Hiruzen wants Team 10, the secretary said, already tired. Asuma sighed through his nose. Of course he does. They were led upstairs, past shelves, past carts, past stacks. Naruto stopped dead. Boxes. More boxes. Stacks of them. Towers. Some labeled. Some definitely not. Naruto stared. Gigi. Hiruzen looked up from his desk, calm as ever. Ah, you're here. Naruto pointed at the room. Why do you have so many damn boxes and secretaries? The room went quiet. Ino covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. Shikamaru closed his eyes. Troublesome. Hiruzen blinked once. Then chuckled. Administration, he said mildly. Grows faster than space. Naruto squinted. You could just throw some away. A secretary audibly gasped. Asuma bit back a laugh. Hiruzen smiled, patient. Many of these are important. Naruto picked up a box. It sagged. This one just says, MISC. Yes, Hiruzen replied serenely. Very important. Asuma clapped his hands before Naruto dug himself deeper. All right, you heard the man. Boxes. They got to work. Naruto lifted without complaint, muttering under his breath about paperwork conspiracies. Ino organized on the fly, stacking by weight and labels. Shikamaru optimized the path in 3 moves and sighed when it worked too well. Hiruzen watched them from his desk, amused. Efficient, he remarked. Asuma nodded. They are. Naruto hefted another box and shot Hiruzen a look. You know this is a D rank forever trap, right? Hiruzen smiled like a man who absolutely did. Perhaps, he said, but it's a well-paying one. Naruto grumbled, but lifted anyway. Asuma leaned against the wall, cigarette unlit, watching his team work. Yeah, he thought. They'll be fine. Hiruzen didn't interrupt right away. He watched. Naruto lifted, adjusted, and moved without being told, no rushing, no fumbling. Ino redirected traffic with quiet efficiency, stacking by weight and destination, correcting Naruto with a tap and a word. Shikamaru barely spoke at all, he just changed the flow, shifted routes, and somehow made the pile shrink faster. Boxes moved like they'd rehearsed it. After a moment, Hiruzen spoke. Asuma. Asuma looked over. Yeah. Hiruzen nodded toward the team. Their teamwork. How would you rate it? Asuma followed his gaze, eyes softening just a touch. They're past, working together. Hiruzen hummed. Meaning. They anticipate, Asuma said. Naruto doesn't wait for orders anymore. Ino leads without dominating. Shikamaru adjusts the whole machine without anyone noticing. Naruto slid a box into place and glanced back. Gigi, where does this one go? Second floor, Hiruzen replied. Ino was already turning. I've got it. Shikamaru sighed. We're rerouting through the side hall. Less foot traffic. Asuma smirked. See. Hiruzen watched them move, thoughtful. They trust each other. They earned it, Asuma said. And they talk after things go wrong. That earned Asuma a look. After? Hiruzen asked. Asuma met his eyes. Especially after. Hiruzen nodded slowly, satisfied. That, he said quietly, is what keeps teams alive longer than talent. Naruto set another box down and wiped his brow. You know, if you ever want less boxes. No, Hiruzen said calmly. Naruto sighed and kept lifting. Hiruzen chuckled softly and leaned back in his chair. Yes. This team was working exactly the way it should. Hiruzen watched the last stack slide neatly into place, hands folded over his desk. Efficient, he said again, genuinely pleased. Naruto wiped his brow. See, we're professionals now. Ino snorted. Don't let that go to your head. Shikamaru sighed. I can feel fate lining up more work. Hiruzen smiled. That was their first mistake. He reached into a drawer and set a small pouch on the desk. It jingled softly. A tip, he said, sliding it across. For the extra effort. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Yes, Hiruzen replied calmly. You handled the backlog better than most clerks. Ino accepted it with a nod. Thank you. Shikamaru blinked. Huh. Hiruzen leaned back, clearly amused. Oh, and don't go far. Three heads turned slowly. Why? Naruto asked carefully. Hiruzen chuckled. About 2 more boxes should be ready shortly. There was a beat. Then. Oh come on, Naruto groaned. Ino laughed despite herself. You're doing this on purpose. Shikamaru dragged a hand down his face. Troublesome old man. Hiruzen laughed openly now, pipe forgotten on the desk. Perhaps. Asuma crossed his arms, smirking. You heard him. Breaks short. Naruto sighed, then straightened anyway. All right, 2 more. Hiruzen watched them return to work, shaking his head fondly. They complained. They groaned. But none of them stopped moving. And that, more than anything, told him exactly what kind of shinobi they were becoming. Naruto hoisted another box onto his shoulder, grumbling under his breath as he turned. And nearly walked straight into a female genin standing a little too close. Sorry, she said quickly, cheeks pink. Her eyes flicked up to his face. Then lingered. Naruto, right. You're on Team 10. Naruto blinked. Yeah, hi. She smiled, clearly working up courage, and took a step closer. I just wanted to say, you did really good on that mission everyone's talking about. Before Naruto could answer, Ino slid in. Smooth, immediate, territorial. She looped an arm around Naruto's waist and leaned in, chin tipping up with a bright, razor-sweet smile. He did, didn't he? The genin froze. Ino's grip tightened just enough to be unmistakable. Thanks, Ino continued pleasantly, eyes sharp. We're kind of busy right now. Naruto's face went red. Ino. She squeezed him. Shish. The genin swallowed, nodded quickly. Right. Sorry. I didn't mean. It's fine, Ino said, still smiling. Have a good day. The girl hurried off, ears burning. Naruto stared at Ino. You didn't have to do that. Ino looked up at him, sweet expression dropping just a fraction. Yes, I did. She patted his side and stepped away, satisfied. Now, box, lift. Asuma watched from the doorway, amused. Shikamaru sighed without looking up. Troublesome. Naruto picked up the next box, still flustered. And very aware that Ino had just made her position extremely clear. Ino stood off to the side, clipboard in hand, checking off the final items as the last box was slid into place. All set, she said briskly. Naruto stretched his arms overhead. Finally. She glanced at him, just a look, quick and thoughtful, then went back to the list like nothing had happened. But her mind kept moving. If he becomes Hokage. Not if, she corrected herself automatically. When. Ino marked the last line, tapping the board lightly against her palm. The Hokage's wife wasn't just ceremonial. She'd seen enough, heard enough at home, to understand how things actually worked. Access, influence, the ability to smooth conflicts before they became problems. Or sharpen them when needed. She looked at Naruto again, watching him joke with Shikamaru as they waited for the clerk. He'd need someone steady, she thought. Someone who understands people, politics, pressure. Her lips curved just slightly. She closed the clipboard and handed it in, expression perfectly composed. All done, she said aloud. Naruto smiled at her. Thanks for organizing everything. She shrugged lightly. Someone had to. Asuma watched her from a distance, eyes narrowing just a bit, not in suspicion, but recognition. Ino wasn't just being possessive. She was thinking ahead. And Naruto, still unaware, still earnest, was already standing in the middle of a future far bigger than he realized. They turned toward the exit together. Naruto slowed, just a little, already bracing himself, shoulders tensing out of habit. Any second now. He glanced sideways, waiting for the familiar impact. It didn't come. Instead, Ino drifted closer, bumped his arm with hers, and then her fingers slid into his hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. She laughed softly. Relax. Naruto's brain stalled. Oh. His face warmed fast, color climbing up his cheeks as he looked down at their joined hands. Okay. She squeezed his hand once, playful. Very. They walked like that out of the tower, no spectacle, no teasing ambush, just side by side, steps matching without effort. Asuma noticed and smirked. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome evolution. Naruto tried very hard to act normal. He failed. Ino caught the flush, grinned wider, and leaned in just enough to make it worse. Ready for the next D rank. He nodded, still red. Yeah, let's go. The post office was finally quiet again. Sorted shelves. Delivered bundles. No clerks panicking. From there, it was straight to the elderly homes, lifting, repairing, listening. Naruto carried more than boxes this time, he carried stories, laughter, steady hands where they were needed. When it was done, Asuma checked the time and snorted. That's enough. All three looked up. You've put in the work, he said. Take the rest of the day. Naruto blinked. Really? Asuma nodded, clearly pleased. You earned an early day. Ino didn't even wait for Naruto to process it. She let him stretch, roll his shoulders, breathe. Then jumped. Hey. She landed cleanly on his back, giggling as her arms looped around his shoulders. Break's over. Naruto laughed, instinctively catching her legs. You said I could rest. I did, she replied smugly. You rested. Shikamaru walked past them, staff over his shoulder, shaking his head. Troublesome. Asuma watched them go, smile easy and proud. They were tired. They were smiling. They were still together. Exactly how it should be. As Naruto carried Ino down the street, her laughter light in his ear, the sun dipped low. And for once, the day ended gently. Ino shifted on Naruto's back, tightening her hold just enough to guide him. Left, she said lightly. Naruto laughed. You're steering now. Obviously, she replied, chin resting on his shoulder. Home. He adjusted his steps without complaint, already knowing which house she meant. A few paces behind them, Shikamaru slowed, staff resting on his shoulder. He lifted one hand in a lazy wave. I'm heading out. Ino glanced back. Later. Naruto smiled. See you tomorrow. Shikamaru nodded once, already turning down another street. Try not to exhaust yourselves. Ino snickered. No promises. They split ways, footsteps echoing softer now as the village settled into evening. Naruto carried Ino toward the familiar gate, her weight easy, her presence warm. The day had been long. The work had been real. The gate creaked open as Naruto stepped into the compound, already warm from the walk and very aware of the extra weight on his back. Ino leaned in closer, lips near his ear. You know, she said lightly, you're getting really good at carrying me. Naruto's step hitched. I've just had a lot of practice. She laughed softly and shifted on purpose, making him tighten his grip on her legs. She hummed. Strong and careful. Dangerous combination. Ino, his ears were bright red now. We're home. So, she replied innocently. Doesn't mean I have to stop. She slid one hand down and laced her fingers with his for just a second, squeezing before letting go. You okay there, Naruto? He swallowed. Why yeah, totally fine. She giggled, delighted, and rested her chin on his shoulder as he walked them further inside the compound. Good, she said, because I'm not done yet. Naruto nearly tripped, but caught himself, stubborn as ever. Somewhere inside, the house lights were on. The gate closed behind them. And Ino Yamanaka smiled. Very pleased with exactly how flustered her blonde ninja had become. Ino kicked her feet lightly as they reached the porch. Oh, wait, she said brightly. Without warning, she slipped her sandals off mid-ride, toes brushing his calves as they dropped neatly by the door. Naruto froze for half a second. Ino. She giggled, clearly enjoying every bit of it. What? I'm being polite. He took a careful step forward, then another, carrying her right up to the threshold. She still didn't move. Ino, he tried again, voice strained. She hummed, chin resting on his shoulder. You can handle it. He pushed the door open with his free hand and stepped inside, face absolutely on fire. The moment they crossed the threshold, she finally slid off his back, slowly, deliberately, landing on her feet with a satisfied smile. See, she said cheerfully. Perfect escort. Naruto stood there a moment, hands still hovering where her legs had been. I think my heart's trying to escape. She laughed and took his hand, tugging him inside. Come on, dinner smells amazing. And somewhere deeper in the house, her laughter echoed. Bright, teasing, and victorious. The smell of dinner filled the house as they stepped inside. Ino, her mother called. You're home early. Her father looked up from the table, eyes already sharp and curious. Training day. Ino dropped into a chair with a satisfied sigh. Very productive. Naruto bowed quickly. Good evening. Her mother smiled knowingly. You look tired. That's a good sign. Her father leaned forward, elbows on the table, attention locked on Naruto now. What did Asuma teach you today? Ino perked up instantly. Weapons. That did it. Her father's brows lifted. Oh. Shikamaru's staff came up first in the explanation, control, spacing, redirection. Then Ino demonstrated a short motion with her hands, miming the pull and snap of her chain and sickle. And Naruto? Her father asked. Naruto swallowed, then answered honestly. Tanto work, striking stances, close range, control before speed. Her father nodded slowly, clearly pleased. That's not beginner instruction. Asuma said we earned it, Ino added, smug. And, Naruto said, glancing at Ino, Luna helped me refine it. Wooden tantos first. That earned a thoughtful hum. Good, her father said. Weapons teach discipline. Jutsu without control gets people killed. Ino grinned. We also ran a ton of missions. Her mother laughed. Of course you did. Naruto scratched his cheek. We might have set a record. Her parents exchanged a look, amused, impressed. Well, her mother said, setting food on the table, then sit. Eat. You've clearly earned it. Ino tugged Naruto down beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. Pa, Luna. They moved at dusk. No signals, no chatter, just the soft agreement of shadows slipping into place. Luna crouched on a tiled roof, mask on, breath slow. Below her, the target house glowed with lamplight, paper walls, civilian front, too quiet for what it was hiding. Information leaks don't shout, she thought. They whisper. Her squad fanned out with practiced ease. One on the alley, one on Overwatch, one already inside, silent as a held breath. Luna touched 2 fingers to her comm. Go. The window slid open without a sound. She dropped through, landing light, Tonto already in hand. The first man never turned. A tap to the neck. Pressure. Sleep seal, clean and reversible. He crumpled into her arms and was lowered to the floor like he'd simply sat down. In the next room, a woman reached for a scroll. Too slow. Luna crossed the space in 3 steps, wrist snapping, chakra thread biting just enough to lock joints. The woman gasped, but no sound came out. Seal placed. Down. 2. Outside, something shifted. A watcher tried to run. He made it 5 steps before an Anbu hand caught his collar and folded him into the wall. Quiet. Efficient. Luna knelt by the desk and sifted through the papers. Names. Routes. Drop points. Payment ledgers written in careful, boring script. There you are. She burned the copies, sealed the originals, and stood. Package secure, she murmured. One by one, the squad melted back into the night, leaving behind a house that looked untouched, except for the truth missing from it. From a distant rooftop, Luna paused and looked toward the village lights. Toward one apartment. Toward one blonde boy training too hard and trusting too easily. They won't reach you, she promised silently. Then she vanished. Another whisper swallowed by the dark. Anbu headquarters. They didn't wake on the streets. They woke underground. Stone walls. Seals layered so thick the air hummed. Lamps burned low, steady, no shadows to hide in, no windows to lie about time. Luna walked ahead as the squad escorted the captives down the corridor. No dragging, no theatrics, just inevitability. Anbu headquarters didn't rush answers. It waited for them. They were seated separately, restraints locking chakra first, body second. Luna removed her mask only after the doors sealed shut behind them. She didn't raise her voice. You were leaking information, she said calmly. Routes, schedules, targets. Silence. She placed a sealed folder on the table and opened it 1 page at a time. Names, dates, payment marks, handwriting comparisons. One of them swallowed. You don't need to protect anyone, Luna continued. We already know who hired you. We already know who else is involved. That was the crack. Anbu didn't threaten, they confirmed. A nod from the corner. A seal flared softly. The first man spoke in a rush, middlemen, dead drops, coded requests routed through civilian fronts. He never looked up. In the next room, a woman broke slower, but thoroughly. Financiers. False courier records. A foreign handler who never showed his face. Luna listened, remembered, filed everything away. When it was done, she closed the folder. Good, she said. You've saved time. She stood and turned toward the exit. Process them. The doors closed behind her, voices muffled by stone and seals. Luna paused in the corridor, breathing once, steady, controlled, then keyed her comm. Update the Hokage, she said. The net's wider than we thought. But it's contained. She looked up toward the ceiling, imagining the quiet village above. Training grounds. Dinner tables. One stubborn blonde kid who trusted too easily. Not tonight, she thought. Anbu headquarters swallowed her footsteps as she walked on. Another problem contained. Another threat cut off at the root. Hokage's office, quiet truths. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, pipe unlit between his fingers. So, he said softly, eyes on the report seals stacked on his desk, they finally moved. The Anbu captain nodded once. Information leaks, foreign coin, layered deniability. Cleaned. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment. They tried for the mother years ago, he said, voice calm but waited. It failed. Of course they would try for the son. He opened his eyes again, sharp now. Some things don't change, Hiruzen continued. Greed, fear, the belief that the leaf will bend if pushed quietly enough. He let out a small, humorless chuckle. They forget who Kushina was. And what her child inherited. The captain shifted. Security around the boy remains discreet. As ordered. Good, Hiruzen replied. He is a shinobi now. He deserves to live like one, not like a caged asset. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers. But make no mistake, anyone who reaches for him will lose the hand. The Anbu bowed. Understood. As the door slid shut, Hiruzen stared out the window at the village lights, at training grounds, homes, laughter drifting faintly upward. They always think the second attempt will be easier, he murmured. Then, quieter. They never are. Ino slid into her seat and, without looking, scooted closer until her thigh pressed against Naruto's. He stiffened for half a second, then relaxed, letting it happen. Hey. She smiled, perfectly innocent. Across the table, her father cleared his throat. Son-in-law. Naruto choked on air. Her mother's elbow snapped out on reflex. Dear. He coughed again, face going red. I mean, sir. Ino leaned closer, enjoying every second of it. Dad. Her father lifted his hands, grinning. What? Just calling it how I see it. Her mother shook her head, laughing despite herself. Ignore him. Eat. Naruto nodded too fast. Yes, ma'am. Ino's hand found his under the table, fingers lacing briefly before she let go, satisfied. Dinner continued with teasing, warmth, and absolutely zero mercy. Plates slowly emptied. Conversation settled into easy warmth, small talk, soft laughter, the clink of chopsticks against porcelain. Naruto ate like he always did, steady and appreciative, but a little slower this time. Ino's mother noticed. She tilted her head. More. Naruto glanced at Ino, then nodded, a little sheepish. If that's okay. Ino didn't wait, she was already reaching for his plate. Of course it is. She scooped him a second helping, generous but neat, and set it back in front of him with a satisfied nod. Eat. Her father chuckled. Good appetite. Always a good sign. Naruto smiled, grateful. Thank you. Ino settled back into her seat, close again, watching him with a pleased little hum as he dug in. Dinner continued, comfortable, full, unhurried. The dishes were barely cleared before Ino grabbed Naruto's wrist. Come on, she said, already pulling him toward the back door. You ate. Now you move. Naruto laughed. You don't waste time, do you? Never. Cool evening air met them as they stepped into the yard. Lantern light spilled across packed earth, clearly used, clearly familiar. Ino kicked her sandals off and turned, already dropping into a stance. Basic taijutsu, she said. No showing off. Naruto slipped his sandals off too, mirroring her. Yes, ma'am. She smirked and stepped in first, quick jab, light kick, testing, not committing. Naruto blocked, a little stiff, but solid. Relax, she said, circling him. You're not fighting a wall. He adjusted, moved smoother the second exchange. Behind them, the door slid open. Her father stepped out, coffee mug in hand, watching quietly. A moment later her mother joined him, leaning lightly against his shoulder. He's got decent instincts, her father murmured. Her mother replied. And he listens. Ino swept Naruto's leg lightly, not enough to drop him, just to test balance. He stumbled, caught himself, flushed. Hey. She laughed. See, learning already. Naruto reset his stance, more focused now. They exchanged a few more blows, controlled, respectful, each one cleaner than the last. Her parents watched without interrupting. Not judging. Evaluating. In the lantern light, Naruto moved with determination, and Ino moved with confidence, close, coordinated, already used to each other's rhythm. Her father took a sip of coffee. Yeah, he said quietly. He'll do. Her mother smiled. Naruto shifted his weight a fraction too slow. Ino saw it instantly. She spun and snapped a kick toward his ribs, fast, clean. And Naruto reacted on instinct, catching her ankle midair with both hands. For half a second, everything froze. Ino blinked. Then she smiled. Slow. Wicked. Well, she purred, leaning back on one leg without even trying to pull free. Look at that. Naruto realized what he was doing. His brain short-circuited. I was just. She tilted her head, blonde hair sliding over her shoulder. Naruto-kun, she teased sweetly, you're holding my ankle again. His face went red instantly. I'm sorry. Her parents burst out laughing. Her father nearly spilled his coffee. You're developing a habit, son. Her mother covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. At least he's gentle. Ino leaned forward just enough to make it worse. You can let go anytime, you know. Naruto dropped her foot like it burned him and jumped back. Sorry. She landed smoothly, completely unfazed, and gave him a satisfied grin. Relax. You caught it. That's good taijutsu. She stepped back into stance, eyes sparkling. But next time, don't freeze. Behind them, her father shook his head, amused. He's doomed. Her mother nodded, smiling warmly. Ino reset her stance, expression sharpening as she slid into the more advanced form Asuma had drilled into them. Guard tight, weight forward, ready to strike and absorb. Naruto mirrored her this time without hesitation. They moved again. Faster. Cleaner. No teasing now, just controlled exchanges, practiced combinations, counters layered on counters. Naruto blocked a strike and stepped in instead of back. Ino adjusted instantly, pivoting, testing his balance. Behind them, her parents watched in quiet tandem. Her father took another sip of coffee. That's Asuma's influence. Her mother nodded. Structure first, power later. They're already reading each other, he added. That usually takes longer. Ino swept in low. Naruto checked it and answered with a short elbow, pulled at the last second. She grinned, approving, and slipped past him anyway. Better, she said. Don't overthink. He nodded, breathing steady now. Got it. They separated, then re-engaged, more confident, more in sync. Her mother smiled softly. They trust each other. Her father hummed. And they push each other. Out in the yard, Naruto and Ino moved through the forms Asuma had taught them. No hesitation, no wasted motion, two young shinobi testing limits in a place that felt safe enough to grow. The bar was low-lit, smoky, familiar. Asuma leaned back on his stool, drink in hand, already halfway into a story he was enjoying far too much. I'm telling you, he said, smirking. Kids shaping up just like me. Across from him, Kurenai raised an eyebrow over the rim of her glass. You've said that 3 times. And it's still true, Asuma replied easily. Solid instincts. Doesn't panic. Learns fast. Even picked up weapon work without complaining. She tilted her head. That doesn't make him you. Asuma waved a hand. He's got the vibe. Grit. Stubborn streak. Even. He leaned in conspiratorially. Tried a cigarette. Kurenai nearly spat her drink. He did what? Relax, Asuma said quickly. Coughed like hell. But still. She stared at him flatly. You're proud of this? He shrugged, unapologetic. Means he's curious. Means he's human. Kurenai took a slow sip, eyes drifting toward the window like she could somehow see the training grounds from here. He's not you, she said at last. He still feels things. Asuma's smirk softened, just a touch. Yeah. He clinked his glass against hers. That's why he's gonna outgrow me. She huffed, shaking her head. You're impossible. Effective, Asuma corrected, already smiling again. The bar buzzed around them. Laughter, smoke, clinking glasses. Training wound down as the lanterns flickered low. Ino wiped her hands on a towel and walked Naruto to the gate, fingers still loosely hooked in his sleeve like she hadn't decided she was done yet. Well, she said lightly, rocking on her heels, you survived today. Naruto laughed, scratching the back of his head. Barely. She stepped in before he could say anything else. Rose up on her toes. Pressed a quick, soft kiss to his cheek. Naruto froze. Then flushed. Hard. Ino pulled back just enough to see it and grinned, absolutely delighted. You're adorable when you short-circuit. I'm not, he stammered, pointing nowhere in particular. She laughed, warm and bright, and gave his hand one last squeeze. Get home safe. Training tomorrow. He nodded too fast. Why yeah, tomorrow. Ino watched him jog away down the path, still red, still smiling, and waved once before turning back toward the house, very satisfied. Naruto didn't slow until he was well out of sight, heart still racing as he headed toward Luna's apartment, cheek tingling where she'd kissed him. It was becoming a problem. And somehow, he didn't want it to stop. The stairwell was dim and cool, footsteps echoing softly as Naruto climbed. He reached the landing, and slowed. Luna's door was cracked open, light spilling out into the hall. Naruto, she said calmly, without looking up. How'd the evening go? He blinked, then relaxed a little and stepped closer. Good. Training went really good, actually. She leaned against the doorframe now, arms loosely crossed, eyes sharp but not intrusive. Just checking. Taijutsu? She asked. Yeah, weapons too. Asuma pushed us hard. He hesitated, then added, Ino helped. A lot. Luna's mouth twitched, almost a smile. I figured. He rubbed his cheek without realizing it, ears faintly pink. Her parents watched. That explains the expression, Luna said dryly. Naruto laughed, tension easing. She, walked me out. And, Luna prompted gently. He shrugged, trying and failing to play it cool. She kissed my cheek. Luna nodded once, like she'd just confirmed a forecast. Good. Naruto looked at her. Good. Yes, she said simply. Means you're grounded. Means you're not isolating. She opened the door wider and stepped aside. Come in. You eat. Yeah, seconds, he said proudly. Of course you did, Luna replied, amused. Kick your sandals off. You've earned the night off. Ino slipped into the kitchen, tying her hair back as she reached for a towel. The clink of dishes and the low hum of the house wrapped around her, familiar and calming. Her mother glanced over, smiling. You stayed out late. Training, Ino said easily, moving to help. And other things. They worked in sync for a moment, passing bowls, rinsing plates, before her mother spoke again, voice softer. You know, she said, not looking up, your father and I are relieved. Ino paused. Relieved. Her mother finally met her eyes, amusement there. That you gave up on the Uchiha. Ino snorted. Mom. I'm serious, her mother continued lightly. All that intensity. All that silence. It was exhausting just watching. Ino shook her head, smiling to herself as she stacked plates. Naruto's different. Yes, her mother agreed warmly. He laughs. He eats. He listens. Ino's smile softened. He tries. Her mother reached over and squeezed her arm. And you look happy. Ino didn't deny it. She just picked up the next dish, humming under her breath. Outside, the yard was quiet now. Inside, the house felt settled. And for the first time in a long while, everyone seemed to agree. This choice felt right. The gate clicked softly behind her. Ino stood there with her arms folded, breakfast already settled, eyes on the street. She didn't have to wait long. Naruto came bouncing down the road like always, light on his feet, grin already forming the moment he spotted her. Ino, he called, waving. She smiled sweetly. Too sweet. When he reached her, she didn't jump. Didn't tackle. Didn't climb onto his back. She just stepped in close and hooked her arm through his. Naruto blinked. Huh. Good morning, she said brightly. And you're welcome. For what? For deciding, she continued calmly, starting them walking toward the training grounds, that today I'm not jumping on your back. His brain stalled. You aren't. Nope, she said cheerfully. I'm going to mess with you the other way today. She leaned in, voice low. Much more fun. Naruto's ears went pink immediately. What does that mean? She laughed, squeezing his arm as they walked. You'll see. They moved down the sunlit street side by side, no weight on his back, no warning pressure. And somehow, that made it worse. Naruto tried to act normal. Failed. Ino watched him from the corner of her eye, utterly pleased. Oh yeah, she thought. Today's going to be great. They hadn't even made it 10 steps past the compound before it started. Morning, Ino. A few of her clansmen leaned near the wall, watching them pass. One of them laughed outright. Another waved. Well, don't you two look cozy? Ino lifted her chin, smile turning smug. She waved back like this was exactly how things were supposed to be. Morning. Naruto, on the other hand, went bright red. They kept walking. Down the street, a couple of villagers glanced over, then smiled knowingly. Oh, young love, one of them chuckled. Naruto nearly tripped. We're just. Ino cut in smoothly, tightening her hold on his arm. On our way to training. She leaned closer to him as they walked, voice light but merciless. You're blushing again. I can't help it, he muttered. She laughed, delighted, and gave his arm another squeeze. It's cute. They passed the shopfronts, the morning alive around them, smiles, whispers, quiet amusement following in their wake. Naruto's face stayed warm the whole way. Ino's smile never faded. By the time the training grounds came into view, she was practically glowing with satisfaction, and Naruto was absolutely certain this was going to be a very long day. They stepped into the clearing, morning light filtering through the trees. Naruto rolled his shoulders and glanced at her waist, brow furrowing. Hey, where do you keep your sickle? Ino's smile turned knowing. Oh, she said, slowing her steps. Curious. I mean, yeah, he replied honestly. You didn't have it out walking here. She stopped, turned toward him, and without a shred of embarrassment reached back and pulled the sickle free in one smooth motion. Metal flashed. She twirled it once around her finger, chain whispering as it followed, then caught it neatly in her palm. Hidden sheath, she said lightly. Inside the belt. Sits flat against my hip. Naruto stared. That's sneaky. She smirked. Yamanaka. With a flick of her wrist, she spun the sickle again, chain dancing before she reeled it back in and slid it away just as smoothly as she'd drawn it. Easy access, she added, stepping closer. No snagging. No noise. Naruto nodded slowly, impressed. That's really cool. She leaned in, eyes bright. You should see where I keep backup weapons. His face heated instantly. Training. Ino laughed, delighted, and turned toward the center of the grounds just as Asuma approached. Show's over, she said cheerfully. Let's work. Naruto followed, still a little flustered. And very aware that he'd just learned more than one kind of lesson. Asuma watched them settle into position, arms folded, cigarette unlit. All right, he said. Weapons again. No groans this time, no hesitation. Shikamaru stepped off first, bow staff moving in smooth, economical arcs, block, redirect, sweep. He corrected his footing mid-motion without being told. Asuma nodded. Good. You're thinking ahead now. Ino followed, chain and sickle whispering through the air. She practiced bind and release drills, snapping the chain out, catching targets, then recovering cleanly. No tangles. No wasted movement. Nice control, Asuma said. You're not fighting the weapon anymore. She grinned. Told you I'd get it. Naruto moved last, tanto drawn, stance compact. He flowed through the striking forms Luna had drilled into him, short steps, tight angles, quick resets. When Asuma stepped in to test him, Naruto adjusted on instinct, blade never wavering. Asuma stopped him with a raised hand. Yeah, he said, clearly pleased. That's solid. They rotated through drills, then light sparring, nothing flashy, just repetition and correction. Each of them sharper than the day before. More confident, more connected. Asuma took a step back and surveyed the scene, a small smile tugging at his mouth. Weapons steady. Footwork clean. Team moving like a unit. Keep this up, he said, voice calm but proud, and we'll start combining weapon work with jutsu. 3 heads snapped up. Ino's eyes lit. Shikamaru sighed, but didn't hide his interest. Naruto straightened, determination clear. Asuma turned away, satisfied. They were progressing exactly the way he'd hoped. Asuma clapped his hands once, getting their attention. All right, he said, voice even. Listen up. They stilled, Ino lowering her sickle, Naruto easing out of his stance, Shikamaru resting his staff against his shoulder. You've earned a few C ranks, Asuma continued. Not handed to you, earned. Shikamaru nodded, unsurprised. Figured. Ino froze for half a beat, then pumped her fist into the air. Yes. Naruto mirrored her instantly. All right. Asuma smirked. Don't get stupid about it. C ranks mean longer missions, real travel, and situations that don't stay clean. Naruto nodded hard. We're ready. Ino grinned, confidence sharp but grounded. We'll handle it. Shikamaru exhaled. Troublesome, but manageable. Asuma looked at them one by one, really looked. You worked through fatigue. You kept discipline after your first kill. You didn't slack when the work got boring. He paused. That's why I'm trusting you with more. He turned away, hands in his pockets. Now finish drills. You don't get better by celebrating. Behind him, Ino and Naruto shared a quick, excited look, contained, but bright. The halls were quieter this time. No boxes. No groaning clerks. Just the soft echo of footsteps as Team 10 walked toward the office together. Naruto bounced on his heels anyway. Ino walked close at his side, fingers brushing his sleeve on purpose. Shikamaru followed a step behind, staff resting on his shoulder, eyes half-lidded but alert. Inside, Hiruzen looked up from his desk as they entered. Asuma, he greeted. Then his gaze shifted to the three of them. Team 10. Naruto straightened. You called for us, Gigi. Hiruzen smiled faintly and gestured toward the mission board beside his desk. Asuma stepped forward and took down a single slip, marked clearly. C rank. Border assignment, Hiruzen said calmly. Near the lands of Iwa. Patrol, investigation, and confirmation of movement along the trade routes. Naruto's grin sharpened, excited, but focused now. Ino's eyes narrowed just a little. Border work means scouts. And caution, Hiruzen agreed. This is not a provocation mission. You observe, report, and disengage if needed. Shikamaru nodded once. Understood. Asuma tucked the slip away. We'll keep it clean. Hiruzen studied the three of them for a long moment, measuring, weighing. You've shown discipline, he said. And restraint. That's why this mission goes to you. Naruto clenched his fist at his side, not pumping it this time, just grounding himself. We won't mess it up. Ino smiled, confident. We've got this. Hiruzen nodded. Prepare yourselves. You leave at dawn. They bowed and turned to go. As the door slid shut behind them, the weight of it settled in, not fear, not doubt. But the quiet understanding that this was different. Asuma stopped them just outside the tower. Pack for a few days, he said. Border work means we don't rush back. Naruto nodded immediately. Got it. Ino was already counting on her fingers. Food, clothes, extra weapons. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. I'll bring everything. They split to prepare. Not long after, Asuma was checking his own gear when footsteps approached. He looked up, and snorted. Naruto was coming back down the path, pack slung over one shoulder. Behind him walked Luna. Full Anbu gear, mask on, presence unmistakable. Asuma took one look and shook his head. Figured you'd tag along. Luna stopped a few paces back, posture relaxed but alert. Border mission near Iwa. Information leaks recently cleaned up. Kids involved. Asuma glanced at Naruto. You didn't even argue, did you? Naruto scratched his cheek. She already had her gear ready. That checks out, Asuma muttered. Luna's head tilted slightly toward him. I'm not leading. I observe. I intervene only if necessary. Asuma studied her for a second, then nodded. Fine, but this is still a Team 10 mission. Understood, Luna replied. Ino arrived next, eyes widening just a fraction before she smiled. Well, guess we're extra safe. Shikamaru sighed. Of course we are. Asuma clapped his hands once. All right, gear check. We move at first light. Naruto adjusted his pack, excitement and nerves settling into focus. Hours blurred together. Branches cracked underfoot, Leaves whipped past, and the forest rolled beneath them in a steady rhythm of chakra and momentum. Tree to tree. Breath timed. No wasted motion. Naruto kept pace. No stumbling, no lagging, landing light, pushing off clean. Ino moved with practiced grace, chain secured, eyes always scanning. Shikamaru conserved motion like always, choosing efficient lines without ever falling behind. Asuma led without rushing. Behind them, and sometimes above, Luna moved like a rumor, never in the way, never absent. By the time the terrain shifted, they felt it before they saw it. The trees thinned. The air grew drier. Stone began to break through the soil in jagged veins. Asuma raised a fist. They landed together on a rocky outcrop overlooking a wide stretch of uneven ground, ravines, scattered boulders, and the distant suggestion of patrol paths worn into the land. The border, Asuma said quietly. Iwood territory starts a few kilometers east. Naruto crouched, peering out. Feels different. It should, Ino replied, voice low. Less forgiving. Shikamaru adjusted his pack. Lots of places to hide. And to get boxed in. Asuma nodded. Which is why we move smart from here on out. A shadow shifted behind them. Luna appeared beside a tree trunk, mask angled toward the horizon. Scouts pass through this region irregularly. No heavy patrols, but plenty of eyes. Naruto swallowed, then squared his shoulders. Asuma glanced at his team. We set camp off the main routes. Rotate watch. No fires. They moved again, slower now, quieter, slipping into the border region with care. The village was far behind them. Ahead was unfamiliar ground, thin margins, and the kind of silence that demanded respect. They moved off the patrol lines and into a shallow stone fold where the land dipped just enough to hide them from casual sight. No fire. No noise. Packs came off. A simple perimeter went up, trip lines, subtle markers, nothing obvious. Asuma straightened and looked over the group. All right, watches. Shikamaru didn't even look up. Second. Asuma nodded. Figures. He glanced at Ino. Your third. Light sleeper. She gave a sharp nod. Got it. His gaze shifted last, past Naruto, to the masked figure standing just inside the tree line. First watch is covered, Asuma said. With backup. The female Anbu, Naruto's ever-present shadow, inclined her head once. Naruto opened his mouth. I can. No, Asuma said flatly. You sleep. You're up early tomorrow. Luna's voice came calm and even from behind the mask. I'll wake him if needed. Naruto frowned but nodded. Okay. He settled near Ino, back against a rock, exhaustion finally catching up now that they'd stopped moving. She leaned just close enough to be reassuring without crowding him. As the others quieted, Luna stepped to the edge of the camp, senses spreading outward like a net. The border night was still. Nothing happened. No movement. No alarms. No trouble. Dawn came pale and cold, creeping over the stone like it was testing the ground first. Breakfast was simple and fast. Quiet chewing, minimal words. Packs were cinched, traces erased, camp gone as if it had never existed. They moved out at first light. By mid-morning, the supply depot came into view, low structures, neutral markings, positioned carefully in the demilitarized stretch between borders. Asuma slowed them. Eyes open. This is where people get stupid. Naruto nodded, then immediately ruined the silence. Whoa, he said, a little too loud. That's bigger than I thought. Across the open ground, an Iwood genin squad had just come into view. One of them, a girl about their age, confident posture, sharp eyes, stopped when she saw them. Her gaze locked on Naruto. She grinned. Hey, cutie, she called loudly, completely unbothered by the tension of the zone. Naruto froze. Huh. Ino's eye twitched. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. The girl laughed and nudged one of her teammates. Told you. Blonde and loud. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, flustered. Hi. Ino stepped half a pace closer to him, arms crossing. Wow, she muttered. Bold. The Iowa girl's grin widened when she noticed Ino. What? Borders neutral. We can talk. Ino smiled back. It was sharp. Not friendly. Very territorial. Asuma cleared his throat loudly. All right, everyone behave. From the edge of the zone, Luna watched without moving, already cataloging faces, stances, and reactions. Naruto shifted, suddenly aware he'd walked straight into something else entirely. The border wasn't just stone and treaties. It was people. And people were always unpredictable. The Iowa squad didn't hesitate. They crossed the open ground openly, hands visible, posture casual but alert. The girl in front walked like she owned the space, eyes never leaving Naruto. She stopped a few feet away and grinned. Guess we should introduce ourselves. She thumped a thumb to her chest. Iowa genin squad. Supply rotation detail. Her eyes flicked back to Naruto immediately. And you must be the loud one. Naruto flushed. Naruto. Ino shifted closer at once, fingers brushing his sleeve, shoulder nearly pressed into his arm. Her smile was polite. Dangerously polite. I'm Ino, she said. His teammate. The Iowa girl's grin didn't fade. If anything, it sharpened. Lucky you. Ino's eye twitched again. Behind them, Shikamaru let out a long sigh. What a drag. Asuma, standing a step back, snickered openly and didn't even try to hide it. Border missions really are educational. The Iowa girl leaned a little closer, unfazed. You leave always this jumpy. Ino leaned in too, mirroring the distance, chin lifted. Only when strangers get too close. There was a brief, charged silence. Then Asuma cleared his throat again, louder this time. All right, neutral zone. Introductions done. The Iowa girl chuckled and stepped back, eyes lingering on Naruto. See you around, cutie. Naruto's ears went crimson. SCU. Ino tightened her hold just enough to make her point as the Iowa squad turned away. Asuma watched them go, amused. Shikamaru shook his head. Luna observed everything, committing it to memory. Luna stepped in beside Asuma, voice low enough that only he and the team heard. Recommendation, she said calmly. Keep Naruto paired with Ino. And keep that pair near either you or me. Asuma glanced at Naruto, still red, still oblivious, then at the Iowa squad moving off. For safety, he asked. For attention, Luna replied. He draws it. Friendly or not, borders make people curious. Curiosity turns into leverage. Ino didn't argue. She slid a fraction closer to Naruto, fingers lacing with his like it was already decided. Works for me. Naruto blinked. I'm not that. Asuma cut in, smirking. You are. Deal with it. Shikamaru adjusted his pack and sighed. Troublesome magnet. Luna nodded once, satisfied. We move as a tight element through the depot. No stragglers. Asuma clapped softly. You heard her. Formation stays tight. They set off again, Naruto between Ino and Asuma's line of sight, Luna drifting just out of focus, watching angles and faces. The border stayed quiet. But now they were quieter, and smarter, about how they moved through it. Chapter 6. The demilitarized zone stretched out like a forgotten scar between fire and earth country, rolling hills dotted with scrub brush, old watch posts half crumbled from years of uneasy peace, and the faint metallic tang of chakra residue that never quite faded. Mid-morning sun beat down, turning the air hazy, but the team didn't slack. They'd set up a low-profile camp in a shallow dip behind a ridge line, minimal tents, chakra-suppressed fires, watches rotating every hour. No chances taken on a C rank that already felt like it was auditioning to be something worse. Naruto sat cross-legged on a flat rock, back to the wind, sharpening his tanto with slow, deliberate strokes, just like Luna had drilled into him. His new neutral jacket, Ino's shopping victory, was zipped against the chill, but his mind was elsewhere. Specifically, on the way Ino's hand had stayed locked in his the entire walk from the depot, fingers tight like she was staking a claim. Ino paced a tight circle nearby, arms crossed, blonde ponytail whipping with each turn. Her face was a storm cloud, lips pursed, eyes narrowed at nothing in particular. Every few steps she'd mutter under her breath, just loud enough for the wind to carry snippets. How dare she? Right in front of me. Skank. Shikamaru, sprawled in the shade of a boulder with his Hitai 8 pulled low, cracked one eye open. You're gonna wear a trench in the dirt, Ino. Troublesome. Shut it, lazy, she snapped, but there was no real heat. Her glare flicked toward Naruto instead, softening a fraction when she saw him watching her. Then it hardened again. That Iowa girl, calling him, cutie, like he's some prize ramen bowl. Twice. In front of his whole team. My team. Naruto's whetstone paused. Cheeks went pink under the whisker marks. It was just nothing. She stopped pacing, dropped to sit beside him so close their thighs pressed together. Her hand found his free one automatically, lacing fingers like it was the most natural thing in the world. She looked at you like you were on the menu. And you just stood there smiling like an idiot. I was being polite. Asuma sensei said, behave. Ino huffed, leaning her head against his shoulder. The contact grounded her, even if her mind was still replaying the scene. The Iowa girl's smirk, the casual lean, the way she'd said, you did really good, like she had any right to compliment him. Ino's stomach twisted. Naruto was hers, had been since that first piggyback ride, since the shopping trip where she'd picked out clothes that actually made him look like the reliable, handsome idiot he was. No foreign genin got to flirt and walk away unscathed. She's lucky I didn't mind walk her into thinking she was a toad for a week, Ino muttered. Naruto chuckled, low and warm, squeezing her hand. You'd get us kicked off the mission. And probably start a border incident. Worth it. She tilted her head up, blue eyes meeting his. You're mine, hero. Not some Iowa flirts, blonde and loud, toy. His blush deepened, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he bumped her shoulder gently. Yeah, then say it louder next time. Scare her off for good. Ino's lips curved, half smirk, half genuine smile. Oh, I will. Next time she so much as blinks at you, I'm claiming territory. Publicly. From across the camp, Asuma exhaled smoke in a long stream, watching the exchange with amused tolerance. Kids these days, he muttered to Luna, who stood sentinel at the ridge, eyes scanning the horizon. Luna's lips twitched. Jealousy's a hell of a motivator. Better than fear, sometimes. Shikamaru sighed dramatically. As long as it doesn't turn into a catfight. That'd be way too troublesome to explain in the report. Ino shot him a look that promised pain later, but her free hand sneaked around Naruto's waist, pulling him closer. The tension from the depot encounter hadn't faded entirely. The Iowa squad was still out there somewhere, patrolling their side, and the shadows of that larger network Luna was tracking loomed. But right here, in this pocket of quiet, Ino let herself focus on the boy beside her. Naruto leaned into her hold, Tonto forgotten for a moment. I kinda like when you get all protective. Don't get used to it, she teased, but her voice softened. Or do. Whatever. Just don't let them think they have a shot. He grinned, bright and fox-like. No chance. I'm Team 10. Your team. Ino's heart did that stupid flip again. She pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, quick enough the others might miss it, bold enough they probably didn't, then stood, tugging him up with her. Come on. Patrol sweep. You and me on point. If that Iowa girl shows up again. Naruto laughed, falling into step beside her. You'll handle it. Damn right. As they moved out along the ridge, hands still linked, the DMZ felt a little less empty. A little more like home. The ridge patrol loop took them the better part of the afternoon, slow, deliberate sweeps along the high ground, eyes scanning the hazy line where fire country dirt gave way to Earth's rocky scrub. Naruto and Ino stayed on point, hands linked like it was mission protocol now. Every so often Ino would shoot a glance across the valley, half expecting to spot that Iowa girl's smirk peeking from behind a boulder. Nothing. Just wind and dust. By late afternoon they rotated back to camp. Shikamaru took over watch with Luna at the ridge. The two of them traded lazy nods like old acquaintances who'd rather be napping. Asuma sat by the suppressed fire pit, sharpening kunai with rhythmic scrapes, cigarette smoke curling upward in lazy spirals. Naruto flopped down beside him, stretching out sore legs. This is boring, sensei. I thought border missions had. I dunno, ambushes or something. Asuma exhaled smoke through his nose. Most of the time, it's exactly this. Waiting, watching, making sure the other side knows you're watching too. Ino dropped down on Naruto's other side, closer than necessary, her shoulder brushing his. She was still simmering, had been since the depot, but the wok had cooled it to a low boil. So those Iowa genin, they're just gonna keep tailing us like creepy stalkers. Asuma glanced at her, then across the valley where faint movement flickered against the opposite ridge, 3 silhouettes, deliberate but distant. The Iowa team, matching their pace, mirroring their loops. Not closing, not retreating. Standard practice, he said calmly, answering the question hanging in all their heads. They watch us, we watch them. Keeps everyone honest. No one crosses the line if they know eyes are on them. It's how the DMZ stays demilitarized, mutual paranoia. Shikamaru, from his spot higher up, called down without looking away from the horizon. Troublesome, but effective, like 2 cats staring each other down across a fence. Neither wants to jump first. Naruto squinted at the distant figures. So, we're just gonna stare at each other all week. Pretty much. Asuma flicked ash into the dirt. Unless someone gets stupid. Then it gets exciting real fast. Until then, eat, rest, rotate watches. Stay sharp. Ino huffed, leaning heavier into Naruto's side. Her fingers tightened around his. Great. So I get to spend days glaring at the girl who called my boyfriend, cutie. Fantastic. Naruto's ears went red. Ino. What? It's true. She tilted her head up at him, eyes narrowing playfully despite the edge. You're mine. She can look all she wants from over there. Doesn't change facts. He swallowed, then grinned despite himself. Yeah, well, good thing I'm not looking back. Asuma chuckled low, shaking his head. Kids, focus on the mission, not the drama. But there was no real reprimand in it. He knew jealousy could sharpen focus as much as it could distract, better this than complacency. The day dragged into evening with no incidents. Dinner was field rations, dried meat, rice balls, canteen water, eaten in quiet shifts. The Iowa team mirrored them. Their campfire flickered faintly across the valley, same routine, same caution. No signals, no taunts. Just presence. As night fell, stars punched through the haze. Naruto took first watch with Ino. Asuma's subtle nod said he trusted them together. They sat shoulder to shoulder on the ridge, blanket draped over both for warmth against the chill. Ino rested her head on his shoulder, voice soft. This sucks. I wanted adventure, not babysitting a boarder. Naruto stared at the opposite ridge, where Iwa's watchfire glowed like a distant eye. Yeah, but it's kinda nice too. Just us. No yelling sensei, no crazy missions. Quiet. She snorted. Quiet with her staring at you from afar. He laughed quietly. Jealous much? Extremely. She lifted her head, met his eyes in the dark. But you're here, with me. That's what counts. Naruto's hand found hers again, squeezing. Always. Below them, camp settled. Asuma smoked in silence, Shikamaru dozed but listened, Luna scanned horizons like she was born for it. Nothing exciting happened. And for once, that was exactly the point. The night deepened, cold settling into bones like it owned the place. Stars wheeled overhead, sharp and indifferent. Naruto shifted under the shared blanket, trying not to jostle Ino too much. Her head was still on his shoulder, breath even but not quite asleep. Every so often she'd murmur something about, that skank better stay over there, half-asleep possessiveness that made him smile despite the chill. Across the valley, Iwa's watchfire had dimmed to embers. No movement for hours. Just the wind whispering through scrub and the distant hoot of some night bird. Then, a soft scuff of boots on rock. Naruto tensed, hand inching toward his kunai pouch. Ino snapped awake instantly, eyes narrowing toward the sound. Down the slope, at the absolute edge of the fireside boundary, a faint line of marker stones glowing dimly under moonlight, a figure stepped into view. It was her, the Iowa girl from the depot. Same short dark hair, same confident stance, same smirk that had set Ino off earlier. But no weapons drawn, hands visible and open, classic, I'm not here to fight, posture. She stopped precisely on her side, close enough to talk without shouting, far enough that any sudden move would cross the line and turn this into an incident. Hey, she called, voice light and friendly, carrying on the still air. No tricks. Just talking. Border rules, I'm staying right here. Naruto glanced at Ino. Her grip on his hand had gone iron tight, jaw set. He gave a small nod. Let's hear her out, and raised his voice just enough. "Yeah, what's up?" The girl tilted her head, studying them both with open curiosity. "Couldn't sleep. Figured since we're both stuck staring at each other all night, might as well know who I'm staring at." She paused, then offered a small, genuine smile, no flirt this time, or at least dialed way back. "Name's Kuritsuchi. Granddaughter of, well, someone important back home. You guys." Ino bristled visibly, shifting so she was half in front of Naruto like a human shield. "Yamanaka Ino," she said flatly, tone clipped. "And this is Uzumaki Naruto. My teammate. My boyfriend." The last word came out emphasized, possessive, like she was carving it into the night air. Kuritsuchi raised both hands in mock surrender, chuckling softly. "Easy, Yamanaka. Not here to steal anybody. Just bored. Border duty's the worst, nothing but rocks and bad rations. Thought maybe we'd trade names, swap stupid mission stories. Genin to genin, no politics." Naruto scratched the back of his head, awkward but trying to keep it civil. Yeah, sure. Nice to meet you properly. This is kinda weird, though." Kuritsuchi shrugged. "Weird's better than shooting kunai at shadows. Your sensei's got a representative, Asuma Sarutobi, right? Smokes like a chimney, fights like a demon. Ours is just grumpy and tells us to shut up a lot." She glanced at Ino again, eyes twinkling with faint amusement. "And you've got a glare that could melt stone. Respect." Ino's eyes narrowed further, but a tiny smirk tugged at her lips despite herself. "Flattery won't get you anywhere. Especially not with him." Kuritsuchi laughed, quiet, not mocking. "Noted. Look, I'm not blind. I saw the hand holding earlier. Cute. Seriously. Just truce for 5 minutes. No flirting, no threats. Promise." Naruto looked to Ino. She was still tense, fingers laced tight with his, but after a beat she exhaled sharply. "Fine. 5 minutes. But if you call him cutie again, I will find a way to make your week hell. Border or no border." Kuritsuchi grinned wider. "Deal. So, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino. What brings Konoha's golden team to our boring stretch of dirt?" Naruto opened his mouth, probably to ramble about ramen or training, but Ino cut in smoothly, voice dripping honeyed warning. "Patrol. Same as you. And keeping what's ours ours." Kuritsuchi nodded, unfazed. "Fair enough. Well, enjoy the view. I'll be over here not crossing lines." She gave a casual 2-finger salute, then turned to head back toward her side's embers, steps light. As soon as she was out of easy earshot, Ino rounded on Naruto, cheeks flushed, not just from cold. "Kuritsuchi. Granddaughter of someone important. Probably the Tsuchikage himself or some big clan head. Trying to play friendly to get intel or something." Naruto blinked. "She was nice. Kinda." Ino poked his chest. "Don't you nice her. She's still the one who flirted first. And now she's got a name to go with the smirk." He caught her hand, pulling her closer under the blanket. "Hey, I'm not going anywhere. You heard her, no flirting this time. And you scared her straight anyway." Ino huffed, but leaned into him, tension easing a fraction. "Good. Because if she tries again, you'll handle it," he finished, grinning. "I know." Below, Asuma's cigarette glowed once. He'd clearly been listening the whole time. A low chuckle drifted up. "Kids. Border diplomacy at its finest." Luna's voice followed, dry. "At least no one drew steel. Progress." Ino buried her face in Naruto's shoulder, muttering. 5 more nights of this. Great." Naruto just held her tighter, staring across at the distant embers. The night felt a little smaller now. A little less empty. But Ino's grip said everything, "Mine." Kuritsuchi padded back across the rocky slope toward her team's dim camp, boots crunching softly on loose gravel. The marker stones glowed faintly behind her, a silent reminder not to step 1 inch too far. She kept her pace casual, hands in pockets, but her mind was already turning over the conversation like a kunai in her fingers. Uzumaki Naruto. She dropped down beside the low embers, pulling her knees up and resting her arms on them. Her teammates, 2 older genin from her squad, one snoring lightly against a boulder, the other pretending to sharpen a blade but really just staring at the stars, didn't stir much. "Good," She wasn't in the mood to explain anything yet. The boy across the valley. He wasn't what she'd expected from the name, Uzumaki. Everyone knew the clan stories. Red hair like wildfire, eyes like storm clouds, vitality that could outlast a mountain. Kushina Uzumaki had been a legend in her own right, sealed the 9 tails, fiery temper, unbreakable chains. A full Uzumaki should look the part. But this kid, spiky blonde hair catching moonlight like spun gold, bright blue eyes that screamed trouble even from a distance, fair skin and that whisker-marked grin. No red anywhere, no purple glare. He looked too much like the old files she'd snuck peeks at back in Iwa's archives. The ones marked classified, with grainy photos of a man who moved like lightning and left entire squads in the dust. Konoha's yellow flash. Minato Namikaze. 4th Hokage. The ghost who haunted every Iwa shinobi's nightmares from the last war. Fastest man alive, until he wasn't. Blonde spikes, blue eyes, calm smile that hid a storm. Kuretsuchi exhaled slowly, watching her breath fog in the cold. Naruto wasn't a full Uzumaki, not by blood looks, anyway. Half. Adopted. Something hidden. The whisker marks screamed Jinchuriki, sure, but the rest. It lined up too neatly with the yellow flash's face. Same jawline, same fox-like tilt when he grinned, same effortless energy even when he was just sitting there holding hands with that possessive blonde girl. She poked at the embers with a stick, sparks drifting up. Interesting. Grandfather would want to know. The old man had stories about the yellow flash, respect mixed with grudging hate, the kind reserved for enemies who earned it. If this kid was tied to that legacy, well, borders weren't just lines on a map. They were bloodlines, secrets, leverage. But she kept it locked down. No whispering to her teammates, no dramatic reports tonight. Border duty was boring enough without starting rumors that could spark an incident. She'd watch, observe, see if the resemblance held up in daylight, or if it was just moonlight playing tricks. For now, she leaned back against the rock, arms crossed, eyes flicking back across the valley to where 2 silhouettes still sat under a shared blanket, Ino's head on Naruto's shoulder, his arm around her like it belonged there. Kuretsuchi smirked faintly to herself. Cute couple. Protective girlfriend. And a boy who looks like a dead legend. She closed her eyes, but sleep didn't come easy. The night stayed quiet, but her thoughts didn't. Across the divide, Ino muttered something sleepy about, no more Iwa girls, and Naruto chuckled low, squeezing her hand. The border held. For now. The weeks slipped away faster than anyone expected. Patrol loops blurred into one another, dawn watches, midday naps in the shade, evening fires kept low and smokeless. The Iwa team mirrored them every step, distant shadows on the opposite ridge, but no one crossed the line. No kunai flew. No words beyond that one nighttime chat. Just mutual, grudging respect in the silence. On the final morning, packs slung, camp broken, the Konoha team stood at the edge of the DMZ, ready to turn for home. Naruto lingered a moment, digging in his supply pouch. He pulled out a small cloth-wrapped bundle, nothing fancy, just field rations he'd doctored up the night before. Plain rice mixed with instant noodles cooked soft in a shared pot, seasoned with a dash of soy and whatever dried herbs Asuma carried. Simple, warm, filling. The kind of thing that made long missions bearable. Ino spotted it immediately. Her eyes widened. Naruto. What is that? He grinned, sheepish but bright. Rice with noodles. Thought it'd be nice. Better than plain rations, right? Figured the Iwa guys might be as bored of field food as we are. Ino stared, scandalized. You're giving them food. After that girl flirted with you. After she introduced herself like we're all gonna be buddies. That's practically consorting with the enemy. Shikamaru, already walking ahead with hands in pockets, didn't even turn. Let it be, Ino. It's just food. Troublesome to make a big deal out of it. Besides, borders end missions, not friendships. Asuma exhaled smoke, amused. Kid's got a point. Generosity doesn't hurt, long as no one thinks it's a bribe. Luna just raised an eyebrow, silent but watchful. Naruto ignored the protests, eyes on the opposite ridge. The Iwa team had noticed, 3 figures approaching their side of the marker stones, stopping at the boundary. Kuretsuchi led, arms crossed, that confident smirk back in place. Her teammates hung back, curious. Naruto jogged the few steps to the line, bundle in hand. He held it out over the markers, close enough for her to reach without crossing. Hey, mission's wrapping up. Thought you guys might want this. His grin was pure goofball, wide, earnest, whiskers crinkling. Rice with noodles. Nothing fancy, but it's hot and fills you up. Hope. You know, maybe we can be friends someday. No hard feelings or anything. Kuretsuchi blinked, then laughed, short, surprised but not mocking. She stepped forward, accepted the bundle with a nod. Her fingers brushed his for half a second, accidental, quick, before she pulled back. Uzumaki Naruto, she said, weighing the package in her hand. You're weird. But, thanks. Border duty sucks without decent food. She glanced at Ino, who was glaring daggers from behind Naruto, then back to him. Your girlfriend's gonna kill you for this, you know. Naruto scratched his head, laughing. Yeah, probably. But hey, food's food, right? Kuretsuchi's smirk softened a fraction. She thought again of that yellow flash resemblance, blonde spikes, blue eyes, that same disarming grin, but kept it locked away. Right. Safe travels back to your Leaf Village. Don't get lost. She turned, waving casually to her team as they retreated. Naruto watched them go, then spun back to his own, beaming like he'd won a spar. Ino marched up, arms crossed. You are impossible. He slung an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. Come on, Ino-chan. It's just noodles. And rice. No big deal. She huffed, but leaned into him anyway. Next time, you give gifts to me first. Got it? Deal. His grin widened. Ramen date when we get home. Fine, but extra pork, and no sharing with Iowa girls. As the team headed out, Asuma leading, Shikamaru yawning, Luna scanning the rear, Naruto glanced back once more at the empty ridge. The border stayed quiet, but something had shifted, just a little. Friendship. Maybe. Or at least, not enemies. And that was enough for now. The road back to Konoha wound through dense pine forests and narrow mountain passes, the kind of terrain that swallowed sounds and hid watchers. Team 10 moved steadily, Asuma leading with his usual calm smoke trail, Luna at the rear scanning horizons like a hawk, Shikamaru in the middle mapping escape routes in his head, Ino and Naruto side by side. Her arm stayed looped through his, a mix of post-border jealousy and something softer after the quiet week. Ino hadn't fully let the noodle gift go. Still can't believe you handed them food like we're all friends now. What if they think you're soft? Naruto grinned, bumping her shoulder. Hey, food brings people together. And she said thanks. No harm done. Soft, she repeated, but her tone was teasing. My hero's too nice for his own good. Before he could retort, Luna's hand snapped up, silent halt. The team froze. Chakra, she murmured. Single signature. Trailing since the second ridge. Cloaked, but not perfectly. Rogue, missing nin vibe. No village marker. Asuma flicked ash, eyes narrowing to the treeline. Following us specifically. Feels targeted. Patient. Waiting for an opening. Shikamaru sighed long. Troublesome. Probably bounty hunter. Or someone with a grudge. Ino tensed, grip on Naruto tightening. After us. We just did boring border patrol. What's the play? Naruto's grin faded a bit, but he shrugged. Maybe they heard about the noodles and want seconds. Luna shook her head. Not funny, kid. This one's chakra feels focused, like they're after one person. The group resumed, slower, senses sharp. Conversation dropped. Ino stayed glued to Naruto's side, kunai pouch loose. If it's anyone, they're going through the team first. He nodded, hand brushing hers. Yeah, but stay close anyway. Signs accumulated as the day wore on. A too clean broken twig, faint boot prints vanishing into rock, a distant chakra flicker that vanished when they looked. Nothing overt, just the itch of being watched. They camped in a defensible clearing at dusk, stream for water, high ground, natural barriers. Asuma set double watches. Naruto and Ino took first, back to back against a fallen log, shared blanket for warmth against the chill. Ino leaned her head on his shoulder, voice low. This feels wrong. Quiet week, then this creep on the way home. Naruto stared into the dark trees. Yeah, but we've got this. Team 10, right? She squeezed his hand. Right, But if they're after you. Blonde hair, whisker marks, hero complex. You're kinda standout. He chuckled softly. Jealous even of stalkers now. Not funny. But she pressed closer. You're mine. No rogue gets to change that. Unseen in the canopy above, the rogue shinobi perched motionless, masked face, dark cloak blending with shadows, chakra suppressed to a whisper. Hired through underground channels. Good pay for a live capture. Target. The blonde kid matching old descriptions of the yellow flash's build and coloring. Uzumaki name. Cover. Jinchuriki bonus. Jackpot. Client didn't specify why. Old war grudge, intel on Konoha's sealing arts, or something darker, but the resemblance was too perfect to ignore. Spiky blonde, blue eyes, that grin. Like a ghost of the fourth Hokage walking. The rogue waited. Night deepened. The boy below laughed quietly at something the girl said, oblivious, or pretending to be. Patience. One slip. One isolated moment. Then the grab. Team 10 slept light. The stalker waited. Tomorrow, the road would turn deadly. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, casting faint orange flickers across the clearing. The team had rotated watches twice already, Asuma and Shikamaru second, Luna and Ino third, but now it was the dead hour before false dawn, when even the forest seemed to hold its breath. Naruto had finally crashed hard on his bedroll near the log, blanket pulled up to his chin, one arm flung out, snoring softly like he hadn't a care in the world. Ino was curled against his side, head on his shoulder, her breathing even but shallow. She'd insisted on staying close, kunai tucked under the blanket within easy reach. The rogue shinobi had waited for this exact moment. He dropped silently from the canopy, chakra-suppressed landing, boots barely disturbing the pine needles. Cloaked in shadow weave, face masked, he moved like smoke. His target, the blonde boy. Quick choke hold, binding seal to the neck, drag him into the trees before the others woke. Easy coin. The resemblance to the yellow flash had sealed the contract. The client wanted answers, not a corpse. He closed the last 10 feet in 3 gliding steps, gloved hand reaching for Naruto's throat. A glint of steel flashed in the dying firelight. Naruto's eyes snapped open, bright blue, fully alert, no trace of sleep. His tanto was already out, edge pressed firmly against the rogue's windpipe, the blade steady despite the awkward angle from lying down. Whisker marks stood out stark against his face, grin gone, replaced by something sharper. Focused. Bad move, creep, Naruto said quietly, voice low enough not to wake the camp yet. You're standing on my trap zone. The rogue froze. He hadn't seen the tripwire, subtle chakra thread laced through the dirt, tied to Naruto's wrist. One twitch and it would signal the whole team. Before the intruder could react, a shadow detached from the treeline behind him. Luna. She moved faster than sound, silent step, hand already glowing with prepped seals. Her palms slammed between the rogue's shoulder blades, chakra-infused paper seals adhering instantly, containment tags, reinforced with her own custom lattice of binding and suppression runes. They flared violet once, then settled, locking his tenketsu in a vice grip. Arms pinned, chakra flow choked to a trickle, legs buckling under sudden paralysis. The rogue grunted, tanto still at his throat, body locked rigid. Luna stood over him, expression calm but eyes like ice. Hired blade. Low-grade stealth. Amateur hour. She glanced at Naruto. You good, kid? Naruto exhaled, tanto not moving an inch. Yeah. Felt him coming. That itch Luna-sensei taught us about. Ino jolted awake at the scuffle, kunai out in a heartbeat, eyes wide. Naruto. I'm fine, he said quickly, shifting to sit up without letting the blade waver. Luna got him. The rest of the team was already converging, Asuma with kunai ready, cigarette dangling forgotten, Shikamaru rising slow but shadows already coiling at his feet like living ropes. Asuma crouched beside the bound rogue, tilting the masked face up with the tip of his own blade. Talk. Who sent you? What do you want with the kid? The rogue's breathing was ragged, seals burning against his back. He stayed silent a beat too long, then spat blood-tinged saliva to the side. Uzumaki. Looks too much like someone important. Client wants answers. Alive. Luna's eyes narrowed. Namikaze resemblance. Figures. Old war grudges don't die easy. Ino knelt beside Naruto, hand gripping his free arm hard enough to bruise. They came for you. Because you look like the fourth. Naruto's grin flickered back, small and crooked. Guess blonde hair runs in more families than I thought. But his voice was steady, eyes flicking to Luna in silent thanks. Shikamaru sighed, hands in pockets. Troublesome. Interrogation first. Then we decide if we drag him back for Ibiki or leave him tied to a tree with a note. Asuma nodded, pulling a length of wire from his pouch. Secure him. Double seals. Naruto, nice trap. Good instincts. Naruto finally lowered the tanto, sheathing it with a soft click. Ino immediately wrapped both arms around him from behind, chin on his shoulder, voice fierce in his ear. Don't you dare scare me like that again, hero. You're not allowed to get kidnapped. He laughed quietly, leaning back into her hold. Wouldn't dream of it. Got too much ramen to eat first. Luna crouched, checking the seals one more time. Solid, unbreakable for at least a day. He'll talk. Eventually. But this confirms it. Someone's digging into old bloodlines. And they know more than they should. The rogue glared up at them, defiant even bound. But the fire in his eyes dimmed under the weight of 4 Konoha shinobi and one very pissed off Yamanaka girl. Dawn crept over the trees, gray and cold. Team 10 had a prisoner. And questions that wouldn't wait. The road home just got a lot longer. The rogue's body convulsed once, sharp, like a string being yanked, then locked rigid. Black veins crawled across his neck and face, thin and furious, spreading from a small, hidden seal just under his left ear. The chakra suppression tags Luna had placed on his back flickered uselessly, violet light dying as the kill command overrode them. He gasped, eyes bulging, one hand clawing at his own throat as if trying to tear the seal free. Blood flecked his lips. His voice came out in a strangled, desperate rasp, words forced out in the seconds before the seal finished its work. Red-headed woman, late 40s. She hired me. Said, activate when he talks. Remote, kill, on the road. The last syllable choked off into a gurgle. His body jerked forward, collapsing face first into the dirt with a dull thud. Smoke curled from the blackened seal behind his ear, remote activation complete. Dead. Silence slammed down on the clearing. Naruto lowered his tanto slowly, blade trembling just a fraction. Ino was already at his side, arms locked around him from behind like she could physically shield him from whatever ghost had just spoken through the corpse. Asuma knelt beside the body, checking vitals out of habit. Nothing. He was talking about her. The client. She triggered it the second he started describing her. Luna hadn't moved. Her notebook was still open in her hand, pen frozen mid-word on the page where she'd been transcribing his dying confession. The fresh ink read. Red-headed woman, late 40s. Hired him. Remote seal activation triggered when he spoke of her. Kill order, activate when he talks. She stared at the words for a beat, then clasped the notebook shut with a soft, deliberate snap. The leather cover creaked under her grip. She tucked it back into her vest, fingers lingering on the edge as if sealing away more than just notes. Shikamaru exhaled through his nose. She didn't want him captured. Didn't want him interrogated. Just dead the moment he opened his mouth about her. Clean. Professional. Troublesome level of paranoid. Ino's voice came out tight, almost shaking. She knew we'd catch him. Knew he'd talk. And she still just erased him like that. Because of Naruto. Naruto stared at the body, whisker marks stark in the gray pre-dawn light. She said, activate when he talks. Meaning, me talking, or him. Luna's gaze met his, steady, unreadable. Him, the rogue. She gave him orders to die if he gave her up. Classic cut out. But the description slipped out anyway. Red hair, late 40s. Enough to narrow it. Asuma stood, grinding his cigarette butt into the dirt with his heel. Someone who looks Uzumaki. Knows enough about old bloodlines, or the yellow flash resemblance, to send a hunter after the kid. And has access to high-grade remote kill seals. That's not a random bounty. That's personal. Ino tightened her hold on Naruto, chin digging into his shoulder. She's not getting another shot. Not at him. Not ever. Naruto managed a small, shaky laugh. Hey, at least we know what she looks like now. Kinda. Red hair's a start, right? Luna's lips pressed into a thin line. She glanced at the notebook's outline pressing against her vest. It's a start. But red hair and late 40s covers a lot of ghosts from the last war. We'll need more. Hokage first. Then archives. Then we hunt the hunter. Shikamaru yawned, but his eyes were cold. Drag the body. Proof. And let's move. If she's watching remotely, she already knows we have him, or had him. Next move's probably already in play. Asuma nodded. Break camp. Double time to Konoha. No stops unless we have to fight. The team moved fast, efficient, silent. Naruto sheathed his tanto, Ino refusing to let go of his hand even as they packed. Luna walked at the rear, one hand near her weapons, the other brushing the hidden notebook like a talisman. Somewhere out there, a red-headed woman in her late 40s had just burned one asset to keep her secrets. Far to the north, beyond the jagged peaks that marked the border between Fire Country and the neutral land of Iron, snow fell in soft, relentless sheets. The samurai stronghold of the Iron Citadel loomed against the gray sky, tall spires of dark stone, banners of white and crimson snapping in the wind. Inside one of the lower watchtowers, away from the main training yards, a single figure stood at the open archway overlooking the southern pass. She was tall, broad-shouldered in the way of someone who had carried heavy burdens for decades. Her hair, once a vivid, unmistakable red, had faded to a deep auburn streaked with silver, pulled back in a loose braid that reached her mid-back. Late 40s, perhaps early 50s, the years had etched fine lines around her sharp violet eyes, but the fire in them hadn't dimmed. She wore simple traveler's robes over light armor, no clan crest visible, but the way she held herself spoke of old shinobi training, Uzumaki resilience wrapped in quiet steel. Two samurai stood a respectful distance behind her, armored in the traditional iron plates, katana sheathed at their sides. They had been assigned as escorts when she arrived weeks ago, neutral ground for those who needed to disappear for a while. She hadn't asked for much: a room, hot tea, silence. They gave it willingly. Something about her commanded that kind of deference without demanding it. One of them, the younger, a woman with a scar across her cheek, stepped forward. Lady Mito. The scouts returned from the southern border an hour ago. They confirm what the messenger bird carried. A missing nin was captured and killed near the Fire Earth DMZ. Remote seal. The boy, Uzumaki Naruto, was the target. The red-haired woman didn't turn. Her gaze stayed fixed on the distant haze where the land of fire lay hidden beyond the mountains. Snowflakes caught in her lashes, she didn't blink. Killed before he could talk? She asked, voice low, almost lost in the wind. The samurai hesitated. He spoke first, described his employer. Red-headed woman, late 40s. Then the seal activated. A small, bitter smile tugged at her lips. Of course it did. She always was thorough. The older samurai, a grizzled man with gray at his temples, cleared his throat. Do you know who sent the hunter, my lady? She exhaled slowly, breath fogging white. I have suspicions. Old ghosts. People who think bloodlines are weapons to be collected or destroyed. People who never forgave the Uzumaki for surviving as long as we did. She finally turned, leaning one shoulder against the stone arch. Her eyes, still that striking violet, flicked between the two samurai. I miss him, she said quietly. Not to them, really. To the wind. To the south. My dear cousin, Kushina. She was brighter than any of us. Laughed louder. Loved fiercer. When she left for Konoha, she took half my heart with her. I thought I'd see her again. Thought I'd meet her son someday. Watch him grow into the storm she always said he'd be. The younger samurai shifted uncomfortably. The boy lives. The attempt failed. For now. The woman's gaze hardened. But someone out there knows enough to send killers after a child who looks too much like Minato and carries Kushina's name. They're not done. And if they're bold enough to use remote seals on their own assets. They're desperate. Or confident. She pushed off the wall, stepping closer to the edge of the tower. Snow swirled around her boots. I've hidden long enough, she murmured. Playing dead in the land of iron. Watching from afar. But if they're coming for him, maybe it's time I stopped watching. The older samurai bowed slightly. You would return to Fire Country. To Konoha. She laughed, short, dry, without humor. Return. I never really left. Just paused. But a cousin's duty doesn't end with distance. And a mother's legacy, she stopped, voice catching for the first time. Kushina would want him safe. She'd want him loved, not hunted. She looked south again, violet eyes narrowing against the snow glare. I wonder, she said softly, if I'd be better off going myself. Walking back into that village. Knocking on the Hokage's door. Telling the boy who his family really is. Before someone else tells him with a blade. The wind howled through the pass, carrying her words away. The samurai exchanged a glance. Neither spoke. She turned back to them, expression calm once more. Prepare my things. I'll decide by morning. But in her mind, the decision was already half made. The snow kept falling. The land of fire waited. And somewhere on the road home, Team 10 marched faster, unaware that a red-headed ghost from the past had just begun to stir. The gates of Konoha rose ahead like a promise, tall wooden arches framed by the familiar green canopy, guards nodding as the team approached. The sun was low, painting everything in tired gold. Dust clung to their clothes, exhaustion etched into every step, but they were home. Asuma stopped just inside the gate, flicking the last of his cigarette into the dirt and grinding it out with his heel. He turned to the genin, expression steady but softer than usual. You three did good out there. Solid work. No heroics, no screw-ups. But this isn't over. He glanced at the bound corpse they'd dragged the last few miles, wrapped in a tarp, slung over Shikamaru's reluctant shoulder like unwanted luggage. Go home. Rest. Eat something that isn't field rations. Ino, Naruto, stay together tonight if you want. I trust you to be smart about it. Ino's lips curved into a small, smug smile. She tightened her arm around Naruto's, tilting her head with that classic Yamanaka confidence. He's staying with me. At the Yamanaka compound. My parents already know him, he's been over for dinner plenty of times. They like him. And after what happened on the way back. Someone tried to kidnap him. I'm not letting him out of my sight tonight. Naruto's cheeks went pink under the whisker marks, but he didn't protest, just rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. Yeah. Long story, but yeah. Thanks, Ino-chan. Shikamaru sighed dramatically, shifting the tarp. Troublesome. Fine. Saves me the hassle of dragging 2 extras home. Just don't make it weird. Asuma raised an eyebrow, amused. Yamanaka compound it is, then. Behave. Both of you. He looked at Shikamaru. You're still on watch until morning. Make sure they get there safe. No detours. Shikamaru nodded. Yeah. Luna's voice cut in, low and calm. We'll handle the report. Hokage first. You three, stay inside the village. No wandering. We'll find you in the morning. With that, Asuma and Luna peeled off toward the Hokage tower, Asuma's stride purposeful, Luna's silent and watchful. The tarp-wrapped body went with them, a grim proof of the night's events. The 3 genin watched them go for a moment, then turned toward the Yamanaka flower shop and compound. Shikamaru led the way through the quieter streets, hands in pockets. Ino walked with her head high, arms still linked with Naruto's, smug satisfaction radiating off her. Naruto kept stealing glances at her, half flustered, half grinning. They reached the Yamanaka compound, a modest but well-kept estate behind the flower shop, blooming even in the evening light. Ino pushed open the side gate with confidence, tugging Naruto through. Inoichi Yamanaka appeared on the porch almost immediately, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised. Behind him, Ino's mother smiled warmly, already wiping her hands on a dish towel. Ino didn't miss a beat. Dad, Mom, Naruto's staying the night. Someone tried to kidnap him on the way back from the border mission. Asuma-sensei said to stay together, and I'm not letting him go anywhere else. He's safer here, with me. Inoichi studied Naruto for a long moment, the same whisker-marked kid who'd demolished 3 bowls of ramen at their table last month, the same boy who made his daughter light up like a festival lantern. A slow, teasing grin spread across his face. Well, son-in-law's back, huh? He said, voice dripping with mock seriousness as he stepped forward and clapped Naruto on the shoulder, hard enough to make the boy stumble a step. Good to see you again, kid. Heard you almost got snatched. Can't have that happening to family, now can we? Naruto's face went from pink to full tomato red in record time. Son-in-law, Yamanaka-san, I mean, thank you for letting me stay. I promise I'll behave. Inoichi laughed, deep and rumbling, clearly enjoying every second of Naruto's fluster. Relax, son-in-law. I'm just messing with you. Mostly. He winked at Ino, who rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her smirk. Doors stay open. No funny business. And Naruto, good to have you here again. You're always welcome. Ino's mother stepped forward, pulling Naruto into a quick, warm hug. Come inside, sweetheart. You look exhausted. Dinner's almost ready. I made extra ramen just in case you showed up hungry again. They filed in. Shikamaru gave a lazy wave from the gate. See you tomorrow, troublesome idiots, and vanished into the dusk. Inside the warm Yamanaka home, the smell of fresh cooked food filled the air. Rice, grilled meat, miso, pickled vegetables, and a massive pot of ramen piled high with extra pork, just the way Naruto liked it. They ate together, Ino sitting close enough that their knees touched under the table, her hand occasionally brushing his. Inoichi kept the teasing light but relentless. Pass the soy sauce, son-in-law, save some pork for the rest of us, future family, each one making Naruto sputter and Ino giggle into her bowl. Her mother just smiled indulgently, passing more noodles Naruto's way. After dinner, Ino led Naruto upstairs to her room, doors open, as promised, but she didn't care. She flopped onto her bed, patting the spot beside her. Sit. You're not sleeping in the guest room. Dad can grumble all he wants, he already called you son-in-law, so he's basically given permission. Naruto hesitated, then sat, rubbing the back of his neck, still red-eared. Ino, your dad's gonna kill me one day with that teasing. She leaned over, pressing a quick kiss to his cheek. Nah, he likes you. A lot. You're mine, remember. No rogue shinobi, no red-headed mystery lady, no one gets to take you. Not on my watch. He grinned, tired but bright. Got it. Ramen date tomorrow. Extra pork, she confirmed, lacing their fingers. And you're not leaving my side until we figure this out. Outside, the village lights glowed softly. Somewhere in the Hokage Tower, Asuma and Luna were laying out the report. The stalker, the remote kill seal, the dying words about a red-headed woman in her late 40s. Plans would form. But for tonight, in the Yamanaka compound, Naruto was safe. Warm. Home. Ino squeezed his hand. That was enough. The Hokage Tower was quiet at this hour, the corridors lit only by low lanterns and the soft glow of moonlight filtering through tall windows. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his wide desk, pipe unlit for once, hands steepled under his chin as he listened. The weight of years pressed on his shoulders, but his eyes, sharp, ancient, and tired, remained fixed on the two shinobi standing before him. Asuma stood at ease, arms crossed, cigarette smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling despite the unspoken rule against it in this room. Luna stood beside him, straight-backed, expression unreadable, her notebook now open in her hands like a sacred text. Hiruzen exhaled slowly after Asuma finished recounting the border patrol, the quiet week, the gift exchange with Iwa, the uneventful return road. Until the rogue shinobi. He was taken down cleanly, Asuma continued. Naruto had him at Tonto point, Luna sealed him before he could react. Then, remote kill seal. Activated the moment he started describing his employer. Luna stepped forward, voice calm and precise. He managed to speak first. Exact words, red-headed woman. Late 40s. She hired me. Said, activate when he talks. Remote. Kill. On the road, the seal triggered immediately after. He died within seconds. No chance to question further. She held out the notebook, open to the relevant page. Hiruzen took it carefully, violet eyes scanning the tight script. The timestamp, the dying confession verbatim, the underlined note at the bottom, red hair. Late 40s. Uzumaki connection. Confirm archives. Protect the kid. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, the old wood creaking under his weight. He stared at the ceiling for a long moment, pipe forgotten in his fingers. The silence stretched. A red-headed woman in her late 40s, he murmured at last, almost to himself. Hiring missing nin with remote kill seals sophisticated enough to override standard suppression tags. Targeting Naruto specifically, because of the Namikaze resemblance, or the Jinchuriki status, or both. He lowered his gaze to Asuma. You're certain the description came from the rogue himself? Asuma nodded. He forced it out in his last breath. Like he knew the seal would cut him off the second he named her. She didn't want him talking about her at all, but he did anyway. Luna added quietly, the trigger phrase, activate when he talks, implies she anticipated interrogation. She burned the asset to keep her identity buried. That level of paranoia suggests someone who's been operating in shadows for years. Someone who knows exactly how Konoha interrogates. Hiruzen turned the page in the notebook, studying Luna's small sketch of a silhouette, long red hair, no face, just the outline of a cloak. He frowned deeper. Red hair, late 40s. That could describe any number of kunoichi from the last war. But the Uzumaki clan stands out. Kushina was the last known redhead of that line in Konoha. She was in her early 20s when she died. Any surviving relatives would be older, cousins, aunts, distant kin who escaped the Uzushiogakure fall or scattered after. He tapped the sketch with one finger. But if this woman is Uzumaki, why target Kushina's son? Why hire a killer instead of approaching him? Unless she's not an ally. Unless she's part of whatever network has been probing our borders lately. Asuma shifted. Or she's someone who knew Minato. Someone who sees the resemblance and thinks Naruto carries more than just the fox. Old grudges from the Third War don't die easy. Iwa still whispers about the yellow flash. But a woman, that narrows it. Hiruzen closed the notebook gently and slid it back across the desk to Luna. Keep this close. No copies yet. We'll cross-reference with the sealed archives tomorrow. Uzumaki records, Minato's old contacts, any red-haired operatives reported missing or presumed dead around that age range. He leaned forward now, elbows on the desk, gaze sharpening. And the boy, how is he holding up? Asuma allowed a small, wry smile. Shaken, but steady. Ino's got him locked down at the Yamanaka compound tonight. She's not letting him out of arm's reach. Inoichi's already teasing him as son-in-law. Kid's blushing harder than when he first met Ramen. Luna's lips twitched, the closest she came to a smile. He's resilient. But he's asking questions now. Quiet ones. About the yellow flash. About why he looks like him. Hiruzen's expression softened, just for a moment, the look of a grandfather who had kept too many secrets for too long. We'll tell him what he needs to know. When he needs to know it. For now, protection comes first. Double Anbu watch on the Yamanaka compound tonight. Discreet. And tomorrow, Team 10 reports here at 0800. We'll brief them together. No more blind spots. He sat back again, chair creaking once more, and finally lit his pipe. The first puff of smoke rose in a slow spiral. A red-headed woman in her late 40s, he repeated softly, eyes distant. I've known too many ghosts in my time. I wonder which one this is. And whether she means to haunt us, or save us. The lantern flickered. Outside, Konoha slept. But in the Hokage's office, the questions burned brighter than any flame. The door clicked shut behind Asuma and Luna, leaving only the soft crackle of the lantern and the faint scent of tobacco smoke lingering in the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained seated for a long moment, staring at the closed door as though he could still see the two shinobi standing there. Then, slowly, he leaned forward, opened the lowest drawer of his desk, the one secured with triple fuinjutsu seals, and withdrew a thick, dust-covered bundle of scrolls. Each was bound in faded red cord, stamped with the old Uzushio Whirlpool seal, now cracked and yellowed with age. Classified. Restricted. Some had not been touched since the day Uzushiogakure fell. He unrolled the first one carefully on the desk's wide surface, weighting the corners with small brass monkeys. The parchment listed names, hundreds of them, clan members, civilians, shinobi, children. Survivors. Presumed dead. Missing. Scattered. Hiruzen's finger traced down the columns, pausing at any entry with red hair noted in the description column. Kushina Uzumaki, deceased, sealed Kyubi, Konoha. Age at death, 24. Hair, vivid red. Eyes, violet. He lingered there a second longer than necessary, then moved on. Mito Uzumaki, deceased, previous Kyubi Jinchuriki, wife of first Hokage. Age at death, 70 plus. No direct descendants listed beyond Kushina line. Next scroll. Refugee reports from the weeks following the fall of Uzushio. Names crossed out in black ink, confirmed dead. Others marked with question marks or faint question marks in faded blue. Akane Uzumaki, female, red hair, age approximately 18 at fall. Last seen fleeing south with civilian group. Presumed lost at sea. Haruka Uzumaki, female, auburn red hair, age 32 at fall. Medic Nin. Reported missing after evacuation ship was attacked by unknown forces. Status: unknown. He set that one aside, open. Third scroll, post-war intelligence summaries. Whispers from border villages, merchant reports, missing Nin bounties that might have Uzumaki ties. Unnamed red-haired kunoichi, sighted in Land of Rivers, approximately 15 years ago. Late 30s then, wore no village headband, used chains in combat, Uzumaki style. Vanished after confrontation with bandits. Woman matching description, red hair streaked gray, violet eyes, mid-40s, observed in neutral territories near Land of Iron 3 years back. Traveling alone. Avoided samurai patrols. No confirmed identity. Hiruzen's pipe had gone cold. He relit it mechanically, drawing a slow breath as smoke curled upward. Late 40s now would align with someone who was in their late teens or early 20s during Uzushio's destruction. A cousin, perhaps. A distant relative who escaped the initial slaughter, survived the diaspora, and stayed hidden all these years. Why surface now? Why target Kushina's son, the last known Uzumaki in Konoha, through a hired blade instead of approaching directly? He pulled another scroll, older, almost brittle. Minato's personal notes, sealed after his death. A short list of potential Uzumaki contacts he had intended to pursue after the war ended. Most names crossed out. One remained unmarked. Possible cousin, female, red hair, violet eyes. Born approximately 20 years before Kushina. Last known location, evacuation convoy to neutral waters. Name unconfirmed. Kushina mentioned her once, called her, the stubborn one who never smiled. Hiruzen closed his eyes briefly. Kushina had spoken of a cousin only a handful of times, always with a mix of fondness and frustration. Someone older, fiercer, who had promised to protect the younger ones but vanished in the chaos. He rolled the scrolls one by one, resealing them with careful chakra presses. The stack grew smaller, but the questions only multiplied. A red-headed woman in her late 40s. Uzumaki survivor. Knowledgeable enough about remote kill seals to use them on her own assets. Motive unknown, vengeance. Protection gone wrong. Something tied to Minato's legacy. He leaned back in his chair again, pipe glowing faintly in the dim room. The third Hokage stared at the ceiling beams, tracing old cracks with his eyes. "If you're out there," he murmured to the empty office, "and if you mean the boy harm, you will answer to me." But if she meant to protect him, if she was family, lost and returning, then perhaps the ghosts of Uzushio were not all enemies after all. He would know soon enough. The lantern flickered lower. Outside, Konoha slept on, unaware that the Hokage was sifting through the ashes of a destroyed village. Searching for one red-haired name that might change everything. The heavy doors of the Hokage tower closed behind them with a soft, final thud. The night air outside was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine from the surrounding forest and the distant murmur of the village settling into sleep. Asuma paused on the wide stone steps, pulling a fresh cigarette from his vest and lighting it with a flick of his lighter. The flame briefly illuminated his face, tired lines around his eyes, jaw set in quiet thought. Luna stopped beside him, hands loose at her sides, gaze sweeping the shadowed courtyard out of habit. Neither spoke for a moment. The weight of the debrief still hung between them like smoke. Asuma exhaled a long stream, watching it curl upward into the dark. He bought the description. But he's rattled. You saw it, those scrolls he started pulling. He's already digging. Luna nodded once, slow. Hiruzen's been carrying Uzushio's ghosts longer than most of us have been alive. If this woman is tied to Kushina's line, or Minato's old contacts, he'll find the thread, but he won't move until he's certain. Too many false leads in the past. Asuma took another drag, then glanced sideways at her. You think she's family? Or someone who survived the fall and turned bitter? Luna's expression didn't change, but her voice dropped lower. Family can be both. Kushina was sunshine and steel. If this cousin, or whatever she is, lost everything when Uzushio burned, that steel might have rusted into something sharper. Hiring a rogue to kill the last Uzumaki boy in Konoha. That's not protection. That's elimination. She reached into her vest, pulled out the notebook, and flipped to the last written page. Her own handwriting stared back, the rogue's dying words, the underlined warning to protect the kid. She tapped the paper once with her finger. But the trigger phrase, activate when he talks, means she knew he'd crack under questioning. She didn't want her name out there. Not even a description, yet he gave one anyway. Sloppy. Or desperate. Asuma snorted softly. Desperate people make mistakes. Desperate people also hire disposable blades instead of coming themselves. She's either scared of Konoha, or she's not ready to show her face. Luna closed the notebook with a quiet snap and tucked it away again. Or both. If she's Uzumaki, she knows what the village did, and didn't do, when Uzushio fell. Old resentment festers. But targeting Naruto specifically, that feels personal. Like she sees Kushina in him. Or Minato. And she doesn't like what she sees. Asuma flicked ash over the railing, watching it drift down into the darkness below. Kids got Minato's face and Kushina's fire. Anyone who knew them would recognize it a mile away. Hell, I see it every day and I still do a double take sometimes. He turned to face her fully now, cigarette glowing between his fingers. You wrote, protect the kid, in that notebook. You believe she's a threat. Luna met his eyes, steady, unflinching. I believe anyone willing to burn their own asset to keep a secret is dangerous. Until we know her name, her face, her motive. She's a threat. And Naruto's the bait. Asuma nodded slowly, exhaling smoke through his nose. Then we keep him close. Team stays tight. Double watches. And we push Hiruzen to open those archives faster. If she's moving, if she's already on the road, we'll see her coming. Luna's lips curved, just the barest hint of a smile. He's tougher than he looks. And he's got Ino glued to his side. That girl would mind walk the Tsuchikage herself if someone tried to take him. Asuma chuckled low. Yeah, poor bastard doesn't stand a chance against Yamanaka jealousy. He crushed the cigarette under his boot. Come on, let's get some rest. Tomorrow we brief the kids. No more half-truths. They started down the steps together, sandals, quiet on stone. Chapter 7. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun. All rights reserved for their original owners. Sunlight slanted through the Yamanaka compound's kitchen windows, turning the wooden table golden and warming the air with the smell of fresh rice, miso soup, grilled mackerel, tamagoyaki, and a steaming pot of extra spicy ramen Ino's mother had set aside, just in case. The house was quiet except for the soft clink of dishes and the occasional chirp of morning birds outside. Naruto stirred on Ino's bed, still fully clothed, blanket half kicked off, his blonde hair a wild mess against her pillow. Ino was already up, hair tied in a loose ponytail, wearing an oversized sleep shirt that smelled faintly of flowers and citrus. She leaned over him, poking his cheek with one finger. Hey, hero. Rise and shine. You drooled on my pillow. Naruto's eyes cracked open, bleary blue blinking up at her. I did not. Wait, what time is it? Time for breakfast. And time for you to admit I make a better blanket than you do. She grinned, smug and bright. You were out cold the second your head hit the pillow. Snoring like a chainsaw. But you made a really good pillow. Warm. Comfy. 10 out of 10. I could get used to that. Naruto's face ignited, whisker marks standing out against sudden tomato red. He scrambled to sit up, blanket tangling around his legs. Aino-chan, your parents are gonna hear you. She laughed, soft and teasing, leaning closer until their noses almost touched. Oh, they already know. Dad called you, son-in-law, last night, remember? Mom's probably planning wedding flowers as we speak. She poked his chest. Besides, you cuddled right up to me like a big blonde teddy bear. Don't deny it. I was tired. And you wouldn't let go of my hand. He buried his face in his palms, ears burning. This is so embarrassing. Ino grabbed his wrist and tugged him off the bed. Come on, blushy. Breakfast's ready. And if you're extra good, maybe I'll let you use me as a pillow next time. She dragged him down the hall, still giggling at his flustered protests. The kitchen door was open, and the smell hit them full force, comforting, homey, alive. Ino's mother looked up from setting the last bowl of ramen on the table. She took one look at Naruto's scarlet face and Ino's triumphant smirk and immediately understood. "Good morning, you two," she said, voice warm with amusement. "Sleep well." Ino beamed. "Like a rock. Naruto makes an excellent pillow. Very supportive. 5 stars." Naruto made a strangled noise somewhere between a groan and a squeak. Ino's mother chuckled, soft, fond, the kind of laugh that said she'd seen worse teenage antics and found them endearing. "He does look cozy. Come sit, Naruto. Eat before it gets cold. You earned it after yesterday." Inoichi was already at the table, newspaper in one hand, chopsticks in the other. He glanced up over the top of the page, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Morning, son-in-law. You two keep the hallway noise down. Some of us were trying to sleep." Naruto dropped into the chair like his legs had given out, face still flaming. "Why yes sir. Sorry sir. We were quiet. Promise." Ino slid into the seat beside him, thigh pressed to his under the table, and immediately stole a piece of tamagoyaki from his plate. "He's just embarrassed because he knows I'm right. Best pillow in Konoha." Her mother set a fresh bowl of ramen in front of Naruto, piled high with extra pork, green onions, and a perfect soft-boiled egg. "Eat up, sweetheart. You need the energy. And don't mind Ino, she's been bragging about you since you first came over for dinner months ago." Inoichi folded the newspaper with exaggerated care. "She has. Mom, Dad, Naruto tried my new flower arranging technique and didn't even complain when I made him hold the roses for 2 hours." Sounded like high praise. Naruto shoveled ramen into his mouth to avoid answering, cheeks still pink but the warmth of the food and the teasing finally starting to feel nice, like belonging. Ino leaned her head on his shoulder for a second, casual, affectionate, then straightened up with a grin. "See, told you they like you. Now eat faster. We've got a debrief with the Hokage soon, and I'm not letting you go looking like a tomato." Naruto swallowed, managed a small, sheepish smile. "Thanks. For everything, really." Ino's mother reached over and patted his hand. "Anytime, Naruto. Your family now, whether you like the teasing or not." Inoichi chuckled again. "Welcome to the clan, son-in-law." Naruto choked on his ramen. Ino laughed so hard she nearly fell off her chair. Outside, Konoha woke slowly, sun climbing, birds singing, the day ahead full of questions and shadows. But right here, at the Yamanaka breakfast table, the world felt safe. Warm. Home. For a little while longer. Breakfast wrapped up with one last round of teasing, Inoichi calling Naruto, son-in-law, again while passing the soy sauce, Ino's mother refilling his ramen bowl with a knowing smile, and Naruto trying, and failing, to hide behind his chopsticks. By the time the dishes were cleared, the teasing had softened into comfortable quiet, the kind that came from full stomachs and a night of safety. Ino dragged Naruto back upstairs to get ready. She tossed him a spare toothbrush from the guest bathroom, "We keep extras for when you inevitably crash here again," then disappeared into her room to change. Naruto splashed water on his face, ran fingers through his hair until it looked marginally less like a bird's nest, and pulled on his jacket. The whisker marks stared back at him in the mirror, same as always, but somehow they felt heavier today. Ino reappeared in her usual outfit, purple crop top, skirt, arm warmers, sandals already on. She eyed him up and down, then smirked. "You clean up nice, pillow boy. Ready to face the Hokage." Naruto grinned despite the lingering blush. "Yeah, let's go before your dad starts planning the wedding menu." She laughed, grabbed his hand, and tugged him toward the stairs. Too late. Mom's already got flower ideas. They slipped on their sandals at the Genkin, Ino's a sleek pair of purple Geta-style shinobi sandals, Naruto's the beat-up orange-trimmed ones he'd worn forever. Inoichi waved from the kitchen doorway. "Be safe, you two. And Naruto, come back anytime. Son-in-law discount on flowers still stands." Naruto nearly tripped over his own feet. Thank you, Yamanaka-san." Ino's mother called after them, "Tell Asuma sensei hello. And eat lunch." They stepped out into the morning sun. The Yamanaka compound gate creaked open under Ino's hand, and they stepped onto the quiet street. The village was waking up, vendors setting out stalls, kids running toward the academy, the distant clang of training grounds already starting. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling the familiar hum of Konoha settle around him like armor. They hadn't gone 10 steps when a familiar figure detached from the shadow of a nearby tree near the gate. Luna. She leaned casually against the trunk, arms crossed, but her posture was alert, eyes scanning the street in both directions before settling on them. She raised one hand in a small wave, the motion almost lazy, but nothing about her was ever truly relaxed. "Morning, you two," she said as they approached. "Figured you'd head straight here after breakfast. Good call staying put last night." Ino squeezed Naruto's hand once before letting go, stepping forward with a nod. "Luna-sensei. You've been waiting long. Long enough to know Inoichi's still calling him son-in-law." Luna's lips twitched, just a flicker of amusement. "Heard it from the porch. Loud family." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks heating again. "It's a thing now, apparently." Luna pushed off the tree, falling into step beside them as they turned toward the Hokage Tower. "It's a good thing. Means people care. Means you're not alone." Her tone shifted, quieter. "Hokage wants Team 10 in his office at 0800. Asuma's already there. We're walking you over, no detours, no shortcuts." Eyes open. Ino's expression sobered instantly. "Any news on the red-headed woman?" Luna shook her head once. "Not yet. Hirazen's digging through old Uzushio records. He's thorough. If there's a name to match the description, he'll find it. Until then, we stay sharp. No one goes anywhere alone today." Naruto nodded, fists clenching at his sides for a second before relaxing. "Got it. Whatever's coming, we handle it together." Luna glanced at him, something almost like approval in her eyes. "That's the spirit, kid. Now move. Hokage doesn't like waiting." They fell into formation, Luna slightly ahead, Ino and Naruto side by side, steps quick but measured. The village bustled around them, unaware of the shadow hanging over one blonde boy and the team that guarded him. But the three of them felt it. And they were ready. The streets of Konoha were alive with the ordinary rhythm of a new day, vendors calling out fresh produce, children racing toward the academy with laughter trailing behind them, shinobi moving in purposeful strides toward training grounds or missions. No one paid particular attention to the woman who had just passed through the main gate. She wore a simple traveler's cloak in muted earth tones, hood pulled low enough to shadow her face, but not so low as to draw suspicion. Her sandals were worn from long roads, her posture relaxed in the way of someone who had learned to blend long ago. Red hair, deep auburn now, streaked with the first hints of silver, spilled from beneath the hood in a single thick braid that reached her lower back. Suki Uzumaki. Late 30s, though the years had been kinder to her than most survivors of Uzushio's fall. Her violet eyes, sharp, calculating, swept the street without lingering too long on any one face. She kept her pace even, unhurried, just another traveler entering the hidden leaf on a quiet morning. Inside her head, however, thoughts spun like a storm. The boy is here. Uzumaki Naruto. Kushina's son. Minato's son. The resemblance must be uncanny. Blonde spikes, blue eyes, that fox grin everyone talks about in whispers. He's grown. He's alive. And he's still breathing because my last asset was too slow, too careless, and talked before the seal could silence him. She clenched her jaw once, then forced it to relax. No outward sign, no tension that a sensor might pick up. Konoha's walls are thicker than they look. Anbu on rooftops, barriers layered under the streets, eyes everywhere. I can't just walk up to him. Can't grab him in broad daylight. The Yamanaka girls got him leashed, protective, possessive, probably sleeping in the same room last night if the rumors are true. And that Nara boy's lazy brain would spot a trap before it sprung. She turned down a side street lined with flower shops and small tea houses, letting the crowd thin around her. A child ran past with a bouquet of sunflowers, she almost smiled at the irony. Options. Infiltration. Too slow. Poison in his ramen. Too obvious, too traceable. Mind walking him out. Yamanaka territory. Suicide. Ambush on a mission. He's grounded now. They'll keep him close after the failed snatch. Her fingers brushed the hidden pouch at her waist. Seals, kunai, one last remote binding tag she hadn't used yet. No kill order this time. Only containment. Only extraction. He's the last piece. The last true Uzumaki blood in Konoha. If I take him, get him out, hide him, train him, keep him from becoming their weapon, he could rebuild what was lost. He could learn the chains, the seals, the history they buried. He could be Uzushio again. Not Konoha's Jinchuriki. Not their hero. Mine. Ours. She paused at the edge of a small park, leaning against a low wall as if admiring the blooming cherry trees. Her eyes flicked upward, Anbu Chakra's signature on a rooftop 2 streets over. Watching. Always watching. Patience. I've waited 20 years. A few more days won't kill me. But the thought of Naruto, laughing, eating ramen, holding that blonde girl's hand, twisted something deep in her chest. Not hatred. Not vengeance. Longing. Kushina would have wanted him safe. Kushina would have wanted him free. Free from the village that let Uzushio burn, free from the fox they sealed inside him, free to know who he really was. Suki closed her eyes for half a second. Forgive me, cousin. I'm doing this for the clan. For what's left of us. He belongs with family. Not here. She pushed off the wall and melted back into the flow of pedestrians, heading deeper into the village. Toward the Yamanaka compound. Toward the Hokage Tower. Toward the boy who didn't know she existed. Yet. She would take him. Gently, if possible. Forcefully, if necessary. But she would take him. Luna led the way with her usual quiet efficiency, pace steady, eyes scanning rooftops and alley mouths out of habit. Naruto and Ino walked close behind, sandals scuffing softly on the path. The Hokage Tower loomed ahead for a moment, then Luna veered left down a narrower trail that wound behind the administrative district, past training fields and toward the familiar cluster of trees marking Team 10's private grounds. Naruto tilted his head. I thought we were going straight to the Hokage. Luna didn't slow. Change of plans. Hiruzen wants a low-profile brief first. No crowds, no ears. Asuma's waiting here. Ino squeezed Naruto's hand once, reassuring, then let go as they stepped into the clearing. The training ground was quiet, packed dirt ringed by tall oaks, a few scarred posts from old sparring sessions, and in the center, under the shade of a wide canopy tree, a low wooden table with a shogi board set up. Asuma sat cross-legged on one side, cigarette dangling from his lips, one hand hovering over a captured piece. Across from him, Shikamaru lounged on a cushion, elbows on his knees, chin in one hand, staring at the board like it had personally offended him. Asuma looked up first, exhaling smoke in a slow stream. Right on time. Pull up some dirt, kids. Shikamaru didn't move his eyes from the board. You're late. I'm winning. Asuma snorted. You're dreaming. Luna dropped to sit on a nearby log, gesturing for Naruto and Ino to join her. Ino sat close to Naruto, thigh to thigh, protective without being obvious, while Naruto crossed his legs and leaned forward, curious. Asuma moved a knight forward with deliberate calm. Hiruzen's still digging through the old Uzushio scrolls. He's cross-referencing survivor lists, refugee reports, anything with red hair and the right age range. No hits yet, but he's thorough. We'll get the full brief from him later today, probably after lunch. For now, he wants us all on the same page. No more surprises. Shikamaru finally looked up, eyes half-lidded but sharp. The red-headed woman hired the rogue. Remote kill seal was her insurance policy. She burned the asset the second he started talking about her. That means she's got resources, high-grade seals, disposable missing nin on payroll, and she's paranoid enough to cut ties clean. Ino's fingers tightened on Naruto's sleeve. So she's still out there. Still coming for him. Luna nodded once. Likely. But she's not rushing. If she was going to strike hard and fast, she'd have done it already. Means she's planning. Means she's watching. Naruto stared at the shogi board without really seeing it. Why me? I mean, I get the fox thing. But the yellow flash look alike. That's just hair and eyes. Right. Asuma exchanged a quick glance with Luna before answering. It's more than that, kid. Minato was the fastest shinobi alive. He ended wars with a single technique. People still whisper his name like a curse in some villages. Anyone who lost family in the Third War might see his face in yours and react. Add the Uzumaki name, the 9 tails, and you're a walking target for old grudges or new opportunists. Shikamaru sighed, moving his rook to block Asuma's advance. Troublesome. Basically, you're a high-value prize. Jinchuriki plus Namikaze bloodline vibes. Someone wants you for leverage, for power, or just to settle a score. Ino's jaw set. They're not getting him. Not while I'm breathing. Naruto managed a small grin. Team effort, remember. I've got the best backup in the village. Asuma chuckled low, then captured one of Shikamaru's pawns. Damn right. For now, we stay sharp. Double watches when you're out. No solo runs. And Naruto, stick with Ino or one of us at all times. No arguments. Shikamaru leaned back, arms behind his head. Which means you're basically glued to Ino until this blows over. Lucky you. Ino smirked, bumping Naruto's shoulder. He's already used to being my pillow. He'll survive. Naruto flushed again, but this time he laughed, quiet, real. Yeah, I'll manage. Luna stood, brushing dirt from her pants. Hokage's expecting us at 1300 for the full update. Until then, light training. Nothing flashy. Just enough to stay loose. Asuma flicked ash from his cigarette and rose. You heard her. Pair up. Naruto, Ino, work on combo taijutsu. Shikamaru, you're with me. Let's see if you can move as fast as you think. The group split, Asuma and Shikamaru heading to one side of the clearing, Luna taking watch at the treeline. Ino pulled Naruto to his feet, lacing their fingers for a second before letting go. Come on, hero. Show me what you've got. And try not to blush the whole time. Naruto grinned, cracking his knuckles. Bring it, Ino-chan. Behind them, the shogi board sat forgotten under the tree, pieces scattered, game unfinished. Just like the threat hanging over Konoha. The training ground had settled into a familiar rhythm. Asuma and Shikamaru remained under the canopy tree, shogi board between them, pieces clicking softly with each deliberate move. Asuma leaned back on one hand, cigarette smoldering between his lips, while Shikamaru stared at the board like it owed him money. On the far side of the clearing, Luna stood at the base of a thick oak, arms crossed, watching Naruto and Ino with her usual calm intensity. Again, she said, voice level but firm. Focus your chakra to your feet. Steady flow, not bursts. Feel the bark, grip it, hold it. No hands this time. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow, orange jacket already tied around his waist. He pressed both feet flat against the trunk, took a breath, and started walking upward, slow at first, then steadier. 3 steps. 4. 5. Then the chakra flickered, bark cracked under his sandal, and he slipped, catching himself with a hand before flipping backward to land on his feet. Damn it, he muttered, shaking out his legs. Almost had it. Ino, already halfway up her own tree, paused to look down with a teasing grin. Almost. You were doing great until you thought about ramen again. She took another step upward, graceful and controlled, ponytail swaying. Come on, hero. Catch up. Or are you gonna let your girlfriend leave you in the dirt? Naruto's cheeks pinked, but he shot her a determined grin. Oh, it's on, Ino-chan. He charged the tree again, chakra surging to his soles. This time he made it higher, 8 steps, 9, before wobbling. He held for a second, arms out for balance, then slid back down in a controlled crouch. Better, Luna said simply. Control, not force. Again. Under the tree, Shikamaru moved his bishop forward, trapping Asuma's silver general. He glanced sideways at the climbing practice, then back at his sensei. Why aren't you making them do that? He asked, voice lazy but pointed. Tree climbing's basic. They should have mastered it ages ago. Asuma exhaled smoke, studying the board. His rook was pinned, but he had a counter in mind. He moved his knight with slow confidence, blocking Shikamaru's advance and threatening his king in 2 turns. Yet, he said, the word dripping with smug satisfaction. Shikamaru blinked. Yet. Asuma leaned forward, elbows on his knees, grin widening around the cigarette. They'll be doing it once I win this game. Which I'm about to. He tapped the board lightly. Check. You're down to 3 moves before mate. Shikamaru stared at the pieces, eyes narrowing. Troublesome. You planned that knight fork 3 turns ago. 5. Asuma corrected, smugness now fully on display. I let you think you were winning. Builds character. Shikamaru sighed dramatically, slumping back on his cushion. You're the worst sensei ever. Asuma chuckled low. Nah. Just the one who knows you hate losing. Keeps you sharp. He glanced over at Naruto and Ino. Naruto had just reached the first branch on his tree, fist pumping in victory while Ino clapped sarcastically from higher up. And them. They're getting there. Tree climbing's not the goal. Control is. When they're ready, they'll do it without thinking. Until then, let 'em climb. Let 'em fail. Let 'em get mad and try harder. He flicked ash off his cigarette. Besides, if I make them do basics right now, they'll complain. If I make them do it after I beat you at shogi, they'll do it to spite you. Shikamaru groaned. You're evil. Asuma's grin didn't fade. Checkmate in 2. Your move, kid. Across the clearing, Naruto finally made it to a low branch, balancing precariously. Ino dropped down beside him in a perfect crouch, smirking. Not bad, pillow boy. But you're still slower than me. Naruto laughed, breathless. Give me one more try. I'll beat you to the top. Luna's voice cut through from below. Focus. Chakra, not ego. Again. Under the tree, Shikamaru reluctantly moved his king, delaying the inevitable. Asuma watched the board with quiet triumph. And somewhere in the village, a red-headed woman in a hooded cloak moved closer, unseen, her violet eyes fixed on the training ground. Watching. Waiting. Under the canopy tree, the shogi board had reached its inevitable end. Asuma moved his king forward one square, calm, deliberate, no flourish. The piece clicked softly against the wood. Checkmate. Shikamaru stared at the board for a long second, eyes narrowing as the trap he'd missed finally snapped shut. His shoulders slumped dramatically. Troublesome. You baited me with the silver general sacrifice. I walked right into it. Asuma leaned back on his hands, cigarette glowing brighter as he took a satisfied drag. A wide, smug grin spread across his face, rare, genuine, the kind that said he'd enjoyed every second. Told you. 5 turns ago. You're good, kid, but you still think too much about the next move instead of the one after that. Shikamaru sighed, long and theatrical, pushing the board aside. Fine. You win. What's my punishment this time? Asuma jerked his thumb toward the small stream that bordered the training ground, clear, shallow, perfect for beginners. Water walking. Full session. No complaining. You're rusty on chakra control basics anyway. Shikamaru groaned, standing slowly like it physically pained him. You're evil. Asuma's grin didn't fade. Yet you'll do it. Move. Across the clearing, Ino had just reached the top of her tree again, perched on a high branch like she belonged there, legs dangling, ponytail swaying in the breeze. She looked down at Naruto, who was clinging to the trunk about halfway up, feet slipping every few seconds. Come on, hero, she called, voice teasing but encouraging. You almost had it last time. Focus on the flow, slow and even, like breathing. Don't push too hard. Naruto gritted his teeth, chakra flaring to his soles again. He took a careful step upward, held, another step, held. The bark didn't crack this time. He made it 3 more paces before gravity tugged, but Ino was already dropping down beside him in a smooth flip. Here, she said, grabbing his forearm to steady him. You're overthinking it. Just feel the tree. It's not fighting you, you're fighting yourself. She pressed her palm flat against his back, gentle pressure, guiding his chakra rhythm. Like this. Steady. In, out, now step. Naruto exhaled, matched her breathing, and took another step. Then another. The wobble lessened. He climbed, slow, shaky, but steady, until he reached the branch beside hers. Ino beamed, bright and proud. There. See. You're a natural when you stop being a drama queen about it. Naruto laughed, breathless, gripping the branch tight. Thanks, Ino-chan. Couldn't have done it without the help. She bumped his shoulder with hers. Anytime, pillow boy. Now let's get down before you fall and embarrass yourself in front of Luna-sensei. They started the descent together, Ino going first, talking him through each step, hand occasionally reaching back to steady him when his chakra flickered. Meanwhile, Shikamaru had trudged to the stream's edge. He kicked off his sandals, rolled up his pants, and stepped out onto the water. First step, surface tension held. Second step, wobble. Third step, the water exploded upward in a splash as his chakra control gave out completely. He dropped straight in, knee-deep, arms windmilling for balance before he face-planted forward with a spectacular sploosh. Asuma barked a laugh from the table, not even trying to hide it. That's why you're doing it, kid. You think too much. Chakra's not a strategy game. It's instinct. Shikamaru surfaced sputtering, hair plastered to his forehead, glaring daggers through wet bangs. I hate you. Asuma stood, stretching. Again. And this time, no thinking. Just walk. Luna watched the whole scene from her spot at the tree line, small, approving nod for Naruto and Ino's progress, faint smirk at Shikamaru's drenched misery. Basics, she said quietly to no one in particular. Always come back to basics. Naruto reached the ground beside Ino, grinning wide despite the sweat. I did it. Kinda. Ino ruffled his damp hair. You did. Proud of you. Now help me drag Shikamaru out of the water before he drowns in his own laziness. From the stream, Shikamaru's voice floated back, deadpan and dripping, troublesome. Asuma lit another cigarette, grin still lingering. Team 10, wet, tired, laughing, climbing, failing, improving. Just another morning. The stream glinted under the morning sun, ripples spreading from where Shikamaru had just fallen in for the third time. Water dripped from his soaked ponytail as he climbed back onto the bank, shaking his head like a drowned cat. Asuma watched from the shore, arms crossed, cigarette burning low between his fingers. He didn't laugh this time, just observed, patient, waiting. Again, he said simply. Shikamaru muttered something unintelligible under his breath, but he stepped back out onto the water without argument. Feet bare, pants rolled to the knees, he focused, eyes half-lidded, breathing slow and even. Chakra flowed to his soles in a thin, steady stream, no bursts, no spikes. First step, held. Second step, held. Third step, the surface tension dipped slightly, water lapping at his ankles, but he didn't drop. He took a fourth step, then a fifth. The water rippled under his feet like thin glass, flexing but not breaking. He made it halfway across the stream, about 10 feet, before the control wavered, chakra flickering. He stumbled, caught himself with a quick shift of weight, and managed 2 more steps before the surface finally gave way again. Splash. He surfaced sputtering, but this time he didn't curse. He just stood there knee-deep, hands on his hips, staring at the water like it had betrayed him personally. Asuma exhaled smoke in a slow, satisfied stream. Better. You stayed on longer than last time. That's progress. Again. Focus on the consistency, don't let it drop when you think about how annoying it is. Shikamaru dragged himself back to the bank, dripping. You're enjoying this way too much. Asuma's grin was small but genuine. Kid, watching you hate every second of basic training is the highlight of my week. Now go. You're not done until you cross the whole stream without falling. Across the clearing, Luna had already moved Naruto and Ino to the edge of the same stream. Tree climbing was step 1, she said, voice calm and matter of fact. Water walking is step 2. Same principle, chakra control, but inverted. Too much and you'll push yourself out of the water like a rocket. Too little and you sink. Balance. Feel the surface tension. Use it like a floor that fights back. Naruto stared at the stream, then at Ino, who was already slipping off her sandals and rolling up her skirt hems. Ready to get wet, hero. She teased, stepping to the water's edge. Naruto grinned, kicking off his own sandals. Bring it. I'm not falling in front of you again. Ino smirked. We'll see. Luna stepped back, giving them space. Start at the shallows. 1 foot first. Feel it, then the other. Slow steps. Breathe. Ino went first, confident, precise. She placed 1 foot on the water, the surface dimpled but held. Second foot. She stood there for a second, arms out for balance, then took a careful step forward. The water rippled under her soles, but she didn't sink. Like that, Luna said. Now keep the flow steady. Don't look down, feel it. Ino took another step, then another. She made it 5 paces out before her concentration slipped, just a flicker, and her left foot dipped below the surface. She pulled back quickly, laughing as water splashed up her calf. Close. She called back to Naruto. Your turn, pillow boy. Don't make me drag you out. Naruto stepped up, toes curling at the cold edge. He took a deep breath, focused chakra to his feet, slow, even, like Luna said, and placed one sandal less foot on the water. It held. He grinned wide. Hey, it's working. Both feet, Luna reminded him. He lifted the second foot, placed it carefully. The water dimpled deeply under his weight. Naruto's chakra output was always bigger than most, but it held. He took a wobbly step forward. 1, 2, 3. Then the fourth step, his concentration broke for half a second, probably thinking about ramen again, and both feet plunged in. He yelped, arms windmilling, and landed butt first in the shallows with a spectacular splash. Ino burst out laughing, doubling over on the bank. Oh my gods, your face. Naruto surfaced, hair plastered to his forehead, spitting water. Not funny. It's a little funny, Ino said, still giggling as she reached down to haul him up by the arm. Come on, get up. You got farther than Shikamaru's first try. From the other side of the stream, Shikamaru, now attempting his fourth crossing, called over without looking, don't compare me to the loudmouth. At least I didn't cannonball. Naruto splashed water in his direction. Shut it, lazy. Asuma watched the chaos with quiet amusement, cigarette nearly burned to the filter. He flicked it into the dirt and crushed it under his heel. Keep going, he called to all three genin. You're all still standing on the bank more than you're walking on the water. Again, no breaks until someone crosses the whole thing. Luna's lips twitched, the barest hint of a smile. The stream had become the unofficial battlefield of the morning, ripples spreading outward with every splash, every near miss, every small victory. Naruto planted his feet again at the shallows, water lapping at his ankles. He exhaled slow, chakra flowing steady and even to his soles like Luna had drilled into him. Ino stood beside him on the bank, arms crossed, watching with a proud little smirk. Ready? She asked. Ready, he said, determination replacing the earlier frustration. He stepped out, first foot, second foot. The water dimpled but held. 1 step, 2, 3, 4, 5. He kept breathing, kept the flow constant, no spikes, no drops. The ripples under his feet smoothed out as he found the rhythm. He made it to the middle of the stream, deeper water now, then kept going. 10 steps, 12. The opposite bank was close. Ino's eyes widened, grin breaking wide. You've got it. Keep going, hero. Naruto's focus didn't waver. He reached the far bank, stepped up onto dry dirt, spun around with a triumphant fist pump. I did it. Ino whooped, sprinting across the water herself. Now that she'd seen it done, her own control snapped into place. She crossed in half the time Naruto had taken, landing beside him with a graceful hop and immediately tackling him into a hug. You did. I knew you would. She pulled back, beaming. My boyfriend's a water-walking genius. Naruto laughed, arms around her waist, face flushed from effort and happiness. Couldn't have done it without your nagging, I mean, coaching. Luna nodded once from the bank, small, approving. Good. Both of you. Chakra control's solid now. Keep practicing the distance. Build endurance. On the other side, Shikamaru was on his 6th attempt. He stepped out again, calmer this time, less thinking, more instinct. Asuma watched from the shore, arms crossed, cigarette nearly gone. First step, held. Second, held. Shikamaru kept his breathing even, eyes half-lidded but focused. Chakra flowed in a thin, consistent layer, no overthinking the math of surface tension, just doing it. He crossed the middle, deeper water tugging at his ankles, kept going. 10 steps, 12, 15. He reached the opposite bank without a single splash. He stepped onto dry ground, turned, and gave Asuma a flat, unimpressed look. There. Happy. Asuma's grin was wide and genuine. Very. Took you long enough, but you got it. No more excuses about being too troublesome for basics. Shikamaru sighed, wringing water from his shirt. Yeah, next time you lose at shogi, I'm making you do something annoying. Asuma chuckled. Deal. But you'll lose again. Naruto and Ino jogged back across the stream, both of them walking on water now like it was pavement, landing beside Shikamaru with matching grins. Naruto slapped him on the back. Nice one, Shikamaru. You looked like you were sleepwalking, but you made it. Ino smirked. Told you it wasn't that hard once you stopped complaining. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Troublesome. All of you. Luna stepped forward, scanning the three-soaked genin with a faint, rare hint of pride in her eyes. Solid progress. Tree climbing, water walking, basics locked in. You're ready for whatever comes next. She glanced at Asuma. We've got about an hour before the Hokage briefing. One more round, cross the stream 5 times without falling. Then we move. Naruto cracked his knuckles, grinning. Bring it. Ino laced her fingers with his for a quick squeeze. Race you. Shikamaru groaned but stepped back to the water's edge. This is going to be a long hour. Asuma lit a fresh cigarette, watching them go. The stream had become more than just a training tool, it was now the arena. Asuma crushed his cigarette under his boot and stepped to the water's edge, rolling up his sleeves. His usual lazy grin had sharpened into something focused, almost predatory. He glanced at the 3 genin, Naruto and Ino dripping but beaming from their successful crossings, Shikamaru wringing out his shirt with a long-suffering sigh. All right, Asuma said, voice carrying that calm authority that made even Shikamaru straighten a little. You can walk on water. Good. Now you're going to fight on it. He bent down, scooped a handful of smooth river rocks from the bank, fist-sized, heavy enough to hurt, and started tossing them lightly from hand to hand. Rules are simple, stay on the water. Dodge the rocks. Don't sink. If your chakra dips and you fall in, you start over from the bank. No jutsu except water walking. No clones, no substitutions, no mind tricks. Pure taijutsu and control. Got it. Naruto cracked his knuckles, grin wide. Got it, sensei. Bring it. Ino flipped her ponytail over her shoulder, stance loose but ready. We won't even get wet again. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. But fine. Asuma stepped out onto the water himself, effortless, like he was walking on packed dirt. The surface barely rippled under his feet. He moved to the center of the stream, rocks still in hand. Spread out. 3 meters apart. Face me. Begin. They obeyed, Naruto on the left, Ino in the middle, Shikamaru on the right. The water lapped at their ankles, cold and unforgiving. Asuma's first throw was casual, underhand, aimed at Naruto's chest. Naruto sidestepped left, chakra surging to keep his feet planted, and the rock splashed harmlessly behind him. Good, Asuma said. Next. He flicked one at Ino, faster this time, spinning slightly. She twisted at the waist, leaned back just enough, and the rock sailed past her ear, plunking into the water. Shikamaru ducked the third, lazy but precise, letting it skim over his head. Asuma's grin widened. Faster. The throws came quicker now, 2 at once, then 3. Rocks arced through the air like small missiles. Naruto dodged left, right, ducked, jumped sideways, each time fighting to keep his chakra steady under his feet. The water churned around him, ripples threatening to pull him under, but he held. Ino moved like she was dancing, graceful spins, fluid leans, every dodge flowing into the next. She caught one rock midair on instinct, tossed it back at Asuma who deflected it with a casual flick of his wrist then refocused on the next incoming projectile. Shikamaru, predictably, used minimal movement. A slight shift of weight here, a lean there, letting rocks pass inches from his face. But his control never wavered, the water stayed solid under him. Asuma started varying the pattern, low throws to force jumps, high ones to make them duck, feints followed by real throws. One rock clipped Naruto's shoulder, he stumbled, one foot dipping below the surface, but he caught himself with a burst of chakra and pushed back up. Close. Asuma called. Don't panic when you dip. Recover. Keep moving. Ino laughed mid-dodge. Come on, Naruto, don't let sensei embarrass you. Naruto shot her a mock glare, then vaulted over the next rock, landing with a splash that didn't sink him. I'm not the one who almost got hit in the face. Shikamaru snorted. Both of you are loud. It's distracting. Asuma kept the pressure on, rock after rock, faster, harder. The stream frothed around their feet, water spraying with every dodge. But none of them fell in again. After 10 minutes of relentless throws, Asuma finally stopped. He stood in the center, hands empty, breathing even. The three genin stood on the water, wet, panting, but still standing. Rocks littered the stream below them like fallen stars. Asuma nodded once, slow, approving. Not bad. You stayed up. You dodged. And you didn't let each other distract you. Much. He smirked at Ino and Naruto. That's the point. Fighting on unstable ground forces you to adapt. Water's the ultimate equalizer. No traction, no friction, just your chakra and your instincts. He stepped back to the bank, gesturing for them to follow. Take 5. Dry off. We've got the Hokage briefing soon. But remember this feeling, unsteady ground, incoming threats, no room for mistakes. That's what the red-headed woman's going to bring if she comes for us. Naruto wiped water from his face, grinning despite the ache in his legs. We'll be ready, sensei. All of us. Ino bumped his shoulder, still on the water beside him. Damn right. Shikamaru dragged himself to the bank, muttering, troublesome. But yeah, we got this. Luna watched from the treeline, small nod of approval. The training session wrapped with a few more successful water crossings, Naruto and Ino racing each other to the far bank, laughing and splashing, while Shikamaru trudged behind, muttering about how troublesome victory felt when it involved getting wet. Asuma called time with a satisfied nod, tossing them towels from a nearby storage scroll. Dry off quick. Hokage's waiting. We're heading to the tower now. They changed into spare dry clothes from their packs, nothing fancy, just enough to not drip all over the Hokage's carpet, and fell in behind Luna and Asuma. The walk through Konoha was quiet, the village bustling around them in the late morning light. Naruto walked close to Ino, their shoulders brushing every few steps, her hand occasionally finding his for a quick squeeze. The Hokage tower rose ahead, red roof gleaming against the blue sky. Guards nodded them through without a word. Asuma's presence and Luna's silent authority cleared the way. They climbed the stairs to the top office in single file. The heavy doors opened at Asuma's knock, and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from behind his desk. Scrolls were spread across the surface like a battlefield map, old Uzushio records, refugee lists, faded sketches, intelligence summaries from 20 years ago. The old Hokage's pipe sat cold in its tray, his expression was grave but not panicked. Come in, he said, voice low. Close the door. Luna shut it behind them with a soft click. The room felt smaller suddenly, heavier. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, hands steepled under his chin. He studied the four shinobi, Asuma and Luna standing at ease, the three genin shifting slightly under the weight of his gaze. I've gone through every surviving record we have on Uzushio, he began. Names, ages, descriptions, last known locations. The red-headed woman in her late 30s to early 40s who hired the rogue. She fits a very narrow profile. He slid one scroll forward, the oldest one, edges frayed, stamped with the whirlpool seal. There was a cousin of Kushina's, older by about 10 years. Name, Suki Uzumaki. Red hair, violet eyes, trained as a seal specialist and chain user before the fall of Uzushio. She was in her late teens when the village was destroyed. Last confirmed sighting was during the final evacuation convoy, heading toward neutral waters. After that, nothing. Presumed dead or lost at sea. No sightings, no reports, no bounty claims. She vanished. Hiruzen tapped the sketch someone had added later, a rough charcoal drawing of a young woman with long red braid, sharp jaw, determined eyes. If she survived, and the description matches too closely to be coincidence, she would be in her late 30s now. Strong enough to live off-grid for 2 decades. Skilled enough to craft or acquire remote binding kill seals. Motivated enough to send a missing nin after Kushina's son. Naruto stared at the sketch, throat tight. Why me? If she's family, why send someone to grab me? Or, kill me? Hiruzen's gaze softened, just a fraction. I don't believe she wants you dead, Naruto. The rogue seal was remote triggered only after he spoke, insurance to keep her identity hidden, not to eliminate you. The order was capture, not kill. She wants you alive. Ino's hand found Naruto's again, squeezing hard. Then why not just come here? Introduce herself. Say, hey, I'm your cousin, let's get ramen. Because she doesn't trust Konoha, Hiruzen said quietly. Uzushio fell while we were allies. We didn't send help fast enough, or at all. Many survivors blamed the leaf for abandoning them. If Suki survived, she may have carried that resentment for 20 years. She may see you as Konoha's weapon, sealed with the 9 tails, raised as their Jinchuriki, looking like Minato. To her, you belong to the clan first, not the village. Asuma exhaled slowly. So she's trying to rescue him. Kidnap him back to whatever remnants of Uzumaki she's gathered. Or just to herself. Hiruzen nodded. That's my suspicion. She's patient. She's careful. She's already lost one asset and burned him to protect her identity. She won't make the same mistake twice. Shikamaru spoke up, voice low. Troublesome. If she's Uzumaki, she knows seals better than most. Chains, barriers, binding techniques. She could be anywhere in the village right now, watching, waiting for an opening. Luna's eyes narrowed. She'll try again, soon, when we're spread thin, when Naruto's alone for even a second. We can't let that happen. Hiruzen leaned forward, voice firm. From this moment, Naruto does not leave the village without at least 2 members of this team or Anbu escort. No solo missions, no wandering. Ino, Shikamaru, you're on him like glue. Asuma, Luna, you coordinate with Anbu for rotating surveillance. I'll open more sealed records tonight. If Suki is here, if she's already inside the walls, we'll find her. He looked directly at Naruto, eyes steady and kind. You're not alone in this, my boy. Whatever she wants, whatever she plans. We protect our own. You are Team 10. You are Konoha. And you are Uzumaki. All of it. Naruto swallowed hard, then nodded, once, firm. I'm not going anywhere. And if she comes for me, we'll be ready. Ino squeezed his hand tighter. The room fell quiet. Outside, Konoha moved on, unaware that an old ghost from a drowned village was walking its streets, searching for the last piece of her lost family. The briefing ended with a quiet finality. Hiruzen rolled the scrolls back up one by one, sealing them with a soft pulse of chakra. His eyes lingered on Naruto for a moment longer than the others, searching, grandfatherly, heavy with unspoken history. That's all we have for now, he said. Go, rest, train, stay together. Luna will escort you back to the Yamanaka compound. We'll reconvene tomorrow if there are new leads. Naruto nodded, throat tight. Got it, Gigi. Thanks. Ino squeezed his hand once more before letting go, and the 3 genin turned toward the door. Luna opened it first, stepping aside to let them pass. Asuma gave his father a small nod, silent understanding, then followed the team out. The door closed behind them with a soft click, leaving only Hiruzen and Asuma in the office. Asuma didn't sit right away. He walked to the window instead, looking down at the village streets below, people moving, unaware of the old ghost walking among them. He pulled a cigarette from his vest, lit it with a flick, and exhaled slowly. After a long beat, he spoke without turning. Can she be reasoned with? Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, the old wood creaking. He stared at the sealed scrolls on his desk as though they might answer for him. I don't know, he said quietly. Asuma took another drag, smoke curling toward the ceiling. She's Uzumaki, Kushina's cousin. If there's even a drop of that fire left in her, she might listen, might want to meet the kid, talk, explain why she's doing this. Family's supposed to mean something. Hiruzen's gaze drifted to the framed photo on his desk, young Minato and Kushina, smiling, arms around each other. He traced the edge with one finger. Family means everything to an Uzumaki, he agreed. But 20 years is a long time to carry resentment. Uzushio's fall wasn't just a village destroyed, it was a people scattered, a legacy erased. If Suki survived, she may have watched from afar while we raised Kushina's son as Konoha's Jinchuriki. She may see us as the ones who let it happen, who profited from it. He paused, voice dropping lower. And if she believes Naruto is more Uzumaki than Leaf, if she thinks he's been shaped into their tool, sealed and leashed, she may decide the only way to save him is to take him by force. Reason only works if both sides want the same thing. I'm not sure she does. Asuma turned from the window, leaning one shoulder against the frame. Then what? We wait for her to make a move. Set traps. Hope she slips up. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, packing it slowly. We watch. We protect. We prepare. If she approaches peacefully, we talk. If she comes with chains and seals, we defend. He lit the pipe, the first puff rising in a thin white spiral. But I won't lie to you, son. I've seen too many old grudges turn into blood. I don't know if Suki Uzumaki is still capable of listening, or if she's already decided the only family Naruto needs is the one she can control. Asuma exhaled smoke through his nose. Then we make sure she doesn't get the chance to decide alone. Hiruzen nodded once, small, resolute. Exactly. Outside, Luna led the genin down the tower steps and back into the village streets. Naruto walked close to Ino, their hands brushing every few steps. Shikamaru trailed behind, hands in pockets, mind already turning over the new information. The sun was high now. The shadows were longer. And somewhere in Konoha, a red-headed woman in a hooded cloak moved carefully, watching, planning, waiting for the moment the boy she called family would finally be hers again. Luna led the way back from the Hokage Tower, her pace steady and silent, cutting through quieter side paths to avoid the midday crowds. Naruto walked between her and Ino, hands in his pockets, still processing the briefing. Suki Uzumaki, cousin, red hair, possible kidnapper with a twisted sense of family duty. Shikamaru trailed a few steps behind, hands behind his head, staring up at the sky like he was counting clouds to avoid thinking too hard. They didn't return to the Yamanaka compound. Instead, Luna turned toward the familiar tree line of Team 10's private training ground, the same clearing where they'd spent the morning splashing around on water and dodging rocks. As they stepped into the open space, the stream still glinted in the sunlight, rocks scattered along the bank from earlier practice. Luna stopped near the center, turning to face them. Briefing's over. Hiruzen's handling the village-wide search. Our job is to keep you ready, and keep you here. She looked directly at Naruto, violet eyes calm but piercing. Which means we're not wasting time. Naruto. He straightened instinctively. Yeah, Luna-sensei. She tilted her head slightly. You know the shadow clone jutsu. It wasn't a question, more like confirmation. Naruto blinked, then nodded, quick, almost sheepish. Yeah, I learned it from the scroll. The one Mizuki tricked me into stealing. It's kinda my go-to now. Ino raised an eyebrow, glancing between them. Wait, you've been using shadow clones this whole time and you didn't tell us how you learned it. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. It's not exactly a fun story. Mizuki said it'd make me graduate. Turned out he just wanted the scroll. Gigi let me keep the jutsu after everything. Said I earned it. Shikamaru snorted softly. Understatement. You mastered AB ranked Kinjutsu at 12. Most Chunin can't do that. Luna didn't smile, but her posture eased a fraction, approval, subtle but clear. Good. Then you're already ahead on this. Shadow clones are more than just numbers. They're perfect for training. Every clone experiences what you do, feeds it back when dispelled. Chakra control, taijutsu, even water walking and tree climbing. You can accelerate faster than anyone else here. She stepped to the side, gesturing toward the stream again. We're going to use them. Right now. Naruto, create 10 clones. Spread out along the bank. All of you are going to water walk again, but this time with added weight. Carry a rock on each shoulder. Dodge throws from me and Asuma. If a clone falls in, it dispels. You feel every failure. You learn from every success. Faster than any of us could teach you alone. Naruto's eyes lit up, bright, eager. Got it. Shadow clone jutsu. A puff of smoke erupted around him. 10 identical Narutos appeared in a loose circle along the stream's edge, each grinning the same fox-like grin. Alright, Mies. Let's do this. No sinking this time. Ino laughed, stepping up beside one of the clones. Show off. But fine, I'm in. I'll spot for you. If any of you dip, I'm pulling you out myself. Shikamaru sighed, already moving toward a shady spot under the tree. Troublesome. But I'll watch. And probably nap. Luna didn't respond to the banter. She simply scooped up a handful of river rocks again, weighing them in her palm. Begin. The clones stepped onto the water in unison, chakra flowing, rocks balanced on shoulders, feet steady. The first throw came from Luna, fast, aimed at the nearest clone's chest. It dodged, barely, water rippling under its feet. Asuma joined from the opposite bank, throwing his own rocks in a lazy arc. The training ground filled with splashes, laughter, curses, and the repeated poof of dispelling clones. But each time one fell, Naruto felt it, every dip, every loss of balance, every correction needed. And each time a clone stayed up, crossed the stream, dodged perfectly. He felt that too. Knowledge poured back into him in waves. Luna watched, arms crossed. Again, she said quietly. The clones reformed. The lesson continued. Suki Uzumaki crouched on the flat roof of an abandoned warehouse near the eastern wall, hood pulled low, violet eyes fixed on the distant training ground where smoke puffs still rose intermittently from Naruto's shadow clones. The sounds of laughter and splashes carried faintly on the breeze, too far to make out words, close enough to twist something in her chest. She leaned back against the low parapet, knees drawn up, braids slipping over one shoulder. The sun was warm on her face, but inside her head it was 20 years ago. Kushina's voice, bright, fierce, unstoppable, echoed in the quiet spaces between her thoughts. Suki nay, you should see him. Minato's so fast you blink and he's gone. Like lightning with a smile. And the village. Konoha's big, loud, full of people who actually care. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, he's like a grandfather to everyone. He let me stay, even when I was a loudmouth foreigner with a monster inside me. He believes in second chances. In family. You'd like him, I swear. Kushina had said that during one of their last letters, before the war escalated, before Uzushio burned. Suki had read it over and over on the evacuation ship, clutching the parchment like a lifeline while waves battered the hull and screams filled the night. Family. Second chances. She pressed the heel of her palm against her forehead, eyes closing. She believed in them, in him, in this place. And yet, the village that had taken Kushina in had also let Uzushio drown. They had mourned her cousin, sealed the fox inside her child, raised him as their Jinchuriki, paraded him as a weapon when he should have been raised with chains and whirlpool songs and stories of the sea. They had let him grow up alone, hated, feared, until he forced them to see him. Suki opened her eyes, gaze sharpening on the distant figures, a blonde boy laughing as he dodged, a blonde girl steadying him, an older woman watching with crossed arms. He's happy here, they care about him now. But at what cost? She exhaled slowly, fingers tracing the hidden seal pouch at her waist, binding tags, containment scrolls, a single emergency teleport seal she'd kept for 20 years. Options spun like shuriken in her mind. Grab and run. Strike fast, during a moment when the team was spread thin, when the boy was alone for even a second. Shadow step in, binding seal to his wrists, suppression tag on his neck, vanish through the emergency gate she'd mapped near the northern wall. Take him north, to the hidden cove where she'd built a small safe house. Teach him the chains. Teach him the seals. Teach him who he really was. No Konoha leash. No fox cage. Just blood. Just family. Pros. Quick. Clean. He'd be safe with her. Away from whatever new threat was circling him now. Cons. He'd fight. He'd hate her at first. He'd see her as the enemy. And if he dispelled her with that raw power she'd glimpsed today, she might lose him forever. Make direct contact. Walk up to the gates. Lower the hood. Show the old Uzumaki crest tattooed on her inner wrist, the one Kushina had drawn on her arm with ink when they were children. Ask for an audience with the third Hokage. Demand to see her cousin's son. Speak the truth. I'm family. I survived. I want to know him. Let me help protect him. Pros. Honest. No blood. If Hiruzen was the man Kushina believed in, if Konoha had truly changed, he might listen. Might let her stay. Might let Naruto choose. Cons. They could arrest her on sight. Seal her. Interrogate her. Or worse, turn her away. And if they did, she'd never get close again. She'd lose the chance to save him from whatever was coming. Suki's fingers tightened on the roof edge, nails digging into old tile. Kushina. What would you want? The memory answered instantly, Kushina's laugh, bright and fearless. I want him loved, Suki-ne. Not caged. Not used. Loved. Suki stood slowly, hood slipping back just enough to let the wind catch her red-streaked braid. Then I'll try talking first. She adjusted her cloak, checked the seals one more time, and dropped silently to the alley below. One step toward the Hokage Tower. One step toward the boy who didn't know her name yet. One step toward the family she'd lost, and the family she intended to reclaim. The Hokage Tower was never truly empty, even late in the afternoon. Guards patrolled the corridors, Anbu flickered across rooftops, but the top office, Hiruzen's sanctum, was quieter than most. The old Hokage sat alone behind his desk, pipe cold, scrolls half unrolled, eyes tracing the same names for the third time that hour. The door slid open without a sound. No knock, no chakra flare, just a whisper of displaced air and the soft click of the latch as it closed behind her. Suki Uzumaki stood in the threshold, hood down now, red-streaked braid falling over one shoulder, violet eyes steady and unblinking. She wore no weapon openly, hands loose at her sides, but the air around her thrummed with restrained power. Seals at her belt, chains coiled invisibly beneath her sleeves. Ready, but not drawn. Hiruzen did not startle. He did not reach for a kunai. He simply lifted his gaze from the scroll and met hers, calm, ancient, unsurprised. For a long moment neither spoke. Then Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking softly. "Suki Uzumaki," he said quietly. "Not a question, a statement. You've come a long way." She inclined her head, just enough to acknowledge the recognition. Hiruzen's pipe remained unlit. His voice stayed even, low, carrying the weight of decades. "Have you come to fight? Or to talk?" Suki exhaled slowly through her nose. The question hung between them like smoke. "I came to talk," she said at last. Her voice was low, roughened by years of silence and salt wind. "But I'm prepared for either." She took one measured step forward, slow, deliberate, no threat in the movement. "I want to see him. My cousin's son, Kushina's boy. I want to know if the village that let Uzushio burn has earned the right to keep him." Hiruzen studied her, every line of her face, every shift in her stance. He saw Kushina in the set of her jaw, in the fire behind the violet eyes. He saw grief. He saw resolve. He saw no lie. He gestured to the cushion across the desk. "Sit." Suki hesitated, only a heartbeat, then crossed the room and lowered herself to the floor cushion. Knees folded, back straight. Not relaxed. Never relaxed. Hiruzen finally reached for his pipe, packing it with slow, deliberate motions. "Then we talk," he said. "But understand this, Suki Uzumaki, Naruto is not a prize to be claimed. He is not a relic of Uzushio to be taken back. He is a child of this village. A shinobi of the leaf. A member of Team 10. And he is loved here." He lit the pipe. The first puff rose in a thin white spiral. "If you want him to know you, to know his mother's family, his heritage, then speak. Tell me why you waited 20 years. Tell me why you sent a hunter instead of knocking on these doors yourself." Suki's fingers flexed once against her thighs. "Because I didn't trust you," she said flatly. "Because I watched from the shadows while this village sealed the fox inside Kushina's newborn son and called it protection. Because I saw him grow up hated, feared, alone, until he forced you all to see him. I wanted to take him before the world could break him the way it broke us." Hiruzen exhaled smoke slowly. "And now?" Suki met his gaze without flinching. "Now, I see him laughing, training, surrounded by people who would die for him. I see Kushina in his grin, Minato in his eyes, and I wonder if I was wrong." She leaned forward slightly, voice dropping to a near whisper. "I still want to take him. To teach him the chains, the seals, the songs of Uzushio. To give him what Konoha never could. But I will not fight this village if it means hurting him." Hiruzen studied her for a long moment. Then he set the pipe down. "Then prove it," he said quietly. "Stay. Meet him. Let him decide who he wants in his life. But know this, if you try to take him by force, if you raise a hand against my village, against his team, you will answer to me." Suki's lips curved, just the barest hint of a smile, sad and sharp. "I would expect nothing less from the man Kushina called grandfather." The room fell silent again. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, the old wood groaning softly under his weight. He studied Suki across the low table, her rigid posture, the faint tremor in her fingers she tried to hide by pressing them flat against her thighs, the violet eyes that refused to drop. He took a slow pull from his pipe, letting the smoke drift upward before speaking again. "You blame us," he said quietly. "Not an accusation. A fact. For Uzushio's fall. For not doing enough. For letting Kushina carry the burden alone here. I will not pretend Konoha is blameless in the history of that war. But you should know the full measure of what happened, before you decide whether to take the boy or speak to him." Suki's jaw tightened, but she gave a single, sharp nod. "Tell me." Hiruzen set the pipe down. His voice stayed even, measured, the way a teacher might recount a painful lesson. The Third Shinobi World War was already raging when Uzushio was attacked. Iwa, Kumo, Kiri, they moved in concert against your village. Not just for territory, but because Uzushio's fuinjutsu was too dangerous. Your clan's chains could bind tailed beasts. Your seals could lock armies in place. They feared what you could become if you allied fully with us. So they struck first, overwhelming numbers, coordinated strikes from 3 directions. The island fell in days. He paused, gaze distant. Konoha did send shinobi. Not an army, we couldn't spare one, but 3 elite squads under Minato's command. They were already en route when the first distress signal arrived. Minato himself led the vanguard. They arrived too late. The village was burning. The evacuation ships were scattered or sunk. Most of the clan was gone, dead, captured, or drowned trying to flee. Suki's breathing hitched, just once, but she didn't look away. Hiruzen continued. We searched for survivors for months. Minato personally led recovery teams through the wreckage. Kushina was one of the few we found alive. She'd been on a ship that made it to our coast. She told us about you. About the convoy you were on. We sent scouts north for years after that. Every rumor of a red-haired woman in neutral lands, every sighting of Uzumaki-style chains, we followed them. Most were dead ends. Some were traps set by Iwa hunters looking for stragglers. But we never stopped looking. He leaned forward slightly, elbows on the desk. I won't say we did enough. We couldn't. The war was bleeding us dry, fronts collapsing in every direction. Minato was fighting on 3 borders at once. Kushina was pregnant and sealed with the fox. We were stretched to breaking. But we did not abandon Uzushio. We mourned it. Kushina mourned it every day of her life. Silence stretched between them. Suki's voice, when it came, was rough. I was on one of the last ships. It took a direct hit, chakra cannon from an Iwa vessel. I woke up on a beach 3 days later. Half drowned, half mad. No one else from my group survived. I heard nothing from Konoha. No search parties. No word. Just silence. She met his eyes again, harder now. So forgive me if I didn't believe the stories. If I thought Kushina had been lied to. If I thought the leaf had let us die to save its own skin. Hiruzen did not flinch. I don't ask forgiveness, he said. I ask you to hear the truth. And then decide what you will do next. He gestured to the empty cushion across from him. You may stay here, as a guest. Under guard if you prefer caution. Meet the boy. Speak to him. See the life Kushina chose for him. See the people who love him now. Then make your choice, talk, or take, or walk away. Suki remained still for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I'll stay. For now. Hiruzen exhaled, relief, perhaps, or simply the release of held breath. Then we begin. He rose, moving to the door. I'll have rooms prepared, and I'll send for Naruto. He deserves to know his mother's cousin has come home. Suki stood as well, braid swaying slightly. Home, she echoed softly, tasting the word. She didn't know if she believed it yet. But she was willing to find out. Outside the tower, the afternoon sun slanted long across Konoha. And a boy with whisker marks and a fox's grin was still laughing on a training ground, unaware that the family he never knew he had was finally stepping out of the shadows. Oh, I know this is going to get a bit of flack, but this is it will make sense a bit later, and a review was left a few chapters back about the money I used. The money value of $1 is 1 ryu. I hope you enjoy this chapter and remember my DMs always open for questions if you have any. Chapter 8. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun, all rights reserved for their original owners. The pipe smoke drifted lazily between them, curling around the low table like a third presence in the room. Hiruzen watched Suki's face, every flicker of muscle, every tightening of her jaw, while she weighed her next words. She leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on her knees, braids slipping over one shoulder. "There's something else you should know," she said, voice low but steady. "I didn't come here blind. I've been watching, longer than you might think. Rogue shinobi groups. They've been poking around the old Uzushio archives. Not just the ones scattered in neutral lands. They've tried the sealed vaults in Kiri, the black market records in Rain, even the fragments that washed up on Lightning Shores." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, just a fraction. He set the pipe down slowly. "Uzushio's Fuinjutsu archives," he murmured. "You mean the ones detailing the binding chains? The tailed beast seals?" Suki nodded once. "Exactly. They're not subtle about it. Missing nin with Kumo headbands scratched off, Iwa deserters, even a few from smaller villages no one remembers. They're looking for anything tied to the Nine Tails. Sealing methods, weaknesses, names of surviving Uzumaki who might still know the old techniques. They've been asking questions for months, years, in some cases. Paying good coin, threatening when coin doesn't work." She paused, letting the implication settle. "I intercepted one of them 2 years ago. A former Kiri tracker. He had a list, Kushina's name crossed out, but Naruto's circled. They know the fox is here. They know it's in a boy who looks like Minato Namikaze. And they know the Uzumaki bloodline is the key to controlling, or breaking, any Jinchuriki." Hiruzen exhaled slowly through his nose. The smoke had thinned, but the room felt heavier. "And you believe these rogue groups are connected to your own actions?" he asked quietly. Suki shook her head, sharp, decisive. "No, they're separate. Opportunists. Mercenaries. Someone's paying them, someone with deep pockets and deeper grudges. But they're moving faster now. After your border patrol team came back with that dead rogue, they'll know Konoha's on alert. They'll push harder. And if they get their hands on the boy before I do." She stopped herself, fingers flexing once. "I didn't send that hunter to kill him," she said firmly. "I wanted him taken. Safely. Away from here. Away from whatever storm is coming. But these others, they don't care if he lives through it." Hiruzen leaned forward, elbows on the desk, gaze piercing. "Then why not come to us sooner? If you knew these groups were hunting Uzumaki knowledge, hunting him, why send a single missing nin instead of walking through these gates and warning us?" Suki met his eyes without flinching. "Because I still didn't trust you to protect him the way I would. Because I thought Konoha would use him, again. Seal him tighter. Train him harder. Turn him into a weapon to fight whatever's coming instead of letting him live as a child. As Kushina's son, not as the Nine Tails container." She paused, voice dropping to a near whisper. "But I'm here now, talking, not fighting, not taking, yet." Hiruzen studied her for a long moment, searching for deception, for hidden chains, for the fire that might still burn too hot. Then he nodded, once, slow. "Very well. You will remain here, under guard, but not in a cell. You will meet Naruto. You will speak with him. And you will tell him the truth, about his mother, about Uzushio, about why you waited. If he wishes to learn from you, we will allow supervised training. If he wishes nothing to do with you, you will respect that." He rose slowly, pipe in hand. "But know this, Suki Uzumaki, if those rogue groups are closing in, if they come for the boy, we will stand together. Not as captor and captive. Not as village and remnant. As allies. For his sake." Suki stood as well, braid swaying. "For Kushina's sake," she corrected softly. Hiruzen's expression softened, just a fraction. "For Kushina's sake," he agreed. He moved toward the door. "I'll send for him now. Prepare yourself. He's louder than his mother was." Suki's lips curved, just the barest hint of a smile, sad and sharp. "I remember." The door slid open. Outside, the afternoon sun continued to fall across Konoha. The Hokage Tower corridors were quiet in the late afternoon, the usual bustle muted to a low hum of distant footsteps and murmured conversations. An Anbu escort, 2 masked figures, had arrived at the training ground without explanation, simply stating, "Hokage requests Uzumaki Naruto's presence. Immediately." Ino had crossed her arms, chin lifted defiantly. "Then I'm coming too." The Anbu hadn't argued. Now the heavy doors to the Hokage's office slid open, and Naruto stepped through, Ino clinging to his back like a stubborn koala, legs wrapped around his waist, arms looped loosely around his neck. Her chin rested on his shoulder, blonde ponytail tickling his cheek. He carried her effortlessly, hands hooked under her thighs for support, cheeks pink but grin firmly in place. "Gigi, you wanted to see me," Naruto called, voice bright despite the tension in the air. And, Ino's here too. She wouldn't let go. Ino peeked over his shoulder, offering a small wave and a smug little smile. "Hi, Lord Third, I'm supervising, kidnapping threats and all." Hiruzen Sarutobi stood behind his desk, pipe in hand, expression softening the instant he saw them. His eyes, ancient, kind, weary, moved from Naruto's whisker-marked grin to Ino's protective grip, then to the red-haired woman standing quietly near the window. Suki Uzumaki had turned at the sound of the door. Her violet eyes locked onto Naruto immediately, wide, unblinking, searching every line of his face. The whisker marks, the spiky blonde hair, the bright blue eyes so much like Minato's, the fox-like grin so much like Kushina's when she was young and fearless. She took one involuntary step forward, then stopped herself, hands clenching at her sides. Naruto felt Ino tense on his back. He tilted his head slightly, still smiling but confused now. Hi, who's this?" Hiruzen cleared his throat gently, setting the pipe down. "Naruto. Ino. Come in. Close the door." The Anbu outside slid it shut. Hiruzen gestured to the cushions across the desk. "Sit, both of you, there's someone you need to meet." Naruto walked forward carefully, still carrying Ino, then lowered himself to a cushion, letting her slide off his back to sit beside him. She stayed close, thigh pressed to his, hand finding his under the table. "Protective. Ready." Hiruzen looked at Suki. "Suki, this is Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina's son, and this is Ino Yamanaka, his teammate. His very close friend." Suki swallowed once, hard. She stepped forward slowly, stopping a respectful distance away. Her voice came out softer than it had in the entire conversation with Hiruzen. "Naruto," she said, almost like a question. Like she was testing the name on her tongue after 20 years of silence. Naruto blinked up at her, red hair, violet eyes, something painfully familiar in the set of her jaw. Hi, do I know you?" Suki's lips curved, just the barest hint of a smile, sad and aching. "You don't, but you should." She knelt slowly to his level, bringing her eyes even with his. "I'm Suki Uzumaki, your mother's cousin, your aunt, in a way. I survived Uzushio. I've been looking for you for a very long time." Naruto's grin faltered. His hand tightened around Ino's under the table. "My mom's cousin." His voice cracked just a little. "Your family." Suki nodded once, slow, certain. "Family," she echoed. "And I'm here now, if you'll have me." Ino's grip on Naruto's hand turned iron. She leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowed, protective fire flaring. "You sent the rogue who tried to kidnap him," she said flatly. "Not a question." Suki didn't flinch. "I did. I thought I was saving him. Taking him somewhere safe. Away from here. Away from whatever's coming. I was wrong." She looked back at Naruto, straight into his eyes, unflinching. "I'm sorry. I should have come sooner. I should have trusted Konoha. Trusted you. I won't make that mistake again." Naruto stared at her, searching her face, searching for Kushina in the lines around her eyes, for truth in the violet gaze. Then, slowly, he smiled, small, crooked, but real. "Family, huh?" he said quietly. "That's kinda cool." Ino exhaled, tension easing just a fraction, but she didn't let go of his hand. Hiruzen watched the exchange, pipe forgotten, something like hope flickering in his ancient eyes. The room felt smaller suddenly. Warmer. And for the first time in 20 years, an Uzumaki family was in the same room again. Not whole, not healed, but together. The room had gone quiet after Suki's introduction, thick with the kind of silence that follows a truth too big to swallow all at once. Naruto sat cross-legged on the cushion, Ino pressed close to his side, her hand still locked in his under the table. Hiruzen watched from behind his desk, pipe unlit, letting the moment breathe. Naruto leaned forward suddenly, elbows on his knees, blue eyes wide and searching Suki's face like he was trying to memorize every line. "So, he rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks pink but grin creeping back. "Do you like ramen?" Suki blinked, once, twice, then a soft, surprised chuckle escaped her. It was low, rough around the edges from years of disuse, but warm. Real. The sound seemed to surprise her as much as it did him. She nodded, the chuckle fading into a small, crooked smile. Yeah, she said quietly. I do. Kushina used to drag me to this little stall near the docks back in Uzushio. Extra pork, spicy broth, green onions piled so high you could barely see the noodles. She'd eat 3 bowls and still have room for dessert. Naruto's grin widened, bright, fox-like, the same one Kushina used to flash when she was up to no good. That's my mom, he asked, voice cracking just a little. Suki's eyes softened. That was your mom. Ino squeezed Naruto's hand tighter, but she didn't interrupt. She just watched, protective, but letting this moment belong to him. Naruto laughed, short, almost disbelieving. Extra pork, spicy. Got it. He glanced at Hiruzen, then back at Suki. We should go get some, sometime. If you're staying, I know the best place in the village. Ichiraku's. They've got the good stuff. Kyuki makes it just right. Suki's smile grew, small, hesitant, but there. I'd like that, she said. A lot. Hiruzen cleared his throat gently, breaking the spell without shattering it. Then we'll make it happen, he said. Supervised, for now. But soon. You both deserve that much. Naruto nodded, quick, eager, then looked back at Suki. So, Aunt Suki. He tried the title out loud, testing it. It felt strange. Good strange. Suki exhaled, soft, almost a laugh again. If you want. Or just Suki. Whatever feels right. Naruto leaned back a little, still grinning. Suki nay, then. Like mom would have said. Ino finally spoke, quiet but firm. You heard him, she said, looking straight at Suki, and I'll make sure you regret it. Cousin or not. Suki met Ino's gaze without flinching. I know, she said simply. And I won't. The room settled again, awkward, hopeful, fragile. Naruto looked between them, his team, his family, his past and present colliding in one small office. Then he grinned wider. So, ramen tomorrow. After training. Suki chuckled again, longer this time, softer. Ramen tomorrow, she agreed. Hiruzen picked up his pipe at last, lighting it with a small smile hidden behind the first puff of smoke. Some things, it seemed, even war and 20 lost years couldn't break. The silence in the Hokage's office stretched for a heartbeat after Suki's quiet agreement to ramen tomorrow. Naruto stared at her, really stared, taking in the red-streaked braid, the violet eyes so much like the ones he'd only seen in old photos of Kushina, the small, hesitant smile that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Then, without warning, he stood. Ino's hand slipped from his as he moved forward, slow at first, then faster, until he closed the distance between them in 2 quick steps. Suki froze, eyes widening slightly. Naruto didn't hesitate. He wrapped his arms around her in a tight, awkward, heartfelt hug, chin barely reaching her shoulder, squeezing like he was afraid she'd disappear if he let go. Suki stiffened for half a second, surprised, unused to touch after so long. Then her arms came up slowly, carefully, returning the embrace. Her hand settled on the back of his head, fingers threading gently through spiky blonde hair. She closed her eyes, breathing in the scent of ramen broth and training sweat and something achingly familiar. Family, Naruto mumbled into her shoulder, voice muffled but sure. You're really here. Mom's cousin. My aunt. That's so cool. Suki's throat worked. She didn't speak, couldn't, yet, but her hold tightened just a fraction. When they finally pulled apart, her eyes were bright, though no tears fell. Naruto grinned up at her, bright, fox-like, unashamed. Ramen tomorrow. Extra pork. Spicy. You're buying the first bowl. Suki let out a soft, surprised laugh. Deal. Ino stood then, stepping up beside Naruto. She didn't hug Suki, not yet, but she gave a small nod, protective edge softened just a little. We'll see you tomorrow, Ino said simply. And, thanks, for coming. Suki inclined her head. Thank you, for letting me. Naruto glanced at Hiruzen, who had watched the entire exchange with quiet, grandfatherly warmth. Gigi, we good to go? Hiruzen nodded once. You're good. Rest. Train. Come back tomorrow if you want. All of you. Naruto flashed one last grin at Suki, see ya, Suki nay, then grabbed Ino's hand and tugged her toward the door. She followed willingly, throwing one last look over her shoulder at the red-haired woman before the doors slid shut behind them. The office fell quiet again. Hiruzen waited until the sound of their footsteps faded down the corridor. Then he turned back to Suki, pipe still in hand. She's protective, he observed mildly. Suki's lips curved. Good, he needs that. Hiruzen nodded, then grew more serious. He gestured to the chair across from him again. Sit, if you will. There's one more thing I must ask. Suki returned to the cushion, folding her legs beneath her. Hiruzen leaned forward slightly, voice low. You've been out there, watching, surviving, for 20 years. You've intercepted rogues, followed leads. You've heard things. He met her eyes steadily. Do you know of any other survivors? Any Uzumaki who made it out after the fall? Family, friends, anyone still carrying the name, the chains, the knowledge? Suki exhaled slowly, long, measured. I've searched, she said. For years. Most of the names on the evacuation lists. They're gone. Dead in the attack, drowned in the retreat, hunted down by Iwa or Kumo squads in the months after. I found traces, old graves with whirlpool markers, a few scattered seals left as warnings, but no living Uzumaki. Not one. She paused, gaze dropping to her hands. There were rumors, once. A child, red hair, violet eyes, spotted in a merchant caravan near the Land of Iron border about 10 years ago. I followed it for months. It led nowhere. Another whisper, a woman using chains to protect a fishing village in Lightning Country. By the time I reached the coast, the village was empty. Burned. No bodies. No trail. She looked up again, meeting Hiruzen's gaze. If any survived, they're deep underground, hiding better than I did. Or they're dead. I've accepted that I might be the last. Hiruzen studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded, slow, accepting. Perhaps you are. Perhaps not. But Naruto is here, alive. And now, so are you. He rose, moving to the window to look out over the village. We will search again. Together this time. If there are others, we will find them. For Kushina. For Uzushio. Suki stood as well, braid swaying. For Kushina, she echoed softly. The sun continued to sink outside, painting Konoha in golden shadow. And somewhere in the village, a boy with whisker marks was walking home hand in hand with his girlfriend, already planning tomorrow's ramen date with the aunt he never knew he had. The walk back from the Hokage Tower felt different, lighter, somehow, even though the sun was already dipping low and painting the village streets in long golden shadows. Naruto carried Ino on his back the whole way. She'd hopped up right outside the tower doors, arms looping around his neck, legs wrapping around his waist like it was the most natural thing in the world. He'd laughed, adjusted his grip under her thighs, and started walking without missing a beat. You're heavy, you know that. He teased, voice bright despite the mock complaint. Ino giggled against his shoulder, chin resting there, blonde ponytail tickling his cheek with every step. Liar. You love it. She tightened her arms just enough to make him stumble half a step, then dissolved into another fit of giggles when he had to catch his balance. Admit it, hero. I'm the best backpack you've ever had. Naruto grinned wide, whisker marks crinkling, cheeks pink from more than just exertion. Yeah, best backpack, best girlfriend, best everything. He tilted his head back slightly so he could catch her eye. You okay after all that? Meeting Suki Nain, everything. Ino's giggles faded into something softer. She pressed her cheek to his, voice quiet near his ear. I'm okay. I was ready to hate her, you know. For sending that rogue. For almost taking you. She paused, fingers curling gently into his jacket. But, she looked at you like you were the only thing in the world that mattered. Like she'd been waiting 20 years just to see your face. That's not hate. That's family. Naruto's steps slowed for a second, then picked up again. Yeah, he said quietly. It felt weird, good weird, like I got a piece of mom back I didn't even know I was missing. Ino hugged him tighter, arms around his neck, legs squeezing his sides. You deserve that. And tomorrow, ramen with your aunt. I'll be there too, supervising, making sure she doesn't try anything funny. Naruto laughed, bright, free, the sound echoing off the quiet streets. Deal. You can glare at her the whole time. Keep her in line. They rounded the corner toward the Yamanaka compound. The flower shop's sign glowed softly in the evening light, windows warm with lamplight inside. Ino nuzzled closer, voice dropping to a playful whisper. You know, you make a really good ride. Comfy, strong, reliable. Naruto's ears went red. Ino-chan. She giggled again, high and delighted, burying her face in his neck. Faster, horsey. Home awaits. Naruto groaned dramatically but broke into a jog anyway, bouncing her lightly on his back as she laughed louder, arms tight around him. The Yamanaka gate came into view, flowers blooming even in the dusk. Inside, dinner smells drifted out, miso, rice, grilled fish, and probably extra ramen because Ino's mom always knew. Naruto slowed to a walk, still carrying her. Hey, he said softly. Thanks, for coming with me today. For not letting go. Ino kissed his cheek, quick, warm. Never letting go, hero. You're stuck with me. She slid off his back as they reached the gate, but kept her hand in his. They stepped inside together, home, safe, family waiting. Tomorrow there would be ramen. The doors to the Hokage's office had barely closed behind Naruto and Ino when Asuma and Luna stepped in from the adjoining antechamber, silent, watchful, having waited just outside during the meeting. They had heard enough through the thin walls and Hirizen's deliberate volume to understand the essentials. Suki Uzumaki was real, she was here, and she had come to talk, not fight. Asuma leaned one shoulder against the doorframe, arms crossed, cigarette already lit. Luna stood a step behind him, hands loose at her sides, violet eyes flicking once to Suki before settling on Hirizen. Hirizen gestured to the remaining cushions. Sit, both of you, she's already told me what she knows, and what she suspects. Asuma exhaled smoke slowly as he lowered himself to the floor. Luna folded gracefully beside him. Asuma spoke first, voice low and even. She's Uzumaki, Kushina's cousin, survived the fall, sent the rogue to take the kid, rescue him, in her words. Now she's here, talking, hugging him, planning ramen dates. He looked at Hirizen directly. Is she a threat, or not? Luna's gaze shifted to Suki, measuring, cold, professional. She didn't speak, but the question hung in her silence too. Hirizen leaned back in his chair, pipe in hand, studying the red-haired woman across from him. Suki met his gaze without flinching, open, steady, no deception in her posture. He exhaled slowly. No, he said at last. Not at this moment, not in the way we feared. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Luna tilted her head slightly, waiting for the reasoning. Hirizen continued. She came alone, unarmed, no seals drawn, no chains summoned. She let Naruto hug her, let him call her Suki-ne, and she returned it. She's been watching him for years, yes. She sent the rogue, yes. But she didn't come here to kill him, or even to take him by force today. She came to talk, to see him, to decide whether Konoha had earned the right to keep him, or whether she needed to take him herself. He tapped ash from his pipe into a small tray. She's protective, possessive, even. She still believes Uzumaki blood comes first, Uzushio's legacy over Konoha's. But she's listening, she's here, and she's willing to stay under guard, under our terms. That's not the action of someone planning an immediate strike. Asuma exhaled smoke through his nose. Yet she's Uzumaki. Seals, chains, she could still try something if she changes her mind. Hirizen nodded. She could, which is why she stays under watch, Anbu rotation, 24 hours. No unsupervised time with Naruto until we're certain. But I don't believe she's a threat to him. Not anymore. The hug, the way she looked at him. That was Kushina's fire. Not hatred, longing, regret. She's been alone for 20 years. She's not here to destroy. She's here to reclaim what she lost. Luna spoke then, quiet, precise. And the rogue groups she mentioned. The ones hunting Uzumaki knowledge, tailed beast seals. Suki answered before Hirizen could. They're real. And they're moving. They want the boy, alive if possible, dead if not. They want the 9 tails. They want the chains. They don't care about family. They care about power. Hirizen's gaze hardened. Then we have 2 fronts. Suki, potential ally, under watch. And whatever rogue network is closing in. We use her knowledge. We use her skills. We turn her from threat to asset. He looked at Asuma and Luna. Team 10 stays close to Naruto. No exceptions. You two coordinate with Anbu on surveillance. Suki will be quartered here in the tower, guest rooms, sealed and guarded. She'll train with Naruto under direct supervision. If she proves trustworthy, we expand that freedom. If she doesn't. He let the sentence trail off. Asuma crushed his cigarette butt into the tray. Understood. We'll keep eyes on her. And on him. Luna nodded once, silent agreement. Suki looked between them, then back at Hirizen. I'll cooperate, she said simply. For him, for Kushina. Hirizen rose. Then it's settled. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, ramen. And answers. And perhaps, the beginning of something better. He moved to the door, opening it for Suki. Rooms are prepared. Anbu will escort you. Suki stood, gave a small nod to Asuma and Luna, respectful, cautious, then followed the masked figures into the corridor. Asuma watched her go, then turned to his father. You really think she's not a threat? Hirizen smiled, small, tired, hopeful. I think she's family, and family is worth the risk. Outside, night had fallen over Konoha. The sliding door of the Yamanaka home opened with a soft rattle as Naruto stepped inside, still carrying Ino on his back like she weighed nothing. Her arms were loosely draped around his neck, chin on his shoulder, legs hooked around his waist. She was giggling quietly into his ear, the sound muffled against his neck every time he took a step. Inoichi Yamanaka looked up from the low table in the living room where he was sorting through fresh flower orders. One eyebrow rose slowly as he took in the sight, his daughter riding Naruto like a human chariot, both of them flushed and smiling from the walk home. "Well," Inoichi drawled, setting down a bundle of lilies, "how's my son-in-law doing tonight? Survived the big family meeting with the Hokage?" Naruto froze mid-step. His face went from pink to full crimson in under a second. The sputter started low in his throat and exploded outward. "Son-in-law. Good. I'm good. Everything's good. Super good. No problems. None at all." He wobbled slightly, nearly dropping Ino, who only laughed harder, clinging tighter and burying her face in his neck to muffle the sound. Ino's mother appeared from the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She took one look at the scene, Naruto tomato red and stammering, Ino shaking with silent laughter, and shook her head slowly, lips pressed together to hide the smile that was fighting its way out anyway. "You too," she said, voice warm with fond exasperation. "Shoes off. Dinner's almost ready. And Naruto, honey, breathe." Ino finally slid off his back, landing lightly on her feet. She kept one hand on his arm like she was steadying him or claiming him, still giggling. "Dad, you're evil," she said cheerfully. "You know he turns into a tomato every time you say it." Inoichi leaned back on his hands, grin widening. "What? I'm just checking on family. My future son-in-law had a big day, meeting long-lost relatives, apparently. Gotta make sure he's holding up under the pressure." Naruto finally managed to get his sandals off without falling over. He stood there, hands flapping uselessly for a second before he rubbed the back of his neck so hard his whisker marks stood out stark white against the blush. I'm fine. Really. It was good. Weird good. Suki nay, she's nice. She likes ramen. Extra pork. Like me and mom. We're gonna go tomorrow. With supervision. But it's gonna be awesome." Inoichi's grin softened, just a little, into something more genuine. "Good. That's good, kid." He stood, clapping Naruto on the shoulder as he passed. "Come on, wash up. Your future mother-in-law made extra spicy miso ramen tonight. Figured you'd need it after all that." Naruto sputtered again, "Future." Ino laughed outright this time, looping her arm through his and tugging him toward the bathroom. "Come on, tomato boy. Let's get you cleaned up before Dad starts planning the wedding menu." Ino's mother finally let the smile slip free, small, warm, knowing, as she turned back to the kitchen. "Extra pork for the son-in-law," she called over her shoulder. Naruto groaned dramatically, but he let Ino pull him along, cheeks still burning, grin creeping back despite himself. The next morning in the Yamanaka household dawned soft and ordinary, sunlight filtering through the kitchen windows, the smell of fresh rice, miso soup, tamagoyaki, and grilled fish drifting through the rooms. Breakfast passed uneventfully, almost comfortingly routine after yesterday's whirlwind. Inoichi teased Naruto lightly about son-in-law stamina. After carrying Ino home last night, Naruto sputtered into his rice bowl again while Ino laughed and her mother hid her smile behind a teacup. No heavy questions about Suki or the Hokage meeting, just family chatter, the clink of chopsticks, and the quiet comfort of people who cared. After breakfast, they got ready for the day. Naruto pulled on his orange-trimmed jacket and tied his forehead protector. Ino slipped into her usual purple outfit, hair pulled high in a ponytail, kunai pouch clipped to her belt. She moved with purpose, checking her pouch, tying her sandals, then immediately stepping close to Naruto's side. She looped her arm through his, chin lifted defiantly. "I'm not leaving your side today," she announced to the room at large. "Not for 1 second. No exceptions. Period." Inoichi looked up from his tea, eyebrow raised in amusement. "Planning to superglue yourself to him, princess?" Ino didn't blink. "If I have to. He's got a ramen date with his long-lost aunt under supervision, and after yesterday. I'm not risking some rogue group, some Uzumaki cousin, or even a random squirrel getting between us." Naruto's cheeks went pink again, but he didn't pull away. Instead he squeezed her hand where it rested on his arm. "I'm good with that," he said quietly. "I like having you close." Ino's expression softened, just for a second, before the stubborn determination returned. "Exactly. So no arguments. You, me, attached at the hip until we know everything's safe." Ino's mother smiled openly now, setting down a small bento she'd packed for them both. "Then take this. Extra pork onigiri. You'll need energy for ramen later." Inoichi chuckled, standing to ruffle Naruto's hair on his way past. Keep my daughter out of trouble, son-in-law. And keep yourself safe. We like having you around. Naruto managed a grin despite the blush. Will do, Yamanaka-san. Promise. Ino tugged Naruto toward the door, arm still firmly linked with his. Come on, we've got a date with your aunt, some Anbu babysitters, and probably the best ramen in the village. Let's not keep Suki-ne waiting. They stepped out into the morning light together, hands clasped, shoulders brushing, Ino refusing to let even an inch of space open between them. No exceptions. The Yamanaka gate closed softly behind them. Somewhere in the Hokage Tower, a red-haired woman was already waiting, nervous, hopeful, ready. And in the streets of Konoha, a boy and his girlfriend walked side by side, unbreakable, unshakable, and completely unwilling to let anything pull them apart. The Hokage Tower rose ahead of them in the late morning light, its red roof warm against the clear sky. Naruto and Ino walked the entire way hand in hand, Ino's grip firm, unyielding, her shoulder pressed to his like she was daring the world to try separating them. No exceptions. They climbed the stairs in silence at first, the Anbu escorts trailing a respectful distance behind. When they reached the top corridor, one of the masked figures stepped forward and slid the office doors open without a word. Inside, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood near the window, pipe in hand, smiling gently as they entered. He raised a hand in welcome, waving them in with the easy warmth of a grandfather. Come in, right on time. Suki Uzumaki stood near the low table, braid neatly retied, cloak removed to reveal simple dark traveler's clothes, no visible weapons. She turned at the sound of the doors, violet eyes locking onto Naruto immediately. Relief flickered across her face, quick, unguarded, softening the sharp lines of her expression. Her shoulders eased, the tension she'd been carrying all morning visibly draining away. They had come. He had come. She gave a small nod, more to herself than anyone else, then looked directly at Naruto. You're here, she said quietly, voice rough around the edges but warm. I wasn't sure you would. Naruto grinned, bright, fox-like, a little shy but real. Ramen date, right, extra pork, spicy. I don't break promises, Suki-ne. Ino stayed glued to his side, arm still linked through his, chin lifted in that classic Yamanaka way, protective, assessing, but not hostile. Suki's gaze flicked to Ino for a second, acknowledging the silent claim, then back to Naruto. A small, crooked smile tugged at her lips. Good, I brought my appetite. Hiruzen chuckled softly, gesturing to the cushions around the low table. Sit, all of you. We'll talk for a bit, supervised, of course, then I'll have Anbu escort you to Ichiraku's. No detours, no surprises. Just ramen. He looked at Suki. And you'll behave, yes. Suki nodded once, solemn, sincere. I will. For him. Naruto plopped down on a cushion, tugging Ino down beside him so she stayed pressed close. He looked up at Suki across the table, eyes bright with curiosity. So, tell me more about Mom. When she was little, did she always eat that much ramen? Did she fight everybody? Was she loud? Suki settled opposite them, slow, careful movements, and for the first time since she'd arrived, she let herself really smile. She was louder than you can imagine, she said. And she fought everything, trees, training dummies, me when I tried to make her practice seals instead of eating. But ramen, yes, always ramen. She once ate 5 bowls in one sitting just to prove she could. Then demanded dessert. Naruto laughed, bright and unrestrained, leaning forward like he couldn't get enough. Ino's grip on his arm loosened, just a fraction, but she stayed close, listening, watching, letting the moment unfold. Hiruzen watched from his chair, pipe in hand, a quiet smile behind the smoke. Family, fragile, new, finding its way, was sitting in the same room for the first time. And for now, that was enough. The walk from the Hokage Tower to Ichiraku Ramen was short, only a few quiet streets, but it felt longer with the weight of 20 years hanging between them. Naruto walked in the middle, Ino on his left with her arm firmly linked through his, no exceptions, Suki on his right, a respectful half-step behind. 2 Anbu shadowed them from the rooftops, silent, unseen to most, but both Naruto and Suki felt their presence like a low hum in the air. Naruto didn't let the silence last long. So, Suki-ne, he started, glancing sideways at her with that bright, curious grin. Mom, did she really fight trees? Like, actual trees? Or was that just a story? Suki's lips twitched, almost a smile, still getting used to the shape of it. She fought everything, she said. Trees, training dummies, me when I tried to make her sit still for seal practice. One time she decided a big oak near the docks was mocking her, because its branches kept dropping acorns on her head. She wrapped it in chains, yelled at it for 10 minutes, then hugged it like nothing happened. Kushina logic. Naruto laughed, loud, unrestrained, the sound bouncing off the quiet street. That's so her. I can totally picture it. What about ramen? You said she ate 5 bowls once. Was that normal for her? Suki nodded, braid swaying with each step. Normal. She had this rule: if she lost a spar, she had to eat 6. If she won, she still ate 6, just to celebrate. The stall owner near the harbor started keeping extra pork in the back just for her. Said she kept him in business. Ino snorted softly, but her grip on Naruto's arm eased a little, listening, curious despite herself. Did she ever lose on purpose? Ino asked, voice lighter than before. Just to get the extra bowl. Suki glanced at her, acknowledging the question, the girl who clearly wasn't going anywhere. Once, she admitted. Against me. She let me win, badly. Then demanded 7 bowls as loser's compensation. The vendor almost cried. Naruto cackled, nearly tripping over his own feet. That's awesome. I'm gonna do that next time I lose a spar. Extra pork tax. Ino rolled her eyes but smiled, small, reluctant, but there. You lose spars on purpose all the time just to eat more anyway. Naruto shrugged, unashamed. It's strategy. They turned the corner. The familiar wooden awning of Ichiraku Ramen came into view, steam rising from the pots, Tyuki's cheerful voice calling out orders, the smell of broth and pork hitting them like a warm hug. Naruto's stomach growled audibly. Suki's steps slowed for half a second, eyes fixed on the stand like she was seeing a ghost. Naruto noticed. Hey, he said softly. You okay? She exhaled, slow, steady. Yeah, just. Smells the same. Like home. Ino squeezed Naruto's arm once, silent support, then looked at Suki. Come on, she said, voice gentler than it had been yesterday. Extra pork. Spicy. Let's see if you can keep up with him. Suki's smile returned, small, real. Challenge accepted. They stepped under the awning together, Naruto in the middle, Ino on one side, Suki on the other. Tyuki looked up, saw the red-haired stranger, then Naruto's grin, and immediately started prepping 3 massive bowls without being asked. Extra pork all around, he called. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Extra everything. Suki sat on the stool beside Naruto, close but not crowding. Ino took the other side, still glued to him. The first bowls arrived, steaming, fragrant, piled high. Naruto dug in immediately, slurping loudly, happily. Suki picked up her chopsticks more slowly, then took a bite. Her eyes closed for a second. Still perfect, she murmured. Naruto grinned around a mouthful of noodles. Told ya, best in the village. Ino watched them both, protective, but softening, and finally picked up her own chopsticks. Outside, Anbu watched from the rooftops. The steam from 3 massive bowls of ramen rose in lazy curls between them at the Ichiraku counter. Naruto was already halfway through his first helping, slurping noodles with unrestrained enthusiasm, while Ino ate more neatly beside him, occasionally stealing a piece of pork from his bowl just to watch him squawk. Suki sat on Naruto's other side, chopsticks moving slower, savoring each bite like it carried memories. The Anbu watched from the rooftops across the street, silent, unobtrusive. Tyuki had wisely kept the conversation light, refilling bowls without asking too many questions. Naruto finally slowed enough to speak around a mouthful. So, Suki nay, he started, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, you said you've been looking for me a long time. What happened? After Uzushio. After mom left. Suki set her chopsticks down carefully, staring into the broth for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was low, roughened by years of silence, but steady. I was 19 when the island fell. The attack came at dawn, 3 villages at once. Iwa cannons from the sea, Kumo lightning squads dropping from the cliffs, Kiri mist hiding their blades. We fought. We lost. My parents died on the docks trying to get the last evacuation ship out. I made it onto a smaller boat with a handful of others, mostly kids and elders. We were supposed to head south, link up with Konoha's relief force. She paused, fingers tracing the rim of her bowl. The ship took a hit. Chakra cannon straight to the hull. I woke up 3 days later on a rocky beach in neutral waters. Half drowned. Broken ribs. No one else from my group survived. I dragged myself inland, hid in fishing villages, moved constantly. I didn't trust anyone, not after what I'd seen. I thought Konoha had abandoned us. I thought Kushina's letters about second chances and grandfather Hokage were just pretty lies to keep her from breaking. Naruto's grin had faded completely. He leaned forward, elbows on the counter. But Gigi said they sent people. Minato led squads. They looked for survivors. Suki nodded slowly. I know that now. I didn't then. By the time I was strong enough to move again, the war had swallowed everything. I heard rumors, Konoha mourning Kushina, sealing the fox in her newborn son, raising him as their Jinchuriki. I thought they'd turned him into a weapon. That they'd let Uzushio burn so they could control the Nine Tails. I was angry. I was alone. And I was terrified someone else would find him first, someone who wouldn't care if he lived through it. Ino's chopsticks paused midair. She looked at Suki, really looked, seeing the grief behind the steel. So you hired the rogue, Ino said quietly. Not accusing, just stating. Suki met her gaze. I hired him to take Naruto. Alive, safely, to a place I'd prepared, Hidden Cove, north of the Land of Iron. I wanted to teach him the chains, the seals, the history. I wanted him to know he was Uzumaki first, not Konoha's Jinchuriki. I thought I was saving him from being used. From being broken the way we were. Naruto stared at her, blue eyes wide, searching. But, why didn't you just come here? Knock on the gate. Say, hey, I'm family. Suki's smile was small, sad. Because I didn't believe they'd let me stay. I thought they'd arrest me, seal me, use me to control him tighter. I thought they'd see me as a threat. So I sent someone else. Someone disposable. I told him to bring the boy, unharmed. The remote seal was only for if he talked about me. I didn't want Konoha knowing who was behind it until I had Naruto safe. She exhaled, long, shaky. I was wrong. I see that now. I see you, happy, loved, surrounded by people who die for you. I see Kushina in your laugh, Minato in your eyes. And I see that maybe Konoha didn't abandon him. Maybe they gave him what I couldn't. Naruto swallowed hard. You're here now, he said quietly. That's what matters. You came, you talked, you didn't fight. That's enough for me. Ino squeezed his hand under the counter, silent support. Suki looked between them, Naruto's earnest grin, Ino's protective grip, and something in her expression softened further. I'm here, she agreed. And I'm staying, if you'll let me. Naruto's grin returned, bright, determined. Ramen says yes, and ramen never lies. He lifted his bowl in a mock toast. To family, and extra pork. Ino laughed softly, raising her own bowl. To family. Suki lifted hers last, slow, almost reverent. To family. The ramen bowls were half empty, steam still rising in lazy spirals between the three of them at the Ichiraku counter. Naruto was slurping the last of his broth with single-minded focus, cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk, while Suki watched him with quiet, almost disbelieving fondness. Ino leaned forward slightly, resting her elbow on the counter. She nudged Naruto's shoulder gently with hers, enough to make him pause mid-slurp, noodles dangling from his lips. He blinked at her, then at Suki, clearly sensing the shift in her mood. Ino tilted her head toward Suki, voice light but genuinely curious. Hey, Suki nay, if Naruto's an Uzumaki, like, full-on bloodline and everything, how come his hair isn't red? Kushina's was, yours is. I mean, she nudged Naruto again, teasing but soft. No offense, hero, but you're basically a walking blonde beacon. Naruto swallowed the last of his noodles, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked genuinely puzzled for a second, then turned to Suki with wide blue eyes. Yeah, wait, why isn't my hair red? Mom's was super red, like fire. Mine's just me. Suki set her chopsticks down slowly, a small, wistful smile tugging at her lips. She studied Naruto's spiky blonde locks, Minato's exact shade, bright and untamable, and the whisker marks that were so distinctly Kushina. It's the Namikaze side, she explained gently. Your father, Minato, was blonde. Bright, sunlit blonde, just like yours. Kushina used to tease him about it, called him, my little lightning bolt, because his hair looked like it caught the sun every time he moved. When you were born, everyone expected red hair like hers. But you came out looking exactly like him. Same spikes, same color, same impossible energy. Kushina laughed for days. Said the Uzumaki blood finally met its match in Namikaze stubbornness. She reached out, hesitant at first, then lightly brushed a few stray strands off Naruto's forehead with her fingertips. The touch was careful, almost reverent. You've got her fire, she said quietly. Her laugh, her heart, but the hair, that's your dad. It's proof you're both of them. Not just Uzumaki, not just Namikaze, both. Naruto's eyes went wide, then shiny. He blinked fast a couple times, trying to play it off with a grin. Cool, he managed, voice a little thick. So, I'm like a mix. Red inside, blonde outside. Ino snorted softly, but her hand found his under the counter and squeezed. Red inside for sure, she murmured. Very red. Very loud. Suki chuckled, low, warm, the sound still rusty from disuse. Very Kushina. Naruto looked between them, his girlfriend on one side, his aunt on the other, and suddenly grinned so wide his whisker marks crinkled. Best ramen date ever, he declared. Extra pork, extra family. Can't beat that. Ino leaned her head against his shoulder for a second, smiling softly. Yeah, she agreed. Can't beat that. Suki watched them, two kids who had already built something stronger than blood or village, and felt the knot in her chest loosen just a little more. She picked up her chopsticks again. Another bowl, she asked Naruto. He lit up like the sun. Extra pork. Extra pork, she confirmed. Tuki, overhearing, was already ladling. In the heart of Iwagakure, in a modest but well-kept apartment carved into the cliffside, Kuretsuchi sat alone at her low wooden table. Evening light slanted through the narrow window slit, catching on the polished surface of an obsidian stone the size of her palm. Black as night, smooth as glass, etched faintly with the spiral of Uzushio on one side and a single name on the other, Naruto Uzumaki. Beside the stone lay a folded sheet of rice paper, blank except for the date she'd already written in the top right corner. Her favorite brush rested across an inkstone, bristles still damp. She tapped the handle of the pen against the edge of the table, slow, rhythmic, thoughtful. Tap, tap, tap. The border mission had ended weeks ago, but she still remembered the blonde Konoha boy clearly. Whisker marks, bright blue eyes, that disarming grin that looked too much like old grainy photos of the yellow flash she'd once found in Iwa's restricted archives. He'd given her team rice with noodles like it was nothing. Like borders and old grudges were just inconveniences. She exhaled through her nose, setting the pen down. He's not what I expected, she thought. Not just another leaf brat. He's kind, stupidly kind, and he's Uzumaki. The last one, maybe. Her grandfather, Onoki, had never spoken much about the fall of Uzushio. Only that the Whirlpool village had been a threat, a rival in Fuinjutsu, and that its destruction had been necessary. But Kuretsuchi had read between the lines growing up. The old Tsuchikage's voice always tightened when Kushina Uzumaki's name came up. Respect, regret, something unspoken. Kuretsuchi picked up the obsidian stone again, turning it over in her fingers. She'd found it in a market stall near the border, black stone from the old volcanic flows near Uzushio's ruins, carved by a wandering artisan who claimed it carried echoes of the sea. She hadn't believed in that nonsense. Until she saw Naruto's face and felt the strange pull to give him something that remembered where he came from. Tap, tap. She lifted the brush again, dipped it, and finally began to write. Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know if this will ever reach you. Borders are still borders, and Iwa doesn't exactly have a postal service to Konoha. But if it does. Thank you for the rice and noodles. It was the best thing I ate on that miserable patrol. You didn't have to give it. Most shinobi wouldn't. That's why I'm writing. You look like someone I've only seen in old files. The yellow flash. Your father. I don't know. But you carry his face and your mother's name, and that means something. Uzumaki blood isn't supposed to be forgotten. Neither is what happened to your village. I don't know what Konoha tells you about Iwa. Probably nothing good. They probably don't tell you we lost people too. But I'm not writing to argue history. I'm writing because you were kind when you didn't have to be. The obsidian stone is from near where Uzushio stood. They say it holds echoes of the sea. I don't know if that's true. But if you ever hold it and listen, maybe you'll hear your mother's laugh. Or your father's footsteps. Or just the waves. If we ever meet again, not on a border, not with kunai drawn, I'd like to talk. Not as enemies. Just as shinobi who shared bad rations once. Until then, stay loud. Stay kind. And don't let anyone tell you the Uzumaki are gone. You're proof they're not. Kuretsuchi. She set the brush down, blew gently on the ink to dry it, then folded the letter carefully around the obsidian stone. She sealed it with a small blob of plain wax, no crest, no village mark. Just her name in small, neat script on the outside. Tap. She stared at the finished package for a long moment. Then she stood, walked to the window, and looked south, toward Fire Country, toward Konoha, toward a boy who had no idea and Iwa Kunoichi was thinking about him tonight. She didn't know if the letter would ever reach him. She didn't know if he'd even read it. But she hoped. Somewhere deep down, she really hoped. The next morning in Iwagakure dawned cold and clear. Kuretsuchi woke early, the obsidian stone and sealed letter already waiting on her table where she'd left them. She stared at the package for a long minute, fingers tracing the small wax seal she'd pressed last night, then slipped it into a plain cloth pouch and tied it to her belt. She dressed in civilian clothes, dark tunic, simple pants, no headband, no visible weapons. Just another young woman running an errand. No one would question her. The walk through the village was uneventful. She kept her pace steady, eyes forward, avoiding the main training districts and markets where someone might recognize her. The Leaf Embassy sat on the far eastern edge of the city, a modest two-story building with a single red and white flag hanging above the door, guarded by two Konoha Chunin who looked perpetually bored. When she stepped inside, both guards straightened immediately. One, a tall man with a scar across his cheek, blinked in recognition. Kuretsuchi-sama. His tone was startled but polite. We weren't expecting any official visitors today. The other Chunin, a woman with short brown hair, already had her hand near a kunai pouch, eyes narrowed. Kuretsuchi raised both hands slowly, palms out. Relax, I'm not here on Tsuchikage business. Or any village business. This is personal. She reached to her belt and pulled out the small cloth pouch, holding it up so they could see it clearly. No seals, no hidden tags, just fabric wrapped around something small and hard. I need this delivered to Konoha. To Uzumaki Naruto. No diplomatic pouch, no official channels, just a private letter and a gift. I don't want it logged as an Iwa communication. I want it to look like mail from a friend. The scarred Chunin exchanged a quick glance with his partner. Uzumaki Naruto, he repeated slowly. The Jinchuriki. Kuretsuchi nodded once. That's the one. The woman Chunin stepped forward, accepting the pouch carefully. She weighed it in her hand, light, small, then looked back at Kuretsuchi with open curiosity. No hidden seals. No tracking tags. None. You can check it if you want. I'm not stupid enough to try smuggling anything into Konoha through your front door. The scarred Chunin took the package next, turning it over, pressing lightly along the seams. After a moment he nodded. Clean. No chakra signatures. Just stone and paper. Kuretsuchi crossed her arms. I'd appreciate it if this didn't become an official report. No, Iwa Kunoichi sending suspicious packages to Konoha Jinchuriki. Just mail. He gave my team food on the border once. This is me returning the gesture. That's all. The woman Chunin studied her for a long second, then gave a small, almost amused nod. We'll have it sent immediately. Private courier, no diplomatic markings. It'll go straight to him, unsearched beyond what we just did. No copies, no logs here. Kuretsuchi exhaled, relief she hadn't realized she was holding. Thank you. The scarred Chunin tucked the pouch into a small secure satchel. Anything else you want to add? A message, a name on the outside. Kuretsuchi hesitated, then shook her head. Just my name, he'll know who it's from. They nodded in unison. It'll be in Konoha by tomorrow night. Safe travels back, Kuretsuchi-sama. She gave them a short nod, respectful, not deferential, then turned and walked out without another word. Behind her, the woman Chunin looked down at the satchel. Think the Hokage should know. The scarred one shrugged. Probably. But she asked for it to be private. And honestly, a rock and a letter. Let the kid have it. He's had worse mail. They sealed the satchel and dispatched the courier. Somewhere in Konoha, a blonde boy was eating breakfast with his girlfriend and planning ramen with his aunt. He had no idea a small black stone with his name on it was already on its way, carried by diplomatic wings, sent by an Iwa girl who remembered his kindness on a cold border. The next day dawned bright and crisp in Konoha, the kind of morning that made the village feel alive. Vendors calling out, children laughing on their way to the academy, the distant clang of training grounds already starting up. Naruto and Ino met Suki at the tower gates right after breakfast, Ino's arm once again firmly linked through Naruto's, no exceptions, Suki waiting with her hood down and a small, tentative smile. Hiruzen had cleared it, supervised outing, Anbu discreetly trailing from rooftops, but no heavy guard detail. Just the three of them, plus two invisible shadows, for a day of showing Suki the village she had only ever seen from afar or through rumors. Naruto bounced on his toes, grinning wide. Ready, Suki-ne, we're gonna show you everything. Parks, market, ramen stands, everything. Suki nodded, violet eyes bright with something like wonder. Lead the way. They started at the main gates and worked inward. First stop, the central park near the Hokage monument. The stone faces of past Hokage loomed above the treetops, massive and serene. Naruto pointed up at the fourth, Minato's carved face smiling down. That's my dad, he said, voice a little quieter than usual. Everyone says I look like him. Suki stared up at the monument for a long time. Her hand lifted halfway, as if she might touch the stone face from this distance. You do, she said softly. The eyes. The smile. But you've got Kushina's fire in them too. Ino squeezed Naruto's arm, then looked at Suki. Wanna sit? There's a good bench over there. We can just be for a bit. They sat, Naruto in the middle again, watching leaves drift in the breeze. Suki told them about the parks in Uzushio, white fields of sea grass, stone circles for seal practice, the sound of waves always in the background. Naruto listened like he could picture it, eyes shining. Next they wandered into the market district. Stalls lined the streets, fresh produce, weapons, fabrics, street food sizzling on griddles. Naruto dragged them to his favorite dango stand first. Try this, he said, shoving a stick of Mitarashi dango into Suki's hand. Sweet soy glaze. Mom's favorite, right? Suki took a bite, slow, savoring, and closed her eyes. Yeah, she murmured, exactly like hers. Ino bought 3 more sticks, handing one to each of them. Tradition, she said with a small smile. One for each of us. They walked on, Naruto pointing out the best yakitori cart, the stall that always gave him extra green onions, the flower shop where Ino sometimes helped her mom. Suki took it all in quietly, watching Naruto wave at vendors who called him by name, watching Ino roll her eyes fondly every time he got distracted by food. At one point they passed a small training ground where a group of genin were sparring. Naruto stopped to watch for a second. That's how I used to train, he said. Alone, mostly. Back when nobody wanted to team up with the demon kid. Suki's jaw tightened, just a fraction, but she reached out and lightly touched his shoulder. You're not alone anymore, she said. Simple, certain. Naruto grinned at her, bright, unshakable. Nope, got Ino. Got the team. Got you now too. Pretty good deal. Ino leaned her head against his shoulder for a second. The best deal. They ended the day at the memorial stone, quiet, solemn. Suki stood before the names etched in granite, fingers tracing the line where Kushina Uzumaki was carved. I never got to say goodbye, she whispered. Naruto stepped up beside her, close enough that their shoulders brushed. You're saying it now, he said softly. And she'd be happy you're here. I know she would. Suki closed her eyes. A single tear slipped down her cheek, quick, gone almost before it fell. Yeah, she said, I think she would. They stood there in silence for a while, the 3 of them side by side, Anbu watching from the tree line, the village humming around them. Then Naruto slung an arm around Suki's shoulders, casual, easy, like he'd been doing it his whole life. Come on, he said. One more stop. There's this great takoyaki stand near the market. Extra sauce. You're gonna love it. Suki laughed, soft, surprised, real. Lead the way, kid. Ino slipped her hand into Naruto's free one. Together, she said. They walked off, Naruto in the middle, Ino on his left, Suki on his right. Luna's apartment sat on the quieter western edge of Konoha, 3rd floor, small balcony overlooking a narrow street lined with cedar trees, far enough from the main districts that the night sounds were mostly wind and distant cicadas. The space was sparse, functional, low table, single futon, a few shelves of sealed scrolls and training manuals, one framed photo of an older team she rarely spoke about. She was brewing tea when the soft knock came, 3 precise taps, Anbu code for delivery. Luna opened the door to a masked operative holding a small, plain satchel. No diplomatic markings, no village crest, just her name written in neat script on the outside flap. Private courier from Iowa, the Anbu said quietly. No seals, no tags. Scanned clean. They said it's personal. Luna's eyebrow lifted, just one, before she took the satchel with a nod. Thank you. Dismissed. The door closed. She set the satchel on the table, poured her tea, then sat cross-legged on the floor cushion and opened the flap. Inside, a folded letter and a palm-sized obsidian stone, black as ink, etched with a faint Uzushio spiral on one side and Naruto Uzumaki in small, careful characters on the other. Luna's other eyebrow joined the first. Both shot up in genuine surprise. Iwa, she murmured, voice dry. Bold. She unfolded the letter carefully, no chakra residue, no hidden ink, just clean black brush strokes on rice paper. She read it in silence. When she finished, she leaned back on her hands, staring at the ceiling for a long moment. Then she picked up the obsidian stone again, turning it over in her fingers. The weight was satisfying, solid. The etching was precise, someone had taken time with it. Luna exhaled through her nose. Kuretsuchi, she said to the empty room. Of course it's you. She remembered the border mission clearly, the Iowa girl's confident smirk, the way she'd accepted Naruto's gift of rice and noodles like it was a truce rather than charity, the faint curiosity in her eyes when she looked at him. Not hostility. Not greed. Something else. Luna set the stone down beside the letter. She stood, crossed to her small writing desk, and pulled out a fresh sheet of paper. She didn't write back, not yet. Instead she sealed both the letter and stone into a small secure scroll pouch of her own, added a single personal note in her tight script. To Naruto Uzumaki. Personal delivery from Iwa. Clean. No threat detected. Luna. She would give it to him tomorrow, after the ramen outing with Suki, after he'd had another day to breathe. No need to rush this. Let him have his family moment first. But she couldn't help the small, almost amused tilt of her lips as she tucked the pouch away. An Iwa Kunoichi sending gifts to Konoha's Jinchuriki. Troublesome, but interesting. Outside, the cedar trees rustled in the night wind. Inside, Luna finished her tea. And somewhere in the village, a blond boy slept soundly, dreaming of ramen, family, and the strange new feeling of belonging. Chapter 9. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun. All rights reserved for their original owners. Late afternoon sun slanted through the narrow windows of Luna's apartment, turning the plain wooden floor golden. Naruto knocked twice, quick, enthusiastic, before sliding the door open a crack. Luna-sensei, you said you had something for me. Luna was already standing near the low table, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised in that familiar dry way of hers. She didn't waste time on greetings. You've got mail. She picked up the small sealed scroll pouch from the table and tossed it to him in a casual underhand arc. Naruto caught it one-handed, blinking. Mail. For me. Here. He turned the pouch over, no return address, no village crest, just his name written in neat black ink on the outside flap and Luna's small note taped below it, private delivery from Iwa. Clean. No threat detected. Luna. Iwa. Naruto's eyes went wide. Like, Iwagakure Iwa. Luna nodded once. Courier came through the Leaf Embassy this morning. Scanned clean, no seals, no tags, no chakra residue. Just paper and stone. They said it's personal. Naruto plopped down on the floor cushion, legs crossed, and carefully unsealed the pouch. Inside, a folded letter and a palm-sized obsidian stone, black, smooth, etched with a faint Uzushio spiral on one side and Naruto Uzumaki in small, precise characters on the other. He stared at the stone for a second, thumb brushing the carved name. Whoa. He unfolded the letter next. Ino, who had insisted on coming along and was currently leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, pushed off and dropped down beside him. What's it say, hero? Don't keep us waiting. Naruto started reading aloud, voice quiet at first, then stronger as he went. Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know if this will ever reach you. Borders are still borders, and Iwa doesn't exactly have a postal service to Konoha. But if it does. Thank you for the rice and noodles. It was the best thing I ate on that miserable patrol. You didn't have to give it. Most shinobi wouldn't. That's why I'm writing. You look like someone I've only seen in old files. The yellow flash. Your father. I don't know. But you carry his face and your mother's name, and that means something. Uzumaki blood isn't supposed to be forgotten. Neither is what happened to your village. I don't know what Konoha tells you about Iwa. Probably nothing good. They probably don't tell you we lost people too. But I'm not writing to argue history. I'm writing because you were kind when you didn't have to be. The obsidian stone is from near where Uzushio stood. They say it holds echoes of the sea. I don't know if that's true. But if you ever hold it and listen, maybe you'll hear your mother's laugh. Or your father's footsteps. Or just the waves. If we ever meet again, not on a border, not with kunai drawn, I'd like to talk. Not as enemies. Just as shinobi who shared bad rations once. Until then, stay loud. Stay kind. And don't let anyone tell you the Uzumaki are gone. You're proof they're not. Kuritsuchi. Naruto finished reading. The room was quiet except for the soft rustle of the letter in his hand. He looked down at the obsidian stone again, turning it over slowly, thumb brushing the spiral. Kuritsuchi, he said softly. The girl from the border. The one who called me, cutie, and made Ino super jealous. Ino huffed, crossing her arms tighter. I wasn't super jealous. I was appropriately territorial. Naruto grinned, small, crooked, but real. She sent this all the way from Iwa. Just because I gave her food once. Luna watched him, expression unreadable, but her voice was softer than usual. Sometimes kindness travels farther than kunai. She took a risk sending this. Borders are still tense. If it was intercepted, well, it wasn't. Naruto held the stone up to the light. The black surface caught the sun, deep, glossy, almost alive. I wanna write her back, he said suddenly. Not today, but soon, just to say thanks. And, maybe tell her she's wrong about one thing. Ino raised an eyebrow. What's that? Naruto's grin widened, bright, unshakable. The Uzumaki aren't gone, and they're not alone anymore. He looked at Luna. Can I keep it? The stone and the letter. Luna nodded once. It's yours. No threat. No strings. Just, mail from an old border acquaintance. Naruto slipped the stone into his pocket, right next to his frog wallet, and carefully refolded the letter, tucking it inside his jacket. Thanks, Luna-sensei, for holding onto it, for everything. Luna gave the smallest of nods, almost imperceptible. Don't get sentimental on me, kid. Go home, eat dinner. Tell Tsukine you got fan mail from Iwa. Watch her face. Naruto laughed, bright and free. Will do. He stood, offering Ino a hand up. She took it, lacing their fingers together as they headed for the door. See ya tomorrow, Luna-sensei. The door slid shut behind them. Luna remained seated for a moment longer, staring at the empty space where the pouch had been. Then she picked up her tea again. A small, very rare smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Interesting times. Naruto slid Luna's door shut behind them with a soft click, the small scroll pouch and obsidian stone now safely tucked inside his jacket pocket. He stood there for a second on the third-floor landing, staring at the closed door like he was still processing. Ino watched him, arms crossed, head tilted. You okay, hero? You look like someone just handed you a second bowl of ramen and told you it's bottomless. Naruto blinked, then grinned, slow at first, then wide and bright enough to light the dim hallway. Yeah, I'm good, really good. He patted the pocket where the stone rested. Kuritsuchi from Iwa, sending me a rock from Uzushio and a letter saying the Uzumaki aren't gone. That's kinda awesome. Ino huffed, half fond, half exasperated, and stepped closer, looping her arm through his. Awesome, sure, but also suspicious. Foreign woman number 2 sending you gifts now. First Tsukine shows up out of nowhere, now this Iwa girl's mailing you souvenirs. I'm starting to think you're collecting international fangirls. Naruto laughed, awkward, flustered, cheeks going pink again. It's not like that, it was just nice. She said thanks for the noodles. That's all. Ino's huff turned into a dramatic sigh as she started tugging him down the stairs. Stay loud, stay kind. She's practically writing love poems. Come on, Romeo. Let's get home before any more foreign women start sliding into your DMs. Naruto let her pull him along, still chuckling nervously. I don't even have DMs, Ino-chan. They stepped out onto the quiet street, lanterns just starting to glow along the eaves, evening air cool and smelling faintly of cedar and distant street food. Ino kept her arm linked firmly through his the whole way, refusing to let even an inch of space open up. Halfway home, she huffed again, louder this time. 2 foreign women in 1 week. One hugs you like she's known you forever, the other sends you rocks with your name on them. If a third one shows up, I'm putting a Yamanaka clan seal on your forehead that says, property of Ino. Do not hug or mail gifts. Naruto laughed outright, bright and helpless, leaning sideways to bump her shoulder with his. You're jealous again. I'm territorial, she corrected, chin up. There's a difference. He grinned down at her, eyes soft. I like territorial. Ino's pout cracked into a small, reluctant smile. Good, because you're stuck with it. They rounded the last corner toward the Yamanaka compound. As soon as they passed through the gate, several clan members spotted them, 2 cousins pruning flowers, an aunt carrying laundry, a younger teen lounging on the porch. They all saw Ino marching Naruto along by the arm like she was escorting a prisoner who might bolt. Snickers started immediately. One cousin called out, grinning, Ino's got him on lockdown again. Look at that grip. The aunt shook her head, smiling. Poor boy, he never learns. The teen on the porch outright laughed. She's gonna pull his ear off one day. Ino shot them a glare that could wilt flowers, but she didn't let go of Naruto's arm. Laugh it up, she called back. He's mine, and if any more foreign women try sending him rocks or hugging him, they're getting the Yamanaka special. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand, cheeks red but grin unstoppable. See, territorial. Ino tugged him toward the house. Inside, hero. Mom's got dinner ready, and you're telling everyone about your new Iwa pen pal after we eat. The clan members kept snickering, warm, teasing, fond, as the 2 disappeared inside. The door slid shut. Laughter lingered in the courtyard like the scent of blooming flowers. The sliding door shut behind Naruto and Ino with a soft thud, cutting off the last echoes of snickering from the courtyard. Inside the warm, flower-scented living room, Inoichi and his wife were already seated at the low table, tea steaming in front of them, clearly waiting for the show. Ino didn't even take off her sandals first. She marched straight into the room, hands on hips, ponytail swinging like a battle flag. "Foreign women," she announced to the room at large, voice rising with every syllable. First one shows up out of nowhere, bam, long-lost aunt, hugs him like she invented him, calls him, kid, like she's got rights. Then the second one sends him rocks from Iowa. Rocks, with his name carved on them. Like some kind of international pen pal stalker. And he's just grinning like it's the best day ever. She threw her arms up for emphasis. "I'm not paranoid. I'm realistic. He's a magnet for foreign women now. What's next? A Kumo girl mailing him lightning-shaped cookies. Asuna Kunoichi sending desert sand in a bottle with a note saying, 'Wish you were here.'" Naruto stood frozen in the Genkin, one sandal half off, cheeks already turning tomato red. He opened his mouth to protest, then wisely closed it when Ino spun to point at him. "And you," she jabbed a finger in his direction, "stop smiling like that. You're encouraging them." Inoichi tried, really tried, to keep a straight face. He failed. A snort escaped first, then a choked laugh, then he had to press a hand over his mouth while his shoulders shook. His wife wasn't faring much better. She hid her smile behind her teacup, but her eyes were sparkling with silent mirth. Ino whirled on them. "Don't you start. This is serious." Inoichi finally lost it, head tipping back as he laughed outright, deep and rolling. "Princess, you've got him on lockdown tighter than a ceiling scroll. I think the foreign women of the world are going to have to form a union just to get past you." Ino's mom lowered her teacup, still smiling. "Honey, he's blushing harder than the tomatoes in the garden. I think he's suffered enough." Ino huffed, arms crossed again, but the corner of her mouth twitched upward despite herself. "He's mine," she repeated, quieter this time. "That's all." Naruto finally finished kicking off his sandals and shuffled over, still red-faced but grinning helplessly. "I'm yours, Ino-chan. Promise. No foreign women, no rocks, just you." Inoichi wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, still chuckling. "That's my boy. Son-in-law. Whatever. Come sit before your future mother-in-law's ramen gets cold." Ino's mom stood, smoothing her apron. "Extra spicy, extra pork. For the poor boy who's apparently a celebrity in 2 villages now." Naruto groaned dramatically but let Ino tug him to the table. She sat right beside him, thigh pressed to thigh, hand finding his under the table like always. Inoichi leaned over and stage whispered to Naruto. "If any more packages show up, just hand them straight to her. Save yourself the ear pull." Ino shot her father a glare. "I heard that." More laughter, warm, teasing, filling the room like the smell of dinner. Outside, the Yamanaka compound settled into evening quiet. Inside, family teased, ate, and loved, loudly, jealously, perfectly. The tower corridors were hushed by the time Suki returned. The Anbu escort stopped at the outer door. She continued alone to the Hokage's office. The heavy sliding door opened at her approach. Hiruzen had left it slightly ajar, pipe smoke drifting out like a quiet signal. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Hiruzen looked up from a scroll, setting it aside. His expression was calm, expectant. "Suki, how did it go?" Suki crossed the room and lowered herself to the cushion across from him, back straight, hands resting lightly on her knees. For a moment she was silent, gathering the words. "It went better than I expected," she said at last. "He's loud, bright, kind in a way that doesn't feel forced. He asked about Kushina like he was starving for every story. He hugged me, didn't hesitate, didn't question it. Just hugged me like I'd always been there." Hiruzen's eyes softened, just a fraction. "That's Naruto." Suki exhaled, half laugh, half sigh. "And the Yamanaka girl," she shook her head, a wry curve to her lips. "She's territorial, fiercely, glued to his side the entire day. Watched me like I might steal him if she blinked. If looks could seal someone, I'd be in a scroll right now." Hiruzen chuckled, low, fond, smoke curling from his pipe. "Ino Yamanaka has been that way for a while now," he said. "She staked her claim early. Loudly, publicly. The entire village knows Naruto Uzumaki is off limits unless you want to deal with a very determined blonde with mind transfer jutsu and a father who can read minds. She's protective to a fault. But she's good for him. Keeps him grounded. Keeps him safe in ways even Anbu can't always manage." Suki's smile turned thoughtful. "I can see that. She's good for him. Fierce. Loyal. Kushina would have liked her." Hiruzen nodded slowly. "She would have. Kushina always said the right partner would be someone who fought for him as hard as she did. Ino fits that description perfectly." He leaned forward slightly, tapping ash into the tray. But you, Suki Uzumaki, he pointed one long finger directly at her, voice gentle but firm, you are Uzumaki. Blood of Uzushio. Kushina's cousin. Naruto's aunt. That matters too. He needs both, the girl who claims him every day, and the family who remembers where he came from. You don't have to compete with Ino. You have to stand beside her. Both of you are part of his life now. Suki held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded, small, resolute. I understand. I'm not here to take him from anyone. I'm here to give him what I can. What Kushina would have wanted him to have. Hiruzen smiled, small, tired, hopeful. Good. Then tomorrow. Keep showing him. Keep listening. Keep being family. He picked up his pipe again, puffing once. And try not to flinch when Ino glares. She's been perfecting that look since she was 6. Suki let out a soft laugh, the first real, unguarded one since she'd arrived. Noted. Outside, Konoha settled into night. The next morning broke clear and cool over Konoha's training ground. Asuma was already there when the team arrived, leaning against the same canopy tree from yesterday, cigarette glowing between his lips, arms crossed in that familiar lazy but alert posture. He watched them approach, Naruto practically bouncing with energy, Ino walking beside him with her usual confident stride, Shikamaru dragging his feet like he was being personally offended by the concept of mourning. They reached the clearing in a loose cluster. Naruto spotted Asuma first and waved enthusiastically. Sensei, we're here, ready for whatever. Asuma pushed off the tree, exhaling a slow stream of smoke. Good, because today is mission time. Ino's head snapped up so fast her ponytail whipped around. Her eyes lit up like someone had just said, free shopping spree. Mission, she repeated, voice suddenly bright and sharp. As in, paid mission, real money. Asuma's lips twitched around the cigarette. Yes, Ino, paid, real money, C-rank escort job, merchant caravan heading to a border town. Low risk, decent pay. Leaves in 2 hours. We're meeting the client at the east gate. Ino practically vibrated. She grabbed Naruto's arm and shook it like she was trying to rattle coins out of him. Money. Finally. We've been doing border patrol and training forever. I need new hair clips. And shoes. And that new perfume from the flower district. And. Naruto laughed, letting her shake him. You're already planning the shopping list, huh? Obviously, she shot back. We deserve it. We've been dealing with foreign aunts, jealous girlfriends from other villages, and water-walking torture. We've earned this. Shikamaru sighed dramatically, hands in his pockets. Troublesome. I was hoping for another day off. Money's nice, but waking up early is cruel. Asuma flicked ash from his cigarette. You'll live. Briefings short. Caravans carrying silk and medicinal herbs. Client's a nervous older merchant, pays extra for shinobi escort because he's heard rumors of bandit activity along the route. We stick close, stay alert, no heroics unless necessary. In and out. 2 days max. Ino was already nodding, mentally calculating her share of the payout. Perfect. I call first dibs on the mission bonus. Hair accessories first, then shoes. Naruto grinned at her. You're scary when money's involved. Territorial and greedy, she corrected proudly. Best combination. Asuma chuckled low. Gear up. Meet at the east gate in 90 minutes. Pack light, but bring enough for 2 days. Luna's already scouting the route. She'll join us there. He crushed the cigarette under his boot and jerked his head toward the village. Move out. And Ino, try not to spend the whole reward before we even get paid. Ino flashed him a sweet, innocent smile that fooled exactly no one. No promises, sensei. Naruto laughed again, letting Ino tug him toward the village to grab their packs. Shikamaru trailed behind, muttering, troublesome. But at least there's money. The team dispersed, eager, teasing, ready. Ino zipped her pack shut with a satisfied snap and slung it over her shoulder, turning to her parents with the same determined energy she'd had since Asuma announced the mission. By the way, she said, already grabbing Naruto's wrist like he might wander off otherwise, we're stopping at Ichiraku's on the way to the east gate. Quick bowl, extra pork for the road. We'll need fuel if this merchant walks like a snail. Inoichi raised an eyebrow, still grinning from the earlier teasing. Mission pay hasn't even hit your hand yet and you're already spending it on ramen. Ino shrugged, unrepentant. It's an investment. Happy team equals better mission. And Naruto's stomach is basically a mission-critical asset. Naruto laughed, bright and helpless, letting her tug him toward the door again. She's not wrong. Ramen before a mission is tradition. Keeps me sharp. Ino's mom shook her head fondly, stepping forward to tuck one more onigiri into Naruto's pack. Then take these too. Just in case the merchant's pace makes you late for seconds. Inoichi stood, giving Naruto one last clap on the shoulder. Eat fast, protect each other, and bring my daughter back with her shopping list intact. No heroics unless you have to. Got it, Yamanaka-san. Naruto said with a quick bow, cheeks still a little pink from the son-in-law teasing earlier. Ino tugged harder. Come on, hero. Ramen waits for no one. East Gate after that. They stepped out into the morning light, packs secure, hands linked, Ino leading the charge toward Ichiraku's like a woman on a mission of her own. Behind them, Inoichi called out one last time. Tell Tsuki to put it on my tab. Mission discount for the future son-in-law. Naruto nearly tripped. Ino laughed, loud and delighted, and kept pulling him along. The Yamanaka gate closed softly. The streets of Konoha were waking up as Naruto and Ino walked hand in hand toward Ichiraku Ramen, packs bouncing lightly on their backs, morning sun slanting across the rooftops. Ino's arm was still firmly linked through Naruto's, her grip saying no exceptions louder than any words. She was still half muttering about foreign women and their rocks, under her breath, but the promise of ramen had softened her pout into something closer to a smirk. Naruto, meanwhile, was practically vibrating with energy, mission excitement, food excitement, everything excitement. They rounded the corner and there it was, the familiar wooden awning of Ichiraku Ramen, steam already rising from the pots, the sound of Tsuki's cheerful humming drifting out into the street. Naruto's grin split wide. Tsuki-san, Iyame-chan, he called, waving his free hand like he hadn't seen them in years instead of yesterday. Tsuki looked up from the broth he was stirring, spatula in hand, face lighting up the second he saw Naruto. Naruto. And Ino. Early today, Mission day already. Iyame leaned over the counter, ponytail swinging, smiling warmly. You two look ready to conquer the world. Or at least a caravan. The usual. Extra pork, spicy for Naruto, regular for Ino. Naruto bounced on his toes, nodding so fast his whisker marks practically blurred. Yes. Extra everything. We've got a C rank escort mission, paid. Real money. And we're stopping here first because ramen before missions is tradition. Ino laughed softly, finally loosening her grip on his arm just enough to lean against the counter. Make mine quick. We're on a schedule. East Gate in less than an hour. Tsuki chuckled, already ladling broth into 2 large bowls. Coming right up. Mission fuel, on the house today. Consider it my contribution to the future Hokage and his very determined girlfriend. Naruto's cheeks went pink again, but he didn't argue. Iyame slid the bowls across the counter, steaming, fragrant, piled high with pork slices, green onions, soft-boiled eggs, and extra noodles just the way Naruto liked them. Eat fast, she teased, winking at Ino. Can't have your boyfriend passing out from hunger on the road. Ino smirked, picking up her chopsticks. He won't. I've got him on a tight leash. Naruto laughed around his first huge slurp. MMPH, worth it. They ate quickly, Naruto inhaling his bowl like it was his last meal, Ino eating with more grace but matching his speed. Tsuki and Iyame watched with fond amusement, occasionally tossing questions about the mission. Merchant caravan, huh? Tsuki asked, wiping down the counter. Silk and herbs. Naruto nodded, mouth full. Yup, low risk, good pay. Ino's already planning her shopping list. Ino elbowed him lightly. Our shopping list. You need new sandals too. Those ones are falling apart. Iyame laughed. You two are adorable. And dangerous when money's involved. They finished fast, bowls empty, stomachs full, mission energy renewed. Naruto slapped a few coins on the counter despite Tsuki's protests. Tradition, he insisted. Can't take freebies on mission day. Tsuki shook his head, smiling. Stubborn as ever. Safe travels, Naruto. Ino. Bring back some good stories. Ino gave a small salute. We will. And thanks for the fuel. Naruto waved one last time, then let Ino tug him away from the stand, hands linked again, packs bouncing, heading toward the east gate. Behind them, Tsuki and Iyame watched the pair disappear around the corner. Iyame sighed happily. They grow up so fast. Tsuki chuckled. Still the same ramen-loving kid. Just with a girlfriend who'd fight an army for him. The east gate of Konoha came into view as Naruto and Ino rounded the last bend, tall wooden arches framed by the morning sun, guards nodding lazily as early travelers passed through. The merchant caravan was already assembling just outside, a half-dozen covered wagons, horses stamping impatiently, silk bolts and herb crates stacked under canvas tarps. Shikamaru was leaning against one of the gate pillars, pack slung carelessly over one shoulder, hands stuffed in his pockets. He looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, eyes half-lidded, posture slouched, but he straightened slightly when he spotted them approaching. Naruto waved enthusiastically, tugging Ino faster. Shikamaru, you're early for once. Shikamaru sighed, long, theatrical, as they reached him. Troublesome. Mom kicked me out of bed at dawn. Said if I was late, she'd drag me here herself. I figured it was easier to just show up. Ino smirked, still holding Naruto's hand. Smart choice. Yoshino-san doesn't mess around. Shikamaru glanced at their linked hands, then at Ino's pack bulging with mission essentials, mostly hair accessories. You two stop at Ichiraku's again, didn't you? Naruto grinned, patting his stomach. Tradition. Extra pork. Can't start a mission on an empty tank. Ino shrugged, unapologetic. We needed fuel, and I needed to make sure he didn't get distracted by any foreign women on the way here. Shikamaru snorted. Still on that, you've got him on a leash tighter than a shadow bind. I think he's safe. Naruto laughed, awkward but happy, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, she's territorial. It's good. Keeps me out of trouble. Ino squeezed his hand once, possessive, proud, then looked at Shikamaru. Where's Asuma-sensei and Luna-sensei? Shikamaru jerked his thumb toward the lead wagon. Asuma's talking to the merchant, old guy's nervous, keeps asking if we're sure about bandit rumors. Luna's doing a quick perimeter sweep. She'll be back in a minute. He yawned, shifting his pack higher on his shoulder. 2 days of walking, babysitting Silk, and listening to an old man complain. Joy. Ino perked up immediately. 2 days of walking equals 2 days of pay. I'm already planning the shopping spree. You'll thank me when I get new shoes and share the perfume. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Troublesome, but fine, just don't make me carry your bags. Naruto laughed again, bouncing on his toes. Come on, this is gonna be fun. Paid mission, team together, no border drama. Asuma appeared from behind the lead wagon, cigarette already lit, waving them over. Alright, kids, clients ready, load up, we move in 5. The team fell into step, Naruto and Ino still hand in hand, Shikamaru trailing behind with a sigh, the caravan horses snorting as they started forward. Mission day was officially underway. East gate behind them, road ahead, money waiting at the end. The merchant caravan was fully assembled now, wagons lined up in a neat row, horses snorting clouds of breath in the cool morning air, the nervous old client pacing beside the lead wagon and muttering about bandits and unreliable roads. Asuma stood at the head of the group, cigarette glowing, scanning the team with a practiced eye. All right, he said, flicking ash to the dirt. We're all here. Clients ready, routes scouted, pays locked in. Head out. Stay close to the wagons, eyes open. Standard formation, Naruto and Ino on point with me, Shikamaru rear guard. Move. Naruto shouldered his pack higher and took one step forward, then paused, looking around the gate area. Wait, Luna-sensei isn't here yet. Shouldn't we? A light bop landed on the back of his head, not hard, just enough to make him yelp and stumble forward half a step. Present, Luna said from directly behind him, voice dry as desert sand. Naruto spun around, rubbing his head with a sheepish grin. Luna-sensei, you're sneaky. Luna stood there, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised, looking like she'd been there the whole time. I've been here for 10 minutes. You're just loud. Ino snorted, hiding a laugh behind her hand. Owned. Shikamaru sighed, already turning toward the road. Troublesome. Can we go now? The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. Asuma chuckled low, exhaling smoke. She's right here, kid. No excuses. Formation. Move out. The caravan lurched into motion, horses clopping, wagon wheels creaking, the merchant climbing up to the lead seat with a nervous wave. Team 10 fell into place, Asuma walking beside the first wagon, Naruto and Ino on the left flank, still hand in hand when no one was looking too closely, Shikamaru trailing at the rear with his usual bored slouch, and Luna moving silently along the right side, eyes scanning the treeline like she could see through it. Naruto glanced over at Ino as they started down the dirt road, voice low but excited. Paid mission, real money, and ramen for breakfast, best day ever. Ino smirked, squeezing his hand once. Keep it that way, hero. No heroics, no foreign women popping out of bushes, no getting kidnapped. Just escort, get paid, come home, and spend my share on new hair clips. Naruto laughed, bright and easy. Deal. You watch my back, I watch yours. Always, she said simply. Behind them, the east gate of Konoha shrank into the distance. Ahead, 2 days of road, a nervous merchant, and whatever waited at the border town. The caravan rolled steadily along the packed dirt road, wagons creaking, horses plodding, the merchant occasionally muttering about bandits and unreliable escorts from his seat. Team 10 had fallen into loose formation, Naruto and Ino on the left flank, still hand in hand when no one was looking, Shikamaru trailing at the rear with his usual bored slouch, Asuma walking beside the lead wagon, cigarette glowing, and Luna moving silently along the right side, eyes scanning the treeline. About an hour out from the village, the road narrowed into a quiet stretch lined with tall pines. No threats in sight, just birds and wind. The perfect moment for low conversation. Asuma glanced sideways at Luna, who was walking parallel to him but a few paces away. He exhaled smoke, voice low enough that the genin wouldn't catch it over the wagon noise. Tenryo says the next foreign shinobi woman we run into has Ino uptight again within 5 minutes. Luna didn't turn her head, but one corner of her mouth twitched, barely noticeable. 20 says it's under 3 minutes. She's already territorial about the ant. Add another woman with red hair or a letter and she'll have him on a leash before the introductions finish. Asuma chuckled under his breath, flicking ash to the dirt. You're on, though I'm half tempted to bet against myself. Kid's a magnet. Suki shows up out of nowhere, now he's got mail from Iowa. Give it a week and we'll have a Kiri girl dropping by with a trident and a crush. Luna's eyebrow lifted, just a fraction. Or Asuna Kunoichi with a fan and a death glare. Ino's glare would win, though. She's got practice. Asuma grinned around his cigarette. Poor kid doesn't stand a chance. He's got the Yamanaka heir on one side, a long-lost Uzumaki aunt on the other, and now random foreign Kunoichi sending him rocks. If he ever tries to date anyone else, it'll be a diplomatic incident. Luna's voice stayed dry. He won't try. He's too busy being oblivious and loyal. Ino's got him locked down tighter than a ceiling scroll. They both glanced forward, Naruto laughing at something Ino said, Ino tugging his hand to keep him from wandering too close to the wagon wheels, Shikamaru yawning behind them like he was already mentally napping. Asuma shook his head, still smiling. 20 Ryo on 3 minutes or less. You in? Luna gave the smallest nod. Done. Winner buys ramen next mission debrief. Asuma's grin widened. Deal. Though if it's Ino glaring at a foreign woman again, I might just pay double to watch. Luna's lips curved, almost a smile. Agreed. The caravan rolled on, horses clopping, wheels turning, bets quietly placed. Somewhere ahead, a border town waited. The caravan settled into a steady rhythm once they left Konoha's gates behind. The dirt road wound through low hills and patches of pine forest, the wagons creaking in time with the horses' hoofbeats. Asuma and Luna took point, Asuma strolling casually beside the lead wagon, cigarette in hand, Luna moving silently a few paces to the right, her eyes constantly sweeping the treeline and horizon. Shikamaru walked in the middle of the formation, hands in pockets, head tilted back, looking half asleep but still aware enough to notice every rustle in the bushes. He kept pace with the second wagon, occasionally muttering, troublesome, when a rock got in his sandal. Naruto and Ino brought up the rear, flanking the last wagon on opposite sides, close enough to talk quietly but far enough apart to keep watch on both flanks. Ino's arm was no longer linked through Naruto's mission protocol but she stayed within arm's reach at all times, no exceptions. The merchant, an older man named Hiroshi with a neatly trimmed gray beard and a nervous habit of adjusting his wide-brimmed hat, had finally relaxed enough to climb down from his seat and walk beside the rear wagon for a while. He glanced between Naruto and Ino, clearly trying to make small talk to ease his own tension. So, you two are the young ones, Hiroshi said, voice a little too loud over the creak of wheels. First big escort mission. Naruto grinned, turning to walk backward for a second so he could face the merchant while still scanning the road behind them. Kinda, we've done border patrols and stuff, but this is our first real caravan job. Paid and everything. Ino smirked, keeping her eyes on the treeline to their left. Emphasis on paid. We're professionals. You're in good hands. Hiroshi chuckled nervously, wiping his brow with a handkerchief even though the morning was still cool. I hope so. I've made this run a dozen times, but the rumors lately. Bandits, rogue shinobi, even whispers of missing nin sniffing around the border towns. That's why I paid extra for leaf escorts. You lot have a reputation. Naruto puffed his chest out a little. Team 10 doesn't mess around. We've got the best sensei, the smartest strategist. He jerked a thumb back toward Shikamaru, who was yawning at that exact moment, and Ino's super strong too. She can read minds and everything. Ino elbowed him lightly without looking over. Stop overselling. He's paying us, not hiring a circus. Hiroshi laughed, more genuine this time. Well, I'm grateful either way. The town we're headed to sits right on the border with the Land of Lightning. Neutral ground, technically, but everyone knows lightning shinobi pass through there for trade. Silk sells well up there, Cloud Country folk love bright colors, and the herbs are for their medics. Good profit if we make it without trouble. Ino perked up at the mention of the destination. Land of Lightning border town. That's, what, 3 days if we keep this pace. Hiroshi nodded. About that, too if the horses stay strong and we don't hit rain. There's a nice little inn at the halfway point, hot springs, even. Might treat for the escorts if we make good time. Naruto's eyes lit up. Hot springs. Sweet. We're definitely making good time. Ino shot him a look. Focus on the mission, hero. Not the bath. Naruto grinned unrepentantly. I can multitask. Shikamaru called from the middle of the line without turning around. Troublesome. If we're stopping at hot springs, I'm sleeping the whole time. Asuma glanced back over his shoulder, smirking around his cigarette. Keep dreaming, kid. You're on watch rotation like everyone else. Luna didn't speak, but her lips twitched, just enough to show she was listening. Hiroshi smiled, less nervous now, more at ease with the young shinobi bantering around his wagons. Well, if you're half as good as you say, I might even throw in a bonus. Silk scarf for the lady, maybe. Ino's eyes sparkled. Deal, but only if we get there without any rumors turning real. Naruto laughed again. No problem, Team 10's got this. The caravan rolled on, horses clopping, wheels turning, conversation flowing. Mission day was young. The road was long. The first day passed uneventfully. The caravan rolled steadily through gentle hills and pine-shaded stretches of road, the merchant Hiroshi growing less fidgety with every uneventful mile. No bandits, no suspicious shadows, no rogue shinobi. Just the steady clop of hooves, creak of wagon wheels, occasional small talk, and the soft rustle of wind through the trees. Naruto and Ino traded light banter on the left flank. Shikamaru napped while walking at the rear, a skill he swore was real, and Asuma and Luna kept their quiet vigil at the front and right. By late afternoon the group reached a sheltered clearing beside a narrow stream, flat ground, good sightlines, fresh water. Asuma called halt. Camp here. Standard watches. No fire tonight, smokeless rations only. We move at first light. The merchant and his 2 hired drivers set up tents quickly, grateful for the early stop. The shinobi moved with practiced efficiency. Perimeter check, bedrolls laid out in defensive triangle around the wagons, Naruto gathering firewood quietly, no sparks, Ino organizing supplies, Shikamaru finding the most comfortable-looking rock to lean against. Once the camp settled into quiet murmurs and the soft sounds of eating, Asuma and Luna drifted to the far side of the clearing, far enough from the genin to speak without being overheard, close enough to keep watch. Asuma crouched beside the stream, rinsing his canteen, voice low. Lightning borders coming up fast. Tomorrow night, maybe the next morning if the old man's pace holds. Luna stood a few paces away, arms crossed, eyes on the treeline. Lightning border means cloud influence. Merchants talk, traders talk. Someone sold the Uzumaki out once, back when Uzushio fell. If the same kind of loose lips are still around that town. Asuma nodded once, slow and grim. Kidnapping attempt already happened once. We know that much. If there's anyone still holding a grudge, or worse, anyone who thinks they can cash in on a Jinchuriki near the border. He capped the canteen and stood. When we get near the border town, I stay with him at all times. No exceptions. He doesn't leave my sight. Not for ramen, not for a bathroom break, not for anything. Luna's gaze flicked to Naruto, currently laughing quietly with Ino as they split a ration bar, then back to Asuma. She nodded once, sharp, decisive. Agreed. They shared a brief look, 2 veteran shinobi who'd seen enough border towns and old grudges to know when caution wasn't paranoia. Asuma exhaled smoke into the darkening sky. Let's keep it quiet, no need to spook the kids yet. But eyes open, especially when we hit town. Luna gave the smallest tilt of her head, agreement, understanding. They returned to camp without another word. Naruto looked up as they approached, mouth full of ration bar. Everything good, sensei. Asuma ruffled his hair once, quick, casual. Everything's good, kid, get some sleep, big day tomorrow. Ino narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the shift, but didn't press. Not yet. The camp settled into night watches. The second morning on the road passed much like the first, steady pace, no incidents, the caravan wagons creaking along the widening dirt track as the landscape gradually shifted from fire country forest to the rocky, wind-swept approaches of the neutral border zone. By mid-afternoon the hills had flattened into open scrubland dotted with low stone fences and the occasional merchant waystation. Hiroshi, the merchant, had grown chatty again. Now that no bandits had appeared, his nerves had settled into a kind of relieved rambling. He walked beside Asuma near the lead wagon, gesturing with both hands as he talked. And once we reach the border town, little place called Kurozawa, there's a Kumo team supposed to meet us at the inn. Lightning shinobi. They'll handle the swap. We hand over the silk and the medicinal herbs, they give us the payment and some rare cloud country ores in return. Straight trade. No fuss. Asuma exhaled smoke slowly, eyes never leaving the road ahead. Kumo shinobi, he repeated, neutral, but with a faint edge. You're sure about that? Hiroshi nodded vigorously. Oh yes. Contract's been in place for months. Official trade agreement between our guild and their merchant house. They send a genin squad, 3 kids, maybe a chunin overseer. Nothing heavy. Just security for the exchange. Standard procedure in Kurozawa. Neutral ground, everyone behaves. Luna, walking on the right flank a few paces away, didn't turn her head, but her posture shifted subtly. She caught Asuma's eye across the wagon tops. Asuma gave the tiniest nod, almost imperceptible. He took another drag, then spoke again, voice still casual. Grain of salt, he said quietly, loud enough only for Luna to hear. Kumo doesn't send genin for high-value trades unless they're testing something. Or watching someone. Luna's voice drifted back, low, dry. Or they heard the same rumors we did. Jinchuriki escort passing near their border. They're curious. Asuma flicked ash into the dirt. Curious gets people hurt. We stick to the plan. No detours. No private chats with Kumo shinobi. Naruto stays in the middle of the formation when we hit town. If they so much as look at him funny, we shut it down. Luna nodded once, sharp, final. Agreed. I'll take point inside the town. You stay glued to him. No exceptions. Asuma exhaled smoke in a long stream. None. Up ahead, Naruto and Ino were still walking the left flank. Naruto laughing at something Ino had whispered, Ino's hand brushing his every few steps. Shikamaru trailed at the rear, yawning, but his eyes were open and sharp despite the bored slouch. The merchant kept talking, oblivious to the quiet exchange between his escorts. Oh, and the inn has wonderful hot springs. We'll celebrate when the trade's done. My treat for the team. Naruto perked up immediately. Hot springs. Sweet. Ino elbowed him lightly. Focus, hero. Trade first. Relaxation second. And no wandering off alone. Naruto grinned. Got it. Team effort. The caravan rolled on, horses clopping, wheels turning, the border town drawing closer with every step. Asuma and Luna exchanged one last glance over the wagons. The second afternoon on the road had been deceptively peaceful, open scrubland giving way to a shallow valley with rocky outcrops on both sides of the track. The caravan was strung out in single file, horses walking at a steady plod, Hiroshi humming nervously to himself on the lead wagon. Asuma and Luna were still on point, Naruto and Ino flanking the rear wagon, Shikamaru drifting in the middle like a bored shadow. Then the first arrow hissed out of the rocks on the left ridge. It struck the side of the third wagon with a sharp thunk, embedding in the canvas. Hiroshi yelped, nearly falling off his seat. Before anyone could shout a warning, 6 bandits burst from cover, 4 on the left ridge, 2 leaping down from the right, clubs, short swords, and 1 rusty crossbow in hand. They wore mismatched armor and no headbands, classic rogue bandits, not organized shinobi. Ambush. Asuma barked, kunai already in both hands. Protect the wagons. Naruto, Ino, rear. Shikamaru, middle. Luna, merchant. The team moved like they'd drilled it 100 times. Rear wagon, Naruto and Ino reacted first. 2 bandits rushed the last wagon from behind, one swinging a spiked club, the other brandishing a short sword. Naruto grinned wide, fox-like, eager, chakra surging to his feet as he leapt forward. Shadow clone jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence beside him. The real Naruto met the club wielder head-on, dodging the swing, ducking low, and driving an uppercut into the man's jaw with enough force to lift him off his feet. The bandit crumpled, unconscious before he hit the dirt. Ino was already moving on the swordsman. She twisted past his slash, grabbed his wrist, and yanked, using his momentum against him. The man stumbled forward, Ino's knee met his nose with a wet crunch. He dropped like a sack of rice. The 2 clones Naruto had summoned charged the fallen bandits, zip-tying their wrists with ninja wire before dispelling in twin puffs of smoke. Middle, Shikamaru didn't even look like he was trying. A third bandit, big, bald, carrying a bow staff, lunged at the center wagon, aiming to crack the driver's skull. Shikamaru sighed, troublesome, and flicked his wrist. Shadows stretched from his feet like living ink, snaking across the ground faster than the bandit could blink. The shadow wrapped the bow staff mid-swing. The bandit froze, eyes wide. Shikamaru yawned. Then yanked. The staff tore from the bandit's grip and whipped around like a boomerang, cracking against the back of the man's own skull with a sickening thunk. The bandit dropped face first into the dirt, out cold. Shikamaru stepped on the fallen man's back, hands still in his pockets. Nap time. Front, Asuma watched the whole thing unfold from beside the lead wagon, kunai spinning lazily in his fingers. He didn't move to intercept, he didn't need to. His kids were handling it. A proud, small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth under the cigarette. Merchant wagon, Luna was already gone from sight. The last bandit, the one with the rusty crossbow, had broken off from the ridge and circled wide, trying to sneak up on Hiroshi from the blind side. He raised the crossbow, aiming at the merchant's back. He never got the shot off. Luna materialized behind him like smoke, silent, sudden. One hand clamped over his mouth, the other drove a precise chop into the side of his neck. The bandit's eyes rolled back. He dropped without a sound, crossbow clattering to the ground. Luna caught him before he hit the dirt, lowering him quietly. She zip-tied his wrists and ankles with practiced efficiency, then stood, brushing her hands off like she'd just finished a chore. Hiroshi stared at her, mouth open. Luna gave him a single nod. "You're safe." The entire ambush lasted less than 90 seconds. 6 bandits down, no casualties, no wagon damage. Asuma walked back through the line, checking each of his genin. Naruto. Ino. Naruto gave a thumbs up, grinning wide. "All good, sensei." They didn't even get close. Ino dusted off her hands, smirking. "Amateurs." Shikamaru yawned again. "Troublesome, but quick." Asuma ruffled Naruto's hair once. "Proud of you 3. Clean, fast, no mistakes." He turned to Hiroshi, who was still pale and clutching the reins like a lifeline. "Bandits are tied up. We'll hand them over to the next patrol post. You okay?" Hiroshi nodded shakily. "Why yes, thank you, all of you. I thought we were done for." Asuma clapped him on the shoulder, gentle but firm. "You're not. That's why you hired us." Luna appeared beside him again, voice low. 6 rogues. No headbands. No coordination. Just opportunists. But they knew the route. Someone talked. Asuma nodded once. "We stay sharp. Border town tomorrow. Kumo team or not, we don't let our guard down." The caravan rolled forward again, horses steadier now, merchant quieter, team 10 tighter. Mission day had its first taste of action. And they'd handled it like pros. The first wave of bandits had barely hit the dirt when a new shadow detached from the rocks above the lead wagon. A lone figure dropped between the first and second wagons, black cloak tattered at the edges, no headband, forehead protector scratched out in the classic missing nin fashion. He landed in a crouch, water already swirling around his palms in thin, razor-edged tendrils. C-rank chakra signature, sharp, focused, clearly the real threat behind the rabble. The 6 earlier attackers had been fodder, this one was the blade. Asuma barked without turning. "Missing nin, C-rank water specialist. Protect the merchant, Naruto, Ino, take him. Shikamaru, middle wagons. Luna, cover Hiroshi." The missing nin didn't waste breath on threats. He slammed both palms down, water surged from the nearby stream in whipping coils, lashing toward the lead wagon like living whips. One tendril sliced a canvas cover clean open, silk bolts tumbled out. Naruto was already moving. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Blue-white sparks crackled along his arms, channeling into his tanto as he leapt forward. The blade glowed faintly violet as he met the first water whip head-on. The lightning-charged edge cut through the stream like a hot knife through butter, steam exploding on contact. He closed the gap in a burst of speed, tanto flashing in a diagonal arc toward the missing nin's shoulder. The rogue twisted aside, fast, experienced, countering with a water bullet from his mouth. Naruto ducked under it, the high-pressure shot gouging a furrow in the dirt behind him. Ino was right behind him. Water release, whip chain. Her sickle chain uncoiled from her belt in a silver blur, water chakra coating the links, turning the chain into a flexible, razor-edged whip. She snapped it forward, the chain wrapped around the missing nin's left wrist before he could form another hand seal. She yanked hard, pulling his arm down and off balance. The rogue snarled, water surging up his body in a defensive shell. He broke the chain grip with a burst of chakra, but Ino was already spinning, sickle in one hand, chain in the other, slashing low to force him to jump. Naruto capitalized. He closed in again, Tonto leading, lightning chakra humming along the blade. The missing nin met him blade to blade, steel clanked against water-hardened chakra, sparks flying. Naruto grinned through gritted teeth. You picked the wrong caravan, creep. He twisted his wrist, Tonto sliding along the rogue's guard, then drove a knee into the man's gut. The missing nin grunted, staggering back. Ino snapped her chain again, this time coiling it around the rogue's ankle. She yanked, he stumbled. Naruto lunged, Tonto flashing in a precise arc across the man's chest, not deep enough to kill but enough to shred armor and draw blood. The rogue hissed, blood dripping onto the dirt. You brats. He slammed both palms together, water release, water bullet barrage. A volley of high-pressure orbs shot toward them. Naruto and Ino moved in sync, Naruto diving left, Ino rolling right. The bullets gouged craters in the ground where they'd stood. Shikamaru's shadows were already snaking across the dirt from the middle wagon, wrapping the rogue's legs before he could follow up. Shadow possession jutsu, Shikamaru muttered. Gotcha. The missing nin froze, body locked by Shikamaru's control. Naruto and Ino closed in from both sides. Ino's sickle flashed, cutting across the rogue's arms, forcing him to drop the last water tendril he'd been forming. Naruto drove the pommel of his tanto into the man's temple, precise, controlled. The missing nin's eyes rolled back, he crumpled. Shikamaru released the shadow bind with a sigh. Troublesome, but done. Asuma watched from beside the lead wagon, kunai still in hand, cigarette somehow still lit. Pride flickered in his eyes, quiet, understated, but unmistakable. Luna appeared beside the merchant again, having cut down the last opportunistic straggler who'd tried to sneak past the chaos. Her tanto was already sheathed, blood wiped clean. Hiroshi stared at the scene, mouth open, pale, clutching the reins like a lifeline. Asuma walked over, clapping Naruto on the shoulder. Clean work, all of you, no casualties, wagons intact, client safe. He looked at Ino and Naruto specifically. That combo was sharp, lightning and water, good synergy. Keep it up. Ino dusted off her chain, smirking despite the adrenaline still humming through her. Told you, we're professionals. Naruto sheathed his tanto, grinning wide. Team 10 doesn't lose. Shikamaru yawned, stepping over the unconscious rogue. Can we tie them up and keep moving? I want to nap before the border town. Luna nodded once, already zip-tying the missing nin's wrists. Bandits secured. Rogue secured. We move in 2 minutes. Hiroshi finally found his voice, shaky but grateful. You saved us. All of you. The pay, I'll double it. Triple it. Whatever you want. Asuma waved it off with a small smile. Just get us to Kurosawa. That's the job. The dust settled slowly over the road. The 6 regular bandits were bound and gagged beside the wagons, still unconscious or dazed. The missing nin, the real threat, lay face down in the dirt where Naruto's tanto pommel had dropped him, wrists and ankles zip-tied, breathing shallow but steady. The caravan horses stamped nervously, Hiroshi clutching the reins like a lifeline, but the wagons were untouched, the silk and herbs safe. Asuma crouched beside the rogue first, rolling him over with one boot. He tilted the man's head back, studying the scarred face, the missing headband mark, the faint mist blue tint still lingering in the eyes even in unconsciousness. He pulled a slim, battered bingo book from his vest, Konoha's latest edition, pages worn from years of use, and flipped to the Kurigaku section. His finger traced down the list of missing nin until it stopped. There. Name, Kato Mizu, Shui Haido. Village of origin, Kurigaku. Rank at defection, Chunin. Bounty, 50,000 ryo, alive preferred. Specialty, water release mid-range projectiles, defensive shells, whip techniques. Notes, defected during internal purge 3 years ago. Known for targeting merchant caravans near neutral borders. Ruthless but not suicidal. Avoid direct confrontation if outnumbered. Asuma let out a low whistle. C-rank bounty. Mist village runaway. 50,000 ryo on his head. He snapped the book shut and tucked it away. Kid picked the wrong caravan to rob today. He stood, brushing dirt from his knees, and looked over his team. Naruto was still catching his breath, tanto sheathed, lightning chakra fading from his arms, whisker marks stark against flushed cheeks. Ino was coiling her chain back onto her belt, sickle glinting in the sunlight. Shikamaru had already returned to his board slouch, shadows retracting into his feet like they'd never moved. Asuma's gaze moved over them slowly, pride flickering in his eyes, quiet but unmistakable. Damn good work, he said, voice carrying just enough for the 3 genin to hear over the merchant's shaky breathing. Clean, coordinated, no hesitation. Naruto, your lightning cut through his water like butter. Ino, Perfect chain control, set him up beautifully. Shikamaru, shadow bind at the exact right second. You didn't just win, you dismantled him. He clapped Naruto on the shoulder once, firm, fatherly. I'm proud of you three. Real proud. Naruto's grin split wide, bright, almost shy. Thanks, sensei. Team effort. Ino flipped her ponytail, smirking despite the adrenaline still buzzing through her. Told you we're professionals. Shikamaru yawned, hands back in his pockets. Troublesome. But yeah, we didn't suck. Asuma chuckled low, turning to Hiroshi. Bandits are tied, rogues secured, we'll drag them to the next patrol post. You're still breathing, means we're doing our job. Hiroshi nodded frantically. Why yes, thank you, all of you, I'll add a bonus, a big one, when we reach Kurosawa. Asuma waved it off. Just get us there, that's the deal. Luna appeared beside him again, having finished securing the last straggler. Roads clear ahead, no more signatures, we move in 2 minutes. Asuma nodded. Mount up, eyes open, border town tomorrow. Kumo team or not, we don't relax until the pay's in hand. The caravan lurched forward once more, horses steadier, merchant quieter, Team 10 walking taller. The rest of the day passed without incident. No more bandits, no rogue shinobi, no suspicious shadows in the rocks. Just the steady rhythm of the caravan, horses plodding, wagon wheels groaning, the occasional creak of silk crates shifting under canvas. The road stayed quiet, the sky clear, the air growing cooler as they moved closer to the neutral border zone. Shikamaru had claimed a spot near the middle wagon. He walked at a leisurely pace, one hand in his pocket, the other lazily spinning his bow staff like a propeller. Every few minutes he'd switch to a slow, deliberate kata, staff twirling behind his back, over his head, then tapping the ground in a lazy rhythm. He wasn't really practicing, he was just bored and keeping his hands busy. But the movements were smooth, precise, the kind of effortless skill that came from years of doing the bare minimum required and still being better than most. Naruto and Ino stayed at the rear, flanking the last wagon, close enough to cover each other but far enough to talk without shouting over the noise. Luna walked a few paces behind them, silent guardian on the right flank, her steps soundless, eyes constantly sweeping the horizon and the treeline. She didn't interrupt their chatter, but she listened. Always listened. Naruto was in the middle of a story, arms waving, voice carrying just enough to reach Luna without being loud. And then the old man at the ramen stand said, "Kid, if you eat one more bowl you're gonna turn into a noodle." But I finished it anyway. Extra pork, extra spicy, extra everything. Best day ever. Ino laughed, bright, delighted, nudging his shoulder with hers. You're such a bottomless pit. I swear your stomach is a separate dimension. Naruto grinned, bumping her back. Hey, ramen is fuel. Gotta stay strong for missions. And for protecting you from foreign women and rogue male senders. Ino rolled her eyes but couldn't hide the smile. Keep dreaming, I protect you from them. You're too nice. One sad letter with a rock and you're ready to adopt the whole village of Iowa. Naruto laughed again, loud, happy. Maybe, but only if they bring more ramen. Luna's lips curved, just the smallest fraction. She didn't speak, but she stepped a little closer, matching their pace. Ino glanced back at her. Luna-sensei, you ever get tired of babysitting us loudmouths? Luna's voice was dry, calm. Every day, but the alternative is worse. Naruto turned, walking backward for a few steps so he could face her. You're the best, Luna-sensei. Quiet, scary, super strong. If any more bandits show up, they're toast. Luna bopped him lightly on the forehead, same gentle tap she'd used at the gate. Eyes front, kid, you're walking backward on a mission. Naruto spun around again, laughing. Yes ma'am. Ino smirked, leaning her head against his shoulder for a second. He's hopeless, but he's my hopeless. Luna didn't reply, just kept walking, eyes on the road, a faint warmth in her expression that she'd never admit to. The caravan rolled on. Shikamaru twirled his bow staff in lazy circles behind them. The border town drew closer. The caravan crested the last low ridge just as the sun began to sink behind the western mountains. Below them sprawled Kurosawa, a modest border town straddling the neutral zone between fire and lightning country. Wooden buildings clustered along a wide river, bridges arching over the water, lanterns already flickering to life along the main street. Smoke rose from chimneys, merchants called out last-minute sales, and the faint hum of evening activity drifted up the slope. Hiroshi straightened on his wagon seat, relief washing over his face. There it is, Kurosawa. We made it. Asuma exhaled a long stream of smoke, scanning the town below, eyes sharp, posture relaxed but ready. Eyes open, he said quietly to the team. Neutral ground doesn't mean safe. Kumo team's supposed to meet us at the inn, but until we see them, we assume nothing. He turned to Naruto specifically, voice dropping to that firm, no-nonsense tone that always cut through the boy's excitement. Naruto. No wandering off. No running ahead to check out the hot springs, no ducking into alleys for snacks, no chasing stray cats. You stay put, right next to me or Luna. No arguments. No exceptions. Got it. Naruto blinked, then nodded quickly, whisker marks crinkling as he gave a sharp salute. Got it, sensei. Right next to you or Luna sensei. No wandering. Promise. Ino smirked, bumping his shoulder. I'll make sure he behaves. He's got a leash, remember. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks pink. I'm not that bad. Shikamaru yawned from behind them. Troublesome. Just don't make me shadow bind you to sensei's leg. I'd never hear the end of it. Luna appeared beside Naruto without a sound, her usual silent arrival. She placed one hand lightly on his shoulder, the gesture casual but unmistakably firm. You're with me until Asuma says otherwise, she said, voice low and calm. Stay in arm's reach. Naruto grinned up at her. Yes ma'am. Asuma nodded once, satisfied, then waved the caravan forward. Let's move. Stay tight. Merchant, let us to the inn. We'll handle the rest. The wagons rolled down the slope, horses picking up pace at the sight of town. Hiroshi guided them toward the main street, past tea houses and trading posts, lanterns glowing warmer as dusk settled. Naruto stuck close to Luna, practically glued to her side, while Ino stayed on his other flank, eyes scanning the crowd. Shikamaru slouched along behind the rear wagon, staff in hand, looking bored but alert. The town smelled of river water, grilled fish, and incense from nearby shrines. Merchants called out from stalls, children ran between legs, and a few lightning country travelers in dark cloaks moved through the streets, watching, but not approaching. Asuma kept one eye on Naruto, one on the road ahead. Chapter 10. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun, all rights reserved for their original owners. The back room of the inn was quiet now, only the soft shuffle of boots on wood and the occasional creak of crates being shifted. The trade was finished. Hiroshi's silk bolts and medicinal herb bundles had been carefully inspected, counted, and transferred to the Kumo wagons waiting in the courtyard. In return, sealed scrolls of Ryo and heavy crates of lightning country ores, rare metals used in blade forging, were loaded onto Hiroshi's now lighter wagons. Hiroshi wiped sweat from his brow with a trembling hand, bowing repeatedly toward Darui. Thank you all. The goods are perfect. Payment received. I can't thank you enough for getting us here safe. Darui gave a small nod. Cool, professional. Contract fulfilled. Safe travels back to Fire Country. The Kumo squad moved with quiet efficiency. Karui and Omoi hauled the last ore crate onto their lead wagon while Samui double-checked her clipboard tally. Darui stood watch at the courtyard door, arms crossed, black lightning pendant glinting faintly under the lantern light. Team 10 waited just inside the inn's main doorway, formation still tight. Asuma stood at the front, kunai casually in hand but ready. Luna flanked the exit, eyes on the Kumo team. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, bowstaff resting across his shoulders, looking bored but alert. Ino stayed glued to Naruto's side, hand brushing his arm every few seconds, ready to grab him if needed. Naruto kept his own hand near his tanto, grin still in place but eyes sharper than usual after the earlier tension. The last crate thudded into place on the Kumo wagon. Darui turned toward Asuma. We're done here. No issues on our end. You. Asuma exhaled smoke slowly. No issues. Trade's clean. We'll escort Hiroshi back across the border line. You do the same with your cargo. Darui's lips twitched, just the barest hint of a smirk. Fair enough. Safe roads, Leaf. He gave a final nod, respectful, neutral, then turned and led his squad out into the courtyard. Karui shot one last glance over her shoulder at Ino, smirk versus glare. Omoi muttered something about awkward goodbyes, and Samui tucked her clipboard under her arm without another word. The Kumo wagons rolled out, horses clopping steadily toward the bridge that crossed into lightning territory. Inside the inn, Team 10 waited until the sound of hooves faded completely. Asuma crushed his cigarette under his boot. They're gone. No tailing. No tricks. Good. He turned to Hiroshi. You're clear. We'll escort you back to the fire side of the border. Rest of the trip should be quiet now that the swap's done. Hiroshi bowed again, deep, grateful. I don't know how to thank you. The bonus I promised, it's yours. All of it. Asuma waved it off. Just get your wagons moving. We leave in 5. Pack up. The merchant scurried off to check the horses. Asuma looked at his team, eyes lingering on Naruto for an extra second. Eyes open. No relaxing yet. We're not home until we cross the border line. Ino squeezed Naruto's hand once, tight, possessive. No wandering. No detours. No foreign women popping out of alleys. Naruto managed a small grin. Got it. Right next to you are Luna-sensei. No exceptions. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome. But yeah, let's get out of here before the town explodes again. Luna stepped forward, silent, steady. Formation. Move. Team 10 fell back into place, Asuma at point, Luna at rear, Naruto and Ino on the flanks, Shikamaru covering the middle wagons. The Kumo wagons rolled across the wide stone bridge that marked the formal boundary between the neutral zone of Kurosawa and Lightning Country proper. The river below churned dark and fast, mist rising in thin veils from the water. Lanterns on the Lightning side glowed faintly, Kumo border guards nodding once as Darui's squad passed without challenge. Once the last wagon cleared the bridge and the border markers were behind them, the pace slowed. The road widened into familiar lightning terrain, rocky, open, dotted with low scrub and the occasional lightning-scarred tree. Karui and Omoi walked alongside the wagons, eyes still scanning out of habit. Darui took point, cloak billowing slightly in the night wind. Samui fell back to walk beside her sensei, clipboard tucked under her arm, voice low enough to stay between the squad. Second objective, extraction of the Uzumaki, was not possible, she reported flatly. Anbu presence confirmed. At least one operative shadowing the Leaf team at all times. High cohesion, tight formation, no exploitable gaps. Attempting a grab would have escalated to open conflict on neutral ground. Unacceptable risk for the primary trade objective. Darui nodded once, slow, unsurprised. Expected as much. Leaf doesn't send a Jinchuriki across a border without heavy cover. Especially not after the failed kidnapping attempt. Karui snorted, arms still crossed. Figures. The blonde girl was ready to mind-walk anyone who looked at him funny. And the quiet one, Luna, she moved like a ghost. No openings. Omoi popped the lollipop out of his mouth, staring at the sky. This could have been a high-stakes retrieval. Or just another failed side mission. Probably for the best. Fighting Konoha Anbu in a war zone would have been messy. Like, really messy. Darui glanced back at the bridge fading into the mist. Orders were conditional. Conditions weren't met. We stick to trade. No deviations. He paused, voice dropping lower. But the resemblance was notable. Whiskers, blonde spikes, that grin. If the intel's right about the fourth Hokage, Konoha's hiding something big, or protecting something big. Samui nodded, scribbling a final note on her clipboard. File updated, Uzumaki Naruto. Protected asset. Aggressive escort. Anbu Overwatch. Extraction viability. Low to none under current conditions. Karui cracked her knuckles. Next time, maybe we bring more than genin. Or wait until the Leaf's distracted. Darui's smirk returned, small, dry. Next time's not our call. We got the silk. We got the herbs. We got paid. That's the win. The wagons rolled deeper into Lightning Country, lanterns dimming behind them, mist swallowing the bridge. Mission complete. Secondary objective, denied. The caravan crossed the unmarked border line just after dawn. Nothing visible to mark the shift except the subtle change in the landscape. The rocky scrub of the neutral zone giving way to thicker fire country pines, the air losing its sharp ozone bite and turning softer, warmer. Hiroshi let out a long, trembling breath from the lead wagon, shoulders finally dropping. We're back, he whispered. Thank the gods. Asuma exhaled the last of his cigarette and flicked the butt into the dirt. He glanced over at Luna, who walked parallel to him on the right flank, both a few paces ahead of the wagons, voices low enough that the genin trailing behind wouldn't catch the words. They kept eyeing him, Asuma said quietly, nodding toward the rear where Naruto and Ino walked side by side. Not subtle. Darui looked once, quick, professional. But Samui, she stared like she was memorizing him for a bingo book entry. Even after the trade was done. Luna's voice drifted back, low, calm, but edged with something colder than usual. Samui's thorough. She noticed the resemblance to the fourth. Whisker marks, blonde spikes, the energy. She didn't say it out loud, but she was cross-referencing. Kumo's always been curious about the Nine Tails container. Add the physical match to Minato. They're asking questions they don't have answers to. Asuma nodded once. Darui didn't push. He's smart, kept it neutral. But the genin, Karui was hostile, Omoi was muttering about diplomatic incidents, and Samui. She flat out confirmed they had a secondary objective. Extraction. Only called off because of our formation. Luna's steps didn't falter, but her fingers flexed slightly at her sides. They tested the waters, saw how tight we were, decided it wasn't worth the risk. But they'll report it. The rakeage will hear. Konoha's Jinchuriki looks exactly like the yellow flash. They'll dig. They'll watch. Asuma crushed the memory of his cigarette under his boot. Let them watch. Naruto stays in the middle from now on. No more rear guard for him. No more point unless the whole team's with him. And when we get back, I'm telling Hiruzen straight, Kumo's got intel on the resemblance. They're curious. Curiosity turns into plans fast in the cloud. Luna gave a small nod. Agreed. And we tighten security on him in the village too. No unsupervised time outside the compound or tower until we know what Kumo's next move is. Asuma glanced back. Naruto and Ino were talking quietly, Ino's head leaning against his shoulder for a second before she straightened again, ever vigilant. They don't know yet, he said softly. About how close it came. About Samui's little side comment. Luna's voice stayed level. They don't need to know yet. Not until we're safe inside the gates. Ino's already on edge. Naruto's still processing Suki and the Iwa letter. We don't need them looking over their shoulders every step. And they didn't even know my shadow clone trailed after them. Hiruzen will like this information. Asuma exhaled, long, tired. Yeah, let's get them home first. Then we tell them. Then we prepare. And after that we will tell Pops. The caravan rolled on, familiar now, leading back toward Konoha's heart. The wagons creaked. The days passed uneventfully after the Kumo trade. No more bandits. No rogue shinobi. No suspicious shadows in the rocks. Just the steady rhythm of the road, wagons creaking, horses plodding, the merchant Hiroshi growing less nervous with every quiet mile. The team kept their formation tight, Asuma and Luna at point, Shikamaru drifting in the middle, Naruto and Ino at the rear, Ino refusing to let go of Naruto's hand for more than a few seconds at a time. They camped cold, ate rations, took watches, and talked quietly under the stars, about ramen, about Suki Nei, about the Iwa letter still tucked in Naruto's pocket. But mostly they just walked. Tired. Safe. Heading home. By late afternoon on the fourth day, the familiar red roof of Konoha's east gate rose ahead of them. Hiroshi let out a long, trembling breath from the lead wagon. We made it. Thank every kami in the heavens. The guards at the gate waved them through with quick nods, familiar faces recognizing Asuma and the team. The wagons rolled inside the village limits, and Hiroshi finally climbed down, bowing so deeply his hat nearly fell off. Thank you, all of you. The bonus is yours, double what we agreed. I'll have it sent to the Hokage Tower by morning. You saved my life, my livelihood, everything. Asuma gave him a small, tired smile. Just doing the job. Safe travels home, Hiroshi. The merchant bowed again, then hurried off to stable his horses and settle accounts, leaving Team 10 standing in the gate plaza. Ino dropped her pack with a dramatic thud, spun toward Asuma with both hands on her hips, and grinned like she'd just won a war. Okay. Goods delivered. Client safe. Mission complete. So, where's the money? Naruto groaned, long, theatrical, slumping forward so his forehead rested against Ino's shoulder. Ino-chan, we literally just got back. Can we at least sit down first? Ino poked his chest. No, payday is payday. I've been mentally shopping for 3 days straight. Hair clips, new sandals, that perfume from the flower district, maybe a new kunai holster that actually matches my outfit. Asuma laughed, low, genuine, the sound rumbling out of him as he shook his head. Easy, Ino. The merchant promised double. Hiroshi's good for it, he'll send the bonus through the tower by morning. You'll get your cut after the mission report and payout processing. Probably tomorrow afternoon. Ino's eyes sparkled. Tomorrow afternoon. Perfect. I'm making a list tonight. Naruto groaned again, louder this time, straightening up and rubbing his face. You're gonna spend it all before I even see my share. Ino looped her arm through his, tugging him toward the village streets. Obviously. But I'll buy you one thing. Maybe. If you're good. Shikamaru yawned, already turning toward the Nara compound. Troublesome. I'm going home. Wake me when the money actually arrives. Asuma clapped Naruto on the shoulder one last time. Good work, all of you. Clean mission. No casualties. Report to the tower tomorrow morning for debrief. Get some rest tonight. He gave Ino a small, knowing smile. And try not to bankrupt the merchant before the payout. Ino flashed an innocent smile that fooled exactly no one. No promises, sensei. Naruto laughed, tired but happy, and let Ino pull him toward the Yamanaka compound. The gates of Konoha closed softly behind them. The Hokage Tower was quiet at this hour, lanterns dimmed, corridors empty except for the soft footsteps of Asuma and Luna as they climbed the stairs to the top office. The doors slid open at their approach. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe unlit, scrolls half unrolled in front of him. He looked up as they entered, expression already heavy with the weight of what he suspected they'd come to say. Asuma closed the door behind them. Luna stood at attention beside him, arms loose but posture rigid. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. Report. Asuma exhaled slowly, no cigarette this time, just the tired lines around his eyes. The trade in Kurosawa went clean. Goods swapped, payment received, Hiroshi's alive and grateful. But the Kumo squad, Darui and his genin, were watching Naruto the entire time. Not subtle. Samui stared like she was building a profile. Darui confirmed it indirectly. They had a secondary objective, extraction of the Uzumaki. Called off because we were too tight, Luna shadowing, formation locked, no gaps. Luna spoke next, voice low, precise. Samui admitted it herself after the trade. Quietly, to her team. Second objective, extraction of the Uzumaki, not possible due to Anbu presence. They tested us, saw the protection, decided it wasn't worth the risk on neutral ground. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a long moment. A low groan escaped him, old, weary, the sound of a man who'd seen too many shadows creep toward the same child over the years. Kumo, he murmured. Always Kumo. The Raikages never forgiven the Nine Tails incident. And now they've got confirmation the boy looks like Minato. They'll keep pushing, quietly, patiently. He opened his eyes, gaze sharpening. You're sure it was extraction, not assassination? Asuma nodded. Extraction, Samui said, grab the Uzumaki. High-value intelligence asset. They wanted him alive, seal status, Fuinjutsu knowledge, maybe leverage. Not dead. Luna added, they backed off clean when they saw the odds. Professional. No provocation. But the intent was there. Hiruzen rubbed his temples, pipe forgotten on the desk. We tighten everything. Naruto doesn't leave the village without at least 2 Jonin or Anbu overwatch. No unsupervised time outside the Yamanaka compound or tower grounds. Double the guard on the gates. And I want every border patrol report from the lightning side pulled, any Kumo movement, any whispers of Jinchuriki interest. He looked at Asuma and Luna, eyes tired but resolute. Tell the boy, he needs to know, but gently. He's already carrying too much. Suki's arrival, the Iowa letter, now this. Ino will help keep him steady. She's fierce about him. Asuma gave a small nod. We'll handle it. Tomorrow morning, after he's rested. We'll tell him and Ino together. Shikamaru too. The whole team needs to know how close it came. Luna's voice was quiet. He'll want to fight, to prove he's not a target. Hiruzen smiled, small, sad. Of course he will. That's why we protect him. Not because he's weak, because he's too strong to lose. He leaned forward. Get some rest. You've earned it. Tomorrow we tighten the net. And we tell him the truth. Asuma and Luna bowed slightly. Yes, Lord Third. The doors slid shut behind them. Hiruzen sat alone in the dim office, staring at the unlit pipe. Outside, Konoha slept. Inside, the weight of secrets, and the boy they protected, grew heavier still. The sliding door of the Yamanaka home opened with a familiar rattle. Naruto and Ino stepped inside, sandals off in the Genkin, mission packs dropped with twin thuds near the entrance. The house smelled like fresh-cut flowers, miso soup, and the faint sweetness of grilled fish. Ino's mom had clearly been waiting up. Inoichi looked up from the low table, seed packets spread out in front of him. His wife appeared from the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on her apron, smiling warmly. There they are, Inoichi said, grinning. Mission heroes return. How'd it go, son-in-law? You keep my daughter out of trouble. Naruto flushed instantly, cheeks going pink as he rubbed the back of his neck. It was eventful, but we're good. No one got hurt, got paid, and, no foreign women tried anything weird this time. Ino rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her grin. Speak for yourself. The Kumo genin were eyeing him like he was a rare flower. I had to stake my claim extra hard. Ino's mom laughed softly, gesturing them toward the table. Come sit. You both look starving. I kept some grilled fish and rice warm. And there's extra miso. Eat first, then talk. They sat, Naruto cross-legged, Ino right beside him, thigh pressed to his like always. The food disappeared fast, Naruto devouring his portion with his usual enthusiasm, Ino eating more neatly but matching his speed. Between bites, Ino gave her parents the highlights. The quiet road days, the bandit ambush, we handled it, obviously, the clean trade with Kumo, and the uneasy vibe from the lightning team. Inoichi listened carefully, nodding. Sounds like you did good. And the Kumo squad, they always watch Leaf Jinchuriki like hawks. Nothing new there. But you're home safe. That's what matters. Ino's mom reached over and patted Naruto's hand. You're both safe. That's all I care about. Now eat. You can tell us the rest tomorrow. After dinner, plates cleared, tea poured, Naruto pulled a small scroll and brush from his pack. He sat at the low table, legs folded, Ino curled beside him with her chin on his shoulder, watching curiously. Inoichi raised an eyebrow. Letter. Naruto nodded, already dipping the brush. To Kuritsuchi, the Iowa girl who sent the stone. I wanna write back, tell her thanks, and maybe say we could be friends if we meet again. Not as enemies, just people. Ino's expression softened. That's sweet, but don't tell her too much. Borders are still borders. Naruto grinned. I won't, just the mission stuff, and that I'm okay. He started writing, brush moving carefully, words simple and honest. Kuritsuchi. Your letter and the stone got to me. Luna-sensei gave it to me after a mission. The obsidian's cool, feels heavy, like it remembers something. Thanks for sending it, and for saying the Uzumaki aren't gone. That means a lot. We just got back from AC rank escort job. Caravan to a border town. Bandits hit us once, handled it. Trade went smooth. Met a Kumo team there, Darui and his genin. They were weird, kept staring at me, felt bad vibes, like they wanted something, but nothing happened. We got home safe. You said if we meet again, not on a border, not fighting, you'd like to talk. I agree. Friends, not enemies. Just people who shared bad rations once. Deal. Stay safe. And thanks again for the stone. Naruto Uzumaki. He blew gently on the ink to dry it, then rolled the scroll carefully and sealed it with a simple wax dab. No crest, just his name in small script. Ino leaned her head on his shoulder. You're too nice sometimes, you know that. Naruto grinned. Maybe, but it's worked so far. Inoichi watched from across the table, smiling quietly. You're a good kid, Naruto. Write her back, send it through the embassy if you want, keep it clean. And get some sleep, you both look exhausted. Ino's mom stood, collecting the empty teacups. Guest room's ready for you, Naruto. Doors open, as always. Ino, don't keep him up too late talking. Ino smirked. No promises, mom. Naruto laughed, tired, happy, and let Ino pull him toward the stairs, letter clutched carefully in his free hand. The Yamanaka house settled into evening quiet. A letter to Iwa waited to be sent. The low table in the Yamanaka living room had been cleared of dinner plates and now held only a small oil lamp, a scroll, Naruto's freshly written letter, and the little obsidian stone from Kuritsuchi. Naruto sat cross-legged on the cushion, staring at the sealed scroll in his hands like he was still deciding if he should actually send it. Ino knelt beside him, chin on his shoulder, reading over the words one last time. Inoichi and his wife sat across from them, teacups in hand, watching with quiet, fond amusement. Naruto finally exhaled, nodding to himself. Okay, I'm sending it. He looked up at Inoichi and his wife. Is it okay if I use the clan mailbox? Luna-sensei said it's the safest way for non-official mail to Iowa. No one logs it, no one opens it, just goes straight through the diplomatic pouch. Inoichi set his teacup down, smiling. Of course, son-in-law. The Yamanaka clan mailbox is secure. Our mail runner picks it up every morning at 5 a.m. sharp, rain, snow, or mission. It'll be bundled with the official diplomatic packets and sent to the Leaf Embassy in Iowa. From there, it'll reach her. No questions asked, no records kept on our end. Ino's mom leaned forward, voice gentle. You're sure about this, Naruto? Sending a letter to an Iowa kunoichi. Even if it's just thanks. Borders are still tense. Naruto nodded, quick, certain. Yeah, she didn't have to send anything. She could have just ignored me. But she didn't. And she said the Uzumaki aren't gone. That, I dunno. It felt good. Like someone out there remembers my mom's people are still real. I wanna say thanks. And maybe make one friend across the border. If that's even possible. Inoichi studied him for a long moment, then smiled, soft, approving. You've got a good heart, kid. That's why Ino's so stuck on you. He chuckled when Ino shot him a glare. Go ahead, use the mailbox. It's in the side alcove by the front gate, small black box with the spiral flower seal. Drop it in before you head to bed. The runner will take it at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Naruto's grin returned, bright, relieved. Thanks, Yamanaka-san. Ma'am, I promise it's just a thank you letter. Nothing secret or dangerous. Ino's mom reached over and patted his hand. We trust you, sweetheart. And we're proud of you for thinking this way. Now, both of you, get some rest. You've had a long week. Ino stood, tugging Naruto up with her. Come on, hero. Let's drop the letter, then crash. Guest rooms ready, doors open, as always. Naruto laughed, awkward but happy, and let her lead him toward the alcove. The clan mailbox was exactly where Inoichi said, a small, black lacquered box mounted on the wall near the front gate, etched with the subtle Yamanaka spiral flower seal. Naruto hesitated for half a second, then slipped the sealed scroll inside. It dropped with a soft thud. Ino leaned against his side, watching. Done, she said quietly. Now it's out of your hands. Naruto stared at the box for a moment longer. Yeah, hope she gets it, hope she reads it, hope, I dunno, hope it means something. Ino slipped her hand into his. It will. You're Naruto Uzumaki. Everything you do means something. They walked back inside together, hand in hand, the house warm and quiet around them. Upstairs, the guest room waited, futon laid out, blanket turned down. Ino paused at the doorway, gave him one last quick kiss on the cheek. Sleep good, hero. Tomorrow's another day, and you've got me, and Suki-ne, and maybe, one day, a friend in Iwa. Naruto grinned, tired, happy, hopeful. Yeah, maybe. The lamp flickered out. The Yamanaka house settled into night. And somewhere in the dark, a small black mailbox waited for 5 a.m., when the runner would come, collect the scroll, and carry it toward the border. Toward Iwa. Toward Kuritsuchi. Morning light filtered through the kitchen windows, soft and golden, turning the table into a warm little island of rice, miso soup, tamagoyaki, and leftover grilled fish from last night. Breakfast was short and simple, no big production, just the quiet clink of chopsticks and the occasional sip of tea. Inoichi had already left for the flower market at first light, muttering something about early shipments and lazy apprentices, so it was just Ino, Naruto, and Ino's mom at the table. Ino sat cross-legged, still in her sleek shirt, hair loose for once, eating with one hand while scrolling through a mental shopping list with the other. Naruto shoveled rice into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in days. Mission rations never quite hit the same as home cooking. Ino's mom set a fresh bowl of miso in front of him, smiling that gentle, knowing smile. Slow down, Naruto. You're not on a mission today. There's plenty more. Naruto paused mid-bite, cheeks stuffed, eyes wide. MMPH, thanks, ma'am. This is the best miso ever. Seriously. She laughed softly, sitting across from them with her own tea. You say that every time. But I'll take the compliment. She tilted her head, eyes twinkling with mischief. So, how's my future son-in-law feeling after his big paid mission? Ready to spend all that money on my daughter's hair clips. Naruto choked on his rice. Ino snorted into her soup, then burst out laughing. Mom, you're as bad as Dad. Her mom shrugged innocently, stirring her tea. What? I'm just asking. A mother needs to know if her only daughter's boyfriend can keep up with the Yamanaka shopping standards. You did get paid, right? Naruto swallowed hard, face turning the familiar tomato shade. Why yeah, we got the base pay, and Hiroshi-san promised a bonus, double, he said. Should be at the tower by today or tomorrow. I'm good for it, promise. Ino's mom leaned forward, resting her chin in her hand. Good, because Ino's already got a list longer than the Hokage monument. New sandals, perfume, hair ties, maybe a new kunai pouch that matches her outfit. You're in trouble, young man. Naruto groaned, dropping his forehead onto the table with a soft thump. I'm doomed. Ino reached over and ruffled his hair, affectionate, teasing. You're doomed and you love it. Don't pretend. Naruto lifted his head just enough to peek at her, grinning despite the blush. Yeah, I kinda do. Ino's mom watched them with that same warm, quiet smile, then stood to clear the empty bowls. Well, eat up. You've got a debrief at the tower later, and Ino's already planning how to spend your share before you even see it. Don't let her bankrupt you on day one. Ino stuck her tongue out playfully. I'm responsible, mostly. Naruto laughed, bright, easy, and shoveled another spoonful of rice. The Yamanaka kitchen stayed warm, full of small sounds and bigger feelings. The walk from the Yamanaka compound to the Hokage Tower was quiet at first, morning mist still clinging to the streets, vendors just opening stalls, the village slowly waking up around them. Naruto and Ino walked side by side, hands linked, as always Naruto still carrying the faint post-mission ache in his shoulders but grinning anyway. Ino's ponytail bounced with every step, her eyes already calculating how much of the mission payout would go to hair accessories. They hadn't gone far when Asuma stepped out from a side alley, cigarette already lit, Shikamaru trailing a few paces behind him, hands in pockets, looking like he'd rather be napping than walking. Asuma raised a hand in greeting. Morning, kids. Tower. Now. Hiruzen wants the full debrief. Naruto perked up. Already. Cool. We've got stories. Ino squeezed his hand. And money. Don't forget the money. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome. But yeah, let's get it over with. The four of them fell into step, Asuma leading, Shikamaru slouching behind him, Naruto and Ino bringing up the rear. They climbed the tower steps in silence, boots echoing on stone, the weight of yesterday's mission settling back over them. The doors to Hiruzen's office slid open at their approach. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, pipe unlit, scrolls spread out in front of him. Luna was already there, standing near the window, arms crossed, expression calm but eyes sharp. Hiruzen waved them in. Come, sit. They settled on the cushions, Naruto and Ino side by side, Shikamaru leaning against a pillar, Asuma taking the spot closest to his father, Luna remaining standing. Hiruzen didn't waste time. The mission report from the border town reached me last night. Trade complete. Client safe. No casualties on our side. Good work. He paused, gaze moving over each of them. But there's more. Asuma. Luna. Tell them what you overheard. Asuma exhaled slowly, no cigarette this time, just the tired lines around his eyes. After the trade, Samui, the blonde one with the clipboard, spoke to her squad. Quiet. Thought we couldn't hear, she said. Second objective, extraction of the Uzumaki, was not possible. Anbu presence confirmed. Tight formation. No exploitable gaps. They were testing us. Watching for an opening to grab Naruto. Called it off when they saw how protected he was. Ino's hand clamped down on Naruto's arm, hard enough to bruise. Her voice came out low, furious. They were going to kidnap him. In the middle of a trade. In neutral territory. Naruto stared at Asuma, eyes wide, grin gone. Again, like the rogue months ago. Asuma nodded once, grim. Twice now. The rogue months back was one attempt. Kumo's secondary objective was the second. They didn't act, too much risk with us there, but the intent was clear. Hiruzen leaned forward, voice heavy. The Raikage has a long history with this. Kumo has tried to kidnap Jinchuriki before, multiple times, across generations. Bloodlines. Kekkei Genkei. Tailed beasts. They see power and they reach for it. Naruto's nine-tailed seal makes him a target. The fact that he looks so much like Minato Namikaze only adds fuel. They don't know the connection publicly, no one outside Konoha does, but they notice the resemblance. They wonder. And wondering turns into orders. He looked directly at Naruto. You are not just a Jinchuriki to them. You are a symbol, a prize, a weapon they could turn against us, or use for themselves. Ino's grip tightened until her knuckles whitened. They're not touching him, not ever. Shikamaru sighed, long, tired. Troublesome, but yeah, we keep him in the middle from now on. No solo anything, no wandering, double watches when we're outside the village. Naruto swallowed hard, then nodded, once, firm. I'm not scared, I've got you guys, I've got Tsukine now too. And Ino, they can try, they won't get me. Asuma placed a hand on his shoulder, steady, grounding. That's the spirit, but we don't give them the chance. From now on, you don't leave the village without at least two of us or Anbu Overwatch. No exceptions, no arguments. Hiruzen nodded. And when you're inside Konoha, stay in secure areas. Yamanaka compound, tower grounds, training fields with supervision. We'll brief Suki too, she needs to know. She'll want to help protect you. Ino's voice was steel. She better. Because if anyone tries again, Kumo, or anyone, I'll mind walk them into thinking they're a goldfish. Permanently. Shikamaru snorted. Terrifying, but effective. Naruto managed a small grin, shaky, but real. Thanks, everyone. I'm glad I've got you guys. Hiruzen smiled, small, tired, warm. You always have. Now go rest. Spend your mission pay. Hug your aunt. And stay safe. They bowed, Naruto deepest of all. Yes, Gigi. The doors slid shut behind them. Hiruzen sat alone for a moment, staring at the unlit pipe. Then he lit it. The smoke rose in a slow spiral. Kumo was watching. But so was Konoha. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, the faint creak of old wood cutting through the heavy silence that followed Luna's report. His pipe sat cold on the desk, he hadn't touched it since the debrief began. He studied the four shinobi in front of him, Asuma steady and grim, Luna silent and watchful, Shikamaru slouched but attentive, Ino's hand still locked around Naruto's arm like a lifeline, and Naruto himself sitting unusually still, blue eyes flicking between faces as the weight of 2 attempts sank in. Hiruzen exhaled slowly through his nose. You've all done well. The mission was a success, goods delivered, client safe, no casualties. The bonus from Hiroshi will be processed through the tower vault and ready for collection by lunch. You're dismissed until then. Rest, eat, spend time with family. Report back here after midday for the payout and any new orders. He gave a small, tired gesture toward the door. Go, you've earned the morning. Asuma stood first, bowing slightly. Yes, Lord Third. The genin followed, Naruto and Ino rising together, Shikamaru stretching with a yawn. Luna gave Hiruzen one last nod before turning to leave. Asuma paused at the threshold, glancing back at Luna. Training field after we drop the kids off. Light session, keep them sharp. Luna inclined her head. Agreed. 30 minutes. Focus on close quarters defense and quick counters. No heavy chakra use, just enough to stay loose. Asuma's lips twitched in a faint, tired smile. Good. I'll meet you there. The doors slid shut behind them. The office fell quiet. Hiruzen sat alone. He reached up and rubbed the bridge of his nose with thumb and forefinger, long, slow circles, the gesture of a man trying to push back a headache that had been building for years. 2 attempts. One from a rogue months ago. One from Kumo's secondary objective, quiet, professional, aborted only because the team was too tight and Luna's presence was too obvious. He frowned, deeper than before. The Raikage's hunger for bloodlines and Kekkei Genkai had never truly faded. The Cloud had tried before, multiple times across generations. The third Raikage's obsession with capturing the Hyuga Byakugan had nearly sparked a war. The fourth Raikage had the same streak, less reckless, more calculated. And now they had seen Naruto up close. Seen the resemblance to Minato. Seen the whisker marks. Seen the Nine-Tails chakra signature that no one could hide completely. They would not stop. Hiruzen opened his eyes, staring at the unlit pipe. He needed to counter this, quietly, carefully, before curiosity turned into action. Options flickered through his mind like old mission scrolls. Double Anbu overwatch on Naruto at all times inside the village. Restrict his movements outside the Yamanaka compound or tower grounds unless accompanied by at least 2 Jonin or an Anbu squad. Brief Suki fully, her Uzumaki knowledge could be an asset for defense or counter seals if Kumo ever tried a snatch. Increase border patrols along the lightning line, watch for Kumo scout teams probing closer than they should. Plant false rumors through diplomatic channels, exaggerate Naruto's instability, or poor seal control, make him seem like a liability instead of a prize. And if it came to it, prepare contingency evacuation routes for Naruto and the Yamanaka family. Just in case. He rubbed his nose again, harder this time. Too many fronts. Too many old enemies waking up. He lit the pipe at last. The first puff rose in a thin white spiral. One step at a time. First, keep the boy safe. Second, make sure Kumo thinks twice. Third, find out how much they already know. He would summon the elders later. The council after that. For now, he sat in the quiet office, smoke curling upward, and planned. Outside, Konoha moved on, unaware that the third Hokage was once again weighing the cost of protecting one loud, kind, unbreakable boy. And somewhere on a training field, Asuma and Luna were already waiting, ready to sharpen the team that kept him standing. The familiar training clearing was quiet except for the occasional crackle of chakra, the thud of boots on dirt, and the low murmur of wind through the pines. Asuma had chosen it deliberately, secluded, defensible, close enough to the tower that they could still make the lunch payout but far enough that prying eyes wouldn't wander by. The team was already in motion. Asuma stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed, cigarette unlit for once. He watched with sharp, approving eyes as his genin worked through combos, nothing flashy, nothing wasteful, just clean, practical synergy drills to burn off the mission adrenaline and sharpen reflexes after the Kumo tension. Luna leaned against a nearby tree, one foot braced on the trunk, arms folded. Her gaze tracked every movement, quiet, critical, ready to speak only when necessary. Naruto went first, alone for the opener. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones popped into existence around him. The real Naruto charged forward with his tanto drawn, lightning chakra crackling along the blade in thin blue-white arcs. The clones fanned out in a loose diamond formation. One clone fainted left, drawing imaginary fire, another dropped low and swept a leg. The real Naruto closed the gap and drove the lightning-charged tanto into a training dummy. Wood splintered, sparks flew, the dummy rocked backward. Asuma nodded once. Good spread. Clones are bait and distraction, don't waste them on direct hits unless you have to. Next combo, Ino, join him. Ino stepped up beside Naruto, chain already uncoiling from her belt. Water release, whip chain. The chain gleamed as water chakra coated the links, turning it razor sharp and flexible. She snapped it forward in a wide arc while Naruto's clones rushed in from the sides. The chain wrapped around the dummy's torso. At the same moment one clone tackled it from behind and another drove a chakra-enhanced palm strike into its chest. The dummy rocked backward. Ino yanked the chain tight, pulling it off balance so Naruto's real Tonto could finish it with a lightning-charged slash. The dummy toppled, cracked in half. Asuma grunted approval. Nice timing. Chain sets up the knockdown, clones pin, Naruto finishes. Keep that rhythm. Faster next time. Luna's voice cut in, calm, precise. Naruto, your third clone hesitated half a second before the tackle. It broke the flow. If that was a real opponent, the chain pull would have left you open. Commit or don't send the clone. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Right, sorry, Luna-sensei. I'll fix it. Shikamaru went next, solo opener. He twirled his bow staff once, lazy, almost bored, then slammed one end into the ground. Shadows exploded outward in four thin tendrils, snaking across the dirt toward four separate dummies. The shadows wrapped each dummy's legs and yanked, simultaneous takedowns. Before they hit the ground, Shikamaru was already moving, staff spinning in a wide arc, cracking against the first dummy's head, then the second, third, fourth in a single fluid motion. Asuma gave a low whistle. Multi-shadow bind into staff sweep. Clean, efficient, minimal chakra waste. Luna tilted her head. Staff arc was perfect, but you overextended on the fourth dummy by 2 degrees. If it had countered, you'd have left your left side open. Tighten the follow-through. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, but yeah, I see it. Asuma stepped forward. Now all three. Full combo. Naruto clones for distraction and pin, Ino chain for control and knockdown, Shikamaru shadows for immobilization and finish. Go. The three genin moved as one. Naruto's clones fanned out, 4 of them charging forward in a loose wave, drawing imaginary fire. Ino snapped her chain in a wide arc, water-coated links whipping around the central dummy's torso, yanking it off balance. Shikamaru's shadows surged from his feet, wrapping the dummy's legs and arms in black tendrils, locking it rigid. Naruto closed in, real body this time, Tonto flashing with lightning chakra. He drove the blade into the dummy's center in a precise thrust. Wood exploded outward in a shower of splinters and faint sparks. Asuma watched the whole thing unfold, pride flickering in his eyes again. Perfect sync. No hesitation. That's what I want to see every time. Luna pushed off the tree, stepping closer. Error on the chain pull, Ino, you let the water coating flicker for half a second when you yanked. It weakened the grip. If that dummy had been a real shinobi, they could have broken free mid-pull. Keep the chakra flow steady through the entire motion. Ino nodded, serious now, no sass. Got it. I'll fix it. Luna looked at Naruto. Tonto thrust was good, but you dropped your left guard when you spun. Exposed kidney for a split second. Seal it next time. Naruto saluted playfully. Yes ma'am. Luna's lips twitched, almost a smile. Again, slower this time, focus on the errors. Asuma stepped back, crossing his arms. Run it 5 more times. No breaks. Then we call it. Lunch payouts waiting at the tower after. The genin reset, clones popping, chain uncoiling, shadows stretching. Asuma watched them work, quiet pride settling in his chest. The room was stark, stone walls carved smooth, low lanterns casting long shadows, a single heavy table in the center. Darui stood at attention, cloak still dusted from the road, black lightning pendant glinting faintly under the light. Across from him sat the fourth Raikage, broad shoulders filling the chair, arms crossed, expression thunderous even at rest. Killer B leaned against the wall in the corner, sunglasses low, arms folded, listening without interrupting. Darui spoke first, voice low, even, no excuses. Mission partial success. Primary objective, secure the silken medicinal herbs from the merchant Hiroshi. Trade completed without loss. Payment received, ores loaded, no incidents during the handover. A grunted, once, sharp. And the secondary objective. Darui didn't flinch. Not achieved. Extraction of Uzumaki Naruto was not possible. A's eyes narrowed. The air in the room seemed to thicken. Explain. Darui kept his tone flat, factual. Leaf sent a full escort team, Asuma Sarutobi, Luna, Anbu level operative, and 3 genin, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Uzumaki Naruto. Formation was tight. Luna shadowed constantly, Anbu Overwatch confirmed. No exploitable gaps. Attempting a grab on neutral ground would have forced open combat with Leaf Anbu present. Risk of escalation too high. Secondary objective aborted. We maintained trade integrity and withdrew clean. A's fist tightened, knuckles cracking audibly. Darui, you had eyes on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You had him in front of you. And you let him walk away. Darui met his gaze steadily. I had eyes on him. I also had eyes on a Leaf team that would have turned a snatch into a border incident. We're not at war with Konoha. Not yet. Losing a genin squad and starting diplomatic fallout over a high-risk grab wasn't worth it when the primary objective was already secured. B pushed off the wall, voice low and rhythmic. Yo, bro, Darui's right. We got the goods, no blood spilled. Jinchuriki kid's still in Leaf hands. We push too hard, we start a war we ain't ready for. Play it smart, fool. Exhaled sharply through his nose, anger still simmering, but logic cutting through. Fine, trade success noted. But the boy, he leaned forward. You saw him up close. What did you see? Darui paused, only a heartbeat. He looks like the yellow flash. Spiky blonde, blue eyes, same jawline. Whisker marks are QB signature, but the face. It's uncanny. Samui noted it in her report. No confirmation of parentage outside Konoha, but the resemblance is too strong to ignore. A's expression darkened further. Minato Namikaze's ghost walking around with the nine tails sealed inside him. And Konoha's letting him roam with only a genin team and one Anbu. Darui nodded. They're protective. The Yamanaka girl, Ino, was glued to his side. Territorial. Ready to mind transfer anyone who got too close. The Nara boys lazy but sharp. Asuma and Luna are the real threat. They didn't give us an opening. A rubbed his chin, thinking. 2 attempts now. The rogue months ago failed. Kumo's probe failed. Someone else will try again. Iwa, Kiri remnants. Or our own opportunists. The boy's too valuable to leave unguarded forever. He looked up at Darui, eyes hard. Keep watching. Quietly. No more direct moves, not yet. But I want regular reports. Any sighting. Any movement outside Konoha walls. Any sign they're lowering security. We wait. We learn. And when the time is right. He trailed off, fist clenching on the table. We take what should have been ours long ago. Darui bowed slightly. Understood, Raikage-sama. B tilted his head, lollipop stick bobbing. Yo, this could get real messy, bro. Hope the kid's as tough as his old man looked. Darui turned to leave, cloak swirling. He is. The doors closed behind him. The heavy door clicked shut behind the last attendant. The room fell silent except for the low crackle of the single brazier in the corner and the distant rumble of thunder rolling across the mountains. A sat on the edge of the low stone bench, massive arms crossed, shoulders tense. The black lightning pendant at his neck caught the firelight every time he shifted. Across from him, Killer B leaned against the wall, sunglasses low on his nose, arms folded, one foot tapping a slow rhythm against the floor. B broke the quiet first, voice low, no rhyme this time, just brother to brother. Yo, perhaps it'd be best to not attempt to take anyone anymore. A's head snapped up. His eyes narrowed, sharp, dangerous. Explain. B didn't flinch. He pushed off the wall and walked closer, stopping just outside arm's reach. Our reps on the decline, bro. World's talkin'. First the Hyuga attempt years back, almost started a war. Then the rogue snatch on the Uzumaki kid months ago, failed, messy, word got out. Now this trade run. Darui's squad had the perfect window and still couldn't move. Leafs got him locked down tighter than a Biju seal. Everyone knows we're sniffing around the Nine Tails container. Jinchuriki grabs are supposed to be quiet. Ours ain't quiet no more. A's jaw clenched. The brazier flames reflected in his eyes, flickering, angry. We need power. Kumo needs power. The other villages have their monsters. We get left behind, we get crushed. B shook his head slowly. I know. I feel it too. But reputation matters more than raw strength sometimes. We keep pushing for grabs and the world stops trading with us. Stops talking to us. Stops believing we're stable. Public PR perception is dropping. Merchants whisper. Diplomats hesitate. Even our own genin start questioning if we're the good guys or just another pack of kidnappers with better lightning. A stared at the fire for a long time, fists clenched on his thighs. Darui's report still burned in his mind. Extraction not possible. Anbu presence. Tight formation. No gaps. He finally spoke, voice rough, low. You think we look weak? B shrugged one shoulder. I think we look desperate. And desperate countries don't win allies. They win enemies. Exhaled sharply through his nose. So what, sit back. Let Konoha keep their nine-tails weapon while we scrape by with what we have. B stepped closer, close enough that I could see the seriousness behind the shades. Nah, bro, we get smarter. We wait, we watch, we build, train harder, forge better blades, strengthen alliances the old-fashioned way, trade, treaties, shared enemies. When the time's right, when they slip, we move, but not like this, not when every village is already side-eyeing us for the same old tricks. I looked up at his brother, long, hard stare. You really believe that? B gave a small, crooked grin. I believe in you, and I believe we're better than being known as the kidnapping village. Let's change the story. Let's be the ones everyone wants on their side, not the ones they fear coming for their kids. Silence stretched. I rubbed his jaw, thinking, weighing. Finally, he nodded, once, slow. No more grabs, not until the board changes. We focus on strength, on reputation, on waiting for the right moment. B's grin widened, just a little. That's my bro. I stood, towering, still tense, but the edge had dulled. Tell Darui, no more secondary objectives on leaf runs. Trade only. And double the border scouts. I want to know every time that Uzumaki kid leaves Konoha walls. B nodded. Will do. And hey, maybe send him a fruit basket next time. Keep it friendly. I snorted, almost a laugh. Get out of here before I throw you out the window. B chuckled, turning toward the door. Love you too, big bro. The door closed. I stood alone in the flickering light. He stared into the brazier for a long time. Then he sat back down. No more grabs. For now. But the hunger in his eyes hadn't faded. It had only sharpened. The brazier had burned low, leaving the room in shifting shadows and the faint smell of cedar smoke. The last attendant had left hours ago. The door was barred. Only a remained, massive frame seated on the stone bench, elbows on his knees, staring out the narrow window at the night sky. Clouds rolled heavy and dark across the moon. Lightning flickered far off in the distance, silent, distant, a reminder of home. I sat motionless for a long time. Then he spoke, quiet, to the empty room, voice rough and low. Wait. He exhaled through his nose, slow, controlled. The Raikage's mind turned over the pieces again. Darui's report, Samui's notes, the failed secondary objective, the Leaf Team's iron-tight formation, the ambush shadow that never left the Uzumaki boy's side. He had raged earlier, fists clenched, thunder rumbling in his throat. Now the anger had cooled into something colder, sharper. A plan. He would wait. Not forever, not passively. But he would wait for the perfect moment. A moment when the Anbu slipped. When the Yamanaka girl was distracted. When Asuma Sarutobi and that ghost of a woman Luna were called away on another mission. When Naruto Uzumaki, loud, kind, trusting, stepped outside the village walls without the full weight of Konoha's protection around him. And when that moment came, I would snatch him. Clean, fast, no witnesses, no diplomatic fallout, no war. Just one boy, Uzumaki by blood, nine tails sealed inside him, taken across the border before anyone knew he was gone. Kumo would have its own Uzumaki clan again. Not a remnant hiding in Konoha's shadow. Not a Jinchuriki leashed and paraded by the leaf. Its own. Trained in Kumo's lightning, protected by Kumo's strength, bound to Kumo's will. A's lips curved, just the barest hint of a smile, hard and certain. He leaned back against the stone wall, eyes still fixed on the clouds rolling past the window. When the time is right. Thunder rumbled far off, low, patient. Awaited. The clouds kept moving. The small stone chamber was warm from the low hearth and smelled of steamed rice, grilled mackerel, pickled vegetables, and the faint bitterness of strong tea. Onoki sat at the head of the low table, legs folded under him despite his age, spooning rice with slow, deliberate movements. Across from him, Kuretsuchi knelt properly, back straight, chopsticks in hand, though her attention was already drifting toward the sealed scroll that had just been delivered. The runner had arrived at 5 a.m. sharp. Konoha diplomatic pouch, no markings beyond the standard neutral seal. Inside, one small personal letter addressed only to her. She broke the plain wax seal and unfolded the rice paper. Onoki noticed her sudden stillness. Something interesting. Kuretsuchi's eyes scanned the lines quickly, then slowed, rereading the last paragraph. A small, surprised huff escaped her. It's from the Uzumaki kid. Naruto. Onoki's spoon paused halfway to his mouth. The Konoha Jinchuriki. The blonde one from the border patrol. She nodded once, still reading. He's thanking me for the obsidian stone. Says it feels heavy, like it remembers something. And he agrees. If we ever meet again, not on a border, not fighting, he'd like to talk. As friends, not enemies. Just people who shared bad rations once. Onoki set the spoon down. His expression was unreadable, old eyes sharp behind the half-lidded gaze. He's bold, or naive, or both. Kuretsuchi folded the letter carefully, setting it beside her bowl. He also mentioned a mission. C-rank escort to a border town. Bandits hit them once, they handled it. But he said the Kumo team there gave him bad vibes. Kept staring. Felt like they wanted something. Onoki's brow furrowed, deep lines carving across his forehead. Kumo. Kuretsuchi nodded. He doesn't know the history. Doesn't know Kumo tried to kidnap Iowa bloodlines before, our lava release users, our explosion release clan remnants. They've always reached for Kekkei Genkei. Same hunger they have for the Nine Tails. She tapped the folded letter once with her finger. He's honest. Kind of stupidly honest. Reminds me of the way he handed us those rice and noodle packs on the border. No strings. Just being nice. Onoki leaned back slightly, staring at the steam rising from his tea. Konoha's raising him soft. Or smart. Hard to tell. Kuretsuchi looked up at her grandfather, serious now. Maybe we should talk to them. Peace talks. Not big delegations, just quiet. With Hiruzen. See if we can get ahead of whatever Kumo's planning. If they're already sniffing around the Uzumaki boy, they'll sniff around anything valuable. Including us. Onoki hummed, low, thoughtful, the sound rumbling in his chest. Hiruzen's old, cautious, but he's not stupid. If Kumo's making moves again, he'll want allies, or at least non-enemies. He picked up his tea, sipped once. How would you approach it, Kuretsuchi? If I let you handle the first contact. Kuretsuchi didn't hesitate. Simple. No formal summons. No banners. Just a private letter, my name only. Through the same diplomatic pouch they used. Short. Direct. I read your letter. Agree, friends, not enemies, if we meet again. Kumo's sniffing around you. They've tried to grab Iowa bloodlines before. They'll try again. If you're willing, let's talk. Quietly. No delegations. Just you, me, and whoever you trust. Neutral ground. No tricks. Then I wait. If Hiruzen or the Uzumaki boy bites, we meet. If not, we stay quiet and watch Kumo make the next mistake. Onoki stared at her for a long moment, assessing. Then he gave a small, approving nod. Good. Write it. Send it today. Use the secure pouch, my seal. No one else needs to know until there's something to know. Kuretsuchi nodded, sharp, decisive. Understood, grandfather. She reached for a fresh sheet of paper and her brush. Outside, Iwagakure woke slowly, stone streets humming with morning traffic. Inside, a letter began to form. Short, honest, dangerous. The breakfast dishes had been cleared away, leaving only the faint scent of tea and grilled mackerel lingering in the air. Onoki sat motionless at the head of the low table, eyes half closed in thought, while Kuretsuchi knelt across from him, brush in hand, finalizing the letter she'd begun after reading Naruto's reply. She read the last line aloud, soft, to herself more than to him. My grandfather suggests we talk. Quietly. No big delegations, no banners. Just you, me, and whoever you trust. Neutral ground. No tricks. If you're willing, pass this to the Hokage. The bad blood between our villages has lasted long enough. Maybe it's time to put it to rest. For our people. For the future. Kuretsuchi. She set the brush down and looked up at Onoki. That's it. Short. Direct. I'm asking him to give it to Hiruzen if he thinks it's safe. Onoki hummed, low, thoughtful, the sound rumbling in his chest like distant stone shifting. Good. No pleading. No threats. Just an offer. He'll respect that. The boy might not understand the weight, but Hiruzen will. He opened his eyes fully, gaze sharp despite his age. I wouldn't be opposed to peace. Especially now. Kuretsuchi tilted her head. The rumors. Onoki nodded once, slow, grim. Atsuki sniffing around temples again. Looking for Sage of Six Paths belongings. Relics. Scrolls. Anything tied to the old power. They've been quiet for years, too quiet. Now they're moving. Temples in the neutral zones, forgotten shrines in Fire Country Hills, even whispers of them near the old Uzushio ruins. They want the sage's legacy. And if they get even a fragment of it. He trailed off, letting the implication hang. Kuretsuchi's fingers tightened on the brush handle. They'd be unstoppable. Or close enough. Onoki leaned forward slightly. Konoha has the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. We have our own strengths, lava release, explosion release remnants. If Atsuki is hunting sage relics, they'll come for both of us eventually. Better to face them with Konoha at our back than alone. Kuretsuchi folded the letter carefully, sealing it with a small blob of plain wax, no crest, just her name in neat script. I'll send it today. Through the secure pouch, your seal. It'll reach the Leaf Embassy in Konoha by tomorrow night. Onoki gave a small nod, approval, trust. Do it, and Kuretsuchi. She looked up. If Hiruzen responds, if the boy wants to meet, be careful, peace is a fragile thing. Especially when old enemies are stirring. She stood, tucking the sealed letter into her sleeve. I know, I'll be ready. She bowed once, respectful, brief, then turned toward the door. Onoki watched her go, eyes on the empty space she left behind. The brazier crackled softly. Chapter 11. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun, all rights reserved for their original owners. The weeks following the border mission slipped into a quieter rhythm. No more long-range escorts. No border patrols. No neutral zone trades with Kumo teams or tense handovers. Hiruzen had made it clear, Naruto was not leaving Konoha without heavy escort until the Kumo threat level was reassessed. So Asuma and Luna shifted the team's focus inward, short, local missions around the village itself. C-rank and D-rank jobs became the norm, escorting supply carts between districts, helping rebuild a damaged bridge after a storm, chasing down a pack of wild boars that had wandered into the farming fields, standing guard during a visiting dignitary's tour of the academy, or running security for the monthly merchant fair in the market district. They were low-risk, high-visibility tasks, perfect for keeping Naruto inside the walls while still giving the team real work to do. Asuma and Luna rotated the assignments carefully. Naruto was never alone, never on point without Ino or Shikamaru within arm's reach, never out of sight of at least one Jonin or Anbu shadow. The genin noticed the change, Ino approved of it fiercely, Shikamaru grumbled about the troublesome babysitting in Naruto. Well, Naruto just rolled with it, happy to be useful and surrounded by his team. But as the weeks turned into a month, then two, something subtle shifted. Security began to lax. Not dramatically, not carelessly, but gradually. The Anbu overwatch thinned from constant rooftop shadows to periodic checks. The Jonin escorts became less frequent. Asuma and Luna trusted the genin more after each successful local job. Missions stayed short and safe, so the team started treating them like routine chores rather than high-stakes operations. Naruto was allowed to run small errands alone inside the village, always within sight of the compound or market stalls, and Ino's grip on him loosened just a fraction when they were in familiar territory. It was natural, understandable. The Kumo threat had gone quiet after the trade. No sightings, no probes, no new attempts. Hiruzen's border reports showed no unusual lightning activity. The village began to breathe again. Asuma and Luna noticed it too. One afternoon, after a routine market patrol escorting a spice trader through the stalls, the team regrouped near the central fountain. Naruto was laughing with Ino about a vendor who'd tried to sell them authentic lightning country lightning candy, just sugar with blue food dye. Shikamaru was leaning against a lamppost, half asleep. Asuma lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly as he watched the genin. Security's getting soft, he said quietly to Luna, voice pitched for her ears only. Luna nodded once, small, sharp. Too comfortable. No incidents for weeks. Hiruzen's relaxed the Anbu rotation. We're down to spot checks instead of constant overwatch. Naruto's running small errands solo inside the market now. Ino's not within grabbing distance every second. Asuma rubbed his jaw. Kid's been cooped up too long. He's restless. Wants to feel normal. But Kumo doesn't forget. The rakeage doesn't forget. They're waiting, watching. One slip, one moment he's out of sight, and they'll move. Luna's gaze flicked to Naruto, laughing, carefree, oblivious. We tighten it back up. Quietly. No big announcements. Just more eyes, more overlap. Tell Ino and Shikamaru to stop giving him space in public. He stays in arm's reach. Always. Asuma nodded. I'll talk to Hiruzen tonight. Push for full Anbu rotation again. And we keep the genin busy, more missions, more training. Keep them sharp. Keep him in sight. He crushed the cigarette under his boot. No more lax. Not until we know Kumo's backed off for good. Luna's expression didn't change. Agreed. We can't afford another attempt. Across the plaza, Naruto caught Asuma's eye and waved, bright, happy, completely unaware of the conversation. Ino waved too, then tugged him closer, possessive as ever. Asuma gave them a small wave back. But his smile didn't reach his eyes. The tower's mission hall was quiet in the mid-afternoon lull, only a few chunin flipping through scrolls at the side tables, the low hum of conversation, and the soft scratch of pens on paper. Behind the long counter stood the mission secretary, a stern middle-aged woman named Hannah with sharp eyes and even sharper handwriting. She was mid-sentence with another team when the doors swung open. Asuma strode in first, cigarette already lit, trailed by his genin, Naruto bouncing on his toes with restless energy, Ino walking beside him with her usual confident sway, Shikamaru slouching at the rear like he'd rather be napping somewhere else. Hannah looked up. Her eyes narrowed the instant she recognized them. Asuma stepped up to the counter and placed a small stack of completed mission reports in front of her. Afternoon, Hannah. We've got 27 D and C ranks finished. All signed, all clean. Ready for the next batch. Hannah stared at the stack. Then at Asuma. Then at the genin behind him, Naruto grinning brightly, Ino smirking, Shikamaru yawning. Her frown deepened into something that could have cracked stone. Not you again. Asuma's lips twitched around the cigarette. Us again. We've been doing all the local stuff here isn't approved, village patrols, supply escorts, boar hunts, merchant fair security. 27 in the last month. No incidents. No overtime requests. Just good, clean work. Hannah pinched the bridge of her nose. You're the only team that's turned in 27 reports in 30 days. Do you ever sleep? Do your genin ever stop moving? Naruto piped up, still grinning. We're awesome, and we're bored. Give us more. Ino elbowed him lightly. Speak for yourself. I'd like a day off to spend the payout, but someone, she jerked her thumb at Naruto, keeps volunteering us for everything. Shikamaru sighed dramatically. Troublesome. But yeah, we're here. Again. Hannah stared at the stack of reports like it had personally offended her. Then she sighed, the long, suffering sigh of someone who'd seen too many overachieving teams. Fine. 27 accepted. Payout will be processed by end of day tomorrow, usual split. But if you keep this pace, you're going to burn out or bankrupt the mission desk. Asuma shrugged. We're just keeping the kid busy and the village safe. Hiruzen's orders. Hannah's eyes flicked to Naruto, whisker marks, bright grin, restless energy, and she softened just a fraction. I know. And you're doing it well. Too well. She pulled a fresh mission board scroll from under the counter and unrolled it. Here, 20 more local jobs. D ranks mostly, market security, lost pet retrievals, training ground cleanup, academy supply runs. A couple C ranks if you want them, escorting a visiting tea master, guarding a construction site overnight. Take your pick. Naruto leaned over the counter, eyes sparkling. We'll take all of them. Hannah groaned. Of course you will. Ino smirked. He means it, but we'll pace ourselves. Maybe. A little. Shikamaru sighed again, deeper this time. I hate all of you. Asuma chuckled low, clapping Naruto on the shoulder. Pick 5 for tomorrow. Rest can wait. We're not trying to break the mission desk. Yet. Hannah rolled the scroll back up and handed it to Asuma. Get out of my hall before I assign you permanent latrine duty. Asuma gave a mock salute with his cigarette. Yes ma'am. The team filed out, Naruto already chattering about which jobs sounded the most fun, Ino rolling her eyes but smiling, Shikamaru muttering about how troublesome the whole thing was. Hannah watched them go, shaking her head. Overachievers. Outside the doors, Asuma paused and looked at his team. 5 jobs tomorrow. Light ones. Keep it simple. Stay inside the village. Stay together. No heroics. Naruto saluted playfully. Yes, sensei. Ino linked her arm through Naruto's. No wandering. No exceptions. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome, but fine. The team headed down the tower steps, mission scroll in hand, payout pending, and the quiet routine of village duty stretching ahead. Security might have laxed a little. But Team 10 hadn't. Not yet. The mission payout had hit the tower vault right on schedule, double the usual rate thanks to Hiroshi's grateful bonus. By the time Team 10 finished the debrief and collected their shares, Ino had already transformed into a force of nature. She grabbed Naruto's wrist the second they stepped out of the tower doors, eyes gleaming with predatory focus. Shopping. Now, you promised. Naruto laughed, half nervous, half resigned, as she started dragging him down the steps. I said maybe. I didn't say. You said you'd buy me one thing. One thing turned into a whole afternoon. Move your feet, hero. Asuma watched them go from the top of the steps, cigarette dangling from his lips. A low chuckle rumbled out of him. Shikamaru stood beside him, hands in pockets, looking like he'd rather be napping under a tree. She's gonna spend his entire share before he even sees the coins. Asuma exhaled smoke in a slow, amused stream. She'll spend his share, my share, and probably try to guilt me into covering the rest. That girl's a menace when money's involved. Shikamaru tilted his head, watching Ino haul Naruto around the corner like a reluctant puppy. I firmly believe, he said quietly, that if anyone ever tried to get between her and him, really tried, she'd destroy their mind. Not just mind transfer them into thinking they're a goldfish. She'd shatter it, permanently. No coming back. Asuma's chuckle turned into a full laugh, deep, warm, the kind he didn't let out often. You're not wrong. She's Yamanaka, territorial, and she's got him wrapped around her finger so tight he doesn't even realize it. Anyone stupid enough to try taking him, they'd be lucky to remember their own name afterward. Shikamaru sighed, long, dramatic. Troublesome, but kinda impressive. She's scary when she wants to be. Asuma clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, let's go find a tree to nap under. They'll be at it for hours. Shikamaru perked up slightly. Finally, a good idea. The two Jonin headed off in the opposite direction, Asuma lighting another cigarette, Shikamaru already scanning for the perfect shady spot. Meanwhile, down in the market district, Ino marched Naruto past stall after stall, hair clips, perfumes, sandals, kunai holsters that actually matched her outfit, a new scarf, for winter missions, and a small charm bracelet she insisted, looked good on him too. Naruto groaned every time she added something to the growing pile, but he never once tried to pull away. Worth it, he muttered under his breath as she held up yet another hair accessory to compare against her ponytail. Ino caught the words and grinned, sharp, triumphant. Damn right it is. She dragged him toward the next stall. Somewhere in the back of Naruto's mind, he wondered how much of his payout would actually make it home. Somewhere else entirely, Ino was already planning the next shopping trip. And somewhere far above, Asuma and Shikamaru were laughing quietly under a shady tree, knowing full well that when it came to Ino Yamanaka protecting what was hers, no one stood a chance. The market district hummed with late afternoon life, vendors calling out last-minute deals, children darting between stalls, the smell of grilled yakitori and fresh baked buns mixing in the warm air. Ino had already conquered 3 hair accessory stalls, 2 perfume counters, and a sandal shop. Naruto's pouch was noticeably lighter, but the grin on his face hadn't faded once. They stopped at a small jewelry stall near the edge of the square, simple wooden table draped in dark cloth, trays of silver and copper charms glinting in the sunlight. Ino's eyes locked onto one piece immediately, a thin silver bracelet with a delicate swirl pendant, the spiral clean and elegant, almost like a subtle nod to the Uzumaki clan symbol without being obvious. She lifted it carefully, turning it in the light. This one, she said softly. It's perfect. Naruto leaned over her shoulder, peering at the swirl. It's cool. Kinda looks like, you know, the Uzumaki thing, but pretty, like you. Ino's cheeks went pink, but she didn't put it down. Naruto glanced at the vendor, an older woman with kind eyes, and pulled out his coin pouch without hesitation. How much? The vendor smiled. 800 ryo, special price for the cute couple. Ino started to protest. Naruto, you don't have to, but he was already counting out the coins. I want to. You've been dragging me around all afternoon. Least I can do is buy you something you actually like. He handed the money over. The vendor wrapped the bracelet in a small cloth and placed it in Ino's palm. Ino stared at it for a second, then at Naruto. Her eyes went suspiciously shiny. You idiot, she muttered, voice thick. You're such an idiot. But she was smiling, wide, giddy, the kind of smile that made her whole face light up. She slipped the bracelet onto her wrist immediately, the silver swirl catching the light every time she moved her hand. It's perfect, she said again, quieter this time. She stepped closer, rose on her toes, and kissed him, quick, soft, right there in the middle of the market. Naruto's face went tomato red, but he didn't pull away. He just stood there grinning like an idiot while the vendor chuckled and a few nearby shoppers smiled knowingly. Ino pulled back, still giddy, fingers tracing the swirl on the bracelet. You're in so much trouble, she said, voice playful but warm. Now I have to buy you something too. Fair's fair. Naruto laughed, bright, helpless. I'm doomed. Ino linked her arm through his again, tighter this time, possessive and happy. Damn right you are. Come on, one more stall, then home. I wanna show mom. They walked off together, Ino practically bouncing, bracelet glinting on her wrist, Naruto still red-faced but beaming like he'd just won the biggest prize of his life. Somewhere in the market crowd, a few Yamanaka clan cousins watched from a flower stall and snickered. Son-in-law's got it bad, one whispered. The other grinned. Whole village knows it. The afternoon sun kept shining. Mission pay kept dwindling. And Ino's giddy smile stayed firmly in place. The market district was alive with the golden light of late afternoon, stalls overflowing with colorful fabrics, fresh fruit, handmade trinkets, and the constant hum of vendors calling out deals. Ino had already spent most of Naruto's mission payout on herself: hair clips, perfume, a new kunai holster that matched her outfit perfectly, but now her eyes had that determined glint again. She tugged him toward a row of accessory stalls near the fountain, arms still linked through his. "Okay," she said, voice bright and decisive. "Your turn. I'm getting you something. No arguments. You bought me the swirl bracelet, fair's fair." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks already pink. "Ino-chan, you don't have to." "I want to." She stopped in front of a stall lined with leather cords, silver charms, and simple metal bands. "Hold still. Let me look." She scanned the trays with the focus of a hawk, fingers hovering over different pieces, muttering to herself about what would look good on him, and not too flashy but still cool. Naruto stood obediently, shifting from foot to foot, trying not to grin too obviously while she shopped. After a few minutes, her eyes lit up. This. She picked up a thin black leather cord bracelet with a small silver spiral charm dangling from it, simple, understated, but unmistakably Uzumaki-inspired. The swirl was clean and elegant, catching the light without screaming for attention. Ino turned to him, holding it up. "Turn your wrist." Naruto obeyed, still blushing. She fastened it quickly, fingers brushing his skin, careful but sure. The black cord sat perfectly against his tanned wrist, the silver spiral glinting when he moved. "There," she said, stepping back to admire it. "Now you've got something from me. Matches the one you got me. Swirl for swirl." Naruto stared at the bracelet, thumb tracing the silver spiral, eyes soft. "It's really cool. Thanks, Ino-chan." She smiled, giddy, almost shy, then leaned in and kissed his cheek quickly. "You're welcome. Now you can't say I never buy you anything." Naruto laughed, bright, happy, and pulled her into a quick hug right there in the middle of the stall. "You're the best." The vendor, an older woman with kind eyes, smiled as she took Ino's coins. "Adorable couple. Come back anytime." Ino linked her arm through Naruto's again, tighter this time, bracelet glinting against his wrist. "Let's head home. Mom's probably waiting with dinner. And Dad's gonna tease you about your new jewelry." Naruto groaned dramatically but didn't let go of her hand. "Worth it." They walked off together, bracelets matching, hands linked, market noise fading behind them. The walk back from the market district was slower than the way there, mostly because Ino kept stopping to admire her new swirl bracelet in the sunlight every few steps, twisting her wrist and grinning like she'd just won a war. Naruto walked beside her, his own matching black cord bracelet glinting faintly on his wrist, a goofy smile stuck on his face that hadn't faded since she'd fastened it on him. They turned the final corner toward the Yamanaka compound gates. The familiar sight of blooming flower beds and the low wall etched with subtle spiral designs greeted them. Several clan members were already outside, two cousins pruning late-blooming roses near the entrance, an aunt carrying a basket of cut stems, and a younger teen lounging on the porch with a scroll. The moment Ino and Naruto stepped through the gate, heads turned. One cousin spotted the linked arms and matching bracelets first. "Well, look who's back," she called, grinning wide. "Our little lovebirds return. And matching jewelry now. Cute." The aunt paused mid-step, basket on her hip, and let out a delighted laugh. "Swirls. Uzumaki and Yamanaka spirals. Very symbolic. Son-in-law's officially marked, huh?" The teen on the porch sat up straighter, waving lazily. "Yo, Naruto. You survived the shopping trip. Ino didn't bankrupt you." Ino shot them all a mock glare, chin high, but her cheeks were pink. "Laugh it up. He wanted to buy me this. And I bought him one too. Fair trade." The cousin snickered, clipping another rose. Sure he did. Poor boy never stood a chance." The aunt walked over, smiling warmly as she passed them. "Welcome home, you two. Dinner's almost ready, extra pork for the hero who survived Ino's shopping spree." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, face tomato red but still grinning. "Thanks. Again. It's really good to be back." The teen called from the porch. "Hey, Naruto, next time bring back souvenirs. I want a bracelet too." Ino rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her own smile. "Keep dreaming. These are exclusive." The clan members kept chuckling, warm, teasing greetings following them all the way to the door. "See you at dinner, son-in-law. Don't let her spend it all." Matching bracelets, adorable. Naruto laughed, awkward, happy, completely overwhelmed in the best way, as Ino tugged him inside. The door slid shut behind them. The sliding door rattled open as Naruto and Ino stepped into the Genkin. They paused automatically, years of habit kicking in, to slip off their sandals and line them neatly beside the others. Ino's new swirl bracelet caught the warm lamplight from the living room as she bent down, silver glinting with every small movement. Naruto's matching black cord bracelet shifted on his wrist too, the simple silver spiral catching the glow for a second. Inoichi was already in the living room, sorting through the day's flower orders at the low table. He glanced up at the sound of the door, then froze mid-motion when he saw the matching bracelets. Ino's mom appeared from the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. Her eyes went straight to Ino's wrist first, then Naruto's, and a slow, delighted smile spread across her face. Well, Inoichi said, setting down the bundle of lilies he'd been tying. His voice was warm, teasing. Look at that. New jewelry. Matching swirls. Very intentional. Ino lifted her wrist proudly, turning it so the silver spiral caught the light again. He bought it for me. And I bought him one. Fair trade. Naruto's cheeks went pink instantly. He rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand. It's, just a bracelet. Nothing big. The swirl kinda reminded me of, Uzumaki stuff. But Ino liked it, so. Inoichi leaned back on his hands, grinning wide. Uzumaki stuff, huh? Son-in-law's getting sentimental. I approve. Ino's mom stepped closer, reaching out to gently touch the bracelet on Ino's wrist. It's beautiful, sweetheart. Simple, elegant. Suits you both. She turned to Naruto, eyes soft. And you look good wearing it too. Very handsome. Naruto's face went from pink to full tomato red. Thanks, ma'am. I mean, it's really nice. Ino picked it out. She's got good taste. Inoichi chuckled, deep and fond. She does. And she's got you wrapped around her finger so tight you're wearing jewelry now. Never thought I'd see the day. Ino stuck her tongue out at her father. Laugh it up, Dad. At least he's got style now. Ino's mom laughed softly, reaching over to pat Naruto's cheek. You two are adorable. Dinner's almost ready, extra pork for the hero who survived shopping and came home with matching bracelets. Come sit. Naruto let Ino tug him toward the table, still blushing, still grinning, bracelet glinting every time he moved his hand. The Yamanaka house filled with the familiar sounds of family, plates clinking, teasing laughter, warm voices overlapping. The Hokage's office was bathed in the warm amber light of late afternoon. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, pipe in hand, smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling. Across from him, Suki Uzumaki knelt on the cushion, sleeves rolled to her elbows, various ink brushes, sealing scrolls, and small fuinjutsu tools spread neatly on a low portable table between them. She had spent the last hour demonstrating and explaining a series of new defensive and containment seals she had developed over her years of hiding and survival. Hiruzen watched intently, old eyes sharp, occasionally asking precise questions about activation conditions, chakra cost, and countermeasures. Suki finished inking the final pattern on a small prototype tag, a layered barrier seal designed to repel elemental attacks while allowing allied chakras signatures to pass through. And the outer spiral here, she said, pointing with the brush tip, is keyed to Uzumaki blood resonance. It will recognize Naruto's chakra instantly, even if the Nine Tails influence is dominant. The inner lattice reinforces it against brute force breaking attempts. It's not perfect against a determined S rank, but it will buy time. Hiruzen leaned forward, studying the tag closely. Impressive. The blood resonance layer is elegant. We could integrate something like this into the village perimeter seals, make them more selective. Less strain on the barrier team during high alert periods. Suki nodded, setting the brush down and wiping her hands on a cloth. That was the idea. Adaptable. Scalable. I can teach the seal masters here how to modify it for larger arrays. Hiruzen sat back, pipe in hand, eyes thoughtful. You've given us several useful tools already. Containment tags, reinforced privacy seals, even that early warning tripwire variant. Konoha owes you a debt. Suki shook her head once, small, firm. I'm not keeping score. This is for Naruto. For Kushina. For what's left of Uzushio. If it helps protect him. It's worth it. Hiruzen studied her for a long moment, then asked the question that had been sitting quietly behind his eyes since she first walked through his doors. Suki, is there a seal that would make someone speak truthfully? Suki's hands stilled on the cloth. She looked up slowly, violet eyes meeting his ancient gaze. You mean a truth compulsion seal? Something that forces honest answers. No evasion, no lies by omission. Hiruzen nodded once, slow, deliberate. I do not ask lightly. Interrogation is delicate. Ibiki and his team are skilled, but sometimes time is short. Sometimes the stakes are too high for conventional methods. If such a seal exists. If you can create or teach one. Suki exhaled, long, measured. It exists. In fragments. Old Uzushio records had prototypes, seals that bound the tongue to truth, linked directly to the speaker's chakra pathways. But they were flawed, brutal. The subject's mind could fracture under the strain. Lies are part of human nature, forcing the mind to reject them completely can cause permanent damage. Memory loss, personality erosion, in extreme cases, death. She paused, fingers tracing an invisible pattern on the table. I refined one version years ago, when I was alone, when I needed answers from captured hunters who came looking for survivors. It's gentler, less invasive. It only compels truth when directly questioned, no blanket compulsion, no mind-breaking pressure. The subject can still refuse to speak, they just can't lie if they do. It lasts about 30 minutes per application, and it leaves no lasting damage. Mild headache at most. Hiruzen leaned forward slightly. Can you recreate it? Teach it to our interrogators. Suki met his gaze, steady, unflinching. I can, but I have conditions. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, curious, not offended. Name them. 1. It is only used on high-threat captives, missing nin, enemy spies, imminent danger to the village. Not on children, not on petty criminals, not for convenience. Hiruzen nodded immediately. Agreed. 2. Naruto never knows I taught it. He doesn't need to carry the knowledge that his aunt helped create a tool that forces truth from someone's mind. He's already carrying enough weight. Hiruzen's expression softened. Agreed. Suki exhaled, relief, resolve. Then I'll teach it, to Ibiki, to whoever you trust. I'll write the full sequence, the activation keys, the counter seals. It will take a week to prepare the teaching scrolls properly. Hiruzen smiled, small, tired, grateful. Thank you, Suki. She inclined her head. For Kushina, for Naruto. The room fell quiet again, only the soft crackle of the brazier and the distant sounds of the village outside. Hiruzen picked up his pipe at last, lighting it with a small puff. Tomorrow we begin. Suki nodded. Tomorrow. The Nara compound porch was bathed in the soft purple of early evening. A single lantern hung from the eaves, casting a warm circle over the low table where the shogi board sat between Asuma and Shikamaru. Pieces clicked softly as they moved, Asuma's cigarette glowing faintly between his lips. Shikamaru slouched against a pillar with one knee drawn up, staring at the board like it had personally insulted him. Asuma advanced his knight, casual, precise, threatening Shikamaru's silver general for the third time in the game. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, sliding his king one square to safety. You're gonna win again. Again. Troublesome. Asuma chuckled low, exhaling smoke toward the garden. Keeps you sharp. You think too much about the next move instead of the one after that. Shikamaru didn't reply right away. He stared at the board, fingers drumming idly on his knee, then leaned back and looked up at the darkening sky. I'm kinda glad we got the blondes, he said suddenly, quiet, almost offhand, like he was commenting on the weather. Asuma paused, hand hovering over his rook, then lowered it slowly. Shikamaru kept staring at the stars. I mean, Ino and Naruto, even as troublesome as they are. Before they got together, Ino was always bossing everyone around, and Naruto was just loud, alone, always getting into fights or causing chaos. People avoided him, even I did, mostly. Too much hassle. He shrugged one shoulder. Now, they're still loud, still a pain, but they're happy. Ino's got someone who actually listens when she talks, who doesn't mind her being bossy because he's too busy grinning like an idiot. And Naruto, he's not alone anymore. He's got her glued to his side like she'll mind walk anyone who looks at him funny. He's got me, lazy as I am, actually paying attention when he's around. He's got you and Luna watching his back like he's the most important thing in the village. And now he's got Tsukine showing up out of nowhere, acting like she's always been there. Shikamaru lowered his gaze back to the board, eyes half lidded, but something softer in them. They're messy, annoying, loud as hell, but they're happy. And seeing them like that, it's kinda nice. Kinda weirdly nice. Like the team's more than just a squad now. It's family. Troublesome family. But real. Asuma studied him for a long moment, his lazy, brilliant student who pretended not to care about anything. Then he moved his silver general, checkmate in 2 turns. You're right, he said quietly, setting the piece down with a soft click. We got lucky. They're a pain in the ass. But they're ours. And I wouldn't trade them for any other genin in the village. Shikamaru stared at the board, saw the trap snap shut, and sighed again. You planned that 3 turns ago. 5, Asuma corrected, smirking. I let you think you were winning. Builds character. Shikamaru groaned, tipping his head back against the pillar. Troublesome sensei. Asuma laughed, low, warm, and lit another cigarette. Troublesome student. They sat there a while longer, bored forgotten, night deepening, stars bright overhead. The Hokage Tower mission hall was already busy when Team 10 arrived, Chunin flipping through scrolls, a few genin teams milling around waiting for assignments, the low hum of conversation filling the space. Asuma led the way to the counter, cigarette already lit, the stack of 20 mission slips from yesterday tucked under his arm. Hana, the mission secretary, spotted them coming and sighed dramatically before they even reached the desk. Not you again. Asuma grinned around his cigarette. Us again. We cleared the 20 you gave us yesterday. All signed, all clean. Ready for the next batch. Hana stared at the stack like it had personally offended her, then at the genin behind him, Naruto bouncing on his toes, Ino smirking confidently, Shikamaru already yawning. You're monsters, she muttered, taking the reports. Fine, 20 more D and C ranks. All village bound. Market security, supply escorts, pet retrievals, training ground cleanup, academy guard shifts. Take your pick. Asuma placed the stack in front of her, then leaned forward slightly, voice low but carrying that casual authority. Actually, we'll take all 20, today. Hana's pen froze mid-signature. All 20, in one day. Asuma nodded, grin widening. Yep, and here's the deal, if they finish every single one by end of day, no mistakes, no shortcuts, no complaints, I'll pay them a personal bonus. 50 ryo each, out of my own pocket. Naruto's eyes went wide. 50 ryo, each. Ino's head snapped up, giddy excitement flashing across her face. 50 ryo each. Shikamaru actually straightened a little. 50 ryo, for one day of work. Asuma shrugged, exhaling smoke. Consider it motivation. You've been doing good, real good, but you're getting comfortable. Time to push. 20 missions. Sun up to sundown. No breaks longer than 10 minutes. Finish them all, you get the bonus. Fail even one, no bonus. Simple. Ino was already vibrating, practically bouncing on her heels. We're doing this. All 20. I'm buying new hair clips and perfume and those sandals I saw yesterday. Naruto pumped a fist. Bonus ramen money. Let's go. Shikamaru groaned, long and dramatic, but there was a faint glint of interest in his eyes. Troublesome, but 50 ryo is 50 ryo. Fine, I'm in. Asuma handed the mission scroll to Ino. Pick the order. Prioritize the C ranks first, get the bigger payouts out of the way. Stay together. Stay inside village walls. No heroics. Report back here when you're done. Ino snatched the scroll, already scanning the list. Market security first, quick and easy. Then pet retrievals, they're fast. Then academy guard shift. We'll crush this. Naruto grinned at Asuma. You're gonna be broke by tonight, sensei. Asuma chuckled low. Worth it if it keeps you sharp. Now move. Clock's ticking. The genin turned as one, Ino leading with the scroll, Naruto right beside her, Shikamaru trailing with a sigh but moving faster than usual. Asuma watched them go, pride flickering in his eyes, then lit another cigarette. Hana stared after them, shaking her head. You're insane. All 20. In one day. Asuma shrugged. They can do it, they just need a push. He turned to leave. See you at sundown, with 20 completed reports. Hana groaned. I hate your team. Asuma laughed as he walked out. They grow on you. Outside, the genin were already sprinting toward the first job, Ino barking orders, Naruto cheering, Shikamaru complaining but keeping pace. The mission scroll for the day's first job was simple: assist at Konoha Elderly Care Home, D rank. Duties include light chores, conversation, tea service, and companionship. Duration, 2 to 3 hours. Report to Matron Hana at the East Wing entrance. Asuma had assigned it as the opener, low stress, village bound, and a good way to ease into the marathon of 20 missions. The elderly home sat in a quiet corner of the residential district, a single-story building with wide verandas, flower gardens maintained by the residents, and the constant soft sound of wind chimes hanging from the eaves. The team arrived together, Naruto practically bouncing with energy, Ino walking beside him with her usual confident stride, Shikamaru dragging his feet like the concept of morning personally offended him, and Asuma bringing up the rear with his casual smoke trail. Matron Hana, an older woman with silver hair pinned in a neat bun and a warm but no-nonsense smile, met them at the entrance. Team 10, she greeted, bowing slightly. Right on time, thank you for coming again. The residents always light up when you're here. Naruto grinned wide, already rolling up his sleeves. No problem, Matron Hannah. What do you need? We're ready for anything. Hannah chuckled. Easy, young man. Nothing too strenuous today. We've got 3 main tasks. 1. Help with tea service in the common room, pour, serve, chat with anyone who wants company. 2. Assist in the garden, light watering, deadheading flowers, nothing heavy. 3. Conversation rounds, visit rooms for anyone bedridden or just wanting to talk. Many of them love hearing about young shinobi lives. Ino perked up at the tea service part. I've got tea duty. I make the best blends, Mom taught me. And I'm good at talking. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic. Conversation, troublesome. I'll take garden, less people. Naruto pumped a fist. I'll do everything. Tea, garden, talking, bring it on. Asuma exhaled smoke, nodding to Hannah. We'll split it. Ino on tea service, Shikamaru on garden, Naruto on conversation rounds and backup wherever needed. I'll float between stations. Luna's on perimeter watch outside the building, standard protocol. Hannah smiled gratefully. Perfect. The residents will be thrilled. Follow me. The common room was bright and airy, large windows letting in sunlight, low tables surrounded by cushions, elderly shinobi and civilians chatting in small groups. A few waved as soon as they saw Naruto. There's the Whisker Boy. Come sit, Naruto. Tell us about your last mission. Ino headed straight for the tea station, already assessing the leaf selection with professional focus. She started brewing a fresh pot of jasmine green while chatting easily with 2 elderly kunoichi about flower arranging techniques. Shikamaru trudged toward the garden door, muttering under his breath about troublesome plants, but once he was outside he worked methodically, watering pots, pruning dead leaves, occasionally stopping to stare at a cloud and think. Naruto bounced from room to room, sitting with bedridden elders, telling exaggerated but mostly true stories about the recent mission, laughing when they teased him about Ino, keeping him on a short leash. One old man, a retired jonin, squinted at Naruto's bracelet. New jewelry, Girlfriend got you marked. Naruto flushed bright red. Ah, yeah, kinda, she got one too, matching swirls. The old man chuckled. Good, hold on to that one, she'll keep you out of trouble. Or get you into the right kind. Naruto laughed, loud, happy, and promised to come back tomorrow if the mission list allowed. Outside, Asuma watched from the veranda, smiling faintly around his cigarette. They were good at this. Not just fighting, not just missions, the human stuff, the part that reminded everyone why they protected the village in the first place. By mid-morning the first mission was wrapped, tea served, garden tended, stories told, residents smiling and waving goodbye as the team gathered at the entrance. Hannah bowed deeply. Thank you, they'll be talking about this for weeks. Come back anytime. Naruto waved enthusiastically. We will, promise. Ino linked her arm through his again. 1 down, 19 to go, let's get that bonus, hero. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, but yeah, next one. Asuma checked the scroll. Pet retrieval, lost cat in the East District. Move out. The team headed off, Naruto and Ino leading, Shikamaru trailing, Asuma bringing up the rear. Mission 1 complete. 19 left. The East Residential District was peaceful in the mid-morning sun, quiet streets lined with modest houses, small gardens, and the occasional laundry line fluttering in the breeze. The lost cat mission had come with a description from the owner, a fluffy gray tabby named Momo, last seen near the old well on Cherry Blossom Lane, fond of hiding in high places and ignoring calls. Ino led the way down the lane, eyes scanning rooftops and fence tops like a hawk. Naruto jogged beside her, head on a swivel, calling out in his usual enthusiastic tone. Momo, here kitty kitty, come on, we've got treats. Shikamaru trailed a few steps behind, bow staff resting across his shoulders, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Troublesome, it's just a cat, why do we have to chase it? Can't it come when called? Ino shot him a glare over her shoulder. Because it's a mission, and missions pay, and I want my bonus. So help look or go nap somewhere else. Naruto laughed, pointing up at a low roof overhang. Hey, up there, gray fur, think that's Momo. Sure enough, a fluffy tail dangled over the edge of a single-story house roof, twitching lazily. Ino grinned. Gotcha, Naruto, boost me up. Naruto crouched immediately, lacing his fingers. Jump on. Ino stepped into his hands, he launched her upward with a smooth lift. She grabbed the roof edge, pulled herself up in one fluid motion, and crept toward the cat. Momo, here kitty, nice kitty. The cat turned its head, blinked at her once, then promptly leapt to a higher branch of a nearby tree. Ino groaned. This cat hates me. Down below, Asuma watched from a short distance, leaning against a fence post, cigarette smoldering between his lips. Luna appeared beside him without a sound, arms crossed, observing the scene with her usual calm detachment. Asuma exhaled smoke, nodding toward the tree where Ino was now balanced precariously on a branch trying to coax the cat. They're hunting a cat named Momo. Fluffy, gray, stubborn, likes roofs and trees. Ino's currently trying to sweet-talk it. Naruto's spotting from below. Shikamaru's supervising from a safe distance. Luna watched Ino nearly slip, then catch herself, muttering curses at the cat. She let out a soft, rare chuckle, barely audible, but real. They're doing well, considering. Asuma smirked around his cigarette. Yeah, 20 missions by sundown. They're motivated. Ino's already planning her shopping list. Naruto just wants more ramen money. Shikamaru wants the bonus so he can nap guilt-free for a week. Luna's lips curved again, another small chuckle. Classic Team 10. Up in the tree, Ino finally succeeded. The cat leapt from the branch straight into her arms, purring like it had planned the whole thing. She dropped down lightly, cradling Momo like a trophy. Got him. Mission 2 complete. Naruto cheered, fist pumping. Yes, teamwork. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome cat, but good job. Asuma crushed his cigarette under his boot and pushed off the fence. 2 down, 18 to go. Next one's Academy Supply run. Move out. Luna fell into step beside him as the genin hurried ahead, Ino carrying the purring cat, Naruto chattering excitedly about the next job. Asuma glanced at Luna. They're getting sharper, faster, more synced. Even with the Kumo shadow hanging over us, they're still just kids having fun. Luna nodded once. They are, and that's why we protect them. So they can keep being kids a little longer. The team disappeared around the corner, voices echoing back with laughter and teasing. The mission scroll for the third job was simple: Academy Supply Run, D rank. Deliver fresh chalk, ink bottles, spare brushes, and training scrolls to the main academy building. Assist instructors if requested. Duration: 1 to 2 hours. The team reached the academy gates just as the morning classes were shifting between periods. Children streamed through the courtyard, some laughing, some complaining about homework, while instructors called out reminders and directions. The supply office was a small side building near the main hall, already piled with crates from earlier deliveries. Naruto carried the heaviest crate, training scrolls and extra kunai dummies, grinning like he'd been handed a birthday present. This is easy. We'll be done in no time and on to the next one. Ino balanced 2 smaller boxes of ink and brushes, rolling her eyes. Don't jinx it, hero. Last time we did academy duty, we ended up chasing escaped frogs for an hour. Shikamaru trailed behind with a single bundle of chalk and paper, yawning. Troublesome. Kids are loud. And sticky. Asuma walked at the front, cigarette smoldering, giving them a quick glance back. Drop the supplies, sign the receipt, offer help if they ask. No heroics. No showing off. Keep it simple. They stepped into the supply office. The elderly clerk, Mrs. Sato, looked up from her ledger and smiled when she saw them. Team 10 again. Perfect timing. The instructors are swamped today, extra classes for the upcoming genin exams. If you've got a minute, they could use hands in room 3. Just supervising a basic taijutsu drill. Nothing heavy. Ino perked up. Supervising, we can do that. I'm great with kids. Naruto pumped a fist. Yeah, I'll show him some cool moves. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic. Conversation, troublesome. I'll take garden, less people. Mrs. Sato handed them a clipboard with the receipt. Sign here, then head to room 3. Instructor Uruka's covering today, he'll appreciate the help. Asuma signed the form, then nodded to the genin. Go on, I'll wait here and handle the paperwork. Luna's on perimeter watch outside. Stay together, no funny business. The 3 genin headed down the hall, Naruto leading, Ino beside him, Shikamaru trailing like he was being dragged by invisible chains. Room 3 was a large open training space, tatami mats, wooden training posts, a chalkboard with basic taijutsu stances drawn in neat lines. About 15 academy students ages 8 to 10 were scattered around, some practicing punches, others sparring lightly under the watchful eye of instructor Uruka, a kind but firm chunin with a ponytail and a scar across his nose. Uruka looked up as they entered, relief flashing across his face. Team 10, thank the kami. I've got half the class trying to spar and the other half trying to escape. Can you help supervise? Just keep them focused on the basic forms, nothing advanced. Break up any roughhousing. I'll be right here grading. Ino stepped forward with a confident smile. Got it. We'll handle it. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Time to show these kids how real shinobi do it. Shikamaru sighed, deep and long, but moved to the side of the room anyway. Fine, I'll watch the ones who want to nap. The next hour flew by in a blur of controlled chaos. Naruto demonstrated a simple punch-kick combo, slow at first, then faster, grinning when the kids cheered and tried to copy him. He corrected stances with exaggerated patience, high-fiving the ones who got it right and encouraging the ones who wobbled. Ino took charge of the younger group, showing them basic footwork drills and how to keep balance. She was patient, clear, and surprisingly gentle, adjusting tiny arms and legs with a soft, like this, okay. And praising every small improvement. The kids adored her instantly. Shikamaru supervised from the corner. He answered questions when asked. Yeah, shadows are useful. But troublesome, broke up 2 minor scuffles with a lazy shadow tendril, and somehow managed to look bored while still keeping perfect watch. Haruka watched the whole thing with quiet approval. You three are naturals. The kids are actually listening. That's rare. Naruto grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. We're Team 10, we've got this. Ino smirked, brushing hair out of her face. And we're getting paid for it. Win-win. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome, but yeah, not bad. By the time the bell rang for the next class shift, the room was calmer, the kids were exhausted but happy, and Haruka was smiling. Thank you, seriously, you saved my sanity today. Asuma appeared in the doorway, cigarette lit, nodding approval. Good work. Mission complete. 3 down, 17 to go. Ino pumped a fist. Bonus money's getting closer. Naruto laughed. Let's go. Next one. Shikamaru sighed but followed. Troublesome. The team filed out, energized, laughing, ready for the next job. The mission scroll for the 4th job was straightforward. Escort farmer Taro back to his homestead, D rank. Accompany with herd of cattle 12 head to outlying farm 5 kilometers northeast of Konoha. Protect against wildlife or strays. Duration, 2 to 3 hours round trip. The team met the client, Farmer Taro, a sturdy man in his late 50s with calloused hands and a wide straw hat, outside the north gate. 12 cattle milled behind him, lowing softly, tails flicking at flies. Taro tipped his hat in greeting. Much obliged for the help. Wolves been prowling closer lately. Don't want to lose any more stock. Asuma nodded, exhaling smoke. No problem. We'll flank the herd. Stay close to the animals. Eyes open for anything that moves funny. Let's move. The group set off, wagons left behind at the gate since this was a walking escort. Asuma and Luna took point again, guiding the way along the dirt track. Shikamaru drifted in the middle, keeping lazy watch on the herd's flanks. Naruto and Ino brought up the rear, Naruto walking backward half the time to keep an eye on the trailing cattle, Ino staying glued to his side. The first kilometer was peaceful, open fields on both sides, cattle plodding along in a loose group, Taro whistling softly to keep them calm. Naruto kept up a running commentary. Look at that one, he's got spots like ramen toppings. Hey, cow, you hungry too? Ino laughed, elbowing him. You're gonna make them stampede if you keep talking to them like that. Shikamaru yawned from the middle. Troublesome cows. Slow. Smelly. Taro chuckled up front. They're good listeners. Don't mind the noise. About halfway to the farm, the road dipped into a shallow wooded hollow, trees thick enough to cast dappled shadows, underbrush rustling with small wildlife. Asuma raised a hand, subtle signal to tighten up. Eyes sharp. Good ambush spot. The team shifted, Naruto and Ino moving closer to the herd's rear, Shikamaru's shadows stretching just a little farther. No attack came. The cattle lumbered through without incident, emerging back into open farmland. The farm came into view soon after, simple wooden house, barn, fenced pastures stretching toward the horizon. Taro let out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Thanks again, Shinobi. You've saved me a lot of worry. Asuma waved it off. Just the job. We'll head back now. Stay safe. Taro bowed deeply. Anytime you're in the area, stop by. Fresh milk, cheese, beef, on the house. Naruto's eyes lit up. Beef. Deal. Ino tugged him away before he could start negotiating. Come on, hero. 17 missions left. Bonus money's calling. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome cows. But at least no fighting. Asuma chuckled, turning the team back toward Konoha. 4 down. 16 to go. Keep it up. Luna fell into step beside him, silent, watchful. The herd lowed softly behind them as they walked away. Mission 4 complete. The day was young. The day had been a relentless string of D and C rank jobs, market patrols, pet retrievals, supply runs, garden maintenance, academy assistance, and now the 10th and final mission on the list, secure document destruction, D rank. Assist in burning classified information at Tower Annex Burn Facility. Duration, 1 hour. The team arrived at the small, heavily guarded annex behind the Hokage Tower, a squat stone building with no windows, thick iron doors, and 2 Anbu standing sentinel outside. The air already carried the faint, acrid smell of controlled fire. Asuma led them inside after a quick id check with the guards. The interior was stark. Concrete floors, metal tables, several large incinerator chambers, and stacks of sealed red-marked boxes waiting to be destroyed. The facility overseer, a stern Chunin named Kenta, nodded them in. 20 classified scrolls and ledgers today. Old mission reports, outdated seal diagrams, expired intel summaries. All need to be burned under controlled conditions. You'll feed them into the chambers in batches. Wear gloves. No reading. No taking souvenirs. Standard protocol. Naruto stared at the stacks, eyes wide. Whoa, this stuff's really secret, huh? Kenta gave him a flat look. Very. One wrong page in the wrong hands and we've got problems. You're here because you're trusted. Don't make me regret it. Ino slipped on the heavy fire-resistant gloves provided, flexing her fingers. Got it. Burn everything. No questions. Easy. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, pulling on his own gloves. Troublesome. But at least it's not chasing cats. Asuma took charge, pointing to the first stack. Batch by batch, Naruto and Ino unloading. Shikamaru on monitoring the burn temperature gauges, keep it steady. I'll supervise the seals and final verification. Luna's outside on perimeter. Let's move. They worked in quiet efficiency. Naruto and Ino fed documents into the incinerator chamber, scrolls curling and blackening as flames licked them clean. Every few batches, Kenta checked the ash residue with a small chakra scanner to confirm nothing survived. Ino glanced at Naruto as they dropped another bundle in. Feels weird burning all this stuff. Like, history going up in smoke. Naruto shrugged, tossing in a thick ledger. Yeah, but if it's old and dangerous, better gone than in the wrong hands. Right. Ino nodded slowly. Right, still kinda sad, though. Shikamaru monitored the gauges from a small control panel, adjusting airflow with lazy flicks of shadow. Troublesome paperwork. At least it's quiet. Asuma watched the whole process, making sure every seal was broken, every document fully consumed, every ash batch verified. After the last scroll turned to gray dust and Kenta gave the final clearance, the overseer signed off on the completion form. All clear. Mission complete. Good work, Team 10. Naruto pumped a fist. 10 down. 10 more to go. Bonus money's getting closer. Ino grinned, already calculating. Hair clips, perfume, new sandals, and maybe something for you too, hero. Shikamaru yawned. The streets of Konoha were busy with the mid-afternoon rush, vendors restocking stalls, children running home from the academy, the occasional shinobi hurrying past on their own assignments. Team 10 walked in loose formation toward their next job, deliver fresh bread and pastries from Tanaka Bakery to the hospital staff lounge, D rank. Ensured timely arrival. Duration, 30 to 45 minutes. Asuma led the way, cigarette glowing between his lips, hands in his pockets. Naruto bounced along beside him, already talking about the mission payout. Ino walked on Naruto's other side, still clutching the new swirl bracelet on her wrist like a trophy, while Shikamaru trailed a few steps behind, yawning every few paces. Asuma glanced over his shoulder at the genin, a low chuckle rumbling out of him. You three are greedy for money, he said, voice warm with amusement. 20 missions in one day. Most genin would have quit after 5. You're practically drooling over the bonus like it's free ramen. Naruto laughed, bright and unashamed, rubbing the back of his neck. Hey, sensei, 50 ryo each is serious ramen money. I could buy like 20 bowls at Ichiraku's. Extra pork, extra spicy, extra everything. Ino smirked, nudging Naruto with her elbow. And I could buy like 20 hair clips, and perfume, and new sandals, and maybe that kunai holster I saw. It's not greedy, it's motivated. Shikamaru sighed, long, dramatic, hands still in his pockets. Troublesome, but 50 ryo is 50 ryo. I could buy a week's worth of naps and still have change left over. Asuma shook his head, still laughing quietly. Greedy little monsters. I offer a bonus and suddenly you're all acting like you've never seen money before. Keep this pace and you'll have the payout by sundown. But don't spend it all before you even hold it. Naruto pumped a fist. We won't. I mean, maybe a little, but mostly ramen, and whatever Ino wants. Ino grinned, giddy, triumphant. See, he's learning. Asuma chuckled again, exhaling smoke into the warm afternoon air. Bakery's just ahead. Grab the delivery, get it to the hospital, then next job. Keep moving. Clock's ticking. The team picked up the pace, Naruto and Ino leading now, already debating what kind of pastry they'd sneak from the delivery if any, Shikamaru muttering, troublesome, but matching their speed. Asuma watched them go, pride flickering quietly in his eyes. Greedy or not, they were his. And they were good. The Tanaka bakery sat on a busy corner of the market district, warm light spilling from its wide windows, the air thick with the scent of fresh baked bread, sweet red bean buns, and buttery pastries. A small line had formed outside, customers chatting while waiting for the next tray to come out of the oven. Asuma led the team inside, cigarette unlit for once bakery rules, and greeted the owner, Mrs. Tanaka, a cheerful woman in her 50s with flour-dusted cheeks and a quick smile. Team 10, right on time, she said, wiping her hands on her apron. Hospital orders ready, 20 loaves of white bread, 10 trays of red bean buns, 5 dozen assorted pastries. But we're slammed today, extra festival orders came in. If you've got a few minutes, could you help with the counter? Just take orders, wrap, and hand out. Nothing complicated. Asuma nodded. We've got time. Genin, counter duty. Ino on wrapping, Naruto on greeting and handing out, Shikamaru on order tally. I'll supervise. Let's move. The team jumped in. Ino took the wrapping station, folding paper bags with precise, elegant movements, tying them with quick bows, adding small thank you notes she improvised on the spot. Thanks for supporting Tanaka Bakery. Team 10. Customers loved her, especially the older ones who complimented her, lovely manners, and pretty bracelet. Naruto manned the front, grinning wide, calling out orders with infectious energy. 2 red bean buns and a milk bread. Coming right up. Here ya go, fresh from the oven. He handed out bags with dramatic flair, high-fiving kids who came in with their parents, laughing when someone recognized him from the village. Hey, it's the Whisker Kid. His new swirl bracelet flashed every time he reached across the counter. Shikamaru handled the tally, scribbling orders on a notepad with lazy precision, occasionally muttering, troublesome, when someone changed their mind mid-order. He kept the line moving without seeming to try. Asuma watched from the side, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, a small, proud smile hidden behind the occasional sip of tea Mrs. Tanaka had pressed into his hand. He saw everything. Naruto's genuine excitement making even grumpy customers smile. Ino's quick hands and charm turning a simple transaction into a mini-performance. Shikamaru's effortless efficiency keeping the chaos organized. They weren't just doing a job. They were good at it. Natural. A team. Mrs. Tanaka leaned over to Asuma while the genin worked. They're wonderful. Polite, fast, and the kids love them. You've got a special group, Sarutobi-san. Asuma exhaled slowly, smoke drifting upward. Yeah, they're special. A pain in the ass sometimes. But special. Ino caught his eye from across the counter and flashed a triumphant grin, her bracelet glinting as she tied another perfect bow. Naruto waved a fresh tray of buns at him. Sensei, try one, they're amazing. Asuma chuckled. After the mission, kid. Keep working. The line moved quickly, customers happy, orders filled, bakery humming. Mission number 5 ticked off the list. 15 left. The sun was already dipping low when the team finished the 20th and final mission, delivering a stack of medical herbs to the hospital pharmacy. The payout had been processed at the tower mission desk just minutes earlier, base pay plus Hiroshi's generous double bonus, neatly divided into 4 pouches. Ino had practically vibrated with glee when Hana handed them over, already mentally spending her share. Asuma herded them straight from the tower to the familiar secluded training clearing, no detours, no stops. The genin dropped their packs with relieved groans, Naruto stretching his arms overhead, Ino rolling her shoulders, Shikamaru immediately flopping onto the grass like he planned to stay there forever. Asuma stood at the center of the clearing, arms crossed, cigarette unlit between his lips. His voice carried that calm, no-nonsense tone that always made them straighten up. 20 missions. Done. Clean. Fast. You earned that bonus, but we're not calling it a day yet. Naruto blinked, mid-stretch. Sensei. We just finished 20. In one day. Can't we, rest? Asuma's lips twitched into a small smirk. Rest comes after. Right now, practice session. We're doing something different. He stepped back, giving himself space, then spread his arms slightly. Form a plan. All three of you. Come at me. Full effort. No holding back. Use whatever you've got. Clones, chains, shadows, taijutsu, whatever combo you can think of. Goal. Land one clean hit. Just one. If you do, you get the rest of the day off tomorrow. No missions. If you don't, we run extra drills until sundown. Ino's eyes lit up, competitive fire flaring. One hit. On you. Deal. Shikamaru sighed, long, dramatic, but pushed himself up off the grass. Troublesome, but fine. 50 Ryo bonus and a day off. I'm listening. Naruto cracked his knuckles, grin splitting wide. Bring it, sensei. We're gonna take you down. Asuma chuckled low, stepping into a relaxed but ready stance, chakra blades glinting faintly at his hips. You've got 5 minutes to plan. Then you come at me. Clock starts. Now. The genin huddled instantly, Naruto crouching low, Ino leaning in, Shikamaru dropping to one knee so they could talk quietly. Whispers flew fast. Naruto, clones first, lots of them. Distract him while. Ino, I chain his legs, pin him so he can't dodge. Shikamaru, shadows from behind. Bind his arms after the chain. Then Naruto closes in with lightning tanto. Simple, fast, don't overthink it. Ino nodded sharply. 3 minutes left, we good. Naruto grinned. We're good. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, but yeah, let's do this. Asuma watched from across the clearing, smoke curling from his cigarette, pride flickering in his eyes. 5 minutes ended. The genin spread out, silent signals passing between them. Naruto struck first. Shadow clone jutsu. 8 clones exploded into existence, charging in a loose wave, yelling and waving arms to draw attention. Ino snapped her chain low, water-coated links whipping toward Asuma's legs in a sweeping arc. Shikamaru's shadows surged from the ground behind him, black tendrils reaching for Asuma's arms. Naruto closed in, real body this time, tanto drawn, lightning chakra crackling along the blade. Asuma moved, smooth, effortless, sidestepping the chain, ducking under a clone's punch, twisting to avoid the shadows. His chakra blades flashed, cutting through 2 clones in a single arc, poofing them into smoke. But the genin were already adjusting, clones reforming, Ino yanking the chain back for another strike, Shikamaru redirecting shadows in a pincer. Asuma laughed, low, proud. Come on, hit me. The clearing erupted, clones, chains, shadows, lightning, and 3 genin moving as one. Asuma watched every move, dodging, parrying, countering, pride burning brighter with each second. Chapter 12. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun, all rights reserved for their original owners. The clearing was still humming with the aftermath of Asuma's drill, splintered dummies, faint scorch marks from Naruto's lightning-charged tanto, the lingering scent of ozone and sweat in the air. Asuma had just called time, clapping each of them on the shoulder with that rare, quiet pride in his voice before heading off to the tower for a quick report. Shikamaru had already flopped under a tree to rest his eyes, Ino was stretching her arms overhead and complaining about her chain needing oiling, and Naruto was pacing in small circles, still buzzing with energy, tanto sheathed but hand twitching like he wanted to keep practicing. Luna watched from the tree line, perched on a low branch, one leg dangling, arms folded across her chest. She had stayed mostly silent during Asuma's session, only speaking up with corrections when she spotted an opening or flaw. But now, with the lesson officially over and Asuma gone, a decision solidified in her mind. Naruto needed better tanto work. His form was raw, enthusiastic, powerful, but sloppy in the details. The lightning chakra enhancement was a good start, but the blade handling itself was inconsistent, grip too tight on the draw, wrist angle off during thrusts, recovery too slow after a swing. He relied on clones and brute force when precision could end a fight faster and safer. With the Kumo tension still hanging over them, and the Raikage's shadow in the background, he couldn't afford sloppy fundamentals. She dropped silently from the branch, landing without a sound a few paces behind Naruto. He didn't notice at first, still pacing, muttering to himself about, one more combo, just one more. Luna stepped forward, voice low and calm. Naruto. He spun around, startled, hand halfway to his tanto before he realized it was her. Luna-sensei. Thought you were heading out with Asuma-sensei. She shook her head once. I'm staying. Asuma's lesson was solid, but your tanto work needs refinement. We're doing it now. Naruto blinked, then grinned, eager, always eager. Really? Sweet. I've been practicing the lightning thing, but… Luna raised a hand, quieting him instantly. Practice later. Fundamentals first. Draw. Naruto drew his tanto smoothly, grip firm, blade angled correctly. Luna circled him slowly, eyes tracing his stance, his shoulders, the way his wrist locked. Stop. He froze mid-draw. Wrist too rigid. You're locking it on the pull, limits rotation. Loosen it slightly. Let the blade flow with your arm, not fight it. Again. Naruto adjusted, wrist softening, and drew again. Better. Smoother. Luna nodded once. Good. Now thrust, slow. Chest level. He thrust forward, clean, but she saw the flaw instantly. Overcommitted. You lean too far forward. Leaves your ribs open on the left. Pull back faster after extension. Like this. She stepped in front of him, drawing her own tanto in a fluid motion, thrust, retract, all in one seamless line. No wasted movement. Copy. Naruto tried again, thrust, retract. Still a little slow on the pullback. Faster on the recovery, Luna said. Your opponent won't wait. Again. They went through it, draw, thrust, slash, parry, recovery, over and over. Luna corrected grip, foot placement, breathing, weight shift. She didn't raise her voice, didn't praise excessively, just pointed out errors and demonstrated fixes. Naruto soaked it up, frustrated when he messed up, elated when he nailed it. Ino watched from the side, arms crossed, small smile tugging at her lips. She didn't interrupt, she knew how much this mattered to him. After 20 minutes, Luna stepped back. Enough for today, you're improving. Tomorrow, same time, we add footwork and counters. Keep practicing the basics tonight. No skipping. Naruto sheathed his tanto, breathing hard but grinning wide. Thanks, Luna-sensei. That was awesome. I feel sharper already. Luna gave a single nod, almost imperceptible approval. You'll need to be. Keep it. She turned toward the tree line, ready to vanish again, but paused, glancing back at him. In Naruto, good instincts with the lightning enhancement. Build on it, but never rely on it alone. A blade is only as good as the hand that holds it. Naruto saluted playfully. Yes ma'am, I'll make you proud. Luna's lips twitched, closest thing to a smile she ever gave. You already do. She melted into the shadows. Ino walked over, looping her arm through Naruto's. She's scary, but she's right. You're getting better. Now come on, let's head home before mom starts dinner without us. And don't think this gets you out of carrying my shopping bags tomorrow. Naruto laughed, bright, tired, happy. Wouldn't dream of it. The sliding door rattled shut behind Naruto and Ino as they stepped into the Genkin. They slipped off their sandals in unison, habit now, and padded into the living room. The house was warm and quiet, the faint scent of dinner lingering in the air. Inoichi and his wife were out for the evening, some clan gathering at a relative's house, leaving the place to the two of them. Ino dropped her shopping bags near the low table with a satisfied sigh, then flopped onto a cushion, stretching her arms overhead. Best day ever, she declared. Mission bonus, shopping spree, matching bracelets, and no foreign women trying to steal you. Perfect score. Naruto laughed, tired but happy, and dropped down beside her, pulling the small sealed scroll from his jacket pocket. The letter from Kuretsuchi. He stared at it for a second, thumb brushing the plain wax seal, then carefully broke it open and unfolded the rice paper. Ino scooted closer, chin on his shoulder, reading along. Naruto started reading aloud, voice quiet at first, then stronger. Uzumaki Naruto. Your letter reached me. I wasn't expecting a reply, most people don't write back across borders. But you did, and you're honest, stupidly honest, I like that. The obsidian stone, I'm glad you kept it. It's from near where Uzushio stood. If you ever hold it and listen, maybe you'll hear something. Maybe not. Either way, it's yours now. The mission you mentioned, bandits and Kumo staring, sounds like trouble. Kumo's always had itchy fingers when it comes to bloodlines. They've tried to grab Iwakeke Genkei users before, lava release, explosion release. They don't stop until someone makes them stop. Be careful, stay close to your team. Don't give them an opening. As for meeting again, I meant it, not on a border, not fighting, just talking. Friends, maybe, if you're willing. Pass this to the Hokage if you think it's safe. My grandfather, Onoki, says the bad blood between our villages has lasted long enough. Maybe it's time to put it to rest. For our people. For the future. Stay loud, stay kind, and don't let anyone tell you the Uzumaki are gone. You're proof they're not. Kuretsuchi. Naruto finished reading. The room was quiet except for the soft crackle of the low lamp. Ino reached over and gently took the letter from his hands, rereading the last few lines herself. She's serious, she said softly. She wants peace talks. With Hiruzen. And she's telling you to watch out for Kumo. Naruto nodded slowly, thumb tracing the silver spiral on his bracelet. Yeah, she's nice. In a tough way, like she's been alone a long time. But she believes in me. In the Uzumaki name. Ino leaned her head against his shoulder. You should show this to Hiruzen tomorrow. After the payout, let him decide if it's safe to meet. And, maybe tell Tsukine too. She'd want to know. Naruto smiled, small, thoughtful. Yeah, tomorrow. But tonight, I just wanna sit here with you. And not think about Kumo or borders or anything. Ino slipped her hand into his, bracelets touching, silver spirals brushing each other. Deal. No thinking. Just us. She rested her head on his shoulder again. Inoichi was already in the living room, sorting through the day's flower orders at the low table. He glanced up at the sound of the door, then froze mid-motion when he saw the matching bracelets. Ino's mother appeared from the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. Her eyes went straight to Ino's wrist first, then Naruto's, and a slow, delighted smile spread across her face. Well, Inoichi said, setting down the bundle of lilies he'd been tying. His voice was warm, teasing. Look at that. New jewelry. Matching swirls. Very intentional. Ino lifted her wrist proudly, turning it so the silver spiral caught the light again. He bought it for me. And I bought him one. Fair trade. Naruto's cheeks went pink instantly. He rubbed the back of his neck. It's, just a bracelet. Nothing big. The swirl kinda reminded me of, Uzumaki stuff. But Ino liked it, so. Inoichi leaned back on his hands, grinning wide. Uzumaki stuff, huh? Son-in-law's getting sentimental. I approve. He lifted his coffee mug in a mock toast, took a slow sip, then added with perfect deadpan timing. Son-in-law. Naruto sputtered, face going from pink to full tomato red in record time. Son-in-law. I mean, thank you. But, Ino burst out laughing, doubling over and clutching her stomach. Dad, you're evil. Ino's mother shook her head slowly, hiding her smile behind her hand as she walked over. You two are hopeless. Matching bracelets now. You're basically married already. She reached out and gently turned Ino's wrist to admire the silver swirl again. It's beautiful, sweetheart. Simple, elegant. Suits you both. She turned to Naruto, eyes soft. And you look good wearing it too. Very handsome. Naruto's face somehow got even redder. Thanks, ma'am. I mean, it's really nice. Ino picked it out. She's got good taste. Inoichi took another slow sip of coffee, eyes twinkling over the rim of the mug. Son-in-law's got good taste too. Keeping up with my daughter's shopping sprees. That takes stamina. Ino groaned, burying her face in her hands. Both of you are the worst. Ino's mother laughed softly, reaching over to pat Naruto's cheek. You're in good hands, sweetheart. Now, both of you, sit. Dinner's almost ready. Extra pork for the hero who survived shopping and came home with matching bracelets. Naruto let Ino tug him toward the table, still blushing, still grinning, bracelet glinting every time he moved his hand. The Yamanaka house filled with the familiar sounds of family, plates clinking, teasing laughter, warm voices overlapping. Supper had been warm and lively, extra pork ramen. Ino's mom knew exactly how Naruto liked it: grilled fish, rice, pickled vegetables, and the usual round of teasing from Inoichi, son-in-law, slipped in twice over the teacups, and fond smiles from Ino's mom. Ino had proudly shown off her new swirl bracelet again, turning her wrist this way and that while her parents admired it and teased Naruto about, finally getting some style. He'd blushed through the whole meal, but he never once stopped grinning. As the dishes were cleared and the teacups emptied, Naruto stood up, stretching with a satisfied sigh. Thanks again for dinner, he said, bowing slightly to Inoichi and his wife. It was awesome. Best ramen I've had in, well, since yesterday. Ino's mom laughed softly. You're always welcome, sweetheart. Doors open anytime. Inoichi raised his coffee mug in a lazy salute. Get some rest, son-in-law. You've got more missions tomorrow. And try not to let my daughter bankrupt you with her shopping list. Ino stuck her tongue out at her father. I'm responsible, mostly. Naruto laughed, bright and easy, then turned to Ino. I should head back to Luna-sensei's place. She said she wanted to go over some tanto drills tomorrow morning early. Ino pouted for half a second, arms crossing, lower lip sticking out, then sighed dramatically. Fine, but I'm walking you to the door. And don't think this gets you out of breakfast tomorrow. Mom's making extra. Naruto's grin softened. Wouldn't miss it. Ino walked him to the Genkin. They paused there, her in the doorway, him already stepping into his sandals. She reached up and straightened the collar of his jacket, fingers lingering for a second. Be careful walking back, she said quietly. No wandering. Straight to Luna-sensei's. Promise. Naruto nodded, serious for once. Promise. Straight there. No detours. I'll see you in the morning, Ino-chan. She leaned in and kissed him, quick, soft, right on the lips, then pulled back with a small, satisfied smile. Night, hero. Night, Ino-chan. He stepped outside, gave one last wave to her parents who were watching from the living room with knowing smiles and headed down the quiet street toward Luna's apartment building. The night air was cool, lanterns glowing softly along the lanes, the village settling into its evening hush. Naruto walked with his hands in his pockets, thumb occasionally brushing the silver spiral charm on his new bracelet. He smiled to himself, thinking about the day, the missions, the bonus money, the matching bracelets, Sukine's stories, the letter he'd sent to Kuretsuchi. Life felt good. Really good. Luna's apartment building came into view, simple, 3-story, tucked on a quiet side street. He climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, knocked twice on her door, quick, familiar. The door opened almost immediately. Luna stood there, hair still slightly damp from a shower, arms crossed, expression calm but not unkind. You're back. Good. No detours. Naruto grinned, stepping inside as she held the door. No detours. Straight here. Ino made me promise. Luna's lips twitched, almost a smile. Smart girl. She closed the door behind him. Get some rest. Tomorrow we work on your Tanto forms again. Early. No excuses. Naruto saluted playfully. Yes ma'am. He headed toward the guest futon she kept set up in the corner, already laid out with a spare blanket. As he flopped down, bracelet glinting in the low lamplight, he felt something settle in his chest. Luna's apartment was still dim in the early morning light, only the soft gray of pre-dawn creeping through the narrow window. The small space was as sparse as always. Low table, single futon in the corner where Naruto slept, a few sealed scrolls on a shelf, a kettle on the single burner stove. She moved quietly, already dressed in her usual dark clothes, hair tied back. The kettle hissed softly as she poured hot water over ground coffee in a simple metal filter. The rich, bitter aroma filled the room, strong, black, no sugar. Exactly how she liked it. She knew Naruto wouldn't be eating here this morning. He'd be at the Yamanaka compound again. Ino's family had basically adopted him at this point, and breakfast there was a daily ritual now. Extra pork, teasing from Inoichi, fond smiles from Ino's mom. Luna didn't mind. It kept him grounded, kept him surrounded by people who claimed him openly, loudly, without hesitation. She poured the coffee into her favorite chipped mug, steam curling upward, and took a slow sip, black, scalding, grounding. The guest futon rustled. Naruto sat up slowly, hair a wild blonde mess, eyes still half closed, one of Ino's hair ties somehow tangled in the spikes from yesterday. He yawned, stretched, then sniffed the air like a hound. Coffee, he mumbled, voice thick with sleep. Smells good. Luna raised an eyebrow, barely noticeable, but enough to make him focus. You're awake early. Naruto rubbed his eyes, grinning sheepishly. Couldn't sleep much. Too excited for today. Missions, bonus money, seeing Sukine later maybe. And breakfast at Ino's. But, He scratched his cheek, suddenly shy. Can I, maybe have some coffee? Just a little. I've never really tried it, but it smells awesome and, adult stuff. Luna stared at him for a long second, unreadable. Then she raised the other eyebrow. You're 15. You drink enough sugar and ramen to kill a civilian. Coffee's not going to help. Naruto's grin turned pleading. Just a sip, please. I'll be good. I'll even do extra Tanto drills without complaining. Luna exhaled, long, slow, almost a sigh, but there was the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth. She stood, took a second mug from the shelf plain, slightly smaller, poured a half portion of black coffee, and handed it to him. No sugar, no cream. If you hate it, don't whine. Naruto took the mug like it was a sacred relic, both hands, careful not to spill. He blew on it once, then took a cautious sip. His face went through 3 stages in under 2 seconds. 1. Surprise. 2. Shock. 3. Instant regret. He froze, eyes wide, mouth puckered, tongue visibly trying to retreat. Luna watched impassively. Naruto swallowed with visible effort. It's strong. Luna's lips curved, just the tiniest fraction. Told you. Naruto stared into the mug like it had betrayed him. How do you drink this every day? It's like liquid bitterness. It wakes you up, and it's quiet. No sugar rush, no crash, Just focus. Naruto took another tiny sip, braver this time, then shuddered. Okay, I get it, but I'm sticking to ramen. Luna took her mug back to the table and sat. Finish that if you want. Or dump it, your choice. Naruto looked at the half-full mug, then at her. I'll finish it. Gotta be an adult sometime, right? He took another sip, smaller this time, and managed not to make a face. Luna watched him, silent, steady. After a minute, she spoke again, voice low, almost gentle. You're doing well, Naruto. The missions, the training, the way you handle everything thrown at you. Keep it up. Naruto blinked, surprised, then grinned wide. Thanks, Luna-sensei. That means a lot, coming from you. She nodded once, small, final. Now finish that coffee. Then go to Ino's. She'll feed you real food. Naruto laughed, bright, happy, and downed the rest in one brave gulp. He immediately regretted it, coughing, eyes watering, but he was still grinning. Worth it. Luna's expression didn't change, but the corner of her mouth lifted, just barely. Go. I'll see you later for drills. Naruto saluted, playful, but sincere, then headed for the door. See ya, Luna-sensei. And thanks for the coffee. I think. The door slid shut. Luna sat alone with her mug, staring at the empty guest futon for a long moment. Then she took another slow sip. Strong, black, no sugar. Just the way she liked it. Naruto jogged the familiar route from Luna's apartment to the Yamanaka compound, breath steady, sandals slapping against the cobblestones, the cool morning air waking him up faster than any coffee ever could. His new black cord bracelet bounced lightly on his wrist with every stride, silver spiral catching the early sun. He rounded the last corner, heart already lighter at the sight of the flower-lined gate and blooming courtyard. He slowed to a walk, raised his fist to knock. The door flew open before his knuckles even touched the wood. Ino stood there, hair still a little messy from sleep, wearing one of her oversized sleep shirts, grin-wide and mischievous. Gotcha. She grabbed the front of his jacket and yanked him inside in one smooth motion, shutting the door behind him with her foot. Naruto stumbled forward, laughing as he caught his balance. Ino-chan, I didn't even knock yet. She smirked, already tugging him toward the kitchen by the sleeve. Super hearing. I heard your footsteps half a block away. You're loud even when you jog. The smell hit him the second they stepped into the kitchen, warm, buttery pancakes, sizzling bacon, fluffy scrambled eggs, and a big bowl of perfectly steamed rice. Ino's mom stood at the stove, flipping another pancake with practiced ease, while Inoichi sat at the table reading the morning scroll, coffee mug in hand. Inoichi looked up, saw Naruto being dragged in by his daughter, and grinned. Right on time, son-in-law. Breakfast's hot. Sit before it gets cold. Naruto's face went pink at the nickname, again, but he let Ino pull him to the table without protest. Ino's mom turned, spatula in hand, smiling warmly. Good morning, Naruto. I made pancakes today, extra fluffy. Eggs, bacon, rice on the side. Help yourself. She slid a massive stack of pancakes onto a plate in front of him, golden, steaming, drizzled with syrup and a pat of butter melting on top. Bacon crisped perfectly beside it, eggs fluffy and bright yellow, rice piled high in a small bowl. Naruto's eyes went wide. Whoa, this looks amazing. Thanks, ma'am. Ino plopped down beside him, already stealing a strip of bacon from his plate. Mine now. You snooze, you lose. Naruto yelped playfully, reaching to steal it back. Hey, that's my bacon. Inoichi chuckled over his coffee, taking a slow sip. You two are worse than newlyweds. Eat before it gets cold, son-in-law. You've got missions today, right? Naruto nodded, mouth already full of pancake. MMPH, yeah. 20 more. Asuma-sensei's paying us a bonus if we finish 'em all by sundown. Ino's mom laughed softly, sliding another pancake onto Naruto's plate. Then you'll need the energy. Eat up. Ino leaned against Naruto's shoulder, stealing another piece of bacon while he pretended to protest. See, told you breakfast here is the best. Now hurry up, we've got money to earn and hair clips to buy. Naruto swallowed, grinning around a mouthful of eggs. Best team, best girlfriend, best breakfast, best day. The Yamanaka kitchen filled with laughter, warm, teasing, full of the small joys that made everything else worth fighting for. Outside, Konoha was waking up. Suki Uzumaki. The lower annex chamber had become a near-daily routine for Suki Uzumaki and the 5 hand-picked shinobi. The same thick stone walls, the same sealed surfaces, the same low table covered in fresh ink, blank tags, and wooden practice dummies. No windows. No distractions. Only focused work. Suki stood at the front today, sleeves rolled up, a single golden-red chain coiling lazily around her right forearm like a living bracelet. The 5 shinobi knelt in a semi-circle, each with their own set of tools and a fresh tag in front of them. Ibiki Morino, Enko Mitarashi, Yamato, and the 2 Anbu operatives, still maskless for these sessions, watched her with the same quiet intensity they had shown every day since training began. Suki extended her arm. The chain unwound smoothly, thickening as it stretched across the room and wrapped around the central dummy in a perfect spiral cage. The wood groaned under the pressure, but the chain held, flexible yet unbreakable. "This is the adamantine sealing chain," she said, voice steady and matter-of-fact. "It is an Uzumaki clan technique. Only those with Uzumaki blood can manifest it naturally. The chain is an extension of the user's life force and chakra pathways. It binds, restrains, adapts. The more the target struggles, the tighter it becomes." She released the chain, it dissolved into red motes and faded. "You will not learn to summon the chain itself. That is impossible without the bloodline. What you can learn is the Fuinjutsu framework behind it, the spiral patterns, the resonance loops, the adaptive binding lattice. These principles can be applied to static seals, barrier tags, and containment arrays." She knelt beside the table and drew a simplified version of the chain pattern on a large tag, interlocking spirals with branching tendrils. "Today we focus on the static version, a binding tag that mimics the chain's adaptive tightening. It activates on contact, constricts when the target exerts force, and releases only when the user cancels it or the chakra supply runs dry." She pushed the tag forward. "Copy the pattern exactly. No deviations. Ink only, no chakra yet. 50 times each. Muscle memory first." Ibiki picked up his brush first, methodical, precise. His spirals were clean from the start. Enko's were sharper, more aggressive, but she adjusted after Suki pointed out the over-thickened loops. Yamato's lines flowed naturally, almost like wood grain, earning a small nod from Suki. The 2 Anbu worked in silence, identical precision, identical focus. Suki moved between them, correcting grip, stroke angle, pressure. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't praise excessively. She simply pointed out errors and demonstrated fixes. "Thinner on the outer spiral, Ibiki. It needs to breathe, not choke. Enko, slow the curve here. Too sharp and the resonance breaks. Yamato, good flow. Keep the spacing even." After 40 minutes of silent repetition, Suki stood back. "Enough ink work. Now add chakra. Small amounts. Activate the tag on the dummy. Goal, hold for 10 seconds without collapse." One by one they tried. Ibiki's tag glowed steady, held for 12 seconds. Enko's flared bright then flickered out at 7, too much power. Yamato's held for 11, smooth and stable. The Anbu operatives managed 10 and 9 respectively. Suki walked among them again. "Ibiki, perfect control. Maintain that. Enko, dial back the surge. You're flooding the loop. Let it circulate. Yamato, strong resonance. Good adaptability." She stopped in front of the group. "Tomorrow we layer it, add a secondary spiral for delayed activation. Practice tonight. 50 more each. No shortcuts." The 5 shinobi bowed, respectful, focused. "Thank you, Suki-sensei." She returned the bow, small, formal. Dismissed. They filed out quietly. Suki remained behind for a moment, packing her tools, rolling the used tags, wiping the table clean. The chamber was silent again. She exhaled, slow, steady. Suki Uzumaki walked the familiar corridor to Hirazen's office, footsteps measured and quiet. The training sessions with the 5 hand-picked shinobi had gone well, steady progress on the static binding tags, good grasp of the spiral resonance, no one rushing or forcing the patterns. Ibiki and Yamato were the quickest learners, Enko's aggressive style was starting to smooth out, the Anbu were precise but still too mechanical. Solid first week. She slid the door open without knocking. Hirazen had told her early on that formality was unnecessary during these sessions. The 3rd Hokage looked up from a scroll, pipe in hand, a small but genuine smile creasing his face when he saw her. "Suki, come in, sit." She knelt across from him, folding her hands on her knees. Hirazen set the scroll aside. "I've spoken with Ibiki and Yamato. They're impressed. The spiral base is already holding longer than expected, and the adaptive tightening principle is clicking faster than I anticipated. You're a good teacher, clear, patient, firm. I'm pleased with the first lesson. Very pleased." Suki inclined her head, small, formal acknowledgement. "Thank you. They're capable students. Disciplined. Quick to adjust. It makes the work easier." Hiruzen puffed once on his pipe, studying her for a moment. You've settled in well here. The annex suits you. The village suits you more than you expected, perhaps. Suki's expression remained even. It's different, quieter than I'm used to. But productive. Hiruzen nodded, then set the pipe down. You've been given quarters in the tower. Training access. Basic supplies. But I know you're not one to sit idle. If there's anything else you need, resources, space, assistance, ask. Suki met his gaze steadily. There is something. She paused, only a heartbeat, then continued. I need a compound. A place of my own. Not just quarters. A proper Uzumaki-style compound, sealed grounds, training space, a workshop for Fuinjutsu research and development. Somewhere secure, somewhere I can expand the seals I'm teaching. The annex is fine for lessons, but it's not enough for long-term work. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, curious, not surprised. You want to rebuild a piece of Uzushio here. In Konoha. Not rebuild, she corrected. Establish. A small compound. Sealed, defensible, self-contained. I can design the barriers myself. I just need the land, basic construction materials, and a team to help with the physical labor and initial setup. Hiruzen leaned back, fingers steepled. You want to hire a team. Specifically, Team 10. Suki nodded once. Yes, they're young, but capable. Disciplined. Loyal. Naruto's Uzumaki blood will resonate with the seals I lay down, it'll strengthen the foundations. Ino's mind techniques could help with security layout. Shikamaru's shadow manipulation would be useful for perimeter traps. And Asuma and Luna would oversee. I trust them to keep the work quiet and secure. Hiruzen studied her for a long moment, searching for any hidden motive, any overreach. Then he smiled, small, approving. I see no reason to refuse. The village has land available near the eastern wall, unused, defensible, close to the tower. You can have it. Materials will be supplied. As for the team, I'll speak to Asuma. If he agrees, they'll be assigned to assist you. Under supervision, of course. This is still Konoha. But yes, you may hire Team 10 to help build your compound. Suki bowed, deep, respectful. Thank you, Lord Third. I'll begin drafting the seal layout tonight. The compound will be self-sustaining, barriers, containment fields, training grounds. It will serve Konoha as much as it serves me. Hiruzen nodded. I look forward to seeing it. And Suki. Hiruzen noticed. He waited, silent, letting her gather the words. When she spoke again, her voice was steady but quieter than before. When the compound is finished, she said, I'd like custody of Naruto. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose, slowly, not in shock, but in measured surprise. He set the pipe down completely. Custody, he repeated, calm, neutral, giving her room to continue. Suki met his eyes again, unwavering. He's the clan heir, the last confirmed Uzumaki of direct lineage. Uzushio is gone, but the bloodline isn't. He carries it. He should be raised with the knowledge, the seals, the traditions, not just as Konoha's Jinchuriki, but as Uzumaki first. The compound I build will be Uzumaki ground. It should have an Uzumaki head. And an heir living on it. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin. There aren't many of you left, he pointed out, gentle, factual, not argumentative. You, Naruto. Perhaps a handful of distant cousins scattered and hidden. The clan as an organization no longer exists. Legally, culturally, practically. Naruto is a citizen of Konoha. Raised here, protected here, claimed here. Suki's expression didn't waver. Some will surely come, she said. Uzumaki blood is strong. Survivors are patient. When word spreads that an Uzumaki compound is rising again, inside Konoha, under Konoha's protection, others will emerge. Hidden children, distant branches, refugees who thought the name died with the village. They'll come home. And when they do, the clan will need a head. And an heir already in place. Hiruzen studied her for a long moment, searching for ambition, for possessiveness, for anything that might threaten the 12-year-old boy he had watched grow from a lonely child into the heart of a genin team. Then he nodded, once, slow. Only if Naruto chooses, he said firmly. He's 12, old enough to understand what clan means. Old enough to decide where he belongs. If he wishes to live in your compound, if he wishes to be raised as Uzumaki first, then I will not stand in his way. But it is his decision. Not yours, not mine, his. He raised a finger, gentle but final. And only with certain security measures. The compound will be inside Konoha walls. Subject to village oversight, Anbu patrols, regular inspections. If it becomes a separate entity within the village, it must still answer to Konoha law. No exceptions, no hidden agendas, full transparency. Suki's lips curved, small, almost amused. She laughed once, soft, dry, but genuine. You sound like a man who's negotiated with Uzumaki before. Hiruzen's own smile returned, faint, knowing. I have. Kushina was persuasive and stubborn. You remind me of her. Suki inclined her head, respectful, accepting. Agreed. His choice. Village security. Transparency. I'll draft the compound charter myself, seals, boundaries, access protocols. You'll have final approval. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again, finally lighting it. The first puff rose in a thin white spiral. Then we begin. Tomorrow, after the next lesson with the SEAL team, you can start surveying the eastern land I promised. I'll assign a construction overseer and basic materials. Team 10 will assist with labor and initial SEAL groundwork. If Asuma agrees. Suki bowed, deep, respectful. Thank you, Lord Third. Hiruzen nodded. For Kushina, for Naruto, for what might still be saved. She turned toward the door. Naruto and Ino. Breakfast plates were still warm when Naruto and Ino stood up to help clear the table. Ino's mom tried to wave them off. You two just got back from missions, sit down, but Ino was already stacking bowls with practiced efficiency. Mom, we've got this. You cooked. Least we can do is clean. Naruto jumped in right beside her, grabbing plates, rinsing them in the sink, passing them to Ino to dry. He moved with the same quick energy he brought to everything, humming a little tune under his breath while he scrubbed. Ino bumped his hip with hers as she took a plate from him. You're actually good at this. Who knew the ramen king could wash dishes? Naruto grinned, suds up to his elbows. Gotta be clean to eat clean. Besides, it's faster when we do it together. Ino's mom watched from the doorway, arms crossed, smiling softly. You two are sweet. But don't take too long, Asuma said training ground after breakfast. He'll be waiting. Ino dried the last plate and set it in the rack. Done. Let's go before Shikamaru starts complaining we're late. Naruto wiped his hands on a towel and slung his pack over one shoulder. Training with Asuma-sensei and Luna-sensei. Perfect way to start the day. They waved goodbye to Ino's mom and stepped out into the morning air, bright, cool, the village waking up around them. The walk to Team 10's usual training ground was short, past the flower shops, down a quiet lane, through a small grove of trees. Naruto kept up a steady stream of chatter, about yesterday's missions, the bonus money, how many bowls of ramen he could buy with it, while Ino listened, teased him back, and kept her hand brushing his every few steps. They pushed through the last line of trees into the clearing. And stopped dead. Shikamaru was already there. He was leaning against one of the training posts, arms crossed, bow staff propped beside him, looking like he'd been waiting for 10 minutes instead of arriving early for once. The sun was just high enough to catch the top of his ponytail. Naruto blinked. Shikamaru, you're early. Ino's eyebrows shot up. Wait, you, early, voluntarily. Shikamaru sighed, long, dramatic, the classic Nara exhale. Troublesome. Mom kicked me out of the house. Said if I was gonna be lazy all day, at least do it somewhere else. Figured I'd beat Asuma-sensei here and get the complaining over with. He pushed off the post, picking up his staff and twirling it once, lazy, but smooth. Besides, 20 missions yesterday. I figured if we're doing more today, I'd rather be here first than last. Naruto laughed, bright and surprised. Dude, that's actually kinda awesome. You're like, motivated. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Don't get used to it. I'm still napping after the first break. Ino smirked, crossing her arms. Early Shikamaru. Never thought I'd see the day. Guess the bonus money really does work miracles. Shikamaru shrugged. 50 ryo is 50 ryo. I can buy a lot of quiet with that. Naruto grinned wider. Team 10's unstoppable, even Shikamaru's on time. They didn't have to wait long. Asuma stepped into the clearing a minute later, cigarette already lit, Luna walking silently beside him. He took one look at Shikamaru already there and chuckled low. Early bird today, huh? Good. Means you're ready. Shikamaru sighed again. Don't get used to it. Asuma crushed the cigarette under his boot. Alright, 20 missions yesterday, perfect. Today we keep the momentum. Light training first, combo drills, quick reaction sets. Then we hit the mission list again. 10 more if we can swing it. Bonus still on the table. Naruto pumped a fist. Let's go. I'm ready. Ino cracked her knuckles. Me too. Let's make that money. Shikamaru yawned but stood straighter. Troublesome, but fine. Asuma nodded to Luna. You take point on drills. I'll watch form. Luna stepped forward, calm, focused. Start with basics. Naruto, draw your Tanto. Ino, chain ready. Shikamaru, staff. 3-on-1. Come at me. Full effort. No holding back. The genin spread out. Naruto drawing his Tanto with a grin, lightning chakra flickering along the blade. Ino uncoiling her chain in a silver arc. Shikamaru spinning his staff once, shadows already stretching from his feet. Luna raised one hand, ready. Begin. The clearing came alive, clones popping, chains whipping, shadows surging. Asuma herded the genin out of the training clearing with a casual wave of his hand, cigarette already lit again, smoke trailing behind him like a lazy banner. Come on, kids. Enough warm-up. Time for real work. Naruto bounced along beside Ino, still buzzing from the combo drills. More missions. Sweet. We're on a roll. Ino smirked, flipping her ponytail. As long as there's pay at the end. I've got plans for that bonus. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, hands in his pockets. Troublesome. But yeah, let's get it over with. The mission hall was busier now, Chunin teams coming and going, scrolls being stamped, Hana behind the counter looking mildly exhausted from the morning rush. Asuma strode straight to the counter and placed yesterday's completed stack in front of her. 20 done. Clean. We're here for more. Hana looked up, saw it was them again, and groaned. You people are impossible. Fine. Here, she pulled a fresh scroll from under the counter and unrolled it. 20 more D and C ranks. All village bound. Pick what you want. Asuma scanned the list quickly, then selected 5 slips without hesitation. 1. Delivery of medical supplies to the hospital pharmacy. 2. Assist with livestock herding, Farmer Taro's cattle again, quick round trip. 3. Market stall security for a visiting spice trader. 4. Help repair a damaged training ground fence. 5. Escort a small group of academy students on a field trip to the memorial stone. He turned toward his team, folding the 5 slips and tucking them into his vest. 5 more today. We finish these by sundown. I've got a surprise for you. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. A surprise. What is it? Ramen. New gear. A day off. Ino leaned forward, suddenly very interested. Money surprise. Or, shopping surprise. Shikamaru actually looked mildly curious, head tilted. Troublesome. But I'm listening. What kind of surprise? Asuma smirked around his cigarette. You'll find out when it's done. No hints. No spoilers. Finish the 5 jobs, clean, fast, no complaints, and you get it tonight. Deal. Naruto pumped a fist. Deal. Let's crush these. Ino grinned, sharp, determined. Bonus money and a surprise. We're not stopping until sundown. Shikamaru sighed but pushed off the wall. Fine, but if the surprise is more work, I'm quitting the team. Asuma laughed, low and warm. Noted. Now move. First one's hospital supply run. East Wing. Let's go. The team filed out, Naruto leading with excited chatter, Ino right beside him plotting how to spend whatever the surprise turned out to be, Shikamaru trailing with his usual bored slouch but moving faster than usual. Asuma watched them go, pride flickering quietly in his eyes. Asuma led the way through Konoha's quieter streets toward the hospital, cigarette already smoldering between his lips. Luna walked beside him, silent, steady, her steps perfectly matched to his. Behind them, the genin followed in loose formation, Naruto bouncing with restless energy, Ino walking close beside him, hand brushing his every few steps, and Shikamaru trailing at the rear, hands in pockets, looking like he was mentally calculating how many naps he could fit into the day. The hospital loomed ahead, white walls, wide windows, the faint smell of antiseptic already drifting on the breeze. Luna glanced sideways at Asuma, voice low enough that the kids wouldn't catch it over their own chatter. How's Kurenai's team holding up? Asuma exhaled smoke in a slow stream, small smile tugging at his mouth. Good. She's been pushing herself harder lately, light sparring, no heavy missions yet. Says she's tired of being sidelined. Her genin are doing well. Ino's been helping her with flower arrangements for morale. They're solid. Luna gave a small nod, approval, quiet but clear. She's strong. She'll be back soon. They walked a few more paces before Luna tilted her head slightly. And the special reward, the one you mentioned to the kids. Asuma's grin turned sharper, almost predatory. He leaned in closer, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. You remember that night, inside his apartment, the missing nin who tried to grab him while he was sleeping. You bopped him with the seals, he said grinning. Luna's eyebrow lifted, just a fraction. I remember. Asuma's voice dropped even lower. Turns out he had a bounty. Big 1. 100,000 Ryo, alive preferred. Trafficking, kidnapping rings, drug routes through the borders. I checked the bingo book after we handed him in. It's been sitting in the vault ever since. Luna let out a soft snort, rare, almost amused. 100,000. Asuma's grin widened. 100,000. I'm claiming it today, after the 20 missions are done. Splitting it 4 ways with the kids. They don't know yet. Figured I'd drop it on them tonight when they're exhausted and thinking the regular bonus is the big win. Luna's lips curved, just the tiniest hint of a smile. They'll lose their minds. Asuma chuckled quietly. That's the plan. Naruto'll probably buy half the ramen stand. Ino'll buy half the market. Shikamaru'll probably just sleep on a pile of cash for a week. Luna glanced back at the genin, Naruto laughing at something Ino said, Ino elbowing him playfully, Shikamaru yawning but still keeping pace. They earned it, she said simply. Asuma nodded, pride settling deeper in his chest. Yeah, they did. They reached the hospital entrance. Asuma crushed his cigarette under his boot. Alright, kids. Mission 4, supply run and assist. Stay sharp. Stay together. No wandering. Naruto saluted playfully. Yes, sensei. Ino linked her arm through Naruto's. Let's crush it. Bonus money's calling. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. But yeah, let's go. Asuma and Luna exchanged one last look, silent agreement. The hospital's east wing was busy but orderly, nurses moving between rooms, the faint scent of antiseptic mixing with the smell of fresh linens and herbal tea. Team 10 had finished the supply delivery 10 minutes ago, crates of ink, chalk, brushes, and spare training scrolls neatly stacked in the supply closet, receipt signed by the head pharmacist. Now they were on assist duty, helping where needed. Ino had taken charge of organizing the staff lounge tea station, brewing fresh pots and chatting with the nurses about which blends helped with long shifts. Naruto was in the common area, entertaining a group of elderly patients with exaggerated but mostly true stories about his latest missions, making them laugh so hard one of them nearly spilled his tea. Shikamaru was supervising from a corner chair, meaning he was half dozing while keeping an eye on the hallway. Asuma and Luna stood near the main corridor entrance, Asuma leaning against the wall, cigarette unlit, hospital rules, Luna standing a step away, arms crossed, scanning the flow of people with her usual quiet intensity. Luna's gaze flicked toward Naruto, still surrounded by laughing elders, then back to Asuma. How many missions total has your team done? She asked, voice low, almost casual. Asuma exhaled slowly through his nose, a small, proud smile tugging at his mouth. 245 D ranks. 4 C ranks. All clean. No major injuries. No failed objectives. Luna's eyebrow lifted, just a fraction. 245 D ranks in under 2 months. That's excessive, even for you. Asuma chuckled quietly. They're restless. Naruto hates sitting still. Ino wants the money. Shikamaru wants the bonus so he can nap guilt-free. And after the Kumo thing, I'd rather keep them busy inside the village than let them get bored and start wandering. Keeps them sharp. Keeps them together. Luna nodded once, small, approving. They're improving. Fast. The combos are tighter. Naruto's Tanto work is cleaner. Ino's chain control is almost flawless. Shikamaru's shadows are more precise than ever. They're ready for more than D ranks soon. Asuma's smile faded slightly, replaced by something harder. They are. But we're not rushing it. Not until Kumo's quiet for good. Hirazen's doubling the Anbu rotation again. Naruto stays inside the walls unless it's a full team with Jonin cover. No exceptions. Luna's gaze drifted back to the common area, Naruto now helping an elderly man adjust his blanket, grinning wide as the old shinobi told him a war story. He's safe here, she said simply. For now. Asuma nodded, once, firm. For now. He pushed off the wall. Come on, let's round them up. Next mission's waiting. They've got 17 more to go before sundown. Luna fell into step beside him, silent, watchful. The team was still laughing in the common room. The hospital supply run and assist duty wrapped up clean and quick. The staff lounge was now stocked with fresh tea blends, Ino's personal touch. The common room elders were still laughing about Naruto's exaggerated mission stories, and the supply closet was neatly organized. Mrs. Sato signed off on the completion form with a grateful smile and a small bag of hospital-made cookies for the team. Asuma collected the signed scroll and tucked it into his vest. Mission 3 done. Good work. Let's move. Next one's a quick bakery delivery to the hospital staff lounge. After that, lunch break. We'll hit the rest this afternoon. The team filed out, Naruto and Ino leading, still buzzing from the morning, Shikamaru trailing with his usual bored slouch. They were halfway down the hospital corridor when Naruto suddenly slowed, turning to Asuma. Sensei. At lunch. I need to see the Hokage. Asuma raised an eyebrow, cigarette dangling from his lips. The Hokage? Why? Ino answered before Naruto could, arms still linked through his, chin up with that possessive confidence. It's because of the Iwa girl's letter. The one from Kuretsuchi. He wants to show it to Lord Third. Make sure it's safe to reply or whatever. He's been carrying it around like a treasure since yesterday. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks pink. Yeah, she asked me to pass it to the Hokage if I thought it was okay. And, I dunno. It feels important. Like maybe peace talks or something. I don't wanna mess it up. Asuma exhaled smoke slowly, studying Naruto for a moment, then nodded once. Smart thinking, kid. Lunch break's short, but we'll make time. After the bakery run, we head straight to the tower. You show Hiruzen the letter. Luna and I will be there. If he greenlights it, we'll figure out how to send your reply through secure channels. Ino squeezed Naruto's hand. And if he says no, we'll deal, but I think he'll say yes. You're not doing anything sneaky. You're just being, you. Naruto grinned, small, grateful. Thanks, guys. Shikamaru yawned from behind them. Troublesome, but yeah, better to check with the old man than send something that starts a war by accident. Asuma chuckled low. Exactly. Now move. Bakery next. Then tower. Then we finish the last 17 missions and collect that bonus. Naruto pumped a fist. Let's go. Ramen money and peace talks, best day ever. Ino laughed, tugging him forward. You're such a dork, but yeah, best day. The team headed toward the bakery, mission 4 waiting, letter in Naruto's pocket, and the Hokage's office on the horizon. Luna peeled off from the group at the edge of the market district, silent, purposeful, heading toward the Anbu headquarters tucked behind the tower. She gave Asuma a single nod before disappearing down a side alley, her presence fading like smoke. Asuma watched her go for a second, then turned back to the genin. Alright, bakery run. Help Tanaka-san with the hospital order. Stay together. No funny business. Let's move. The Tanaka bakery was bustling, warm light spilling from the windows, the line outside snaking around the corner, the air thick with yeast, butter, and sugar. Mrs. Tanaka spotted them through the window and waved them in past the customers. Team 10. Thank goodness. Hospital orders ready, 20 loaves white bread, 10 trays red bean buns, 5 dozen assorted pastries. But we're slammed, festival orders came in early. Can you help wrap and hand out while I finish baking? Asuma nodded. We've got it. Ino on wrapping, Naruto on greeting and handing out, Shikamaru on tally. I'll supervise. Ino took her station behind the counter, folding bags with elegant precision, tying them with quick bows, adding little thank you notes she improvised on the spot. Customers loved her, especially the older ones who complimented her, lovely manners, and pretty bracelet. Naruto manned the front, grinning wide, calling out orders with infectious energy. 2 red bean buns and a milk bread. Coming right up. Here ya go, fresh from the oven. He handed out bags with dramatic flair, high-fiving kids who came in with their parents, laughing when someone recognized him from the village. Hey, it's the Whisker Kid. His new swirl bracelet flashed every time he reached across the counter. Shikamaru handled the tally, scribbling orders on a notepad with lazy precision, occasionally muttering, troublesome, when someone changed their mind mid-order. He kept the line moving without seeming to try. Asuma watched from the side, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, a small, proud smile hidden behind the occasional sip of tea Mrs. Tanaka had pressed into his hand. The line moved quickly, customers happy, orders filled, bakery humming. Just as Ino tied the last bow on the hospital delivery crates, the bakery door opened again. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped inside. The third Hokage wore his usual robes, pipe in hand, but no entourage, just him. The room went quiet for a half second, customers staring, Mrs. Tanaka freezing with a tray of buns in her hands. Hiruzen smiled gently, raising a hand. Don't mind me, just checking on my favorite genin team. Naruto's eyes lit up. He set down the bag he was handing out and jogged over. Gigi. Hiruzen chuckled. Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru, Asuma, you're all busy today. Ino gave a quick bow, still holding a wrapped tray. Lord Third, just finishing the bakery run. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Good work. I heard you've been clearing missions like wildfire. Keep it up. Naruto reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out the small sealed scroll, the letter from Kuretsuchi. Gigi, I got this yesterday. From Kuretsuchi, the Iwa girl from the border mission. She sent me a stone and a letter. I wrote back. She asked me to pass her letter to you. If it was safe. He held the scroll out. Hiruzen took it carefully, turning it over, noting the plain wax seal and Kuretsuchi's name in neat script. I see. He looked at Naruto, eyes warm but serious. Thank you for bringing this to me. I'll read it now. If it's what I think it is. We'll discuss it later. For now, finish your missions. The bonus is waiting. Naruto nodded, quick, eager. Yes, Gigi. Hiruzen gave him a small smile, then turned to Asuma. Keep them busy. I'll handle this. Asuma nodded once. Understood. Hiruzen slipped the letter into his robes and left as quietly as he'd come. Ino watched him go, then turned to Naruto. You okay? Naruto grinned, bright, hopeful. Yeah, I think something good might happen. Ino squeezed his hand. It will. Now come on, hospital delivery next. Then more missions. Bonus money's calling. Naruto laughed. Let's go. Hokage's office. The doors to the Hokage's office slid shut with a soft click, sealing out the distant hum of the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi crossed the room slowly, robes rustling, and lowered himself into his chair. The afternoon light slanted through the tall windows, catching motes of dust in the air and warming the unlit pipe on his desk. He reached into his robes and withdrew the small sealed scroll Naruto had handed him earlier. No elaborate crest, just plain wax and Kuretsuchi's name in neat, confident script. He broke the seal with a gentle flick of his thumb and unrolled the rice paper. He read in silence. The words were short, direct, no flowery diplomacy, no veiled threats, just an offer, plain, honest, from one shinobi to another. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose slightly as he reached the end. My grandfather, Onoki, says the bad blood between our villages has lasted long enough. Maybe it's time to put it to rest. For our people, for the future. If you're willing, let's talk. Quietly. No delegations. Just you, me, and whoever you trust. Neutral ground. No tricks. Kuretsuchi. He leaned back in his chair, scroll still held loosely in his hand. Surprised, yes. The wording was bold, almost disarmingly straightforward. No posturing. No demands. Just an invitation to end decades of distrust. From Onoki's granddaughter, no less. The old Tsuchikage rarely sent feelers like this. When he did, they usually came wrapped in stone and pride. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, smoke from an unlit pipe that he hadn't yet touched. Peace. He turned the word over in his mind. Peace with Iwa. After everything, the Third War, Uzushio's fall, the endless border skirmishes, the quiet resentment that still simmered in both villages. Peace had been spoken of before, but always as a distant dream, never as something immediate. And yet here it was, a simple letter, asking to talk. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, considering. If peace could be achieved, even a fragile one, he would be willing to take the gamble. A neutral meeting, no grand delegations, no banners or entourages, just two old men, perhaps one or two trusted advisors each, on ground neither could easily turn into an advantage. He would write to Onoki himself. A personal letter, not official, not through channels, hand-delivered by a trusted Anbu courier. Short, honest. Onoki. Kuretsuchi's letter reached me. The boy passed it on. Her words are bold, so are yours, if they're behind them. The bad blood has run long enough. I agree. Let's talk. Neutral ground, perhaps the old shrine on the border ridge, 3 weeks from today. No more than 2 advisors each. No weapons, no tricks, just words. If you're willing, send your reply the same way. If not, we continue as we are. Hiruzen. He set the brush down, rolled the fresh scroll, and sealed it with his personal mark. Not the Hokage crest, but the small Sarutobi fan he used for private correspondence. He rang a small bell on his desk. An Anbu appeared in the shadows, mask blank, posture rigid. Deliver this to Onoki. Personal. No intermediaries. No record. You know the route. The Anbu bowed once and vanished. Hiruzen leaned back again, pipe finally lit, first puff rising in a thin white spiral. Peace was a gamble. But some gambles were worth taking. Especially when the alternative was more war. Team 10. The Tanaka bakery order was heavy, 20 fresh loaves of white bread, 10 trays of red bean buns, and 5 dozen assorted pastries, croissants, melon pan, cream puffs, and the hospital's favorite green tea mochi. Naruto carried the largest tray balanced on one shoulder like a trophy, grinning wide as he led the way through the hospital's east wing corridor. Ino walked beside him with 2 smaller boxes of buns, chain coiled neatly at her hip. Shikamaru trailed behind, holding a single bag of bread and looking like he'd rather be napping in a tree. Asuma brought up the rear, cigarette unlit, hospital rules, eyes scanning the hallway out of habit. The hospital staff lounge was just ahead, double doors propped open, soft chatter and the clink of teacups drifting out. A nurse spotted them and waved them in with a relieved smile. Team 10. Thank goodness. The night shift's been living on stale crackers. You're lifesavers. Naruto set his tray down on the long table with exaggerated care, then bowed playfully. Fresh from Tanaka Bakery. Extra everything. Who wants melon pan? The lounge filled quickly, nurses, doctors on break, a few recovering patients in robes. They swarmed the trays like they hadn't eaten in days. Ino handed out pastries with quick, efficient movements, chatting easily with the staff about which ones were best with tea. Shikamaru leaned against the wall near the door, arms crossed, quietly tallying the distribution on a small notepad so Mrs. Tanaka could get credit later. Naruto moved through the room like he belonged there, high-fiving a kid in a hospital bed, telling a tired nurse, "You're doing awesome," while passing her a cream puff, laughing when an old patient teased him about his pretty girlfriend with the bracelet. Asuma watched from the doorway, arms crossed, small smile hidden behind his hand. Luna appeared beside him without a sound, having finished her perimeter sweep. Delivery complete. No threats. Staff morale visibly improved. Asuma nodded, exhaling slowly. Yeah, they're good at this. The human stuff. Not just fighting. He glanced at Naruto, now sitting on the edge of a bed, letting an elderly patient adjust his new swirl bracelet while telling her about the mission. They make people feel safe. Even here. Luna's gaze followed his. They do, and they don't even realize it. The trays emptied fast, the lounge filled with grateful thanks and laughter. One nurse pressed a small bag of hospital-made cookies into Naruto's hands. For the road, Whisker Boy. Ino collected the empty trays, stacking them neatly. Mission complete. 4 down, 16 to go. Naruto pumped a fist. Bonus money's getting closer. Shikamaru yawned, pushing off the wall. Troublesome, but yeah, next one. Asuma crushed his unlit cigarette and jerked his head toward the exit. Livestock escort, Farmer Taro's cattle again. Quick round trip, let's move. The team filed out, Naruto waving goodbye to the patients, Ino linking her arm through his, Shikamaru trailing with a sigh. The hospital doors closed behind them. 4 missions down. 16 left. And Team 10 was still unstoppable. Chapter 13. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun, all rights reserved for their original owners. The team left the hospital behind and turned northeast toward the village's outer gates. The next mission scroll was simple: escort Farmer Taro to his ranch outside the village walls. Help gather his herd of cattle, 12 head, and deliver fresh supplies, feed sacks, salt licks, repair tools to the homestead. Protect against wildlife or strays. Duration: 3 to 4 hours round trip. Asuma led the way, cigarette smoldering between his lips, pace steady. Luna walked silently beside him, eyes on the horizon. Naruto and Ino followed close behind, packs adjusted, hands brushing every few steps. Shikamaru trailed at the rear, hands in pockets, looking like he was mentally calculating how many naps he could fit into the day. They passed through the north gate with a quick nod from the guards, village walls shrinking behind them as the road opened into open farmland. Fields stretched on both sides, dotted with grazing cattle and the occasional farmhouse. The air smelled of grass, earth, and distant rain. Shikamaru finally broke the silence, voice lazy but genuinely curious. Why are we doing this? I mean, cattle herding, supply delivery. This is D-rank stuff. We just did 20 missions yesterday. Couldn't we get something, I don't know, more exciting? Ino and Naruto both turned to look at Asuma at the same time, Ino with a raised eyebrow, Naruto nodding along like he'd been wondering the same thing. Asuma exhaled smoke in a slow stream, not turning around. Because sometimes missions aren't about excitement, he said evenly. They're about responsibility. About seeing how the village works. How the government keeps things running. Farmers feed us. Merchants trade with us. Hospitals heal us. None of that happens if someone doesn't do the small jobs. The boring ones. The ones that keep the world turning. He glanced back over his shoulder, eyes meeting each of theirs in turn. You're genin. You're the future. You need to understand that the village isn't just big battles and S-rank legends. It's people. It's the farmer who needs his cattle safe so his family eats. It's the hospital that needs supplies so people heal. You do these jobs, you learn why we protect the village. Why we fight. Why we get paid. He took another drag, then added with a small grin. And yeah, pocket money. You finish these, you get the bonus. 50 ryo each. That's real money. That's ramen, hair clips, naps, whatever you want. But the real lesson is this: every mission matters. Even the small ones. Naruto's grin softened, thoughtful now. So, it's like, we're helping keep everything going. Not just fighting bad guys. Asuma nodded. Exactly. You protect the people who feed us, heal us, build for us. That's what being a shinobi means. Not glory. Duty. Ino squeezed Naruto's hand once, quiet agreement. Got it, sensei. No shortcuts. No complaining. Let's get those cows and make that bonus. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, but there was a faint glint of understanding in his eyes. Troublesome. But yeah, I get it. Pocket money and responsibility. Fine. Naruto pumped a fist. Let's do this. Cattle herding. Best mission ever. The team laughed, light, easy, as they continued down the road toward the ranch. Farmer Taro's homestead waited ahead, fenced pastures, low barn, the soft lowing of cattle drifting on the breeze. The dirt track opened up into wide, rolling fields as the team approached Farmer Taro's homestead. The ranch sat on gently sloping land, fenced pastures stretching toward the horizon, a red-painted barn in the distance, and the soft lowing of cattle drifting on the breeze. 12 head of sturdy brown and white cows grazed lazily inside the main enclosure, tails flicking at flies. Ino spotted them first, shielding her eyes against the sun. There they are, 12 cows, looking chill, no wolves in sight, yet. Naruto bounced on his toes, grinning wide. Easy mission, we just gotta walk 'em back to the barn, right? Piece of cake. Asuma raised a hand, calm, authoritative, stopping the group at the edge of the property line. Not quite. Taro said the fence has a break somewhere along the north side. Cows keep wandering out. First job, round them up, get them back inside the main pasture. Then we find and fix the break so they stay put. He turned to the team, cigarette glowing faintly. Naruto, Ino, take the cows back in. Herd them gently. No yelling, no spooking. Use your clones if you need extra hands, Naruto. Ino, keep them calm, talk to them if you have to. They're used to people, but they'll bolt if they panic. Ino nodded sharply. Got it. Gentle herding. I can do calm. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Shadow clone jutsu. 4 clones popped into existence beside him, each giving a thumbs up. Extra hands. Let's go. Asuma turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you walk the fence line. Look for the break. Probably a loose post or a gap in the wire. Mark it when you find it. We'll fix it after the herd's secure. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, but pushed off toward the north fence. Troublesome. Walking fences. Great. Luna stayed near Asuma, silent, watchful, eyes on the treeline and the open fields beyond. Naruto and Ino moved toward the herd, Naruto's clones spreading out in a loose semicircle to guide the cows, Ino walking ahead, speaking in a calm, soothing voice. Hey girls, easy now, back to the barn, nice and slow. The cattle lifted their heads, ears flicking. One lowed softly. Ino smiled, keeping her tone steady. That's right. Follow the nice shinobi. Yummy hay waiting. Naruto's clones flanked the sides, gentle nudges with hands instead of force, guiding stragglers back into the group. One cow tried to wander left, a clone stepped in front, arms out, making soft, shoo, sounds until she turned. Slowly, the herd began to move, plodding toward the open gate of the main pasture, tails swishing, lowing in mild confusion but not panic. Asuma watched from a distance, small, proud smile tugging at his mouth. Good. Nice and calm. They've got it. Shikamaru walked the fence line, staff in hand, shadows trailing lazily behind him like a second set of eyes. He paused near a section where the wire sagged low, posts leaning at odd angles. Found it, he called back. Loose post here. Wires torn too. Easy fix once we get tools. Asuma nodded. Mark it. We'll patch it after the herd's in. The cattle lumbered through the gate, Naruto's clones guiding the last few, Ino standing at the entrance counting heads. 12. All in. Pasture secure. Naruto dispelled the clones with a puff of smoke, grinning wide. Mission part 1 complete. Now let's fix that fence and get that bonus money. Ino laughed, linking her arm through his. 4 down. 16 to go. You're buying me dinner with that bonus, hero. Naruto groaned playfully. I'm doomed. Asuma chuckled low, waving them toward the barn. Tools are in there. Let's patch that fence. Then next mission. Keep it moving. Asuma gathered the genin near the broken section of the fence, 2 posts leaning at awkward angles, the wire sagging low enough for the cows to have stepped over it multiple times. All right, Asuma said, exhaling smoke. Simple job. Fix the fence so it holds. Naruto, dig out the loose post bases and set the new one straight. Ino, help with the wire tension and tying. Shikamaru, use your shadows to hold the post steady while we drive them in. I'll supervise and hammer. Luna, keep watch on the perimeter. No wildlife sneaking up. Naruto dropped his pack and grabbed the shovel, already digging around the first leaning post. Got it. This'll be quick, like building a ramen stand. Ino rolled her eyes but smiled, taking the wire cutters and starting to clip the damaged sections. Less talking, more digging, hero. We've got 16 more missions today. Bonus money doesn't earn itself. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, but extended his hands. Shadows snaked from his feet, wrapping around the leaning post and lifting it slightly off the ground, holding it steady while Naruto dug deeper. Troublesome, but yeah, hold still, post. The shadows tightened, firm, precise, keeping the post upright and level while Naruto shoveled out the old, loose dirt. Asuma stepped in with the post driver, a heavy metal tube, and began pounding the new post into the hole Naruto had widened. Each strike rang out sharp and steady, thunk, 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 driving the post deeper until it stood straight and solid. Ino worked the wire, stretching the new barbed strands between posts, twisting them tight with pliers, making sure the tension was even. Her chain skills translated perfectly, steady hands, perfect control. Luna stood a short distance away, eyes on the open fields and treeline, but she occasionally glanced back at the repair. Post alignment is off by 3 degrees, she called calmly. Shikamaru, adjust the shadow grip 2 inches left. Shikamaru grunted but complied, shadows shifting subtly, nudging the post into perfect vertical. Asuma drove the final strike, post locked in. Good. Wire next. Ino finished tying off the last strand, barbed wire gleaming, taut and secure. Done. Fence should hold now. No more wandering cows. Taro walked over from the barn, wiping his brow, inspecting the work. Solid job. Straighter than I could have done myself. Thank you, shinobi. You've saved me a lot of headaches. Naruto grinned, wiping sweat from his forehead. No problem. Happy to help. Your cows are cool. Taro chuckled. Come back anytime. Fresh milk, cheese, on the house. Asuma nodded. We'll take you up on that. Mission complete. Let's head back to the village. 17 more to go. The team gathered their tools, said goodbye to Taro, and started the trek back toward Konoha. The mission hall was quieter now, mid-morning rush had died down, only a few Chunin teams lingering at the boards. Hana looked up from her ledger as Asuma and the genin approached again, already recognizing the pattern. She sighed before they even reached the counter. You're back, already. Asuma placed the stack of completed reports in front of her, 10 more checked off since breakfast. 10 down, 10 to go, we're here for the next one. Hana scanned the stack, stamped them quickly, then pulled a fresh scroll from under the counter. She unrolled it with a resigned flick. Fine, one more before lunch. C-rank escort, visiting tea master from the land of tea. Needs protection to the Eastern Tea House District. 1 hour round trip, low risk, payment up front, standard rate plus a small bonus for prompt arrival. Naruto's eyes lit up. Tea master, does that mean free tea samples? Ino elbowed him. Focus on the pay, hero. Bonus is bonus. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome, but 1 hour's not bad. We can still hit the rest after lunch. Asuma nodded to Hana. We'll take it. Client waiting at the north gate. Hana handed him the scroll. North gate. Name's Master Sencha, older gentleman, very particular about his tea leaves. Don't let Naruto eat them. Naruto protested. I wouldn't eat tea leaves. Ino smirked. You'd try if they smelled like ramen. Hana waved them off. Out. Go. Before I regret giving you more work. Asuma chuckled, turning the team toward the door. Let's move. North gate. 1 hour escort. Then lunch. Then we finish the last 9 and collect the bonus. Naruto pumped a fist. Tea escort. Bonus money. Best day ever. Ino linked her arm through his. Stay close. No wandering. No eating random tea leaves. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, but yeah, let's go. Master Sencha was already there, waiting under the shade of the gate arch. He was a slender older man in his 60s, dressed in elegant green and gold robes of the land of tea, a tall walking staff topped with a carved tea leaf in his hand. A small cart of tea crates sat behind him, pulled by a single calm horse. He spotted the team approaching and raised a hand in greeting, voice calm and measured. Team 10, I presume. Master Sencha of the Tea Guild. Thank you for coming. My apologies for the slight delay, my horse needed new shoes. Asuma stepped forward, bowing slightly. Asuma Sarutobi. We're your escort. This is Luna, and my genin, Naruto Uzumaki, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara. We'll get you and your cargo to the Eastern Tea House District safe and on time. Sencha returned the bow, eyes flicking over the group with quiet appraisal. I've heard good things about Leaf Escorts. I trust you'll make the journey uneventful. Naruto grinned wide, waving enthusiastically. You bet. We've got the best team. No bandits, no problems, just smooth sailing and tea at the end. Ino squeezed Naruto's arm, shooting him a look. Tone it down, hero. Let the man breathe. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome. But yeah, let's get moving. Sooner we start, sooner we finish. Asuma nodded to Sencha. Formation set. You and the cart in the middle. We'll flank you. Stay close to the wagons. Eyes open. Move out. Sencha climbed onto the cart seat, taking the reins. Very well. Led on. The small procession started forward, horse clopping, cart creaking, Team 10 falling into place around it. Asuma and Luna at point, Shikamaru in the middle, Naruto and Ino at the rear, hands linked when no one was looking too closely. As they passed through the gate and onto the open road, Asuma glanced back at the genin, voice low but carrying. While we're moving, quick reminder. That missing nin from months ago, the one who tried to grab Naruto in his apartment. The one Luna sealed and we turned over. His bounty cleared. 100,000 ryo. Alive preferred. Trafficking, kidnapping rings, drug routes through the borders. Naruto's eyes went wide. 100,000. Ino's grip tightened on his arm, surprise flashing across her face. That's huge. Shikamaru straightened slightly, interest finally showing. Troublesome, but not bad. Asuma folded the bounty slip he'd pulled from his vest and tucked it away. It's being processed through the tower vault. Standard split, 4 ways. 25,000 ryo each. You'll see it in your accounts by tomorrow morning. Naruto pumped a fist, grinning so wide his whisker marks crinkled. 25,000. That's like a mountain of ramen. Ino laughed, sharp, delighted. And hair clips. And perfume. And new sandals. And maybe a new kunai set. We earned that. Shikamaru sighed, but a small, rare smile tugged at his mouth. Enough for a week's worth of naps. And maybe a new shogi board. Asuma chuckled low. You earned it. Clean takedown. No mistakes. No casualties. That's why the bounty's yours. Just remember, money's nice, but the real win is you all came back safe. Keep that in mind on this escort. Eyes open. Stay tight. Naruto nodded, serious for once. Yes, sensei. We've got this. Ino squeezed his hand. No one's touching him. Not on our watch. Shikamaru pushed off the pillar. Troublesome. But yeah, let's get this tea master to the tea house and get home. Master Sencha glanced back from his cart seat, smiling faintly. The walk to the Eastern Tea House District passed without a single hitch. No ambushes. No suspicious figures. No rogue shinobi lurking in alleys. Just the steady clop of Master Sencha's horse pulling the cart, the soft rattle of tea crates, and the quiet chatter of the team as they kept tight formation around the load. Sencha hummed an old tea country tune the whole way, calm, content, clearly relieved to have Leaf Escorts for such a valuable shipment. Naruto walked point with Ino, her arms still linked through his when the street was empty. Shikamaru drifted in the middle keeping lazy watch on the flanks, and Asuma brought up the rear, eyes scanning rooftops and side streets out of habit. They reached Sakura-cha-en, the main tea house, right on schedule. The elegant wooden building had its sliding doors open to the veranda, a few patrons already sipping matcha in the garden. 2 assistants in dark green robes hurried out as soon as they saw the cart. Master Sencha, safe journey. Sencha climbed down with a small groan, nodding. Safe and smooth, thanks to these fine shinobi. The leaves are intact. Asuma stepped forward. Delivery complete. Unload and we'll head back. The team moved in, Naruto and Ino carrying the heaviest crates, tea tins wrapped in protective cloth, Shikamaru handling the lighter bundles of loose leaves. They worked quickly and quietly, stacking everything inside the storage room under Sencha's direction, checking each crate off the list. No issues. No surprises. No drama. Sencha bowed deeply once the last tin was placed. Thank you, truly. The journey was peaceful because of you. Please, take these as a small token. He handed each of them a small sealed tin of premium green tea blend, his personal stock. Best leaves. Brew it slow. Enjoy it with someone you care about. Naruto accepted his with a wide grin. Thanks, Master Sencha. This is awesome. I'll share it with Ino-chan. Ino bowed politely, smiling. Thank you. We appreciate it. Shikamaru took his tin, already mentally filing it under, free stuff to nap with. Appreciated. Asuma bowed slightly. Safe travels back. Mission complete. Sencha smiled. Safe roads to you as well. The team stepped back as Sencha and his assistants disappeared inside the tea house. Asuma turned to the genin. Delivery done. Clean. No issues. 4 missions complete. 16 left. We head back to the village now. Lunch break at Ichiraku's if we're fast. Then we keep going. Naruto pumped a fist. Ramen. Yes. Ino smirked. Eat fast. We've got money to earn. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, but ramen sounds good. Asuma chuckled. Move out. Clock's ticking. The team turned back toward Konoha, packs lighter, spirits high, the day still young. They crossed back through the gates just as the sun started dipping low, painting the village walls gold. The day had been long, but they'd crushed every single mission on the list. 20 clean, village-bound jobs, no incidents, no screw-ups. The payout was already being processed, standard rate plus the merchant's grateful bonus, ready in their accounts by morning. Asuma gave them the nod as they reached the plaza. Day's done. You all killed it. Go eat. Rest. Report back tomorrow for the next batch if you want more work. Dismissed. Naruto pumped both fists. Ramen time. Ino laughed, already linking her arm through his. Obviously. Ichiraku's. Extra pork. Extra spicy. My treat. Well, technically your treat since you're paying with mission money, but I'm choosing the toppings. Shikamaru yawned, turning toward the Nara compound. Troublesome. I'm crashing. Wake me when the money actually hits. Asuma chuckled low, waving them off. Go. You earned it. Naruto and Ino headed straight for Ichiraku ramen, packs bouncing, bracelets glinting in the fading light. The stand was busy but not packed. Chuki spotted them instantly and waved them over with a spatula. Naruto. Ino. Long day. Naruto hopped onto his usual stool. The longest. 20 missions. We need ramen, extra pork, extra spicy, extra everything. Ino slid onto the stool beside him. Same for me. And make it quick, we're starving. Iyame laughed, already ladling broth. Coming right up. Mission heroes get priority. The bowls arrived steaming, piled high with pork slices, green onions, soft-boiled eggs, and extra noodles. Naruto dove in immediately, slurping loudly, eyes closing in bliss. MMMPH. Worth every step. Best ramen ever. Ino ate more neatly but matched his speed, smiling between bites. We crushed it. 20 missions in one day. Bonus money incoming. And we're still in one piece. Naruto grinned around a mouthful. Team 10 doesn't lose. They finished fast, bowls empty, stomachs full, energy renewed. Chuki waved off payment. On the house today. You kids earned it. Naruto bowed deeply. Thanks, Chuki-san. Iyame-chan. See you tomorrow. Ino tugged Naruto's sleeve. Come on, let's head home. Mom's probably got dinner waiting. And Dad's gonna tease you about being son-in-law again. Naruto laughed, bright, tired, happy. Worth it. They walked off together, hands linked, the village settling into evening around them. Naruto and Ino walked side by side through the quieter lanes near the Yamanaka compound, hands linked, bracelets glinting in the midday sun. Ino was still riding the high from the mission payout, mentally tallying hair clips, perfume, and new sandals, while Naruto hummed a little tune, occasionally squeezing her hand and grinning like the day couldn't get any better. They turned a corner near the training ground path when Luna appeared in front of them, silent, sudden, stepping out of thin air like she'd always been there. Naruto yelped, stumbling back half a step. Luna-sensei. Ino's eyes widened, but she quickly recovered, squeezing Naruto's hand tighter on instinct. Luna stood calm as ever, arms crossed, expression unreadable but not cold. Naruto. Ino. I'm being sent out on a long-term mission. Classified. I leave tonight. It'll be weeks, maybe months. Naruto's grin faltered, replaced by immediate concern. Long-term. Like, you're gonna be gone for a while. Luna nodded once. Orders from the Hokage. Anbu rotation. I can't say more. Ino's grip on Naruto's hand loosened slightly, but her posture stayed protective. Luna continued, voice even. Hiruzen cleared it. Naruto has permission to stay in the Yamanaka guest house while I'm gone. Full approval. No restrictions. You'll be safe there. Ino's family already said yes. Ino's frown vanished instantly, replaced by a wide, almost predatory smile that made Naruto flush bright red before Luna even finished. Guest house. Like. Officially. No more sneaking around her, doors open, lectures. Luna's lips twitched, just the tiniest hint of amusement. Officially. He stays in the guest room. Doors open rule still applies, Inoichi's orders, but yes. No more commuting back to my place every night. Naruto's face went full tomato, ears burning, eyes wide. I get to stay at Ino's. Like, for real, for weeks. Ino's smile turned downright giddy. She leaned into him, voice dripping with satisfaction. Oh yeah, weeks. You're mine now, hero. No escape. Luna watched the exchange, her usual stoic mask cracking with a soft, rare laugh. You'll survive, she said dryly. Inoichi and his wife will keep you in line. And Ino, she looked at the blonde girl. Keep him safe. That's all I ask. Ino nodded, serious for once. I will, promise. Luna gave Naruto one last look, almost fond, in her quiet way. Train hard while I'm gone. Practice your tanto forms every day. No slacking. I'll test you when I get back. Naruto saluted, playful, but sincere. Yes ma'am, I'll make you proud. Luna's lips curved again, small, fleeting. I know you will. She raised a hand in a simple wave. See you when I see you. Then she flickered away, gone in a blur of motion, leaving only the faint rustle of leaves in her wake. Ino's smile widened even more. She turned to Naruto, eyes sparkling. Guest house. Weeks. You. Me. Under the same roof. Naruto flushed harder, stammering. I mean, that's cool. Really cool. Ino tugged him toward the compound gates. The sliding door opened with its familiar soft rattle as Naruto and Ino stepped inside the Genkin. They paused to slip off their sandals, Ino's swirl bracelet catching the warm lamplight from the living room, Naruto's matching black cord one shifting slightly on his wrist as he bent down. Ino's mother was already in the doorway to the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, smiling like she'd been expecting them at that exact moment. Come in, you two, she said warmly. I already know you're staying tonight, Naruto. Luna stopped by earlier and cleared it with us. Guest room's ready, futon made up, extra blanket if you get cold. Naruto's face went pink instantly, but he bowed quickly. Thanks, ma'am. I mean, thank you. I promise I'll behave. Ino's mom laughed softly. You always do, sweetheart. Now come sit. Supper's ready. She gestured toward the low table where everything was already laid out. A big steaming pot of curry katsudon, thick curry sauce over tender pork cutlets and rice, a platter of crispy fried fish with lemon wedges, and a fresh salad dish, crisp greens, sliced cucumbers, tomatoes, and a light sesame dressing. Ino's eyes lit up. Mom, you made curry katsu. And fried fish. And salad. You're the best. Her mother shrugged modestly, setting down 2 more bowls. You've had a long day of missions. Figured you needed something hearty. Extra curry for Naruto, he eats like a growing boy. Naruto practically dove toward the table, bowing again. Thank you. It smells amazing. Ino tugged him down beside her on the cushion, already reaching for the serving spoon. Sit. Eat. Before you start drooling. They dug in, Naruto piling his bowl high with curry and rice, adding a piece of fried fish on top, then mixing in some salad for balance, mostly to make Ino laugh. Ino served herself neatly but stole bites from his bowl anyway. The room filled with the soft sounds of eating, clinking chopsticks, and the occasional contented hum. Ino's mom sat across from them, sipping tea, watching with that quiet, happy smile. You two look good together, she said simply. Mission went well. Ino nodded between bites. 20 missions. Clean. Paid. Bonus coming tomorrow. Naruto grinned around a mouthful of curry. And no one tried to kidnap me. Best day. Ino's mom laughed softly. That's the goal. Eat up. There's seconds if you want them. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Seconds. Yes please. Ino elbowed him lightly. Slow down. Save room for dessert, mom made mochi. The sliding door rattled open as Inoichi stepped inside, loosening his work apron and hanging it on the hook by the Genkin. The smell of curry katsu, crispy fried fish, and fresh salad hit him immediately, making his stomach rumble. Inside the living room, supper was already in full swing. Naruto and Ino were seated at the low table, bowls steaming in front of them. Naruto had a massive pile of curry over rice, a piece of fried fish balanced on top, and was mid-bite when Inoichi entered, cheeks stuffed, eyes wide with happiness. Ino sat right beside him, legs tucked under her, stealing a piece of bacon from his plate while laughing at something he'd just said. Inoichi paused in the doorway, smiling as he took in the scene. Well, look at this, he said, voice warm and teasing. The lovebirds started without me. Couldn't wait for the old man, huh? Naruto choked on his curry, coughing and waving his chopsticks in panic. Sorry, Yamanaka-san. We just, Ino said it was getting cold and Ino burst out laughing, patting Naruto's back while still holding the stolen bacon. Dad, you're late. We're starving after missions. Blame the bonus money rush. Inoichi chuckled, sliding onto his cushion across from them. I'm not mad, just jealous. That curry looks better than anything I had at the shop. Ino's mom appeared from the kitchen with a fresh bowl for Inoichi, setting it down in front of him with a smile. You're right on time. Eat before it gets cold. Inoichi took a bite of fish, nodding approvingly. Perfect as always. So, how was the day, kids? 20 missions. That's insane. Naruto swallowed, grinning wide. It was awesome. We did everything: hospital supplies, bakery delivery, cattle escort, training ground cleanup, even helped burn old classified documents. No problems. Asuma Sensei said we're unstoppable. Inoichi laughed. Unstoppable, huh? That's my son-in-law, always giving 110%. Naruto sputtered again, face going red. Son-in-law. I mean, thank you. But, Ino burst out laughing harder, nearly dropping her chopsticks. Dad, you're gonna kill him one of these days. Inoichi took a slow sip of his tea, eyes twinkling. What? I'm just stating facts. Matching bracelets now. That's basically engagement jewelry in my book. Ino's mom shook her head slowly, smiling as she passed the salad bowl. Leave the poor boy alone. He's already red enough to match the tomatoes. Naruto managed a shaky grin. It's really nice here. Thanks again for letting me stay. I promise I won't be any trouble. Inoichi waved a hand dismissively. Your family, kid. Trouble or not, you're welcome anytime. Just don't let my daughter bankrupt you with her shopping sprees. Ino stuck her tongue out. I'm responsible, mostly. The table filled with easy laughter, plates clinking, chopsticks moving, voices overlapping in comfortable rhythm. Inoichi leaned back, still smiling. So, 20 missions in one day. That's impressive. What's the plan for tomorrow? More of the same. Naruto nodded, mouth full of curry. Probably. Asuma Sensei said we're keeping it local for now. Stay in the village. Stay safe. More training too. Luna Sensei's working on my Tonto stuff. Inoichi nodded approvingly. Good. Keep sharp. And keep my daughter out of trouble. Ino rolled her eyes. I'm the one keeping him out of trouble. Inoichi chuckled. That's my girl. The supper continued, warm food, warm teasing, warm family. Asuma slid the office door open with a quiet rasp, stepping inside and closing it behind him. The room was dim with late afternoon light slanting through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the floor. Hiruzen sat behind the wide desk, pipe in hand but unlit, a stack of border reports spread out in front of him. Asuma bowed slightly, more habit than formality, then dropped onto the cushion across from his father, legs folding under him with a tired sigh. Old man, he said, voice low and direct. Kumo's situation. Talk to me. What's the timeline look like before I can take the squad on C ranks outside the village again? Hiruzen set the pipe down completely, exhaling slowly. His eyes, ancient, sharp, studied his son for a long moment. You're asking because you want to push them. Get them real experience, not just village chores. Asuma nodded once. They're ready. 20 missions in one day yesterday, clean, coordinated, no casualties. They're sharp. They're hungry. Keeping them locked inside the walls is starting to dull them. But after what Samui said, after Darui's squad admitted the secondary objective, I'm not risking it until you give the green light. Hiruzen rubbed the bridge of his nose, the gesture weary but familiar. Kumo's quiet since the trade. No sightings. No probes. No unusual movement on the border line. Darui's report to the Raikage likely read, extraction not viable due to tight formation and overwatch. They backed off clean. No escalation. No diplomatic noise. He leaned forward slightly. But the Raikage doesn't forget. He's patient. He waits for the perfect moment, when the team is split, when Naruto steps outside the walls without full Jonin cover. We know his history. Attempted grabs on bloodlines, Kekkei Genkai, Jinchuriki. He tried it before. He'll try it again. Asuma's jaw tightened. So what's the timeline? 6 months. A year. I can't keep them on D ranks forever. They'll get restless. Sloppy. And Naruto. He's already asking when we can go outside again. Hiruzen stared at the unlit pipe for a long moment. 3 months minimum. Full Overwatch stays in place until then. Border patrols double-checked daily. No C ranks outside the village unless I personally sign off and you have at least 2 Jonin. After 3 months, if Kumo stays quiet, if no new intel comes in, we loosen it. Short C ranks first. Nearby towns. Full team. No solo runs for Naruto. Ever. Asuma exhaled, long, slow. 3 months. I can work with that. Keeps them sharp inside the walls. More training, more local jobs. I'll push the combos harder. Get them ready for when we do go out. Hiruzen nodded, small, resolute. Good. And Asuma? Asuma looked up. Tell them the truth when you're ready. Not the full Kumo intent yet, they're 12, they don't need that weight. But tell them enough. Tell them the village is watching. Tell them to stay sharp. They'll listen, especially to you. Asuma stood, bowing slightly. I will. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again, finally lighting it. The first puff rose in a thin white spiral. 3 months. Then we see. Asuma turned toward the door. Thanks, old man. The door slid shut behind him. Hiruzen sat alone, pipe glowing softly, smoke drifting upward. He stared at the empty space where his son had been. 3 months. Then they'd push the kids out again. And hope Kumo waited longer than that. Ino woke first, sunlight slipping through the paper screens in her room and painting soft stripes across her futon. She stretched, arms overhead, toes curling under the blanket, then glanced at the clock, early, but not too early. The house was still quiet except for the faint clatter from the kitchen downstairs. She smiled to herself, remembering the new bracelet on her wrist. The silver swirl glinted as she moved. She slipped out of bed, padded barefoot down the short hallway in her sleep shirt, hair loose and messy from sleep. Naruto's guest room door was cracked open, Inoichi's rule, always. Ino pushed it gently, stepping inside. Naruto was sprawled on his futon, arms flung wide, blanket half kicked off, blonde hair even wilder than usual. One leg hung off the side, sock dangling. Soft snores filled the small space. Ino knelt beside him, grinning mischievously. She leaned in close, voice a playful whisper. Hey, wake up, hero. Naruto mumbled something incoherent, rolling over. Ino poked his cheek, once, twice. Naruto. Breakfast. Mom's making it right now. Come on. His eyes cracked open, bleary blue, unfocused, then widened when he saw her face inches from his. Ino-chan. She laughed softly. Yeah, it's me. Get up. Mom's already working on breakfast. You don't wanna miss it. Naruto sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. Smells good. What is it? Ino stood, offering him a hand. Pancakes, eggs, bacon, rice. The usual. Hurry up before it gets cold. Naruto took her hand, letting her pull him to his feet. He yawned, stretching, bracelet glinting on his wrist. Best wake-up call ever. Ino smirked, tugging him toward the hallway. Flattery won't get you extra bacon. Move. They padded down the hall together, bare feet on tatami, quiet giggles as Ino teased him about his bedhead. In the kitchen, Ino's mom was already at work, flipping pancakes on the griddle, bacon sizzling in a pan, eggs scrambling in another, rice steaming in the cooker. The table was set with plates, chopsticks, and a pitcher of fresh orange juice. She looked up as they entered, smiling warmly. Good morning, you two. Perfect timing. Pancakes are almost ready. Bacon's crisping. Sit, sit. Naruto bowed quickly. Good morning. Smells amazing. Thank you. Ino's mom waved off the thanks. No need for that. Your family. Now sit before it burns. Ino tugged Naruto to the table. They knelt side by side, Ino already reaching for the juice pitcher to pour him a glass. Inoichi was still out, early flower market run, so it was just the three of them. Ino's mom slid plates in front of them, fluffy pancakes stacked high, bacon crisp on the side, eggs golden, rice steaming. Eat up. You've got missions today, right? Need the energy. Naruto dove in immediately, fork spearing a pancake, syrup dripping. MMMPH. So good. Thanks again. Ino ate more neatly, but her smile was wide. Mom, you're the best. We're gonna need this fuel, 20 missions yesterday, probably more today. Ino's mom laughed softly. You two are unstoppable. Just don't overdo it. And Naruto, don't forget to thank Asuma sensei for the bonus. Naruto nodded, mouth full. I won't. He's awesome. Ino leaned against him, stealing a piece of bacon from his plate. Mine now. Naruto yelped playfully. Hey. The kitchen filled with easy laughter, plates clinking, voices overlapping, the day stretching ahead full of promise. The morning sun was climbing higher as Naruto and Ino left the Yamanaka compound gates, hands linked, bracelets glinting with every step. The walk to the usual Team 10 training ground was short and familiar, past blooming flower beds, quiet lanes, and the occasional early rising villager waving hello. They pushed through the last line of trees into the clearing. Asuma was already there, leaning against the canopy tree, cigarette glowing between his lips. Shikamaru sat cross-legged on the grass a few feet away, bowstaff across his knees, looking like he'd been dragged out of bed against his will. Naruto waved enthusiastically. "Sensei, Shikamaru, we're here." Ino smirked, squeezing Naruto's hand once. "Early again, lazybones. Mom kick you out." Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic. "Troublesome. Yeah, she said if I was gonna nap all day, do it somewhere else. Figured I'd beat you here and get the complaining over with." Asuma chuckled low, crushing his cigarette under his boot. "Good. You're all here. No time for drills today. Hiruzen wants us at the tower. New mission. Move out." Naruto perked up. "New mission. Already? Sweet." Ino raised an eyebrow. "Another village-bound one. Or, outside?" Asuma shrugged, already heading toward the path. "You'll find out. Let's go." The four of them fell into step, Asuma leading, Shikamaru trailing with his usual slouch, Naruto and Ino side by side, hands still linked, chatting quietly about yesterday's missions and the bonus money. They climbed the tower steps quickly, boots soft on stone, the familiar echo of their footsteps filling the corridor. The office doors slid open at their approach. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in hand, smoke drifting lazily upward. He looked up as they entered, a small, knowing smile creasing his face. "Come in, sit." The genin knelt on the cushions, Naruto and Ino side by side, Shikamaru leaning against a pillar, Asuma taking the spot closest to his father. Hiruzen set the pipe down. "You've been busy. 20 missions yesterday, clean, efficient, no incidents. The payout's processed, you'll see it in your accounts by end of day. Good work." Naruto grinned wide. "Thanks, Gigi." Hiruzen's smile widened slightly. "But today's different. I have a new assignment for Team 10. C rank. Multi-day. Likely a few weeks." Ino perked up, eyes sparkling at the mention of multi-day, more pay. Hiruzen continued. "Suki Uzumaki has been granted land near the eastern wall. She's building a small compound, her own Uzumaki-style grounds, sealed, defensible, with a workshop for Fuinjutsu research. Construction starts tomorrow. She's requested Team 10 to assist with labor, setup, and initial seal groundwork. Asuma, you'll oversee. Naruto's Uzumaki blood will help with resonance testing. Ino's mind techniques can assist with security layout. Shikamaru's shadows for perimeter work." Naruto's eyes went wide. "Helping Suki-ne build her compound. That's awesome." Ino nodded, already calculating. "Few weeks. That's steady pay. I'm in." Shikamaru sighed. "Troublesome. Construction. But yeah, it's work." Hiruzen leaned forward, grin widening just a little, rare and mischievous for the old Hokage. "I believe it will keep you busy for a few weeks. Hard work, good pay, and something special to build together. Report to the eastern wall at dawn tomorrow. Tools and materials will be waiting." Dismissed. The genin stood, Naruto saluting playfully. "Yes, Gigi." Ino bowed. "Thank you, Lord Third." Shikamaru gave a lazy wave. "See ya tomorrow." Asuma bowed slightly. "We'll handle it." The doors slid shut behind them. Hiruzen sat back, pipe glowing softly, a quiet smile on his face. The eastern section of Konoha's inner walls curved gently around a quiet, unused plot of land, flat, open ground bordered by a low stone fence on one side and a line of cherry trees on the other. It was well inside the village proper, no more than a 15-minute walk from the Yamanaka compound gates. Hiruzen had marked it with a simple wooden post stamped with his personal seal, official Konoha land grant for Suki Uzumaki. Suki was already there when Team 10 arrived, kneeling in the dirt, sleeves rolled to her elbows, sketching a large spiral pattern on the ground with red ink and a long brush. Tools and blank tags were spread around her in neat rows. She looked up as they approached, violet eyes brightening slightly. "You're here." Naruto waved enthusiastically, pack slung over one shoulder. "Hey, Suki-ne, we're ready to help build. Whatever you need." Ino grinned wide, eyes flicking around the plot, then back toward the direction of her family compound. "It's not far from my place at all. Like 10 minutes if we cut through the back gardens. I can literally see the top of our roof from here." Naruto blinked, then grinned back. "Really? So, I could walk over here after missions. Or, stay here sometimes." Ino's smile turned downright gleeful. "Oh yeah, you're staying at my place most nights anyway. Now you've got an Uzumaki ant literally down the road. Perfect, I can keep an eye on both of you." Shikamaru sighed from behind them. "Territorial as ever. Troublesome. But convenient, I guess. Less walking for you too. Asuma chuckled low, exhaling smoke. Sounds like you're already planning sleepovers, Ino. Ino didn't even blush, just lifted her chin. Someone has to keep him safe. And fed. And out of trouble. Suki's lips curved, small, genuine. That's convenient. Good. Let's get started. Asuma crushed his cigarette under his boot. Tell us what to do. We've got all day. Suki stood, brushing dirt from her knees. First, boundaries. Naruto, your blood will help test the resonance lines. Ino, Shikamaru, help mark the perimeter with stakes. Asuma, supervise the layout. We'll lay the outer spiral seal today. It'll take time, but it's the foundation. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Let's do this. Uzumaki compound, here we come. Ino squeezed his hand once more, possessive, proud. And it's right next to mine. Perfect. Shikamaru sighed but picked up a stake. Troublesome. But yeah, let's build it. The team spread out, stakes driven, lines marked, ink flowing, chakra humming. The eastern plot inside Konoha's walls was already marked with stakes and string lines by the time the team arrived. Suki had risen early, sketching the outer spiral foundation in red ink directly on the cleared earth. The ground was flat and firm, perfect for earthwork. A small pile of tools waited nearby, shovels, picks, wheelbarrows, and sacks of gravel and sand for the initial leveling. Asuma surveyed the site with a nod. Looks like you've got the layout planned. What's first? Suki pointed to the staked perimeter. Foundation trenches. Dig a shallow trench along the outer spiral, about 2 feet wide, 1 foot deep. We'll fill it with gravel base, then pack the earth tight before I lay the primary seal array. Naruto's blood will test the resonance points as we go. Naruto dropped his pack and grabbed a shovel, already grinning. Let's dig. Uzumaki compound foundation, starting now. Ino set her pack down beside his, rolling up her sleeves. I'm helping with the digging. No way you're doing all the hard work alone. Shikamaru sighed but picked up a pickaxe. Troublesome. But yeah, I'll break the hard spots. Asuma took a shovel as well. I'll work the outer line. Keep it even. The team spread out along the marked spiral, shovels biting into the soil, dirt flying in steady rhythm. Naruto dug with enthusiastic energy, turning over big scoops and piling them neatly. Ino worked beside him, steady, precise, occasionally bumping his shoulder and teasing him when he got too fast and uneven. Slow down, hero. It's gotta be level, not just dug. Naruto laughed, wiping sweat from his brow. Right, gotta make it perfect for Suki ne. Suki moved between them, checking depths, adjusting string lines, occasionally kneeling to mark resonance points with small red ink circles. She ended up working alongside Naruto for a stretch, both of them shoveling in tandem. After a few minutes of quiet labor, she spoke, voice low, just for him. Once it's built, you'll have a room here. Naruto paused mid-scoop, looking up at her. A room, like, my own room. Suki nodded, small, certain. You're Uzumaki. Clan heir. This compound is for the clan. You belong here as much as I do. When it's finished, sealed, secure, livable, you'll have your own space. A place that's yours. Not just guest quarters. A room that's part of Uzushio again. Naruto stared at her, eyes wide, then softening. That's really cool. I mean, I like staying at Ino's. Her family's awesome, but having my own spot here, with you, that'd be great. Suki's lips curved, just a little. Good. It'll take time. Months, maybe, but it'll be ready. And when it is, it's yours too. Naruto grinned, bright, hopeful, and drove his shovel back into the earth with renewed energy. Then let's dig faster. Gotta get this foundation done. Ino glanced over from her section, overhearing just enough to catch the gist. She smiled, small, warm, and kept digging, content for once. Shikamaru muttered from his post. Troublesome, but a room's a room. Better than crashing on futons forever. The eastern plot inside Konoha's walls was alive with steady work. The outer spiral trench had been dug, leveled, and partially filled with gravel base by mid-morning. Suki had marked resonance points every few meters with red ink circles, small, precise dots where Uzumaki blood would be used to test and activate the foundational seals. Shikamaru knelt at the center of the spiral, hands pressed flat to the earth. His shadow stretched outward like ink spreading across paper, sinking into the soil. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground trembled slightly, controlled, subtle. The packed dirt shifted and settled deeper, compressing itself into a denser, smoother foundation layer. Then, with a slow upward pull of his fingers, Shikamaru coaxed small boulders and flat stones from beneath the surface, rising in neat rows along the trench lines, forming natural support pillars and base stones for the future walls. Done, he muttered, brushing dirt from his palms. Foundations settled. Rocks are level. No more sinking posts. Troublesome, but it'll hold. Suki stepped forward, kneeling beside the first raised stone. She drew a small tanto from her sleeve, pricked her finger, and pressed a drop of blood to the center of the rock. The red ink circle glowed faintly, resonance confirmed. Good, she said. The stones are stable. I'll place the primary seals now. She moved methodically along the line, placing pre-inked tags on each stone, channeling chakra to activate the spiral patterns. Each tag pulsed once, red light flaring briefly, then settled into a dull glow. The earth beneath them hummed faintly, as if the ground itself was accepting the seal. Naruto and Ino worked on the first floor outline, marking interior walls with string lines and stakes, preparing the ground for the main living structure. Naruto used a shovel to level small sections, while Ino measured distances with a knotted cord and drove stakes at perfect intervals. Naruto glanced over at Suki as he patted down a patch of dirt. So, once this is all sealed and built, I'll really have a room here. Suki didn't look up from her work, placing another tag, but her voice was steady. Yes, a room of your own. Uzumaki style, high ceilings, open space, seals woven into the walls for protection and focus. You'll be able to train here without leaving the compound. Practice chains if you want. Or just have a place that's yours. Naruto paused, shovel in hand, a small smile spreading across his face. That sounds really cool. Like a home inside a home. Ino drove a stake with a quick strike, then looked over. And it's only 10 minutes from my place. I can walk over whenever. Or drag you back for dinner. No escaping. Naruto laughed, bright and easy. Wouldn't want to escape. Suki finished the last tag in the row. The entire outer spiral glowed once, soft red light tracing the foundation lines, then faded to a subtle shimmer. First layer done, she said. We'll reinforce tomorrow. Naruto, your blood on the central stone now. Test the core resonance. Naruto jogged over, pricked his finger without hesitation, and pressed it to the marked center stone. The spiral flared brighter, stronger, then settled into a steady pulse. Suki nodded, satisfied. Perfect match. The compound recognizes you. It's yours too. Asuma watched from the side, arms crossed, small smile on his face. Good progress. Keep it up. We'll have the foundation sealed by end of day. The team kept working, shovels turning, stakes driven, seals activated. Dirt and sweat and laughter mixed in the air. The foundation trenches were now fully dug, leveled, and packed with gravel base. The outer spiral seal line glowed faintly with activated red tags, humming with latent chakra as the earth accepted the first layer of Uzumaki reinforcement. The team had worked steadily, shovels, stakes, and shadows shaping the ground into something solid and purposeful. Now they moved to the next phase, laying the support floors for the compound's walls. Suki knelt at the edge of the trench line, unrolling a large parchment sketch of the floor plan, simple but elegant. A central main house with open training courtyard, workshop annex, and private rooms branching off like petals. The outer walls would rise on the spiral foundation, with support floors raised wooden platforms built on top of the sealed gravel base. She gestured to the first section. We lay the support floors here, thick wooden beams across the gravel base, then cross-bracing. The seals will do the real work holding everything together. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow, shovel still in hand. So the seals make the floor stronger. Like super glue for wood. Suki nodded. More than that, the spiral seals in the gravel base will bond with the beams. When weight or force is applied, someone walking, training, even windstorms, the seals absorb and redistribute the stress. The wood won't crack or shift. The compound will feel alive. It'll reinforce itself over time. Ino examined the sketch, tracing a finger along the wall lines. So the seals are like rebar in concrete. But chakra-based. Exactly, Suki said. Better. Rebar can rust. These seals heal small cracks. Adapt to damage. Uzumaki buildings were designed to last centuries. Shikamaru crouched near the first beam pile, already using shadows to lift and position the heavy timbers with minimal effort. Troublesome, but smart. Less maintenance. No rotting posts or shifting foundations. Asuma nodded approval, helping Shikamaru align the first beam across the trench. Place them every 2 meters. Cross-brace diagonally. Naruto, help lift. Ino, check levels. Let's get the first floor frame down today. The team moved as one. Naruto and Asuma lifted the thick beams, Naruto grunting with effort but grinning through it, positioning them across the gravel base. Ino used a level and string to ensure perfect alignment, calling adjustments. Left side down half an inch. There. Perfect. Shikamaru's shadows held beams steady while Asuma drove nails and braces, hammer ringing out sharp and rhythmic. Suki moved along the line, placing small sealing tags at each beam intersection. She pricked her finger again, pressing blood to the tags. Red light flared briefly, seals bonding wood to gravel, gravel to earth, everything to the spiral foundation below. Naruto watched her work, fascinated. So, these seals will hold the whole compound up. Like magic glue. Suki smiled faintly, small, genuine. Not magic. Precision. The seals link the structure to the ground's natural chakra flow. Earth supports wood. Wood supports roof. Seals make sure nothing pulls apart. It's why Uzushio homes survived storms that sank ships. Ino drove a final brace, wiping her hands on her pants. So when it's done, this place will be tough. Like a fortress, but, homie. Suki nodded. Strong enough to protect. Open enough to live in. That's the Uzumaki way. The first floor frame took shape, beams solid, braces tight, seals glowing faintly before fading into the wood. Naruto stepped back, wiping sweat from his brow. A soft blue glow rose from the tags, cool, steady light tracing upward through the wood grain like veins of energy. The beams shuddered once, then settled deeper into the gravel, fusing with it. The glow pulsed twice, slow, rhythmic, then dimmed to a subtle shimmer, barely visible in daylight. Suki stood with her arms crossed, watching the process with quiet satisfaction. The seals are binding, she said simply. The wood is now linked to the foundation. Weight, pressure, even small earthquakes, the energy will redistribute through the spiral instead of cracking the beams. It'll last generations if maintained. Asuma exhaled slowly, arms folded as he studied the glowing lines. Impressive. The blue glow. That's the resonance stabilizing. Suki nodded. Yes. It'll fade completely in a few hours. The seal will still be active, just invisible. The wood will feel heavier, more solid, like it's part of the ground now. Ino stepped closer, crouching to touch one of the beams. The surface was warm under her fingers, vibrating faintly with leftover chakra. It's humming, like it's alive. Shikamaru tilted his head, shadows idly curling around his feet as he examined the glow. Efficient, low chakra maintenance once it's set. Troublesome to build, but smart long-term. Naruto crouched beside Ino, running his hand along the beam. It feels strong, like it won't break no matter what. Suki glanced at him, brief, steady. That's the point. Uzumaki compounds were built to endure. This one will too. Asuma straightened, brushing dirt from his hands. First floor frame looks solid. Let's move to the cross bracing. Naruto, Ino, help lift the diagonal supports. Shikamaru, use shadows to hold them in place while I nail. Suki, place the next layer of tags as we go. The team moved back into position, beams lifted, shadows snaking up to steady them, nails driven with sharp hammer strikes, seals activated one by one. The blue glow spread slowly across the new supports, fading as it stabilized. Suki stepped back, wiping sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. She surveyed the work, trench filled, gravel packed, beams level and secure. The foundation frame was solid, ready for walls and flooring tomorrow. She smiled, small, satisfied, and raised a hand. That's enough for today. The team lowered their tools, shovels clattering, hammers set aside. Naruto wiped his face with his sleeve, breathing hard but grinning. Ino dusted dirt from her hands, ponytail slightly askew. Shikamaru leaned on his staff, already looking forward to collapsing somewhere. Suki walked over to Naruto, reaching up to ruffle his sweat-damp blonde hair with a gentle, almost affectionate gesture. You did good today, all of you. The foundation's strong because of the work you put in. We'll resume tomorrow at dawn, walls and first floor joists next. Bring gloves. And rest tonight. Naruto ducked his head under her hand, laughing softly. Thanks, Suki-ne. This is starting to feel real. Like an actual place. Ino stepped up beside him, smiling, less guarded now, more genuine. Yeah, it's looking good. We'll be back at dawn. No sleeping in, hero. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, but there was a faint nod of approval. Troublesome, but yeah, dawn, I'll be here. Asuma crushed his cigarette under his boot, giving Suki a respectful nod. We'll see you tomorrow. Good progress today. Suki returned the nod. Thank you, all of you. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be heavier. The team gathered their packs, tools stowed, dirt brushed off, and headed back toward the village gates, the sun low on the horizon. Naruto glanced back at the framed outline one last time. It's gonna be awesome. Ino squeezed his hand. Yeah, it will. They walked off together, tired, dirty, satisfied. Border shadows. Luna landed silently in the small clearing just beyond the lightning country border, knees bending to absorb the impact, cloak settling around her like dark water. The air was colder here, sharper, carrying the faint metallic bite of distant storms and pine resin. The clearing was ringed by dense evergreens, the ground soft with fallen needles, a perfect spot for low-visibility rendezvous. 4 Anbu materialized around her in the next breath, shadows peeling off trees and mist, masks blank and featureless, cloaks blending with the dusk. They formed a loose diamond around her without a word, weapons sheathed but hands ready. Luna knelt, pressing a palm to the earth, chakra thread extending outward in a thin, invisible line, probing for the contact signal. She spoke low, voice carrying only to her squad. We wait. Spies due in the next 10 minutes. No movement until the signal. If it's compromised, we extract immediately. No engagement unless forced. The Anbu nodded once in unison, silent, disciplined. Minutes ticked by. The forest stayed quiet, no birds, no wind rustle, just the low hum of distant thunder rolling across the peaks. Then, a single pulse of chakra flickered through the ground. Subtle, coded, the signal. Luna's eyes opened. He's here. A figure stepped from the trees opposite them, hood low, cloak dark, no headband visible. The spy moved with careful economy, stopping at the clearing edge and raising one hand in the pre-arranged signal, palm out, fingers spread twice. Luna rose. Report. The spy kept his voice low, barely above a whisper. Kumo's border patrols are doubled. Raikage's ordered increased surveillance on all neutral trade routes. No direct moves yet, but Darui's squad filed a detailed report after the trade mission. They confirmed the resemblance to the 4th Hokage. Samui's notes mentioned, high-value intelligence asset. The Raikage's private chambers have been sealed for briefings. They're waiting, patient. No immediate snatch planned, but they're building a profile. If Naruto leaves Konoha again without heavy escort, they'll try. Luna's expression didn't change. Numbers. Routes. 3 elite squads rotating on the neutral line. Darui's genin are on light duty, training, not active ops. Main forces held back in Kumo proper. They're watching the boy specifically, whiskers, blonde hair, Ninetales signature. No mention of the Uzumaki ant yet. They don't know she's surfaced. One Anbu shifted slightly. Risk assessment. The spy glanced toward the border. Medium. They're not rushing, but the Raikage's patience isn't infinite. If Konoha relaxes security, or if Naruto's seen outside the walls alone, they'll move. Fast. Hard. Luna nodded once. Anything else? The spy hesitated. One rumor. Kumo's been quietly buying intel from black market sources. Old Uzushio records. Sealing techniques. They're building knowledge. If they get a solid lead on how to counter or copy the Ninetales seal, they'll act. Luna's voice stayed level. Understood. Return to your post. No further contact unless critical. We'll relay to the Hokage. The spy bowed once, then melted back into the trees, gone in seconds. Luna turned to her Anbu squad. Back to Konoha. Fast route. Report directly to Hiruzen. No stops. The Anbu nodded in unison. They vanished, shadows flickering through the pines, heading west toward Fire Country. Behind them, the border stayed quiet. Chapter 14. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun. All rights reserved for their original owners. Sharpening edges. The training ground was bathed in the soft golden light of late morning, pine needles crunching underfoot, the faint smell of earth and sweat hanging in the air. Asuma had called them here early after breakfast. No missions today, just drills. The genin had arrived together. Naruto bouncing with energy, Ino walking beside him, hand brushing his every few steps, Shikamaru trailing behind with his usual bored slouch. Asuma stood at the center of the clearing, arms crossed, cigarette unlit between his lips. Luna was still out on her long-term mission, no replacement assigned yet, so it was just Asuma supervising the genin for this one. 20 missions yesterday, Asuma said, voice carrying easily. You crushed it. Clean. Fast. No mistakes. But we're not resting on that. We trained today. Combos, reaction, fundamentals. Keep the edge sharp. Naruto cracked his knuckles, grinning wide. Bring it, sensei. What's first? Asuma nodded toward the dummies. 3-on-1. Naruto clones for distraction, Ino chain for control, Shikamaru shadows for bind. Come at me. Full effort. One clean hit wins the round. The genin spread out, Naruto summoning 4 clones in a puff of smoke, Ino uncoiling her chain, Shikamaru's shadows stretching from his feet like ink. They attacked in sync. Clones rushed forward, yelling, waving arms, drawing Asuma's attention. Ino snapped her chain low, aiming to wrap his legs. Shikamaru's shadows surged from behind, reaching for Asuma's arms. Asuma moved, smooth, effortless, sidestepping the chain, ducking a clone's punch, twisting to avoid the shadows. His chakra blades flashed, cutting through two clones in a single arc, poofing them into smoke. But the genin adjusted, clones reforming, Ino yanking the chain back for another strike, Shikamaru redirecting shadows in a pincer. Asuma laughed, low, proud, dodging another chain sweep. Come on, hit me. They kept going, round after round, clones, chains, shadows, taijutsu, lightning chakra on Naruto's Tanto. Sweat dripped, breaths came faster, but the combos got tighter. Faster, cleaner. After the 5th round, Asuma called time. Enough. Good sync. No hesitation. That's what I want to see every time. He stepped back, wiping sweat from his brow. Take 5. Water up. Then we run it again, slower. Focus on the small stuff. Foot placement, timing, guard recovery. You're sharp, but you can be sharper. Naruto flopped onto the grass, breathing hard but grinning. This is awesome. I feel like I could take on anyone right now. Ino sat beside him, stretching her arms. We're getting better. That chain tackle shadow combo. Felt perfect that last round. Shikamaru leaned against a tree, eyes half closed. Troublesome, but yeah, it worked, mostly. Asuma watched them, quiet pride settling in his chest. Asuma stepped back from the center of the clearing, arms crossed, eyes sharp as he watched the genin catch their breath after the last round of drills. Enough solo runs, he said, voice carrying over the quiet field. You're good alone. Now you're gonna be better together. Combos. Real ones. Your jutsu don't just exist side by side, they work together. Naruto's clones create openings. Ino's chain controls the target. Shikamaru's shadows lock it down. When one sets up, the others finish. No wasted moves. No hesitation. He pointed to a row of reinforced training dummies, wooden posts wrapped in thick rope and padded with straw, set up in a loose triangle. 3 on 3. 3 dummies. You attack as a unit. Naruto starts with clones to confuse and distract. Ino follows with chain to restrict movement. Shikamaru binds with shadows. Then you close in, taijutsu, lightning tanto, whatever it takes to land the hit. 1 clean strike on each dummy. Do it right, we move to live sparring. Do it wrong, we run it again until it's muscle memory. Naruto cracked his knuckles, grinning wide. Got it, let's go. Ino uncoiled her chain, water chakra already shimmering along the links. Stay in sync this time. No rushing ahead, hero. Shikamaru sighed but extended his hands, shadows pooling at his feet. Troublesome, but yeah, let's make it quick. Asuma stepped aside, giving them the field. Begin. Naruto struck first. Shadow clone jutsu. 6 clones popped into existence, fanning out in a loose wave, yelling and waving arms to draw the dummies' attention. 3 clones charged straight at the center dummy, drawing imaginary fire. 2 flanked left, 1 right, creating chaos. Ino moved next, chain snapping forward in a wide arc. Water release, whip chain. The chain whipped around the center dummy's waist, water coating tightening the grip like a living rope. She yanked, pulling the dummy off balance. Shikamaru's shadows surged from the ground, black tendrils snaking up the dummy's legs and arms, locking it rigid. Shadow possession, he muttered. Hold. The dummy froze, bound, restricted, pinned. Naruto closed in, real body now, tanto drawn, lightning chakra crackling along the blade. He leapt, slashing in a clean diagonal arc that sliced through the dummy's center rope wrap. Straw exploded outward. The dummy fell, 1 down. The genin reset without a word, clones reforming, chain recoiling, shadows retracting. Asuma watched, nodding slowly. Better. Timing was tight, but Naruto, your clones were too loud. They gave away the real you. Ino, chain pull was strong, but you left your right side open during the yank. Shikamaru, shadow bind was perfect, but you overcommitted on the arms. If the target had broken free, you'd be exposed. He stepped forward. Again, fix the holes. Clones quieter. Chain pull tighter guard. Shadows faster recovery. Go. They reset, clones moving silent this time, chain snapping with better coverage, shadows binding and releasing in a smoother flow. Naruto slashed again, tanto flashing. Dummy 2 down. Reset. Again. Dummy 3 down. Asuma watched every repetition, calling corrections after each round. Naruto, faster recovery after the slash. Don't admire your work. Ino, water flow steady. No flicker on the pull. Shikamaru, shadows don't need to overwrap. Efficiency over power. Round after round, the combo tightened, clones distracting silently, chain restricting precisely, shadows locking instantly, Naruto finishing with a clean strike. After the 10th round, Asuma raised a hand. Enough. That last one was perfect. No holes. No hesitation. That's what I want to see every time. Naruto dispelled his clones, breathing hard but grinning. We did it. Ino coiled her chain, smiling. Tight. Fast. Felt good. Shikamaru let his shadows retract. Troublesome. But yeah, it worked. Asuma nodded, pride clear in his eyes. That's the team I want to see on the road. Combos like that will keep you alive. Keep you winning. He stepped back. Water up. Rest 5 minutes. Then we run it live, one-on-one sparring. No holding back. Get ready. The genin moved to their packs, drinking water, catching breath, grinning at each other. The genin had just finished their 5th round of 3-on-1 combo drills, clones distracting, chain restricting, shadows binding, Naruto closing with lightning-charged tanto. Sweat dripped. Breathing was heavy. Dummies were splintered. Asuma raised a hand. Short break. Water up. 5 minutes. Then we switch it up. The three collapsed onto the grass, Naruto flopping flat on his back with arms spread, Ino sitting cross-legged and fanning herself with her hand, Shikamaru leaning against a tree like he might melt into it. After the break, Asuma clapped once, sharp. Next drill. Naruto, run the perimeter. Full speed. No stopping. Ino and Shikamaru, chase him. Catch him. Pin him. No jutsu. Taijutsu only. Go. Naruto sprang up instantly, grinning wide. Catch me if you can. He took off like a shot, sandals kicking up dust, blonde hair whipping as he sprinted the outer edge of the clearing. Ino and Shikamaru stared at each other. Ino groaned. That's not fair. He's got more energy than both of us combined. Shikamaru sighed, long, dramatic. Troublesome. He's like a battery that never runs out. We're gonna be chasing him for hours. Asuma smirked, crossing his arms. Exactly. Naruto's got stamina for days. You two need to work on yours. Catch him. Use teamwork. Pin him. No excuses. Ino pushed to her feet, ponytail swinging. Fine, but when we catch him, I'm sitting on him until he begs for mercy. Shikamaru stood slowly. Yeah, troublesome. Let's go. They took off after Naruto, Ino sprinting with focused grace, Shikamaru jogging at a deceptively lazy pace but closing ground with long strides. Naruto laughed ahead of them, dodging around trees, leaping over roots, calling back. You're gonna have to be faster than that. Ino growled playfully. Get back here, hero. Shikamaru muttered under his breath. This is why I hate cardio. Asuma watched from the center, smoking quietly, pride in his eyes. The genin chased. Naruto ran. Naruto took off like a shot, sandals kicking up dust, blonde hair whipping as he sprinted the outer edge of the clearing. He laughed over his shoulder. You're gonna have to be faster than that. Ino growled playfully, ponytail flying as she poured on speed. Get back here, hero. Shikamaru jogged after her, long strides eating ground, but still looking like he'd rather be napping. Troublesome. He's got more energy than both of us combined. Asuma watched from the center, arms crossed, small smirk on his face. That's the point. Naruto's stamina is insane. You two need to learn how to shut him down when he's like this. Catch him. Pin him. No excuses. Naruto reached the riverbank edge of the training ground, where the stream cut through the clearing, and without breaking stride, he kicked off the bank and ran straight across the water. His sandals slapped the surface, chakra surging to his feet in steady pulses, keeping him upright as he dashed across the shallow flow like it was solid ground. Ino skidded to a stop at the edge. He's water walking. That's cheating. Shikamaru slowed beside her, breathing hard. Troublesome. He's showing off. Naruto laughed from the middle of the stream, arms out for balance, running in a wide circle back toward them. You said no jutsu, but water walking's just chakra control. It's fair. Ino narrowed her eyes. Oh, it's on. She sprinted along the bank, timing her jump perfectly, launching herself toward him mid-stride. Naruto twisted to dodge, but Ino was faster than he expected. She tackled him full force, arms wrapping around his waist, momentum carrying them both sideways. They hit the shallow bank together, water splashing, mud flying, rolling once before coming to a stop with Ino pinning Naruto face up in the soft dirt, knees on either side of his hips. Naruto blinked up at her, wet hair plastered to his forehead, grinning despite the mud on his face. You got me. Ino leaned down, nose almost touching his, voice triumphant. Told you. No escaping. Shikamaru reached the bank a few seconds later, hands on his knees, breathing hard. Troublesome. You two are ridiculous. Asuma walked over slowly, chuckling low, arms still crossed. Good catch, Ino. Nice stamina, Naruto. Shikamaru, next time, don't let them do all the work. Naruto laughed from under Ino. Worth it. Ino grinned down at him, then leaned in and kissed him quickly, right there in the mud, before standing and offering a hand to pull him up. Come on, hero. You're filthy. Let's clean up and run it again. Naruto took her hand, letting her haul him to his feet, still grinning, mud streaked across his cheek. Best training ever. Asuma shook his head, pride clear in his eyes. Asuma clapped his hands once, sharp enough to cut through the last of the genin's heavy breathing after the combo drills. Alright, kids. Break's over. Gear up. We're heading to Suki's compound site. Today we help build the other buildings, workshop annex, storage shed, perimeter walls. Tools are already there. Luna's still out on her long-term mission, so it's just us four. Move out. Naruto sprang to his feet, pack slung over one shoulder, grinning wide. Finally. Real building. Let's go make Suki a whole village. Ino stood, brushing dirt from her skirt. Workshop sounds useful. I can help with the ceiling layout. And storage shed, perfect for extra kunai and supplies. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, but pushed himself up from the grass. Troublesome. More manual labor. But yeah, let's get it done. They left the training ground together, Asuma leading, the genin following in loose formation. The path to the eastern plot was short and familiar, inside the village walls, past quiet residential lanes and blooming gardens. The compound site came into view, foundation trenches sealed, first floor beams laid and cross-braced, main house walls standing tall and sturdy. Suki was already there, kneeling near the workshop annex frame, brush in hand, sketching additional resonance lines on the ground. She looked up as they approached, violet eyes steady. You're here. Good. We're finishing the main house interior today, partitions, flooring, roof sheathing. Then we start the workshop annex and storage shed. Naruto, help with lifting and framing. Ino, level checks and bracing. Shikamaru, shadows for holding beams in place. Asuma, supervise and hammer. Naruto dropped his pack, rolling up his sleeves. Let's do this. Walls, roof, workshop, Uzumaki compound, here we come. Ino set her pack down beside his. I've got the levels. Let's make it perfect. Shikamaru sighed but picked up a beam. Troublesome. But yeah, shadows ready. Asuma nodded. Move. Keep it steady. We've got all day. The team spread out, shovels and hammers ringing, shadows snaking to hold timbers, Suki placing seals at every joint. The main house interior took shape first, partition walls rising, flooring planks nailed flush, roof sheathing laid over the supports. Suki sealed each new section, pricking her finger for blood resonance, watching the red ink flare blue before fading into the wood. By mid-afternoon, the main house was framed and roofed, solid, sealed, ready for finishing touches tomorrow. Suki stepped back, surveying the progress. Good. Main house is weather-tight. Tomorrow, workshop annex and storage shed. Then outer barriers. Naruto wiped his brow, grinning. It's looking like a real place. Awesome. Ino dusted off her hands. And it's close enough to my house. I can walk over anytime. Shikamaru leaned on his staff. Troublesome. But yeah, not bad. Asuma clapped Naruto on the shoulder. The team had shifted focus to the smaller outbuildings, the workshop annex at the back for Suki's fuinjutsu tools and research and a storage shed near the perimeter for supplies and gear. Timber frames were already up for both, waiting for cross-bracing, sheathing, and Suki's sealing tags. Asuma stood near the center of the site, arms crossed, cigarette smoldering between his lips. He watched the genin work, Naruto hauling beams with easy strength, Ino checking alignments and nailing braces, Shikamaru using shadows to hold posts steady while Asuma hammered them into place. Keep it tight, Asuma called. Workshop needs extra reinforcement, Suki's gonna be storing heavy scrolls and sealing gear in there. Shed's simpler, focus on the roof supports today. Naruto nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. Got it. Let's make it strong. Ino hammered a brace into place, ponytail swinging. These seals are gonna make the place bulletproof. I like it. Shikamaru sighed as he directed shadows to lift a roof beam. Troublesome. But yeah, solid work. A soft footfall came from the path behind them. Kurenai stepped into the clearing, hair tied back, casual training gear, a small smile on her face. She walked straight to Asuma, leaned in, and kissed his cheek, quick, warm, familiar. "Hey," she said softly. "Thought I'd check on my favorite team." Asuma's cigarette paused mid-drag. He turned, grin spreading. "Kurenai, didn't expect you out here." She smiled wider. "Couldn't stay away. Heard you were building something special." She looked past him to Suki, violet eyes meeting dark ones, and raised a hand in greeting. "Suki Uzumaki. I've heard a lot. Nice to meet you in person." Suki straightened from where she was placing a seal tag, brushing dirt from her hands. She gave a small, respectful nod. "Kurenai Yuhi, the pleasure's mine." Asuma stepped forward, gesturing between them. "Kurenai, Suki Uzumaki, Kushina's cousin, survivor of Uzushio. She's teaching Fuinjutsu to a select group and building her compound here. Suki, this is Kurenai. One of our best genjutsu specialists. My partner. And a damn good shinobi." Kurenai bowed slightly. "I've heard good things. Your sealing knowledge is impressive. Konoha's lucky to have you." Suki returned the bow, small, formal. "Thank you. Konoha's been more welcoming than I expected. I'm glad to contribute." Kurenai glanced at the rising structures, main house framed and roofed, workshop annex taking shape, storage shed half built. "It's beautiful. Strong. You can feel the seals already. It's going to be something special when it's done." Suki smiled faintly. "That's the plan." Asuma took a drag from his cigarette. "Kurenai's here to help if you need genjutsu support for security. Illusions on the perimeter, hidden entrances, misdirection seals. Whatever you're thinking." Suki considered it. "Could be useful. I'll take you up on that once the walls are up." Kurenai nodded. "Happy to help. Just say the word." She turned to the genin, Naruto waving enthusiastically, Ino smiling politely, Shikamaru giving a lazy wave from his spot holding a beam. "Looking good, kids. Keep it up." Naruto grinned. "Thanks, Kurenai-sensei. We're building a whole compound." Ino nodded. "And it's gonna be awesome." Shikamaru muttered. "Troublesome, but yeah." Asuma clapped his hands once. "All right, back to work. Workshop roof supports next. Let's finish strong." The team moved, beams lifted, seals placed, walls rising. Kurenai stayed, watching, chatting quietly with Suki about genjutsu integration ideas. The compound grew. Team 10 worked. And the day rolled on, steady, strong, together. Asuma clapped his hands once, sharp, cutting through the heavy breathing after the last combo drill. "Lunch break. 30 minutes. Eat fast. Be back here on time, no excuses. We've got more to do this afternoon." Naruto wiped sweat from his brow, already grinning. "Food, yes." Ino grabbed his wrist before he could even finish stretching. "Come on, we're going to my house. Mom's got lunch ready. We're not wasting time on rations." Naruto laughed, letting her pull him along. "Best idea ever." Asuma called after them, voice carrying across the clearing. 30 minutes. On the dot. No dawdling. Back here. Got it. Ino didn't even turn around, just flipped him off over her shoulder with a grin. Asuma shook his head, chuckling low. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, then simply flopped down onto the front porch of the nearby storage shed, arms behind his head, staring up at the sky. "Troublesome. I'm staying right here. Wake me when the 30 minutes are up." Asuma glanced at him. "Don't fall asleep. You'll miss the next drill." Shikamaru waved a hand lazily. Yeah. Asuma lit a cigarette, leaning against a tree to watch the genin disappear down the path, Ino dragging Naruto by the wrist, Naruto laughing the whole way. The training ground fell quiet except for the soft rustle of wind through the pines and Shikamaru's faint snoring from the porch. 30 minutes. Asuma. Kurenai appeared a few minutes later, quiet footsteps on the pine needles, carrying a small bento wrapped in cloth. She smiled as she approached, kneeling beside him and setting the box in his lap. "Lunch," she said simply, brushing a quick kiss against his cheek. "I figured you'd be too busy to stop by the house." Asuma's tired expression softened instantly. He untied the cloth, revealing neatly packed rice, grilled salmon, pickled vegetables, and tamagoyaki sliced into perfect golden rolls. "You're a lifesaver," he murmured, pulling her in for a quick hug. "How's your team doing?" Kurenai settled beside him on the stump, opening her own smaller bento and taking a bite of rice before answering. "They're good. A little restless, 3 months of village-only missions has them itching for real work, but they're sharp. We've been running genjutsu drills all morning. They're starting to chain illusions together without me prompting. Progress." She rubbed his arm gently, thumb tracing slow circles over his sleeve. Your kids. Asuma took a bite of salmon, chewing thoughtfully. Same restlessness. Naruto's bouncing off the walls. Ino's using the downtime to plan shopping sprees. Shikamaru's complaining but secretly enjoying the quiet. They're tighter than ever. The combos are clean. They're ready for more, but Hiruzen's keeping them inside until Kumo backs off completely. Kurenai hummed, taking another bite. Speaking of Ino, when did her personality change? She used to be all sharp edges and clan pride. Now she's softer around Naruto. Fiercer, too, like she'd burn the world down for him. Asuma chuckled, low, fond. Since they started dating, she staked her claim early and never looked back. The bossy side's still there, but it's aimed at protecting him now. She's still the same Ino, smart, quick, a little vain, but Naruto brings out the loyal, caring part she doesn't show everyone. He's good for her, she's good for him. Kurenai smiled, leaning her head against his shoulder. They're cute together, and terrifying when they're mad. Poor Kumo if they ever try again. Asuma laughed quietly. Poor Kumo indeed. He took another bite of tamagoyaki, then glanced at her. Thanks for the lunch, and for checking in, means a lot. Kurenai rubbed his arm again. Anytime. Now eat fast. Your kids will be back soon, and they're gonna need you sharp. Asuma nodded, pulling her closer for a second. Always. Ino Naruto. The sliding door rattled open as Ino tugged Naruto inside the Genkin. They kicked off their sandals in a hurry, Ino's hand still gripping his wrist like she was afraid he'd bolt, and hurried into the kitchen. Ino's mother was already setting the table, steaming bowls of rice, crispy fried potatoes, fries, as Ino called them, and generous portions of katsu don, breaded pork cutlets sliced over rice with thick curry sauce, topped with a soft-boiled egg. The smell hit them like a warm hug. Ino plopped Naruto into his usual spot and sat right beside him, thigh pressed to his, already reaching for the serving spoon. Mom, we've only got 30 minutes, she announced. We're working on Suki Uzumaki's compound today, helping build the other buildings. Asuma-sensei's waiting. Ino's mother hummed softly as she slid their plates in front of them, extra katsu for Naruto, extra fries for Ino. I figured as much. Luna mentioned it yesterday when she stopped by. Eat fast, then. No dawdling. Naruto bowed his head quickly. Thanks. It looks amazing. He dug in immediately, rice and katsu disappearing at record speed. Ino ate more neatly but matched his pace, talking between bites. Suki's got the foundation sealed, walls up, roof supports in. Today we're doing the workshop annex and storage shed. It's coming together fast. Ino's mom sat across from them with her own smaller plate, smiling as she watched. Sounds like progress. Suki's lucky to have you two helping. And it's nice having Naruto stay here while she gets settled. Ino nodded, stealing a fry from Naruto's plate. Yeah, he's basically moved in now. Makes everything easier. Naruto flushed a little but grinned around a mouthful. Best place ever. Good food. Good company. Inoichi's voice floated in from the dining room. He'd been sorting flower orders but poked his head around the corner. Future son-in-law's right. House feels fuller with him here. Just don't let him eat us out of house and home. Naruto laughed, easy, used to it. I'm trying, but the curry katsu is too good. Ino's mom chuckled softly. Eat up, 30 minutes isn't long, you've got building to do. Ino shoveled another bite. We'll make it, Suki's counting on us. The kitchen filled with the quiet sounds of eating, chopsticks clinking, soft laughter, the warmth of family fueling the day ahead. Lunch was quick and hearty, bowls of rice emptied, fried potatoes devoured, katsudon finished down to the last bite of pork. Ino's mom cleared the plates with a smile, waving off their offers to help. You two go. Suki's waiting. Don't keep her hanging. Ino stood, tugging Naruto up by the wrist. Come on, we've got building to do. Naruto bowed quickly. Thanks again, it was awesome. They hurried out, sandals on, packs shouldered, hands linking as soon as they hit the path. The walk to Suki's compound site was short, 10 minutes through quiet lanes and blooming gardens inside the village walls. The eastern plot came into view, foundation trenches sealed, first floor beams laid and cross-braced, main house walls standing tall and sturdy. The structure looked more like a real home every day, timber frames solid, roof supports ready, the faint hum of seals in the walls. Suki was already working, kneeling near the workshop annex frame, placing reinforcement tags on the cross beams. She looked up as they approached, violet eyes steady. You're back. Good. We're finishing the main house interior today, partitions, flooring, roof sheathing. Then we start the workshop annex and storage shed. Naruto dropped his pack, rolling up his sleeves. Let's do this. What's first? Ino set her pack down beside his. Partitions. I can help measure and brace. Suki nodded. Partitions first. Naruto, help lift the dividing beams. Ino, check alignments. We'll seal as we go. The team moved into rhythm, beams lifted, braces nailed, seals placed. Naruto and Ino worked side by side, laughing, teasing, hands brushing every few minutes. Suki followed with tags, pricking her finger for blood resonance, watching the red ink flare blue before fading into the wood. By mid-afternoon, the main house interior was done, rooms divided, flooring sealed, roof sheathing laid. The structure was weather-tight, the seals humming with latent power. Suki stepped back, brushing dirt from her knees. That's enough for today. Main house is solid. Tomorrow, workshop and storage. Rest tonight. Naruto wiped his brow, grinning. It's starting to look like a real place. Awesome. Ino dusted off her hands. And it's close enough to my house. I can walk over anytime. Suki smiled faintly. The team had paused work for a short water break, tools set aside, sweat wiped from brows, the half-built compound walls standing tall around them in the afternoon sun. Suki stepped back from the last resonance tag she'd placed on a support beam and turned to the genin. Naruto was chugging water from his canteen, Ino stretching her arms overhead, Shikamaru leaning against a post with his usual bored expression. Suki crossed her arms, voice calm but direct. So, what do you three know so far? With jutsu, tell me. She nodded toward Shikamaru first. You, go. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, but straightened a little. Shadow possession jutsu. Basic shadow manipulation, binding, stretching, multi-target if I focus. Earth release, earth flow river for shaping ground or lifting things. Taijutsus. Fine, not my thing, mostly shadows and strategy. Suki nodded once, small acknowledgement. Control and utility. Good foundation. Shadows are versatile, keep pushing the multi-bind. Shikamaru shrugged. Troublesome, but yeah. Suki's gaze shifted to Ino. Your turn. Ino flipped her ponytail, chin up. Water release, whip chain, my signature. Chain coated in water chakra for cutting and binding. Basic water jutsu, projectiles, defensive walls. Mind transfer jutsu, my clan's specialty. I can switch bodies if I make eye contact, but it's risky if I miss. Taijutsu solid, I'm fast. Suki's expression didn't change, but her nod was firmer. Chain control is excellent. Mind transfer is high risk, high reward, use it wisely. Water jutsu complements the chain perfectly. Keep refining the coating flow, no flickers. Ino smiled, proud, sharp. Got it. Suki turned to Naruto last. You. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly. Shadow clone jutsu, lots of them. I can make a bunch, and when they pop, I get the experience back. Exploding clone jutsu, same thing, but they go boom when I want. Water walking and tree walking, chakra control stuff. Basic wind jutsu, nothing fancy yet, just cutting wind and pushing air. Taijutsu's my best thing. I'm not great at planning, but I'm fast and I don't give up. Suki studied him for a long moment, violet eyes searching his face. Clones are powerful, especially the exploding variant. Stamina is your strength. Water walking and tree walking show good control. Wind jutsu is a start, keep developing it. But you rely on numbers and brute force. We'll work on precision. One good strike over 100 sloppy ones. Naruto nodded, serious now. I'll get better, promise. Suki stepped back, looking at all three. You're strong together. Clones distract, chain restricts, shadows bind. Naruto finishes. That's your core. Build on it. Refine it. You'll need it. Asuma led the genin back to the familiar training clearing as the afternoon sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the pine needles and packed dirt. The air had cooled slightly, but the team was still sweaty and dusty from the morning's work on Suki's compound. Luna was still out on her long-term mission, no replacement yet, so Asuma had the field to himself. He stopped in the center, turning to face them with arms crossed. All right, kids. Compound work's done for today. We're shifting gears. You've got the basics down, clones, chain, shadows. Now we build on it. New jutsu. Elemental focus. Naruto, wind. Ino, more water. Shikamaru, earth. These aren't flashy. They're tools. Practical. Useful. You master them, your combos get deadlier. Naruto perked up instantly, eyes shining. Wind. Sweet. I've been wanting to try wine stuff. Ino tilted her head, curious. More water. Like. Stronger chain coating. Or new techniques. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, but there was a faint glint of interest. Earth, troublesome, but yeah, could be useful. Asuma nodded. Exactly. Wind for Naruto, cutting power, speed boosts, ranged slashes. Water for Ino, expand the chain range, add pressure waves, defensive barriers. Earth for Shikamaru, ground manipulation, traps, terrain control. We start simple. Fundamentals first. No rushing. He stepped back, gesturing to 3 separate training zones he'd marked earlier with stakes and string lines. Naruto, over there. Wind release basics. Focus chakra to your palms, push air forward. Small gusts first. Build to blades. Ino, center zone. Water release, shape water from the stream. Coat your chain thicker. Try a water bullet next. Precision over power. Shikamaru, far right. Earth release, earth wall first. Small scale. Then earth flow river, move dirt without wasting chakra. Control, not force. Asuma lit a fresh cigarette, exhaling slowly. 30 minutes per zone. Rotate every half hour. I'll watch each of you. No slacking. No shortcuts. Go. The genin split off, Naruto jogging to his zone, already forming hand seals and trying to push wind. Ino heading to the stream, chain in hand, pulling water upward, Shikamaru trudging to his patch of dirt, hands on the ground. Asuma walked between them, watching, correcting, guiding. Naruto's first wind push sent a weak puff of air that barely rustled leaves. Stronger chakra flow, Asuma called. Like blowing out a candle, but focused. Again. Ino's chain coated in water, thicker now, heavier, snapped forward and sliced a leaf clean in half. Better flow. Keep the coating even. Try the bullet next. Shikamaru raised a small dirt wall, barely knee-high, then let it crumble. Less force, more shape. Feel the ground. Again. The clearing filled with soft whooshes of wind, splashes of water, and low rumbles of earth. Asuma watched, pride quiet in his eyes. The sun hung low over the training clearing, casting long golden shadows across the dirt and pine needles. Asuma had pushed them hard all day, combo drills, taijutsu circuits, stamina sprints, and now only one thing remained before they called it. Wind release. Naruto stood alone in the center of the field, feet planted wide, hands forming the familiar seals again and again. Tiger right pointing arrow, boar right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, snake right pointing arrow, ram right pointing arrow, bird right pointing arrow, ox right pointing arrow, horse right pointing arrow, rat right pointing arrow, monkey right pointing arrow, hare right pointing arrow, dragon right pointing arrow, tiger. Wind chakra had been flickering around his palms for the last hour, soft gusts at first, then sharper bursts that rustled leaves but never cut. Asuma and Luna watched from the edge, arms crossed. Ino and Shikamaru sat on a nearby log, Ino cheering quietly, Shikamaru half asleep but still watching. Asuma spoke low. He's close. Feel the flow. Don't force it. Shape it. Naruto gritted his teeth, sweat running down his temples. He thrust both palms forward again, chakra surging, air compressing. A thin, crescent-shaped blade of wind sliced outward. It wasn't perfect. It wobbled. It dissipated after 10 meters. But it cut. A clean horizontal line appeared across 3 training dummies, rope severed, straw bursting outward in a neat spray. Naruto's eyes widened. I did it. He stared at his hands, disbelieving, then pumped both fists in the air so hard he nearly fell over. I did it. Wind blade. Take that, dummies. Ino jumped up, clapping and laughing. That's my boyfriend, sharp and shiny. Shikamaru cracked one eye open, giving a lazy thumbs up. Not bad. Troublesome, but not bad. Asuma walked over slowly, a rare, genuine smile breaking across his face. That's the breakthrough. First real wind release technique. Small, unstable, short range, but it's yours. You shaped it. You controlled it. Now we build on it. Power, range, shape, precision. You're not done yet. He clapped Naruto on the shoulder, firm, proud. Good work, kid. Real good work. Naruto's grin was blinding, whisker marks crinkling, eyes shining. I'm gonna get stronger. Wind blades everywhere. Rasengan next. Wait, no, I don't know that yet, but wind stuff first. Ino laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind. You're ridiculous. And amazing. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome. But yeah, congrats, loudmouth. Luna, still leaning against the tree, gave a single, small nod. Progress. The sun had dipped lower, painting the clearing in warm orange tones. The genin had rotated through their new elemental drills for hours. Naruto's wind blades were now slicing leaves cleanly at 10 meters, Shikamaru's earth walls were rising faster and thicker, and Ino had mastered thicker water coatings on her chain, turning it into a heavier, more cutting weapon. But Asuma wasn't done. He clapped once, sharp, commanding. Last drill before we call it. Ino, your turn for breakthrough. Water release. You've got the coating down. Now shape it. Water bullet. Fast, accurate, piercing. Hit the target dummy at 15 meters. No chain. Pure water jutsu. Ino stood, wiping sweat from her brow, ponytail sticking to her neck. Got it. She stepped to the edge of the stream, feet planted, hands forming seals. Tiger right pointing arrow, ox right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, hare right pointing arrow, rat right pointing arrow, boar right pointing arrow, bird right pointing arrow, tiger. Water rose from the stream in a thin stream, swirling between her palms. She shaped it, trying to compress it into a bullet, but the first attempt wobbled and splashed harmlessly against the dummy at 5 meters. Too loose, Asuma called. Compress harder. Feel the pressure. Don't let it spread. Ino gritted her teeth, seals flashing again. Water gathered, faster this time, swirling tighter. She thrust her palms forward. The bullet shot out, faster, sharper, but curved at the last second, clipping the dummy's edge and spraying water everywhere. Close, Asuma said. You're rushing the release. Hold the shape longer. Again. Ino exhaled, frustrated, hands trembling slightly from the strain. She tried again. Seals. Water. Compression. This time it held longer, 10 meters, then burst apart into mist. She growled under her breath. Come on. Naruto cheered from the side. You've got this, Ino-chan. One more. Shikamaru yawned but watched. Troublesome, but she's close. Ino closed her eyes for a second, breathing deep, then opened them, focused. Seals flashed, faster, surer. Water rose, tight spiral between her palms. She compressed, chakra pouring in steady, controlled pulses. Held the shape. Thrust forward. A high-pressure water bullet erupted, straight, fast, piercing. It punched clean through the dummy's center, wood splintering outward in a perfect circle. Silence for half a second. Then Naruto whooped. Yes, you did it. Ino stared at her hands, breathing hard, then broke into a wide, triumphant grin. I got it. She turned to Asuma, eyes bright. Water bullet, 15 meters, clean hit. Asuma nodded, pride clear. That's the breakthrough. Shape held, pressure steady, good control. Now refine it, speed, range, piercing power. You've got the core, build on it. Ino pumped a fist. Yes, take that, dummy. Naruto jogged over, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. That was awesome, you're scary with water now. Ino laughed, bright, proud, leaning into him. Told you I'd get it. Now we've all got new tricks. Shikamaru gave a lazy thumbs up from his spot. Not bad, troublesome, but not bad. Asuma stepped forward. That's enough for today. Cool down, stretch, go home, eat, rest. Tomorrow we integrate the new jutsu into combos. Wind blades with water bullets. Earth walls with shadow binds. You're getting dangerous, Team 10. The genin gathered their gear, packs shouldered, water bottles drained, laughter mixing with tired breaths. Naruto slung an arm around Ino's shoulders. Best team ever. Ino leaned into him. Damn right. Shikamaru yawned. Troublesome, but yeah. The sun had dipped low, painting the village streets in warm orange and long shadows as Naruto and Ino walked back from Suki's compound site. Their packs were slung over their shoulders, hands linked, dirt still clinging to their clothes and faces from the day's hard work. The compound had progressed well, main house framed and roofed, workshop annex walls rising, storage shed foundations set, and both of them were tired but buzzing with quiet satisfaction. Ino swung their joined hands lightly, glancing sideways at Naruto with that familiar mischievous glint in her eye. You know, she started, voice low and teasing, if you ever step out of line. I'm gonna use my water jutsu on you. Naruto blinked, then laughed, bright and easy. Water jutsu. Like, the chain, or the bullet. Ino's grin widened, sharp, playful. Both. Maybe the whip chain to tie you up. Maybe a water bullet to knock you flat. Or, I could just soak you head to toe until you're begging for mercy. No escaping a soggy boyfriend. Naruto flushed, cheeks pink, but he squeezed her hand tighter. You wouldn't. Ino leaned in closer, rubbing her cheek against his shoulder like she was marking territory. Oh, I would. One wrong move, one flirty look from some foreign kunoichi, and you're getting the full Yamanaka water treatment. You'll be dripping and apologizing before you can say, ramen. Naruto laughed again, nervous, delighted, trying to play it cool but failing miserably. I'd never step out of line. You're the only one. Promise. No foreign kunoichi. No nothing. Just you. Ino's teasing softened, just a fraction, into something warmer. She bumped his hip with hers. I know, but it's fun watching you squirm. Naruto groaned dramatically. You're evil, girlfriend. Ino snickered, nuzzling his cheek again. And you love it, boyfriend. They kept walking, hands linked, teasing fading into comfortable quiet, the Yamanaka compound gates coming into view ahead. The sliding door opened with its familiar rattle as Naruto and Ino stepped inside. They paused in the Genkin to kick off their sandals, the faint scent of curry katsu and fried fish still lingering from last night's supper. Ino's mother was in the kitchen, already tying an apron around her waist and grabbing a reusable shopping bag from the counter. She looked up as they entered, smiling warmly. There you are. I'm heading out to get groceries, running low on rice, fresh vegetables, and a few things for dinner tonight. Your father won't be back till around 8, he's handling a late delivery at the shop. Ino nodded quickly, grin already spreading across her face. Got it, Mom, we'll behave, promise. Her mother raised an eyebrow, playful but pointed. Behave, no wild parties, no burning the house down. And keep the doors open if you're in the same room. Naruto nodded earnestly, face only faintly pink this time. Yes ma'am, we'll be good. Ino's mom laughed softly, slinging the bag over her shoulder. I know you will. Back in a couple hours. There's leftover rice and fish in the fridge if you get hungry. She gave Ino a quick hug, patted Naruto's shoulder, and slipped out the door. The moment it closed, Ino's grin turned downright wicked. She turned to Naruto, who was already heading toward the guest room to grab his spare clothes for a shower, routine by now, since he lived here. Naruto didn't notice the look in her eyes at first. He was humming softly, reaching for his bag on the shelf. Ino followed quietly, silent steps, then leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching him. She tilted her head, mind already racing with ideas. Feet still bother him after all that digging and running today. And he's so easy to fluster. Why not have some fun chasing him around after the shower? She snickered to herself, quiet, delighted. Naruto glanced over his shoulder. You okay? You've got that look. Ino's grin widened. Oh, I'm great. Go shower. You're all sweaty and gross from the compound work. Naruto laughed, easy, trusting, and headed to the bathroom. Be out in 10. Ino waited until the door clicked shut and the water started running. Naruto stepped out of the bathroom, hair still damp and sticking up in every direction, wearing his spare orange jacket and black pants. He rubbed a towel over his head as he padded down the hallway toward the guest room, his room now, really, smiling to himself about the day's work on Suki's compound and the promise of dinner soon. Ino had slipped into the bathroom right after him, the door clicking shut behind her. The water started running, steam curling under the door. Inside the shower, Ino stood under the hot spray, letting it wash away the dirt and sweat from the compound site. She glanced down at her feet, nails still glossy with the second coat of pink polish Naruto had carefully applied earlier. A slow, wicked grin spread across her face as she worked shampoo into her hair. He's skittish about this stuff, she thought, fingers massaging her scalp. Blushes like crazy every time I make him paint my nails or rub my feet. But he does it anyway. It's adorable. She rinsed the shampoo out, tilting her head back under the water. And it's part of dating, right? Any decent boyfriend has to get used to the idea of foot rubs when his girlfriend's tired. He's already halfway there, why not have some fun chasing him around the house again? The grin turned downright evil as she pictured it. Naruto fresh from the shower, relaxed and unsuspecting, then her pouncing, tackling him, pinning him down, demanding another rub while he turned tomato red and stammered excuses. He'll try to run, I'll chase, he'll protest, I'll win. She laughed softly under the spray, quiet enough that no one outside the bathroom could hear. Perfect. Ino finished washing her hair, rinsing conditioner through the strands, already planning the ambush. He'll come out of his room all clean and innocent. And then I strike. Chase him down the hall. Make him squirm. Maybe even get him to admit he likes it. She turned off the water, stepping out and wrapping a towel around herself. The mirror was fogged, but she caught her reflection, smiling, eyes sparkling with mischief. Boyfriend training, level 2. She dried off quickly, slipped into a loose shirt and shorts, and cracked the bathroom door just enough to peek down the hallway. Naruto's room light was on. He was probably changing or unpacking his pack. Ino's grin widened. Game on. Naruto stepped out of the guest room, hair still damp from the shower, wearing his spare orange jacket and black pants, rubbing a towel over his head as he headed down the hallway toward the dining hall. The house was quiet. Inoichi and his wife had stepped out for a quick evening errand at the market, leaving a note on the counter that they'd be back in an hour or so, and leftovers were in the fridge if they got hungry. He rounded the corner into the dining hall, smiling to himself about the day's work on Suki's compound and the promise of supper soon. Ino was already there, lounging in her chair at the table, legs stretched out in front of her, bare feet propped on another cushion. She looked up the moment she saw him, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, Naruto-kun," she said, voice dripping with exaggerated sweetness. "My feet are so sore from all that digging and running today. They need a foot rub. Pretty please." Naruto froze mid-step, face instantly flushing bright red from neck to ears. Ino-chan. Again. Ino's grin turned downright wicked. Again, you're so good at it. Come on, boyfriend privileges." Naruto's eyes darted around like he was looking for an escape route. But your parents aren't even here. And supper's in the fridge and. Ino swung her legs off the cushion and stood in one fluid motion, stalking toward him like a cat cornering a mouse. Exactly. They're out. No interruptions. No, doors open, lectures. And you owe me. Sore feet. Tired girlfriend. Fix it. Naruto took a step back, then another, face now tomato-level red. "I'll do it later. After supper. Promise." Ino cackled, bright, delighted, and lunged. Naruto yelped and bolted, running down the hallway. "Ino-chan, wait." She chased after him, laughing the whole way, bare feet silent and quick. "Get back here, hero. Foot rub time." They raced through the empty house, Naruto dodging around furniture, Ino gaining ground with every giggle, until he skidded into the living room and dove behind the couch. Ino slid to a stop, hands on hips, grinning down at him. "You can't hide forever." Naruto peeked over the couch back, still flushed, still laughing. "You're evil." Ino leaned over the couch, poking his cheek. "And you love it. Now come out and rub my feet before I tackle you again." Naruto groaned, dramatic, helpless, but crawled out from behind the couch anyway. Fine, foot rub, but only because you're cute when you beg." Ino's grin turned triumphant. "That's my boyfriend." She flopped back onto the couch, propping her feet in his lap as he sat down beside her. Naruto sighed, fake put upon, but started gently massaging her arches anyway. Ino sighed happily, leaning back against the cushions. "See, perfect. You're getting really good at this." Naruto mumbled under his breath, face still red, but kept working. Ino sat on the edge of the couch, legs stretched out, feet resting in Naruto's lap as he knelt on the floor in front of her. The second coat of pink polish was already dry, shiny, even, no smudges. Naruto's hands were still gently holding her ankles, thumbs brushing lightly over the tops of her feet in absent circles, his face a deep, glowing red from the teasing that had started the moment he finished the massage. Ino tilted her head, watching him with that smug, delighted grin she saved only for moments like this. "See," she said softly, voice dripping with satisfaction. "It's not that bad." She flexed her toes slowly, playful, deliberate, making the glossy pink catch the lamplight. Naruto's blush somehow deepened, spreading to his ears, his neck, even the tips of his fingers where they rested against her skin. Ino leaned forward a little, resting her chin on her knee so she could look straight into his eyes. "You're so cute when you blush like that. Look at you, bright red, stuttering, trying to act all tough. But you love it. You love making me happy. And you love when I tease you until you can't even talk straight." Naruto gulped, loudly, trying to look anywhere but at her face. I mean, yeah, I guess. It's not terrible. You're happy. That's good. And, your feet are soft. And stuff." Ino's grin turned softer, but no less wicked. She reached down, cupping his cheek with one hand, thumb brushing over the whisker mark on his flushed skin. "See, not that bad. You're getting really good at this. Steady hands, gentle touch. Perfect boyfriend material." Naruto's blush hit peak tomato levels. He ducked his head, mumbling into her knee. "You're evil, girlfriend." Ino laughed, bright, delighted, then leaned down further, pressing a quick kiss to the top of his head. "Stay put, hero. I'll heat up the leftovers. Mom left curry katsu and fried fish in the fridge. Be right back." Naruto nodded, still sitting on the floor with his back against the couch, legs stretched out. "Cool, I'm starving again." Ino padded barefoot down the hallway, quiet steps on the tatami, into the kitchen. The house was still empty, her parents were out, leaving the space peaceful and dimly lit by the living room lamp. She opened the fridge, pulled out the covered dishes of curry katsu don and fried fish, and popped them into the microwave. The hum filled the quiet kitchen as she grabbed 2 plates, forks, and a couple glasses of water. The microwave beeped. She stirred the curry to make sure it heated evenly, plated everything, generous portions for Naruto, slightly smaller for herself, and carried the trays back down the hall. Naruto looked up as she entered, grinning. Smells even better reheated. Ino set the trays in front of them, then flopped back onto the couch cushions next to him, close enough that their shoulders touched. Here, eat before it cools. Naruto took his plate eagerly, diving into the curry with a happy hum. MMMPH. Your mom's curry is the best. Thanks for heating it up. Ino smiled, taking a bite of fish. You're welcome. Figured we earned it after today. Digging, building, chasing each other around. Exhausting. Naruto laughed between bites. Yeah, but fun. Suki-ne's compound is gonna be awesome when it's done. And it's so close to here. I can just walk over after missions or training. Ino nodded, leaning her head against his shoulder. 10 minutes tops. Perfect distance. I can drag you back for dinner whenever I want. Naruto grinned, stealing a piece of fish from her plate. And I can drag you over for Uzumaki stories from Suki-ne. Fair trade. Ino laughed softly, resting her hand on his knee. Deal. But you're still doing my nails again tomorrow. Second coat's not enough. Third coat's mandatory. Naruto groaned playfully. I'm doomed. Ino nuzzled his shoulder. You love it. They ate in comfortable quiet for a while, plates emptying, trays pushed aside, the house peaceful around them. Ino set her empty plate down and curled up against him, head on his chest, arms around his waist. Thanks for today, she murmured. For helping Suki. For being here. For everything. Naruto wrapped his arms around her, tight, warm. Anytime, girlfriend. You're stuck with me. Ino smiled against his shirt. Good. Because I'm not letting go. The sliding door opened with its usual soft rattle as Inoichi and his wife stepped inside. Inoichi loosened his apron from the flower shop, while his wife set down the grocery bags on the counter. They both paused in the genkin to kick off their sandals, then looked into the living room. Naruto and Ino were already on the couch, sprawled out together, empty plates on the coffee table in front of them, curry katsudon and fried fish finished down to the last bite. Naruto was leaning back with his arm around Ino's shoulders, both of them relaxed and full, chatting quietly about the day's compound work. Inoichi grinned wide. Well, look who started without us. Future son-in-law beat us to dinner again. Naruto nodded casually, no blush, no stammer, just easy and used to it. Hi, Yamanaka-san. Hi, ma'am. We were starving after the sight. Couldn't wait. Inoichi chuckled, walking over to the kitchen to wash his hands. Fair enough. Long day. Don't blame you. Ino's mom smiled warmly as she unpacked the bags, rice, carrots, onions, fresh fish fillet. We'll join you with seconds. I'll heat up what's left for us. She moved to the stove while Inoichi sat in the armchair across from the couch, grabbing a plate and scooping some leftover curry. So, how was it? Suki's place coming along? Ino nodded, snuggling closer to Naruto. Walls up, roof supports in, interior partitions framed. We're doing workshop and storage tomorrow. It's looking real now. Naruto grinned. Yeah, Suki-ne says it'll be weathertight soon. Super cool. Inoichi took a bite, nodding approvingly. Impressive. Good to see you kids helping. And you're still staying here every night, son-in-law. Naruto nodded easily. Yeah, guest room's home base now. Thanks again. Inoichi smiled. Anytime. Your family. Ino's mom came back with her own plate, sitting beside Inoichi in the armchair. Eat if you want seconds. No rush. You two look tired. Missions and building all day, rest up. Naruto shook his head, patting his stomach. I'm stuffed, but thanks, it was perfect. Ino leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder. Same, we're good. The living room filled with quiet sounds, forks clinking, soft conversation, the warmth of family settling in for the evening. Suki's apartment in the Hokage Tower was small but functional, high ceilings, a single wide window overlooking the eastern wall, tatami mats on the floor, a low table covered in sealing scrolls and ink pots. The room was quiet except for the soft scratch of her brush and the faint hum she made under her breath, an old Uzushio lullaby her mother used to sing while teaching her the basics. She sat cross-legged at the table, sleeves rolled to her elbows, a fresh sheet of rice paper spread out in front of her. In the lamplight, she sketched simple fuinjutsu patterns, basic spirals, containment loops, resonance circles, each one labeled with notes in her neat script. Outer spiral, chakra flow direction, clockwise for binding, counterclockwise for release. Resonance knot, blood trigger, 1 drop minimum, ties user to seal. Adaptive lattice, pressure sensitive, tightens on resistance, loosens on compliance. Layering rule, no more than 3 overlapping spirals without reinforcement tag. She paused on the last one, tapping the brush against her chin. Naruto's chakra is chaotic, raw, but strong. He'll need the basics first, control before power. Start with simple containment tags. Then resonance. Then chains. If the bloodline wakes up. She hummed again, low, melodic, adding a small note under the chain sketch. Only Uzumaki blood can manifest chains. Teach theory only. If he awakens them naturally, guide. Do not force. She leaned back slightly, staring at the page. The compound was coming along. Walls up, roof supports in, interior framed. In a few weeks, maybe a month, the main house would be livable. Naruto's room ready. Space for more if survivors ever showed. She smiled faintly, small, private. He'll need this. Not just seals. Roots. A place that's his. Uzumaki first. Konoha second. But his choice. Always his choice. She dipped the brush again, sketching a final pattern, a simple protection ward for door frames. Teach him this first. Easy. Useful. Safe. The hum continued, soft, steady, as she worked late into the night. Outside, Konoha slept. Inside, Suki planned. One by one she gathered the scrolls, rolling them carefully, tying each with a thin cord, stacking them neatly on the shelf beside her futon. The papers followed, sketches of spiral lattices, resonance knots, adaptive bindings, filed into a small wooden box she kept locked with a simple personal seal. She rose, stretching her back with a quiet exhale, and moved to the tiny kitchen corner. Supper was simple tonight. Rice she'd cooked earlier, leftover grilled mackerel from the market, pickled vegetables, and a cup of strong green tea. She heated the fish over a small flame, the sizzle filling the quiet space, then portioned everything onto a single plate. As she sat at the table, chopsticks in hand, steam rising from the rice, her mind wandered to the possessive blonde girlfriend. Ino. Suki chuckled softly to herself, the sound low and private in the empty room. That girl, glued to him like a chain. Fierce, territorial, ready to mind-walk anyone who looks at him twice. No wonder he's never alone. She took a bite of mackerel, salty, tender, and smiled faintly. Good. He needs someone like that. Someone who claims him openly. Loudly. Without apology. Kushina would have liked her. Probably would have teased her mercilessly. Then hugged her like family. The thought warmed her more than the tea. She reached for the small pouch at her belt, the one she kept her earnings in. She opened it, counting the coins and notes by habit. The upgrade seals for the barrier teams had paid well. Hiruzen had been generous, more than she'd expected. Enough to cover materials for the compound, tools, glass windows, even a little extra for food and supplies while she worked. The pouch was heavier than it had been in years. She closed it, tucking it away. Enough to build something real. Enough to stay. Enough to teach. She ate slowly, rice, fish, pickles, mind drifting between the compound's progress, the shinobi she was training, and the boy who carried her cousin's fire. Naruto. Her nephew. Her clan heir. Her responsibility. And Ino's, too. Suki smiled again, small, quiet. She'll keep him safe. I'll keep him rooted. Together, maybe he'll have both. She finished her meal, rinsed the plate, and set it aside. The apartment was silent again, except for the faint hum of Konoha outside the window. Suki rolled out her futon, turned down the lamp, and lay down. Tomorrow, more seals, more training, more building. Here is an office. The Hokage's office was lit only by the soft glow of lanterns and the faint moonlight filtering through the tall windows. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his wide desk, pipe unlit beside a stack of sealed reports and comparison charts. The room smelled faintly of old parchment, ink, and the lingering smoke from earlier in the day. He had spent the last hour reviewing the latest barrier test results, old Konoha perimeter seals versus the upgraded versions incorporating Suki Uzumaki's layered spiral lattices and resonance knots. The charts were spread out in front of him, chakra flow diagrams, stress test data, activation times, and durability readings from the Anbu barrier team's controlled trials. Hiruzen traced one line with his finger, the old barrier's energy dissipation rate versus the new one's. The upgraded version showed a 40% increase in sustained load capacity, 25% faster response to hostile chakra probes, and near zero leakage under prolonged pressure. The resonance knots allowed the seal to self-adjust in real time, tightening against force, loosening when no threat was detected. No weak points, no burnout. He leaned back in his chair, a slow, satisfied smile creasing his face. Very pleased, he murmured to the empty room. The upgrades weren't just incremental. They were transformative. The old barrier had been strong, Konoha's pride for decades, but Suki's Uzumaki techniques had breathed new life into it. The spiral flow prevented chakra stagnation. The adaptive lattice turned the entire perimeter into a living defense. And the blood resonance layer ensured only approved signatures could pass without triggering alarms. Hiruzen picked up his pipe at last, packing it slowly with fresh tobacco. "She's given us something rare," he said quietly. "Not just stronger seals. A glimpse of what Uzushio must have been capable of." He lit the pipe with a small ember jutsu. The first puff rose in a thin white spiral, almost echoing the patterns on his desk. The village was safer tonight because of her work. And tomorrow, the barrier team would begin full integration. Hiruzen set the pipe down and rolled the charts carefully, sealing them with his personal fan mark. He glanced at the small framed photo on his desk, young Minato and Kushina, smiling, arms around each other. Kushina would be proud, he whispered. He rose slowly, joints creaking, and moved to the window, looking out over Konoha's sleeping rooftops. The old barrier had held for generations. The new one, thanks to Suki, would hold for generations more. Chapter 15. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun, all rights reserved for their original owners. 3 months later. Over the course of the next 3 months, the Uzumaki compound took shape inside Konoha's eastern walls. Day by day, wall by wall, seal by seal, the structure rose, sturdy timber frames reinforced with Suki's layered fuinjutsu, roof beams locked in place, interior rooms divided, floors sealed against moisture and wear. The outer spiral foundation hummed with quiet power, the whirlpool glass windows caught the light in subtle blue-green patterns, and the barriers, once fully activated, made the compound feel like a pocket of calm strength amid the village noise. Suki furnished it simply but thoughtfully. Tatami mats in the main room, low tables, futons in the private bedrooms, shelves for scrolls and sealing tools in the workshop annex, and a small garden plot already planted with herbs and flowers. One room, near the back, with a window overlooking the cherry trees, was Naruto's. His name etched in small red ink on the door frame. A futon, a low shelf for his clothes and scrolls, and space for whatever he wanted to add. On the day the compound was officially finished, Suki stood at the entrance with Naruto, Ino, Asuma, and Shikamaru. She slid the main door open for the first time. "Welcome home, Naruto," she said quietly. "This is yours too. Always has been." Naruto stepped inside, barefoot, eyes wide, taking in the open space, the clean lines, the faint hum of seals in the walls. He turned to her, grin bright but voice soft. "It's really mine." Suki ruffled his hair, gentle, familiar now. "It's really yours. Clan heir, Uzumaki first, Konoha second, but you decide how much time you spend here. No pressure." Naruto nodded, still processing, then looked at Ino. "I'll probably still stay at your place most nights. But, having this, it's awesome." Ino smiled, soft, real. "Good, because I'm not letting you go full-time. But yeah, this place is cool." Every morning after that, the routine settled in. Naruto woke early in his new room, futon comfortable, seals humming faintly around him like a lullaby. He ate breakfast with Suki, simple rice, grilled fish, miso, tea, quiet talk about seals, Uzushio stories, or just the day ahead. She always made extra, always sent him off with a small packed bento for lunch. Then he jogged the short path to the Yamanaka compound, 10 minutes through quiet lanes and gardens, arriving just as Ino finished getting ready. She'd meet him at the gate with a quick kiss and a teasing, "You're late, hero," even though he was always on time. From there, they headed to the training ground, hand in hand, bracelets glinting, where Asuma and Shikamaru waited. On this particular morning, 3 months to the day after the Kumo trade mission, Asuma stood under the canopy tree, arms crossed, cigarette glowing. Naruto and Ino arrived first, still hand in hand, Shikamaru already there, leaning on his staff. Asuma crushed his cigarette under his boot and looked at them all. "It's been 3 months. Security's held. No incidents. No sightings. Hiruzen's lifting the village-only restriction, starting today. Mission time. C rank. Outside the village. Land of Grass border town. Escort duty for a merchant caravan, silk and herbs again. 2 days out, 2 days back. Low risk, good pay. We leave at noon." Ino groaned, loud, dramatic, dropping Naruto's hand to cross her arms. "Outside, already. I was just getting used to village jobs and shopping sprees." Shikamaru nodded lazily, staff tapping the ground. "Troublesome. But yeah, what's the mission details? Client, route, threats?" Naruto pumped both fists in the air, eyes sparkling. Outside. Finally. Real mission. Let's go. Asuma chuckled low. Details at the gate. Pack light, 2 days rations, standard gear. Meet at the east gate at noon. No detours. No heroics. Eyes open. We're back in business. The team scattered, Naruto already jogging toward the Yamanaka compound to pack, Ino calling after him to wait up, Shikamaru sighing but following. Shikamaru. Shikamaru pushed open the sliding door of the Nara house at exactly 8:03 a.m., the cool morning air following him inside like an uninvited guest. He kicked off his sandals with a tired sigh, slinging his pack off one shoulder and letting it drop near the genkin. His mother, Yoshino, was in the kitchen stirring a pot of miso soup, the savory scent drifting through the house. His father, Shikaku, sat at the low table with a pipe in hand, puffing slowly on it, eyes half-lidded as he stared out the window at the clouds. Yoshino looked up from the stove, wiping her hands on her apron. Back already? Asuma called earlier, said you're heading out on AC rank to the land of grass border town. 2 days out, 2 back. Escort job, right? Shikamaru nodded, trudging toward his room. Yeah, leaves at noon. Gotta pack. He pushed open his door and started pulling gear from the closet, spare clothes, kunai pouch, wire, bandages, a small scroll of shadow seals. Yoshino followed him to the doorway, arms crossed. Pack the sleeping bag. And extra supplies, rations, water tablets, more bandages. You never know with border jobs. Don't rely on the merchant's food. There could be delays. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, but obeyed, rolling up his sleeping bag and stuffing it into the pack. Yeah, I know. I'm not an idiot. Gate at noon. Asuma-sensei said no detours. Low risk. Pays decent. Shikaku puffed his pipe again from the living room, voice low and calm. Take care of the team. And yourself. Kumo's been quiet, but quiet doesn't mean gone. Shikamaru paused, hands stilling on the pack for a second, then nodded. I know. We're staying sharp. Asuma-sensei's not letting Naruto out of arm's reach. Ino's basically glued to him. I've got the shadows. We'll be fine. Yoshino stepped closer, resting a hand on his shoulder. You're a good boy. Troublesome, but good. Come back safe. Breakfast's almost ready, extra rice for you. Shikamaru managed a small, tired smile. Thanks, Mom. He finished packing, sleeping bag, extra rations, water tablets, bandages, shogi set just in case and a spare kunai pouch. Everything neat, efficient, ready. Shikaku watched him from the doorway, pipe smoke curling upward. 3 months inside the walls did you good. Kept you sharp. Don't get lazy now. Shikamaru slung the pack over his shoulder. Won't. Promise. Yoshino ruffled his hair as he passed, quick, affectionate. Breakfast soon. Wash up. Shikamaru nodded and headed to the bathroom. The Nara house settled into morning quiet, pipe smoke drifting, stove simmering, quiet pride in the air. Naruto. Naruto and Ino stepped through the compound gate together, hands linked, the morning sun warm on their backs. Ino tugged him inside with her usual energy, sliding the door shut behind them and calling out as they kicked off their sandals. Mom, Dad, we're back, mission at noon. Inoichi was already at the low table, newspaper folded beside his coffee mug. He looked up with a familiar grin. Morning, future son-in-law. Naruto nodded easily, completely used to it now. Morning, Yamanaka-san. He dropped onto his cushion at the table like it was his own spot, because it basically was. Living here had become normal, comfortable, every day. Ino plopped down right beside him, thigh pressed to his, arm looping through his like always, and started talking before her mother even finished setting the plates. Asuma-sensei got us AC rank. Outside the village. Land of grass border town. Escort duty for a merchant, silk and herbs again. 2 days out, 2 days back. Leaves at noon. Ino's mom slid plates in front of them, fluffy pancakes stacked high, scrambled eggs golden, bacon crisp, rice steaming on the side. Outside already. After 3 months of village jobs. She smiled, sitting across from them. You two must be excited. Ino nodded, reaching for the syrup. Finally. I was getting tired of local stuff. Bonus pays nice too. Naruto dove into his pancakes, grinning around a bite. It's gonna be awesome. Real mission. Outside. No more just walking around the village. Inoichi took a slow sip of coffee, eyes twinkling over the rim. Sounds like you're itching to stretch your legs, son-in-law. Just make sure you bring my daughter back in one piece. Naruto laughed, easy, no stammer this time. Promise. She's the one keeping me in one piece. Ino elbowed him lightly. Damn right, you're not wandering off without me. Ino's mom chuckled softly, passing the bacon platter. You two are hopeless. Eat up. You've got a noon departure, need the energy. And Naruto. Extra bacon. Your family. Naruto beamed, stacking more onto his plate. Thanks, you're the best. Inoichi leaned back, still smiling. Keep sharp out there, and watch each other's backs. Borders are borders. Ino nodded, serious for a second. We will. Asuma sensei's got us tight. No heroics unless we have to. The table filled with easy sounds, chopsticks clinking, quiet laughter, the warmth of family starting the day right. The breakfast table was still warm with the smell of pancakes, bacon, eggs, and rice. Plates were mostly empty, orange juice glasses half drained, and the morning light slanted across the low table in soft golden stripes. Naruto leaned back on his hands, full in content, idly tracing the edge of his plate with a finger. Ino sat pressed against his side, thigh to thigh, one arm draped casually over his shoulders, while her parents sat across from them, sipping the last of their tea and coffee. Naruto tilted his head toward Ino, voice casual. Hey, do you think we got a response from Iwa yet? From Kuretsuchi? It's been a couple days since I sent the letter. Ino's body tensed instantly. She lifted her head, frowning, and turned his face toward her with a gentle but firm hand on his cheek. Why are you asking about another woman? She huffed, eyes narrowing into that scary stare she'd inherited straight from her mother, sharp, intense, the kind that could freeze someone in place. Naruto gulped, loudly, eyes wide. Ino-chan, I didn't mean it like that. I was curious if she wrote back. That's all. I'd always be faithful. Never stray. Promise. You're the only one. Ino held the stare for another second, long enough to make him sweat, then her expression cracked. She grinned, slow, wicked, and rubbed her cheek against his, nuzzling close. I know that, she whispered, voice dropping soft and teasing against his ear. But if you ever did, I'd mind walk you into thinking you're a sewer rat. Permanently. No coming back. She pulled back, still smiling sweetly, eyes sparkling. Naruto laughed, nervous, relieved, face flushed. Got it. No straying. Ever. From across the table, Inoichi took a slow sip of coffee, chuckling low. That's my girl. Ino's mom laughed softly, shaking her head as she gathered the empty plates. She's got him trained. Poor boy never stood a chance. Ino leaned into Naruto again, resting her head on his shoulder with a satisfied sigh. Breakfast's done. Let's head to the main gate. Asuma sensei's waiting. Naruto nodded, standing with her. Yeah, let's go. They waved goodbye to Inoichi and his wife, Ino's mom calling after them. Have a good day, and stay safe. Inoichi raised his coffee mug in salute. Bring my daughter back in one piece, son-in-law. Naruto laughed, easy, used to it. Always. The door slid shut behind them. The Yamanaka kitchen settled into quiet. The East Gate Plaza was quiet in the late morning shade, guards leaning against the wall, a few travelers passing through with carts, the distant hum of the village filtering over the arches. Naruto and Ino stood together under the overhang of a nearby tree, out of the direct sun. Ino held his hand loosely but firmly, her thumb brushing over his knuckles in absent rhythm while she hummed a soft tune under her breath, something light and familiar from her flower shop days. Naruto leaned against the tree trunk beside her, pack slung over one shoulder, smiling down at their joined hands. You're humming again, he said quietly. That one about the cherry blossoms. Ino nodded, still humming for a second before answering. Mom sings it when she's arranging orders. Calms me down. Naruto squeezed her hand once. You nervous about going outside again? Ino shrugged, but her grip tightened just a fraction. Not nervous. Just ready. 3 months inside the walls was nice, but I missed real missions. And I'm not letting you out of my sight anyway. Naruto laughed softly. Good. I like when you're close. They stood like that, quiet, comfortable, hands linked, until footsteps approached from the village side. Shikamaru appeared first, staff across his shoulders, hands in pockets, looking like he'd been dragged out of bed against his will. He gave them a lazy wave. Troublesome. You two are early. Again. Ino smirked. We're motivated. Bonus money's waiting. Shikamaru sighed. Yeah. Asuma stepped into view right behind him, cigarette glowing, a new merchant walking beside him. The client was a middle-aged woman in practical traveling robes, short brown hair tied back, leading a single sturdy cart pulled by 2 horses. Crates of sealed jars and cloth-wrapped bundles were stacked under a canvas cover, likely spices, teas, or preserved goods. Asuma raised a hand in greeting. Kids. Right on time. This is our client, Master Hane of the Grass Trade Guild. She's taking specialty herbs and teas to a border post in the land of grass. 2 days out, 2 days back. Low risk, good pay. Standard escort. Master Hane bowed slightly, voice calm and polite. Thank you for accepting the job. I've heard good things about Leaf Shinobi. I appreciate the protection. Naruto waved enthusiastically. No problem. We've got the best team. We'll get you there safe. Ino squeezed Naruto's hand once, possessive, ready, then nodded to Hane. We'll keep the cart secure. Stay close to us on the road. Shikamaru yawned but straightened a little. Troublesome. But yeah, let's get moving. Asuma nodded to Hane. The caravan moved steadily along the dirt road, horses plodding, wheels creaking, the merchant Hane walking beside Asuma at the front of the line. Naruto and Ino walked side by side near the middle wagon, hands linked, chatting quietly about nothing important. Ino teasing him about his bedhead from this morning, Naruto laughing and promising to fix it next time. Shikamaru trailed a few steps behind them, staff across his shoulders, eyes half-lidded as he watched clouds drift overhead. Asuma kept pace with Hane, cigarette smoldering between his lips. The merchant woman had grown more talkative now that they were well away from the village, nerves settling into casual conversation. Hane glanced at him, voice low enough that it stayed between them, far enough from the genin that Naruto and Ino's laughter drowned it out, Shikamaru too lost in his thoughts to notice. These roads have been uneasy lately, she said quietly. More accidents near the grass border than usual. Asuma exhaled smoke slowly, eyes flicking to her without turning his head. What kind of accidents? Hane adjusted her hat, lowering her voice further. I've heard from other traders, caravans going missing. Not just robbed, wiped out. No survivors. Bodies found later. Arranged. Strange symbols carved into trees nearby. Some say it's a cult. Murderers. They don't take goods. They take lives. Leave warnings. Grass country authorities call them the Reapers, but no one knows who they really are or why they do it. Asuma's expression didn't change, still calm, still casual, but his grip on the cigarette tightened slightly. A cult, he repeated, flat, thoughtful. Not bandits. Not missing nin looking for coin. Organized. Ritualistic. Hane nodded. That's the rumor. I've been running this route for years. Never seen anything like it before the last few months. That's why I hired Leaf Escorts. Figured Shinobi would spot trouble before it spots us. Asuma took a long drag, eyes scanning the treeline ahead. We'll keep our eyes open. No strays. No detours. If we see anything, symbols, bodies, odd tracks, we turn around or call it in. You stay in the middle wagon. No walking alone. Hane swallowed, nodding. Understood. Thank you. Asuma glanced back at his team, Naruto and Ino laughing about something, Shikamaru staring at the sky. He kept his voice low. They don't need to know yet. Not until there's something real. Keep it quiet. Hane nodded again, grateful, nervous. The caravan rolled on, horses clopping, wheels turning. Naruto and Ino walked side by side, oblivious, happy. Shikamaru trailed behind, half asleep. Hiruzen. The old shrine on the border ridge stood alone at the highest point of the neutral zone, halfway between fire and earth country, far from any road or village. Weathered stone pillars rose from the grass, cracked and moss-covered, supporting a sagging roof that had once been red but was now faded to dull rust. A single stone lantern stood at the entrance, unlit for decades. Below, the ridge dropped away into misty valleys on both sides, no man's land, no patrols, no witnesses. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at dusk. He had come alone, no escort, no anbu, no fanfare. Just the Hokage's robes, his pipe, and a small satchel with tea and a spare scroll. He walked the last kilometer on foot, leaving his horse tied at the base of the ridge. The climb was slow, deliberate, old bones protesting, but he moved with the steady patience of a man who had waited decades for moments like this. At the shrine, he settled on the wide stone step beneath the roof overhang. The evening wind carried the faint scent of pine and distant rain. He packed his pipe carefully, fresh tobacco, no hurry, then lit it with a small ember jutsu. The first puff rose in a thin white spiral, curling into the gathering dark. He waited. The sun sank lower, painting the clouds orange and purple. Shadows stretched long across the ridge. No birds sang here, no insects chirped, just wind, silence, and the soft crackle of his pipe. He thought of Kushina, her fire, her laugh, her stubborn hope that one day the villages would stop tearing each other apart. He thought of Naruto, 12 years old, loud, kind, carrying the weight of a world he didn't ask for. He thought of Onoki, old enemy, old rival, old man who had outlived too many wars. And he thought of peace. Not perfect peace. Not the end of borders or grudges. Just less blood, less fear. A chance for children like Naruto to grow up without looking over their shoulders for the next kidnapper, the next bounty hunter, the next village with hungry eyes. He took another slow puff. Footsteps approached, slow, deliberate, from the earth side of the ridge. Onoki emerged from the twilight, smaller than memory, back bent but steps short. He wore simple robes, no crown, no guards. Just him. And behind him, a single figure, Kuretsuchi, hood low, arms crossed, eyes sharp. Hiruzen rose slowly, joints creaking, and bowed. Onoki. Onoki stopped a few paces away, returning the bow, shallow, formal. Hiruzen. No more words at first. Just two old men regarding each other across the ridge. Kuretsuchi stayed silent behind her grandfather, watching, waiting. Hiruzen gestured to the stone step. Sit. Tea's hot. We have time. Onoki considered, then lowered himself onto the opposite end of the step, slow, careful. Kuretsuchi remained standing, a respectful distance back. Hiruzen poured tea into two small cups, green, steaming, and offered one to Onoki. Peace talks, he said simply. Your granddaughter started this. I'm willing to see where it leads. Onoki took the cup, cradling it in both hands. The old shrine on the border ridge was silent except for the wind moving through the cracked stone pillars and the soft crackle of Hiruzen's pipe. The two old men sat on opposite ends of the wide stone step, Hiruzen on the fire side, Onoki on the earth side, cups of tea cooling between them. Kuretsuchi stood a respectful distance behind her grandfather, arms crossed, hood low, listening without interrupting. Onoki spoke first, voice rough but steady. I want peace as well. Real peace. Not just words on paper that get torn up the next time a border skirmish flares. Better trade deals, open routes, lower tariffs, shared patrols on the neutral zones. The wars drained us both. We're old men now. Our villages deserve better than endless grudges. Hiruzen nodded slowly, puffing once on his pipe. I agree. Trade has suffered too long. Open routes would benefit both sides, silken tea from fire, stone and minerals from earth. Shared patrols could reduce the bandit problem. But peace requires trust. And trust requires specifics. Onoki stared at the misty valley below for a long moment. Kumo's been ramping up their military lately. New training grounds, more recruits, shipments of weapons moving through the mountains. They're not hiding it. The Raikage is hungry, always has been. If they're building for something, we both feel it. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. I've heard the same whispers. Border scouts report increased patrols. No overt aggression yet, but preparation. For what, we don't know. Onoki grunted. Which is why I'm here. We can't afford to be at each other's throats when the cloud decides to move. He leaned forward, old joints creaking. What I want specifically, a mutual defense pact. If Kumo, or anyone else, moves against one of us, the other responds. No half measures. Full commitment. Better trade, open borders for merchants, no more, neutral zone, tolls that strangle both sides. And, he paused, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. More imported leaf tobacco. Your blend is better than ours. My lungs appreciate it. Kuretsuchi snorted behind him, soft, amused, barely audible. Hiruzen's own smile flickered, small, knowing. Mutual defense. Open trade. Tobacco. He puffed once more, considering. A pact like that would change things. Bind us closer than we've been in decades. It would require ratification from both councils. Public announcement. Joint patrols. But, it could work. If we both commit. Onoki nodded. We both commit, or we both fall when the next storm comes. Hiruzen set his pipe down. Then we draft it. Here. Now. Terms, signatures, timeline. One advisor each, Kuretsuchi for you, one of my council for me. We keep it quiet until it's done. No leaks. No posturing. Onoki's smirk grew. Agreed. Let's write the damn thing before we both die of old age. Kuretsuchi stepped forward, silent until now, pulling a fresh scroll from her sleeve. I'll scribe. Hiruzen nodded to her. And I'll countersign. The two old men, and one young woman, sat on the stone step of the forgotten shrine. With Team 10. The sun had long dipped below the horizon when Asuma finally called a halt. The small caravan had pushed hard after leaving Kurosawa, wagons rolling steadily through the darkening countryside until they reached a sheltered bend in the river. The spot was decent. Flat ground for the wagons, a clear stream for water, thick trees on three sides for cover, and good sightlines down the road. Asuma dismounted his horse, stretching his back with a low groan. Here, we camp. Break it down, standard setup. Wagons in a loose circle, horses tethered close, no big fire tonight. Smokeless if we can manage it. Luna's on first watch. The genin and drivers moved quickly, familiar routine after days on the road. Naruto and Ino unhitched the horses, leading them to the stream to drink. Shikamaru started gathering dry branches for a small, concealed cook fire. Hane climbed down from her cart, stretching her legs with a tired sigh. Ino flopped onto a bedroll near the lead wagon, kicking off her sandals and flexing her feet with a dramatic groan. Finally, my feet are killing me. All that walking, standing, dodging carts. Ah. She looked over at Naruto, still tying off the last horse, and snickered, voice dropping to that teasing lilt he knew too well. Hey, boyfriend, come here, foot massage time, they're sore, you owe me after making me chase that cat yesterday. Naruto flushed instantly, cheeks going bright red as he straightened up from the horse tether. Ino-chan, we're in camp, everyone's right here. Ino patted the spot beside her on the bedroll, grin widening. Exactly, everyone's tired, no one cares, come on, be a good boyfriend. Shikamaru, already walking toward the treeline with an armful of firewood, groaned loudly. Troublesome, I'm collecting wood, wake me when the embarrassment's over. He disappeared into the trees before Ino could reply. Asuma, standing near Hane as she checked her cart, chuckled low, glancing over at the couple. That's my team, he said to the merchant woman, voice warm with amusement. Naruto's the loud one, heart of gold, zero shame filter. Ino's the boss, keeps him in line with a look and a leash. Shikamaru's the lazy genius, complains the whole time but never misses a beat. They're a handful, but they're solid, best genin I've ever had. Hane smiled, tired but genuine, watching Ino tug Naruto down beside her. They're sweet, and fierce, you can tell they'd fight the world for each other. Asuma nodded, exhaling smoke. That's the truth, and they do, every day. Ino had already pulled Naruto's hands to her feet, giggling as he flushed harder but started gently massaging her arches anyway. See, not so bad, you're good at this. Naruto mumbled something incoherent, face still red, but kept working, thumbs pressing carefully into the sore spots. Asuma turned back to Hane. Get some rest, we'll keep watch, you're safe tonight. Hane bowed slightly. Thank you, all of you. The camp settled, small smokeless fire crackling low, bedrolls laid out, quiet voices murmuring. Ino leaned back against the wagon wheel, eyes half closed in bliss as Naruto massaged her feet. Shikamaru returned with an armful of dry wood, dropping it near the fire and flopping down with a sigh. Troublesome, but at least we're not dead. Asuma chuckled again, low, warm. Not tonight. The river murmured nearby. A few minutes later, supper was simmering over the small, smokeless fire, low flames shielded by a ring of stones to keep the light contained. Hane had contributed the last of her preserved vegetables and a handful of dried herbs from the cart, turning the team's basic rations into a hearty stew. Rice, chunks of cured meat, root vegetables, and a savory broth that filled the camp with a comforting smell. The pot bubbled gently, steam rising in thin wisps. Ino and a still red-faced Naruto sat side by side on a shared bedroll near the fire. The foot massage was long finished, Naruto's hands now resting awkwardly in his lap, face flushed from Ino's earlier teasing in the warmth of the flames. Ino leaned against his shoulder, legs stretched out, looking utterly relaxed and smug. Hane sat down on Ino's other side, crossing her legs and accepting a bowl of stew from Asuma. She took a careful sip, then glanced at Ino with a small, wistful smile. I wish my boyfriend would do that, she said quietly, nodding toward where Naruto had been massaging Ino's feet earlier. Just sit there, no complaints, working out the knots after a long day. You've got a keeper. Ino preened instantly, chin lifting, grin widening like she'd just won a prize. I know, he's the best, takes direction well, too. I barely have to ask twice. She leaned her head against Naruto's shoulder, voice dropping to a teasing whisper loud enough for Hane to hear. He gets all flustered and red, but he never stops. Sweetest thing. Hane laughed softly, stirring her stew. You're lucky. My last boyfriend would have complained the whole time about sore hands or dirt under his nails. Yours just does it, and blushes the entire time. That's adorable. Ino's grin turned downright smug. Right, the blushing is my favorite part. He turns into a tomato, but he keeps going. I could watch it all day. Naruto's face somehow got even redder. He stared intently into the fire, mumbling under his breath. You two are evil. Ino reached over and patted his cheek, gentle, affectionate. You love us, admit it. Naruto groaned but couldn't hide his smile. Maybe. Hane leaned in a little closer to Ino, voice dropping to girl talk level. How long have you two been together? He looks at you like you hung the moon. Ino's expression softened, just a fraction. A while now. Long enough that he knows better than to argue when I say, foot massage. But not so long that he's stopped blushing every time I tease him. Hane smiled wistfully. That's the sweet spot. Hold on to it. The blushing fades eventually. But the way he looks at you, that stays. Ino glanced at Naruto, still red-faced, still staring at the fire, and squeezed his hand under the blanket. Yeah, I plan to. A short distance away, near the wagons, Asuma and Shikamaru had set up a shogi board on a crate. Asuma sat cross-legged on the ground, moving pieces with lazy confidence. Shikamaru sat opposite, legs stretched out, one hand propping his head up, staring at the board with half-lidded eyes. Shikamaru moved his rook, sighing. Troublesome, you're gonna win again. Asuma chuckled low, advancing his knight. Keeps you sharp. You think too much about the next move instead of the one after that. Shikamaru groaned. You planned that 3 turns ago. 5, Asuma corrected, smirking. I let you think you were winning. Builds character. The fire crackled low. Ino leaned forward, stirring her bowl absent-mindedly, eyes flicking toward Hane. So, what's your village like? The one you're heading to in the land of grass. Hane's face lit up, beaming, almost nostalgic. She set her bowl down and gestured with her hands like she could paint a picture in the air. Oh, it's beautiful. Large, sprawling, really. Right on the ocean. The beach has white sand, so soft it feels like walking on clouds. And the sunsets, she sighed, eyes distant. They're incredible. The sky turns every shade of orange and pink, reflecting off the water like fire. You can sit there for hours watching the waves roll in, listening to the gulls. My family's lived there for generations, fishing, trading, growing rice in the paddies behind the dunes. It's peaceful. Most of the time. Ino's eyes sparkled, wide, bright, like she could already see it. White sand beaches, sunsets like that, that sounds amazing. I've never been to the ocean. Hane smiled wider. You'd love it. The water's warm in summer, cool in winter. There's little tide pools full of colorful shells and tiny fish. And the food, fresh seafood, grilled right on the sand. Crab, shrimp, seaweed salads. You'd never want to leave. Naruto listened quietly, chin in his hand, eyes fixed on Hane's face, soaking in every word. Sounds kinda like freedom, he said softly. No walls, just open water and sky. Hane nodded. That's exactly what it feels like. Asuma, overhearing from the shogi board, glanced over. Perhaps if we finish the mission early, he said casually, moving a rook, we can swing by the beach for a few hours. Let you kids see it. Low risk if we keep it quick and stay alert. Hane's face brightened even more. I'd love that. I could show you around. My family's place isn't far from the trade post. Fresh seafood, a walk on the sand, watch the sunset. It would be my pleasure. Ino's sparkle turned into a full grin. Deal. We finish early, we get beach time. I'm holding you to that, sensei. Naruto's eyes lit up, dreamy, excited. Sunset on the ocean, white sand, I've never seen anything like that. Shikamaru moved his king lazily on the board. Troublesome, but a beach sounds better than more wagons. I'm in if it's quick. Asuma chuckled low. Finish the job clean, no heroics, then we talk beach. Hane smiled, warm, grateful. You'll love it, I promise. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, casting faint orange flickers across the camp. The wagons formed a loose circle, horses tethered and dozing, Hane curled in her bedroll near the lead wagon. Supper bowls had been rinsed in the stream and packed away, and the team had turned in for the night. Asuma had taken first watch, sitting on a log near the fire, back against a wagon wheel, kunai resting across his knees. He would wake Shikamaru for second watch, then Ino and Naruto would split the third together. The rotation was simple, familiar, and safe. He made a slow circuit of the camp, checking tethers, listening for anything out of place, scanning the treeline and the riverbank. Everything was quiet, no movement, no unusual sounds, just the soft murmur of water and the occasional snort from one of the horses. On his way back to his post, Asuma passed the bedrolls where the genin slept. Ino's sleeping bag was empty. He paused, then spotted her. She had slipped out of her own bag and crawled into Naruto's, curling up against his side, head tucked under his chin, one arm draped across his chest. Naruto, still half asleep, had shifted instinctively to make room, wrapping an arm around her waist without waking fully. The two of them fit together like they'd done it 1,000 times, legs tangled, breathing synced, peaceful. Asuma stopped, watching for a moment. A low chuckle escaped him, soft, fond, barely audible. He shook his head, smiling to himself. Kids. He continued his circuit, quiet steps, eyes on the dark beyond the camp, then returned to his log. He sat back down, kunai across his lap, and let the coals glow low. The camp stayed quiet. 3:30 a.m. The camp was dark and quiet, fire burned down to faint red coals, wagons in a loose circle, horses dozing under their blankets. The river murmured steadily in the background, and the night air had turned cool enough that breath fogged faintly. Shikamaru crouched beside Ino in Naruto's shared bedroll, giving Ino's shoulder a gentle shake. Oi, love birds, my watch is up. Ino stirred first, groaning softly, eyes cracking open to slits. Already. Naruto mumbled something incoherent, rolling over and pulling the blanket higher. Shikamaru sighed, long, tired but patient. Yeah, already. I already made coffee. It's hot. Drink some. Wake up. It's your turn for the last watch. He stood, stretching his back with a quiet pop, then nodded toward the small pot simmering near the coals, black coffee steaming in 2 tin mugs. Ino sat up slowly, rubbing her eyes, hair a mess from sleep. You're a lifesaver. Thanks, Shikamaru. Naruto finally cracked one eye open, bleary, confused, then sat up with a yawn that turned into a stretch. Coffee. Shikamaru snorted. Yeah, strong, no sugar. Figured you'd need it to stay awake. I'm crashing. Don't burn the camp down. He shuffled toward his own bedroll, flopping down with a groan and pulling the blanket over his head almost instantly. Ino reached for one of the mugs, taking a careful sip, grimacing at the bitterness but swallowing anyway. Ah, it's like drinking dirt water. But it works. Naruto took the other mug, blowing on it before sipping. His face scrunched up immediately. Hot, and, wow, bitter. How does Luna-sensei drink this every day? Ino snickered, nudging him with her elbow. Builds character. Come on, let's sit by the fire. Keep watch. No falling asleep on me. Naruto nodded, still blinking sleep from his eyes. Got it. No sleeping. Just us. And coffee. And quiet. They moved to the log near the coals, sitting close, shoulders touching, mugs in hand. The night was cool, the stars sharp overhead, the river a steady whisper. Ino leaned her head against his shoulder, voice soft. Think the rest of the trip will be quiet. Naruto stared into the coals, taking another sip of the awful coffee. Hope so. But, if it isn't, we've got this. You and me. Ino smiled, small, warm. Yeah, you and me. They sat in comfortable silence, coffee cooling, watch ticking on, the camp safe around them. Shikamaru's snores drifted from his bedroll. 4:15 a.m. The camp was dark and still, coals barely glowing, wagons in their loose circle, horses dozing under blankets. Asuma had taken first watch until midnight, Shikamaru had handled second until 3:30, and now Ino and Naruto sat together on the log near the riverbank for the final watch. Naruto was half dozing against Ino's shoulder, head nodding, while Ino kept her eyes on the dark water and treeline, kunai resting across her knees. Around 4:15 a.m., Ino tilted her head sharply, ear cocked toward the opposite riverbank. Her senses prickled. Chakra. Faint, distant, but definitely there, multiple signatures, moving low and careful through the trees across the water. Not animals. Not friendly. Deliberate. Hunting. She stiffened, hand tightening on her kunai. Naruto, she whispered, nudging him hard. Wake up. Chakra across the river. Multiple. They're coming. Naruto jolted awake, eyes snapping open, sleep gone in an instant. Where? Ino pointed across the dark water, mist curling over the surface, shapes barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom. There. At least 3. Maybe more. Moving quiet. They know we're here. Naruto was on his feet in a heartbeat, tanto drawn, stance low, scanning the far bank. Bandits. Rebels. Or. Ino's voice dropped lower. Doesn't feel like bandits. Too coordinated. Too patient. She rose beside him, chain uncoiling silently from her belt. Wake Asuma-sensei. Quietly. Naruto nodded, already moving toward Asuma's bedroll near the wagons. Asuma was up before Naruto reached him, sitting upright, chakra blades in hand, eyes already open and alert. Trouble. Naruto whispered. Across the river. Chakra signatures. Coming this way. Ino's senses picked them up. Asuma was on his feet instantly, kunai drawn, voice low. Wake Shikamaru. Form up around the wagons. Protect Hane. No noise. Naruto darted to Shikamaru's bedroll, shaking his shoulder. Shikamaru, up. Trouble across the river. Shikamaru groaned but sat up immediately, shadows already stretching from his feet. Troublesome. How many? Ino answered from the riverbank, kunai ready, chain in hand. 3 confirmed. Maybe 4. Moving slow. They're circling. Hane stirred from her bedroll, eyes wide, clutching her blanket. What is it? Asuma placed a hand on her shoulder, calm, steady. Possible hostiles. Stay behind the wagons. We've got you. The robed figures emerged from the river mist like ghosts, 5 of them, cloaked in dark, dripping fabric, blades drawn and silent. They moved with purpose, fanning out toward the wagons, aiming for the merchant Hane and the crates. No battle cries. No demands. Just cold efficiency. Naruto reacted first. He kicked off the log he'd been sitting on, tanto flashing in the dying firelight. The blade met the lead figure's katana in a sharp clang, sparks flying as Naruto twisted, slashing across the man's chest in a clean arc. The attacker staggered back, blood blooming dark across his robe, then dropped without a sound. Ino was already moving, sickle chain uncoiling in a silver blur. She snapped it backward just as a second figure lunged for Naruto's exposed back, the chain whipping around the man's wrist and yanking him off balance. The sickle bit into his forearm, he grunted, sword clattering to the dirt. Asuma was on his feet in an instant, chakra blades drawn, wind chakra flaring along the edges. He met the remaining 3 head-on, ducking a slash, parrying a thrust, then countering with a spinning kick that sent one attacker sprawling into the river. The other 2 pressed him, blades flashing, but Asuma moved like smoke, dodging, weaving, striking back with controlled fury. Shikamaru had already rolled to his feet, shadows surging from his feet like black rivers. They snaked across the ground, wrapping around Hane's legs and pulling her down behind the wagon for cover. Stay low, he muttered, shadows extending further to bind one of the robed figures mid-step. The man froze, body locked, then Shikamaru yanked, slamming him face first into the dirt. Ino yanked her chain again, pulling the second attacker off his feet and into range. Naruto spun, tanto slashing downward in a clean line that ended the threat. Asuma finished the last 2, chakra blades slicing through defenses, precise cuts that dropped them without killing. The camp fell silent again, except for the crackle of the fire and the low groan of the river. Hane peeked out from behind the wagon, pale but unharmed. Are they? Asuma knelt beside one of the fallen figures, pulling back the hood. No headband, no markings, just plain black cloth and scarred faces. Dead or unconscious, no survivors to question, they weren't here for the cargo. They were here for something else. He looked at Naruto, eyes hard. Or someone. Ino stepped closer to Naruto, chain still in hand, voice low and fierce. They're gone. You're okay. Naruto sheathed his tanto, breathing hard. Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks to you guys. Shikamaru released his shadows, letting the bound attacker slump. Troublesome, but we're alive, and the merchant's safe. Asuma stood, scanning the dark riverbank. We move at first light. No more waiting. We get Hane to the border town, deliver the cargo, and head home. Faster than planned. He looked at his team, pride and worry mixing in his gaze. Stay sharp. No more surprises. The camp stayed awake, fire low, eyes on the dark. The river kept flowing. The camp had settled into uneasy quiet after the first wave of attackers was dealt with, bodies bound and gagged, Hane huddled behind a wagon, the fire low and shielded. Asuma and Shikamaru stood watch near the perimeter, Naruto and Ino sat close together on a bedroll, kunai still in hand, breathing hard from the fight. No one noticed the last figure at first. He rose slowly from the dirt near the riverbank, cloak blending with the shadows, face masked, movements silent as a snake. He had burrowed under the loose soil during the chaos, waiting. Patient, hidden. Now he crept forward, low to the ground, eyes locked on Naruto's back. His hand shot out, fingers closing around Naruto's ankle in a vice grip. Naruto yelped, starting to twist, but before he could react, Luna appeared. She materialized behind the attacker in a flicker of motion, katana already drawn, edge pressed firmly against the side of the man's throat. The blade dug in just enough to draw a thin line of blood. The attacker froze instantly, body rigid, breath hitching. Luna grinned, small, sharp, dangerous. Miss me. Naruto blinked, still half-twisted, ankle trapped, then broke into a relieved, lopsided grin. Luna-sensei. She didn't take her eyes off the attacker. Stay still, Naruto. With her free hand, she dragged the man upright by his collar, katana never leaving his throat. The attacker's fingers loosened on Naruto's ankle, Luna kicked them away with a quick boot. In one smooth motion, she slammed a pre-prepared Anbu seal tag against the man's neck. The tag flared violet, chakra suppression lattice spreading across his skin like cracks in ice. The attacker's body went limp, chakra flow choked off completely. He slumped forward, Luna caught him by the back of his cloak and lowered him to the ground. Asuma was there in an instant, kunai drawn, standing over the downed man. Last one. Good catch, Luna. Luna sheathed her katana, slow, deliberate. He was waiting, burrowed under the dirt during the first wave. Patient, professional. Ino was on her feet, chain uncoiling, eyes blazing. He almost had him. Naruto rubbed his ankle, still grinning despite the adrenaline. But he didn't. Thanks, Luna-sensei. You're the best. Luna gave him a small nod, almost fond. Stay alert, there may be more. Asuma knelt beside the unconscious attacker, pulling back the hood. No headband, no markings, just another faceless threat. We'll question him at dawn. For now, tie him with the others. Double watch. No one sleeps until we're sure the camp's secure. Shikamaru's shadows snaked forward, binding the man's wrists and ankles tighter than rope. Hane peeked out from behind the wagon, pale but steady. Thank you. Again. Asuma stood. No thanks needed. This isn't over until we're home. The team tightened ranks, fire low, eyes on the dark, Naruto and Ino closer than ever. Asuma sheathed his chakra blades, stepping forward to face Luna. How did you find us? He asked quietly. Last I knew, you were on a long-term mission. Out of country. You weren't supposed to be anywhere near here. Luna grinned, small, sharp, a rare flash of teeth in the firelight. She walked over to Naruto without answering right away. Reaching up, she raised his arm gently but firmly. On the inside of his wrist, hidden under the sleeve, was a faint, almost invisible seal tag, no bigger than a coin. She flared her chakra, brief, controlled, and the tag glowed soft violet, a thin thread of energy pulsing between her and Naruto. I don't take chances, she said simply, voice low but warm. She ruffled his hair with her free hand, quick, affectionate, making him duck and laugh despite the lingering adrenaline. Asuma's eyes narrowed slightly, impressed, not surprised. A tracking seal. On the kid. Luna nodded, letting Naruto's arm drop. Applied the day I left for the long-term mission. Passive. Low chakra signature. Only activates if I flare my own. It led me straight here. I missed you by about an hour when you left the village, caught up on the road and shadowed the rest of the way. Ino exhaled, relief mixing with lingering fury. You could have told us you put a seal on him. Luna shrugged. You would have argued. Or worried. He's safe. That's what matters. Naruto rubbed his wrist, where the seal had faded back to invisible, grinning sheepishly. Kinda cool, actually. Like a safety net. Asuma chuckled low, exhaling smoke. Smart. Paranoid, but smart. Good to have you back, Luna. Luna's grin faded to her usual calm. I'm back. For now. Mission's still ongoing. We move at dawn. No more surprises. She glanced at the bound attackers. I'll question this one, see if he knows who sent them. Asuma nodded. Do it. We'll keep watch. The camp settled again, fire low, team tighter, Naruto and Ino sitting close, hands linked. Luna crouched beside the last attacker, katana resting across her knees, ready to work. Dawn broke gray and misty over the riverbank, the water murmuring softly as the first light filtered through the trees. The camp was still, wagons in their circle, horses tethered and dozing, Hane asleep in her bedroll. The bound attackers lay in a row near the fire pit, wrists and ankles tied, gags in place. Luna crouched beside the last one, the robed man who had tried to grab Naruto's ankle from the dirt. She slapped him once, sharp, open-handed, across the face. The sound cracked through the quiet camp. The man jerked awake, eyes wide behind the mask, body tensing against the binds. Luna leaned in close, katana resting casually across her knee, edge glinting in the first light. You've got two choices, she said, voice low and calm. She paused, letting the silence stretch, then grinned, small, sharp, dangerous. The easy way, or the hard way. She tilted her head. The easy way, you talk. Everything. Who sent you? Why the Uzumaki? What the plan was. You talk now, and I send you to the interrogation department clean. You might see the outside again someday. Might even keep your mind intact. Her grin faded slightly, replaced by something colder. The hard way is my favorite. You stay quiet, I hand you over anyway. And they take their time. You never see the outside again. You might not even remember your own name when they're done. The man's breathing quickened, chest heaving, eyes darting between Luna's face and the katana. Luna waited, silent, patient. He broke in seconds. Words spilled out, fast, panicked, muffled by the gag at first until Luna sliced it away with a flick of the blade. We were supposed to grab the Uzumaki kid. Alive. The cult leader said he's worth a fortune. Jinchuriki, looks like the fourth, easy ransom or trade. I thought we could use him as a bargaining chip. Sell him to the highest bidder. The cult needs funds for weapons, for recruits. He's the key. I don't know more, I swear. Just a grunt. Luna didn't blink. The cult. Name it. The man swallowed, throat working. Reapers. They call themselves the Reapers. No village. No loyalty. Just power. Taking what they want. The boy's the prize. I don't know why. Please. That's all I know. Luna stood slowly, sheathing her katana. You'll tell Ibiki the rest. Every detail. Every name. Every coin. If you hold back, I'll come back for you myself. She slapped a fresh suppression seal on his neck, violet light flaring briefly, then dragged him to his feet by the collar. Get up. You're walking to Konoha. The man stumbled, legs shaking, but obeyed. Asuma appeared from the wagons, already awake and armed. Got a talker. Luna nodded. He'll sing. Reaper's cult. Grass border. Targeting Naruto for ransom and trade. Funds for weapons. No more details yet. Asuma's jaw tightened. We move at first light. Straight to the tower. No stops. Hane gets to the border post. We get this bastard to Ibiki. Naruto and Ino stood nearby, listening, tense. Ino's voice was low, dangerous. They wanted him for a bargaining chip. Naruto clenched his fists. They're not getting me. Not ever. Asuma placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, firm, steady. They won't. We're going home. Together. The camp was packed up in minutes, wagons hitched, bedrolls rolled, horses saddled, the bound attackers secured in a tight line behind the last wagon. Luna had already handed the robed cultists over to a squad of Anbu who had arrived silently at first light, masks blank, cloaks dark, no questions asked. She watched them disappear into the tree line with the prisoners, then turned back to the camp. She walked over to Asuma, cloak settling around her shoulders. Well, she said, voice low and calm, let's hit the road. Asuma nodded once, sharp, decisive. Agreed. We're behind schedule. No more stops until the border post. Eyes open, tight formation. He turned to the team and Hane. Mount up. Wagons move now. Naruto, Ino, flanks on the cart. Shikamaru, rear guard. Hane, stay in the middle wagon. We're not taking any more chances. Hane climbed onto her cart seat, hands tight on the reins, face pale but steady. Thank you, again, for everything. Asuma gave her a small nod. Just get to the post. We'll handle the rest. The wagon lurched forward, horses snorting, wheels grinding on the dirt road. Team 10 fell into place around it, Asuma and Luna at point, Naruto and Ino on the flanks, Ino's hand brushing Naruto's every few steps, Shikamaru trailing behind with his staff, shadows ready to snap out at the first sign of trouble. The riverbank camp faded behind them. The road stretched ahead, toward the grass border post, toward home, toward whatever waited after the next few days. No more surprises. Not today. The caravan rolled steadily along the dirt road, horses plodding, wheels creaking, the merchant Hane walking beside Asuma at the front while the genin kept their positions. Naruto and Ino side by side near the middle wagon, Shikamaru trailing a few steps behind with his staff across his shoulders. Asuma kept pace with Hane for a while, then drifted back slightly to walk beside Luna. The two jonin spoke low, voices pitched just for each other, drowned out by the cart noise and Naruto's occasional laugh from behind. Asuma exhaled smoke slowly. If we finish early, he said quietly, I was thinking of letting the kids see the beach. Hane mentioned it's not far from the border post. White sand, sunsets. They've never been. Figured it'd be a nice reward after the grind. Luna hummed, low, thoughtful, eyes still scanning the tree line. Not bad. With me there's not really anything they should worry about. No real threats on that stretch. Quiet water, open sand. Safe enough for a few hours. She paused, then grinned, small, sharp, a rare flash of teeth. And if this cult is about, well, I need sword practice anyway. Asuma laughed, low, genuine, the sound rumbling out of him. Yeah, you and that katana. They'd be stupid to show up. But if they do, you'll get your practice, and the kids get a beach day. Luna's grin faded back to her usual calm, but the edge lingered. Deal. Finish clean. Get the merchant to the post. Then beach. If the cult wants to crash the party, they can try. Asuma nodded, pride and amusement mixing in his eyes. Sounds like a plan. He glanced back at the genin, Naruto and Ino talking quietly, Ino's hand in Naruto's, Shikamaru staring at the sky like he was counting clouds. They deserve it. A little break. A little fun. After everything. Luna followed his gaze. They do. The road stretched on, horses clopping, wheels turning. The border town waited. Hiruzen. The old shrine on the border ridge was bathed in the soft gray light of early evening. The wind had died down, leaving the air still and heavy with the scent of pine and distant rain. Hiruzen and Onoki sat on opposite ends of the wide stone step, a low table between them now covered with the draft scroll, ink still fresh, terms laid out in careful, measured script. Hiruzen leaned back against the pillar, cradling the small clay cup of coffee Onoki had handed him earlier. The brew was strong and bitter, earth country style, no sugar, just a hint of roasted grain. He took a slow sip, letting the warmth settle in his chest. Onoki watched him with half-lidded eyes, pipe in hand but unlit. Kuretsuchi stood behind her grandfather, leaning slightly forward to read the draft over his shoulder. Her finger traced the final lines: mutual defense pact, open trade routes, shared border patrols, reduced tariffs, and a quiet clause about joint intelligence on third-party threats unnamed but clearly implied. She straightened, arms crossing. It's solid, she said. No loopholes. No hidden concessions. The defense pact is mutual, either side calls, the other answers. Trade terms are fair. And the tobacco clause, she glanced at Onoki with a faint smirk. You really pushed for that. Onoki grunted, a low rumble in his chest. Leaf tobacco's better. My lungs deserve the upgrade. Hiruzen chuckled softly, setting the cup down. You always did drive a hard bargain, old friend. The pact, it's a risk. Councils will grumble. Old grudges die slow. But if we both sign, it holds weight. Publicly or privately, it binds us. Onoki nodded slowly. Privately first. No fanfare. No announcements. We test it, small joint patrols, open one trade route, share intel on border threats. If it holds, we go public. If it fails, we're no worse off than now. Kuretsuchi added quietly. And if anyone moves against one of us, we move together. They won't expect that. Hiruzen sipped the coffee again, bitter, strong, grounding. I'll sign, he said simply. My seal. Your seal. One copy stays with me. One with you. We meet again in 6 months, same place, to review. Adjust if needed. Onoki extended his hand across the table, old, scarred, steady. Agreed. Hiruzen clasped it, firm, brief, the grip of two men who had once tried to kill each other and now chose something else. Kuretsuchi watched, silent, watchful, then stepped forward to witness the seals. Hiruzen pressed his personal fan seal to the bottom of the scroll. Onoki added his own, stone hammer mark, deep and unyielding. The draft was sealed. 2 copies made, one for each village. Kuretsuchi rolled hers carefully, tucking it into her sleeve. Hiruzen rose slowly, joints creaking. 6 months, he said. Onoki stood as well, smaller but unbowed. 6 months. They bowed, shallow, respectful. I'd like to see the blonde brat again, she said plainly. Naruto. When the time's right. Not on a border. Not as enemies. Just to talk. See how he's doing. If that's possible. Hiruzen laughed, low, genuine, the sound rumbling from his chest like distant thunder. My boy has a girlfriend who'd be very upset about that, he said, eyes twinkling. Ino Yamanaka. She's got him on a short leash. Territorial. Fierce. You'd have to get past her first. Kuretsuchi grinned, small, cocky, making a casual, so, wave with her hand. I can handle a jealous blonde. I've dealt with worse. She bowed, shallow, respectful, but with a glint of amusement in her eyes. Hiruzen returned the bow, gentle, grandfatherly. We'll see. If the pact holds. Perhaps. But you'll have to ask him yourself. And convince his girlfriend. Good luck. Kuretsuchi snorted softly. Noted. She stepped back beside her grandfather. Hiruzen rose slowly, joints creaking, and bowed once more. 6 months, he said. Onoki stood as well. 6 months. The 3 of them turned, Hiruzen west toward Fire Country, Onoki and Kuretsuchi east toward Earth. The shrine stood empty again. But the draft scroll, 2 copies, carried the first fragile thread of something new. Team 10. The caravan rolled steadily along the dirt road, horses plodding, wheels creaking, the merchant Hane walking beside Asuma at the front while the genin kept their positions. Naruto and Ino side by side near the middle wagon, hands linked, Shikamaru trailing a few steps behind with his staff across his shoulders. Ino suddenly hugged Naruto tighter, arms wrapping around his waist from the side, pulling him close enough that their steps synced perfectly. She sneezed, sharp and sudden, right against his shoulder. Asuma, walking ahead, raised an eyebrow without turning around. Luna, on the opposite flank, let out a soft chuckle, low and amused. Shikamaru, trailing behind, rolled his eyes dramatically. Troublesome. Naruto looked down at her immediately, concern flashing across his face. Ino-chan, you okay? Ino sniffled once, then lifted her head just enough to meet his eyes, nose pink, expression half annoyed, half smug. My Naruto senses were tingling, she muttered, hugging him even tighter. Someone was talking about you. Out there, somewhere. Naruto blinked, then broke into a slow, goofy grin. Talking about me. Good things. Ino huffed, rubbing her nose against his jacket. Probably. But it made me sneeze. So whoever it was, they owe me. She nuzzled closer, cheek pressed to his shoulder. No one gets to talk about you without my permission. Naruto laughed quietly, careful not to wake Hane if she was dozing in the wagon. Got it. No unauthorized talking. I'll tell the world to shut up about me. Ino smiled against his shoulder, small, possessive, content. Good. Now keep walking. We've got a border town to reach. The road stretched ahead, horses clopping, wheels turning. Naruto and Ino walked side by side, hands linked, her hugging him tighter every few steps. Asuma glanced back once, small smile hidden behind his cigarette. Luna's chuckle lingered in the air. Shikamaru muttered, troublesome, again. And the team kept moving. Chapter 16. Disclaimer: I don't own anything. This is for fun, all rights reserved for their original owners. The caravan crested the final low hill, and the road opened onto a wide coastal plain. Hane's village appeared below them, sprawling wooden houses with thatched roofs clustered along a white sand beach, fishing boats bobbing in a small harbor, the ocean stretching out in endless blue-green under the late afternoon sun. The air changed instantly, salty, fresh, carrying the crash of waves and the cry of gulls. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, eyes wide, mouth open. Whoa. Ino's hand tightened on his, her own breath catching. It's beautiful. The beach curved in a gentle arc, white sand so bright it almost hurt to look at, waves rolling in slow and steady, foam hissing as it spread across the shore. The sun hung low, turning the water into liquid golden pink. Small tide pools sparkled between rocks, tiny fish darting in the shallows. Palm trees swayed along the edge, their fronds rustling in the sea breeze. Shikamaru, usually the first to complain, actually stopped walking, staring. Troublesome. But, yeah, not bad. Hane smiled, wide, proud, home shining in her eyes. Welcome to my village. The beach is even prettier at sunset. Come on, I'll show you around before you head back. Asuma nodded, exhaling smoke. We've got time. Missions complete, cargo delivered. A few hours won't hurt. Let the kids see it. The team followed Hane down the sandy path toward the shore. Naruto kicked off his sandals the second his feet hit the white sand, digging his toes in, laughing as the grains shifted cool and soft. This is insane. It's like walking on clouds. And the water's so blue. Ino slipped off her own sandals, laughing as she waded into the shallow waves, water lapping at her ankles. It's warm. Naruto, come here, feel this. Naruto ran to join her, splashing through the surf, grinning like a kid who'd discovered the world for the first time. Shikamaru stayed on the dry sand, sitting with his staff across his lap, watching the waves roll in. Troublesome. But I could get used to this. Quiet. No missions. Just beach. Hane walked beside Ino and Naruto, pointing out landmarks. That's my family's house, red roof, right there by the harbor. The tide pools over there are full of little crabs and shells. And if you walk down that way at sunset, the sky turns every color you can imagine. Pink, orange, purple. Reflects off the water like fire. Ino's eyes sparkled, still holding Naruto's hand as they waded knee-deep. This is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. We have to come back. Soon. Naruto nodded, water dripping from his hair, grinning ear to ear. Yeah, beach day. Ramen on the sand. We're doing this again. Asuma watched from the dry sand, small, proud smile on his face. Finish early again sometime. We'll make it happen. Hane beamed. My door's always open. You're welcome anytime. The white sand was warm under their sandals as the team lingered near the water's edge. Naruto and Ino stood ankle-deep in the gentle surf, Ino laughing as she splashed Naruto lightly and he retaliated with a bigger wave that soaked her skirt. Shikamaru sat a short distance away on dry sand, staff across his lap, watching the horizon with half-lidded eyes. Hane stood nearby, pointing out tide pools and explaining how the local fishermen read the currents. Asuma stood a few paces back from the group, arms crossed, cigarette unlit, beach rules taking in the scene with a quiet, satisfied expression. Luna appeared beside him without a sound, stepping out of the shadow of a palm tree, cloak settling around her shoulders. She spoke low, voice carrying only to him. I'm going to check the town and the surrounding area. See if I can find these cultists' base. The Reapers. If they're operating near the border post, they'll have a hideout. I'll be back before dark. Asuma nodded once, sharp, trusting. Go. Stay low. No engagements unless you have to. If you find anything, location, numbers, markings, report back. We'll decide what to do. Luna gave a small nod, her usual calm acknowledgement. Understood. She turned, cloak blending with the lengthening shadows, and flickered away, vanishing down the beach path toward the village proper. Asuma watched the spot where she disappeared for a moment, then returned his gaze to the genin. Naruto was still splashing Ino, both of them laughing, completely unaware of the quiet conversation or the danger Luna had just gone to scout. Asuma exhaled slowly, small smile tugging at his mouth. Kids. Safe for now. But the Reapers were out there. And Luna was hunting. Luna. Luna slipped away from the beach while the others were still splashing in the surf and admiring the white sand. She moved through the village streets alone, cloak pulled low, stepped silent on the packed dirt paths between the wooden houses. The air smelled of salt, fish, and wood smoke from cooking fires. She stopped at a small stall near the harbor, a weathered old man selling dried seaweed, shells, and cheap charms. He looked up as she approached, eyes wary. Luna leaned casually against the stall post, voice low and even. I'm looking for information. About the cult. The ones they call the Reapers. The stall owner's face twisted, fear and anger mixing in equal measure. He glanced around quickly before leaning in, voice a harsh whisper. Those bastards. They've been terrorizing the coast for months. Kidnappings in the night, young girls, fishermen, travelers who wandered too far. Bodies turn up days later, carved with those damn spiral symbols. No ransom, no reason, just blood and warnings scratched into trees. The authorities do nothing, say it's bandits, but we know, it's a cult. They gather somewhere in the hills, old ruins, they say. No one who goes looking comes back. Luna's expression didn't change. She idly lifted one hand, examining her nails as if the conversation bored her. The stall owner kept talking, voice shaking now. They took my neighbor's daughter 2 weeks ago. Just gone. If you're hunting them, good luck, but you'd be a fool to go alone. Luna lowered her hand slowly. She leaned in closer, close enough that her voice was a cold whisper only he could hear. If you tell me where they gather, I can make them disappear. All of them. No bodies left. No warnings. Just gone. The old man stared at her, eyes wide, breath caught. Luna straightened, still idly checking her nails. Think about it. I'll be around. She turned and walked away without another word, cloak swirling behind her, leaving the stall owner frozen behind his counter. The village carried on around her, fishermen hauling nets, children laughing near the tide pools, the ocean whispering in the distance. Luna moved through the village streets with deliberate slowness, cloak low, steps measured, blending into the flow of fishermen, merchants, and children playing near the harbor. She had already spoken to the seaweed stall owner, now she was circling back toward the docks, ears tuned to every conversation, eyes scanning for patterns, nervous glances, whispered warnings, missing persons posters tacked to posts. A few minutes later, the same old stall owner shuffled up behind her, breathing hard, glancing over his shoulder like someone might be watching. He stopped a step away, voice barely above a whisper. You were serious about making them disappear. Luna didn't turn fully, just tilted her head slightly, eyes still forward. I said I could, if the information was good. The old man swallowed, hands trembling as he pulled a scrap of paper from his pocket, rough charcoal sketch of a map, lines smudged. I heard things. From a fisherman who barely got away last month. They gather in the old lighthouse ruins, 3 kilometers north along the cliff path. Abandoned since the last storm. Hidden cove below it, they use the caves for whatever they do. Kidnappings, rituals. No one goes there anymore. Too many disappear. He pushed the paper into her hand. That's all I know. Please, if you go, don't tell anyone I said anything. Luna took the map without looking at him, folding it into her sleeve. You never spoke to me. The old man nodded frantically, then shuffled away, disappearing into the crowd. Luna stood motionless for a moment, map tucked away, eyes on the northern cliffs. Then she moved, silent, swift, heading toward the path that led out of the village. The lighthouse ruins waited. The reapers waited. And Luna, katana at her side, grin faint and cold, went to find them. Luna landed lightly on a thick tree branch overlooking the northern cliffs, knees bending to absorb the drop, cloak settling around her like shadow. The old lighthouse ruins stood below, crumbling stone tower half swallowed by vines, a hidden cove tucked beneath it, faint torchlight flickering from cave mouths. The air smelled of salt, damp rock, and something metallic, blood or rust, hard to tell. Asuma appeared beside her a heartbeat later, silent flicker of movement, trench knives already drawn, blades glinting in the dying light. Luna didn't flinch. She kept her eyes on the ruins. "What about the kids?" she asked quietly. Asuma's voice was low, steady. "Left a shadow clone with them. It's guarding the village. Hane's cart is secure, they're safe. Naruto's clones are on watch rotation. They'll hold until we're back." Luna nodded once, small, approving. "Good." She shifted slightly, peering down at the cove entrance, shadowy figures moving between caves, robes dark, blades catching torchlight. "What's your game plan?" Asuma asked, knives still out, ready. Luna's grin was small and cold. "Sneak around, see what they have, how many, what ranks, jonin, chunin, or genin who didn't make the cut. Numbers, layout, weapons. Weak points. If they're holding captives, we find them. If not, we watch. No engagement unless they force it." Asuma nodded, slow, decisive. "Clean recon. In and out. If it's too hot, we pull back and report to Hiruzen. No heroics." Luna's eyes narrowed on the ruins. "No heroics. Just answers." She flickered forward, silent, shadow to shadow, Asuma right behind her. The lighthouse ruins waited below. The reapers waited inside. And two jonin, knives and katana ready, slipped closer. Luna and Asuma slipped into the cave mouth under the cover of deepening twilight, silent as shadows, cloaks blending with the dark rock. The entrance was narrow, guarded only by two low-ranking sentries who never saw them coming. Luna's katana flashed once, non-lethal, precise, dropping both men unconscious before they could raise an alarm. Asuma dragged the bodies behind a boulder, binding them with wire. They moved deeper, tunnel sloping downward, walls damp and echoing with distant drips. Torchlight flickered ahead, voices murmuring in low, reverent tones. Luna signaled, "Stay low, no sound." They reached a wider cavern, natural stone chamber lit by braziers, crude altars carved into the walls, spiral symbols painted in red across the floor. Robed figures moved through the space, 10, 12, maybe more, some carrying trays of ritual items, others sharpening blades or muttering prayers. No one above chunin rank, most were genin level or dropouts, eyes feverish with zeal. Luna and Asuma pressed against a shadowed ledge overlooking the chamber, bodies flat to the rock, breathing shallow. A robed figure walked by below, close enough they could hear his muttered words. "The god will arrive soon. The sacrifice is prepared. The Uzumaki blood will call him forth." Another voice answered, reverent, trembling. "Soon. The reapers will rise. The village will kneel." They lingered in silence after the cultists passed, listening, watching, cataloging. Luna's eyes tracked numbers, weapons, exits. Asuma noted patrol patterns, torch placements, weak points in the cave structure. After several minutes, no one above chunin rank visible, no jonin presence, Luna turned her head just enough to mouth silently to Asuma. "We wait till the god is here. Then purge them out." Asuma met her gaze, steady, grim, and gave a single thumb up. No words needed. They melted deeper into shadow, patient, invisible, waiting for the cult's god to arrive. The cavern hummed with anticipation below. The reapers prayed. An hour passed in tense silence. Luna and Asuma pressed flat against the shadowed ledge overlooking the main cavern. Below them, the cultists had gathered in a loose circle around the central altar, 25 robed figures, all low-ranked genin-level dropouts and a handful of chunin muttering prayers and sharpening blades. No jonin, no real threat beyond numbers and fanaticism. Then the air shifted. A figure emerged from the deepest tunnel, tall, broad-shouldered, cloaked in black robes embroidered with jagged red spirals. A plain iron mask covered his face, carved with a crude whirlpool symbol across the forehead. Torchlight caught on the mosque's edges, making it gleam like wet blood. The cultists dropped to their knees instantly, foreheads to the stone, voices rising in a low, reverent chant. The masked man, their god, stepped onto the altar platform, robes sweeping the floor. His voice echoed through the chamber, deep, distorted by the mask. "Why is the Uzumaki not here in chains?" Silence. The chanting stopped dead. One of the Chunin-ranked cultists, shaking, crawled forward on his knees. We failed, my lord. The leaf shinobi were too many. Too strong. The girl with the chain and the boy with the clones. They cut us down. We barely escaped. The masked man tilted his head, slow, deliberate. Failed. He stepped forward. The Chunin flinched. The god raised one gloved hand. A faint red glow pulsed from his palm, chakra, sharp and wrong. The Chunin screamed once, short, cut off, as the glow tightened around his throat like invisible chains. He collapsed, gasping, alive but broken. Luna and Asuma watched, motionless, gathering every detail. Luna mouthed silently, Chunin at best. No Jonin. Leader's chakra is unusual, ceiling-based, but twisted. Asuma gave a tiny nod, acknowledgement. The masked man turned to the rest of the kneeling crowd. The Uzumaki blood is the key. His life force will call the true god. His chains will bind the world. We will have him, or we will have nothing. He raised both hands, red glow spreading outward, bathing the cavern in crimson light. Prepare the next phase. The boy will come, willing or in chains. The reapers rise. The cultists chanted again, louder, fervent. Luna's eyes narrowed. No captives visible, no prisoners, just zealots and one leader. The masked god stood on the altar platform, arms raised, robes billowing as the red glow from his palms pulsed outward. The cultists chanted louder, knees to stone, heads bowed. Luna and Asuma remained hidden on the shadowed ledge above, bodies flat to the rock, breathing shallow. Asuma's eyes narrowed on the god's forearms. Thick chakra bracers, black iron wrapped in old, faded seals. Uzumaki-style spirals twisted into something corrupted, red ink cracked and bleeding, symbols warped with foreign chakra signatures. They weren't just decorative, they were active, feeding power into the masked man's glow, amplifying it unnaturally. Asuma pointed, subtle finger motioned toward the bracers. Luna saw them instantly. Her eyes flicked to Asuma, then back to the bracers. She gave a single, sharp nod. She reached into her sleeve, pulling a small pouch of pre-made explosive tags. With silent, practiced movements she began placing them, flicking one after another into shadowed crevices along the cavern walls, ceiling beams, support pillars. Each tag stuck without sound, seals dormant but ready. She worked fast, methodical, invisible, leaving a trail of death scattered throughout the cave. Asuma watched her place the last one, then gave a tiny thumbs up. Luna mouthed silently, ready. Asuma shifted, chakra blades drawn, wind chakra humming along the edges. He moved first. Slow, silent, lethal. He dropped from the ledge like a shadow, landing behind the nearest cultist. One blade flashed, clean cut across the throat. The man dropped without a sound. Asuma flowed to the next, another silent kill. Then another. Bodies slumped to the stone, blood pooling dark and quiet. The cultists didn't notice at first, too lost in their chant, eyes on their god. Luna stayed high, watching, waiting for the signal. Asuma kept moving, methodical, relentless, cutting down the outer ring of worshippers one by one. No screams, no alarm, just silent drops. The masked man finally sensed it, head snapping up, red glow flaring brighter. Who dares? Asuma didn't answer. He launched forward, blades spinning in a wind-enhanced arc, aiming for the bracers. Luna's hand hovered over the detonator tag in her palm. The cavern held its breath. The purge was beginning. Asuma closed the distance in a single wind-enhanced leap, chakra blades crossed in an X, slicing downward with surgical precision. The masked god raised his arms in a desperate block, corrupted bracers flaring red one last time. The knives met metal. The bracers shattered, black iron and twisted seals exploding outward in a shower of red sparks. The glow died instantly, power cut off like a snapped thread. The man staggered back, arms dropping, mask cracking along the whirlpool carving. Asuma didn't hesitate. He twisted midair, driving one blade upward in a clean thrust. The mask split completely, iron shards clattering to the stone. The face beneath, black hair matted with sweat, brown eyes wide with shock and rage. No headband, no rank marks, just a fanatic's burning glare. You, the man snarled, hands reaching for a hidden knife. Asuma's second blade flashed, wind chakra humming along the edge. One slash. Clean across the throat. Blood sprayed. The man collapsed, body twitching once, then still. The remaining cultists froze, chanting dying in their throats. Luna dropped from the ledge above, landing soundlessly beside Asuma, katana already drawn. She glanced at the dead god, then at the broken bracers. Nice cut, she said quietly. Bracers were the source. Uzumaki derived, corrupted. Someone taught him. Asuma wiped his blades on the dead man's robe. Yeah, he was strong, but the seals were doing the heavy lifting. Without them, just another zealot. Luna's hand hovered over the detonator tag in her palm. Finishing touch. She flared her chakra, once, sharp. The cave erupted. Explosive tags detonated in sequence, pillars cracking, ceiling crumbling, rocks falling in controlled avalanches. Cultists screamed, briefly, as stone buried them. Dust billowed outward, torchlight snuffed out, darkness swallowing the cavern. When the echoes died, the cave was sealed, collapsed entrance, buried bodies, no trace left. Luna sheathed her katana. Purged. No survivors. No evidence. Asuma nodded grimly. Take the bracers fragments. Mask pieces. Anything with seals. Back to Konoha. Hiruzen needs to see this. Luna gathered the broken pieces, mask shards, shattered bracer fragments, tucking them into a sealed pouch. Done. They slipped out through a side passage, silent, swift, leaving the buried cult behind. They stopped a safe distance away, on a rocky outcrop overlooking the now sealed entrance. The cave was gone, buried under tons of stone, no trace left of the Reapers or their twisted altar. Asuma sheathed his trench knives, wiping the last of the blood on his sleeve. He looked at Luna, voice low and calm. They weren't much. Luna nodded once, her expression unchanging, but a faint glint of agreement in her eyes. No, low ranks, mostly genin dropouts and a handful of chunin. The leader was the only real threat, and even he relied on those corrupted bracers. Without them, just another fanatic. Asuma exhaled slowly, scanning the dark cliffs one last time. Still, someone taught him those seals. Uzumaki derived, but twisted. That part worries me more than the cult itself. Luna's hand rested lightly on her katana hilt. We'll take the pieces to Hiruzen. Let him decide. For now, the Reapers are finished. Asuma nodded. Let's head back. The kids are still guarding the village with my clone. We'll relieve them at dawn. Luna gave a small, sharp nod. Naruto. The white sand stretched out in a gentle curve, warm under the late afternoon sun. Waves rolled in slow and steady, foam hissing as it spread across the shore. Hane had left them to their own devices for a short while, heading to check on her family's cart at the trade post, leaving Naruto and Ino alone on the beach. Ino lay on her back on a soft patch of sand, legs stretched out, one arm draped lazily over her eyes to block the sun. Naruto sat beside her, knees drawn up, watching the waves with a quiet, content smile. His clones were scattered around the village, keeping watch, helping with small tasks, making sure everything stayed safe while the real Naruto took a rare moment to breathe. Ino tilted her head toward him, a playful grin tugging at her lips. You know, she said, voice low and teasing, if you keep staring at the ocean like that, I might get jealous. Should I remind you who your favorite view is? Naruto turned to her, cheeks flushing just a little, but he grinned back. You're always my favorite view, Ino-chan. The ocean's just big and loud, like me. Ino laughed softly, rolling onto her side to face him fully. She reached out, tracing a finger lightly down his arm. Big and loud, huh? That's one way to describe you. But I like it, especially when you're all mine. She leaned in closer, her cheek brushing against his shoulder, voice dropping to a whisper. You know, if we had more time, I'd drag you into those tide pools and see how long you can hold your breath. Or maybe just tackle you right here in the sand until you're begging for mercy. Naruto's face went redder, but he didn't pull away. He laughed, nervous, happy, rubbing the back of his neck. Ino-chan, we're in public, sort of, and the clones are watching the village. But, yeah, that sounds kind of fun. Ino's grin widened, wicked, affectionate. She poked his cheek. See, you're already flustered. Cute. But you're right, clones are on duty. So I'll behave, mostly, for now. She flopped back onto the sand, stretching her arms above her head. Still, this is nice. Just us. No missions. No cultists. No Kumo staring at you like you're a prize. Just sand, sun, and my boyfriend turning red every time I tease him. Naruto lay down beside her, shoulder to shoulder, staring up at the sky. I don't mind the teasing. Much. As long as it's you. Ino turned her head, smiling at him. Good answer. Keep that up and I might even let you win the next shogi game. Naruto laughed. Liar. You never let me win. Exactly, Ino said, reaching over to poke his side. Keeps you motivated. Wait, what do you mean you play shogi? He asked Ino, sounding genuinely surprised. I didn't know you played. Ino huffed, lifting her head from Naruto's shoulder, giving Shikamaru an exaggerated eye roll. Of course I play. Dad taught me when I was little. I'm not Shikamaru level, but I can hold my own. Why? You think only lazy geniuses are allowed to play? Shikamaru shrugged, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth. Just didn't expect it. You always seemed more into flowers and bossing people around. Ino sat up straighter, narrowing her eyes at him. Excuse me, I can do both, and I'll prove it. Next time we have a free evening, you and me on the board. I'll even let you go first, so you have an excuse when you lose. Shikamaru chuckled. Low, lazy. Troublesome, but you're on. Don't cry when I trap you in 10 moves. Naruto laughed, propping himself up on his elbows. This I gotta see. Ino-chan vs. Shikamaru. Winner buys ramen. Ino smirked, leaning back against Naruto's side. Deal, but I'm winning, and you're still giving me foot rubs when we get home. Naruto flushed, cheeks pink, but grinned anyway. Fine, but only because you're cute when you demand things. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Troublesome couple, I'm already regretting this. The three of them sat on the warm sand, laughing, teasing, the ocean rolling in behind them. Hane watched from a short distance, smiling softly at the easy camaraderie. Naruto suddenly stiffened, body going rigid, eyes widening as a puff of smoke appeared beside him. One of his shadow clones had just dispersed. Ino lifted her head from his shoulder, frowning. What's up? Naruto's face hardened, voice low, urgent. Some robed men killed my clone. Eastern side of the village. They're here. Shikamaru sat up instantly, staff in hand, shadows already stretching from his feet. Troublesome. Cultists. Naruto nodded. Looks like it. They knew exactly where the clone was. Not random. Ino was on her feet in a heartbeat, chain uncoiling from her belt, eyes sharp. We're going. Shikamaru, stay with Hane. Guard the cart. Don't let anyone near her. Shikamaru nodded once, already moving to position himself protectively beside the merchant. Got it. Be careful. Don't do anything stupid. Naruto and Ino took off, running toward the eastern edge of the village where the clone had been patrolling. Sand flew under their sandals, hearts pounding. Ino kept pace beside him, chain ready. Robed men, same as the ones at the river. Probably, Naruto said, Tanto already drawn. They're after me, again. Ino's grip on her chain tightened. They're not getting you. Not today, not ever. They raced through the village streets, Naruto leading, Ino right beside him, toward the spot where his clone had dispersed. Naruto and Ino raced through the narrow streets, sandals kicking up sand and dust. The peaceful beach was already far behind them. As they rounded the last corner near the eastern palisade, Ino skidded to a stop, eyes narrowing. She pulled her sickle and chain in one smooth motion, the curved blade glinting in the fading sunlight as she spun at once, testing the weight. I sense them, she said, voice low and sharp. Multiple chakra signatures. Robed. Hostile. They're hiding behind those crates in the old storage shed. Naruto didn't hesitate. He slammed his hands together. Shadow clone jutsu. 24 clones popped into existence around them, all armed, all ready. The real Naruto drew his tanto, gripping the hilt tight, whisker marks standing out as his expression turned serious. Spread out. Surround them, but don't engage until Ino gives the signal. The clones moved instantly, fanning out in a wide arc, some leaping to rooftops, others slipping behind cover. Ino twirled her sickle once more, chain rattling softly. Stay close to me, Naruto. If they want you, they'll have to go through both of us. Naruto nodded, blade held ready, body coiled like a spring. Got it. Let's end this quick. The robed figures began to emerge, dark hoods pulled low, weapons drawn, eyes locked on the blonde boy they had come for. Ino's sickle gleamed. The robed figures rushed forward with a guttural shout, 10, maybe 12 of them bursting from behind the crates and storage shed, weapons raised. Their robes flapped like dark wings as they charged straight at Naruto. Ino moved first. She swung her sickle in a wide, vicious arc. The chain whipped out like a living thing, the weighted end cracking against the first attacker's shoulder while the curved blade sliced clean through the second man's arm. Blood sprayed. 2 cultists went down screaming. Stay back, Ino snarled, spinning the chain again, the sickle eating through another robe, opening a deep gash across a man's chest. Naruto's clone surged forward in a coordinated wave, fists, kicks, and kunai flashing as they crashed into the cultists' flank. The real Naruto ducked low as a heavy mace whistled over his head, the spiked head missing his skull by inches. He twisted inside the attacker's guard, tanto flashing upward in a brutal thrust. The blade drove straight into the cultist's gut. The man gasped, eyes wide, then crumpled as Naruto yanked the tanto free in a spray of red. Naruto spun, kicking another robed man away before he could swing his sword. Ino-chan, left side, he shouted. Ino was already there, sickle flashing again, chain wrapping around a cultist's leg and yanking him off his feet so one of Naruto's clones could finish him with a kunai. The street filled with the sounds of combat, grunts, steel ringing, bodies hitting the ground. Naruto and Ino fought back to back now, clones weaving through the chaos, sickle and tanto working in deadly harmony. The robed cultists kept coming, desperate now, swinging blades and clubs in wild arcs. Ino's eyes narrowed. She dropped her sickle for a moment, hands flashing through seals. Water style, water whip jutsu. A long, flexible whip of pressurized water formed in her grip, crackling and glowing with chakra. She cracked it forward like a living serpent. The water whip lashed out, slamming into the nearest cultist with bone-cracking force. It wrapped around another man's arm and yanked him sideways, smashing him into a crate. She spun the whip in wide arcs, beating back 3 more attackers at once, the water cracking like a bullwhip against ribs, shoulders, and legs. Cultists flew backward, groaning and broken. "Stay down," Ino shouted, cracking the whip again to keep the rest at bay. Naruto moved in the opening she created. His clones swarmed the remaining handful, tackling, pinning, disarming. The real Naruto darted between them, tanto sheathed now as he used open hand strikes and precise pressure point jabs to subdue instead of kill. One cultist tried to swing a dagger, Naruto sidestepped, grabbed the wrist, twisted, and slammed an elbow into the man's solar plexus. The robed figure dropped, gasping. Another lunged, Naruto's clone caught him from behind in a chokehold while the real Naruto slapped a chakra-suppressing seal onto his back. Within seconds, the last 5 cultists were on their knees, hands bound behind them with wire and spare ninja wire, groaning, alive but completely subdued. Ino let the water whip dissolve into harmless droplets, breathing hard but steady. She picked up her sickle again, spinning it once. "That's all of them," she said, glancing at Naruto. "You okay?" Naruto wiped sweat from his brow, nodding as his remaining clones puffed away. "Yeah, thanks to your whip. Nice work, Ino-chan." He looked down at the bound cultists, their robes torn, eyes filled with fanatical hate even now. "These guys are definitely Reapers. We need to get them back to the others and question them before Luna and Asuma-sensei get back." Ino stepped closer, chain still ready, shoulder brushing his. "Let's move. I don't want to give any more of them time to show up." Naruto nodded. Center of the village. Naruto and Ino marched the 5 surviving cultists through the village streets, hands bound tightly behind their backs with reinforced wire. The robed men stumbled along, glaring with fanatical hatred, but they were too battered and chakra suppressed to put up real resistance. They reached the open central square near the harbor, a wide, paved area with a small fountain and wooden benches. Villagers watched from doorways and windows, whispering nervously as the 2 genin dragged the prisoners into the middle. Ino pushed the last cultist to his knees with a firm shove. "Stay down," she ordered. She glanced at Naruto. "Keep an eye on them. I'm making sure they can't escape. Or hide anything." Naruto nodded, tanto still drawn, standing guard while 2 of his clones flanked the group. Ino stepped in front of the bound men, eyes narrowing. She formed the familiar Yamanaka clan hand seals, slow, precise, focused. Mind-body switch technique. Her body went still, eyes glazing over as her consciousness leapt into the mind of the nearest cultist. Inside his head, Ino pushed through layers of fanaticism and fear. She rifled through memories, flashes of dark caves, chanting, the masked god, giving orders, plans to capture the Uzumaki boy for a blood ritual. She saw the corrupted seals on the bracers, heard mentions of the true god awakening soon, and caught glimpses of a larger network still operating along the coast. She pulled out after a few moments, blinking as she returned to her own body. Ino's expression was grim. "They're definitely Reapers, low-level grunts, but they were sent to grab you, Naruto. The leader they called, the god, had some kind of ritual planned using your blood and Uzumaki chakra. There's more of them, a bigger group somewhere north. They were just the scouting party." She turned to the cultists, voice cold. "And none of you are escaping. Not today." Ino formed new seals, lighter, but still Yamanaka, and placed a subtle mind lock on each of them, clouding their thoughts just enough to prevent coordinated escape attempts or sudden jutsu. "They won't be able to break free or coordinate without us knowing," she said, wiping sweat from her brow. "We should keep them here until Asuma-sensei and Luna get back. Or until we can hand them over to the local authorities with a warning." Naruto nodded, eyes hard as he looked at the bound men. "Good work, Ino-chan. Let's make sure they stay put." Naruto and Ino stood guard over the 5 bound cultists in the middle of the square. The prisoners knelt silently, minds still clouded by Ino's technique, their robes torn and bloodied from the short fight. A soft rustle of displaced air sounded behind them. Asuma and Luna landed lightly behind Naruto and Ino, 2 shadows dropping from the rooftops. Ino turned first, relief flashing across her face. Asuma-sensei. Luna. She quickly stepped forward, chain still loosely coiled in her hand. We were patrolling with Naruto's clones when one dispersed. Robed men attacked on the eastern side. We took them down. These 5 are the only survivors. I went into their minds. They were sent to grab Naruto for some blood ritual. Their god wanted his Uzumaki chakra. There's apparently a bigger group still north of here. Naruto nodded, Tonto still out. Yeah, Ino-chan locked their minds so they can't try anything stupid. Asuma looked over the kneeling prisoners, then exchanged a brief glance with Luna. He exhaled a thin stream of smoke from the cigarette he'd just lit. Good work, you two. We already took care of their leader. Luna's voice was calm and flat. The masked one calling himself their god. He had corrupted Uzumaki-style bracers feeding him power. Asuma destroyed them. Then we purged the rest of the cave. Collapsed the whole thing. No survivors there either. Asuma nodded toward the bound men. These ones match the description. Low-rank grunts. We'll hand them over to the local authorities with a warning, then get the full report back to the Hokage. Whatever this cult is planning with Uzumaki blood, it didn't die with their leader. Ino relaxed slightly, but her grip on her chain stayed tight. So, it's over. For now. Asuma gave a small, tired smile. For now. Nice job subduing them alive. That'll help with interrogation back home. Naruto grinned, though his eyes stayed sharp. Thanks, sensei. Ino-chan did most of the heavy lifting with that water whip. Luna's gaze lingered on the prisoners for a moment longer, then she nodded once. After a long, uneventful trip back through the forests and roads, the team finally arrived at the familiar red gates of Konoha. The sun had already dipped low, painting the village walls in soft orange light. Guards on duty gave them a quick nod as they passed through. Asuma stopped just inside the gate, turning to face the group. He rolled his shoulders once, exhaling a thin stream of smoke from his cigarette. All right, listen up, he said, voice steady but tired from the journey. You all did good out there. Handled the cultists clean, no one got hurt, and we shut that mess down. You've earned some rest. Take the next 3 days off. No missions, no early training. Relax, recover, do whatever you want. Ino's face lit up immediately, a big grin spreading across her lips. 3 whole days. Yes. She turned to Naruto, eyes sparkling with excitement as she reached out and grabbed both of his hands. Come on, boyfriend. We're going straight home. Mom's probably got dinner waiting, and I'm not letting you out of my sight for the next 3 days. She started tugging him forward, practically bouncing on her toes as she pulled Naruto along the path toward the Yamanaka clan compound. Naruto laughed, letting her drag him while blushing just a little at how openly she claimed him in front of everyone. All right, Ino-chan. I'm coming. 3 days sounds perfect. Maybe we can finally try that new ramen place you've been talking about. Ino squeezed his hands tighter, glancing back at him with a teasing smirk. Oh, we're definitely doing that. And you're giving me foot rubs every night. No excuses. Shikamaru stood a few steps away, watching the pair with his usual lazy expression. He raised one hand in a casual wave as he turned to head toward the Nara district. Troublesome. But yeah, see you guys in 3 days. Try not to be too loud about it. Asuma chuckled softly, shaking his head as he watched Ino tug Naruto away. Kids, he muttered under his breath, a small smile on his face. Get some rest. We'll regroup after the break. Ino arrived home with Naruto, still holding his hand as she tugged him through the front gate and into the house. They kicked off their sandals at the entrance like always. Ino's mother looked up from the kitchen counter where she was chopping vegetables and waved with a warm smile. Welcome back, you two. How's my son-in-law doing? Naruto waved back casually, completely used to the teasing by now. Hi, mother-in-law. I'm good. Mission went well. Ino's mother chuckled softly, eyes twinkling. Ino snickered, still tugging Naruto further inside toward the living room. Come on, let's sit. I have to tell mom everything. They settled on the couch together. Ino leaned against Naruto's side, still holding his hand, and started talking excitedly. So the mission was mostly smooth at first. We got the merchant to her village safely, and the beach there was amazing, white sand, clear blue ocean, waves rolling in. It was so pretty. Naruto and I were laying on the sand, and I was teasing him when his clone suddenly dispersed. Some robed cultists attacked on the eastern side of the village. We took them down fast. I used my water whip to beat most of them back, and Naruto subdued the last ones alive with his clones. She squeezed Naruto's hand. Then Asuma Sensei and Luna showed up. They had already taken care of the cult leader, some masked guy with weird corrupted seals. Luna sealed the prisoners as chakra, and Asuma Sensei gave us 3 days off. So here we are. Ino's mother listened with a mix of concern and amusement, nodding along. Sounds like quite the adventure. I'm glad you two are safe. And the beach does sound lovely. Maybe one day we can all go as a family. Ino grinned, leaning her head on Naruto's shoulder. Yeah, it was really nice. Just the ocean and us for a bit. Naruto smiled, relaxed beside her. It was awesome, but coming home is even better. Ino's mother chuckled again, going back to her chopping. Well, dinner will be ready soon. You two relax. You've earned it after dealing with cultists and saving the day. Ino snickered, still snuggled against Naruto. See, even mom agrees you're the best son-in-law. Naruto just laughed softly, used to the warmth of the Yamanaka house. After supper, Ino and Naruto moved to the living room. Ino sat cross-legged on the soft tatami mat, back straight, hands resting calmly on her knees. Naruto sat beside her, trying to copy the position but looking a little awkward as he shifted to get comfortable. Ino glanced at him with a patient smile. Okay, Naruto. Meditation is all about focus and breathing. Close your eyes. Breathe in slow. Hold it. Then breathe out even slower. Let everything else fade away. No thinking about ramen, no thinking about training, just the breath. Naruto closed his eyes, trying his best. Like this. In, out. Got it. Ino nodded, keeping her voice gentle. Good. Now feel your chakra. Don't force it, just notice it flowing. If your mind wanders, gently bring it back to the breath. She demonstrated beside him, breathing steadily, her posture relaxed and focused. From the doorway, Ino's mother and father watched with amused smiles. Inoichi leaned against the frame with his arms crossed, while his wife stood beside him, trying and failing to hide her grin behind her hand. Inoichi chuckled softly. Look at that, our daughter's turning the loudest genin in the village into a meditator. Never thought I'd see the day. Ino's mother nodded, eyes sparkling with amusement. He's trying so hard. It's adorable. Remember when you tried to teach Ino meditation at that age? She lasted 3 minutes before she started complaining about sitting still. Ino's ears turned pink, but she kept her eyes closed and her voice steady for Naruto. Dad, Mom, shush, he's concentrating. Naruto cracked one eye open, grinning sheepishly. I can hear you guys, you know. But, it's kinda nice. Calm, I think I'm getting it a little. Ino reached over without opening her eyes and gently nudged his knee. Eyes closed, Naruto. Focus. We'll do this every night during the break if it helps you. Inoichi shook his head with a fond laugh. Son-in-law's already whipped. Good luck, kid. You're gonna need it with her as your teacher. Ino's mother chuckled again, pulling her husband away from the doorway. Come on, dear, let them have their moment. Dinner cleanup won't do itself. The parents retreated to the kitchen, still smiling and murmuring quietly to each other. In the living room, Ino kept guiding Naruto softly. Breathe in, and out. Naruto sat beside her, trying hard, a small determined smile on his face. After 20 minutes of quiet breathing and gentle guidance, Ino opened her eyes and nodded. Up, she said softly. She stood smoothly and reached down, tugging Naruto to his feet with a small smile. Naruto blinked, stretching his legs a little. Where are we going? Ino's grin turned playful as she kept holding his hand and pulled him toward the back of the house. Surprise. They slipped out the back door and climbed up to the roof of the Yamanaka compound. The night sky was clear, stars scattered bright across the dark canvas. The village lights glowed softly below, but up here it felt quiet and private. Ino sat down first, then patted the spot right beside her. Naruto settled next to her. She immediately snuggled in close, leaning her head against his shoulder and wrapping one arm around his. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, just watching the stars. Ino tilted her head slightly. So, what's your favorite season? Naruto thought for a second, then answered with a grin. Summer. Everything's warm, there's tons of festivals, and you can eat ramen outside without freezing. Ino snorted lightly, a small laugh escaping her. Of course you'd say summer. Naruto turned his head to look at her, curious. What about you? What's your favorite season? Ino hummed thoughtfully, snuggling a little closer against him as she gazed up at the stars. Spring, she said softly. Everything starts blooming again. The flowers come back, the air smells fresh, and it feels like new beginnings. They stayed like that, sitting on the roof, Ino tucked against Naruto's side, the quiet night sky stretching above them. Hokage office. Asuma and Luna leaned back in the chairs across from Hiruzen's desk. The old Hokage sat quietly, pipe in hand, listening as the two Jonin gave their report. Asuma spoke first, voice steady. The mission itself went smoothly until we reached the border village. A group calling themselves the Reapers attacked. They were after Naruto, specifically his Uzumaki blood for some kind of ritual. We found their base in some old lighthouse ruins north of the village. Luna and I handled the main cave. The leader was a masked man using corrupted Uzumaki-style seals on bracers to boost his power. I destroyed the bracers, then finished him. After that we collapsed the entire cave. No survivors there. Luna continued calmly. We took out the rest of the cultists in the hideout. When we returned to the village, Naruto and Ino had already engaged a second group that attacked on the eastern side. They subdued 5 of them alive. Ino used her mind-body switch to pull information from one and then locked their minds so they couldn't escape or coordinate. She also sealed their chakra when we arrived. Hiruzen leaned forward slightly, eyes widening in surprise before a pleased smile spread across his face. Impressive, he said, nodding slowly. I'm very pleased with how this turned out. Not only did you eliminate the immediate threat, but the genin handled themselves well under pressure. Ino and Naruto taking out the last group while Shikamaru guarded the client at the beach. That shows real teamwork and growth. Especially at their age. He tapped his pipe gently against the desk. Corrupted Uzumaki seals. That's concerning. We'll need to investigate further. For now, the cult is dealt with and the village is safe. Good work, both of you. Asuma gave a small nod. The kids did good. They deserve the 3 days off I gave them. Luna remained quiet but inclined her head in agreement. Hiruzen smiled faintly. Make sure they rest. And bring me anything you recovered from the leader, the bracer fragments especially. We'll see what we can learn. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair after the report on the cultists, a satisfied look on his face. He took a slow puff from his pipe before speaking. I'm pleased with how you handled the Reapers. The village is safer thanks to your team. On another note, the talks with Iwa went surprisingly well. Onoki and I had a productive meeting. We're discussing a mutual defense pact, better trade routes, and easing some of the old tensions. It seems both villages are tired of constant suspicion. He paused, eyes twinkling with curiosity as he looked at Asuma. However, I noticed something interesting. Onoki's granddaughter, Kuritsuchi, has a rather vested interest in Naruto. She asked about him specifically and even sent him a letter and a gift earlier. Do you have any insight into why? Luna chuckled slightly beside Asuma, covering her mouth with one hand. Asuma grinned, leaning forward in his chair. Perhaps she wants to challenge Ino for the blonde, he said with a teasing lilt. That girl's been pretty territorial lately. Might have some competition from Iwa. The 3 adults burst into quiet laughter, Hiruzen's deep chuckle mixing with Asuma's amused snort and Luna's softer laugh. Hiruzen shook his head, still smiling. Well, if that's the case, young Ino will have her hands full. Still, it's good to see potential bridges forming between villages, even if they start with a 12-year-old boy. Asuma nodded, still grinning. We'll keep an eye on it. For now, the kids are on 3 days off. They earned it. Hiruzen waved his hand lightly. Enjoy the break. And thank you again for handling the cult situation so cleanly. Asuma and Luna stood, giving respectful nods before heading out of the office. The Hokage sat alone for a moment, still smiling at the thought of the competition for Naruto. Outside, the village lights twinkled peacefully. Ino didn't waste a second. She grabbed Naruto's hand with a bright grin and started tugging him down the main path toward the Yamanaka clan compound. Come on, boyfriend. 3 whole days off means you're all mine. No escaping. Naruto laughed, letting her pull him along even as he glanced back over his shoulder. Alright, Ino-chan, slow down a little, I'm coming. Ino glanced at him with a teasing smirk, swinging their joined hands as they walked. Oh, you say that now, but I saw how you were staring at that beach earlier. Should I be worried you're gonna run off to the ocean and leave me for some fish girl? Naruto's face went pink, but he grinned back at her. No way. The beach was cool, but you're way better. Besides, who else is gonna drag me into meditation and make me sit still for 20 minutes? Ino snickered, bumping her shoulder against his. Exactly. And don't forget the foot rubs. You're on duty for the next 3 days, mister. Up ahead, Shikamaru yawned loudly and waved lazily as he split off toward the Nara district. Troublesome. I'm heading home. Try not to be too loud, you two. Asuma chuckled, clapping Shikamaru on the shoulder as they turned the other way. Get some rest, kid. I'll see you in 3 days. Don't spend the whole break sleeping in the shade. Shikamaru just shrugged with a small smirk and kept walking. Ino kept tugging Naruto forward, her grip warm and firm, chatting and teasing the whole way as the Yamanaka compound came into view. Seriously though, she said, voice softening just a bit, I'm glad we're home. 3 days with you sounds perfect. Naruto squeezed her hand, smiling. Yeah, me too. Ino kept a firm grip on Naruto's hand the entire walk, tugging him eagerly through the front gate and straight into the house. They kicked off their sandals at the entrance as usual. The moment they stepped inside, Inoichi looked up from where he was relaxing in the living room with a newspaper. A familiar grin spread across his face. Well, how's my son-in-law doing tonight? Ino's mother, standing nearby with a cup of tea, quickly hid her smile behind her hand, eyes sparkling with amusement. Naruto waved casually, completely comfortable with the greeting by now. Hey, father-in-law. I'm doing good. The mission went fine. Ino snickered, still tugging Naruto further inside toward the couch. Dad, stop teasing him the second we walk in, she said, though her tone was playful. She pulled Naruto down to sit beside her, immediately leaning against his side. Inoichi chuckled, folding his newspaper. Can't help it. He makes it too easy. So, how was the mission? Anything exciting happen out there? Ino launched into a quick summary, still snuggled comfortably against Naruto while her parents listened with fond expressions. Nara household. Shikamaru walked through the front door of his family home, kicking off his sandals with a tired sigh. The familiar scent of incense and the quiet rustle of deer outside the compound greeted him as he stepped inside. His mother, Yoshino, looked up from where she was folding laundry in the living room. His father, Shikaku, sat at the low table with a shogi board set up, smoking his pipe. Welcome back, Yoshino said, smiling. How was the mission? Shikamaru dropped down onto a cushion with a dramatic groan, stretching his legs out. Troublesome. As usual. We escorted that merchant all the way to her village on the coast. Everything was fine until some weird cult called the Reapers showed up trying to kidnap Naruto. Again. Shikaku raised an eyebrow, setting his pipe down. Cultists. How bad was it? Shikamaru shrugged lazily. Not that bad. Ino and Naruto handled most of the ones that attacked the village. I stayed back and guarded the client at the beach. Asuma Sensei and Luna took care of the main group and their leader in some old ruins. We brought back a few prisoners. Hiruzen seemed happy with how it went. Yoshino shook her head, though she was smiling. Always something with that team. Are you and the others all right? Yeah, we're fine, Shikamaru replied, yawning. Asuma Sensei gave us 3 days off. Finally. Shikaku chuckled deeply. 3 days. Don't waste them all sleeping in the forest. Though knowing you. Shikamaru smirked faintly. No promises. The Nara family settled into comfortable conversation, the quiet evening wrapping around the house as Shikamaru recounted a few more details from the trip, the white sand beach, Ino's teasing, and the strange cult with their twisted interest in Naruto. Ino and Naruto. After chatting for a bit in the living room, Ino's stomach gave a quiet rumble. She stood up and tugged Naruto toward the kitchen with a grin. Come on, let's eat. I'm starving after all that. Naruto followed easily, still holding her hand as they sat down at the low table. Ino's mother had kept dinner warm, a hearty meal of grilled fish, rice, miso soup, and fresh vegetables. The smell filled the kitchen comfortably. Inoichi joined them at the table, clearly curious as he picked up his chopsticks. So, he said, genuine interest in his voice, tell me more about these cultists. What exactly happened out there? It doesn't sound like your usual escort mission. Ino took a bite of rice before answering, leaning slightly against Naruto's side. They called themselves the Reapers. Really creepy group. They were after Naruto specifically, something about using his Uzumaki blood for a ritual to awaken their god. We fought a group of them on the eastern side of the village. I used my water whip to knock most of them around, and Naruto and his clones subdued the rest. We kept 5 alive. Naruto nodded, swallowing a big bite of fish. Yeah, they weren't that strong individually, but there were a bunch of them. Asuma Sensei and Luna took out the leader and the main hideout. The guy had these weird corrupted seals on his arms. It was pretty messed up. Inoichi listened attentively, his expression growing more serious. Targeting Naruto for his bloodline. That's concerning. Did you get any idea who was behind it or if there are more of them? Ino shrugged, reaching over to steal a piece of fish from Naruto's plate. The ones we caught didn't know much, just low-level grunts following orders. But there's probably a bigger group somewhere north. Asuma-sensei and Luna collapsed their cave, so that base is gone at least. Naruto grinned at Ino stealing his food but didn't complain, just nudged her playfully with his elbow. Ino's mother watched the exchange with a fond smile, setting down more tea for everyone. Well, I'm just glad you two are safe and home. Cultists or not, you handled it well. Inoichi nodded, still curious but clearly proud. Sounds like you both did good work. Just be careful out there. Especially you, son-in-law, seems like trouble has a habit of finding you. Naruto chuckled, completely relaxed at the table. Yeah, I know, but I've got Ino-chan watching my back, so I'm good. Ino smirked and leaned against him again. Damn right I do. The kitchen filled with the easy sounds of dinner, chopsticks clinking, quiet laughter, and family conversation as the long mission finally faded into memory. After dinner, Ino stretched contentedly and gave Naruto a mischievous look across the table. Her parents were still finishing their tea when she stood up and grabbed his hand again. All right, Naruto, she announced with a playful smirk, you have your duty to perform. Come on. Naruto blinked, already starting to flush as he let her tug him up from the table. Duty? He asked, though the grin on his face showed he already knew exactly what she meant. Ino's mother hid another smile behind her hand while Inoichi just chuckled and shook his head. Don't keep him up too late, Inoichi called after them, amusement clear in his voice. Ino ignored her father and pulled Naruto back into the living room, guiding him down onto the cushioned floor. She sat across from him, stretching her legs out and wiggling her toes expectantly. You know the rules, she said sweetly, though her eyes sparkled with teasing. Boyfriend duty, foot rubs after a long mission. Especially after I had to save your butt from cultists today. Naruto laughed softly, cheeks pink, but he didn't argue. He scooted closer and gently took one of her feet into his lap, starting to massage it with careful, firm strokes. Bossy as always, he muttered, but there was nothing but affection in his tone. Ino hummed happily, leaning back on her hands and watching him with a satisfied little smile. That's perfect. You're getting really good at this, you know. 3 days off means I expect excellent service. From the doorway, Ino's parents glanced in with fond, amused expressions before quietly giving the two some privacy. Naruto kept working on her foot, glancing up at her with a warm grin. Anything for you, Ino-chan. Ino's smile softened as she wiggled her other foot closer, clearly enjoying both the massage and the way he looked at her. 3 days later. 3 peaceful days had passed quickly. The team reconvened bright and early, standing in front of the Hokage's desk with varying levels of enthusiasm. Hiruzen looked up from a scroll, his expression calm but serious as he regarded the 4 of them. I hope you all enjoyed your time off, he began, setting the scroll aside. Unfortunately, duty calls again. I have a C-rank mission for you, diplomatic in nature. You'll be heading north to the border region near the land of rice fields. He tapped a finger on a detailed map spread across his desk. There have been some minor disputes over trade routes and old border markers with a smaller allied settlement. Nothing hostile yet, but tensions are rising. Your job is to represent Konoha, help mediate the discussions, ensure the talks remain peaceful, and report back on the situation. It should be straightforward, but stay alert. Asuma will be in charge as always. Asuma nodded, arms crossed. Understood. Diplomatic escort and mediation, we'll handle it. Ino perked up a little, though she stayed close to Naruto. Diplomatic, so no fighting cultists this time. Hiruzen smiled faintly. Let's hope not. This is an opportunity to build goodwill. But as always, be prepared for anything. You leave at noon. Dismissed. Naruto pumped his fist subtly. Another mission already. All right. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. Diplomacy sounds even worse than fighting. Ino elbowed him lightly while grinning at Naruto. Come on, it'll be fine. At least it's not another beach trip where cultists show up. Asuma chuckled as he turned to lead them out. Let's get ready. We'll meet at the gate at noon. The team filed out of the office, the weight of a new mission settling over them. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Ino and Naruto headed straight back to the Yamanaka compound to prepare for the mission. Ino led the way into her room, pulling Naruto along by the hand before letting go to grab her travel pack. Diplomatic mission, huh, she said, tossing some spare clothes into the bag. At least it's not another fight with crazy cultists. Still, we should pack light but smart. Naruto nodded and started gathering his own things from the guest room. He rolled up a few sets of clothes, checked his tanto, and made sure he had plenty of kunai and explosive tags. Ino peeked her head into his room with a teasing grin. You'll be fine. Just let Asuma-sensei do most of the talking. You and I can handle backup. And don't forget your sleeping bag, who knows how long these talks will drag on. They worked side by side, chatting casually as they made sure everything was ready: weapons, supplies, scrolls, and a few personal items. Once their packs were secured, Ino gave hers a satisfied pat. Done. Ready for another mission with my favorite teammate. Naruto slung his bag over his shoulder, grinning at her. Ready when you are. They stepped out of the house together, gear packed and minds focused on the diplomatic mission ahead. With their packs slung over their shoulders, Ino and Naruto walked side by side toward the front gate of the Yamanaka compound. Ino was still holding Naruto's hand, swinging it lightly as they went. Just as they reached the gate, Ino's mother stepped out from the side path carrying a basket of fresh flowers. She smiled warmly when she saw them. Oh, you two are heading out already. Ino nodded, giving her mother a quick hug with her free arm. Yeah, we just got a C-rank diplomatic mission from the Hokage. It's up north near the land of rice fields. Asuma-sensei says it should take about a week. Her mother's expression softened with a mix of pride and mild concern. She reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair from Ino's face. A week-long mission. Be careful out there, both of you. Diplomatic or not, things can turn quickly. Stick together, watch each other's backs, and come home safe. She glanced at Naruto with a fond smile. Take care of my daughter, son-in-law. And make sure you both eat properly. Naruto nodded seriously, squeezing Ino's hand. I will. I promise. We'll be careful. Ino leaned against Naruto's side for a moment, smiling at her mother. We'll be fine, Mom. It's just talking and making sure border stuff doesn't get messy. We'll bring back some souvenirs or something. Her mother chuckled softly and gave them both a gentle wave as they continued through the gate. All right, I'll see you when you get back. Love you both. Ino called back over her shoulder, still holding Naruto's hand as they headed toward the village gate to meet the rest of the team. Love you too. Ino and Naruto arrived at the village gate a little early and waited in the shade of the massive wooden structure. Ino leaned against Naruto's side, still holding his hand while they watched people and caravans pass through. A few minutes later, Asuma and Shikamaru appeared walking up the path. Asuma had his usual cigarette between his lips, while Shikamaru looked half asleep with his hands in his pockets and his pack slung lazily over one shoulder. Asuma gave them a quick once-over, then walked around them, checking their gear with a practiced eye. Looks good, he said, nodding approvingly as he adjusted the strap on Naruto's pack slightly. Extra rations, water, medical kit, sleeping bags. Ino nodded, giving her own pack a pat. All set. We double-checked everything before we left the house. Naruto stood straight, grinning. Ready to go, sensei. Asuma gave one final check on Shikamaru, who just sighed. Yeah, I've got everything. Can we get this over with already? Asuma chuckled and turned toward the open road leading north. All right, we're all set. Stay alert, but this should be a standard diplomatic escort. Let's move out. Ino squeezed Naruto's hand once more before they fell into formation, Ino and Naruto walking side by side, Shikamaru trailing a bit behind, and Asuma taking the lead. The team stepped through the gates and onto the road, beginning their new C-rank mission. Oh note, I am sorry for the lack of updates, have been working a lot of overtime, also if any questions feel free to DM me. Enjoy smiley face.